In a meeting convened by the supreme deity, no one dared to accept the daunting task, except for the god of death. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into an infant, picked up and taken home by someone. Brothers, who comprehends this? An elderly man with white hair inquired who would undertake the mission, while the assembly of gods bowed their heads in feigned ignorance. Suddenly, a girl emerged from the corner, closing her book. Am I entering the manga I just read? Oh, it's now an anime. The old man's eyes gleamed with interest. Yunzai, would you dare to accept? The sprite behind the girl placed her hands on her hips. My host is the newly awakened supreme deity. Bring forth 10 billion merits, or our discussion is futile. I was utterly astonished. Such audacity. She must be formidable. Even more astonishing, she laid down her conditions. I want to fall in love. I think the wind pillar, Shimizu Arimi, is quite appealing. The old man nodded vigorously. Arranged. It must be arranged. Who doesn't know that this Yunzai is a prodigy among the deities of Huaxia, having ascended to divinity at a tender age, wielding a mystical iron sword to vanquish evildoers, and having shed blood to attain her divine status? Provoking her means you want to see the dawn of the next day. Can you imagine the god of death in love? What a surreal image. However, as she stepped through the portal, her expression shifted abruptly. Damn it. Which scoundrel altered the gateway? Upon reopening her eyes, she heard someone exclaim, Mother, sister has awakened. A beautiful woman cradled her in her arms, gently stroking her head. Child, it's all right now. Be my daughter, I am Nagakuni Mia. Yun was left bewildered. Child? Not a son? Is this in the settings I configured? Wasn't I supposed to be an orphan? The contrast of the god of death becoming an infant is too stark. A little boy approached, his face brimming with anticipation. Please agree to be my sister. I am Nagakuni Kahaku, and I will protect you. Yun glanced at her diminutive hands, her eyes filled with disdain. Ugh, so tiny. How old am I? A once mighty deity, now lamenting her small hands. What a laughable predicament. Her mind was in disarray. Where is my system 06? Is my divine power still intact? How can I pursue a romance with the wind pillar in this infantile form? The evil deity outside must be laughing. Perhaps he orchestrated this. The beautiful woman continued to soothe her. From now on, this will be your home. Yun remained stiff in her embrace, internally screaming. Where have I ended up? Someone, please rescue me. On one side, the decisive god of death on the other, a babbling toddler storyline has veered into a grandmother's house. Brothers, do you think this god of death can revert to her former self? Will she ever meet the wind pillar she so dearly longs for? Guess in the comments below. A 4-year-old infant playing the king of elephants. The god of death has transformed into a child, and even encountered the wind pillar in his youth. Brothers, who understands? Yun sat on the steps, watching a group of little kids playing house, rolling her eyes internally. 06. How old am I really? 30,000 years. Tell me, as a god of slaughter who has lived for 30,000 years, am I really here playing house with a child? I burst out laughing. The contrast was simply too great. Then, as she began to play the guzheng, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Her delicate little hands, adorned with polished nails, first played a haunting melody, and then, with a sudden twist, the resonant notes of the king's elephant erupted. The children peered through the doorframe, entranced. Yun, can you play another one? What an astonishing feat for a 4-year-old to perform such a piece. Even more astonishing was the white-haired little head that peeked out from the entrance was the young, undying Chuan Shimi. He made a shu gesture towards Zai, his eyes fixed intently on the slumbering Yun. Zai leaned closer and whispered, Shimi, this is my sister Dusan. She looked as soft and tender as a rice cake. Shimi nodded, and the two little ones huddled together, lowering their voices to excitedly discuss their siblings. Can you believe the wind pillar was so well-behaved as a child? I must be seeing things. When Yun awoke, Zai expressed his desire to introduce her to Shimi, and while she maintained a calm facade, her heart was screaming. Wow, it's my beloved wind pillar, and he's just a child. 06. Quickly activate the affection boost. Bind undying Chuan Shimi. The god of slaughter is more fervent than anyone when pursuing stars. Mihue watched the siblings with a gentle smile. You need not worry, my dear. We're doing quite well. This family is simply too warm-hearted. Now, as Yun followed Zai towards Shermi's home, she clutched her little hands tightly, pondering. What should I say when I meet my idol as a child for the first time? I'm anxiously waiting. On one side is a seemingly innocent god of slaughter, and on the other, the naive young wind pillar. What sparks will fly upon their first meeting? Brothers, what do you think Yun will do upon seeing Shimi? Can this 4-year-old conceal the secret of being a god of slaughter? Take a guess in the comments. A 7-year-old girl wielding a scythe to slay demons? The god of slaughter awakens, yet the gentle brother meets a grim fate. Brothers, who understands? Just a moment ago, all was tranquil. Shimi cradled the fallen Yunyan, his ears flushed. I consider you my sister as well. Yunyan savored the sweet rice cakes from Lady Shizufu, her little face rosy and blooming like a flower. Jimmy laughed joyfully, reaching out to tug at her hair. Who wouldn't envy such a warm daily life? Yet 3 years later, on Yunyan's 7th birthday, the night transformed into a hellish nightmare. Zai frantically fled with her in his arms, a gaping wound on his back, blood gushing forth. The malevolent demon licked its lips, grinning wickedly. Isn't it better for meaningless creatures like you to be devoured obediently? Zai fell to the ground, terror-stricken as he looked back. His leg had been severed, lying beside him. Yunyan, dazed and confused, opened her eyes to behold. The head of Zai was brutally twisted off, and the scorching blood splattered into her eyes. She let out a primal roar. What an outrageous thing! Grasping the scythe, she charged forward with reckless abandon, her diminutive 7-year-old frame, yet capable of rendering the malevolent spirit unrecognizable. I was utterly dumbfounded. As the god of death truly awakened, as the sun rose, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived, all rendered speechless. A 7-year-old girl, her raven hair dripping with blood, her once brilliant golden eyes now dimmed, still clutching a scythe. At her feet lay the severed legs and head of a young boy. Who could have anticipated that the girl who played the Guzheng as delicately as a kitten would transform into such a visage? She gazed upon Zai's lifeless body. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. One moment, a cherished little princess, the next, a blood-soaked executioner. The contrast took my breath away. What would Sherma's reaction be upon receiving this news? Would Yunyan's divine power awaken in its entirety? Take a guess in the comments. Upon hearing of the massacre at Yunyan's home, Shimi collapsed. A 7-year-old girl turned into an iceberg, apprenticed to the man in the Tengu mask. Brothers, who understands? Shimi and Jimmy waited at home for Yunyan, only to overhear passers-by discussing. The Mihue family's residence was robbed. The entire family of 3 is gone. As Shimi listened, his legs turned to jelly, and he turned to dash towards Yunyan's home, breathless. Stumbling multiple times yet undeterred, he picked himself up and continued running. Upon arrival, he was left in shock. The courtyard wall had collapsed, the house was in ruins, the ground smeared with dried blood, and the Guzheng that Yunyan had played lay shattered in two. Shimi collapsed to the ground, covering his face with his hands, tears streaming uncontrollably. Why did such a wonderful family have to endure this? I felt my heart tighten at this moment. It was too tragic. Jimmy awaited his brother's return, only to find Sherma's eyes vacant, staggering as he walked. When he embraced him, Shimi broke down in loud sobs. Madame Shizuku, upon hearing the tale, felt tears welling. How could this happen? Later, they went to the gravesite. Sherma's eyes reddened. He bit down hard on his teeth to suppress his cries, yet his hand remained gently comforting the sobbing Jimmy. Meanwhile, Yunyan awoke in the KJ house, her gaze vacant like a still pond. KJ, Izai tenderly stroked her head, asking with concern, "Child, what is your name?" In a monotone voice, she replied, "Kikuni Yunyan." This tone, so cold and devoid of emotion. Madame Amano cared for her with gentle warmth, yet she felt a sense of emptiness within, as if a piece of her was missing. Before long, she sought out the man in the Tengu mask, Nigaka Zoken, bowing her head. "Please accept me." Nigaka stared, taken aback, gazing into her expressionless eyes, before nodding in agreement. Is the god of death about to begin learning the breath techniques? Is this the dawn of her resurgence? Now, Yunyan follows Lin Long to the narrow mist mountain, remaining silent, her small hand held by Lin Long, feeling icy cold. Shimi is still heartbroken for her, yet she has already embarked on the path of slaying demons. Brothers, do you think Yunyan's emotions can ever return? She has taken Lin Long as her master. Will she be able to learn the breath of the sun? Guess in the comments. 7-year-old girl wielding a blade for 700 strikes, her arms trembling as if shaken through a sieve, yet unwilling to cease. The senior brothers and sisters watched in astonishment. Brothers, who understands? Upon her arrival at Narrow Mist Mountain, Yintu and Jinjin greeted her with a harsh welcome. Strike 1,000 times. In the end, this little girl managed over 700 strikes, looking as if she had just emerged from water, her arms shaking uncontrollably, yet she persisted. I was utterly amazed. Is this strength forged in iron? Yintu observed her cramping arms, veins bulging with effort, as he massaged them while shouting, "Yunyan, did you truly absorb what we just discussed?" Yunyan blinked her doe-like eyes innocently, and Junjin sighed, face-palming, then retrieved medicinal wine, stating, "Alas, junior sister, you cannot rush this." Converged Yunyun gazes at the sky. That cloud resembles a little kitten. What a shift in tone. Even more astonishing was when she encountered traps in narrow mist mountain initially. She twisted her waist and trembled on the ground. This wretched body. In the next moment, she called out to 06. Revert my physical condition back to my own. Instantly, it was as if she had activated a cheat. Sliding to dodge wooden stakes, leaping to evade traps, bending backward to avoid hidden weapons, and gliding on her knees through fallen trees. Her movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Yin-Tu and Junjin dumbfounded. The god of slaughter indeed is a master even with a cheat. She is so adept. After training, Yunyun obediently sat on a wooden stump, her arms being kneaded by her senior brothers and sisters. Yin-Tu chided, "Next time, do not push yourself so hard." Junjin concurred, "Indeed, your health is paramount." Yunyun savored the candy Junjin had given her, thinking to herself, "Pork chop rice is still the most delicious. What on earth is this little girl thinking?" Linlong observed from a distance, marveling, "Oh, this child truly surprises me." He turned to prepare some herbs for relaxation. What a warm-hearted teacher. Now Yunyun is headed to Vine Assault Mountain to participate in the final selection. With her extraordinary skills, will she pass smoothly? Will she recognize Shimi upon encountering her? Brothers, what do you think Yunyun will face upon reaching Vine Assault Mountain? Can she defeat the demons lurking within? Guess in the comments. A 7-year-old girl cleaving stones, the blade splintering, yet she was flung back. Turning to her senior sister for food. This contrast is absolutely perfect. Brothers, who understands? Yunyun is training at narrow mist mountain, sliding to evade massive boulders. Her movements so uncanny they seem supernatural. Even Linlong is left astonished. Is this truly a talent that a human can possess? Yunyun chuckled to herself. Of course not, for I am a deity. Killing God's attire is quite the spectacle. In the next moment, she found herself tasked with splitting stones, holding a knife with a bewildered expression, and with a swift motion, she struck. The impact left her trembling, and she sat down abruptly, gazing at the already chipped blade. Lost in contemplation. 06 was in the system space, laughing uncontrollably. When has our dear Yin ever been this flustered? I was equally amused. Even a killing god has moments of struggle. Even more amusing was when she patted her rumbling stomach, a look of grievance on her face, before turning and exclaiming, "I'm hungry. I need to find my senior sister." Zhenghua and Yin-Tu exchanged glances as they watched her eat pork chop rice, shaking their heads in bemusement. This little girl is too easy to understand. A meal is all it takes to win her over. The spirit of culinary delights knows no boundaries. 3 years later, Yin bid farewell with the Nicaran blade, and Rinlong placed a smiling fox mask upon her face. "A mask to ward off misfortune. I wish you success." Zhenghua embraced her. "I will prepare pork chop rice for your return." Suddenly, the trio smacked their foreheads. "Oh no, we forgot she struggles with social interactions. Will she be able to find Fuji Mountain?" Haha, the concerns of senior brothers and sisters. On her journey, while dining on pork chop rice at an inn, Yin was startled by commotion outside. She looked up and saw a white-haired youth clutching his stomach. Leaning against the wall in a strug light was Shimi. Recalling the domestic turmoil at Sherma's home, she wasted no time, snatched a purse, knocked on the door, and leapt onto the rooftop. Shimi opened the door, picked up the purse, and upon seeing the name Kikanugani Yin, his eyes immediately brimmed with tears as he shouted, Yin, are you still here? Is it really you? You're alive." He searched frantically, wincing from the pain, yet he pressed on, ultimately collapsing on the ground, clutching the purse as tears streamed down his face. Perched on the rooftop, Yin listened to his calls, her hand pressed against her heart. "It feels so heavy and uncomfortable here. This poignant missed reunion tugs at my heartstrings." Now, Yin is on her way to Fuji Mountain for the final selection, while Shimi remains, foolishly waiting with the purse in hand. Dear friends, do you think they will reunite at Fuji Mountain? Will Yin successfully pass the selection? Take a guess in the comments. Quickly picked it up and unfolded it. Looking at the words and content on it, tears once again blurred my vision. "Dear Shimi, please return the meal money. Everything is fine, don't worry." Yin Lu slowly got up, put away the letter, and walked into the house with the money pouch. After organizing his emotions, he embraced the younger siblings who rushed towards him. Carefully placing the money pouch away, he took out a little, just enough to buy today's ingredients and the watermelon that his younger siblings wanted to eat. Shimi looked at the sky, thinking that he would return this money to her the next time he saw her. He couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl. How could a few meals of pork chops require a whole bag of coins? With his eyes closed, facing the sky, he let out a sigh of relief. When he opened his eyes again, there was a gentle light in them, glistening with moisture. Living is good. Yunyan looked at the map, her head slowly filled with question marks. How did she go off course? She was still facing the right direction when a raven flew in front of her. Yunyan, follow me. The raven called to her in a gentle voice. Yunyan nodded and obediently ran after it. This was just a female raven, but if Yunyan were to describe it, it seemed to have the same aura as her mother. It spoke to her with immense patience. Yunyan ran while thinking that Shimi was a year older than her brother. By age, she was 10 this year, while Shimi was only 12. If she passed the final selection this time, could she level up to grade A within these 2 years, thus preventing a tragedy from happening? Would that allow Shimi to still be a sunny and cheerful young boy? Yunyan pressed her lips together and said, let's give it a try. She stepped into Tengshi Mountain and walked towards the crowd of participants, all of whom were eager young boys and girls. At her age, she stood out in the crowd. The crowd whispered among themselves while she found a place to sit, opened her backpack, and took out the dried food that Zhenggu had prepared for her. The food was so delicious that it attracted the sound of people around her swallowing. Yunyan was completely unconcerned, only focused on filling her own stomach. After eating and drinking enough, she stood up and waited for the selection to begin. As she watched the people approaching, Yunyan tilted her head slightly. Such small sisters. Huh, wait, why do they look so much like Madame Tianyin? Yunyan instantly understood and obediently listened to them explain the rules. With the sound of the selection starting and the congratulatory remarks, Yunyan was the first to rush into the forest. Her speed was astonishing, making everyone around gasp. With a swift push of her finger, the blade glinted coldly, and a head fell to the ground. In the woods, a white smiling fox mask was extremely eye-catching. No one knew her appearance. They had only seen her lift a corner of the mask to eat. Yunyan ran while slashing at the ghosts. She ignored the other participants in the selection. Since she was here, she was determined to face death. If she was afraid to confront or showed cowardice in battle, she should withdraw early. The world lacks people who die in vain, but it needs those who are determined to fight and protect. The selection lasts for a full 7 days. Yunyan has been cutting down ghosts in the forest for 3 days, and now she sits on a tree trunk, resting against it. She appears to be asleep, but her senses are alert, vigilant of her surroundings. The screams made Yunyan suddenly open her eyes. Like a tiger roused from slumber, she arched her body and drew her knife, leaping out fiercely. A hand ghost was grinning as it devoured one participant after another, laughing with a severed limb in hand. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, turned her head to look, her eyes wide and veins bulging. Fox mask. Water breathing. First form. Water surface slash. Yunyan was a bit surprised. This move only cut off the 2 hands of the hand ghost, which fell lightly to the ground. He tilted his head to look at the pale and bloated ghost in front of him. The hand ghost, filled with anger, said, "Are you also a disciple of that guy Lin Longzhua? Little fox, another little fox, ha." Yunyan frowned under the mask, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she rubbed her ear. So annoying. I'll kill you. I'll wipe out all of his disciples. I want to make that guy Lin Long despair. Ha. Several hands flew towards her, but Yunyan skillfully dodged and even let those hands get tangled up. Landing on the tree trunk, she swung her sword again, water breathing. Second form, water wheel. Using her jumping power and the float effect in midair, she executed an attack trajectory like a wheel. Yunyan frowned. Is this thing so hard? It can't be cut. Rolling to dodge those ghostly hands, she leaped onto a rock, keeping a vigilant eye on the hand demon. This is a bit troublesome. Should I just tear him apart? Well, with her current strength, it's not a problem. The number of sailors increased again. Yunyan stood up, adjusted her breathing, and performed water breathing, third form, flowing dance. High-speed movement combined with afterimages. This skill is both offensive and defensive, merging attack and evasion into rapid multi-directional output. In an instant, she slashed down the ghostly hands, her figure flashing to appear above the hand demon, her mask slightly lowering to reveal half of her face, her golden eyes flashing with a cold light. Water breathing, The hand demon let out a sinister laugh, ghostly hands emerging from the ground, forming a fist and striking Yunyan away. Cloud smoke smashed against the tree trunk, suffering heavy damage to the abdomen. Fortunately, the muscles had been tensed in advance. Although there were some internal injuries, at least the organs were fine. After coughing a few times and clutching the abdomen, they stood up. Glancing at the knife that had already developed a notch, they clicked their tongue in irritation. This knife was only good for one more strike. Looking at the scattered knives nearby, an idea formed in their mind. With a wild grin, Cloud Smoke raised a hand to wipe the crimson from their lips, curling into a smile as they flipped the knife and delivered a spinning kick to its handle. The Sunwheel knife instantly pierced into the mouth of the hand demon, who was laughing heartily. Quickly rolling to pick up the Sunwheel knife from the ground, Cloud Smoke dashed towards the hand demon, focusing completely on their breathing. Water breathing. Sixth form. Raging Whirlpool. Executing a skill with a large rotation of the upper and lower body in midair. While the body could not ensure stability and there was no foothold, they unleashed a knife slash similar to a massive tornado. The hand demon widened its eyes, confidently staring at them, only to see a mocking curve at the corner of Cloud Smoke's lips and the bulging veins on their hand. The hand demon sensed something was wrong, but there was no time to defend. Its head was severed and flew away. Yunyan fell to the ground, coughed lightly, and fresh blood dripped from the corner of his lips. He raised his hand to wipe it away, gripping the knife as he left. The filthy thing that caused the deaths of Zhang Tu and Zhenzong was gone. They shouldn't run into trouble in the next final selection, right? Yunyan held her abdomen, frowning. Damn it, that punch really hurt. It's killing me. Chapter 7. Successfully passing the selection due to some minor internal injuries. And with the quality of the knives being average, she broke 2 more while slaying demons later on. They were all knives picked up from fallen team members. After 7 days, Yunyan slowly walked out of the mountains. Her clean little face already had several cuts, all scabbed over, and she was dirty all over. Her clothes had several rips, and there were scratches on her arms and thighs. Yunyan sighed. Sure enough, using someone else's breathing technique made it difficult to unleash her full potential. Standing on a mountain, she looked around. Out of 100 competitors, only a few had made it out alive. With a detached gaze, she looked at the high platform. It was time to choose the ore. Standing in front of the table, she stared blankly at the ores on it. Which one to choose? TSK. In the past, she would take everything available. But now being suddenly asked to pick one was quite challenging. In the end, she settled on a pitch-black piece. Since she had almost slain all the evil spirits on the mountain, she was placed in the A-class team. The chibi version of Yunyan looked at the pair of sisters in front of her and asked, How have you both been, my lord and Madame Tianyin? Fuyuki from the birthing house looked at her and smiled, replying, Lady Yunyan, both my father and mother are doing well. Yunyan nodded and fell silent. Turning to look at the coming crow, it was the same one that had led the way at the beginning. Yunyan smiled and patted the crow's head. Lord Yunyan, please take care of me in the future. I am Long. Please take care of me. Then she took out some jerky from her pocket. Want some? It's made by Sister Zhenzong. It's really delicious. Long was momentarily taken aback and then chuckled. Thank you, Lord Yunyan. Yunyan is feeding here, while others are curiously whispering about her. Hey, is this the girl who has been randomly killing in the forest? She seems really hard to get along with. I think so too, and it's really scary that she became a Class A right from the start. Yunyan ignored the whispers of these people, confirmed that there was nothing wrong, and turned to leave. She wanted to go back to report her safety. Also, she was craving her senior's pork chop rice and sweet cakes. She really wanted to have a warm cup of matcha. Although she left in a hurry, she still took a detour and entered the Kyobashi area again. This time, she slipped in under the cover of night. A sunwheel knife, left by some unfortunate person, was tucked at her waist. Moving stealthily across the rooftops, she accurately found the Shimi family home. Landing on a roof, she listened to the sounds of laughter and joy from inside, and quietly sat down. Propping her chin up, she gazed at the moon. Rong fell beside her, watching her with concern in his eyes. She looked just like a child without a home, quietly observing other families. It wasn't until the lights inside went out that Yunyan got up. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a man sneaking around on the street in the distance. Yunyan tilted her head and jumped over, lightly landing on the tree trunk. Looking down, she saw the man's pale skin, fangs, and those vertical pupils. Yunyan almost instantly drew her blade. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. The demon's head fell to the ground, its body dissipating, and the Nicaran blade in her hand also broke under the strain. Yunyan coldly threw away the knife. What quality is this? If this were the quality of weapons in her army, she would have torn people apart long ago. 06. Is it possible that the problem lies with you? Yunyan turned around and jumped onto the roof, quickly looking around to confirm there was no danger before. 06. Do you have anything to purify curses? Yes, but it's expensive. Buy it. All right, I've put it in the system backpack. You can take it yourself. Yunyan. Yunyan's hand rummaged in her pocket, actually retrieving something from the system backpack. A glass bottle, only the length of her pinky finger, was held in her palm, shaking it to see the light blue liquid inside. Isn't this the spirit spring from her divine palace? Yunyan's expression darkened. Who the hell dared to steal spring water from a residence? Just take it orally. This isn't from your residence. This thing is a substitute. Don't think too much. Yunyan, who had originally planned to go back and chop someone up, instantly became obedient, handing the bottle to Long, saying, "For the Lord, drink it for good health." Long nodded, grabbed the bottle, and flew towards the production house in the mansion. Anyway, she remembered the way ahead, so she decided to travel through the night, maintaining full concentration on her breathing without stopping even when taking a break. It was as simple and skilled as normal breathing. When they arrived at the foot of the narrow mist mountain in the early morning, they found 3 figures at the base of the mountain. Yun hurried over, and Jin Mo directly embraced her tightly. Holding Yun closely, she exclaimed, "It's so good. You're back safe and sound." Lin Long's Wujin's hands trembled slightly. His disciple had really returned. How many years had it been? He couldn't remember clearly anymore. Especially when they received the news that Yun had joined as a Class A member. He was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Jin Mo released her, looking at the wounds on her body with concern. "You've worked hard, senior sister. I'll make you something delicious right away." Chang Tu rubbed her head, looking helpless. "Really?" Letting the junior sister take the lead. "It's good that you came back alive. You must have had a tough time on the way." After they finished speaking, they stepped aside, and Yun fell into a warm embrace. It was Lin Long's Wujin. Yun felt the tremor of the embrace and raised her hand to pat his back. "Teacher, I succeeded." "Well done. You worked hard, kid. It's good that you're back alive." The exhaustion that had been weighing on her finally relaxed completely. Yun slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Lin Longzijin held her close and returned to their residence with Xiang Tu and Jimu. Jimu carefully treated her wounds and attentively wiped her body and changed her clothes before coming out. After confirming that she only had a few minor injuries and slight internal injuries, and that she was just overly fatigued, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. With Yunyan's incident, Xiang Tu and Jimu worked even harder. During the days Yunyan was recovering, another person joined them on the mountain. Seeing the boy with the same expression as hers, Xiang Tu felt a headache and rubbed her forehead. Another silly one added to the mix. The team uniforms arrived on the 3rd day, and everyone watched as Yunyan walked out wearing the uniform, their foreheads twitching with veins popping. Lin Longzijin crushed the cup in his hand. Yunyan frowned, gripping the hem of her ultra-short skirt, glancing at her partially exposed chest with a blank expression. On that day, the tailor shop was filled with extremely tragic wails. The new team uniforms were delivered the next day. Everyone looked at the uniform on Yunyan with satisfaction. Her pants were bound at the ankles with black straps, and the buttons on her upper body were neatly fastened, with the white and blue haori worn properly. The difference was that the upper uniform was sleeveless and cropped, allowing a glimpse of her perfect abdominal lines and abs when she moved. Although she was still a bit dissatisfied, it was something she could reluctantly accept. Unfortunately, before she had the chance to get familiar with Ju Tomioka, only knowing his name, Yunyan was called out to start a mission. Looking at the somewhat timid Ju Tomioka, a question mark popped up in Yunyan's mind. "You mean to tell me he's the future water Hashira?" She then looked at Kanroji Mitsuri, who was left bewildered by the pity in her eyes. A few days later, the blacksmith arrived carrying the sunblade, and everyone looked at Yunyan with anticipation. Yunyan drew the sword, and the blade gradually turned black, followed by the emergence of deep blue patterns, resembling the feathers of phoenix. The swordsmith nodded in satisfaction. After all, at first glance, the sword looked quite beautiful. After receiving the sword, the next step was to issue the task. Zhengan sighed and finally hugged Yunyan, bringing her a large bag of food, reminding her to pay attention to safety during the task. "All right, I'm off." Yunyan took one last look at the wooden house. Teacher Lintong had not come out. This awkward old man was probably wiping away tears inside, wasn't he? I have to admit she was right. Saying goodbye to familiar people, Yunyan set off on her mission with her burden. The dragon circled above her head, guiding her in the right direction. Chapter 8. Successfully joining the team. 2 years later, a cold light flashed, and the head of the ghost rolled onto the ground. Yunyan sheathed her knife, glanced faintly at the A-level team member sitting on the ground, and turned to leave. That team member felt a chill run down their spine from her gaze. This moment led all the team members she had rescued to believe that she was a difficult A-level senior to get along with. Yuna just joined the team for a few months and wasn't very good with words. After finally getting some rest, she first returned to Xiaowu Mountain and spent a few days with close friends, enjoying a few days of laziness. After leaving, she headed straight to Jingxiao District. She had already applied for it, and for the next year and a half, She wouldn't leave this area unless absolutely necessary. Wearing a smiling fox mask, she walked casually down the street. By chance, she saw two familiar figures in the grocery store she used to frequent. It was Shimi and Shuemi. They were just helping the shop owner with some work inside. Yunyan was stunned. Was the money she sent not enough? Why was she still working? Soon she understood. Sitting on the roof of Shimi's house, resting her chin on her hand, she pondered. She had overlooked the fact that Shimi and the others were still young and couldn't hide the money. That money had been found by their scumbag father and used for gambling. Hearing the sounds of scolding and beating from inside, the veins on Yunyan's forehead throbbed. Feeling defeated, she lay on the roof in a daze. How strange. Why was she being monitored here? By the way, why did she apply to guard this place? Also, she was already considered dead in the outside world, so why did she rush to inform this family that she was still alive? There were too many questions. Too many that made her head ache. Long Luo, who was beside her, nudged her face gently and spoke softly. Lady Yunyan, I need to leave for a few days. Sagami needs your support. Yunyan nodded, stood up and was about to step out, but paused again, took off the pouch from her waist, and planned to wait until the room was quiet and everyone had fallen asleep to put it inside the blanket of the white-haired boy. All right, Your Excellency Yunyan. Yunyan handed the money bag to Long, then gathered her strength and leaped out, fully concentrating on her breathing and sprinting toward Sagami. Fortunately, they were still on the T-cade. Otherwise, how long would she have to run? Even if a sprint covered a kilometer, it would still consume a lot of time. Long was meticulous. Not only did she deliver the money bag, but she also brought medicine and bandages. The key was that she handed everything to him while Shimi was awake. After delivering, she left without giving him a chance to speak. Shimi had gotten used to this, but this time, he had been hit hard by his scummy father while trying to protect his mother and younger brother. Long landed beside him and sighed softly. Shimi smiled gently and coughed apologetically, saying he couldn't give her nuts to eat right now. Long shook her head and pushed the items towards him. Shimi stroked her feathers with a soft gaze, asking if she was okay. Long didn't answer. She just looked at him deeply before turning and flying away. Shimi watched her leave, clutching his chest, struggling to stand up, leaning against the window, his eyes filled with worry. Yunyan, what exactly are you doing? He carefully hid the coins, silently tended to his wounds, packed up his things, and then lay down. Meanwhile, the Yunyan who was being talked about had gone mad with killing. In front of her were bizarre and grotesque demons, all recently transformed. No wonder they were calling for help. With this number, the gun-level team members alone couldn't handle it. Swiftly weaving through the demons, cold light accompanied by waves of blue water surged, and the heads of the demons rolled. The knife was sheathed. This area was now free of demons. Glancing at the injured teammates, it was a seemingly ordinary glance that nearly brought someone to tears. Seeing them on the verge of crying made Yunyan frown. The teammates were more anxious. Noticing that Yunyan was staring at them, they broke into a cold sweat, thinking, oh no, can this Lord Yunyan not say a word? Even a scolding would be better than just staring. Suddenly, the teammates realized something. It seemed that none of them had ever heard Lord Yunyan speak. But seeing her fierce determination in slaying demons, everyone swallowed hard, thinking, could it be that this lord only acts and doesn't speak? Yunyan glanced at them with disdain and turned to leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched her back, feeling as if they had escaped a disaster. In the days that followed, Yunyan stayed with the Shimi family, while occasionally taking on a task a bit farther away. A year and a half later, she was 12 years old and Shimi was 14. She witnessed their father's incident, and the two brothers fully took on the responsibility of protecting their family. At night, her patrols became more vigilant. Sure enough, one night, she saw Madame Shizumi returning late and quickly followed her to protect her in secret. Her gaze was fixed on Madame Shizumi's back while her peripheral vision observed the surroundings. The leaves rustled, and Yunyan frowned slightly. A leaf fell, scratching Madame Shizumi's cheek. She touched her face in confusion, but found nothing. Yunyan furrowed her brows, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, a thick smell of blood wafted through the air. Yunyan's eyes widened slightly, and as the sharp claws lunged toward Madame Jijin, she delivered a flying kick. Madame Jijin only felt a cool breeze on her back, turned around in confusion, but saw nothing. Puzzled, she shook her head and continued on her way home. She only felt a bit dizzy and found it hard to breathe, attributing it to a tiring day. Yunyan rolled over and stood up, her foot having kicked the twisted body of the evil spirit into the wall. Pulling her head out with force and standing tall, Yunyan looked at the words in his eyes, gripping the knife tightly in her hand. Fourth of the waning moon. The sickly leaf rubbed his neck in annoyance. You little brat, dare to kick me? Eager to seek death? I'll fulfill your wish. The cloud of smoke rushed forward with a knife, and the breath of water flowed smoothly, yet it couldn't harm the sick leaves. While dodging, the sick leaves crossed their arms and looked at her, saying, "Hey, you little brat, are you guarding that woman?" Yin raised her head, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The sickly leaf grinned, revealing an exceptionally annoying smile. "Useless. She's already under my blood demon technique, and there's still my blood on the leaves. Soon, she will turn into a ghost." Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. What? When? Suddenly thinking of the leaves that seemed to be a bit darker in color, the veins on Yan's forehead bulged, as if realizing something. He turned around, wanting to chase after it. The sickly leaf suddenly swung out its vines, and Yan twisted his body to dodge, his eyes filled with coldness. The sickly leaf played with the leaves in its hand, laughing in a way that made one want to punch it. "Don't go. If you leave, what will I eat?" Yan swung her knife, feeling inexplicably frustrated. Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust, an extremely fast thrust aimed precisely to break through, using the knife's point to attack the neck of the diseased leaf. The diseased leaf swung out its leaves, forcing Yan to first deal with its attack. 2 leaves scraped her hand, and Yan frowned as her hand quickly began to turn purple and black. The diseased leaf tilted its head and laughed maniacally. "My blood demon technique is a virus. It's everywhere, infiltrating everything." Vines suddenly burst from the ground, armed with sharp teeth, and Yan swiftly swung her knife to cut them. Yan frowned. She didn't want to waste time with this guy. The system shop has purification potions for sale, and as long as she drinks it before being demonized, it will be fine. Vines like sharp blades left several blood marks on her body and on her fair face. The crimson streaks still had fresh blood. Chapter 9. Severe injury triggers exclusive breathing technique, cutting down the string into a pillar. Yan pressed her lips tightly together. She was still a novice, and being able to withstand the waning moon was purely because she had adjusted her physical data to 1/5 of her original body with the help of 06. Otherwise, she would have long been done for. Exhausted, she half-knelt on the ground, her body already drenched in blood from the beatings. She raised her gaze and stared fiercely at the ghost before her. Black blood flowed from her wounds, which were turning purple and black. Her face pale and her lips blue. It was obvious that she was deeply poisoned. Bai Yi, terrified, pulled away from her. He had lost count of how many times his limbs had been severed, and this girl had no idea how much of his toxin had been infused into her body. How could she still move? And what kind of monstrous strength did she possess? She could actually tear off his arm with her bare hands. Yan gritted her teeth, shook her head hard, and the scene in front of her became blurry. She suppressed her discomfort and the toxins entering her body, enduring the excruciating pain caused by the rampant virus, and staggered to her feet. The knife point touched the ground, and the temperature around her dropped. Her body hurt so much. Her arms and legs must have broken bones, and she didn't know how many ribs were fractured. Ignore them and forget about the pain. Yan adjusted her breathing, and her whole being fell into silence. Water can be both soft and strong, and compared to other breathing techniques, it has a high defensive capability. However, what she wanted was not defense. Her heart was as calm as water, and she steadied herself. Just like her current state, her limbs felt cold, with water as her branch and ice as her main attack. The chill emanated from her body, and frost appeared beneath her feet, spreading outwards. The sickly leaf widened its eyes and waved its leaf blades, attacking her like flying daggers. Yan lowered her gaze, exhaling a long breath as the surroundings felt like a harsh winter, with cold mist rising all around. The breath of ice first form ice lotus transformed the ice into blooming lotus flowers, with a giant ice lotus enveloping her and blocking all attacks from the sick leaves. As the ice lotus shattered, Yan shot out from the ice mist, leaping and flashing behind the sick leaf. The mask of the smiling fox slipped from her head, shattering as it already had cracks. Hanging upside down in midair, she swung her knife towards the sick leaf's neck, and under the moonlight, Yan's pupils narrowed. Her murderous intent reflected in the eyes of the sick leaf. The breath of ice fourth form, frost enchantment. Frost fell like starlight, the blue wave ripples turning into frost and snow, striking steadily at the sick leaf's neck in a rotating slash. At the moment the head flew off, Yan crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before stopping, the knife falling beside her. She had fallen hard, and with serious injuries and toxins still in her body. She coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Her vision blurred, and she could faintly see the dissipating body of the sick leaf. Trembling, she reached for a knife, coughing, "Shimi. Cough. Madame Shizuku cough." After a hard time grasping the knife, she gritted her teeth, breathing like a broken bellows as she stood up, taking a moment before running towards the Shimi family. The immense pain in her body made her legs go weak, and she fell to the ground, struggling to get up but lacking the strength. Her vision was hazy. Her face felt slightly cold. Trembling, she touched her face, her eyes widening slightly. How strange. Tears. Why am I crying? There was no time to think further. She pushed herself up with the knife, but in the next second, the knife broke. Yin lay on the ground, clenching her fists, as Long hurriedly brought support, which was Zhu. Baiming, Yuxingming quickly arrived by her side, picking her up. Namo Amit Ba. The girl held on. She was already fine. Hearing his voice, Yin trembled as she grasped his clothes with one hand, while the other hand shakily pointed towards the direction of the Shimi family. Save them. She didn't know that the people coming couldn't see her, nor did she know who they were, because at that moment, everything in front of her was pitch black. The Yins quickly took over, with Long leading Baiming Yuxingming, but the sky was already bright. Yin only felt that the darkness in front of her seemed to brighten a little. With a tilt of her head, she completely fainted. The hidden ones were so scared that they nearly took off, their voices breaking as they shouted, "Lord Yin!" Her eyes rolled, and a splitting headache overwhelmed her. Yin furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a pure white ceiling. The light was too bright, and she instinctively closed her eyes again. Ah, have I already awakened? How do I feel now? A gentle voice came from beside her, one she was very familiar with, as she often heard it in the butterfly house. She slowly opened her eyes again, tilting her head slightly, and saw the worried expression on Butterfly Kanai's face. Noticing that she wasn't speaking, Butterfly Kanai was already used to it. She gently placed her hand on Yin's forehead and saw that her fever had subsided. It seemed there was no major problem, and all she needed to do next was to rest well. Yin looked at her as if in a daze. When she withdrew her hand, he raised his hand to grasp her wrist and asked, "What happened?" His throat was so dry that he couldn't produce a sound, and speaking felt like there were blades scraping in his throat. Butterfly Kanai was momentarily stunned, but no matter what she had come to ask, her face showed regret. When we arrived late, there was only a crying little boy who mentioned he had an older brother, but his whereabouts were unknown. Yin's mind was filled with a loud bang, and the ringing in her ears enveloped her. She could only see her mouth moving, but could not hear any other sounds. Has nothing changed? 06 sighed. Yin, I understand your thoughts, but this is a background rule for the characters in this world, and it cannot be changed. This is something he must go through. Yin tightly closed her eyes, released her grip on Kanahui's hand, and said, "Thank you." Kanahui shook her head, tucked the blanket around her, and said, "Take good care of yourself. Also, congratulations, you've been promoted to a Hashira." Yin remained silent, questioning the meaning of this promotion. She had lost everything. In the following days, Yin was as usual, silent and cold-faced, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. When she was able to get out of bed and move around, she was summoned to the residence of the Kanroji family. At the request of Kanroji Waizai, she accepted the role of a Hashira, becoming the Ice Hashira. True to her name, she was as cold as ice. Even Yuzui Tenjin, who had just become a Hashira and was extremely sociable, couldn't strike up a conversation with her. Kanroji Waizai looked at her eyes, which had lost their brilliance, and gently rubbed her head, telling her not to put too much pressure and burden on herself. It wasn't her fault. Yin had already done her best and had performed well. Yin's eyes trembled slightly as she lowered her head and finally spoke, her voice very soft. After bidding farewell to the production house Yashiki Yoza and Madame Amano, Yin went to her own residence, the ice mansion, built according to her vision, resembling the courtyard where she used to live with her mother and brother. Watching the hidden ones bustling about inside, Yin sat on the steps with her sword, behaving like a good child, staring blankly at the white clouds in the sky. The hidden ones knew her temperament, so they didn't mind her sitting in the middle of the path. However, when it came to moving heavy objects, they found themselves in trouble, as these things were clearly not something they could lift. Suddenly, the stone lion in front of them visibly rose, and the hidden ones looked down to see Yin lifting the stone lion with one hand, her face cold and her eyes questioning. One of the hidden ones trembled and raised his hand towards the entrance. Ice, Lord Ice Pillar, please place it here." Yin nodded, effortlessly walked to the door, and casually tossed the stone lion, which landed with a thud. After doing all this, she sat back in the middle of the road, lost in thought. By the time everything was tidied up, the hidden ones were just about to report when they noticed that Yin had already fallen asleep against the pillar. At that moment, they remembered that Lord Ice Pillar's injury hadn't healed at all. They had just let an injured person lift heavy objects. Each of them was so frightened that their masks nearly flew off, and they hurried over to check on Yunyan's condition. After confirming that she had just fallen asleep due to weakness, they breathed a sigh of relief. They carefully carried her back inside, placed her on the bed, and removed her outer clothing and shoes. The female hidden ones helped change her clothes. Finally, they covered her with a blanket and closed the door. Except for those who stayed behind to take care of her, the others all withdrew. Chapter 10. New Mission Support, New Reunion. The injury had mostly healed, and the toxins and viruses in her body had been cleared away. During this time, a full 6 months had passed. Yunyan received her first mission after becoming a Hashira. It was a support mission, reportedly involving a newly promoted Q-level team member who had been relentlessly pursuing a demon. For some unknown reason, this demon had actually grown stronger during the chase. With time running out, Yunyan had no choice but to leave the rescue team behind and rush to provide support as quickly as possible. Quang Jin was going nearly insane at this point. How could the white-haired, hedgehog-headed boy in front of him be so reckless? Struggling to fend off the demon's surprise attacks with his blade, he kept Shimi protected behind him, using his Nicaran blade to confront the demon. "What's your name?" he asked. "I'm Quang Jin. You seem pretty bold to fight demons without a Nicaran blade. How about joining the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Huh? If I join the Demon Slayer Corps, will I get a weapon to kill demons?" "Yes, and you'll have teachers to guide you. With the breathing techniques, you can slay even more demons." "Then I'll join. I'm Shinazugawa Shimi." Quang Jin smiled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. But before that, the situation with the guy in front of him was indeed a bit tricky. Both of them were in a dire state, their wounds still bleeding. The demon lunged at them again, and Quang Jin frowned, contemplating whether to swing his blade to take the hit. Shimi, on the other hand, wanted to use chains to hinder the demon's movement when suddenly, a figure appeared accompanied by a chill. In mid-air, under the bright moon, a figure descended, the air filled with a frosty temperature. Ice breathing, fourth form, frostbite. The demon's head dropped, and Yunyan gracefully landed in front of them, shaking off the demon's blood from her blade before sheathing it. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Shimi beside Quang Jin. Both of them froze simultaneously. How to describe this reunion? Shimi looked at her, his tightly wound nerves from the battle momentarily stunned. His fierce expression, complemented by the terrifying scar across his face, suddenly frozen. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, Quang Jin exclaimed in delight, "It's our comrade coming to support us." "Huh? This outfit belongs to Lord KCH. "Comrade? Lord KCH? Yunyan turned her head away from him, while Shimi stared at her back, noting that she had grown taller. The last time he saw her, she was still a 7-year-old little girl. She wore a white and blue haori, bathed in moonlight, with her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She exuded a chilling aura, a presence that warned others to stay away. His eyes trembled. That name stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered, and he couldn't take a step forward. He longed to ask her how she had spent these years, but now he found himself unable to say anything. He only knew one thing: she was truly alive. Moreover, she was now so strong that he felt he couldn't keep up. Yunyan looked faintly at the disappearing ghost, glancing around, and then at the two people, the ice pillar, who had come to support her. Her gaze did not linger on Shimi, as if she didn't recognize him at all. Quang Jin, supported by Shimi, gritted his teeth and stood up straight. This time, he had underestimated the situation. Although he encountered Shimi, who was fiercer than the Demon Slayer Corps members, he had miscalculated, as this ghost had resistance to the effects of the rare blood intoxication. Not only was he not intoxicated, but also made the opponent even more excited. Now, both of them could be said to be seriously injured. "Lord Ice Pillar, thanks to you. I'm really grateful." Good job." This was Yunyan's first response to another team member. Standing on her shoulder, Long Zhong opened his mouth wide, and the arriving Yin and the rescue team all fell flat on their faces. Each of them looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. "What did they just hear?" "Master Yunyan has spoken." Yunyan looked at Shimi, her eyes pained by the sight of his wounds. She frowned and spoke in a flat tone, devoid of warmth. Not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet still fighting demons? Once caught in those hunter-like cold eyes, it felt as if one had become an inescapable prey. Shimi gritted his teeth, meeting the hunter's gaze. "Yes, what's wrong? Do you look down on me?" He didn't flee like a trapped animal. Instead, he tried to search for something in her eyes: surprise, concern, or struggle. None of those emotions were present, like a stagnant pond. "No," Yunyan averted her gaze, replying in an even colder tone. "Since you have such strong will, you might as well join early. Without a suitable weapon and a proper mentor, you won't even know how you died." After saying that, she walked away without looking back, not even pausing. Kwang Jin watched her silhouette, scratching his head in confusion. How strange. Even the other seniors have said that Lord Ice Pillar never casually speaks to others. Everyone basically has never heard Lord Ice Pillar make a sound. Why did she say so many words today? What is her name? Huh? I remember Lord Ice Pillar's full name is Tsujikuni Yunyin. It's the surname of the original samurai family. Isn't it cool? Shimi lowered his gaze. It really was her. He hadn't mistaken her. Why has she changed like this? Then he let out a cold laugh. Change was certainly inevitable, wasn't it? Just like he was now. Yin Yin sat on a nearby rock, staring blankly at the sky while the rescue team began to tend to the wounds of the two people. Her daze was interrupted by the noise. On one side, Shimi was being extremely uncooperative. Kwang Jin and the other hidden members struggled to hold him down in order to bandage him, but the next second, they were thrown out. Yin Yin pressed her lips together, slightly furrowed her brows, and Long, who was standing on her shoulder, let out a faint sigh. Using his wings to support his forehead, Yin Yin walked up to Shimi, one standing and the other sitting, and Shimi, who was still fidgeting and getting agitated, instantly froze. Yin Yin slightly bent down and met his gaze, thought for a moment, placed her hand on top of his head, and gently rubbed it, just as he had done for her when they were young. "Stop messing around," she said, and sat back down on the rock, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the starry sky. The fluffed-up person instantly looked like a startled cat that had its fur smoothed down, drooping its head and letting him mess with him. Kwang Jin widened his eyes, glancing between Yin Yin and Shimi. Finally, he leaned closer to Shimi and whispered, "Shimi, tell me the truth. Do you know Lord Ice Pillar?" Shimi's ears, hidden in his hair, turned red as he irritably pushed Kwang Jin's face away. "Get lost. It's none of your business." Kwang Jin, refusing to give up, tried to hold him. "Don't be so heartless. Just tell me." Shimi, "Get lost. And who allowed you to call me so intimately? TCH, don't come any closer, you jerk." Watching them play around, Yin Yin's thoughts drifted away, and the corners of her lips slightly curled up. Suddenly, the air fell silent, seeing a group of people with their mouths agape. Looking as if they had seen a ghost, Yin Yin snapped back to reality, cooled her expression, stood up, and turned to leave. "Lord Ice Pillar, this boy isn't from the Demon Slayer Corps. Should we take him back?" Yin Yin paused for a moment, coldly spoke, and jumped away a few times, only for her ears to slightly redden. Long did not rush to catch up. Instead, he landed on the uninjured shoulder of Shimi, holding a small cloth bag in his mouth. "This is what Lord Yin Yin asked me to bring you. She prepared this beforehand, as a birthday gift for you every year." Shimi was first shocked to discover that the crow, which often helped Yin Yin deliver things to him in the past, could speak. Then he was stunned by its words. Raising his hand to catch the small cloth bag that Long brought him, Long sighed and flapped his wings to fly away. At this moment, all the curious eyes around turned to him. Shimi slowly opened the cloth bag, revealing a handmade talisman, each of different colors and patterns, but all praying for safety and health. Inside the bag was also a red wrist strap with a small white cat made of porcelain in the middle. There was also a note. Upon opening it, he felt as if something had struck his heart. Shimi's eyes suddenly turned red, and he quickly stuffed the bag into his chest, lowering his head. "Wish you, Shimi brother, good health and a smooth life." Kwang Jin sighed and silently comforted him by putting an arm around his shoulder. After being lifted onto a stretcher, Shimi quietly put the wrist strap on his wrist, gently rubbing the small white cat in the middle with his fingers. Chapter 11. 2 years later since that day, Yin Yin became busier, but in the meantime, she asked Long to check on Shimi's news. Knowing that he had been sent to train under the previous wind pillar, she finally felt relieved. However, she remained puzzled about why she felt this way. But once she got busy, she had no time to think about it. 06 watched the emotional button slowly rise. Scratching his head, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before things returned to normal, right? After all, he wouldn't go crazy, and returning to normal wasn't a bad thing. It was much better than his current foolish state where he couldn't make any sense of things. Having just completed a task and walking down the street, he was suddenly attracted by a nearby wagashi shop and, inexplicably, bought 2 servings of hagi cakes. While eating the cakes in a daze, he suddenly saw Kwang Jin walking by and quickly stepped in front of him. Because she had a cold expression and an intimidating aura, Kwang Jin was drenched in cold sweat under her gaze, tentatively opening his mouth. "Ice Pillar, do you need something?" Yin Yin stuffed the rice cake in her arms into his hand, saying to Shimi, "Thank you." She turned to leave, but suddenly looked back. "Yours the next task." "Huh? My next task is to go to Yuanjiang." Yin Yin turned around and left. Kwang Jin paused for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Is Lord Bingzhu trying to help me complete a task in exchange for my help in delivering something to Shimi? He then smiled awkwardly, saying, actually this isn't necessary. I need to go back and check on him too. As he walked, he humped himself. Lord Bingzhu is really a good person, just a bit insincere. Quang Jin cheerfully returned to the training ground and saw Shimi resting on the steps, looking like he was bursting with energy, his arms flailing like noodles. Shimi, I'm back, and I brought you something good. Shimi got goosebumps from his shout and turned to look at him irritably. Huh? You idiot, Quang Jin. Can you speak properly? That tone is disgusting. Quang Jin walked closer, poking his face. You better call me senior brother properly. Shimi swatted his hand away and looked at the things in his arms. What did you bring? Oh, this? I met Lord Bingzhu on the way, and she asked me to bring it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt empty in his arms and looked dumbfounded as Shimi took the package from him and quickly opened it. Inside were 6 freshly made sweet rice cakes, accompanied by a bamboo tube of warm matcha. Shimi was momentarily stunned, his lips curling up as he muttered softly, What? She actually remembered what I like to eat. In a good mood, he started eating the sweet rice cakes and noticed Quang Jin still staring at him, so he offered a piece. Want some? Quang Jin pointed at himself. For me? Eat. Thank you, Shimi. Thus, the two of them sat on the steps, taking bites of the sweet rice cakes one after another. For 2 consecutive years, every time Yin Yin delivered something, it would be in exchange for helping Quang Jin complete a task. She would ask him to help with deliveries, and along the way, she had quietly visited the former wind pillar, secretly observing Shimi's training. At night, she would quietly leave medicinal wine and ointment at his doorstep. Or, when he was sound asleep, she would sneak in to massage the bruised spots, alleviating the blood clots and caring for his muscle injuries. Each time, she had to be extremely careful, even lightening her breath, afraid that Shimi would wake up midway. Even she didn't understand why she was doing this. 2 years later, Yin Yin solved the ghost issue, yawned, and Long Fei came over to hand her a letter. She opened it and smiled. Have her senior brothers and sisters successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps? That's great. Then there was a letter from Yadu and the others, asking if she was free to gather tomorrow afternoon at the pork chop restaurant they used to frequent. Yin has informed Long that she will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Long flew away, and after Yin patrolled the area and confirmed there were no issues, she began her journey back. By the time she returned to the residence, it was already late at night. After tidying herself up a bit, she obediently lay down to sleep. The next day, the first thing Yin did after getting up was practice with her knife. After that, she did some physical training, completed a set of exercises, took a shower, changed her clothes, and brought her dagger to the appointment. At the pork chop restaurant, Jacques Tu and the others had already arrived, and they had ordered their meals and were chatting casually. The smoke lifted the curtain, and the 3 turned around to meet her gaze. Jingan ran over and hugged her, saying, Our Yin is amazing. Not only has she become a pillar, but it seems her body has become much stronger. Yin was being hugged, rubbing her face against the cheek of her companion, congratulating her senior brothers and sisters, as well as her junior brother Eong, for successfully joining the team. Eong smiled helplessly, realizing that the child hadn't changed at all. Thank you. We also need to work hard to keep up with your pace. Eong nodded foolishly, lowering his head to eat the radish salmon. It's amazing that this pork chop restaurant even has this. At the dining table, the 3 reminisced while Eong devoured his food, seeing how much he loved the radish salmon. Yin decided to give him her portion. Eong looked up at her in confusion. You love to eat it, so I gave it to you. Just a few words, and Eong was deeply touched. He directly interpreted it as, the senior sister noticed he liked it, so she gave him her portion. The senior sister is nice to him. The senior sister doesn't dislike him. Cloud overinterpreted smoke. I didn't think that much. I just can't eat anymore after finishing the pork chop rice. By the way, in this year's selection, there's a very strange boy with a white hedgehog hairstyle and many scars on his body. Yin raised her head to look at Jinmu, puzzled. Yeah, she doesn't talk much and doesn't smile, but when it comes to killing ghosts, she is super fierce, with a terrifyingly grim smile. Yin nodded and continued eating her pork chop rice. It seemed that Shimi had successfully joined the team. What should she buy to give him later? The person being discussed was currently shaking his leg, eating beef hot pot with Quang Jin. Congratulations, Shimi. This way, we will have the chance to carry out missions together. Shimi propped his chin on his hand and snorted unhappily. No, I can handle missions by myself. Having one more person just gets in the way. Quang Jin hugged his shoulder with tears in his eyes. Don't be so heartless. After all, I'm your senior. At least show me some respect. Shimi's expression turned fierce as he pushed his hand against Quang Jin's face. You idiot, Quang Jin. You're too close. Let go of me. Who wants to call you senior? You can talk after you can beat me. Huh, why are you like this? After finishing the meal, Yunyan said goodbye to Yadu and the others. Unlike them, she was on break and had no missions. Walking alone on the street, she felt torn. The stalls over there were selling such cute things, and so were those over here. It was so hard to choose. Passing by the beef hot pot shop, the two noisy people inside suddenly fell silent. Shimi watched her leave, his hand clenching slightly. Kwang Jin scratched his face. Does Ice Pillar know that you successfully joined the team? He should know, right? Shimi turned his head, looking a bit unnatural. Who knows? Are you eating or not? If not, I'm going to eat it all. Ah, wait. Leave me some. Chapter 12. Sending blessing gifts. The Twisted Two, they were still picking out gifts when Long called them away. Shinjuro Kanroji summoned her. And Yunyan was blindfolded and secretly taken to the Kanroji mansion. Familiar with the route, she arrived at the conference hall and sat on the soft cushion. Shinjuro Kanroji looked at her gently. Are you still getting used to it after these 2 years? Yunyan nodded slightly, and then she heard the suggestion from Kinuyoya, shaking her head without hesitation. Really not considering taking a stepson? No, my lord, I'm not interested in that area. And besides, I'm still young. It's not appropriate. Kinuyoya showed a gentle smile, rubbed her head, and looked at her fondly, saying, in that case, can I ask Yunyan to help me with a favor? For the sake of my reputation, during the upcoming mission, could you guide the new team members? Yunyan looked at him and finally nodded. She couldn't resist such a gentle person's request. As she walked out of the residence, she couldn't help but curl her lips downwards. What was the difference between this and finding a stepson? Oh, there was a difference. A stepson was just one, but this time it might be countless. She understood the intentions of the production house's Waya, but communicating with others wasn't that important, right? Yunyan was walking with her head down, thinking more and more about the trouble, and simply ran back to the mansion to have Long send a message to Chanshu House's Yaozai. She applied for a visit once a month, and it had to be decided by lottery. She didn't want to be that tired. Dealing with newcomers was the most troublesome. After being exhausted for so long, Yunyan finally had 2 days of leisure, sitting under the eaves and staring at the yarn ball in her arms. How to make a scarf. She didn't know why she suddenly decided to listen to the boss lady's words, saying that a scarf made by hand was more meaningful. After pondering for a while, she still sought help from 06. She flipped through the scarf-making steps she bought from the mall, following them step by step. It was already late autumn, and winter was approaching quickly. She spent a whole 3 days, almost dedicating all her time to knitting the scarf, except for the normal daily tasks. Looking at the green bamboo scarf in her hands, Yunyan let out a long sigh, folded it neatly, and placed it in a box, wrapping it up. As she got up and walked out the door, she suddenly faced a dilemma. How should she deliver it? Should she just give it directly? That wouldn't work. Suddenly, she thought of Kwang Jin, the person who had been helping her deliver things for 2 years. Since he was a Hashira, she knew where he and other team members, including fellow Hashira, lived. She asked Long to lead the way, heading straight to Kwang Jin's place. Most ordinary team members lived in groups, but fortunately, there was no one else in the dorm today. Only Kwang Jin, who had just woken up from a lazy nap. Yunyan was standing at the door when Kwang Jin yawned and came out, startled. BB Boss Ice Column. Yunyan nodded, handed him the package, and said, Shimi, your next task is to go. Kwang Jin helplessly took the burden and suddenly saw a flash of white at the door. An idea formed in his mind as he stared at Yunyan with a frozen, lifeless gaze and spoke up. Lord Ice Pillar, why don't you deliver it to Shimi yourself? Your relationship with him has always been quite special, hasn't it? Yunyan pressed her lips together, her gaze growing colder. Don't say too much. The task location. Kwang Jin saw that she wouldn't reveal the reason, even at the cost of her life. He was also accustomed to her terrifying gaze whenever she avoided the topic. He could only sigh and say, It's nothing, Lord Ice Pillar. It's just a matter of passing something along. There's no need for such an exchange. Yunyan frowned slightly, looking displeased, as if ready to lash out at any moment. Seeing that she was about to explode, Kwang Jin straightened up quickly and spoke, My next mission is in Owari. Yunyan's expression softened as she nodded and turned to leave. Shimi hid around the corner, waiting for her to go before entering the dormitory. He saw Kwang Jin holding a green package, his face dark as he walked over. Kwang Jin teased him, Shimi, you were just outside, right? Shimi knew he had been exposed, so he decided not to pretend anymore, snatching the package and walking towards the room. What the hell? Are you trying to get killed by talking too much? Kwang Jin hurriedly followed him inside, curiously leaning over to watch Shimi open the package. Inside was a black wooden box, and when the lid was opened, a brand new green scarf was neatly placed inside. There was also an embroidery of bamboo on it, the stitching a bit clumsy, clearly handmade by a beginner. Shimi was stunned, feelings of mixed emotions flooding his heart. There was a letter on the scarf, and he gently opened it, finding only a few lines written. To Shimi from Kizukuni Yunyin, congratulations on successfully joining the team. This is a simple gift to bless you, handmade by me, not very skilled, so if you dislike it, you can leave it at the door, and I will prepare a new one upon seeing it. After reading the letter, Shimi carefully put it back, a blush rising on his usually fierce face as he muttered softly, "Idiot, how could I dislike it?" He turned with a fierce expression to look at Quangjin, who pouted. All right, I won't look. Then he turned to leave, but paused at the door, looking back at him. Hey, Shimi, do you know that Lord Ice Pillar will start drawing lots to take new recruits on missions from today? Huh? No, I didn't know. Is she taking a stepchild? Not really. It said that Lord Ice Pillar refused to take in stepchildren and instead will take new recruits on missions as guidance. Oh, and then? What does it have to do with me? Ha ha. Today's draw, the first new recruit Lord Ice Pillar will take is you. Huh? Which bastard drew that? Oh, it was the teacher who drew. Shimi's face turned dark with veins popping out, even on his neck, throbbing angrily. That old man. Why doesn't he show such good luck usually? Quangjin tilted his head to continue teasing. It said that the teacher got the news and was the first to rush over to draw lots. Shimi gur. Quangjin grinned, showing his big white teeth. The mission is tonight. Go to Owari. I should have gone too, but you just heard it, so good luck, Shimi. After saying that, he ran away, as Shimi was already completely enveloped in dark energy, trembling all over. If he was even a moment late, he would get beaten up. Shimi suddenly turned and shouted towards the door, "Kazin, Quangjin, I'm going to kill you." Quangjin ran down the road, laughing as he replied to the dormitory. I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. Shimi's face darkened as he turned to look at the scarf in the box, his displeasure replaced by shyness as he gently picked up the scarf and put it around his neck. The soft touch and a fresh scent of fur filled his nostrils, reminiscent of pine, with a refreshing and rich aroma. It's quite comfortable, he mumbled, blushing, then carefully took off the scarf, folded it neatly, and put it back in a box. He was cautious, afraid of damaging it. After putting the items in his cabinet, he grabbed a wooden sword nearby and went to train. Chapter 13. The first guidance mission as night fell. Yunyan stood at the street corner waiting for the team members she needed to guide for tonight's mission, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face. Looking at Shimi, standing in front of her, Yunyan's body stiffened, and the two of them turned their heads away from each other. One rubbed their neck while looking left, the other looking right, and for a long time, neither spoke. Lord Yunyan, it's time to set off, came the voice from her shoulder. Yunyan responded with a sound, turned around as if to run like usual, but suddenly remembered there was another person today, so she turned to look at Shimi, opened her mouth, and finally turned it into a sentence. Keep up, okay? Yunyan ran ahead, slowing down because she was afraid Shimi couldn't keep up. Noticing the change in her speed, Shimi clicked her tongue. TSK. No need to slow down, I can keep up just fine. Yunyan turned back to look at him with a blank expression, making him feel uneasy. After a long while, just as Shimi was about to explode, she slowly spoke. Did you just want to say I didn't. Also, pay attention to the road when we're on our way. Seeing Shimi's unusually excited and rapid rebuttal, Yunyan's head slowly filled with question marks. Well, if you didn't, then you didn't. She turned back and continued at her normal speed. When Shimi noticed her sudden acceleration, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. This speed was just right for him, seeing that he could not only keep up, but also maintain a distance of no more than 2 meters. Yunyan raised an eyebrow slightly. One could only say, as expected of the future wind Ashira, just joined the team and already so talented. With this, she completely let go of her inhibitions, running even more freely. During this time, Shimi noticed the gap between them. Their breathing frequencies were entirely different. If he could only adapt to total concentration breathing while slaying demons, it seemed like Yunyan had never stopped using total concentration breathing at all, even when sleeping or eating. Just like now, after running for so long, he was starting to feel a bit fatigued in his breathing, while Yunyan appeared unfazed. The two arrived at Owari, and following the route led by Rio and SH Rai, they stopped in the woods. The moonlight was blocked by the leaves, shrouding the forest in darkness. A faint moonlight trickled through the gaps in the leaves. Yin rested her hand on the handle of the knife, lowering her gaze. Next, it's up to you. Shimi glanced at her, understanding what she meant. I got it. He walked cautiously in front of Yunyan, his eyes observing the surroundings, his senses more acute in the darkness. Yunyan stared blankly at his back, and for a moment, it felt like she was back in her childhood. Once, a naughty child broke the porcelain doll her brother had bought for her, and she, with her small frame, couldn't fight back. Just as she was thinking of a way to retaliate, unexpectedly, The other child had already raised a hand to hit her. But that hand didn't land on her. It was caught by a fair, strong hand, which belonged to the figure in front of her. Not only did he protect her from being bullied, but he also beat up the naughty child and bought her a new porcelain doll. The white hair shone under the sunlight, and the tender, handsome face wore a gentle, radiant smile, which looked particularly beautiful in her eyes. While she was lost in memories, she suddenly bumped into a wall of flesh, and her nose tinged with a sour sensation, causing her eyes to redden involuntarily. She raised her hand to cover her nose, and before the person she bumped into could say anything, they were startled by her slightly reddened eyes. Yin Yan, are you okay? I'm sorry. It's all my fault for stopping suddenly. Did I hit your nose? Let me see. Shimi was taken aback, instinctively calling her by the old nickname. Bending down nervously to hold her wrist, pulling her hand down to check carefully. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she was fine. Suddenly, he froze. His hand that was holding Yin Yan's wrist abruptly loosened, creating distance between them as he blushed and looked at the ground. I just... The clouds wiped away the saline solution from the corner of my eye. I sighed and thought, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Because I saw you in a daze and wanted to remind you. Oh, I'm fine. Let's find a ghost first. Okay. Yin Yan walked behind him expressionlessly, looking as if nothing was wrong, but this time he didn't dare to space out. He even stared intently at Shimi's back, wondering how this person built such muscles. His back was as hard as a wall. He almost bumped his nose, but fortunately, it was natural. Otherwise, it would have been ruined. White mist had appeared in the forest at some point, and Yin Yan slightly turned his head, realizing it was a blood ghost technique. He used concentrated breathing and the divine power within his body to break down the hallucinatory effects of the mist, quietly walking behind Shimi. Since he was going to guide, he only needed to focus on staying alive. Real combat was always more effective than teaching. After a while, Shimi stopped, his body swayed, and he fell backward. Yin Yan instinctively reached out to catch him, only to see him exert force at his waist and stand straight again. That aside, in a state of blankness, he drew his knife, relying on muscle memory. Yin Yan didn't know how he discovered it, but he leaped and swung at a tree. The trunk was chopped down, and a figure fell along with it. It was the stench of a ghost. Yin Yan took a few steps back and quietly observed. Shimi, who had not yet emerged from the hallucinatory blood demon technique on the opposite side, was completely relying on his will and sensory perception to slash at the demons. Unexpectedly strong, to an absurd degree. By the time he severed the demon's head, the mist had not yet dissipated, and Yin Yan frowned slightly. Was there not just one here? She intended to look around, but found that Shimi had already swung his knife towards her, with her brows tightly furrowed. Yin Yan quickly drew her own knife to block his attack. The person before her was clearly still deeply trapped in the illusion, his eyes vacant and lifeless. But his strength was indeed considerable. Yin Yan flipped over, deflecting his knife, and struck his palm against his neck. Slowly kneeling on the ground while holding the collapsed Shimi, the unconscious Shimi frowned tightly, slightly shaking his head restlessly, mumbling something. Yin leaned down to listen, her eyes widening slightly. Mother, don't let Shinzi Shomei go. Zai, quickly run away, Shwami Yin Yan. Suddenly, Shimi opened his eyes, suddenly raised his head, and collided with Yin Yan's forehead. Yin Yan felt a jolt of pain and covered her forehead, tears immediately welling up. Ouch, that hurts. Shimi covered his head and lay back down, only to realize he was lying on her lap. Seeing her with a reddened forehead and tearful eyes, Shimi felt a pang in his heart. His eldest son instincts kicked in, and he quickly sat up and hugged her tightly, softly comforting her. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Does it hurt a lot? Let me see. He blew gently on her flushed forehead and then gently rubbed it. Yin Yan sighed, holding his hand. Now, in the midst of battle, there's still a ghost. Shimi even froze, awkwardly withdrawing his hand and standing up, turning his head away. The habits of the eldest son really are a terrifying thing. Shimi let out a long breath, thinking about what he had seen in the illusion. His face darkening with anger, veins bulging. Damn ghost. Yin Yan looked at him in confusion as he suddenly got angry, tilting his head in puzzlement and sitting quietly on the ground like a good baby, watching him. Chi had broken free from the blood demon technique of the old body, a determined little guy. That girl over there, you're also a strange one. Are you not affected by the old body's blood demon technique? Is it because of your special physique? A ghost stepped out of the darkness and appeared in front of the two, a female ghost dressed in a kimono, revealing half of her chest. She was adorned in a luxurious outfit like an oiran, holding a smoking pipe in her hand, taking a puff after speaking. Smoke was exhaled from her mouth. and she even blew a few smoke rings. Yin remained silent, but Shermie grinned with a sinister expression, drawing his knife towards the female ghost. Finally, you damn bastard, evil spirit, show yourself. Do you think you can defeat us with your sneaky little tricks? What a ridiculous piece of trash. Yin, 10. Such a beautiful display, such a fragrant environment. The female ghost smiled coldly, exhaling a puff of smoke, and the mist thickened around her. She slowly melted into the white smoke, her voice ethereal and impossible to locate. Useless kid, you won't find me. You're destined to be my food. Shermie cursed softly, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, while Yin disdainfully waved away the white smoke in front of her. It smells terrible. Don't come near me. Watching Shermie become a bit irritable and lose patience, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Sometimes seeing is not necessarily believing. The eyes, at times, can also temporarily be set aside. Shermie's body stiffened. At those words, she straightened up, closed her eyes, and her ears twitched as she listened carefully to the sound around her. Her breathing gradually slowed, seeming to merge with her surroundings. Cloud smoke rested on his chin, feeling a strong urge to yawn, but yawning now would definitely affect him, right? Sigh so sleepy. Chapter 14, just like before. As he calmed down, he successfully captured the aura and sounds within the white smoke, holding the knife pointed in one direction. Breath of the wind, first form, dust, whirlwind slash. Shermie's figure flashed, rapidly approaching the target for a strike, leaving behind rotating wind blades that could easily shred the ground, the attack accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The chibi version of Cloud Smoke slightly opened his mouth. Wow, is the attack effect of wind call this cool? 06 Facepalm. This is killing me. Hurry up and regain your emotions. Right now, Cloud Smoke is too damn dull. With one slash, he severed the female ghost's arm, since he didn't hit the neck. Shermie clicked his tongue and ground his back molars. Seemingly sensing something was wrong, Cloud Smoke suddenly stood up, swung his knife, and the white smoke surrounding her instantly dispersed, followed by an overwhelming chill retreat. Shermie was startled by her cold shout and turned to see her serious expression, instinctively dodging to her side. Breath of ice, fifth form, ice seal. The chill instantly froze the surrounding vegetation, and then the white smoke dissipated with a flurry of things falling from the sky. A mass of disgusting meat worms was frozen by the ice. The knife slashed through the air, mixed with coldness, instantly severing the surrounding trees. The white smoke cleared completely. Watching the female ghost trying to escape by stepping on the tree trunk, Cloud Smoke slightly retracted one leg, leaned forward, resting the knife against his shoulder. Breath of ice, sixth form, Ice Soul Dragon Roar. His figure flashed and lunged forward. The knife slash accompanied by a massive ice dragon and the sound of a dragon's roar, instantly severing the female ghost's head, which then rolled and gently fell to the ground. He flicked the blood off the blade and sheathed it. The surrounding frost gradually dissipated, and Cloud Smoke looked down at the pile of worm corpses, his body stiff and unmoving. Shermie was shocked by her strength and felt heartache for what she must have gone through to come this far at such a young age. Then he noticed that Cloud Smoke was looking down. Clearly the ghost had been dealt with, yet she remained completely still. Yin? He swallowed back the nickname he used to call her and instead used her name. Cloud Smoke did not look up. Instead, her body began to tremble. Shermie suddenly remembered that Cloud Smoke had always been most afraid of bugs since she was little. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and picked her up, letting her sit in his arms, his large hand pressing against the back of her head, encouraging her to bury her face in his neck. His voice deep and magnetic due to the change in pitch. Without looking, he quickly left, moving as fast as he could. After confirming there were no bugs, he finally set her down. Yin was placed steadily on the ground. Only when Shermie saw her complexion return to normal did he let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, his face darkened as Yin tugged at his sleeve and bluntly commented, "Too impulsive, underestimating the enemy, overly reliant on your eyes." "Got it. Remembered." Yin nodded, and finally she tugged at Shermie's sleeve and pulled it up, pointing at the bandage on his arm that was seeping blood, as well as the self-harm that attracted the ghost. Shermie, taking a deep breath to hold back the urge to curse. This is his sister, and it was hard to see her again. He couldn't curse, absolutely couldn't. He looked down at her with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes, his veins bulging, making his expression extremely menacing. "Well, got it." Yin frowned slightly, pulled him, and Shermie bent down in confusion. Then, his forehead hurt as Yin gave him a bump on the head. Covering his forehead, feeling puzzled and a bit annoyed, he asked, "What are you doing again?" Yin had a serious expression, forbidding self-harm, and after saying that, left in a somewhat angry manner. Shimi rubbed his forehead and laughed in anger, licking his dry lips. Damn, that little carrot top is small in stature, but quite strong, and has quite the temper. Yunyan turned her head to look at him seriously upon hearing this. Not short. I'm only 14. Still growing. Yes, just reach my chest, little radish head. Give it your all. Aim for my neck. Yunyan. She walked up to Shimi and, seeing his puzzled expression, reached out to pinch the flesh at his waist through his clothes, then twisted it. It hurt so much. Shimi bent over, covering his waist, glaring at Yunyan, who was obviously in a good mood and walking ahead. This girl hadn't changed much in the years they hadn't seen each other, but her strength had definitely increased. That twist might leave a bruise. He chuckled lightly, thinking Yunyan, still the same as before. Back then, when he teased Yunyan, she would also take the opportunity to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. And then Zai would come over to tickle him. Thinking of Zai, Shimi straightened up and looked at Yunyan's back, a flash of sadness crossing his eyes, soon replaced by determination. Zai, don't worry. I will work hard to become stronger, to become a Hashira, and I will protect Yunyan well. Shimi quietly walked behind her, and as Yunyan walked, she suddenly turned around, staring at his clothes. Shimi instinctively took a step back, feeling a chill down his back, thinking, what is she doing? Yunyan tapped her finger on her chin, slightly tilting her head, always feeling that the last time she accidentally saw you didn't button up. Shimi, illusion. It's usually like this. Yunyan glanced at him with a hint of skepticism, then turned to continue walking. Patrol, and if you're sure there are no ghosts, we can go back. Oh, okay. The two of them patrolled for most of the night, confirming that there were no issues before heading back. When they returned to the street corner where they had met, Yunyan paused, turned to look at him, and said, if you feel uncomfortable with the buttons, you don't have to button them. After saying that, she left, leaving Shimi in a state of confusion. He looked down at his chest, and indeed, the buttons looked like they could pop off at any moment. He rubbed his face in frustration, quickly unbuttoned a few, and thought to himself, damn it, this is ridiculous. There was nothing he could do. His body had been growing a bit too fast lately, and with the increased training intensity, his muscles were developing quickly. The new team uniforms hadn't arrived yet, and he really wanted to be more proper in front of her. Wasn't the situation a bit special right now? Shimizu couldn't help but take on the role of an older brother the moment he saw Yunyan. Shimi, can the tailor shop hurry up a bit? Chapter 15. A chance encounter at the Butterfly House. It was once again the annual physical examination day. Yunyan yawned and headed to the Butterfly House early in the morning. When Kanako saw her come in, she smiled and waved. Yunyan, come here. Yunyan sat obediently in the chair, her eyes hazy like a doll, letting things happen as they would. After a full set of medical examinations, Yunyan almost dozed off several times. Fortunately, everything was completed smoothly, and all indicators were qualified. After replenishing some medical supplies, she yawned and walked out. As she walked, she thought, Kanaho was really gentle to her. Kanaho was great. 06. Who can come and save her brain? Why is her personality starting to fit her character more and more? Passing by the hospital room, she heard discordant voices inside, paused her steps, and quietly peeked in. Kwang Jin was tightly holding Shimi's waist, not letting him leave. Shimi, you really need to rest well at the Butterfly House. You have such a big wound on your chest. Huh, where's it big? It just looks scary, okay? I'm fine. I don't want to stay at the Butterfly House. It's just wasting my time. Besides, aren't you also seriously injured? How can you still have the face to say that to me? Let go of me, you bastard Kwang Jin. No, you must rest for 2 days first. I'm your senior brother. Listen to me. The noise in the room was chaotic, and Yunyan silently walked to the back of the two. The medical staff at the Butterfly House, who were still trying to mediate, stepped back one after another, and the hidden ones also quieted down. The two who were still arguing felt the temperature in the room drop significantly and quiet down a lot, looking curiously at the people who seemed like they wanted to shrink into the gaps. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Huh? Why does everyone have this expression? While the two were puzzled, suddenly a weight pressed down on their shoulders, turning their heads with a dazed expression. They saw Yunyan standing behind them with a dark face, her eyes wide open, looking down at them. Ah, Ice Pillar Sama. Ah, Yunyan. Yunyan stared coldly at the injured parts of the two, her voice chilling as she spoke. Don't like them bandaged? Then let me do it. But I've never done this before, so I don't know if it will hurt. As she said this, she picked up a nearby bandage and tugged at it, producing a muffled ripping sound. The two of them shivered, biting their lips in silence. After a while, they were wrapped up like mummies lying on the bed. Yunyan looked at the reports on the table, her tone growing colder. Xian Yiquan, multiple fractures, penetrating wounds in the waist and abdomen, multiple deep scratches on the legs. Shirmi Chuan, deep trauma to the chest, penetrating wounds in the abdomen and legs, multiple abrasions and scratches, left leg fracture, right arm fracture. With each statement, the two of them trembled, their faces stiff with silence. Yunyan let out a cold smile, truly impressive. The pressure emanating from him made it hard for the others in the room to breathe, each one kneeling on the ground with their heads down. Yunyan exhaled a breath, looking at the medical staff beside her, arranging for them to stay and rest. If they were not obedient and uncooperative, she would inform Lord Bingju. She turned to glance at the two pretending to be dead and got up to leave. As soon as she left, the two let out a sigh of relief, lying on the hospital bed as if resigned to their fate, emptying their minds. Yunyan left feeling a bit stuffy, taking on several ghost-slaying jobs in one go. The entire time was filled with low pressure, and during the ghost-slaying, her movements became quite rough. Sitting in the wagashi shop, after finishing a meal of hagi cakes, her mood suddenly improved a lot. Habitually, she bought another serving of hagi cakes and matcha to take away. As soon as she entered the butterfly house, she heard Kanahu gently expressing concern for the two, and through the window, she saw Shimi blushing slightly, looking awkwardly at the floor. A moment of annoyance rose in her heart, and she instinctively pushed the door open, still maintaining a cold expression and saying nothing. Placing her things on the bedside table next to Shimi's sickbed, she nodded to Kanahu in greeting and turned to leave. Shimi opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Kanahu noticed the atmosphere between the two and smiled as she put away the stethoscope, watching Yunyan leave until she could no longer hear the footsteps before speaking. Mr. Fushikawa has an unusual relationship with Yunyan. Does Mr. Fushikawa want to know about her? At this, not only Shimi, but even Kayakin turned to look at her, ears perked up, staring intently. Kanahu smiled gently, her eyes filled with compassion, and recounted everything from the moment she saw Yunyan, including what she had heard about the support sent to Shibiki Island from the Yamamyun family. Shimi widened her eyes, her hand trembling on the blanket, her pupils shaking violently. Kayakun was even more shocked, unable to say a word. To witness her brother's tragic death. What kind of feelings must a frail body hold to fight with a broken scythe against demons until dawn? When facing the lower moon, how strong must her will have been to withstand lethal doses of poison and viruses? How great her desire to survive to endure it all? Her bones were mostly fractured. How could such a young age endure that pain? What truly shocked Shimi was that she had fought desperately to save their family that night. A myriad of unspeakable sorrow filled her heart as she clenched her fists and lowered her head, unsure of what she was thinking. Kanahu sighed, saying, I only know this much. I won't disturb her rest any longer. With that, Kanahu left with the medical box, and the room fell silent. Kayakin looked at Shimi with concern, wanting to offer comfort, but noticed a glimmer of tears drop onto the blanket. Kayakun's eyes widened in shock. Shimi? Shimi suddenly threw off the blanket to cover herself, the blanket trembling slightly. Kayakun sighed and quietly lay down, not wanting to disturb her. Right now, Shimi indeed needed some quiet time alone. Yunyan walked down the street, her head lowered, moving against the crowd. Suddenly, she bumped into someone and coldly raised her gaze. The man she collided with had a fierce expression. He intended to curse at her, but was so frightened by her expression that he swallowed his words and quickly left. As if he had seen a ghost, Yunyan exhaled a breath, regaining her calm demeanor, and returned to the fruit shop to order a piece of sweet rice cake and matcha, eating it bite by bite. However, she felt that the rice cake in her mouth was not as sweet as before, a bit bitter. Did the owner put in less sugar? She pouted, feeling increasingly uneasy. Her eyes became teary, and her heart was chaotic, as if surrounded by a large bug that she disliked. She put down the half-eaten rice cake, drooping her head, looking just like a dejected cat. Chapter 16, Daily Life with Newbies. Origins with the Purgatory family, have you heard? Recently, Lord Ice Pillar has been in a terrible mood, with an extremely low pressure. A few days ago, a guided level 7 member almost got thrown into a group of ghosts for practical training by Lord Ice Pillar. That's too scary. Yeah, I also heard that Lord Ice Pillar, who rarely speaks, is actually super sharp-tongued. That member is still feeling down. Wah, who could make Lord Ice Pillar so upset? Please, someone, cheer him up. Whispers continued outside the hospital room, while the two inside, eating, slowly had question marks appear on their foreheads. Shimi, could it be that Lord Ice Pillar is angry because you're hurt like this? Huh, how could that be? Shimi looked away, feeling a bit guilty, constantly doubting could it really be, due to a fractured right hand. He could only use his left hand to eat with a spoon. Fortunately, he could still order his meals himself, as long as it didn't affect his nutritional balance. Eating the curry rice, he found the taste a bit different from usual, slightly hard to swallow, but he didn't think much of it, adhering to the principle of not wasting food and finishing everything cleanly. After the meal, Ian came in to clear the dishes and was surprised to see they had finished. Wow, you both actually finished. Today's lunch was made by Lord Ice Pillar, the taste. Ian really couldn't find the words, while the two who finished eating were stunned. Nanny, the meal was made by Lord Ice Pillar himself, Kwang Jin exclaimed, trembling with excitement. I actually got to eat food made by Lord Ice Pillar. Shimi pursed his lips. He wasn't as excited as Kwang Jin, but rather felt a deep pang of sympathy. Those delicate, fair, and soft hands, which should only need to play the guqin, now not only had to wield a knife to slay evil spirits, but also learned to cook. A sour feeling filled his heart as he let out a long sigh. Kwang Jin understood his thoughts and shook his head secretly. That night, they had a chat, and Shimi said he viewed Yun Yin as a sister. Kwang Jin could only say that the person involved was confused. How could she be his sister? They were clearly childhood friends, just unaware of their own feelings. Shimi, do you want to go out for a walk? Shimi tilted his head at him, looking disdainful. Huh, no way. That butterfly ninja curses so fiercely. I don't want my good mood ruined by her today. Kwang Jin felt embarrassed and chuckled dryly. All right, I'm scared too. Clearly, Sister Kanahu was so gentle. But why was Sister Butterfly Ninja completely different? Is this the complementarity between sisters? Yun Yin sat on a rock, staring wide-eyed at the new member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was supposed to be guided this time. The chibi version of Yun Yin raised her hand to cover her eyes. Ah, this person's eyes are just too dazzling. Rengoku Kaijiro had a bright smile, his sparkling big eyes fixed on Yun Yin, as if he was also looking somewhere else. I am Rengoku Kaijiro. Please give me your guidance today, Lord Ice Pillar. Thank you very much. Ah, it's nothing. His loud voice made her head buzz. No matter how many times she heard it, she just couldn't get used to it. Since this person had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps, Yun Yin didn't dare to let him go into real combat too easily. After all, he was from the Rengoku family, and she had some connections with his father. His mother, Rengoku, had tuberculosis, and it was she who bought the medicine from the system shop to treat her. Although it took a full 5 months, the outcome was good. When Kaijiro was born, his mother was weak, and she also sent a batch of tonics from the shop. As a result, it seemed like the Rengoku couple treated her as their daughter. Kaijiro smiled widely and suddenly patted Yun Yin's head, his voice gentle. I didn't realize that Miss Tsujikuni has become so capable already. The last time I saw her, she hadn't joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet. Yun Yin allowed him to touch the top of his head and nodded. Akizukuro is indeed more energetic and robust than before. Akizukuro laughed out loud a couple of times. That's thanks to my father. The rigorous training really pays off. Yun Yin nodded and patrolled the streets alongside him. Suddenly, she spotted a bright red blanket with sunflower patterns in a shop window and quickly walked over to buy it. She handed the item to Akaza and said, "This is a gift for Lady Ruka." Akaza was taken aback for a moment, then smiled as he accepted it, saying, I understand. I will make sure to pass this on to Mother. Yun Yin nodded and ran to other shops, selecting a number of fine wines to hand over to Akizuro. These are for Lord Makishiro. Akizuro helplessly accepted the items, and then there were gifts for Chizuru and for the servants at home. Finally, there was a protective charm for him, which even made Akizuro's eyebrows twitch a bit. He sincerely gathered the items, holding them in his hands, feeling somewhat troubled. After all, they were here on a mission. Fortunately, the Rengoku residence wasn't too far away, and since it was still daytime, Akizuro decided to go home first to deliver the items, leaving Yun Yin to wait at the sweet shop. Akizuro hurriedly left and quickly returned. The two of them enjoyed a dessert before resuming their patrol, staying alert until nightfall. Yun Yin first found the ghost who was up to no good and handed it over to Xing Shuru to deal with, while also pointing out his shortcomings. After a busy night, the two parted ways in the morning. Back at the residence, Yun Yin fell asleep immediately. The female attendants who had been taking care of her for years were very concerned. They worried about Little Ice Pillar, who was so young. What would happen if she didn't get enough sleep and didn't grow tall or develop properly? Yun Yin sleeps very soundly. You could say she basically changes 2 or 3 positions after waking up. Once she falls asleep, she's like a good baby. During this time, there are often female figures appearing to tuck her in or check if she is sleeping comfortably. After a satisfying sleep, it was already afternoon. Yun Yin yawned, got up, and rubbed her eyes to wash up. She obediently ate the meals sent by the Hidden Ones, feeling full and satisfied before going to the courtyard to practice her swordsmanship. In the evening, She took her sword and went out to patrol her jurisdiction. It was busy yet fulfilling. 06, while eating popcorn, glanced at the bound favorability level, Shimi's favorability, 80. 06, wow, just 20 more favorability points, and it would be the highest partner favorability. With this favorability level, having a relationship would be completely fine. However, these two might both be a bit dense. One doesn't realize their feelings for the other, treating the person they like a younger sister, while the other is completely oblivious, only daring to talk big. Yin purely just bravely talks big, with smoke. Yin. Have you considered taking a break? I'm going to update the system. I haven't been around for a long time. Go ahead, I'm not tired yet. Alright then, I'm off. The presence of 06 faded from her mind, and Yin rested her chin on her hand, sitting on the rooftop, feeling the breeze. 06 had left, and it was so boring. She couldn't chat to pass the time anymore. Chapter 17. The strange town in the Jima area after finishing her morning exercise. Yin wiped the sweat off her brow, holding a change of clothes in her hand. As she reached the door, she paused, turning to look at the sky. Long Fei landed on her shoulder. Yin, there's a new mission. There have been unusual movements in Jima, and nearly 10 D-level team members have gone missing there. Investigate? Yes. Yin, if possible, please find the missing team members and rescue them. Okay, I understand. Yin turned and walked into the bathroom, quickly rinsing off the sweat from her body, changing her clothes. Her hair was still wet as she picked up her sword and headed out. As winter approached and the temperature dropped, Long dropped a towel on her head and said, "My lady Yin, please dry your hair before you set out to avoid catching a cold." Yin held a towel, lowered her gaze, and stood at the door. She casually rubbed her hair. "It's fine." Long was helpless, flapping his wings to block her. "No, it's not dry yet. It will really cause a headache. You will catch a cold." Yin pressed her lips together and waved her hand to dry her hair with divine power, saying, "That's enough." How could she forget that this little girl had special abilities? Time was tight, and Yin dared not stop, concentrating fully on her breathing as she sprinted. She halted in a target town in the Jima area, looking ahead while glancing around. The town was very desolate. It could be said that there were almost no people walking around. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and she could faintly see someone opening a small gap to observe. Suddenly, the door of a shop opened, and a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old peeked out, gently calling to her, "Big sister. Over here, big sister." Yin looked over and saw a little girl with a bun hairstyle waving at her, her face full of vigilance and nervousness. Seeing her look over, the little girl quickly called out, "Come here. It's very dangerous outside." Yin obediently walked over and was pulled into the room. The smell inside made her frown slightly, and her bright golden eyes discreetly scanned the area. She understood in her heart. The room was quite dark, and besides the little girl who was talking, there was also a 3 or 4-year-old boy. "Big sister, why are you walking alone on the street? It's very dangerous here." Yin tilted her head expressionlessly. "Danger?" "Yes." The little girl nervously glanced at the crack of the door, confirming that no one was outside, and quickly pulled her to sit down. Recently, people in this small town have been disappearing frequently, with particularly terrifying shadows passing by, and each time one person is taken away. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yin, her small body trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. "My mother and father disappeared like this too. Many people in the town have vanished. The ones left behind don't dare to go outside." The little boy curled up in the corner, and Yin glanced at him faintly, just for a moment, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. She turned back to watch the little girl, who was wiping her tears while recounting her story. Not receiving a response, the little girl raised her head in confusion. "Big sister, are you listening to me?" Yin nodded and then took out a rice ball from her bundle to eat. Next to her with a gulp, she noticed a little girl swallowing hard and casually handed one over. "Here, eat it." "Thank you, big sister." The little girl's eyes lit up as she carefully split the rice ball in half and softly walked over to the little boy. "Brother, hurry and eat." The boy glanced at Yin hesitantly, but quickly took the rice ball and started eating eagerly. Tears fell from his eyes, and for a brief moment, the little girl's expression twisted into something sinister with her back, turned to Yin, but it quickly returned to normal. The boy was startled but still couldn't bear to give up the half rice ball in his hand. Even though he was scared, he continued to gobble it down. Yin leisurely finished a rice ball, opened the bamboo tube, and took a sip of tea. She looked at the sky. It was already almost evening. The boy continued to curl up in the corner, staring at his own feet, looking as if his sister was some kind of monster. The little girl flashed a look of disdain, but turned her head the next second, transforming into a pitiful appearance. She awkwardly sat down next to Yin and asked, "Big sister, why are you here?" Looking for someone? A relative? No. It's a friend? No. Someone you know? I don't know them. The little girl nearly broke down. The smile on her face almost faltered. She held it in, took a deep breath while looking down, and when she looked up again, she still wore that weak and pitiful look. No matter who the big sister was looking for, they probably weren't here anymore. Most of those left in the town were children. Yin turned to look at her, his cold gaze making the little girl break out in a cold sweat. As if she were being targeted by a fierce tiger, her body trembling uncontrollably. You know very well, don't you? The little girl was taken aback for a moment, awkwardly scratching her head. It's because there wasn't enough food at home, so I secretly ran out to look for food. Yin turned her head again, staring out the window. Even though one of the window panes was covered, she could still vaguely see the shadows outside flickering as the sun slowly set. The little boy noticed something different about Yin and quietly moved closer to her, fearfully glancing at the little girl beside her. The little girl was completely focused on talking to Yin and didn't notice the boy's actions at all. Yin glanced at the child who had shrunk beside her, slightly straightening her body to block the little girl's line of sight. Noticing her action, the little boy's eyes turned red, and he quietly wiped away a tear. Hiding under her cape, Yin gently tucked one hand into her haori jacket, resting it on the little boy's head and stroking it tenderly. The small head trembled slightly, shaking gently against her body, and the part of the haori near her wrist was vaguely damp. The little girl chattered on, and when she saw Yin not responding, she grew a bit impatient, but pretended to look aggrieved. Big sister, my name is Xiaonai, what about you? Yun. Xiaonai nodded, what a special name. Is it just one character? Big sister is so indifferent. It's almost dark now. You should leave early tomorrow morning. Oh. Xiaonai lowered her head, her eyes filled with irritation and hostility. What was wrong with this woman? Shouldn't a normal person feel particularly heartbroken and concerned when seeing such a pitiful little girl? Why did this person look like she completely didn't want to engage? Was she out of her mind? Watching the sun completely set, Yin took the dagger from her waist and gently wiped it. The blade glimmered coldly, and Xiaonai's body stiffened as she forced a smile. Big sister, do you like this kind of katana? It looks so dangerous. I don't like it. This was the truth. Yin had never liked weapons. She just had to pick them up in the past and now as well. If she didn't like it, why did she carry it with her? And why did she take such good care of it? Yin glanced sideways, her golden eyes gleaming with cold light. In order to cut you, Xiaonai's smile stiffened, and she awkwardly said, Sister, don't joke around. This joke isn't funny at all. The sunwheel blade was instantly placed against her neck. Yin tilted her head slightly and said, Speak up. Where are the missing people you've locked up? Xiaonai looked at her, the smile on her face gradually fading, replaced by a near-tearful expression. Sister, what are you talking about? Don't bully me. I have no money. Then, as if she remembered something, she quickly glanced towards the corner. Xiao Ji, hurry and hide. Yin held a little boy named Xiao Ji in one arm, rolled over, and kicked Xiaonai out. Along with the door, it crashed heavily outside. Moonlight poured into the room, illuminating it. The entire wooden house was filled with traces of dried blood, and the only clean place was where Yin sat. Xiao Ji, held in her arms, clutched her clothes tightly, choked with sobs. Big sister, please save me. My mother and father have been eaten by her, and I don't want to be eaten too. Yin shook him slightly. Her cold tone and a few sparse words instantly reassured Xiao Ji. I won't be eaten. She slowly walked out of the room, watching Xiaonai, who was twisting as she rose from the broken wooden door, her hand gripping the knife slightly tighter. A glimmer of disgust flashed in her eyes. How disgusting. Like a maggot. Disgusting. Chapter 18. Slaying the Evil Spirit. A late birthday gift. Xiaonai twisted her body strangely, her childlike form swelling until it finally settled at an adult size. With pale skin, snow-white hair, and a pair of eyes belonging to a ghost, she opened her eyes, her vertical pupils shrinking and then enlarging, her face adorned with a smile of regret and confusion. Really, I just can't understand how you saw through me. Clearly, I acted without a hitch. Panic, anxiety, hunger, even eating things that taste as bad as SHT. Everything was so meticulous, even better than before. So why was I still seen through? The ghost tilted her head in confusion, even counting on her fingers, while a look of disdain and disgust appeared on Yunyan's expressionless face. If you're talking about your SHTTY acting, you can already shut up. Upon hearing this, the female ghost's face turned livid with veins popping. You dare to insult my acting? What do you know? You all don't understand anything. I should be the star attraction. I should be the headliner of the theater. How dare you question me without knowing anything? Damn you, you all should die. Blood demon art. Flying immortal. Yin stared expressionlessly at the mist spreading beneath her feet. From a mist, 5 exceptionally beautiful women flew out, each one coming towards her. Their laughter was sweet, landing in her ears like the sound of fine raindrops. Yin let out a breath, disdainfully waving away the mist that floated onto her face. I'm not interested in this. Where are the people hiding? The ghost spat, and Yin took a few steps back, as if she were afraid of getting contaminated by something dirty. It's really unhygienic. Yin shook the little Ji in her arms and held her tightly. Little Ji quickly buried her face in her embrace, gripping her clothes tightly. Yin twirled and leaped into the white mist. As her figure flickered, the female ghost was still manipulating the blood ghost technique, trying to launch a sneak attack, when suddenly her neck felt cold and her vision spun. Then, she saw her body being pierced by the rising cold ice, hanging high in the sky, and with a sharp pain in her head. She was pierced through by the ice spike. The clouds of smoke fell to the ground, and with a swing of the knife, the blood on the blade was flung away. Breath of ice, third form, ice extreme 1,000 layers. The ice crystals shattered, and the female ghost completely dissipated. The surrounding mist cleared, and the appearance of the town suddenly changed, filled with blood splattered everywhere, the doors and windows in tatters, leaving only one intact house not far away. Yin held Xiaoji and walked over. Halfway there, she stopped, looked down at the crying child in her arms, and said, "It's all right now, you can go." Xiaoji's body gradually became transparent. He lifted his head and revealed a bright smile. "Thank you, big sister." As she watched him transform into starlight, Yin kicked the door open. Inside, there were people tied up with ropes, all still in a state of unconsciousness, including the missing D-level team members. Long arrived with Een and began to treat the injured. Fortunately, everyone had only inhaled the anesthetic smoke and was unconscious, without any serious injuries. Only the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had some minor wounds that needed cleaning and bandaging. Yin returned to that room, looking at the small body curled up in the corner, hugging its knees. It was the corpse of Xiao Ji, already decayed and infested with maggots. The maggots, unable to survive in the cold, clung to his body, emitting a foul odor. Next to the feet lay half a rice ball. In the corner not far away were the gnawed and scattered limbs and skeletons, but thankfully, due to the cold, there were no flies. However, the smell was unforgettable. After looking for a while, Yin turned her gaze to the door outside, thinking, "Here, let us bury him." The closest person, Een, heard the sound and hurried over. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately ran out, clutching the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. Yin sat on the steps, eating rice balls one bite at a time. Een was stunned, overwhelmed by the visual and olfactory assault as he watched her. No, how can Lord Ice Pillar eat in such a bloody room? Doesn't it affect her appetite at all? Yin stared blankly at the sky. Tonight is clear, with the moon looking like a mooncake. I really want to eat mooncakes, but there are none here. On a business trip, 06 looked disdainful. You're so short-sighted, aren't you? The person in front of you is a woman who dares to sit in a sea of corpses and blood, gnawing on rations right after a battle on the ancient battlefield. Mortals tremble. After filling her stomach and watching Xiao Ji being buried, Yin got up and left. "My lord, the letter from the commander," a letter tied to Long's leg fell on her shoulder. Yin opened the letter, her expression calm, with a slight smile at the corners of her lips. "Thank you, child. The potion you sent has rescued me from a curse that has lasted for 1,000 years. Although I don't know where this potion came from, it must have taken a lot of effort to obtain, right? I truly appreciate it. Don't overwork yourself during your tasks. Take care of yourself, and, if possible, come visit the mansion more often. The children miss you very much, and we miss you too." There were many more caring words at the end, but at this moment, Yin was overwhelmed by a feeling of guilt, her gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere. Well, it wasn't that hard to come by. It was just a matter of spending some system points. Moreover, it's surprising that such a substitute potion can actually be sold. It's quite eye-opening. Yin showed a hint of disdain at this moment. Compared to the spiritual spring water in her mansion, these things were truly worthless. Thinking of the frail Arataki Zai, Yin fell silent in contemplation. After all, this wasn't her main body. Perhaps one day this task-specific shell would break, and her main body would awaken. At that time, she could bring some spiritual spring water over. It could also lift the lifespan limitation of the patterns. Having made up her mind, Yin quickly read through the letter, carefully put it away, and her steps became much lighter. She arrived at the nearby Zeeting Flower House, tidied herself up, and before dinner, she wrote a letter back to Arataki Wise Eye. Eating omelet rice, she looked at the moonlight outside. The cold autumn wind was chilling. It couldn't reach her here. Long flapped its wings and flew back, this time carrying a jade pendant. Yunyan looked at it in confusion, taking the jade pendant in hand. What is this? I met Mr. Undying Chuan on the way, and he asked me to pass this on to you, saying it is a gift to celebrate your birthday. Yunyan was momentarily stunned, looking down at the jade pendant in her hand. Her fingers gently rubbed it. It was exquisite sheep fat jade, warm and smooth to the touch, pure white and glossy, truly flawless white jade, as white as freshly cut lard. Such exceptional jade was not available for sale here. It must have taken a lot of thought and time for Shimi to acquire it. It was about the size of half a palm, carved with patterns resembling snowflakes. There were black tassels, with a piece of green jade at the center, adorned with patterns that resembled white clouds. It also resembled the intricate carvings of a gentle breeze. Yunyan's lips curled up slightly. A birthday gift? It had been a long time since I had heard this term. Looking back, the last birthday celebration was when I was 7. It had been so long that I had almost forgotten when my birthday was. Seeing her fondness, Long tilted her head slightly, her bean-like eyes full of affection. She really was a girl who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm on the inside, and surprisingly easy to satisfy. Chapter 19. Winter arrives. First snow after resting for a night at the Zatangwa residence. I bid farewell the next morning. This time, I was going back to the Shinusha mansion to stay for 2 days, treating it as a vacation. In the following 2 days, Yunyan either drank tea and chatted with Madame Tianyin or played ball with the 4 sisters of the Shinusha family, while also teaching Li Yaoyan to exercise. Then, she helped Shinusha Yaoyan gradually regain his strength, encouraging him to move around more to improve his health. After a brief 2-day rest, I said goodbye to the Shinusha family and returned to my own residence. The house was spotless. Even the bedding carried the warmth of the sun. As soon as I returned to the mansion, I could faintly smell the aroma of food wafting out. Yunyan touched her somewhat hungry belly and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, she bumped into 2 people wearing aprons. Shimi was still bickering with Kwang Jin, completely unaware of Yunyan, standing behind them. Kwang Jin suddenly shut his mouth tightly, and Shimi looked at him in confusion, asking, "What's wrong, Kwang Jin? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Did you swallow your tongue because it tasted so good?" Kwang Jin looked at him speechlessly and silently raised his hand to point behind him. Shimi turned around and suddenly froze, biting his lip and breaking into a cold sweat. Nervous, Yunyan blinked and turned to walk outside, tilting her head to take a look at the name of the house, confirming she hadn't taken a wrong turn, and then walked back in. She gazed at them eagerly, while Shimi stammered and couldn't find the words. Upon seeing the jade pendant at her waist, she blushed and turned her head away, avoiding her gaze. Kwang Jin sighed helplessly, a warm and radiant smile on his face. "Lord Ice Pillar, to thank you for taking care of us during our stay at the Butterfly House. We specially came to prepare a meal for you today, since we knew you would be back." Yunyan still had that expressionless look as she nodded, looking towards the kitchen, her hand on her stomach. "Is it ready? I'm so hungry." As soon as she said she was hungry, Kwang Jin didn't even have time to react before Shimi stopped what she was doing, turned around, and rolled up her sleeves to serve rice. Her eldest son traits kicked in, and her voice softened a notch. "It'll be ready soon. Yunyan, you go sit in the dining room first." Kwang Jin was stunned. "Is it really okay to shout like that?" Yunyan obediently nodded and turned to leave. Kwang Jin, "Huh?" Yunyan washed her hands clean, obediently sat on the soft cushion, and looked eagerly at the door, her eyes full of longing for food. NoOne walked in with a plate of fragrant rice, paired with crispy fried pork cutlet, topped with sauce. The refreshing side dish was her favorite sweet water radish, along with a cup of matcha to cleanse the palate. Yunyan's bright eyes looked eagerly at Ian as he placed the food in front of her. Just as she picked up her chopsticks and was about to eat, she raised her head in confusion. "Where's Shimi and Kwang?" Ian paused for a moment, scratched his head, and said, "Lord Bushchuan and Lord Kyuni have already left." "Huh?" Yin suddenly felt that the food in front of her had lost some flavor. She seemed to be overshadowed, lowering her head a bit, eating the rice bite by bite. Cold sweat was secretly breaking out, and feeling somewhat at a loss, she leaned over to comfort the person. "Ah, Lord Ice Pillar, those 2 have already eaten." "Really?" Yin paused in chewing, looked up at him. "Really? Really? More real than pearls. So please don't show that pitiful expression like a stray cat caught in the rain." Upon hearing this, Yin returned to normal, eating much faster and enjoying it with squinted eyes. It was a familiar taste. "Shimi, your cooking is still so delicious." Happiness, seeing that he had successfully calmed him down. Ian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. The two people, secretly observing outside, also sighed in relief. They were just about to rush in a moment ago. Shimi, with red ears and a blank expression, straightened up and walked towards the door. Kwang Jin, who was nearby, looked at him. Shimi, aren't you going to have a meal with Lord Bingju? TSK, why are you so talkative? Didn't you just take a task? Hurry up and go. If you drag me down, you can forget about going. That's too much. I'm your senior brother, Shimi. Show me some respect. Bring it up again if you can beat me. Shimi, I'm really going to make a scene. I'm not joking. Oh, go ahead, but if you mess things up, I'll deal with you. Kwang Jin. Besides daily patrols, the place Yunyan visits the most now is the butterfly house. Catching people, standing outside the ward, listening to the commotion inside. Yunyan coldly opened the door, and the room immediately fell silent. Yunyan silently walked to Shinobu's side, her eyes fixed intently on Shin. Shin felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles under her gaze, ultimately closing her mouth and letting Shinobu have her way. Shinobu's forehead was throbbing with veins. She scolded Shin and Kwang Jin for a while before cheerfully greeting Yunyan and leaving with the medical box. Inside the room, Kwang Jin quietly distanced himself, while Yunyan and Shin stared at each other, puzzled. What are you doing? Aren't you busy as a Hashira? Why do you run to the butterfly mansion 3 times a day? I got injured. Just accidentally. TSK, isn't it normal to get injured during a mission? Yunyan sat in front of him, looking down at the bandaged areas on his arms and abdomen. She gently touched his injured arm and said, next time, take care of yourself. It will hurt. Shimi was puzzled by her words. Hurt? Not at all. What are you trying to say? Yunyan looked up at him, covering her heart with her hand, her eyes filled with sincerity. It hurts. I don't want Shimi to get hurt. It would be uncomfortable. Shimi. Kwang Jin. Is this something I can hear? Yunyan sighed, just like when she fell and got hurt as a child. Shimi gently rubbed her head. His gaze softened, patting her head and saying the pain would fly away. Shimi. Until Yunyan left, Shimi remained motionless like a statue, his whole body resembling a ripe persimmon, still steaming. Kwang Jin swallowed hard. It was too shocking. Truly too shocking. Kene passed by the door, looking at Shimi, who was so embarrassed he wished he could shrink into the ground, covering his mouth in astonishment. Allah Yunyan replenished the medical supplies and continued patrolling. After inspecting her jurisdiction, she looked up at the sky. White snowflakes were falling, and she raised her hand to catch them, feeling the slight chill in her palm. It was snowing. The snow fell heavier, and Yunyan blinked, glancing around. She realized she had unknowingly put on a cotton coat. Dressed in thin team uniforms, she walked through the heavy snow, feeling a sense of solitude, as if she were going against the world. As soon as she returned to the mansion and stepped inside, she sneezed. The busy female attendants seemed startled and screamed, pulling her inside. They were making ginger tea and heating water for the bathroom, urging Yunyan to take a hot bath. Yunyan, like a well-behaved baby, changed out of her soaked clothes and enjoyed a hot bath. Sitting in the dining room, she sipped ginger tea while having some snacks. Thanks to her breathing techniques, she doesn't get sick easily. But this time she had been out in the cold for a bit too long. Wearing thin team gear in the heavy snow, she patrolled for a full 5 hours, which led to her sneezing. Fortunately, she didn't get sick. Nestled in her warm bed, Yunyan squinted her eyes, feeling so comfortable. Indeed, this kind of weather is perfect for sleeping. Chapter 20, Extra Training. Extra Training. All of you extra training. Yunyan, Mr. Busujima, and Mr. Kurenai have successfully advanced to the C rank. Yunyan carefully put away the letter paper. Throughout the winter, her greatest gain was unconsciously becoming friends with Kanahu. The other person's gentleness made her want to get closer. Yunyan yawned, looked at the sky, and let her thoughts drift away. No wonder she was the future wind pillar. Her speed in slaying demons was impressive. It hadn't been long, and she was already at the C rank. Thinking back to the last time, when Shimi had hurt himself to attract demons, Yunyan couldn't help but feel a vain throb on her forehead. Fortunately, after she discovered it, he didn't do it again. Reflecting on it, she tilted her head in confusion. By the way, why did Shimi show a nervous and slightly scared expression? Was her expression that frightening that day? The audience nearby chimed in. Not just frightening, with that expressionless face and bulging veins, gripping the knife tightly. It really looked like he was about to chop someone up at any second. After organizing the letters sent by Kanai, Yunyan lowered her head to write a reply and accepted her invitation for the next day. Going out to eat pork cutlet rice together sounded great. Remembering the line in Kanai's letter, Yunyan was momentarily stunned. Union-chan is getting better at expressing her emotions. That's really wonderful. Emotions? Union was thinking, feeling confused, only knowing that sometimes there is a feeling of blockage in the chest, which is very uncomfortable. At those times, he really wants to draw his sword and slash around. And sometimes he feels lightheaded, as if he had eaten pork chop rice, and his heart beats a little faster. Shermi was irritated. Are you all like this when you learn Shui Hu? Yin Yintua, Jinzong, Yong, smiley face. Long couldn't help but sigh. Although ice is a derivative of water breathing, why does it always feel like the children of the water-breathing lineage are a bit dull and silly? Lord Yin, your senior brother Yintu and senior sister Jinzong are already D-level members, and junior brother Yong is just one away from reaching D-level. That's great. Yin's lips curled up. Everyone is amazing, all the most talented generation. Write a good reply, tie the letter to Long's leg, and gently rub its head. You've worked hard, Long. It's okay. Lord Yin, it's my honor. Long nodded its head and flapped its wings to fly away. Yin stared blankly in the direction it left, entering her daily daze mode. Shimi was getting increasingly restless, unable to hold back any longer. Just thinking about Yin's dazed expression and severe lack of communication skills made him angry. How could she change her environment, learn a new way of breathing, develop her own breathing, and still end up being so foolish? Then he realized it was all because she encountered Ju Tomioka, who had just returned from a mission. The two looked at each other. Ju had a blank expression and raised his hand to wave. Shimi, who are you? With a dark face, he ignored him and turned to leave. Ju watched his departing figure, the corners of his lips turning down. Why was he ignoring me? It must be that the other person was too shy to respond. After all, he had been too abrupt, and they didn't know each other, just a chance encounter with a fellow demon slayer. It must be that way. He wasn't disliked. Ju successfully reassured himself and decided that next time they met, he would definitely greet the other properly. The next day, Yin changed in her regular clothes to meet Kane, with Shinobu following behind her. The three walked down the street, and the Butterfly sisters chatted, encouraging Yin to talk more. They ate and drank along the way, bought many beautiful accessories and clothes, and finally had a pork cutlet meal before parting ways. Passing by the Demon Slayer dormitory, Yin suddenly stopped, turning to look at two complaining members at the door. Her pupils narrowed, and the veins on her expressionless face throbbed. Ah, demons nowadays are really cunning. Always hiding and ambushing, it's so annoying. Yeah, why not bring that guy along next time? Oh, are you talking about that guy with the scarred face who's fierce and doesn't like to talk? Yeah, although he's indeed strange. He's a rare blood type, practically a walking trap. Good idea. Besides, he definitely won't refuse to kill demons. That guy's really peculiar. That's right. Not only is he peculiar, but he's also very irritable. Just looking at him is terrifying enough. The two were still chattering away when Yin silently stood behind them, raised her hand, and grabbed their arms. The two suddenly stiffened, and as they turned their heads to see who had grabbed them, the next second the world flipped upside down, and they were slammed to the ground. Yin looked coldly at them, looking down on them, feeling as weak as garbage. Don't set your sights on others. Thinking you can rely on clever tricks to defeat ghosts? It seems that your usual training is insufficient. Since that's the case, starting today, you will come to my training ground for extra training. Tomorrow morning, I want to see all of you here. If you don't come, I'll kill you. Yin said in a gloomy tone and turned away without leaving a glance, while the two team members who had been thrown down lay on the ground shivering. Yabai, this time it's really the end. They had already made the usually silent Lord Ice Pillar say such a long speech. Could they really see the sun of the next day? Yin was exuding black smoke all over, feeling a blockage in her chest that she couldn't release. She jumped onto the roof several times and captured more than 10 teammates who were trying to undermine her. Only then did she feel a bit relieved, still frowning. She returned to the courtyard and continuously swung her knife, chopping down a total of 10 wooden posts. She dropped the wooden knife, allowed a long breath, and turned to take a shower. Tomorrow, she would practice hard with those idle and anxious trash. That night, Shimi and Quangjin returned to the dorm, staring blankly at their colleagues, who were almost in tears arranging their own funerals. Shimi, did these people lose their minds? Quangjin, what's wrong with everyone? Are we facing difficulties? The next day, the two finally understood the reason when Longfei came to take attendance early in the morning. They were also asked for the reason, and Quangjin was so angry that he wanted to argue about how one could have such an outrageous thought. Shimi, on the other hand, looked indifferent. He didn't even want to self-destruct by hunting ghosts, as Yin's anger was too terrifying. However, if they could work with others to kill more ghosts, he didn't mind doing it secretly. But thinking about his sleeveless team uniform, Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and indeed, he decided against it. Since it was Yunyan's training, the two eagerly signed up to join the training team. Early in the morning, Yunyan had a cold expression as she looked at the team members standing in front of her, each one nervously standing upright. Suddenly, she spotted the two at the back of the line and was puzzled, wondering what they were doing there. But she said nothing. Since they were there, they must want to train, right? Had they hit a bottleneck? Yunyan chose not to intervene, and with a cold expression, open her mouth now. Tie up the weighted sandbags at your feet. Everyone instantly sprang into action, but as they picked up the sandbags, their faces froze. So heavy. It took all their strength to get them on. Their arms felt so heavy they could barely lift them, and their legs weren't in much better shape. Yunyan pointed at the knife rack beside him and said, 1,000 swings. The team members exclaimed. Then they saw the expressionless face of Yunyan, with veins bulging and throbbing, coldly speaking, his words sounding like a demon's whisper in their ears. If you don't finish, there will be no food. Another 1,000. The crowd quickly went over to grab wooden swords, scattering to stand in different positions, beginning to grit their teeth and swing their blades. Shimi and Kwang were slightly better off than the others, but after swinging a few dozen times, their arms ached so much that they couldn't help but frown. The sandbags on their arms were probably filled with iron sand, weighing at least 200 pounds. The two of them remained silent, gritting their teeth and continuing to swing, striving to ensure their movements were precise. The smoke of the clouds drifted around them. Seeing someone with improper movements, she raised her hand to grasp his wrist and manually adjusted his posture. The crowd looked at her slender arms, shocked by her strength. Such monstrous power. Could it be fake? Yunyan was idly passing the time, strapping on her heavy load and wielding her knife alongside them. Shimi and Kwang observed her, shocked that her load bag was even bigger and heavier. She swung her knife effortlessly at a standard speed that was incredibly fast, almost like a puppet. The teammates nearby were despondent. It was confirmed Zhu was simply beyond the measure of normal people. Chapter 21. Yin-style devil training after finishing the training with the weighted vest. Yunyan wiped the sweat from his forehead as he completed his daily exercises with a series of ancient martial arts moves. After removing the weight, he glanced sideways with an expressionless face, showing a hint of disdain. The others were responsible for counting and shook their heads helplessly. This group of team members really isn't up to par. Just look at the 15-year-old ice pillar, a young girl, so small and delicate. She makes it look easy, while this group seems like they're about to collapse. Yunyan furrowed her brows slightly, holding a wooden knife in her hand. She struck a team member who was lying on the ground, and, as he stood up, she continued. That hit almost sent the team member away. Upon looking up, he was met with Yunyan's dead-eyed gaze, which frightened him to the point of tears. He quickly scrambled to his feet and continued swinging the knife. Yunyan slowly turned his head, and the other team members who wanted to secretly rest were startled, each one crying out and waving their knives. In contrast, Shimi and Kwang were already drenched in sweat. It's not an exaggeration to say that their arms had lost feeling, yet they continued to swing their knives without stopping. After finally reaching 1,000 strikes, the two relaxed their grip, and the wooden swords dropped to the ground. Their arms instantly fell limp, and Kwang sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Shimi remained standing, trying to calm his breathing. Suddenly, a bamboo tube appeared in front of him, and as he loosened his grip in confusion, Yunyan handed over the bamboo tube, saying, "Salt water. Drinking this will help a bit." "Thank you." Shimi raised his arm, only to find it trembling like a sieve, and he felt unwell overall, his face darkening, with the scars on his face looking even more menacing. This made him appear even more fierce. Yunyan sighed, tugged at his clothes, and Shimi pursed his lips, still bending down to see what she wanted to do. Yunyan pulled out the stopper and brought the water to his lips. "Shimi ji, drink." The long-lost address made Shimi freeze, forgetting how to drink the water, his mind filled with her calling him Shimi ji. It wasn't until she left that Shimi realized what had just happened, his face turning bright red. He felt he shouldn't be blushing, so his expression twisted, looking unusually frightening. Kwang took a moment to recover. He didn't have such treatment, and directly shook his hands to untie the weight. Then, trembling, held the bamboo tube with both hands, pitifully drinking water. When the last team member stopped, Yunyan stood with her hands behind her back, looking at them with disdain. Shimi and Kwang had basically recovered their strength. Standing at the back waiting. Tie it around your waist and go to the back mountain. Do a pull run, come back before dark. If you don't make it, I won't care if you're eaten by a ghost. Yunyan pointed to the wood not far away and said this sentence faintly. Then his expression darkened, and he ominously spoke. "Two choices. Either don't get killed by me, or if you choose to go, then move. The team members shivered and quickly tied the ropes, dragging the wood while crying as they rushed towards the back mountain. Yunyan stood at the foot of the mountain, waiting quietly. The higher they ran up the mountain, the thinner the air became. Shimi and Kwang frowned, naturally adjusting their breathing, fully concentrating on their breaths. The two were at the forefront, even teasing each other, competing to see who would reach the destination first. The cloud of smoke changed from standing to sitting on the rock, and the hidden ones had already come with the prepared meals. In addition to rice balls, there was also steaming kombu miso soup and skewered meatballs. 3 skewers on a plate, each skewer having 3 meatballs nearly the size of a fist. There were also freshly baked grilled fish, 2 pieces on a plate. Yunyan stared blankly at the meatball. Isn't this really braised lion's head? Shimi and Kwang rushed down almost simultaneously, but Shimi got there a step faster. Kwang plopped down on the ground, unwillingly howling, I lost. Now I have to treat you to beef hot pot. Shimi leaned on his knees, bent over, and gasped for breath. A bet is a bet, but I can be magnanimous and treat you to some cuts. I said a bet is a bet. I'll treat. Yunyan tilted her head, while Ingwa helped the two nearby and arranged dinner for them. The two didn't hesitate and started eating right on the ground. Yunyan knew that those team members wouldn't be back until it was dark. So after the two finished eating, she took out 2 bundles from behind her. When opened, they revealed freshly made sweet rice cakes, which she had bought during a trip to the street when she had nothing to do while waiting. She handed the sweet rice cakes to the two and also prepared some matcha for them. The two were clearly taken aback. They still had a long time to wait, so they might as well enjoy some dessert. Yunyan sat back on the rock, staring blankly at the sky. The evening glow was truly beautiful, a fiery red that felt like flames. The team members returned one after another, and after counting, they found that 2 were missing. Yunyan stood up, her figure flashing as she rushed into the forest. In less than half a stick of incense's time, she dropped down from the sky, holding a teammate who had fainted from exhaustion in one hand. She casually tossed the person aside and sat down on her own, taking out the honey balls specially made for her to eat. She would stay here today and continue tomorrow. Yunyan no longer paid attention to them, eating meatballs, and fastening her dagger to her waist as she walked towards the town. After finishing their meal, the others lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Wallin silently sent them back to their dormitory. Shimi and Kwang took a breath, got up, and walked back. The first thing they did upon returning was not to rest, but to take their daggers and go out to hunt ghosts. They only returned exhausted late at night, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, they promptly followed the others to the Ice Pillar Dojo. However, 5 days later, there was an additional task, one-on-one sparring with her. Yunyan remained almost motionless, taking down one little kid after another. Holding a wooden sword, she looked at the team members on the ground like they were trash, a black line sliding down her forehead. The only ones who could make her move even slightly were Shimi and Kwangjin. She allowed them to spar using breathing techniques, pointing out the issues as they fought. After a week and a half, the team members had all become somewhat stronger, and Yunyan stopped training them. Initially, she just wanted to vent, but during this time, she hoped to reduce sacrifices in the future. Life is precious. On the contrary, Shimi and Kwangjin eagerly took on tasks afterward, amazed by Yunyan's training results and excited about their own rapid improvement. 2 months later, as Yunyan listened to Long's report, a smile crept on her lips. Both of them had already become A-level team members. How fast? She yawned and slowly snuggled back in her blankets. Early spring was still cold, perfect for sleeping. Chapter 22. I found a cat, and that means it's her cat. Yunyan was patrolling the streets as usual, feeling bored. Suddenly, a low meowing sound of an angry cat came from an alley, and Yunyan instinctively turned and walked over. Peeking in, tilting her head, she saw a small white kitten holding a fish, letting out soft meows at a cat several times larger than itself in front of it. Yunyan squinted her eyes. Why do the scars on this cat look so much like Shimi's? The little white cat noticed her and immediately stopped being aggressive. The black cat, seeing this, meowed and was about to raise its paw to scratch it, but Yunyan quickly moved and almost instantly hugged the little white cat in her arms, while her other hand grabbed the black cat. For some reason, her gaze was somewhat cold and fierce as she looked at the black cat. With a serious tone, she educated it, saying that it shouldn't bully smaller cats, that it was an adult cat and shouldn't take advantage of the small ones. The black cat, being stared at by her, shut its mouth and looked at her with a pitiful expression. Yunyan sighed and shared some of her rice ball with it, saying, "Here, eat." The little white cat in her arms stayed obediently still, and Yunyan was surprised by its docility, so she simply carried it away. After all, she had picked up a cat, so that meant it was her cat now. The undead Chuan white cat Shimi, who was affected by the blood demon technique and couldn't turn back for a while. Yin walked while carefully holding the little white cat in front of her to observe. The little guy was only the size of a palm and even knew to use its tail to cover its private parts. It tucked its head in, and the airplane ears didn't dare to look at her. Yin carefully observed and understood that Shimi had fallen under the blood curse. Instead of exposing it, she embraced the transformed cat Shimi and gently stroked him. Listening to the faint purring, Yin smiled. On the way home, she bought a lot of dried fish, feeding him as she walked. Once inside the house, the first thing she did was ask Ian to prepare some water. She wanted to give the cat a bath. Shimi, now a cat, immediately exploded with resistance, struggling to escape but afraid to use his claws, so he could only weakly push her with his paw pads. Unfortunately, his efforts were insufficient, and he was ultimately forced into a bath. The cat seemed to lose its color, if it weren't for the layer of white fur. Yin would see that he was entirely red at that moment. After drying him off, Yin brought a blanket and pillow to make a small nest for him beside her pillow. She kneaded the cat's paw pads, ignoring his struggles and resistance, and rubbed her face against his soft belly. Finally, Shimi gave up on struggling, lying on the floor in a state of despair, allowing Yin to pet him to her heart's content, exploring every inch of him. Only then did she get up to change into her pajamas, come back, and lie down, apologizing that she couldn't play with him now because she was a bit tired and suggesting they take a nap together. Yin mumbled softly, closed her eyes, tilted her head, and fell into a deep sleep. Shimi, transformed into a cat, gently walked to her side, looking at the dark circles under her eyes, with a heart full of pity in her purple cat eyes. This little girl, so young, why is she trying so hard? The Demon Slayer core is not short of people. Isn't she afraid of not growing tall with such serious sleep deprivation? Comfortingly, she rubbed her face, nestled into her blanket, and quietly accompanied her. Just as she closed her eyes, in the next second, she was lifted into the air. Shimi. With a thud, she landed back on the blanket, staring blankly at the darkness around her, feeling heavy all over. Yin had already lifted the blanket, and she was now inside it. Using all her strength, she managed to wriggle out, panting, her eyes slightly widened. Wait, why is this little girl kicking the blanket while she sleeps? So, the little cat Shimi silently grabbed a corner of the blanket, desperately pulling it back over her, completely exhausting herself. Tired, she lay next to her pillow, closed her eyes, and suddenly fell into a warm embrace. She was too sleepy, her eyelids heavy and unable to open. Giving up on thinking, she drifted off to sleep. On the other side, Kwang Jin, holding Shimi's sword, was frantically searching for her. With tears in his eyes, he searched the mountains and fields. Shimi, seeing your brother was wrong. Come out quickly. I promise I won't laugh at you anymore. Shimi. Kwang Jin regretted it deeply. If he had known, he should have held back his laughter when witnessing Shimi transform into a cat. He wouldn't be in this situation now. And now, he couldn't find her. Kwang Jin was in tears, looking pitiful. Shimi, I was really wrong. Please come out. Senior brother will buy you some dried fish. Shimi. When she woke up from her sleep, in her hazy state, Yin felt herself being held in a warm, solid embrace. With her low body temperature, she instinctively moved closer to this embrace. She wrapped her arms around it and even rubbed her cheek against it. So warm, why is it so soft? The sound of a heartbeat? It's beating so fast. Yin suddenly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a scarred chest. As her gaze moved upward, she saw Shimi Hong's flushed face appearing right in front of her. What truly attracted her, however, were the white cat ears on his head, which were still moving. Then, a snow-white cat tail wrapped around her waist. Yin, the dazed brain, suddenly woke up, and the next second pretended to be still half asleep, rubbing her eyes with a soft voice. Shimi and I, why are you here? Shimi froze for a moment, seeing her looking dazed and not fully awake. Quickly wrapped her in his arms, gently patting her back, his voice tender. Just keep sleeping, big brother is here. After seeing her fall asleep again, Shimi breathed a sigh of relief, gently letting her go and moving to a corner, slowly exhaling a long breath. This is too much. He covered his heart, blushing, shaking his head vigorously. Nishikawa Shimi, what are you thinking? Why is your heart racing so fast? She is a little sister. Although not by blood, she is still a sister he has watched grow up since childhood. In the future, she will marry, have children, and live a long life. Shimi suddenly thought about Yin meeting and falling in love with other men, eventually marrying and having children, and felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. He scratched his head in annoyance. TSK. Not happy. The faint scent of fur lingering in his nostrils made him cover his mouth with the back of his hand, blushing as he looked at the wall. Kyuso, what is this feeling? Is Kwang Jin still not back? After sitting in the corner for a long time, from the initial awkwardness to staring at Yunyan's sleeping face until the blood demon art wore off, Shimi quietly got up. All he wanted to do now was to thank the demon that was killed, although that lousy blood demon art turned him into a cat. Fortunately, his clothes didn't disappear when he transformed. Otherwise, he would have to wrap himself in a blanket to run around naked. Leaving quietly, he gently closed the door and quickly ran toward the mission location. According to Kwang Jin's stubbornness, that guy must be going crazy looking for him on the mountain. As soon as he left, Yunyan opened her eyes, sitting up with a hint of regret. She didn't expect the blood demon art to wear off so quickly. She hadn't even had a chance to tease him, sigh. Lying back down, she turned her back to the door and closed her eyes to sleep. It doesn't matter anymore. As long as he is fine and recovers quickly, that's good. Chapter 23. Team mission. Volunteer together because of bringing the cat home. Many passing team members noticed it. And to avoid appearing too obvious, Yunyan pretended to look for a cat for 2 days. As a result, this matter reached Shimi's ears while he was eating hot pot with Kwang Jin, and he suddenly turned completely red, steam rising from his head. Kwang Jin desperately held back his laughter and almost choked because he was eating too greedily. Fortunately, Shimi was quick to hand him a cup of water. Kwang Jin patted his chest in fear. That was dangerous. I almost died. Shimi mercilessly mocked him. Haha, so lame. The most pathetic way to die in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Choking on a piece of beef. Haha. Kwang Jin, not funny at all. The two of them playfully bickered for a while before finishing their meal and leaving. Yunyan has recently taken a liking to lounging in the butterfly mansion, sitting expressionlessly beside Kanai, assisting her. Shinobu occasionally glances at her with curiosity, her gaze probing. This person, Ice Pillar, is truly strange. In contrast, Yunyan helps out while zoning out. It's almost noon. What should she eat? It seems there's a collaboration task tonight. She has to lead a team to the Eastern Mountain Path. It's so troublesome. Why can't she go by herself? Who is the collaborator again? Can't recall. After dragging her feet until lunchtime, Yunyan sits in the cafeteria of the butterfly mansion, eating the pork cutlet rice specially made for her while thinking about the task in the evening. When it's time to depart, Kanai expresses her concern, reminding her that even though Yunyan is a pillar, she still sees her as a little sister, although she's only a few years older. She gently ruffles Yunyan's hair like an older sister would. Be careful on the way and come back safely. Got it. After bidding farewell to Kanai, Yunyan sets off on her mission journey, carrying the sweet rice cakes Kanai made for her. She really likes eating the rice cakes, but she's not too enthusiastic about them because her appetite is small and she often can't eat more than 2 or 3 pieces. However, since they were made by Kanai, her only friend, she will eat them all. Sitting on a rock, she eats while waiting for her teammates to gather. There are 6 in the box, each quite substantial, about the size of fist. After 2 pieces, she can no longer eat. Normally, with a body density exceeding that of ordinary people, her appetite would increase. But she is a deity. Deities do not need to eat, and their bodies are incomparable to mortals. She eats merely to satisfy her cravings, purely for the taste. Looking at the rice cakes in the box with some distress, she thinks, I can't eat anymore, really can't. My stomach is going to burst. Sighing, she closes the lid and rests her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the sky. That cloud looks like a rice cake, and that one looks like a pork cutlet. It isn't until evening that the other teammates finally arrive. This time, a familiar face is joining them, Ju Tomioka. Yunyan saw Iyong, and finally, a hint of emotion appeared on her usually expressionless face. When Iyong saw her, his eyes lit up for a moment. He slowly raised his hand and waved. Yunyan's lips curled into a faint arc, and her voice softened a little. Junior brother Iyong, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see, he replied, smiling with pursed lips and a slight blush on his face. Sister Yunyan, you're so gentle. It's really great not to be disliked by my senior sister. Zantu was right. Sister Yunyan is indeed a very gentle person. With everyone gathered, Yunyan led the team to set off. To take care of the team members, she slowed down her pace. Iyong followed closely behind, his eyes fixed on her, seemingly wanting to strike up a conversation, but hesitating to speak. Yunyan stopped and let the team rest for a moment. She reached out and touched Iyong's head. Due to the height difference, Iyong was taken aback for a moment and slightly bent down. Yunyan slightly curled her lips, saying, You've worked hard all the way. This time, make sure to protect yourself. Iyong looked at her with wide eyes, replying, Yes, senior sister, you too. Perhaps those who have learned the water-breathing technique share a mental connection, as Yun could instantly read the emotions in his eyes. Her expression softened a bit. The teammates nearby, who were eavesdropping, wore curious expressions, surprised that the usually icy Lord Bingzhu would show such a gentle demeanor, that he would speak in such a tender tone. Could they really be senior and junior siblings? After a brief rest to adjust, everyone set off again. As they just entered the territory of Dongshan, Yun's brow twitched, her eyes flickering slightly. She stopped, raised her hand to signal everyone halt. Transitioning from running to walking, her hand rested on the hilt of her knife, seemingly lost in thought, while actually using her senses to perceive her surroundings. The teammates quickly grew alert, drawing their knives and positioning themselves behind Yun, vigilantly watching the area. Yong stayed close to her at all times. As Chue Tu had said, Yun was only senior by rank. She was actually the youngest among them. They needed to protect her. In the shadows, vine-like roots silently approached them, making faint rustling sounds. Yun's ears twitched, and with a flash, she appeared next to a team member, swinging her knife to cut the attacking vines. The team member was startled and looked at the writhing, strange vines on the ground in fear, trembling as he said, "BB boss, ice pillar. Thank you." Yun ignored him and continued to be vigilant of the surroundings. Several vines emerged from the surrounding bushes, and everyone quickly raised their swords to defend themselves. Yun frowned slightly. The strength of these team members was too weak to withstand it. The back of the Nicaran blade rested on her shoulder as she stepped back with one leg, her body leaning slightly forward. Breath of ice, fifth form, ice seal. She swung her blade, and frost spread all around, encircling everyone as if the surroundings were frozen. Under the moonlight, the pure white frost shimmered with a cold light. As the blade flashed, the frozen vines shattered completely. Eon widened his eyes slightly. "Sister, that's amazing. Is this a breathing technique derived from water breathing? It suits her so well." Yun stood amidst the ice crystals, her long hair blowing in the wind, gently swaying, and her pair of bright golden eyes were calm as water. Just standing there brought an unexpected sense of peace. With this move, the team members were invigorated, all swinging their blades to cut down the vines that rushed out from behind. After all, there was a pillar-level fighter here. What is there to be afraid of? Yun watched faintly, occasionally stepping in to control the situation, allowing these vines to give the team members some practice. Is the strength at the Ding level really this weak? Fortunately, she could still watch Eong, which helped calm her inner frustration. No wonder he is the future water pillar. His talent is remarkable. The vines stopped attacking, and instead, the sound of children's ethereal laughter filled the surroundings. Everyone felt their scalp tingle and quickly formed a circle back-to-back, while Yun stood to the side, her gaze lowered. Eong pressed his lips together and stood next to her. It looked as if the two of them had been isolated from the rest. Yun rubbed his fingers together, raised his eyes, and said, "Eong, you and them wait for me here. I'm going to find Gue. Don't go with me." Yun patted his shoulder. They were not enough to resist. "This place needs you to stay." With this sentence, Yun swiftly jumped into the forest, while Eong lowered his gaze and then raised his head, his eyes sparkling. The senior sister values him. Then he will help the senior sister and protect these colleagues well. Chapter 24. A fortuitous encounter with Tongmao. Clouds of smoke weave through the forest, accompanied by the laughter of children, as she carefully distinguishes the different sounds. Straight ahead, a left turn, straight again, a jump up to the right front. On a tree trunk, a female ghost dressed in intricate floral patterns caresses a head that drips with fresh blood. It is the head of a girl who looks no older than 15 or 16, with fear still etched on her face. Why can't Lord Doma look at me even once? Clearly, I'm quite beautiful too. Damn it, it's all this world's fault. Why are there so many women? She crushes the head in her hands, extends her tongue to lick the blood left on her wrist, and spits in disgust. It stinks. The smell of a woman's blood is disgusting. She covers her face, her pale skin flushed with crimson, her ghostly eyes filled with a madman's grin. Lord Doma, when will you allow me to accompany you soon? Very soon, I will reach the strength of the lower moon. Soon I will be qualified to stand behind you and serve you. Lord Doma, my Lord Doma, suddenly. She is enveloped by a shadow from behind, a chill creeping up to her crown, and the female ghost turns back in confusion, her eyes wide open. Yun suddenly appeared behind her, swinging a knife that fell from the air. Breath of ice, sixth form, ice spirit dragon's roar. The frost giant dragon accompanied the knife as it descended. The female ghost gritted her teeth and raised her hand. Blood demon technique, chaotic blade wind. The The crimson wind blades flew out from her hand, colliding with the ice dragon, creating a cloud of white smoke. The female ghost landed on the ground, squinting her eyes. From the white smoke, a figure rushed out, breath of ice. Fourth form, frosty quench. The female ghost's pupils constricted sharply, and she dodged with an eerie movement, barely saving her head, but one of her arms was severed. Covering the stump of her arm, the female ghost glared with a twisted expression at the Yin that lightly landed on the ground. When she turned around and her appearance was revealed to the female ghost, the expression on the ghost's face became even more distorted. That despicable woman! How dare she hurt me? Her arm instantly grew back, and the ghost's nails elongated to an incredible length. How infuriating! I will tear your face apart. Cloud smoke. The mist was unclear, and I completely didn't understand why the ghost would get angry after seeing her face. I directly understood that this female ghost method of attack was like a shrew fighting. I dodged the ghost's claws and delivered a knee strike to her abdomen, instantly causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. I followed up with a roundhouse kick, and the ghost turned into a parabola, violently crashing through several trees before hitting the ground. Yin swung the knife, flicking the blood off onto the ground, then leaped towards the female ghost, wielding the knife. The breath of ice, third form. Ice extreme 1,000 layers, erupted as ice spikes shot up from the ground. The barely standing female ghost was pierced by the ice, and in the next second, a chill ran through her neck, her head flying off and rolling onto the ground. The mist gathered as the sword was sheathed. He glanced at her and turned to leave. The female ghost widened her eyes, unwilling to accept the sight of her dissipating body. She was just one step away. Why? Yin paused, turning to look at a tree to the side, where a cold light flickered as someone dodged an attack with a leap. Rows of ice spikes were embedded in the ground, followed by the young man's teasing tone. Oh, what a quick reaction. Hey, Kimmy, do you want to be with me? You're really beautiful. Come be with me. Yin stood up straight, looking into the night, as a flamboyantly dressed ghost with a little hat on his head and flowing golden hair walked out. In his eyes, there were engraved words, Upper Crescent 6. It's still the time before he becomes Upper Crescent 2. Yin looked at him calmly. The guy in front of her appeared to be smiling, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. In his eyes, which were like dead water, there was a deep stillness. The two of them, a person and a ghost, stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Yin spoke lightly, uttering just two words. No way. Come. Realizing that he had been rejected, he showed a very sad and upset expression, covering his heart. Hey, how can it be like this? I really want to be with a girl, to become one with me. Wouldn't it be good for us to always be together? Yin looked at him, feeling disgusted as he reveled in his victory. DM displayed a regretful expression, fake tears streaming down his face. Ah, what a pity, he said. With that, he returned to his usual smile that didn't reach his eyes, and his voice surprisingly softened. He opened his iron fan, tilting his head, and unleashed his blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. He waved the fan, sending out ice crystals in the shape of lotus flowers. The freezing air emanating from the ice lotus. Yin swiftly dodged the attack. Having gone through countless battles, she was not foolish enough to recklessly take on skills. Too many villains had died at her hands simply because they failed to reposition themselves, insisting on showing off and ultimately playing themselves to death. Breath of ice. First form, ice lotus. The ice lotus rose, slowly opening its petals, and the cold air dispersed, intertwining with the opponent's chilling aura. Yin stood in the cold, her expression meaningless. Huh, a beautiful girl. What does meaningless mean? Hey, what does meaningless mean? Tong Mao blinked, looking at her with curiosity. It was his first time meeting someone who used ice. Just like him, they really seemed to match well. Suddenly, Tong Mao's expression stiffened, feeling strange, as if his lungs were frozen. Yin raised her eyes to look at him, saying, Your attack is meaningless. It merely uses cold energy to freeze internal organs. She has infused her attack with divine power. Although the divine power in her body is negligible now, it is enough to handle such an attack. Tong Mao paused for a moment, then smiled even more brilliantly. He reached out and, right in front of Yin, dug out his frozen lung with his bare hands. Looking at it curiously, the wound healed instantly, and he said with a cheerful tone, Hey, you can do this too. How wonderful. We really are a perfect match. I beg you, young lady, let's become one. Yin furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating in her mind how much chance there would be if a fight broke out now. If the divine power is overly consumed, it will also deplete physical strength, leading to fainting, which would be troublesome. Yin looked at the sky. It was the hour of the tiger, and there was still an hour until sunrise. Drag it out. Can't let this guy get close to Young and the others. Breath of Ice, 6th form. Ice Phantom Dragon's Roar. Without hesitation, he chose to attack first. Tong Mao pouted a bit, feeling somewhat wronged. How cold-hearted blood demon art. Scattered Lotus. He waved his fan, unleashing a large number of delicate ice flowers, each petal sharp as a blade, whistling towards Yunyan. The ice dragon slash of Yunyan was melted away, and not all the petals of the ice flower were able to block it. Yunyan flipped in the air, executing Ice Breath, 2nd form. 9 Night, Cold Bloom. The ice flower faced the ice flower, but this time no divine power was added. A few petals of the ice flower tore through her clothes, leaving cuts on her arms and cheeks, with blood oozing out. Yunyan glanced down indifferently, raising her knife-wielding hand once more, hoping that this move could trap this guy for a while. Breath of Ice, 7th form. Ice Mark of the Century. It was clearly spring, yet snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing on the ground and instantly forming a frost-covered area. Tong Mao looked up at the swirling snowflakes, his eyes widening in excitement. How beautiful! He reached out to catch them, only to find that the spot he touched was covered in ice, deepening the smile on his face. Surrounded by ice, Yunyan looked at Tong Mao, who had completely turned into an ice sculpture, and exhaled. She swung her knife, wanting to test if she could sever his head, but discovered that Tong Mao, who had been looking at the sky, was now staring directly at her. Yunyan's body trembled. A sense of crisis washed over her. Instinctively, she rolled backward and leaped with one hand on the ground, creating distance between her and him. Tong Mao broke through the ice, let out a faint sigh, and said, "So cold. The girl is really excessive." Yunyan knelt halfway on the ground, watching her warily. Suddenly, her gaze dropped and landed on a small ice figure less than a meter away, identical to the ghost in front of her. Tong Mao grinned, smiling cheerfully. Blood demon art, Crystal Child. Yunyan's pupils contracted sharply as she wielded her knife in front of her. The ice version of Tong Mao swung at her, sending ice crystals flying. She quickly swung her knife, shattering these ice crystals. With a brief cover of the ice lotus from the ice breathing, 1st form, Yunyan swiftly shattered the small ice man. Her body, trained in ancient martial arts, was extremely supple. With exceptional flexibility, she bent backward to evade an attack from behind. Seeing the ice crystals explode against the nearby tree, Yunyan's face turned cold as she gripped her knife tightly. Chapter 25. Even ice can transform into warm sunlight in the battle between a person and a ghost. Yunyan relied on occasionally using her divine power to gain a slight advantage, but she didn't gain much benefit. Her body was already covered in bloodstains from the ice crystals and ice blades, with 2 cuts on her fair face. One of the cuts was on her forehead, nearly injuring her eye. Tong Mao's patience was completely exhausted. Looking at the gradually brightening sky, he revealed a meaningful smile. "Beautiful ice crystal girl, we will meet again." Then, 5 ice crystal women appeared, spraying ice mist at Yunyan. She unleashed an ice dragon, instantly carrying the mist towards Tong Mao. However, she found that the guy had already run away at some point. Striking empty air, she expanded her senses and confirmed that there were no traces of ghosts around. Yunyan sat down on the ground, propping herself up with her knife, panting heavily. This damn guy is really hard to deal with. Her body was covered in wounds, especially a deep gash on her back that was visible to the bone. That guy had fought her in close combat, using an iron fan to slash her. If it had been any deeper, it could have severed her spine. After catching her breath, Yunyan stood up. Despite her serious injuries, she ran back as if nothing had happened. The sun had risen, and she successfully reunited with her team. This trip had its dangers, but when everyone saw Yunyan, they were so frightened they wished they could turn into mutated warriors. Yong's eyes widened as he hurried to her side, raising his hand but not daring to touch her. "Senior sister, how could you be injured like this?" Yunyan waved her hand and gently patted his arm, reassuring him that it was nothing. "Help me take care of this." Yong nodded, sat down beside her, and carefully took out the items from the medical kit to help her treat her wound. Yunyan took off her coat, then her shirt, leaving only the inner lining. Looking at the deep, bone-visible wound on her back, Yong pressed his lips tightly together. He had never dealt with such a severe injury before. What should he do? As if sensing his emotions, Yunyan turned to look at him and said, "Don't be afraid. I've already used breathing techniques to stop the bleeding," implying that he could proceed without worry. Yong trembled as he carefully dampened a towel with alcohol, gently wiping the wound bit by bit, then forcefully suturing it without anesthesia. If he didn't do this, Yunyan wouldn't survive the journey back and would bleed to death on the way. Throughout the process, Yun remained completely still, even in excruciating pain. She didn't make a sound. Her expressionless face showed no emotion, and only the sweat constantly dripping down revealed the extent of her suffering. After handling the most severe injury, the rest were minor issues, disinfected and simply bandaged. Yun put on her clothes, adjusted her breathing, and before she could even check on her team members, she was pushed to see Yun by the medical team. The team member, saved by Yun, was on the verge of tears. Although the Ice Pillar Lord was somewhat indifferent, a bit dazed at times, and during training didn't treat people like people, he would do his best to protect them. He would shoulder all the dangers alone. He never casually criticized them. Even if there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, he would still subconsciously guide them in battle. If they performed well, they would see the Ice Pillar Lord show a faint smile and a hint of satisfaction in his gaze, and colleagues would gently pat their heads as encouragement. He would consider their stamina, precisely stopping to rest when they felt tired, and would share delicious food with them, even if he did so silently. Clearly, he was a cold exterior with a warm heart, a gentle girl who was not good with words. Such a gentle person. How could she be hurt so badly? The team members looked at Yun's injuries, their eyes nearly popping out. Long flapped his wings and landed, looking at her with concern. Yun, are you okay? How could you be so seriously injured? Yun nodded, gently stroking Long's head. It's okay. I just encountered a first-quarter ghost. Everyone. Then they saw Yun looking a bit downcast. I couldn't kill him. He ran away. I'm too weak. Everyone rubbed their ears. The female healer who often treated her wounds also came, with red eyes, making an unusual move for the first time. She hugged Yun tightly, tears streaming down. You're already very strong. Everyone on the team is fine. You not only held them off, but you also survived successfully. That's enough. How old are you? Yun stiffened, held in her embrace. After realizing what was happening, he gently patted her back. Alan, thank you. Alan was taken aback, tears still on her face, and slowly released him. Huh? Lord Ice Pillar, you remember me? Yun nodded. Yes, it has always been Alan. Always Alan coming to pick her up, treating her wounds, cleaning the yard, cooking her favorite meals, and taking care of her. Alan wiped her tears excitedly. Lord Bingju is really a wonderful person. The crowd was stunned by the news, each with tears in their eyes, feeling too weak to help. Lord Bingju single-handedly killed the evil spirits and held back the upper moon, while they could only resist the attacks of the blood demon technique here, almost losing their lives. If it weren't for Lord Bingju and Eong, they would have really been trapped here forever. The team members dared not hug Yin, firstly because she was a Hashira, and secondly because her injuries were too severe, so they could only rush over to hug Eong and cry. Eong looked confused, expressionless, patting their backs one by one to comfort them. After resting for a while, when it was time to return, Eong squatted in front of Yun and said, I will carry you. Yun was momentarily stunned, lying on his back. Thank you, Eong. Eong shook his head, feeling the gap. He had to work harder, just a little more. He needed to become stronger quickly, so he could fight alongside the people he cared about. Not like this time, where he could only stay behind and let his younger senior sister face danger alone. That feeling of helplessness and fear made him tremble. His head felt heavy, and a gentle touch was brushing against it, one stroke at a time. Behind him, Yun's gentle voice came, Don't be afraid, I'm fine. Yeah, I know, but I still feel scared of losing you, senior sister. You, Yatu, and senior Jinmu, as well as teacher Linlong, are the most important people to me. Eong's eyes turned slightly red. During the final selection, Yatu and senior Jinmu had also comforted him like this. He felt so fortunate to have someone who cared for him, someone who was concerned about him, that he wasn't the one who was disliked. He wanted to protect them too. Eong, it's okay. Eong was taken aback, tilting his head slightly, huh? Yun's lips curled up, her eyes carrying a hint of gentle smile. Eong's talent is excellent. There should be no problem. Eong turned back to look at the road, feeling a bit teary-eyed. Thank you, senior sister. A steady breathing sound came from behind him. Eong turned back in confusion and found Yun already lying on his back, deeply asleep, apparently exhausted. Eong's footsteps became steadier, and the other team members also quieted down. The group traveled in silence along the way. Long Fei went back to send a message and learned that Yun had battled with an upper moon. Although she sustained some serious injuries, fortunately, her life was not in danger. A total of 16 team members went, and under her protection, everyone returned alive, though a few suffered minor injuries. Shuan Wiyashiki wise-eyed gazed at the purple vines outside the window, his eyes shining, softly murmuring, Thank you, Yun, for protecting those children. And thank you for coming back alive, for not letting us lose you. Madame Amano stayed by his side, and Chuan Wise Eye smiled as he held his wife's hand. Looking at the sky and speaking, the biting cold ice can kill evil, but can also become the hardest shield. The ice can also turn into warm sunlight. Madame Amano stayed with him for a while, before getting up to prepare comfort items. That child was also one she cared about, watching the child grow up. Unbeknownst to her, she had even stepped into the role of Yunyan's mother. When the child was injured, she felt heartache, and Chuan Wise Eye felt the same. So she prepared a visit on behalf of the couple. Chapter 26. Healing. The group's pet status increasingly revealed. Her injury had caused a lot of heartache for everyone. Kanai's attentive and gentle care, the post-operative treatment, and medication were all gentle. After taking the medicine, she would always find a fruit candy in her mouth the next second, or receive a plate of sweet, but not greasy hoggy cakes. Koke Shinobu was especially concerned about her wound, almost wanting to record her condition every day. She also instructed the kitchen to prepare nutritious food for her, occasionally fulfilled her wish for pork cutlet rice. During this time, at first Tsujikuni Yurichi, who introduced her to the Demon Slayer Corps, came to see her once. Then came Madame Amano, the Rengoku family, the female Hashira along, and so on. Basically, she met familiar faces, even Kai J.R. had visited, but that one figure had not come. Yunyan was eating pork chop rice. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, and Shinai was smiling at her. Shinobu was preparing the medicine and bandages for her nearby. And watching her eat made her hands itch. She wanted to reach over and pinch her face to see if it was really soft. Kagaya and Makoto rushed in, bringing Yunyan her favorite pastries and matcha. Yunyan-chan, we came to see you. How are you feeling today? Makoto said, sitting down beside the bed and gently patting her head. Yunyan swallowed her food and nuzzled against her palm like a cat. I'm already feeling much better, senior sister. Kagaya placed the items on the bedside table and greeted the butterfly sisters. The two sisters made space for them and left the exclusive ward for Zhu's treatment. Kagaya looked at Yunyan with worry and concern, saying, You, as always, look so cold on the outside. Your actions and appearance are like two different people. Yunyan looked at him, about to lecture again, with a somewhat aggrieved expression toward Jinma. Jinma looked at Tongtu with a smile that was not quite a smile, causing Tongtu to choke for a moment. He really didn't want to grasp Jinma's sharp tongue. He really didn't want at all. Oh, you little girl, I really can't do anything about you. Is your wound very painful these days? Is there anything you want to eat? Next time, when Jinma and I come, I'll bring it for you. Tongtu sighed helplessly, poking her cheek with his finger, his eyes full of indulgence for his mischievous little sister. Basically, I can't feel much pain anymore. I want to eat honey dumplings and honey cake. Okay, we'll bring it next time, but you can't eat too much. It will cause cavities. Got it, senior brother. What's wrong? You seem like my mother. Tongtu, 00, huh? Uffed. Ha ha, Jamal laughed, holding her stomach and wiping away the tears that came from laughing. Tongtu's forehead throbbed, rubbing his brow in pain. Are you saying that senior brother is nagging? By the way, why do I remind you of your mother? Yunyan thought seriously for a moment because her mother, just like her senior brother, cared a lot and spoke a lot. The two were taken aback and suddenly remembered that Linlong Sensei had mentioned that Yunyan was raised by her mother and brother since childhood, and her father was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but unfortunately, he died in battle very early. By the age of 7, she had lost both her mother and brother. The two couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. This child had lost too much love, right? Otherwise, how could you be like this now? Zhenju gently hugged her tightly, stroking her head again and again, saying, Then just treat your senior brother like a nanny. After all, he has endless worries all day long. Shanta looked at Zhenju speechlessly. Then I really thank you. Zhenju stuck out her tongue, and Yunyan smiled, feeling really relaxed with her senior brother and sister. Eong peeked in from outside the door, carrying something in his hand. When he poked his head in, Xiangtu and Zhenju quickly waved him in. If anyone came most frequently, it was Eong, a gloomy child, yet unexpectedly meticulous. He always brought Yunyan her favorite food, and even without speaking, he would quietly accompany her, responsibly observing her injuries, and if something seemed off, he would immediately call for help. Inside the room, the Mizuhana group had gathered, laughter spilling out, and a flash of white passed by. Quangjin looked at the blushing Shimi who walked back, speechless, and punched his arm. Hey, why didn't you go in? Just leave at the door? By the way, what did you actually deliver? Shimi blushed woolous. Why do you care? They were having a great time inside. No need to disturb them, right? I just left it there. She can see it. Rarely seeing Shimi stutter, Quangjin rubbed his chin, teasingly saying, Oh, so that's how it is. He then received a murderous glare from Shimi, and Quangjin behaved himself. As they left, he still said, Shimi, Be a bit more straightforward. If you care, just go in and check. Willis. Damn you, Quangjin. Stop talking too much. Quangjin felt both helpless and amused. Recalling the day, Yunyan was sent back to the butterfly mansion. Almost the moment he received the news of Yunyan's injury, Shimi had rushed to cut off the demon's head with a speed beyond human comprehension and hurried to the butterfly mansion from the mission site. The surgery lasted nearly 4 hours, and he sat outside the door with a knife for 4 hours. He still had wounds from the mission that he hadn't had time to tend to, and they were even still bleeding. Sitting at the door with a dark expression, he looked like a door god, silent. This was the first time he had seen Shimi like this. Was this really the affection of a brother for his sister? After bidding farewell to Qiangtu and the others, Yunyan sat on the bed with Jinju, holding the things brought in from the door, her head slowly filling with question marks. Since Shimi was here, why didn't he come in to chat? Opening the bundle, there were fresh fruits, all cut and drizzled with honey. Beneath, that was a box containing her favorite honey balls and a rectangular wooden box. Upon opening it, a black jade hairpin lay quietly inside. It was her favorite style, simple and unadorned, with a cross-carved top featuring intricate snowflake patterns that required excellent craftsmanship to carve. Yunyan carefully picked up the hairpin, her lips curling up. Her eyes smiled, bending like a crescent moon, brilliant yet gentle. The sunlight spread over her, as if she were coated in a layer of warm light. Fortunately, no one saw. Otherwise, it might have emitted a sharp explosive sound. Nothing is more terrifying at her age than a pillar of ice that smiles like eternal cold. They would definitely call someone to check if she had hurt her head. At this moment, as a deity who has always accompanied war and death, has never touched emotions, and only dared to think and talk big while playing in the mortal realm for a few months during her past slumber, she still does not understand the meaning of this hairpin. Host, whispering, did you all know? Giving a hairpin represents wanting to marry someone. When you grow up, I will come to braid your hair, and you will bring your dowry to my home. Shimi, your intentions are not pure. Hee. Shermu Chuan, only you have a mouth. If I can't live anymore, I'll just chop you down right now. Host, winky face. Quangjin hugged Shimi's waist to stop her. I'll hold her back. You hurry and run. The host took off running, tumbling and crawling, wishing to carry a train away overnight. Chapter 27. Shimi visits the sick after a month of rest, when her back injury no longer affected her. Yunyan began to resume training. In terms of reaction, she was 10 times faster than the butterfly sisters. As for breathing techniques, it goes without saying, the problem lay in regaining her proficiency with a knife. Due to overexertion, the wound was pulled, causing the knife to fly out of her hand, nearly stabbing the passing Yuzui Tenjin. Yunyan crouched on the ground, her back hurting so much that she was sweating coldly. Yuzui Tenjin broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have had a knife stuck in his stomach. Noticing something was off with Yunyan in the courtyard, Yuzui Tenjin furrowed his brows and walked over. Gorgeous ice crystal girl, your recovery training is way too unglamorous. ISMT it? Yunyan took half a day to barely overcome the pain, slowly getting up and apologizing to him. I'm sorry. Yuzui Tenjin rubbed his brow, lifted the person up, and tucked them under his armpit. The magnificent god of festivals showed some kindness this time, and elegantly sent the not-so-magnificent you to a less glamorous hospital room, where you can rest well for me, the magnificent one. Yunyan, is Mr. Yuzui saying a new tongue twister? Well, thank you, Mr. Yuzui. Anyway, no matter what he says, it's always right to express gratitude first. After putting the person back on the bed, Yuzui Tenjin greeted Butterfly Kine and mentioned that Yunyan seemed to have triggered the injury before going to get something for his wives. Yunyan was lying on the bed, with a wooden box containing hairpins beside her, staring at the box. Her mood was inevitably a bit low, but she didn't understand why. She just felt a tightness in her chest that was hard to bear. Why hadn't Shimi come to see her? Was it because she was injured and too weak? After all, it hadn't been long since Shimi and the others joined the team, and they were already at the rank of Upper Moon. If they encountered a Lower Moon, it probably wouldn't take long. With their fierce determination, they could also reach the Hashira position. Wait, weak? Yunyan suddenly widened her eyes, feeling it was strange. Why did she feel so small? Huh? Yunyan slowly sat up, looking down at her hands. This was not her true form, just a fabricated puppet, a vessel. It carried her soul and served as a tool for executing tasks. The tool was weak and couldn't bear her immense divine power. What did it have to do with her? However, she couldn't help but think about returning. Since she was here, she had to perfectly integrate with the setting. She couldn't feel invincible just because of her identity. After all, her soul and true form were invincible, but the vessel was not. It was fragile, like the lives that had witnessed millennia fleeting and ephemeral. Weak, like a bubble that could burst with a poke. She slapped her hands on her face. Yunyan, Nangon Yunyan. From now on, you must remember, you are on a mission in a small world. You are the heir of the Guo family. Just an ordinary person with a little bit of divine power. Let go of everything from the past. Cherish life. After putting in a lot of psychological preparation for herself, she had just stepped into the hospital room when she heard a crisp slap, startling her almost to jump. Ah, idiot. What are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Shimi walked over in hurried steps, her eyes filled with concern as she pulled down Yunyan's hand and pinched her chin. Carefully examining her face, she found that there was just a little redness, no swelling, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a dark expression, her forehead veins bulging. She wanted to say something hurtful, but when she saw Yunyan's bewildered and cute expression, she swallowed the words back down. Shimi-ji. Cough. Yes, it's me. Why are you hitting yourself? Shimi, with red ears, released her, sat down in a chair, and crossed her arms to look at her. Despite maintaining a stern face and appearing calm, her heart couldn't help but race wildly. Yunyan blinked her eyes, not hitting herself, just giving a light pat to wake herself up. Shimi almost laughed in anger upon hearing this. Ha, wake up. Using so much force? Your little face is so tender it could be pinched for water, and you're using so much strength. Aren't you afraid of swelling up and turning into a pig's head? Unable to face anyone? Has your brain been knocked out of place by the ghost on the string? Then he thought about biting his own tongue. Oh no, he's gotten used to cursing. How could he let such words slip out? Wouldn't it make her cry? In the end, not only did she not cry, but she also revealed a gentle, faint smile. Even if it swells, it wouldn't matter. She doesn't rely on her looks to make a living. Shimi was stunned for a moment, then lowered his gaze. The room fell silent. After a long while, he looked at Yunyan and asked, "Is your wound okay? I heard that it got involved when you resumed training." Yunyan awkwardly scratched his face and said, It's nothing, just used too much strength." The veins on Shimi's temple twitched, and it got even darker. Huh, are you an idiot? You can injure yourself again by using too much force during recovery training. Do you want to tear it open again? It's only been a short time, and you can't even control your strength? Yunyan suddenly leaned close to him, and Shimi's fierce expression froze. He saw Yin poke his chest and the button. This time the team uniform fit him well. Shimi's face turned red, and he leaned back to create some distance. After all, it was made according to the new size. Afterward, he unnaturally tugged at his collar. Feeling a bit annoyed. It's really stuffy to button them all up, but I can't expose myself in front of her. TSK, don't you blame me? Blame you for what? Yin was taken aback by the question, and Shimi looked away unnaturally, her ears turning as red as if they could bleed, stammering as she spoke softly. It's just that I haven't come to see you all this time. Yin gently touched the box beside her and said softly, "It's not your fault, because you have been here." Seeing the box in her hand, Shimi breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. The air fell quiet again, with both of them silent, one staring at the blanket, the other looking at the doorway. Outside, Kwang Jin was almost dying from anxiety. "No, say a bit more. It was hard to get in, hard to start a conversation. Keep going." "Oh, stupid Shimi." Kaneo walked over with a medical kit, looking at Kwang Jin, who was squatting at the door in silence and acting strangely. "Mr. Kuya, what are you doing here?" Kwang Jin, winky face. Well, I'm enjoying the sun." As soon as those words came out, Kwang Jin almost bit his own tongue. What the hell was he talking about? Kaneo? She looked at Kwang Jin speechlessly, nearly rolling her eyes. "Well, I hope Mr. Kuya gets what he wants, although it's cloudy today and there's no sun at all. I need to go check Yunyan's wounds. Please move aside." Tears of regret streamed down Kwang Jin's face as he squatted in the corner, drawing circles. Before long, Shimi came out, closed the door behind him, and sat in the hallway, looking at Kwang Jin, who was drawing circles, with a face full of confusion. "What are you doing? Is this some kind of curse on someone?" Stupid Kwang Jin. With teary eyes, Kwang Jin turned back, hugging Shimi's leg and recounting the foolish thing he just did. He thought it might cheer Shimi up a bit, but found him looking completely calm, staring at the ground, devoid of his usual rebellious arrogance. If it were any other time, he would have drawn his sword by now. But now, he seemed as calm as an iceberg, showing no emotions, yet one could sense the hidden rage beneath his calm exterior. "Hey, Kwang Jin." "Huh? What's wrong, Shimi?" "I want to become a Hashira as soon as possible." "Huh? Only by becoming a Hashira can I have the qualifications to protect her." Kwang Jin looked at him, as if seeing the day he first met Shimi. That day, Shimi had also dealt with demons calmly, with a hint of madness in his calmness. Wait, protect her? Like protecting a sister? Shimi fell silent. He thought, maybe it wasn't quite like that. Chapter 28. Yunyan takes in her adopted son, Chinami. From that day on, Yunyan had not seen Shimi again. Even encounters with Kwang Jin were rare. After spending a month in the Butterfly Mansion, Yunyan returned to her post. Other than occasionally leading a team for missions where she saw Shimi twice in the year and a half that followed, aside from the fixed correspondence of letters 2 or 3 times a week, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. Yunyan dealt with the evil spirit and stood guard nearby, while Yinan comforted the crying girl and checked her injuries. Before Yunyan arrived, this little girl had used everything around her that could attack to trap the evil spirit tightly, which was how she survived. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. The girl's family had all been killed by the evil spirit. Suddenly, the girl grabbed Yunyan's clothes and pleaded, "Please, take me away." Yunyan looked down at her. The girl before her filled with hope, like a pitiful stray cat staring at her, hoping she could give her a home. The girl mustered her courage. Gripping a corner of Yunyan's cloak tightly, "I want to be stronger like you, to slay monsters like the one we just faced, to avenge my family. I don't want any more tragedies like mine to happen." Yunyan locked eyes with her. The determination in the girl's eyes stirred something in her heart. She remembered seeing such eyes somewhere before. "General Nangong, please take me under your command. I won't be a burden to you. I will surely be able to contribute to you. I am skilled in medicine, and my family has been doctors for generations. My ancestors even had a divine doctor among them. General, you can't wield your sword right now. Your injuries haven't healed yet. You can't use your spiritual power. We mustn't shy away from seeking medical help. General, Zime is willing to infiltrate the enemy camp for you. You know, a healer can also kill. Zime will serve you without regrets." Her thoughts drifted far away. The girl in the light purple dress with determined eyes overlapped with the girl before her, causing Yunyan's pupils to involuntarily contract. The girl tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, not letting go. The person beside them felt a bit awkward and quickly went over to advise, "Miss, please let go. We can't offend Lord Eye's pillar." Yunyan regained her senses and raised her hand to rub the top of the girl's head. Let's go back with him first." The girl's eyes brightened even more, especially after learning who her savior was. She quickly got up, disregarding the pain in her ankle, and bowed to express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Lord Bingzhu. I will definitely not let you down." Hiding her from view, he headed to the butterfly house, while he went to deliver a message to the Matsuyoshiki Wise Eye. Yunyan looked at the sky, noticing the moon had a missing corner. Indeed, there are people like you everywhere. With one hand behind her back and her waist straight, her deep golden eyes were cold and silent. At the peak, dressed in a dragon-patterned black robe, her white hair was styled high, with a black hairpin adorned with silver jade. The divine indifference in her brilliant golden eyes overlapped and intertwined with her figure. After a long time, Yunyan sighed, feeling as if she was about to be scolded again. What a strange feeling. Achoo! Achoo! On the task road, Shimi sneezed twice in a row, curiously rubbing her nose. TSK. Who the hell is cursing me from behind? Host. Wow. Cursing your wife, you're done for. Shuangluo circled above her head, guiding her. This time, the task location was extremely hard to find. Not only did they have to cross the back mountains of 2 villages, but they also had to navigate a cliff. Shimi scratched her head in annoyance. TSK. Those damn evil spirits. Hiding in such a corner. Shuangluo landed on her shoulder, saying, "Shimi, we're almost there. Be extra careful." I got it. You hide first." After surveying the area and confirming that there was no issue within her jurisdiction, Yunyan turned around to go back to sleep. She needed to grow. At almost 17 years old, she was now 165 meters tall, which completely did not match her original form. She was clearly modeled after her original body. Her original form was a tall 80 meters. First general of the underworld. So that's why your presence is so overwhelming. After a comfortable sleep, she had just finished eating when she was summoned to the Matsuyoshiki residence. Yunyan was confused as he was hidden away, sitting on the cushion, and saw the girl from last night. Arataki Waya looked at Yunyan gently and said, "Child, I already know about yesterday's events. This child is very strong and talented. If I were to say I want to adopt her as my daughter, would you be willing?" The girl looked at her nervously, and Yunyan paused for a moment before surprisingly nodding, obediently following the Lord's orders. Arataki Waya revealed a relaxed smile. "Is that so? Then from now on, I will trouble you." Yunyan, turning to look at the girl, who was full of excitement and teary-eyed from joy, he said, "Good child. You must follow your master well from now on, work hard to improve, and live well." The girl bowed down, pressing her forehead to the ground. "It is the Lord. I will definitely do it." After bidding farewell to Arataki Waya, a little tail appeared behind Yunyan, and the news of adopting a daughter spread instantly. The girl's name was China Mimi, and at that moment, she was surrounded by little pink flowers. Yunyan is taking on a disciple for the first time, although she appears aloof. A closer look reveals that she is somewhat nervous. Qian, who seems like a carefree girl, is actually very perceptive and quickly notices her precious master's unease. She hurriedly walks over to her side, clenches her fists in a gesture of encouragement, and says, "Master, please train me rigorously. I will definitely not let you down." Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then raised her hand to touch her head. Qian was not very old, only about 12 years old, and was just a little over 5 meters tall. Yunyan showed a faint smile on her expressionless face. I know. Let's go home." Chitos happily followed her. But unfortunately, her ankle was injured, so she walked very slowly. Yunyan thought for a moment and suddenly picked the person up. Chianami's face turned red as she was held in her arms like a princess. "Master, you're hurt. Let me carry you." Chianami nestled in her embrace, blushing as she quietly said, "Thank you, master." Since the injury wasn't too serious, and she didn't need to stay in the butterfly house all the time, Yunyan simply took her back to the ice mansion. The hidden ones had already prepared a bedroom for the adopted child, and all the supplies were brand new. After placing her inside, Yunyan sat in front of her and said, "If you need anything, tell the hidden ones here or just let me know directly." "Okay, I'll remember." Yunyan gently touched her head, his eyes filled with tenderness. What a lively little girl. Rest well. After she left, Chianami threw herself onto the bed, rolling around with the pillow, her nostrils filled with the pleasant scent of fur and sunshine. "A master is so gentle." Then she sat up, hugged the pillow, and raised a fist to motivate herself. "All right, next, I need to be at 800 energy. Let's go, me." Yunyan leaned against the door, listening to the little girl inside encouraging herself, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. In an instant, she returned to her expressionless demeanor and left silently. The hidden observers saw everything. Nanny? Did Lord Ice Pillar just laugh? Is that a laugh? No wonder he is the stepson of Lord Ice Pillar. He actually made Lord Ice Pillar laugh out loud. Stepson Sama is the best. Chapter 29, A New Rescue Mission. Missing team members in just a few days. Qian Na Mei's injuries had healed at lightning speed with Yunyan's secret assistance using her divine power. Her foot injury was no longer a problem, and Yunyan began to formulate a training plan for her. Starting from the very basics, she needed to have a stable lower body and good flexibility. Qian Na Mei practiced her horse stance under the shade of a tree, while Yunyan practiced her sword techniques not far in front of her. When it came time for flexibility training, Yunyan would gradually apply pressure, allowing her to adapt to a certain level before pushing her further. Although it was a bit painful, it must be said that Qian Na Mei was a child willing to endure hardship, while holding a bowl filled with water in the horse stance. Even when sweat poured down and she shook like a sieve, she did not give up. Seeing that she had adapted to the basic foundation and could complete her requirements effortlessly, Yunyan handed her a wooden sword. She chose the lightest weighted bag for her, taking it step by step, and carefully strapped it on for her. "Swing the sword 1,000 times," she instructed. "Yes, master," Qian Na Mei replied with determination, vigorously swinging the sword. Yunyan stood by watching her, correcting her whenever she noticed her movements were not standard. After finishing 1,000 swings, Qian Na Mei's arms felt like noodles, and she looked at her pitifully. "Master, I'm so hungry." What do you want to eat?" "Pork chop rice." "Okay." Yunyan called for her to come and go while cooking, and took her own disciple to rest, using medicinal wine to massage her sore arms. Qianni smiled with her eyes narrowed, looking at Yunyan with a silly grin. "Master, you are really so gentle." Yunyan paused for a moment before continuing her actions. Her tone cold. "No, I'm not gentle." Qian Mei let out a humph and didn't speak again. In her eyes, Master was the kindest person in the world. Her mother was an irresponsible parent, even trying to sell her to a brothel multiple times, and it was always her father who protected her. But after that night, her protective father was gone too. She had always longed for her mother's love, but that was just a delusion, a luxury. However, she didn't resent her mother because no one is perfect. Where there are good people, there will be bad ones. It was just that both she and her father had not been very lucky. But now, Master was like a mother to her. Although sometimes strict, she truly felt cared for and indulged. Master would indulge her little hobbies and quirks, would care for her, and would look after her. So, Master was the kindest person. After rubbing her arms, Yunyan took her to the dining hall. Unfortunately, Qian Mei couldn't lift her arms now and stared at the food, even contemplating whether to bury her face in the bowl to eat. Knowing what her silly disciple was thinking, Yunyan picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Qin Aime's eyes brightened as she was fed bites of meat and rice, and then a bite of vegetables, making Qin Aime squint her eyes happily. Yunyan looked at her and felt a sense of peace in her heart, very calm, even unable to control the corners of her lips rising. This little girl is really cute. Not long after enjoying the peaceful days, Yunyan received a rescue mission, stating that nearly 10 Class A team members had gone missing in a row and needed to investigate the scene of the incident. Yunyan posted the training process on the wall, asking Ian to help take care of his apprentice and reminding Kaitamai to train well before checking back and leaving. On the way, Yunyan passed by a small stall and was attracted to a sunflower hairpin displayed there. Without hesitation, he bought the expensive hairpin, thinking it would match the little son at home. He placed the hairpin in a box, tucked it into his pocket, and quickly ran towards the scene of the incident. The scene was a place resembling a dilapidated shrine, with crumbling buildings, scattered pieces of clothing, and dried blood everywhere. Yunyan frowned slightly. The smell was terrible. The stench of ghosts was strong. As she entered the shrine, her eyes were immediately drawn to a statue smeared with blood, only half of its body remaining. After walking around inside, she found nothing. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly caught a faint sound of scratching. Her ears twitched, and she turned to walk towards the source of the noise. In a very concealed corner, a calico cat lay on the ground. Beneath, it was a litter of thin, dead kittens. It seemed they were already dead, but suddenly a small paw twitched. The only surviving pure white kitten, as if bursting with the will to survive, struggled to crawl out from among the bodies. With a pair of dark green eyes wide open, it desperately crawled towards Yunyan, who reached out and held the kitten in her arms. The little fellow was already too weak to meow, only able to emit tiny grunting sounds. Yunyan furrowed her brows slightly, rummaging through her bundle, only to find a bucket of hot milk that Xiang Naihue had prepared for her. She had never raised such small animals. She only kept divine beasts, like her 3 mounts, 2 dragons, and 1 shilin. Therefore, the system mall did not have a pet section. She opened the lid, looked around, and found nothing convenient for the little creature to drink from, but confirmed that no one was around. So, she found a baby bottle in the system mall's mother and baby section. She poured the hot milk into the bottle and brought it to the little cat's mouth. The little creature clutched the bottle and drank eagerly, its speed of eating making her click her tongue in surprise. Once it was full, it had the energy to meow. However, she didn't have time to play with the cat right now. She turned and called for Long, sending it back to the ice mansion to hand over to Naime. All right, Lady Yunyan. Long first rubbed against the little cat, confirming that it wasn't afraid of him, and then gently grabbed the cat with his 2 paws, which was just the right size to hold, flapping his wings to fly away. Yunyan glanced at the cat's corpse inside, took out a change of Haori from a bundle, wrapped the cat in it, and then walked out of the shrine. Divine power created a small pit in the ground, where the cat's corpse was placed, and then buried it properly. Yunyan sighed and said, "Rest in peace. I will do my best to take care of them." This was her vow to the little lives that had already passed away. In a moment of clarity, she seemed to see the cat mother nodding in gratitude with her departed kittens. The faint smoke curled up from my lips. Life and soul are sometimes truly mysterious. I turned to continue exploring the surroundings and suddenly recalled that when I picked up the mother cat's body, the base of the statue the cat's head was facing seemed a bit strange. I hurried back to the shrine and stood where the mother cat's body had been. Sure enough, there was a depression at the base of the statue, dark and hollow inside. The smoke curled around the lips, emanating from the foul stench of the evil spirits here. Glancing at the sky, it was perfect noon. Sunlight poured into the shrine, and without hesitation, Yi drew her sword, executing ice-breathing, second form, 9th Night Cold Bloom. The night blooming Sirius floated in midair, instantly exploding into countless petals, sharp as blades, seemingly dancing in the wind. The entire shrine was utterly destroyed, the deity reduced to dust, and the evil spirit hidden within the idol was exposed to the sunlight, letting out a mournful howl before finally turning to a handful of ashes. Yin walked towards the place where the evil spirit had initially hidden, peeking inside. It seemed like a small cellar had been dug out, with an entrance that was absurdly small. Her figure could definitely fit in, but only in one direction with force. If she were to crawl backward, she would easily get stuck. Just now, the evil spirit might have intended to ambush her, but didn't expect her to directly destroy its range. Moreover, in its hurry to avoid the sunlight, it ended up unable to get inside, completely sealing its own fate. Yin, the dumbest way to die in history. The cave was filled with a strong smell of blood, and there was not a sound to be heard. Yun furrowed her brows. This was not going to be easy. Suddenly, she thought of Yuzui's muscle rat, so she simply decided to wait for Long to return. Fortunately, Long came back very quickly, and Yun asked Long to borrow the muscle rat from Yuzui. To her surprise, Yuzui generously gave her 4 of them. Yun looked at the 4 muscular mice in front of her, constantly flexing their muscles and adorned with shiny gems, and her eyelids twitched. She helplessly rubbed her forehead, first feeding one of the mice a piece of cheese, and then reminding them to be careful. The 4 muscular mice nodded, finished the cheese in a few bites, and quickly scurried into their burrow. Yun squatted beside the cave, resting her chin on her hand, waiting. After a while, the ground began to shake, and in front of her, the cave collapsed and expanded. 4 mice poked their heads out and nodded at her. Yun leaped down and landed steadily on the ground. Chapter 30. Rescuing the Missing Person. Yuyue and Shimi Yanquang set out on a mission together. The golden eyes flashed. The eye of God allowed her to see as if it were broad daylight in the dark. The cave appeared to be deep, but the entrance was small. So from above, the visual perspective was also altered. As they walked deeper into the cave, the smell of blood became stronger. The thick scent of fresh blood mixed with the stench of evil spirits. Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. Interesting, a gang-related crime? With her hand resting on the knife handle, the muscle mice walked by her feet. Yun stopped, looked down at the 4 muscle mice, and said, "You guys hide first." The mice scurried away. Yun drew her knife, catching the foul stench of evil spirits. Her muscles tensed as she unleashed her technique. Ice Breath. 3rd form, Ice Extreme, 1,000 layers. As the blade sliced through, ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the earth, mixed with dirt and the gradually dissipating blood of the evil spirits. With this one strike, it was hard to tell how many she had cut down, as the cave twisted and turned like an ant nest. Yun was taken aback. An ant hole? Suddenly, she had an idea. Ants always store food, and the path for storing food is usually the widest. So at the fork in the road, she chose the broadest path. After walking for half a day, she finally saw a glimmer of light and vaguely heard sounds coming from it, sobbing and comforting voices. Yun walked over with a knife, pressing against the edge of the mud wall, slightly peeking in. Several evil spirits were grinning menacingly, intimidating the crying people inside. Among them were the missing team members, who were fighting the evil spirits with bare hands. They were knocked down, but got back up to continue the struggle. The evil spirits inside, like teasing a cat, did not kill, but only played with them. Yun roughly understood the situation. Apart from a few inside, she couldn't sense any other ghostly presence, so she boldly walked in. The 5 evil spirits turned their heads, staring blankly at the entering Yun. The 8 members of the Demon Slayer Corps were taken aback, and one excited young man shouted, "Lord Ice Pillar." Yun slightly nodded, coldly looking at the 5 stunned evil spirits. With a swift strike of Ice Breath, 4th form, Frost Purification, their heads were instantly severed. He flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed it. Looking at the disheveled 8 teammates, Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they were still alive. The 8 were not hesitant either, first expressing their thanks, then quickly turning to untie the person who had been captured. Yun walked in front, followed closely by these people. Because the cave was too dark, they could only bring the oil lamps with them. When they reached the entrance, the hidden ones were already in position. Yun jumped up in a leap, ready to save people. The others acted quickly, dropping the soft ladder, then going down to carry people up, treating wounds, and providing comfort. Finally, they followed Yun to the nearest Zeeting Flower home for temporary shelter and treatment. Physical injuries are easier to heal, but the wounds of the heart are difficult. Yun is resting for a night at the Wisteria Flower House and will return the next day. While eating tempura, Yun thinks about how her little son and that little white cat are doing at home. Long stands beside her and slowly speaks. "Lady Yun, it seems that Mr. Fushikawa and Mr. Kananoya have taken on quite an incredible task." Yun looked down at it and suddenly realized, wait, this is a serious task. Brother Shermi has become a pillar, and the opponent is the lower crescent. If we win, the prize will be Mr. Lin Ye's demise. Yun stood up suddenly and said to Long, "Go find Shuanglai and tell him to wait for me. I will go with them." "Okay, Master Yun." Long flew away. Yun quickly got paper and pen to write a letter to Changquan Yaozai, sending it through another crow from the Zeeting Flower House. In just an hour, he received a reply from Changquan Yaozai, granting approval. Yun quickly finished his meal and began to clean and maintain his knife. Not long after, Long flew back and said, "Master Yun, Shuanglai said they will carry out the mission 3 days later." Please gather at the street corner outside the main town on the morning of that day. Thank you for your hard work, Long. Go rest now. Okay, Master Yin, it's not hard at all. It's my honor to help you. Please rest early. Good night. Good night. Yin wiped the knife. The sunwheel knife was well maintained, its smooth blade glinting coldly, reflecting her face. No one should ever think of taking anything away from Shimi. A pair of bright golden eyes shone with sharp light as she looked up at the sky outside the door. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and in the courtyard, the purple vine flower tree was in full bloom, with purple petals falling gently in the wind. A rain of purple petals fell for her, just like that. The petals landed on the water's surface, creating ripples, just like her gradually recovering emotions. The concern of friends, the care from loved ones, and the tenderness from elders. Each one was helping her recover. The button that had been pressed down was now just a little bit away from being fully restored. Business trip on the 6th. It's useless even if you recover. You're just a born blockhead. X. The next morning, Yin hurried back to the courtyard. Qianami had just finished 1,000 weighted sword swings, rubbing her arms, and began to stretch in the yard. When she saw Yin return, Qianami rushed over like a little son to greet her. Master, you're back. You must have had a tough journey. Was the mission successful? Did you get hurt? Yin's face was occupied by tenderness, and she habitually rubbed her head. Everything went smoothly, no injuries, not hard at all. Qianami chuckled and once again marveled at her master's gentleness. Every word had a response, truly making one's heart feel light and warm. Yin took out the hairpin she bought on the way and handed the box to her, signaling her to open it. Qianai received the box with both hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Master, is this for me? Let's see if you like it. Qianai carefully opened the box, and inside was a sunflower hairpin that looked as vivid as a real flower. However, the center of the sunflower was adorned with tiny diamonds, genuine diamonds at that. Qianai gasped and covered her mouth, trembling with excitement. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Yin. She suddenly jumped in her arms, saying, "Thank you, Master. I absolutely love it." Yin smiled gently, patting her back to comfort her. Once she had finished being spoiled, Yin personally helped her put on the hairpin. The bun was adorned with the hairpin, adding an extra touch of innocence and purity to the little son at home. The day before, the little white cat had been near death, but now it was full of life, although it still stumbled a bit while walking, managing to crawl and wobble its way to her feet. It mewed softly, rubbing against her feet. Yin scooped it up with one hand and held it in her palm. The little guy didn't move around, just lay there lazily in her hand. Qianai enthusiastically talked to her about her training yesterday and the funny things the little kitten did. Yin looked at her smile, and an incredibly gentle smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The smile was broad and obvious, adding a layer of tenderness to her already stunningly beautiful face. Qianai was momentarily mesmerized, and even the hidden ones who were still busy in the courtyard stood still, stunned. Qianai hugged her once again, rubbing her face against her chest. Master, please smile more often in the future. Master, you look really, really super beautiful when you smile. Yin helplessly flicked her forehead. Stop being silly, go train. Qianami stuck out her tongue, chuckled, and ran off to train. Once again, the other side in their hearts. Lord Stepson, it's truly great that you could come here. Chapter 31. 3 people together after spending 3 days with Qianami. Yin bid farewell in the early morning and went to the street corner for an appointment. She was still holding 2 servings of hoggy cakes, and by chance, she discovered that Quangjin also liked to eat them. So this time, she brought him a portion as well. However, the one made by Shimi was hers, and the one made by Qianami was for Quangjin. Before she even reached the street corner, she saw 2 figures standing there from a distance, their white hair particularly striking in the morning light. Yin unconsciously quickened her pace. When Quangjin saw her approaching, he hurriedly waved, "Ice pillar. Good morning." Shimi rubbed her neck, her expression somewhat unnatural, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Morning. Yin gave the 2 of them a faint smile and said, "Good morning. This is for you." Shimi took the package she handed over and quietly thanked her. "Thank you." Quangjin, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face and asked, "Is there one for me too?" "Thank you, Lord Bingzhu." Yin shook her head and said, "No need to be polite. This was made by my stepson," implying that it was actually made by her own hands. Shimi smiled happily, glancing proudly at Quangjin, who looked at him speechlessly. "What exactly are you so proud of?" The 3 of them walked side by side on the road, and since there were many pedestrians, Shimi and Quangjin consciously walked with Yin in the middle. Shimi moved a bit ahead, using his body to clear a path through the crowd, while Kwang Jin stayed a bit behind, carefully ensuring that no one bumped into her. Yin blinked her eyes and noticed the little actions of the two, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her lips. These two really are very gentle. Qian Yin strongly recommends Nami screams. Master is even more gentle than them. As they left the small town, the three of them began to run. Yin was somewhat surprised by the speed of the two. In a short amount of time, they were already able to match her full speed run. Yin had a faint smile on her face. Only by saying this can one return safely from a mission. Since Shimi saw her, he had been paying close attention to her. This little girl seemed to have become more humane than before. At least, she could smile now. It seems that the stepson wasn't completely useless after all. Shinami, is that polite, sir? Because their location was quite far. The three of them stopped for a meal along the way, passing several shops, and Kwang Jin looked at Shimi with confusion. Why not go in with so much food around? Aren't you picky? Is the mission not important anymore? Shimi glanced at the restaurant next to them and took Yin inside, leaving Kwang Jin in a daze. It was only after they sat down that he realized this was the only place around that served pork cutlet rice. So, Shimi, you spent so long looking for a place to eat just so that Lord Ice Pillar could have pork cutlet rice. Thinking about how, when working on missions with Shimi before, they would just grab a quick bite and he would be criticized for eating slowly. But now, especially since the two of them had already finished eating, and Yin was eating slowly, Shimi rested his chin on his hand, looking at her with gentle eyes. Not rushing her at all. He even helped her push her hair aside when it got in the way. Damn it, don't be so double standard. That's a pillar. A pillar. She's not your neighbor's little sister. Show some respect, will you? Kwang Jin kept shouting in his mind, his eyes twitching. Yin could only eat half and felt unable to continue, wiping her mouth with a tissue and looking regretfully at the food in front of her. Shimi watched her and gently asked, "Are you full?" "Yeah, I'm already very stuffed." Shimi naturally let go of her hair, helped her straighten it out, then took over the food she couldn't finish and quickly finished it off, picking up the knife and leaving. Yin followed closely behind. And this mode of interaction between the two left Kwang Jin stunned. It actually stemmed from their childhood. Yin has a small appetite. Since she was little, if she couldn't finish her food, it was either her brother who solved it or Shimi who did. Her hair is also not managed by herself. It's either Zai helping or Shimi. Naturally, it has become a habit. Even after so many years, the two still can't change. Especially Shimi. He hurriedly followed with a knife in hand, looking resentful. Shimi glanced at him speechlessly and thought, "Why are you looking at me with that pitiful expression? It's disgusting." "You idiot, Kwang Jin." Kwang Jin looked even more resentful, saying, "Shimi, there's no love without friendship, right?" Shimi rolled her eyes in silence and said, "Did you replace your brain with the eel rice just now?" Kwang Jin, I'm really going to make a scene." Yin looked around. This was the nearest village to the target location. Most of the people outside were adults. It was rare to see children running around. Occasionally, those spotted were either fathers or mothers holding their children, taking them back inside, and closing the doors and windows tightly. Yin frowned tightly, and Shimi had the same expression as her. Kwang Jin looked around and wondered why there were no children in sight. Yin's expression was faint, having turned back to that coffin-like face. Because she was afraid of losing the child and never being able to return, she wouldn't leave the room. Are the ghosts here specifically preying on children? TSK, what an infuriating piece of work. Shimi muttered irritably, and Kwang Jin nodded in agreement. It really was maddening. Unbeknownst to them, Yin had already walked ahead of the two, her steps unceasing. The two behind exchanged glances, and in the end it was Kwang Jin who, with a sigh, spoke up. "Lord Bingju, do we not need to stop and investigate the situation?" Yin stopped, tilting her head in confusion, asking why. It was meaningless. Kwang Jin's mind was filled with question marks as his brain quickly processed her extremely simple words. Shimi's blood slot was empty, her hand covering her mouth, slightly lowering her head, her ears flushed red, her hair hiding her crimson face. Kyuso, why is she so cute? The weather had warmed up, and her long black hair was casually flowing down, swaying with the spring breeze, becoming somewhat bothersome. Yin occasionally reaches out to brush away the hair that floats in, while Shimi walks behind her, slightly furrowing his brows. Yin, do you have a hair tie?" Yin was taken aback, shook his head, and said nothing. Shimi let out a sound of disapproval, left a sentence behind, and turned to leave. Kwang Jin widened his eyes and watched him leave in a hurry. No. No matter what, this is the pillar. Shimi, you're being too casual, aren't you? Regardless of how familiar we are, show me some respect. Long suddenly landed on Kwang Jin's shoulder and gently spoke, "Mr. Lu Yin, don't take it to heart. If possible, I hope Mr. Luyin can refer to Lord Yunyin as a friend. This child is not good with words, rarely shows expressions, lacks emotional connections, and has no friends. He usually spends time alone and feels very lonely. Kuang Jin froze, turning to look at Yunyin, who was standing obediently in place, gazing longingly in the direction where Shimi had left. He wasn't very tall, and when Kuang Jin had seen him before, he was always expressionless, but now there was a faint smile at the corners of his lips. So, Lord Bingzhu has been so lonely all along? Kuang Jin suddenly thought of his younger brother, and his heart softened. He walked over and gently patted Yunyin's head, smiling tenderly. Lord Bingzhu, may I call you by your name? Don't worry, Shimi will be back soon. Yunyin looked at him, and for a moment, it was as if she saw her brother. If Zai were still alive, he would probably be just like the person in front of her, right? I understand. Allowing Kuang Jin to touch her head, Yunyin didn't mind at all, nor did she care about his way of addressing her. She just felt a little strange. Light and airy, as if she were stepping on a cloud. Chapter 32, Trapped in the Blood Demon Technique. Shimi rushed back. In the time it took to buy a hair tie, she returned to find Kuang Jin had somehow brought over a chair. Yunyin obediently sat on top, eating candy, while Kuang Jin looked at her with his whole body surrounded by small pink flowers. Shimi Fushishuan cast a disdainful glance at Kuang Jin, saying, "You look like a guy who is about to abduct children. That's a really disgusting smile." Kuang Jin. Yunyin looked up at him, while Shimi pursed her lips, walked behind her, held the hair tie in her mouth, and arranged her hair with both hands before tying it up. Displeased and unwilling, but there was no other choice. She reluctantly used it. There weren't any nice hair ties here. Yunyin blinked and gently touched the ponytail at the back of her head, not remembering how long it had been since she last combed her hair. Kuang Jin borrowed a mirror and held it up in front of her. Yunyin looked at herself in the mirror, tilting her head slightly. The ponytail was styled high and looked very nice, with a light blue hair tie and no other decorations. Just a small, colorful woven string wrapped around it. Surprisingly beautiful. Yunyin looked back at Shimi with a serious expression, saying, "I really like it, thank you." Shimi's face turned slightly red, and her gaze drifted away awkwardly. Oh, let's go, we still have tasks to complete. Okay. Yunyin walked ahead, while Shimi and Kuang Jin walked side by side behind her, occasionally glancing at the sides of the road. The three of them stood outside a quiet courtyard, where there was not a single person, and the main gate was tightly closed. Yunyin walked towards the door, raised his hand to push it open, and suddenly floated into the air. Confused, he turned back and saw Shimi with a dark expression. "Are you an idiot? Shouldn't this be our job? Aren't you a Hashira? Your rank is higher than ours. Couldn't you just give the order?" Yunyin blinked her eyes. "No, because it is, so it should be me." Shimi's forehead bulged with veins, beating rhythmically, staring fiercely at her. Kuang Jin quickly went over to mediate, only to see Yunyin reach out and touch Shimi's face. "Shimi-ji, don't be angry." The soft touch and gentle voice made Shimi's face turn bright red all of a sudden, and his expression became even more ferocious. However, he gently set her down and angrily walked over to open the door. While opening the door, he muttered to himself, "I really can't believe it. In the future, let others handle this kind of thing, you idiot. What will you do if something happens, being just a little girl? If there are men around, let them do this kind of work. ISNT Kuang Jin and I right behind you. At times like this, just let us handle it. TSK, why is this broken door so heavy? Good thing I didn't let you do it. It would be strange if your little arms and legs could push it open." Kuang Jin. Yunyin obediently walked behind him. Her bright golden eyes glanced at the courtyard, which was a very luxurious residence. Passing through the corridor and entering the house, Yunyin kept walking forward. The corridor seemed endless, with darkness ahead. Kuang Jin reached out to grab her, but in the next second, Yunyin vanished before his eyes, startling him to turn and shout for Shimi, only to find that he was the only one standing there. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back, feeling somewhat helpless. "Yunyin, Shimi, where are you?" Kuang Jin anxiously opened every room to search, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single shadow, his heart pounding as fear spread within him. This fear was the worry that something might happen to the two of them. Regardless of Yunyin's identity, in his eyes, she was just a little sister lacking emotional connection. Kuang Jin hurriedly searched the residence, while the two being searched for were in different spaces. Yunyin walked down the dark corridor, her gaze straight ahead. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of her, and a gentle and kind female voice called out, "Child, come this way, hurry, walk towards here." Yunyin's footsteps were unceasing, her speed unchanged, her golden eyes calm as water, a smile at the corners of her lips. while her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. In contrast, Shimi was swinging a wind slash towards the meat wall before him, only to find that his attack seemed to pass through as if it were nothing. TSK. Kyuso. What the hell is going on? Shimi felt a bit anxious, turning his head to look around. Yunyan? Quangjin, where are you? If you can hear me, give me a response. Child, good child, don't be angry. You can't cut me. Be obedient. Listen to me. Put down your sword and come into my embrace, okay? Huh. Shimi turned his head, his pupils contracting as he reached into the air. In midair, wearing a deep purple kimono, with long black hair flowing, adorned with a red spider lily headpiece. The scarlet eyes belonging to a demon were gentle and friendly, making him feel a wave of nausea. Yet within those scarlet eyes, the words Lower Crescent One were engraved. The gentle smile of the Lower Crescent One, the Yatagarasu, opened her arms towards him. Good child, I know everything you have suffered. Come over here, become my child, and I will take good care of you. Love you well. Shimi's expression darkened, veins bulging, gripping his sword tightly. What the hell is this bastard babbling about over there? Breath of Wind first form, dust whirlwind slash. Yunyan stepped into a room after breaking through the darkness. She looked around, although there was some light in the room. It came only from 2 oil lamps. Observing the furnishings, which were quite old-fashioned, she suddenly heard a noise from the cupboard. A pale, emaciated hand reached out from inside. The hand was covered in scars, and the nails appeared to have been painfully pulled out. Yunyan watched silently. It wasn't until the owner of the hand struggled to crawl out that she could see clearly what it was. It was just a seriously ill girl, or rather, a seriously ill girl who had been abused, desperately trying to escape from the room, struggling to open the door and crawl outside. Yunyan walked over to her, crouched down, tilted his head to look at her, and poked her with his hand. It passed through. Can't touch it. Is it an illusion? Is it blood demon technique? A gentle and kind female voice once again echoed in his ear, still soft and warm. Child, good child, come over here. Hurry over here. Walk this way. Yunyan stood up, instantly drawing her sword. Breath of Ice, third form. Ice spike erupted from the ground, and immediately her figure shot out far away. Breath of Ice, second form. 9 Nights Cold Bloom. 2 large-scale attacks shattered everything around, yet the destroyed surroundings restored themselves in the next moment. Yunyan put away the knife, expressionless. It's blood demon technique. An alternate space? This is indeed a rare blood demon technique. Good child, don't get angry, don't throw a tantrum, come over here. Be good. The voice suddenly changed, becoming the familiar voice from her memories. Yunyan looked at the person appearing before her, her eyes widening slightly, and her hands trembling. Mother. Chapter 33. The Waning Crescent, the Guahua Bird. Quangjin was almost going crazy, turning the place upside down, but still failing to find the 2 of them. Out of breath, he stopped in a room, wiping the sweat off his brow. Where on earth are these 2 people? Quangjin hesitated as he looked at the notebook on the table, walked over, sat down, and picked it up to flip through it. It was a diary? As he gently turned the pages, the more he read, the more his brows furrowed, until he reached the last page, which was filled with the words, "Save me." Judging by the handwriting, it seemed to have been left by a young girl. There were marks left by tears, signs of tearing, and even dry blood. It was written that the mother pulled out her nails, beat her, broke her leg bones, and so on. Quangjin couldn't help but feel shocked. Why? Isn't she the mother? Isn't she her biological child? Why treat this innocent girl like this? Long Luo tugged at his hair from his shoulder. Mr. Lianya. Burn this book and kick over the incense burner. Move quickly. Quangjin was stunned for a moment, turning to look at the incense burner, which had been lit at some unknown time, and felt a chill in his heart. There couldn't be evil spirits here, right? Could it be that this girl's soul has turned into an evil spirit? No way. Quangjin swallowed hard, trembling as he threw the notebook into the incense burner. Almost instantly, flames ignited, visibly scorching the notebook. A foul smell emerged, and Quangjin's face turned pale as he covered his mouth and nose, kicking over the incense burner and retreating quickly. Long Fei rushed forward, crashing through the door, and the wind from the courtyard blew in, dispersing the unpleasant odor. The doors in the house opened one by one, as if there were whales, and then closed instantly. Quangjin was startled and drew his knife, running towards the only open door. The 2 who had fallen into the blood demon technique suddenly appeared in a room. They were momentarily stunned, and Shimi rushed to Yunyan's side, pulling her to check. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Confirming she was fine, Shimi breathed a sigh of relief. Yunyan looked towards the screen, at the woman sitting in front of the dressing table. Shimi followed her gaze, positioning himself in front of her. Hey, you're the evil spirit from just now, aren't you? Guahua Bird sighed, standing up to face the 2. with an expression of helplessness towards mischievous children. You really are two mischievous kids. Be good and come to me. I will be your mother, loving and cherishing you. She opened her arms and smiled gently. If it weren't for the thick, pungent smell of congealed blood, she really looked like a gentle mother. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Allah, you can't talk to your mother like that. Shimi, good child. I know you've suffered from your father's violence and the hardships you've encountered. It's all okay now. Come to my arms, become my child, and live with me. I will truly love you. Shimi ground his back teeth, so angry he wanted to tear her apart. A figure darted out. Shimi's eyes widened slightly, and Yunyan's lips let out wisps of white smoke, her pupils narrowing, her expression blank, veins throbbing on her face. Breath of ice, fourth form, frost-quenching. Guohua Bird was startled. This girl, this speed, was she not an ordinary demon slayer? Was she a Hashira? Quickly regaining her composure, she dodged her attack but had her arm severed. Yunyan fell to the floor, glaring at her with murderous intent. Shimi, I don't need you, you're not worthy. Guohua Bird's expression twisted for a moment before she quickly returned to normal, gracefully standing up, seemingly shaking her head in annoyance. Such a bad-tempered little girl. I know you've lost everything. I understand the sadness and anger within you. Good child, don't be angry. Both you and Shimi can become my children. No matter what, I will live with you, and we can live happily together. Isn't that good? Bang! The door was crashed open, and Quang Jin rushed in, panting. Seeing Yunyan and Shimi unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Great, you two are fine. Shimi looked at him, speechless. You idiot Quang Jin, where have you been? The demons came out on their own. Quang Jin couldn't help but laugh in anger. If I hadn't destroyed something crucial, Shimi, do you believe you still wouldn't be able to get out? Huh? So you're saying I should thank you? No need to be polite. Who are we to each other? Be you Sujima Shimi. Angry, Yunyan only felt a flame burning in her chest, scorching her nerves, making her unable to resist the urge to swing her knife and shatter everything in front of her. Ice Breath 6 form Ice Soul Dragon Roar. The slash accompanied by the roar of the frost giant dragon. The lips of the Yukiana curled up, blood demon technique incense. In the air, a sweet fragrance spread, causing Yunyan's attacking body to pause momentarily, but then instantly recover and continue her previous slash, though unfortunately with much less force. A slash missed, Yunyan straightened her body. Her face cold. Wind breath, third form, clear gale wind tree. Quang Jin swung his knife, dispersing the fragrance in the air with the wind blade. He sheathed his sword on his shoulder and winked at Yunyan, chuckling. Hey, interference successful. Yunyan was taken aback and smiled at him with pursed lips. Quang Jin's face darkened as he looked at the Guohua Bird. You once tortured and killed your own child, right? Just now on the road. I heard you shouting about wanting to be the mother of Shimi and Yunyan. Do you even deserve the identity of a mother? Guohua Bird smiled lightly, covering her face with her hand. Ah, how could you understand my feelings? That man finally killed the man who betrayed me. And this child, she actually wants to betray me too. She actually wants to escape. I was so gentle and caring to her. Why am I working so hard and still unable to obtain happiness? Suddenly, Guohua Bird smiled easily, but at that time, when I was taking care of my seriously ill daughter with a sense of emptiness, that feeling of inner peace, even I was surprised. I kept taking care of her, hoping that life could just go on like this. And she actually wanted to crawl away and betray me. She trampled on my efforts, trampled on my heart. Quang Jin's face was cold as he watched her go mad, unable to help but sneer. Are you saying that feeding her poison and making her mute is caring for her? Or that breaking her bones and pulling out her nails is loving her? Isn't she your child? Didn't you go through 10 months of pregnancy and labor pains to give birth to her? Why are you doing this? Shimi, I have decided I won't let you go. Hypocritical and fake scum. A person like you doesn't deserve to be a mother. Shimi and Yunyan were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Quang Jin so angry. Guohua Bird's forehead throbbed with veins, indifferent to her daughter's situation, but felt displeased when Quang Jin shouted that name. Shut up. I abandoned that name long ago. That adult named me. I am Guohua Bird. Besides this wonderful body, this name is even more precious. It was given to me by the only one who understands me. Guohua Bird showed a rapturous expression, blushing, then suddenly calmed down. At that time, when I killed that child, I regretted it. Because then, I was no longer the strong wife who devoted everything to an abusive husband, nor the gentle mother supporting a seriously ill daughter. She sighed. That adult appeared at that moment and said, understanding my feelings, he granted me blood, saying I could definitely become a powerful ghost. She laughed foolishly, swaying her body. Guess what I ate first after becoming a ghost? It was the corpse of Shajiang. Kuang Jin's guess was not wrong. He felt strong disgust and pity for that innocent girl, his fists clenched tightly, creaking. Yunyan's gaze grew colder, and Shimi's hand gripping the knife creaked ominously, a glint of cold light flashing in both their eyes. Chapter 34. Slaying the Guahua Bird. The Guahua bird revealed a look of intoxication, gently caressing her abdomen with a face full of nauseating happiness. After that, I caught a lot of children to eat. They all entered my belly, becoming my children, and will be with me forever, never to be separated in this mansion. My beloved children, and I have become a happy family. Those children who are unloved by their parents, or who suffer abuse, are actually very easy to let down their guard. She smiled softly, her finger tapping on her lips, lightly licking the corner of her mouth. Although it's a bit troublesome. Some children even said they loved me and depended on me until their dying breath, full of gratitude towards me. I feel so happy and blessed, actually. That girl over there doesn't matter. Although her sadness and anger are also very attractive to me, that child's gaze is just too calm, like a stagnant pool of water. Your gaze is too honest. I don't want either of you. What I want is you, Shimi. You're covered in scars, and your heart is too. It's obvious that you've suffered from abuse by your parents. I want to comfort you, my poor dear, and give you all my love. A surge of blood rushed directly to Kuang Jin's forehead. He didn't even have the extra energy to tell the Guahua bird to shut up. He charged forward and swung his knife. Breath of wind, third form, clear breeze tree. He unleashed 3 wind blades centered around himself towards the Guahua bird. The Guahua bird intended to raise her hand to block, but was caught off guard by the attack, which far exceeded the capacity of her demon body to withstand. Her left arm, already severed by Yunyan, was cut off once again. With cold red eyes, she looked at her fallen arm, then turned her gaze back to Kuang Jin. Kuang Jin glared fiercely back at her crimson eyes. His voice hoarse. Shimi is not to be pitied at all. Shimi's mother loves him and the children from the bottom of her heart. Kuang Jin felt a lump in his throat. This guy has no idea how Shimi has survived. He doesn't know how gentle Shimi is, or what feelings he harbors while harming his own body and heart. Clearly a gentle and attentive person, yet he forces himself to become irritable, violent, and taciturn. Clearly caring, but he makes himself insincere. She understands nothing, and yet, here she is, talking nonsense. Kuang Jin's eyes ignited with fury as he unleashed another wind slash, roaring, "You damn demon, you clearly understand nothing. Don't casually slander his memories." "I'm fine, Kuang Jin," Shimi said lightly, a bitter smile on his lips, feigning a relaxed tone. "Your upbringing is too good. My bastard father talks nonsense all day. I'm tired of hearing it." He patted Kuang Jin's shoulder. "Don't bother with someone who speaks nonsense with their eyes wide open. I never think of myself as pitiful." Shimi glanced at Yunyan, who was slightly bowed in the distance, her bangs covering her face so that her expression was unclear, and a flash of heartache crossed his eyes. "Among the people I know, there are those who are even more unfortunate than me. Compared to her, I am far luckier." Kuang Jin silently nodded, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes and sniffing. Therefore, Shimi raised the Nicaran blade towards the demon with only one arm left. "It's a pity you can't control me, you self-righteous, trashy demon." The Guahua bird sighed, revealing a gentle smile, her face filled with helplessness, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. "Ah, it seems that things won't go as you wish. What a pity. I originally thought we could be a good mother and son. Stop playing, trashy demon. Everything should come to an end now. I can strike you now." "Yes, that's right." The flesh around the Guahua bird's wound suddenly bulged, and then her arm grew back. Shimi pressed his tongue against his cheek. This bastard has a terrifying regeneration speed. Faster than any demon he faced with Kuang Jin. Looking at the words engraved in her eyes, he licked his lips, a mad smile on his face, as expected. "It's the lower crescent one. Breath of wind, first form, dust whirlwind, slash." Shimi's figure surged forward, leaving wind blades in his wake, and his fierce attack erupted with intense energy. The Guahua bird was not to be outdone. Their figures intertwined rapidly, and the gusts of wind shattered nearby wooden walls, causing them to crack and explode. Kuang Jin's expression grew serious. Just as he was about to raise his knife to help Shimi, he noticed the look Shimi gave him. Following Shimi's gaze, Kuang Jin saw the 2 children captured by the Guahua bird. He hurried over, picking one up in each arm, and brought the children to a relatively safe corner to protect them. Yunyan's eyes were dull, her pupils trembling, and her hands shaking. What did that female ghost just say? Pity? Pity for whom? Pity for brother me? Living together, living in the womb. The button that closed off her emotions completely snapped back, and the missing feelings surged in like a tide. Yunyan's expressionless face was covered with anger as she watched Shimi get injured and thrown out. She ground her molars hard, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. TCH, her voice fell into the ears of the two people and one ghost, and they all turned to look at her. Quangjin and Shimi were stunned by the expression on her face, unable to help but stand up straight. Guohuanyao froze for a moment, locked in place by those golden eyes filled with murderous intent, as if she were being firmly targeted by a giant dragon about to explode in rage. Yunyan took a step forward, and the surrounding area was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The exposed skin showed bulging veins. Shimi and Quangjin both felt their legs go weak, as if their backs were pressed down by 1,000 pounds. Their eyes widened in shock at the furious Yunyan. In the past, her slightly cold and gentle voice now carried a hoarse tone, suppressed anger roaring out. "How dare you?" Slowly raising her hand that gripped the knife, the dark blade with blue flame patterns suddenly entwined with deep blue flames, which were unlike any other fire, exuding a chilling aura. The temperature dropped sharply, frost spreading everywhere. Quangjin was startled and quickly opened his clothing, pulling the two children into his embrace. "This is bad. Yunyan is angry." Breath of ice, ninth form, ice flame, purgatory. Blue flames rose up, engulfing the entire room in blue fire, with cold air spreading everywhere. The Yukiana widened her eyes, and in the next moment, her gaze became as cold as ice. What a troublesome child. Is she really a Hashira? This is indeed an unexpected delight. Turning to battle Yunyan, she was instantly severed of both arms, the cold blue flames scorching her wounds, making it impossible for her arms to regenerate for the time being. The smoke fell to the ground as she unleashed her blood demon technique, engulfing the fragrance in blue flames. Shimi burst out from above her, while Quangjin wrapped the clothes around the two children, gripping his knife and using the breathing technique to thrust forward. The two coordinated, simultaneously using the wind breathing technique. Quangjin severed the body of the Yukiana, while Shimi decapitated her. The two landed on the ground, with Yunyan facing away from them, glancing sideways. Shimi and Quangjin rested their knives on their shoulders, facing the gradually dissipating body of the Yukiana. The three stood amidst the blue flames, darkness shrouding the entire room. Inside the firelit room, their bodies seemed to blend into the darkness, leaving only a pair of eyes glimmering with a cold light. The Yukiana looked at them, a smile appearing on her face as her body gradually disappeared. Yunyan looked coldly at her half-dissolved head and said sternly, "My Shimi brother doesn't need any pity. He's doing well." Guohuanyao was momentarily stunned, but suddenly understood Yunyan's meaning and smiled. "Is that so? Being someone's firm choice, I really envy that." The waning moon had died, and this mission was over. However, Shimi's ears turned red because of her and Guohuanyao's words. He lowered his head, his hair covering his flushed face. Yunyan glanced at the two people, noticing that they were both somewhat injured. Fortunately, their injuries weren't serious, just a bit frightening to look at. Chapter 35. The aftermath long brought Een and the rescue team over. Yin stared blankly at the screen, while Shimi and Quangjin exchanged glances, completely ignoring Een, who wanted to take them aside to tend to their wounds. They walked straight to the screen and simultaneously kicked it, causing it to fall to the ground. The entire screen had been blocking the view behind it like a wall, and now, with it down, the gruesome sight behind it sent chills down everyone's spine. There were scattered bones everywhere, and tattered cloth stained with blood lay haphazardly around. "What?" Shimi's eyes widened slightly, and then he became agitated, thinking that he would eventually kill all these damned evil spirits. Quangjin clenched his fists in anger. This was too much. These were the bones of children. Yunyan's expression was as she turned and left. The two noticed the footsteps behind them, turned their heads, and silently watched Yunyan's departing figure. Yunyan knelt on the soft cushion, while Ubuyashikiyoya looked at her gently. "What you mean is that for this mission, you were just assisting from the side, right?" "Yes, my lord." The head of the lower moon was cut off by the two of them working together. "What I did was only to interfere with the demon's actions." "Is that so? You worked hard, child. Those two kids. I remember their names are Mitsuri Kenroji and Kaneo Tsuyuri, right? They are truly talented and hardworking kids." "Yes, my lord." Ubuyashikiyoya and Yunyan chatted in the house for the entire morning. As Yunyan walked out of the residence, she lowered her gaze and nearly bumped into Madame Amano, who was bringing tea. Madame Amano looked at Yunyan, who seemed to be shrouded in gloom, and asked with concern, "What is wrong, Yunyan? Why do you seem so down?" Yunyan first bowed and apologized, then looked a bit confused. "I'm sorry, Madame Tianyin, I didn't notice you. My head felt heavy, and I looked up in bewilderment. Madame Tianyin was looking at her gently and kindly, softly stroking her head. No matter what you encounter, no matter what terrifying things you've witnessed, Yin, you are not alone. Be strong, child, and pull yourself together again. Yin pursed her lips, as if she saw the shadow of Mei Hui in Lady Tianyin. Her eyes shimmered with tears, and with a nasal tone, she asked, Lady Tianyin, may I hug you? Lady Tianyin was taken aback for a moment, quickly set the tea aside, and reached out to embrace her, gently stroking the back of her head as if soothing her own daughter. Yin buried her face in her embrace, her shoulders shaking. Although she was taller than Madame Tianyin, at this moment, she was half kneeling on the ground, crying like a child who had been wronged, seeking comfort in her mother's arms. Madame Tianyin gently soothed her until Yin stopped crying, standing up straight with a slightly flushed face. Madame Tianyin smiled and said, Good child, if you still feel sad, I can lend you my embrace again. Yin nodded and thanked Lady Tianyin in a low voice before returning to check on her stepson, feeling the warmth of Qian Na Mei. Afterward, she accepted 2 tasks and set off on a long journey. The 2 who had finally been released from the butterfly house learned about the news of Yin soon taking over as Wind Pillar and wanted to invite her to celebrate with Hot Pot. However, they were informed by Long that after returning, Yin had immediately taken on 2 tasks and left again. She would return in time for the Pillar Assembly meeting in 7 days. The 2 sat in front of the hot pot, resting their chins on their hands, staring at the bubbling broth. Quang Jin leaned on the table, looking dispirited, with a bandage on his face. Yin-Chan is so busy. Shimi rested his chin on his hand and glanced at him. That guy, could it be that he's squeezing out time for our collaborative task? By the way, what did you get familiar enough to call her by her name? Quang Jin pouted. This was approved by Yin-Chan. I was the one who kept passing things to you before. All right, I got it. Shimi stared at the boiling pot. If this time, it was just him and Quang Jin going, would they win so easily? He recalled the terrifying aura and strength Yin displayed during her final outburst, as well as the chilling, self-healing ability of the Yukiana. His purple eyes flickered. It wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger. Becoming a pillar was not the end. He had to keep getting stronger. It's boiling, Quang Jin exclaimed and quickly grabbed his chopsticks to put meat in. Shimi looked at him speechlessly. His interrupted thoughts wouldn't affect his decisions. Instead, he joined Quang Jin in the meat-grabbing frenzy. The Pillar Assembly meeting was in 7 days, and the 2 rarely had some rest time. Standing in their new residence, both were not fond of being waited on, so they rolled up their sleeves to clean up together. After organizing the courtyard, they sat down to rest. However, they were both restless and soon picked up wooden swords to spar. Yin severed the head of the evil spirit, sheathed her sword, and her gaze suddenly sharpened as she turned her hand to grip the dagger that was thrust toward her waist. She looked down at the woman whose face was filled with fear and tears. You killed my child. He was just sick. How could you kill him? Yin looked at her coldly, gripping the dagger tightly, blood flowing down the dagger onto the woman's hand. The woman seemed to be scalded, quickly releasing her grip and retreating a few steps while supporting herself on the ground. Yin still held the dagger, but there was a flicker of anger in his eyes. He had already turned into a ghost and had eaten people. He was no longer your child, but a ghost, an evil spirit. The reason he became this way is partly your fault. You could have stopped him when he was hungry, controlled him, but you didn't. Not only did you not, you even helped him deceive innocent travelers to provide him with food. If that's what you're saying, then you're also an unforgivable murderer. The woman's pupils shook violently, and in terror, she covered her head and screamed, Shut up. I did nothing wrong. I just wanted my child to live. I just wanted him to have enough to eat. Why did those people have to struggle? They could have just obediently drunk that bowl of medicine and quietly died in their sleep. Ugh, scum. Yin let out a cold laugh, threw the dagger in her hand aside, and turned to leave. The hidden ones outside listened to the conversation inside, their pupils shaking in shock. What on earth is this woman babbling about? Watching Yin walk out with a cold expression, blood continuously flowing from her hand, Alan walked over with concern. Lord Ice Pillar, your hand is fine? Yin raised her hand and smiled gently at her. Please, Alan, help me take care of this. Alan's eyes turned slightly red as she sniffed yes. I will be very gentle. I won't hurt you. Yin smiled nonchalantly, no longer caring about the pain. This little injury was nothing. After bandaging her left hand, Yin patted Alan's head, helplessly watching her cry again. Long Luo rested on her shoulder, saying, Yin, the joint meeting is the day after tomorrow. Please hurry back. Okay, got it. Anyway, the task is already completed, so it's time to go back and rest for a day. Let's go back and have a good sleep. Yin rubbed her eyes, which had some dark circles under them. After not having a proper rest for 5 consecutive days, she didn't care how the madwoman handled it. She focused entirely on her breathing and running, eager to get home and sleep. Upon returning to the ice house, she took a hot bath, changed into her pajamas, and snuggled into the warm blankets. Yawning and hugging her pillow tightly, Long nuzzled her face, and Yin said good night to her before closing her eyes to sleep. Chitos walked out while yawning and noticed the tightly closed door, realizing that her master had returned and was probably catching up on sleep. So, she tiptoed quietly to the kitchen to have breakfast, specifically choosing a quiet spot to practice during training. She was afraid of waking her master, who had finally gotten some time to sleep. Chapter 36, Taking Chitos to the Streets. Yin yawned and got up, receiving a letter. She looked at it with sleepy eyes and suddenly woke up. When did Kanai become a Hashira? Long looked at her with a bewildered expression and helplessly pulled out a letter from the box, which was clearly sent a long time ago. She must have been on a mission, so she hadn't opened it at all. Yin rubbed her nose in annoyance. Well, it was her fault. To make up for it, Yin bought a defensive bracelet from the system shop, a pink crystal bracelet. The pink crystal butterfly was translucent, adorned with peach blossoms, beautiful yet not extravagant. She asked Long to help deliver it to Kanai as a belated congratulatory gift. As soon as she opened the door, she was embraced by Chianami. Master, I really missed you. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I feel like several lifetimes have passed. Yin blinked her eyes gently and rubbed her head. Apologizing, I'm sorry, I neglected you. Kanami shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling. How could that be? Master is never wrong. It's just that I love sticking to you too much. Are you hungry, Master? I made delicious pork chop rice. Yin smiled and nodded, but she always felt that the little girl's words were a bit strange. Chitom watched Yin eat happily, her whole being radiating little pink flowers. Suddenly noticing the bandage on her left hand, Chitom frowned slightly, her eyes full of concern. Is Master's task very difficult? Why do you ask that? Chitom looked at her left hand, and Yin understood, chuckling softly, keeping the reason forever hidden in her heart. It's nothing, just a momentary mistake. Chitom didn't believe she would make a mistake, but she also understood that the reason for the injury might not be easy to say. So she simply went along with Yin's wishes and didn't bring it up again. After dinner, Yin naturally had to check whether Chitom had been training well lately. Seeing Chitom's obvious progress, she nodded with satisfaction. Since there was nothing to do, and she couldn't always let her apprentice train in the house, she decided to take her out to play. The little girl was still young and didn't need to do such oppressive things every day. As soon as she heard they were going out to have fun, Chitom's eyes lit up even more. She dragged Yin to her room and mysteriously took out a box from the cupboard to open it. Inside lay a brand new deep blue kimono with snowflake patterns. Chitom's face turned red as she nervously rubbed her hands. I made it myself, Master. Would you like to try it on? Okay. Yin agreed without hesitation and directly took off her clothes in front of her. Qian's face turned red instantly, and she covered her face, not daring to look, yet still unable to resist the temptation. She gently opened a small gap with her fingers to sneak a peek, and her face turned even redder. Master's physique is so good. The abdominal muscles are so nice. What a slender figure. Yin changed into a kimono, slightly spreading her arms and smiling gently. Does she look good? Chianami stared at her in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Yin now seemed to be coated in a soft glow, almost like a fairy. Beautiful, really beautiful. Super beautiful. Like a fairy. I knew this outfit would definitely match Master. Yin playfully tapped her forehead, pointing to the hair accessories beside her. It was a bit exaggerated to say she looked like a fairy, so she asked for help, saying, I'm not good at styling hair. Chianami, no. Master, you are completely unaware of your own beauty. All right, Master, leave it to me. Chianami was even more motivated now, rolling up her sleeves to start working on Yin's hair. Her long hair was styled up, secured with a dark jade and snowflake hairpin, and 2 white tassel hairpins were added for decoration. On her ears, she wore sapphire drop earrings. Yin glanced back, momentarily stunning Qianmei, who covered her face and let out a silent scream. I also prepared a gift for Naimei, so put it on. Sai, do I have one too? Thank you. Master. Soon, Yin stepped out first, followed by Qianmei, who was wearing a light gold kimono. It was embroidered with a sunflower pattern, and her hair was styled up with her favorite sunflower hairpin, which was the first gift Yin had given her. The two walked side by side on the street, and Qianmei curiously looked at the stalls, buying whatever she admired. The things she bought were all in her hands. Watching the excited Qianmei in front of her, The smile on Yunyan's lips deepened. What an easily satisfied little girl. Qianmei was still watching the cricket fight when she was suddenly bumped into and then grabbed by the collar and lifted up. When she opened her eyes, she saw a fierce-looking little thug. The thug glared at her and said, "Hey, you little girl, are you not watching where you're going? What are you going to do about bumping into me? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Speak up." Qianmei widened her eyes slightly. It was her first time experiencing something like this. The Demon Slayer Corps can't lay a hand on ordinary people, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she landed steadily on the ground, and a fair hand pressed against the thug's face, followed by the thug being thrown away. Yunyan stood straight, expressionless as he wiped his hands with a cloth. My stepson, bold enough, casually tossed the cloth on the ground, his slender and fragile figure standing in front of Qianmei. Qianmei's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice trembling. "Master." Yunyan turned around, gently touching her cheek, wiping away the tears on her face. "Don't be afraid. Master is here. Naimi is very strong, right?" Qianmei bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Yunyan smiled gently. "And from now on, when encountering such scum, just swing your fists and hit them. Although the team rules require protecting humans and forbidding violence against ordinary people, you still need to protect yourself. Master." "Nami, remember that." The little thug on the ground was wailing, and his brothers all turned to look, each holding a sickle or an iron rod, standing just about a meter away from Yunyan. With ugly, fierce faces, they looked down at her and shouted angrily, "You dare to touch my brother? Are you tired of living?" Yunyan sneered coldly, raised his hand and squeezed his fist. The sound of cracking echoed as he tightened his grip, and a cross expression appeared on his face. "Oh, it seems you really lack lessons." The little thugs were just about to make a move when suddenly their fierce expressions froze, and they all retreated in terror. Yunyan blinked in confusion and followed their gaze, only to see Shimi and Quangjin appearing behind them at some point. Both had dark expressions, and Shimi looked as if he wanted to swallow someone whole, exuding an aura of dark energy. Coupled with the fierce scar on his face and his menacing gaze, he resembled Ashura crawling out of hell. Shimi clenched his fists, which were cracking, veins bulging, and growled with a villainous face. "Who the hell do you want to fight? Do you want to die, you damn fools? Huh? Are you all mute? Speak up." I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The little punks fled, leaving everything behind, each running faster than a rabbit. Q version Yunyan looked at him with her big eyes, raised her hand, and said, "Long time no see. Brother Shimi, how have you been lately?" Shimizu. Ha ha ha. "Shimi, your expression is so weird right now. Ha ha." Quangjin observed Shimi's mix of anger and confusion, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Shimi maintained his stern face, his eye twitching, and elbowed Quangjin, who crouched down, holding his stomach and coughing uncontrollably. Chinami tugged at Yunyan's arm, peeking over curiously. When she saw Shimi, she instinctively shrank her neck in fear. Looking down at the coughing Quangjin, she leaned in with concern. "Are you okay?" When Quangjin looked up, he saw Chinami, who was as beautiful as a flower, cute, and full of worry, and he was stunned, muttering, "Angel." Chinami. Yunyan. Shimizu Sumiya. Chapter 37. The appointment of the wind pillar. For some reason, Yunyan suddenly wanted to give Quangjin a jab, smiling, but with slightly raised eyebrows. Chitami blushed and shrank back behind Yunyan. Sumiya clicked his tongue, about to speak, but noticed Yunyan's left hand was bandaged, his pupils dilating. Are you injured?" You mean this?" "It's nothing." Yunyan glanced at his left hand and smiled faintly. Sumiya pressed his lips together, choosing not to say anything further. Quangjin stood up, holding his stomach, looking at Sumiya with a resentful expression. "Arno, Sumiya, that's too much. It really hurts." Sumiya shot him a glare, but remained silent, as he had already noticed the little girl behind Yunyan. Presumably, she was Yunyan's disciple, clearly afraid of him. For some reason related to the principle of loving the house and its crow, Sumiya chose to stay quiet to avoid scaring her. "Master, I want to go home." Chitami tugged at Yunyan's sleeve and spoke softly. Yunyan turned around and patted her head, smiling gently. "Aren't we going to play a little longer? It's not easy to come out and have fun, and there are still many delicious things in the town. Don't you want to try some?" Chitami's eyes visibly brightened, hesitating as she tugged at his clothes. Then, "Can Master accompany me to play a little longer?" Yunyan smiled with her eyes and spoke softly, "Of course." Then she turned to look at Shimi and the eagerly expectant Quangjin. "Do you two want to join us?" Yes. Of course." I'm fine with anything." Shimi raised his hand to rub his neck, his gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere, and naturally reached out to take the things Yunyan was carrying. The smile at the corners of Yunyan's lips deepened as she turned, allowing Kayaname to link arms with her while shopping. Shimi walked behind her, watching her in a deep blue kimono adorned with snowflake patterns, her hair styled up, revealing her slender, snow-white neck. Even her profile couldn't hide the gentle smile on her face. Unable to help herself, she felt her cheeks flush, and slowly, her ears and neck turned red as well. It seemed like she suddenly understood her feelings. Kwang Jin was practically surrounded by little pink flowers, his eyes glued to Kayaname, and Yun Yen had long noticed his gaze. Although he was a very kind and gentle person, for some reason, she really wanted to hit someone right now. After shopping from afternoon to evening, the four of them entered a hot pot restaurant. They ordered 2 pots of sake, enjoying the hot pot while savoring the wine. Yun Yen, having undergone the refinement of etiquette, knew that whether eating or doing anything else, as 06 said, elegance is always in style. Habitually drinking, she leaned back in her chair, glancing outside through the window. To the other 3, the normally calm and rational person now exuded a lazy aura. The moonlight fell upon her, casting a layer of mist over her golden eyes, making it hard to discern her current emotions. Leaning lazily against the chair, holding a wine glass, her lips curved into a faint smile. She seemed like a deity wandering the world, viewing everything as mere smoke and clouds, just like her name. It was elusive and incomprehensible. The person involved felt that this lousy wine was bland. She really missed the celestial brew from her own estate. One sip could be summed up in one phrase: how to forget worries. Only with celestial brew. Since they had a meeting to attend the next day, everyone didn't linger too long. After dinner, Shimi and Kwang Jin sent the 2 back to the ice mansion and bid farewell. Now that he understood his feelings, action had to be taken. Even if it was just his unrequited love, even if she eventually married someone else, he could still stand by her side as a brother. To him, she was more important than his own life. The next day, at the production house of the Yashiki estate, the first to arrive was always Baiming Island Xingming, followed by Yun Yen, and then the others. Since the 2 were the newly appointed wind pillars, Shimi and Kwang Jin rushed over early in the morning. Shimi appeared indifferent, but the person beside him made his body tense with nervousness. Kwang Jin was so anxious about finally meeting the Lord that his whole body was trembling. Yun Yen sat beside Shimi, lowering her gaze and zoning out. Shimi glanced at her from time to time, while the diagonally opposite Kanahu seemed to have discovered something new, covering her mouth in surprise and then smiling gently. Allah, Allah, it seems like something incredible has been found. Feeling a bit bored, having woken up too early and eaten breakfast early as well, Yun Yen belonged to the type who eats less but more frequently. At this moment, she felt a bit hungry and glanced up at the sky, thinking, the Lord is so slow. Kanahu leaned closer to her, smiling as she pulled out a bundle from behind, revealing freshly made sweet rice cakes and honey balls. Yun Yen-chan, are you hungry? I heard Mr. Baiming Island say that you always get hungry during the Hashira meeting, so I prepared some in advance. Do you want to eat? Yun Yen nodded vigorously, thanking Kanny, and took a bite of the dumpling. Because it was something she liked, her eyes narrowed, and her whole demeanor softened. Yuzui Tenjin rested his chin on his hand, wearing a smile of a brother doting on his sister. Haha, the glamorous ice crystal girl truly shows a splendid expression when she eats something she loves. Yun Yen didn't want to hear him speak tongue twisters, so she directly shoved a meatball into his mouth. Yuzui Tenjin was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly closed his mouth and ate the meatball. Well, he was elegantly being rejected by the other party. Yun Yen glanced at the door, then lowered her head to take a piece of rice cake from the box and quietly tugged at the stiff Shimi beside her, who was as rigid as a statue. Shimi looked at her in confusion, and seeing her wave, she bent down towards her, only to have a piece of rice cake stuffed in her mouth the next moment. Yun Yen looked at Kwang Jin again, and Kwang Jin instinctively reached out his hand. He was afraid that if he was fed, he would definitely be chased and cut down 18 streets by Shirmi when he got home. Shirmi, blushing, silently ate the rice cakes. Yun Yen held a sweet cake and ran to Baiming Yuxing's side with a da-da-da, tugging at his clothes. Baiming Yuxing bent down in confusion, asking, "What's wrong, Yun Yen?" "Mr. Baiming," she said, opening her mouth. All right." The cake was soft, sticky, and sweet. Baiming Yuxing was taken aback for a moment, tears of warmth filling his eyes and falling down. Yun Yen ran back and pulled Kana to eat together, occasionally feeding the people present. Long helplessly shook his head. This little girl was still the same as before, always wanting to share any good food with those around her. He then smiled helplessly, realizing that this was also why everyone liked her. Production housekeeper Wai Zai arrived not long after they finished eating. He did it on purpose because he knew Yunyan would wake up too early and not have enough breakfast. Before the meeting started, she would definitely be hungry. During the first Hashira meeting, he didn't know about this situation until after the meeting ended when he saw Yunyan rushing to the kitchen. Later, he quietly asked Long, which led to the meetings always starting after Yunyan finished eating. Chapter 38, Collaborative Task, Iguro Abanai. Thanks to Yunyan's intervention, Kyujiku stayed by Shinazugawa's side. So he didn't confront production housekeeper Wizai like in the main storyline, although he was still young and headstrong, with some defiance. When production housekeeper Wizai mentioned the name of the deceased, Shinazugawa's body relaxed. It turned out that their efforts and sacrifices were meaningful and would be remembered. The person in front of him, referred to as the Lord, was one of those he was willing to protect with his life. This was what he told himself in his heart. Everyone respectfully waited for production housekeeper Wizai to leave before they all got up. Yunyan stood up while yawning, rubbing his eyes as he walked, looking so sleepy that he seemed to be floating. Shimi really couldn't stand it anymore and picked him up. Yunyan looked confusedly at the people behind Shimi. He turned back and curiously looked at Shimi's profile. Shimi-ji? TSK, seeing you like this, so sleepy. Did you go stealing last night? Aren't you afraid of tripping while walking like this? It's better for me to carry you than for you to fall. Yunyan blinked and turned her head, only to find that everyone had run away, including Kwang Jin. So, Yunyan patted his shoulder, bearing the stomachache. Shimi's shoulder was too hard. She thought he really had hurt her. Shimi gently put her down, took a couple of steps forward, squatted down, and came up. Yunyan lay on his wide and strong back, her arms wrapped around his neck, her face resting on her arms, just like when they were kids. Hold on tight. If you fall and cry, I won't comfort you. The smoke curled up at the corners of her lips as her face leaned in to nuzzle his neck. Shimi won't drop me. Shimi's body stiffened, his muscles suddenly tensing, and fearing that it would hurt her, he instantly relaxed. TSK. In front of her, Shimi could only feel a sense of frustration. Scolding? He couldn't bear to do that. Hitting? Even less so. He could only bottle it up inside. Yunyan yawned several times in a row, her sleepy eyes barely open. In her dazed state, she heard Shimi's gentle voice say, "If you're tired, just sleep." Yunyan was momentarily stunned, feeling that it had been a long time since she had heard Shimi speak in such a tone. Unable to resist the drowsiness, her head tilted, and she nestled into his neck, falling into a deep sleep. Shimi steadied his steps, even using breathing techniques, afraid of jostling her and disturbing her sleep. Along the way, if they encountered any passing team members, as long as the other party wanted to speak, they would be met with Shimi's murderous glare that silenced them. The onlookers were shocked and in disbelief as they watched him carry Yunyan toward the ice house. Only Shimi knew that his heart was racing anxiously. The ears hidden beneath his white hair turned bright red, and his pace slowed considerably as he thought, let this path be a bit longer. Upon entering the ice house, under Kianami-I's stunned expression, he settled Yunyan down. The fluidity of his movements made Kianami-I want to shout Dad, as she had only seen her father do such things for her, caring down to the smallest detail. Silently bidding farewell to Shimi, Kianami-I continued with her training. Kwang Jin was waiting for him outside the ice house. When he saw him come out, he playfully nudged him. Shimi's face turned red as he pushed him away. The two of them received their first mission to become Hashira that day. Meanwhile, Yunyan was inside the room, demonstrating her blanket flying technique. Not only was she sleeping in all sorts of positions, but her blanket was also 8 feet away from her. Suddenly, she sat up with a start, eyes closed as she fumbled around, and after much effort, she finally grabbed the blanket and immediately fell back asleep. Alan sighed helplessly, gently picking her up along with the blanket and placing them back on the tatami mat, wrapping Yunyan up like a silkworm. This way, she wouldn't kick off the blanket. And of course, she thoughtfully wrapped Yunyan's pillow in with her as well. 3 nights later, Yunyan crossed her arms and looked at Ehei Shobane, whose neck was wrapped with a white snake, tilting her head slightly. Ehei Shobane knew that the other person was a Hashira, so she patiently waited for her to speak. What is this little guy's name? Sarumaru? Sarumaru? How cute. What does it eat? Worms, crickets, grasshoppers, and other insects. It doesn't like to eat big ones. Yunyan nodded, rummaged through her backpack, and took out a can of small dried fish, each about the length of a finger. Would it eat this? Ehei Shobane paused for a moment, turned to look at Tamamaru, while Yunyan took out a fish and handed it over. Tamamaru leaned in, the tongue touched the dried fish, and it opened its mouth to swallow it. The whole snake exuded a sense of joy. Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed. She still really liked these small animals, especially when she saw Jiao Wan, which reminded her of her 2 dragons at home. When she first raised them, they were just as small and loved to eat the little dried fish she made. She handed a can in her hand to Ihe Kobain as a gift for Jiawan, wanting to be friends with it. Ihe Kobain hesitated but took the can, and Jiawan looked at him with eager eyes, making him nod. Since Jiawan was a friend, that made him a friend too. Although the other party was a Hashira, and although he was currently a grade A, he would become a Hashira. Yin took him on a cooperative mission, and the two walked along a small path in the forest. This time, the task was at a dilapidated temple deep in the woods. It was said that there were always sounds of women crying inside the temple. The two stood in front of the eerie, crumbling temple, where the stench of ghosts was extremely intense. Yin wouldn't let a teammate of a lower-level lead, so she didn't hesitate at all. Without saying a word, she kicked the door open. In some ways, she was very similar to Shimi, simple and brutal. A malevolent ghost that wanted to ambush them was directly kicked out by her. Along with the door, Yin blinked and looked at the evil spirit struggling to get up after having its face smashed by the door. After a while, she uttered 2 words, framing, Ihe Shobain, the wronged evil spirit. As usual, Yin wouldn't take action. Ihe Shobain was familiar with her style, so he didn't need her to speak. He drew his sword and charged forward. Serpent breathing, first form, serpent's curve slash. He swung his sword counterclockwise for a slashing attack, curving like a serpent, instantly severing the evil spirit's head. Looking at the dissipating evil spirit on the ground, Yin turned her gaze to the stone statue in the temple. Hey, it's not over yet. Ihe Shobain followed her line of sight, and the statue had an eerie smile. Yes, it was smiling. Takamaru was clearly startled. Not to mention him, even Ihe Shobain himself was taken aback. Yin drew his sword, and a chilling aura emanated from it. I remember that your breathing technique is a derivative of water breathing, right? Then you can refer to my swordsmanship. Perhaps it will provide you with some inspiration. Ihe Kobain stood up straight. He could only use the 3rd form of attack for now, and what his new friend said was not wrong. The cloud smoke lightly touched the ground, and the person's aura changed dramatically. Ice breathing, 8th form. Ice blade storm resembled the 3rd form of water breathing, rapidly advancing forward, swinging several ice blades that could even alter their trajectory, truly forming a vortex-type wide-range attack. The statue suddenly changed its appearance. A demon resembling a statue from a horror story dodged to the rooftop. Although half of its body was severed, it still had a fierce expression and was drooling. Yin dodged the drool of the evil spirit, wrinkling her nose in disgust. That's pretty gross. Breath of ice, 6th form, ice phantom dragon roar, she slashed through, and a frost giant dragon coiled within the room, blocking the evil spirit's escape route and devouring it. Yin severed the head of the evil spirit and sheathed her sword. The two then patrolled the nearby area again to confirm everything was clear before heading back. Chapter 39. Please let me wander. Thank you. After 2 months, Yin sat alone on a rock. To be precise, it was Yin the cat. She looked down at her pink paw pads, feeling that something was off. The entire cat was shrouded in shadow. She leaped off the rock and walked listlessly to the puddle nearby, where her current appearance was reflected in the water. To say the least, she was a calico cat with evenly distributed colors. It could be said that not only was she a beauty in the eyes of cats, but she was also a pretty little kitty in the eyes of humans. The fog of confusion has collapsed, and it's not for no reason. Why does the blood demon technique of the ghost replicate the most profound blood demon technique in the enemy's mind? Isn't it just that she remembered that time when Shimi turned into a cat? I'm really fed up. The demon didn't even get killed, and the transformation into a cat happened too quickly. The cloud of smoke puffs as she splashes water with her paws, instantly soaking her fur. Well, a drenched little kitten. Yin has completely shut herself off. Because this place is very far from any Demon Slayer core base, she can't possibly make it there in her current state. She fears that she will be snacked on by wolves on the way. Yin, the little cat with autism, lay down next to her Sunwell knife, feeling wronged. Do whatever you want. Long Fei fell down and awkwardly made eye contact with her. Yin, should I call for help? You really shouldn't be executing any missions in your current state. Yin was sulking and shaking her head vigorously. Unfortunately, she couldn't resist any longer, so she could only hang her head and wait for rescue. But the one who came was Yuzui Tenjin. Yin, MD wants to die even more. Being held by the nape of her neck by fate, Yin's pair of dazzling golden cat eyes stared blankly at Yuzui Tenjin. The two of them locked eyes for a long time, and Yuzui Tenjin laughed out loud, clutching his stomach. Long took Yin's knife back first and informed Chitos. In the ice house, aside from the little white cat's bed, Chitos was preparing another luxurious cat bed with little pink flowers. Even if the master turned into a cat, He should still live in the best cat bed. Yuzui Tenjin continued to laugh while pinching the skin on the back of her neck, and Yunyan glared at him angrily, wanting to give him a claw. She thought about it and did it. With a few swipes, unfortunately, her legs were too short to reach. Yuzui Tenjin laughed even louder. Passing through the Wind Pillar's jurisdiction, they happened to run into Sanemi on duty. At first glance, it looked like Yuzui was bullying a little cat. Sanemi frowned, instantly rushing over, and saw Yuzui Tenjin, who was still laughing, suddenly empty-handed, staring at Sanemi, who was holding the transformed cat Yunyan in his arms with one hand. Yuzui Tenjin revealed a meaningful smile. Sanemi's forehead was bulging with veins, and he shouted angrily, "Hey, aren't you a pillar? What are you doing bullying a small animal?" Yuzui Tenjin was already in a playful mood and didn't care about the other's tone. How could he? He just thought the little one was very cute. So he picked her up to take a look. How could someone as glamorous as him do something so unglamorous? Then Yuzui indicated that the cat was given to him, and with a few flashes, he left. Yunyan, Yuzui Tenjin, you damn. Shimi looked angrily at Yuzui leaving, secretly noting that he had to fight this infuriating and flashy guy next time. He looked down at the soft little kitten in his arms, troubled. Having taken care of younger siblings before, his home now had a foolish Quangjin and a few stag beetles. Other than that, he had never raised any other animals. Could he really take care of such a small cat? Shimi raised a hand to scratch his head, looking down at the obedient kitten resting in his hand. Revealing a gentle smile, he softly said, "Well then, I'll take you home. I can't just watch you wander outside all alone at such a young age." Yunyan, Shimi, you can let me wander outside. Really, I like wandering outside. Please let me go wander. Thank you. Feeling disheartened, she buried her head into his embrace. Shimi chuckled lightly and directly pulled her into his arms. Suddenly, Yunyan pressed against his abs. Noticing the little one in his arms stiffening, Shimi gently patted her through the clothes. "Don't be afraid. You're so small. Can you eat dried fish? Let's buy some small ones." Yunyan lay down helplessly and remained still. After transforming into a cat, her sense of smell became more acute, and her nostrils were filled with the sweet fragrance of the rice cakes on him, along with a faint hint of matcha. Mixed with the scent of sunshine, it was very pleasant. She hadn't rested well due to the mission, and after being caught off guard, she had remained alert and tense. Now that she suddenly relaxed, Yunyan felt so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. Habitually, when she was about to sleep, she rubbed against the pillow, so she instinctively nuzzled against Shimi, resting her head on his belt and falling asleep. Shimi felt the furry sensation rubbing against him, pulled back his clothes to take a look, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently patted her head, tightened his clothes slightly, and went to buy some dried fish. On his way past the sweet shop, he also bought 2 more servings of rice cakes. As Yunyan opened her eyes again, she was startled by Kwang Jin's face so close to hers, causing her fur to bristle up in surprise. And her instinctive reaction was to swipe at him with a paw. "That hurts." Kwang Jin covered his nose, sitting on the side with tears in his eyes, while Shirmi walked in holding some dried fish, looking at Kwang Jin with an expression of disbelief. "You idiot, who told you to get so close? What if you scared the little one?" Kwang Jin widened his eyes, pointing at herself. "But I'm the one who's hurt now." "Deserved it." Shirmi sat cross-legged, reached out, and pulled her into his arms, gently stroking her back to comfort her and smooth her fur. Yunyan gradually calmed her emotions, comfortably purring and nuzzling his hand. She looked up, her golden cat eyes gazing at Shimi's gentle smile that she had only seen in her childhood, and suddenly thought that being a cat wasn't so bad after all. So she happily immersed herself in the role. She stretched out her little tongue and gently licked his fingers, climbed into his arms, and poked her head out from his open shirt. Sure enough, Shimi usually dressed so casually. The proper uniforms they wore during missions were just a facade. She had caught him. Shimi indulged her behavior and instead brought a piece of dried fish to her mouth. Yunyan opened her mouth and took a bite, satisfied as she enjoyed it. So crispy, so crunchy, so fragrant. Kwang Jin looked at him with envy, tears in the corners of his eyes, thinking, "How nice, I also want to hug him. The touch must be so good, right? Shimi, how come you attract small animals so much? It's really enviable." Shimi's forehead twitched with a vein, his face darkening. "Is this really the time to talk about this? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to take care of this little one? Huh? Is it not okay to eat dried fish? How is that possible? Just eating this will not provide enough nutrition for her to grow up. What should I do? I've never raised one before either." 2 18-year-old Wind Hashira, whose breathing techniques reached their peak and whose combat power was off the charts, were now in a dilemma. After turning into a cat, Many behaviors became more cat-like, such as wanting to drink milk after finishing the dried fish. So she instinctively went looking for it. She directly latched onto a spot on Shimi's chest. In an instant, Shimi's body froze, letting out a muffled sound. Instantly, his whole face turned red, and he hurriedly pulled her out of his arms. Blushing, he covered the spot where he had just been bitten, saying, You idiot! Where are you biting? I'm not your mother. I don't have any milk to give you." Kwang Jin burst out laughing, rolling on the floor as he laughed uncontrollably. Yin Yan. Chapter 40 The Days of Being a Kitten in the Wind House. The two of them hurriedly got up, with Kwang Jin responsible for attracting the attention of Yin Yan, who had turned into a kitten, while Shimi went out to see if there was any goat milk or cow milk available for purchase. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and Shimi bought back a bucket of fresh cow milk. After heating a bowl and confirming the temperature was right, Shimi held Yin Yan, who had turned into a kitten, with one hand while carefully bringing the spoon of milk to her mouth with the other. Yin Yan was completely immersed in her role at the moment, drinking milk to the point of forgetting herself, only starting to yawn after her belly was filled up. The two of them let out a sigh of relief, carefully placing the cat into the cat nest made from the blanket and quietly leaving. Both exhaled a long breath as they looked through the crack in the door at the sleeping kitten, unable to help but smile. Since they still had a task at hand, they hurriedly left, needing to complete their mission and return as quickly as possible. Just as they left, Longfei landed beside Yin Yan, who had been sleeping but now sat up and began licking her paws. Longfei lowered his head apologetically, not expecting that Lord Inisuk would be so casual. "I am terribly sorry, Lady Yin Yan. Shall I take you back to the ice mansion now?" Yin Yan shook her head and tapped the floor. Having accompanied her for so long, Long instantly understood her meaning and nodded in agreement. The evil spirit using the blood demon technique had already been beheaded, but it was uncertain when the blood demon technique would be lifted. According to the provided blood, what Lord Flower Pillar meant was that she should return to normal in 7 days. "Please pay attention to any changes in your body, Lord Yin Yan." Yin Yan nodded, went to the side bag, and took out some dried fish that Shimi had bought for her to share with Long. After watching Long leave, Yin Yan stretched lazily, took small steps to the door, sat down with a thud, and wagged her tail while quietly watching the street corner. When Shimi and Kwang hurriedly arrived, they saw the newly adopted little kitten fiercely fighting with a wild cat. The little one was surprisingly agile, not only dodging attacks, but also fighting back, leaving the wild cat covered in wounds, yet it still viciously tried to bite her neck. The two were startled, with expressions resembling that of Belial, and they both shouted in unison, "Bastard! What are you doing?" The wild cat was startled and howled before fleeing. Yin Yan was exhausted, lying on the ground and panting heavily. This body really could only handle scraping therapy. If she waited any longer, she would be bitten. Shimi quickly walked over and hugged her, nervously checking if she was injured, while Kwang Jin huffed and shouted a few words in the direction where the wild cat had fled. Once they confirmed that she was unharmed, both of them sighed in relief. It was so great that she wasn't hurt. Kwang Jin seemed to deflate, relaxing completely, while Shimi gently tapped her on the head. "Did you come to the door to pick us up on purpose? Don't do that next time. You're still too small, and there are too many dangers outside." Yin Yan rubbed against his hand, thought for a moment, and then called out softly, "Shimi Kwang Jin, the blood slot is empty." Because of that wildcat, Yin Yan was now covered in dirt, looking quite messy. The two simply decided to bring her along when they took a bath. At first, Yin Yan didn't realize what these two were doing with the clothes, but when she nestled in Shimi's arms, she saw the characters for bathhouse. The whole cat exploded, struggling to jump out of Shimi's arms, but he quickly caught her. "What's wrong? Afraid of taking a bath? Don't worry, we're here. Nothing will happen." Yes. Taking a bath is very comfortable." The two were comforting her, while Yin Yan was in a state of despair. This isn't just a matter of being scared or not. There's a difference between men and women. How could they bathe together? Struggling was futile. She was too small, so in the end, she could only choose to keep her eyes closed the whole time, lying in the small wooden basin. The two saw her with her eyes closed and thought she had fallen asleep, so they were much gentler when washing her. Kwang Jin went out first to prepare a late-night snack, while Shimi, wrapped in a towel around his lower body and holding a towel in his hand, was drying Yin Yan off in the bathroom. Yin Yan quietly opened her eyes and was instantly hit with a visual shock. Her nose felt warm, and she almost had a nosebleed. Shimi, with a good figure. Thumbs up. After tidying herself up, Shimi got up, took off the towel, and put on the clean clothes beside her. Yin Yan widened her eyes. No, why didn't this guy say a word when he changed clothes? Everything that should and shouldn't be seen is now seen. Yin Yan closed her eyes peacefully, thinking that the fact of turning into a cat would definitely spread. Hee hee, After being seen completely, Shimi would probably be killed when he finds out. Yunyan, who had already imagined countless ways to die, chose to give up. MD, I've already looked. Let's look a little longer. Even if I end up getting killed, it wouldn't be a loss. So, she stared intently at Shimi as he got dressed. Not blinking at all, Shimi took her out for a meal before going back to sleep. And because Yunyan was acting clingier, Quangjin watched her tearfully as she followed Shimi back to the room. After a long day, Shimi was also extremely tired. Lying down, it didn't take long for his breathing to become steady. Yunyan walked out her cat nest and quietly sat in front of him. The person in deep sleep had a slight frown, as if he was having a not-so-good dream, despite the scars crisscrossing his face. They couldn't hide the fact that he was a youthful and handsome guy. Seeing him lying on his side, Yunyan's eyes flickered. Just like when she stayed at Shimi's house as a child, she quietly slipped into his arms and lay down, curling herself into a ball. She simply rested her head on his arm, closed her eyes, and fell asleep just like when he used to hold her in his arms as a child. Sunlight poured into the room, and Shimi slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the light. Feeling something weighing on his chest, he looked down and revealed a gentle yet helpless smile. He gently patted Yunyan's head, and she groggily opened her eyes, yawning and lifting her head. Shimi propped himself up, poked her pink nose, and asked, "Did you sleep well? I really can't do anything about you. Don't you like sleeping in a cat nest? But if you sleep with me, you might get squished." Yunyan didn't care at all, curling up in the blanket and continuing to sleep on his abs. Shimi lifted the blanket, allowing her to sleep on his stomach, watching her with gentle eyes. Through the sight of the little cat in front of him, it seemed like he could see Yunyan as a child, lying on him and refusing to get out of bed. His gaze softened even more at the thought of Yunyan. Shimi looked towards the door, gazing out at the yard, his thoughts drifting far away. He wondered how that little girl was doing. There hadn't been any news about her lately. Just then, Yunyan, who was missed, sneezed, and raised her head in confusion. Hearing the sound, Shimi looked down at her, watching as she woke up with a bewildered expression after a sneeze, unable to help but chuckle softly. Yunyan stared blankly at his smile, the corners of her lips curling up. Although she was currently in the form of a cat, it was impossible to tell that she was smiling. Listening to his deep, magnetic laughter, which came from the heart, Yunyan couldn't help but sigh again. This time, the blood demon technique was worth it. Transforming into a cat was truly wonderful. Chapter 41. Still the same, counting the days. It had already been the 6th day. After Shimi and the others left, Yunyan headed towards the ice house. Due to Yunyan's frequent missions, Shinami not only trained at the ice house, but also went to the butterfly house to learn from Kano. She wanted to do something for her master, so she learned how to make pork cutlet rice and rice cakes, as well as some medical skills. The little cat they had picked up back then had already grown. Yunyan lay on the white cat, yawning, enjoying Shinami's massage, and comfortably squinted her eyes. Shinami was surrounded by little pink flowers, standing aside with loving eyes as she watched them. At night, the blood demon technique on Yunyan was released, and she returned to her original form, moving her limbs indoors. Who knew she had almost turned into a useless being after being a cat for these few days? She had been fed by others, played with as if she were in someone's palm, and even slept in someone's arms. Usually, she didn't walk at all, as she was carried by Shimi. Finally restored, Yunyan took on a mission that very night. She had to move. Long guided her, and the two of them, one person and one bird, swiftly darted through the village. In the shadows, a demon was gripping a young man's neck, opening its bloody mouth toward his throat. The young man gritted his teeth, tightening the Nicaran blade in his hand, but his wrist was caught. The demon grinned savagely, and the young team member looked despairingly at the sky. Was he going to die? Ice breath. Fourth form. Frostbite. The demon's arm and head fell simultaneously, and Yunyan landed in front of the young team member. Quietly sheathing her sword, turning to face the moonlight, she looked at him with a faint smile. "Are you all right?" The young team member's eyes widened at that moment. Yunyan's appearance seemed to be etched deeply into his soul. Yunyan noticed that he was staring blankly at her, and thought that he must have hurt his head. So when Ian arrived, she mentioned this matter before leaving. Alan saw this and immediately channeled Belial, applying much more force than necessary while tending to the wound, almost wanting to strangle the person with the bandage. "Damn little brat. How dare you look at Lord Ice Pillar with such eyes? Lord Ice Pillar is someone you can fantasize about." Yunyan now feels that it's really great to be able to turn back. Being a human is still the best. Thinking of Yuzui, Yunyan revealed a mysterious smile. That night, Yuzui he finally managed to get a night's rest, but was besieged by his 3 wives for quite a while. Yuzui Tenjin, "Crystal Girl, reporting me like this is really not glamorous at all." Yunyan hummed a little tune in a great mood as she walked back, passing by a stream and sitting down for a brief rest under a tree by the river. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, she recalled the past when she used to drink and chat with her best friend under the moonlight, and couldn't help but feel nostalgic about that feeling. Unfortunately, she was the only one who became a deity. However, she had met the reincarnation of her best friend in a very developed country, which was also her reason for descending to the mortal realm. Thinking about reuniting and reconnecting with her best friend, she couldn't help but softly hum the song she had learned. If one wanted to escape from the mortal world, it would be equivalent to falling, watching the fireworks set off by the gods. She paused her steps slightly, allowing her heart, which was on the brink of desolation, to sprout new buds. Standing on the treetops, she swayed gently with her humming, and in the moonlight, the girl's eyes carried a hint of nostalgia. Yunyan looked at the sky, squinting her eyes as the clouds gradually covered the moon, leaving no moonlight to see. She slowly got up and walked toward the ice house. To prevent Shimi and Quangjin from going crazy looking for the cat, Yunyan specifically had Long deliver a letter stating that by coincidence, she had met the kitten's owner. And since the little guy had run out to play, she returned the cat. The two expressed their understanding, though they felt a bit unaccustomed. In return, Yunyan asked them to help take care of small Akita dog. She had encountered this little one while on a mission. Its hind leg had been bitten, and her little white dog couldn't get along peacefully with the puppy. The two could hardly refuse, so their home gained a dog, and it was a very smart one at that. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with thunder, and Yunyan, who hadn't made it home yet, froze for a moment. Thinking she couldn't be that unlucky, she quickly started running home, but halfway there, heavy rain began to pour down. Helpless, she had to find a random place to take shelter from the rain. In the curtain of rain, another figure was seen running towards her. Yunyan slightly opened her eyes, and Shimi hurriedly ran towards her with an umbrella on the rain-soaked street. He stopped in front of her, still holding the umbrella, but he hadn't opened it, and he was completely soaked. Shimi? Finally found you. You really are hard to find. Quangjin said he saw you while patrolling, but it looked like it was about to rain. Shimi rubbed his neck, his gaze awkwardly looking elsewhere, his ears turning red as he handed her the umbrella. Here, use this. Hurry back, don't get wet. Yunyan looked at him, seeing his concerned yet awkward expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She took the umbrella, opened it, and reached out to hold his hand. Let's go, it's raining so heavily. We need to get back quickly. Shimi's face instantly turned bright red, flustered by her sudden gesture of holding hands. You, what are you doing all of a sudden? You can use it yourself. I don't need it. Yunyan tightly held onto his hand that he wanted to pull away, smiling at him. Shimi-ji is also soaked. We're close to the phone residence, right? Let me take you back first, and I'll return after that. Anyway, this umbrella is in my hands now. Yunyan didn't give him a chance to refute, pulling him along as she held the umbrella high due to their height difference. Shimi looked at her, pressed his lips together, gently squeezed her hand, took the umbrella from her, and said, I'll take you back first. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Shimi-gu. It's not a trouble at all. As long as it's for you, it's never a bother. In the rain curtain, the two were silent, but it felt like when they were children, holding hands and sharing an umbrella. To avoid raindrops splashing on her, Shimi deliberately slowed his pace, tilting the umbrella towards her side. In fact, they didn't live very far apart, just a few streets away. After escorting her, before Yunyan could ask him to stay at Bingshai for the night and leave when the rain stopped, Shimi had already turned around, walking into the heavy rain with the umbrella. Watching his retreating figure, Yunyan sighed softly. It was still the same as before. Turning back into the house, Qian always left a lamp on for her. Yunyan curled her lips. Having someone to accompany her was really nice. After taking a bath with a change of clothes, she returned to her room and had a good sleep. Chapter 42. The inheritance of the twin water pillars. The next morning, Yunyan received a letter, and after reading it, she became excited. Yunyan looked happily at Long, and the rabbit master, and the righteous brother becoming Hashira. The senior sister is already A rank. The position of Hashira is not far away. Long gently touched her head with his wings. Yes, it's really great. Congratulations, Lady Yunyan. Yunyan took a pen and paper to reply to Yin-Tu, agreeing to the invitation for this afternoon. She quickly got up and went to the storeroom to find something. Since they were going to celebrate, there had to be gifts. For Yin-Tu, she prepared a red safety bracelet featuring a pink rabbit. For Yeong, a blue fish safety charm bracelet. And for Zhenggu, a deep blue little fox bracelet. These were all purchased from the shrine, and the bracelets symbolized safety and smoothness. After placing them in a box and packing her things, she grabbed her knife and headed out. Since that was the case, She would finish the morning patrol properly. In the afternoon, they would have a nice meal. However, she still needed to stop by the butterfly house first. After completing the inspection, Kanahu gave her a hug and congratulated Yunyan on recovering her lost emotions. Yunyan smiled and hugged her back. Thank you, Kanahui. Kanahui was genuinely happy for her. With a smile, Yunyan was even more dazzling than before. If in the past, she was silent and aloof, like an iceberg that made people hesitant to approach, now she was like the warm current from a melting iceberg. But this warmth was only for acquaintances. Kanahui gently said goodbye to her and made plans to go shopping together the next day. Ever since her recovery, Yunyan had been wearing a smile on her face. If 06 were here, they would definitely tease her. Are you trying to carve Shinobu Kocho's smile onto your face from the original work? When the agreed time in the afternoon came, Yunyan walked into the restaurant, and Makoto waved at her. Yunyan-chan, over here. Yunyan's smile was sincere as she walked straight over and sat down, handing them the prepared gifts. Congratulations to you all. This is a congratulatory gift. The three of them opened the boxes and put the wristbands on their left wrists. Yuna touched her head and sighed. I've finally caught up with you, though I feel a bit ashamed to be behind my junior. Jinzi rested her chin on her hand, smiling. I'll catch up to you soon, and then we can gather together again. I heard Yunyan-chan has regained her lost emotions. Congratulations. Yes, it's really great to have them back, Yuna said gently. Feeling a bit relieved now, Iyong had a faint smile on his lips as he carefully touched the wristband on his wrist, a gift from a senior. Indeed, his senior didn't really dislike him. She was so gentle. Finally, he had caught up with his senior's pace and could protect the important people in his life. Yunyan gently rubbed Iyong's head, smiling softly. Iyong, you should also learn to get along with others and make more friends. Iyong nodded obediently, determined to work hard. Katsuya chuckled awkwardly, recalling the time spent on missions with Iyong, sighing helplessly. This is somewhat challenging, isn't it? The three of them laughed and chatted, with Iyong occasionally joining in while he kept his head down eating. The afternoon flew by, and when it was time to part, the four of them reluctantly said goodbye. Shuei Sui and Katsuya lived together, while Shinobu had to return to the A-class dormitory, and Yunyan had a night mission ahead. However, this time it was a rescue mission, and all the nearby Hashira had been notified. By the time she arrived, the situation had already been resolved. Yunyan stared intently at the cut on Shimi's arm, and Shimi broke out in a cold sweat, pulling his arm back. W, what are you doing? Shimi, are you self-harming again? He was at a loss for words. Caught in the act, Yunyan looked at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, cold air swirling around her. The few team members who had been rescued silently withdrew. Shimi sat awkwardly to one side, lowering his head as Yunyan expressionlessly treated the wounds on his arm. Feeling a bit annoyed, Yunyan applied some force while tying the knot. She thought she would hear Shimi cry out in pain, which would serve as a warning for him to stop acting like this. However, he remained silent. Yunyan looked up in confusion, only to be met by his gentle violet eyes. They were very close enough to hear each other's breaths. Shimi suddenly pulled away, covering his mouth with the back of his hand and turning his head away from her to hide his flushed face. Unfortunately, his ears, reddened to the point of seeming like they could bleed, betrayed him. Yunyan looked at him in a daze, poking his exposed chest. Shimi, are you hot? Your ears and face are so red. TSK, I'm hot. It'll be fine in a moment. Yunyan nodded, squinting her eyes, and Shimi felt her heart racing under her gaze. What's wrong again? The smoke from the cloud smiled like a cat that had succeeded in its scheme. Raising a hand to pat his chest, let me catch you, right? He even tricked me into thinking he usually wore the team uniform properly. Shimi was taken aback, letting out a helpless sigh. Yeah, you caught me. I don't like to button it up. It's too stuffy. Yunyan hummed twice, then said, let it go. Just do whatever feels comfortable. She stood up and dusted off her pants. I'm leaving first. I still have tasks to complete. Shimi nodded and watched her leave. Turning to look at the rescued team member with a gossiping face, he immediately changed his expression, tightening his face into a fierce look, veins bulging, and started to scold. What are you looking at? If you have that much time to worry about me, an ice pillar, you might as well go kill a few more ghosts. Your sword skills are trash. You can't even hold your knife tightly. Did you join the team just to deliver vegetables to the ghosts? Was your trainer sleepwalking during training? With such poor strength, how can you take on any missions? Get the hell back and train more. The team members exclaimed. Lord Wind Pillar, you weren't like this just now. Lord Ice Pillar, come back quickly. Lord Wind Pillar will kill them. Chapter 43. Shopping with the Butterfly Sisters, coincidentally encountering the Yado volunteer team. After the Water Pillar, the Snake Pillar took office, followed by the Fire Pillar's retirement. In Rengoku, Kyujuru successfully advanced to Grade A. The goal is to inherit his father's position as the fire pillar. Yunyan received the news of reinforcements and quickly advanced towards the target. By the time he arrived, the battle had already ended. Looking at the devastation before him and the evil spirit standing atop the corpses, feasting on flesh and blood, the veins on his face throbbed. The words Lower Moon 3 were carved in the eyes of the evil spirit. Yunyan drew his sword. The smile on his face was false, and his eyes were filled with frost. The evil spirit licked the blood off his hands, grinning as he looked at the appearing Yunyan. Another one has come. Huh? Were you this time? Beta or Alpha? It seems neither. You must be a Hashira, right? The clouds of smoke curl up at the corners of her lips, while the frost spreads beneath her feet. If this is your last word, then it's rather dull. Breath of ice, 8th form, ice blade storm. The ice blades are unleashed from beneath her feet, flying towards the pulley. The pulley raises a hand to grasp. Blood demon technique, entwine. Yunyan frowned, and the ice blade disappeared in midair, with the sound of something snapping like steel wires both in the air and on the ground. This guy, does the blood demon technique control things like iron wires? That could be quite troublesome. Blood demon technique, strangulation. Yunyan's gaze sharpened, and a cold light flickered before him. He bent backward to dodge, quickly slipping to the side, then knelt and slid before standing upright to face Lulu. The place he avoided was marked with deep scratches. The ground was etched with fine grooves, and trees were severed in half. Turning his head to glance at these marks, they looked as if they were left by something soft, yet resembling metallic threads. Turning to look at the grinning Lulu, Yunyan scoffed. Such an attack was utterly lacking in skill. Ice breath. 9th form. Ice flame purgatory. Within 100 meters, blue, icy flames suddenly erupted. Yunyan's figure flickered, appearing before Lulu accompanied by flames exuding a chilling aura. Lulu raised his hand, only to find his body moving like a machine, creaking and unable to act normally due to the freezing. The soft metallic threads controlling the attack all snapped from the frost, and cold light flashed before his eyes, turning the world upside down. The clouds of smoke fell to the ground, sheathed her knife, and glanced at him. He was truly too weak. With a pitying look at the fallen comrades behind her, she turned to leave when the reinforcements arrived. Death or battle losses had become all too common. Life is so fragile. However, their departure has meaning. Yunyan sat in the tavern, drinking and watching the outside. The small town at night was bustling with activities. Suddenly, fireworks burst in the sky, and Yunyan realized it was the day of the fireworks festival. Below, groups of people strolled together, chatting or admiring the fireworks, along with various entertainment options and snacks. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand. Looking down, it was truly nice. Long sat beside her, holding a letter in his mouth and a pouch in his hand. Yunyan took it in confusion, and her fair face turned slightly pink. Ha ha ha! Long was curious about what she had seen that made her laugh out loud, so he leaned over, his gaze softening. Yunyan leaned out of the window, and in the distance, Shimi stood outside the crowd. The two exchanged glances from afar, with Yunyan wearing a radiant smile as she raised her hand and waved at him. A faint, tender smile appeared on Shimi's previously expressionless face as he raised his hand, mimicking her gesture. Colorful fireworks erupted in the sky, dazzling like celestial flowers scattering petals, with brilliant blooms bursting in the air. The lights illuminated their faces. Although they were far apart, they could still see each other's features through the crowd. Due to frequent missions, he had delayed fulfilling Kanai's request to go shopping until now. Yunyan changed into a bright blue kimono and greeted Chianami before heading out. Kochu Shinobu walked behind them with her arms crossed, looking helpless. She initially thought that the ice pillar was a cold person, but unexpectedly, after regaining her emotions, it was clear that she was just like her sister. Silly, gentle beauty, the demon who got killed. It's just how you see it. Ah, Yunyan-chan, did you know? Mr. Takedo hasn't been coming to the Butterfly Mansion for his regular checkups lately. They sent someone to notify him, but they couldn't find him at all. Yunyan blinked her eyes, looking confused. Really? But I saw him last night. Huh, is that so? Could you please ask Yunyan-chan to have Mr. Fushikawa come to the Butterfly House for a checkup the next time you see him? Of course. Leave it to me. Kanae pressed her hands together beside her cheeks. This really helps a lot. Thank you. Yunyan waved her hand dismissively, saying what? Don't worry about these small matters. Then a cross appeared on her smiling face, making her smile look a bit sinister. Shimi really is something, not even going for a medical checkup. It looks like he's gotten hurt again, aha. He really doesn't take others' words to heart at all. Kanai and Shinobu sweat nervously as they looked at Yunyan. Yunyan, your face is so scary. As the three of them walked along, They reached the dock where they were suddenly drawn to a discordant voice. They turned to see a middle-aged man whipping a little girl. Shinobu ground her back teeth. What a scumbag! Yunyan and Kanahei acted simultaneously. Yunyan grabbed the man's wrist with such force that it nearly broke it. Kanahei squatted in front of the little girl, furrowing her brow as she checked her condition. The man in pain quickly shouted, "Ouch, ouch, ouch! Who are you, woman? Let go!" Yunyan glanced at him, just a glance, and the man felt a chill run down his spine. With a casual flick, the man fell to the ground, and Yunyan wiped her hands with a handkerchief, her smile not reaching her eyes. Dai was startled and hurried over, complaining that the two had acted too abruptly. She squatted down honestly, carefully checking the little girl's injuries. Kanahei stood up, smiling at the man on the ground, saying, "Oh dear, no violence allowed. I want to take this child away. How much do you want?" Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. Enduring the pain, he stood up, making a big demand while pointing at Yunyan. "She hurt my wrist. I want medical expenses too. Otherwise, I will sue you." Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, her hand itching to punch him, wanting to finish it off. Kanai was still gentle, saying, "Okay, I'll give you the money, and you'll let this child go, right? You won't hold the injury against her anymore?" "Yes, exactly. So if you don't want to cause trouble, hurry up and hand over the money." Before Kanai could ask Butterfly Shinobu for the money, a cloth bag suddenly fell into the man's arms. The three of them turned their heads, and Kaneo and Ju walked over. Blocking the two, Kaneo's face darkened slightly as she took the money and left our sight. Just when we thought we could squeeze those three girls again, unexpectedly, two strong men came over. After taking the money, the man scrambled away. Kaneo turned around, looking helplessly at Yunyan, sighing that after not seeing her for many days, Yunyan was still so worry-free. Jin nodded along, still processing in his mind. Was that man bullying his senior sister just now? Yunyan smiled. "Brother Kagaya, Junior Eon, what a coincidence." Kagaya tapped her forehead. "Is a coincidence." Kanai greeted the two of them gently, while Shinobu smiled and greeted Kagaya. When it came to Eon, she spoke in a very formal manner. Because they were worried, Kagaya and Eon escorted the three back to the Butterfly Mansion before leaving. Chapter 44. Witnessing the birth of Kirikaru Kanai and supporting Kaijiro. Yunyan was assisting Kanai in the Butterfly House when suddenly Shinobu rushed in, looking flustered. "Sister, this is completely unacceptable. That child hasn't said a word." Both of them were taken aback, and Kanai covered her mouth, saying, "Oh dear." Following Shinobu, they leaned in to look at the unusually quiet girl in the room, and Yunyan frowned slightly. Having already seen the storyline, she knew that Kanai had significant emotional issues, even lacking her own thoughts. She didn't expect the problem to be this severe. Fortunately, Kanai had a method to decide, using a coin toss. Listening to her name the girl, she called her Kirika Haruko Kanai. Yunyan's lips curled into a smile as she watched Butterfly Ninja's irritable rebuttal about being too casual. She couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, little Shinobu's personality suited her best. I must say, today's piece of gossip surprised her. She learned that Kaijiro had taken in a young girl as a stepchild, and she felt a mix of astonishment and happiness for him. After spending a day at the Butterfly Mansion, she returned home and had dinner with China Mimi. Listening to her chatter like a little sparrow, sharing the events of the day, she gently patted her head, softly saying, "As expected of my stepchild, you're progressing so quickly. You're such a talented child." China Mimi blushed, shyly covering her face. "Master really is so gentle." Before bed, she wrote a congratulatory letter to Kaijiro, wishing him joy in receiving a beloved stepchild. The next few days were free of missions, and Yunyan accompanied China Mimi, teaching her breathing techniques. She watched as China Mimi grew stronger step by step, already meeting the conditions for the final selection. However, there was still a long time until the selection began. Yunyan sat in the corridor, with Kanemi lying on her lap, sound asleep, covered by her Haori. In the yard, her favorite peach tree was planted. Although the blooming season had long passed, the wind rustled through the treetops, and the leaves whispered softly. Long was napping on the tree trunk, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Xiaobai came over, snuggling next to Yunyan, seeking affection and a pet. The yard was a picture of tranquility. As night fell, Long hurriedly sent a message. "Lord Yunyan, hurry, urgent rescue. The eldest son of the Purgatory family has encountered the waning moon." Yunyan suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from her dream, tearing off her clothes, quickly putting on her team uniform, grabbing her sword, and putting on her Haori while rushing along, closely following Long. In the distance, even before arriving, she could already see the flames. As Yunyan rushed over, she had just stepped into the town when she saw a girl with pink hair and light green tips hurriedly evacuating the crowd. As the mist rose, she looked up at the person on the roof battling the demon, drew her sword, and leaped over. Landing on the rooftop, she happened to overhear the conversation between Kaijuro and the demon, instantly hesitating whether to intervene. Kaijuro caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, turned with a smile, and said, "Miss Tsujikuni, please don't interfere. This is my fight, the Rengoku family's battle. Please go help my adopted son. It's the girl down there with cherry blossom-colored hair." Yunyun nodded upon hearing this and turned to leave. By the time the crowd had dispersed, the battle over there had also come to an end. Yunyun almost flashed past, catching the falling Akaza, and gently laid him down on the ground, carefully placing him flat. Noticing that Akaza had already fainted, he hurriedly helped to treat his wounds. The hidden ones arrived, took charge of the follow-up matters, and carried the injured away. Yunyun looked at the blushing girl with tears in her eyes and suddenly thought of her stepson. So she raised her hand and rubbed the girl's head. "They're all good and hardworking kids. Don't worry, Kaijuro is fine. Everyone is fine. You did very well." Mitsuri looked at her with teary eyes, and because of her comfort, her tears burst forth. "Woo-woo, Lord Ice Pillar. Thank you. Really thank you. I haven't been able to help Master at all. I feel so useless." Yunyun was taken aback for a moment, smiled helplessly, and embraced the person gently, soothing them. "How could that be? You have been working hard to help Akizuki Rengoku, right? Look, those innocent people were spared from disaster because of you. Don't say such things about yourself. You have done very well. You need to have confidence in yourself. Everything you do, to the best of your ability, is meaningful." Miri looked at the gentle girl in front of her, blushing as she sniffled, feeling comforted. She nervously fidgeted with her dress and quietly expressed her gratitude. Yunyun once again rubbed the top of her head, turned around to check the surroundings, and only left after confirming there was no danger. Millie watched her back, fists clenched at her chest, blushing. That adult, the Ice Pillar Lord, is truly a super gentle person. Yunyun returned home. It was already bright outside. Feeling a bit tired, she rubbed her temples, changed her clothes, washed away the smell of gunpowder from her body, and laid back down to catch up on sleep. She slept until noon before getting up. After having lunch, Yunyun began one-on-one training with Chianami. Yunyun also has double standards when it comes to her stepson. She always knows how to hold back and never hurts him, which unexpectedly inspires Chien Na Mei greatly. Previously, after Shimi joined the team, there were times when she practiced sparring with her. However, it was just Shimi getting beaten up unilaterally, but it was quite effective. Yunyun sat on the chair and took a sip of matcha. Outside, she thought for a moment, what was Shimi's expression like at that time? A mix of disbelief and shock, with his features nearly contorted. Yunyun chuckled lightly, took another sip from her cup. Still on her mission, Shimi let out a sneeze, rubbed her nose, and looked up at the sky in confusion. "Host, let's interview you, Yunyun. How are you feeling that day?" "Yunyun, I just feel that since Shimi proposed the sparring, he must have his own reasons, and we should respect him and give it our all." "Host, Mr. Busukawa, can I ask you about your mindset when you made this request?" "Busukawa Shimi. Huh? I just wanted to spar with her to see what level I can reach now." "Host, and how did you feel after the sparring?" "Busukawa Shimi. Damn, this girl is so competitive." "Host, Mr. Busukawa?" "Busukawa Shimi. Angrily. What the hell? Why are you asking so much? What do you want to do? Do you want to fight me too?" "Host, The clothes were tugged, and upon realizing it was Yunyun, he bent down with a confused expression, got his head patted, and instantly blushed while being stroked. Yunyun, patting his head, "Shimi, don't be angry. Let us go. I'm hungry and want to eat pork chop rice." "Shimizu Shimi oh. Let us go then." The host, who was almost beaten up, silently shouted in his heart, "Thank you, Lord Yunyun." Chapter 45. Heading to eternal bliss after slaying the lower moon. Kaijuro Rengoku successfully inherited his father's position and became the new Flame Hashira. Immediately afterward, the Hashira meeting began. The chibi version of Yunyun, with big eyes, watched Shimi sparring with Kaijuro in the yard, with a big question mark popping up in his mind. Kaika hurried over to pull Shimi, hands gripping him tightly. "Shimi, you can't do this. It's against the team rules." "Stupid Kaika, let go of me. It's just a spar, nothing else." "Why can't I?" Kaijuro, with a serious expression, said, "Spar? I misunderstood. Of course, you can, but not here. After the meeting ends, we can spar outside." Shimi was still in a bad mood, while Yunyun slowly got up and, under the confused expressions of everyone, walked up to Shimi. The angry Shimi suddenly quieted down, looking at her with a dazed expression alongside Kaika. Yunyun raised her hand, pinched his waist, and suddenly performed a Thomas 360-degree twist. A cry of pain came from Shimi in the yard. It hurts. Shimi slightly bent over, covering the twisted spot with his hand, silently kneeling on the soft mat, completely engulfed in shadows. Everyone present, except for the mournful Akihiko, silently raised their hands to cover their own waists. Just watching it made them feel pain. The rest of the events were nothing special, just greetings to Yashiki Waya, followed by congratulations to the newly appointed Kaijiro, along with some encouragement and concern. After the meeting dispersed, Kanai stayed behind. Shortly after returning to the residence, Yunyan received a mission and set out with her sword. This mission location was very close to a particularly special place, which Yunyan was aware of, the Eternal Bliss Cult. Yunyan sat on a rock, watching the evening glow while eating rice balls and deep in thought. Kanahu was left alone today. There must be a special mission assigned to her. Special mission. Special mission. With this thought, Yunyan stood up and quickly headed towards the town. What the hell could be such a special mission? This is a life-or-death situation. Running swiftly towards the town as night fell, Yunyan looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, feeling anxious. Hurry, run faster. He could see the town. He jumped onto the rooftops, standing high up to search for Kanahu's location, and in the distance, a cold light flashed. Found her. Yunyan's eyes brightened. She exerted herself and instantly dashed far away, leaping several times in succession. On the other side, Kaneo and Doma were engaged in battle, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, a thin layer of frost already clinging to her haori. Doma smiled, covering his mouth with his iron fan. Truly a beautiful girl. Huh? Hey, why not stay and be with me forever? I will enjoy eating you. Kaneo looked up at him, her eyes filled with pity. How sad it is to not even be able to have feelings. Despite the words Upper Moon 2 carved in his eyes, Kaneo still gripped her Nicaran blade tightly, ready to confront him head-on, determined to hold out until dawn. Doma's expression froze, scratching his head. Huh? How can you say that about me? I'm clearly very happy. Don't my expressions show it? As his words fell, Doma swung his iron fan to unleash his blood demon art, and a shadow fell from the sky, accompanied by an extreme cold, breath of ice, sixth form, ice spirit dragon roar. Doma looked up, his eyes slightly widening, seemingly with a hint of excitement. Wow, it's the ice crystal girl. What great luck. Dodging the attack, the frost dragon relentlessly pursued him, and Doma unleashed his blood demon art, Vine Lotus, shattering the ice dragon. Yunyan dropped in front of Kanahui, turned around, and took out a bottle of purification potion bought from the mall. Without giving Kanahui a chance to speak, she opened the cap and poured it directly into her mouth. There was no time to waste against Tong Mao's chilling aura. Kanahui sat on the ground with a confused expression, swallowing the potion, and the pain and cold in her lungs instantly faded away. Yunyan-chan, why are you here? Yunyan's face showed a hint of anger as she turned to look at Doma. It's been a long time, Upper Moon Demon. I have some scores to settle with a certain pervert. The blade was pressed against her arm, white smoke faintly escaping from her lips, and her dazzling golden eyes were filled with rage. Breath of ice, ninth form, ice flame, purgatory. The blue icy flames surged forth, and Doma laughed, waving his fan. The ice crystal girl and a smaller version of him instantly broke through the flames surrounding the two of them. Kane stood up with her sword, and the two stood back to back, moving simultaneously to shatter the ice people around them. Doma's figure vanished, and Yunyan cautiously looked around. The Upper Moon demons were not as easy to deal with as the Lower Moons. Sure enough, Doma suddenly appeared, a cold gleam flashing, and Yunyan reacted quickly, using her sword to block. The iron fan and the Nicaran blade clashed, causing a cut to appear in her palm. Both she and Kane were sent flying. With slightly less stamina than Kane, Yunyan staggered a few steps before steadying herself, while Kane fell to the ground but quickly got back up. Doma stood between them, a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. How wonderful, two beautiful girls willing to play with me and communicate happily. Don't rush. Let's get to know each other first, and I will enjoy devouring you. Kane glanced at Yunyan, then looked back at Doma. I won't let you have your way. Yunyan let out a cold laugh, having grown from cute to stunning, the veins on her face pulsing. When I was 14, you couldn't kill me. Now, do you think I would stand still during this time? Ice breathing, third form, ice extreme, 1,000 layers. Flower breathing, fourth form, red flower attire. The two attacked simultaneously. Tong Mo pouted. How unfair, how could anyone possibly think that? He smiled wider at the corners of his lips and softly spoke, blood demon art, withered garden snowfall. Waving his fan, he instantly unleashed a 9-hit combo laced with frost. The two were unable to dodge. Although they relied on their breathing techniques and blood demon arts to lessen the damage, they were still injured. Tong Mo was no better off, as his left arm was severed by Yunyan. Seeing Kanahui wounded in the abdomen, Yunyan raised her hand to wipe the blood flowing down her cheek, her expression cold. Ice breathing, 10th form, ice feast. The biting cold instantly enveloped the surroundings, and the falling snowflakes mixed with her slashes, sending dozens of strikes flying toward Tong Mo. A massive blade slash was swung upward from below, landing simultaneously with the aerial strikes. Tong Mo grinned. Oh dear, you're angry now. This attack looks quite dangerous, looks like I have to get serious. He licked the blood off his iron fan, instantly regrowing his severed left arm. Kanahui realized something was wrong and quickly shouted at Yunyan, who was charging forward. Danger! Don't rush in. With one hand, she waved her fan, blood demon art. Winter ice pillar. A large number of sharp ice spikes suddenly appeared above Yunyan's head and fell from midair. TSK. She had no choice but to twist her body and reverse her attack to block the damage. The sharp ice spike tore through her back, creating a gaping wound that bled profusely. Yunyan leaned on her blade, kneeling on one knee. Kanehiko stood up and swung her sword towards Doma, executing the flower breathing. 5th form, no fruit peony. In an instant, she unleashed 9 consecutive sharp slashes in one breath, the trajectory of the blade resembling a peony flower. Doma tilted his head, waved his iron fan, and used blood demon art, frozen clouds, which instantly spread a large number of ice crystals, resembling misty clouds. Although Kanehiko sliced through most of the ice crystals, she was still wounded by the shards. Doma turned around and used his iron fan to send her flying. Kanehiko crashed heavily to the ground and coughed up blood. Doma looked at the wound on his abdomen, muscles bulging, as the wound began to regenerate and heal. Chapter 46, Death in Battle. Yunyan adjusted her breathing, using a breathing technique to stop the bleeding. The system shop wasn't something that could be used casually. To avoid going off track, she had to activate the purification potion, grinding her back molars in irritation. She cursed at the damn perverted ghost who was fanning himself. Looking at Kanahui, who was covered in wounds, Yunyan felt a surge of anger. She was her first female friend here, a true friend in this world. Her pupils narrowed, her eyes widened with some bloodshot, and her voice was as cold as ice. Ice breath 7th form, ice mark sentry. The frost instantly combined with the cold ice of the 5th form, sending a bone-chilling chill through the air. Yunyan's figure flashed, and Doma, excited to collide with her attack, realized that her target wasn't him. Yunyan suddenly appeared beside Kanai, grabbed her clothes, and with all his strength, threw her far away. Due to his body's density being 15 times that of a normal person, it can be said that that throw directly sent Kanai out of the battlefield. Long spread his wings and quickly flew off to seek support. Kanai's crows hurried to find her, confirming that she was fine but severely injured and unable to continue fighting, and quickly sought rescue. Tong Mao's smile faded, saying, "Hey, this is a bit too much, throwing away my food like that, making it impossible for me to find her. Even with you here, I still can't get full." Yunyan turned around, her cold and beautiful face filled with killing intent, almost speaking to Shimi with the same malicious expression. "Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that just because you're full, tonight, I'll make sure you can't even walk out of here." Ice breathing, 2nd form, 9-night cold lotus. Ugh, Ice Crystal Girl, you're really making this difficult for me. I'm seriously getting angry. Tong Mao suddenly lost his smile, the gentle expression on his face now showing veins bulging as he said, "Blood demon technique. Mist ice. Sleeping lotus bodhisattva." A massive ice figure rose from the ground, resembling a bodhisattva sitting in meditation with hands clasped together. Just waving its hand unleashed tremendous power and released a large area of toxic ice mist. In an instant, it shattered Yunyan's attack, sending her flying through the air, rolling several times on the ground before barely coming to a stop. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, propping herself up with her knife. Her organs must be ruptured. She wasn't sure where. She didn't know how many bones were broken, feeling a chill all over her body, as if her blood vessels were about to freeze and shatter. Yunyan lowered her head, blood dripping down her chin, the corners of her tightly pressed lips curling upwards. Cough, cough. It really hurts. She propped herself up with the knife and slowly stood up, breathing heavily. Ice breath. Ultimate technique. Frost domain. Absolute zero. In an instant, the surroundings were frozen, her figure darting like a shooting star in the extreme cold. Countless slashes recklessly aimed at Doma. The ice bodhisattva was carved with deep grooves. While Doma sat in the palm of the ice bodhisattva, resting his chin on his hand, watching Yunyan with great interest. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. The atmosphere suddenly changed for Yunyan, as a cold voice accompanied an unbelievable attack. The moon breathing, eighth form, moon dragon will tail struck down like a sweeping force. The blade slicing through the air at high speed, accompanied by countless crescent slashes. Tongma was startled and quickly hid in the safest spot of the ice bodhisattva, who began to counterattack, colliding with Yunyan's assault. Tears welled up in Long's eyes as he floated in midair, pleading for anyone to save Yunyan. Anyone, please go to provide support. To the Infinite Paradise cult. There are upper moon demons. Upper moon demons. The message spread, and Shimi and Kwang, who had just finished their mission, were taken aback. Shuanglai and Li Xing quickly turned to lead the way, both of them frantically running toward the direction of the Infinite Paradise cult. Since I didn't know what Kwang's crow was called, I made up a name. The Mournful Islands. Xingming wielded his weapon, quickly blasting the heads of the evil demons before turning to head to the Infinite Paradise cult. Among the Hashira, they were the closest. Butterfly Shinobu stood up abruptly, the Infinite Paradise cult. Her sister was on a mission there too, grabbing a medical kit. She desperately ran toward the direction of the Infinite Paradise cult. Dawn arrived, and the surroundings were left in ruins. The ground was littered with shattered ice crystals and huge ice blocks broken from the ice bodhisattva, with Yunyan propping up his sword, using his last bit of strength for a final strike. Tongma stared blankly at his fallen body, his head rolling aside. Huh? Is it my body? My head? Was it cut off? How could this happen? How could this happen? Muzan-sama, please save me. I can still do so much more for you. A shadow appeared before him, and Yunyan stood expressionless in front of his head, already drenched in blood, the original color of his clothes unrecognizable. His face was covered in blood, and his once brilliant golden eyes now dimmed. He raised his hand and plunged a blade into his head. His voice was hoarse, yet so cold, devoid of any warmth. Go to hell, scum. Tongma widened his eyes, locking gazes with her murderous eyes as the sun rose, and his body began to dissipate. Yunyan tightly gripped the knife handle, half kneeling on the ground, lowering her head as if she wanted to witness his complete disappearance. Suddenly, she smiled. What? The ice crystal girl is already dead? Is she going to accompany him to hell? That's great. He is not lonely at all. The morning light fell on her, illuminating her bright red attire. Kanahui stumbled over, shocked by the scene before her, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Multiple fatal wounds, a large gash on her back revealing bone. Her whole body seemed to be soaked in blood. Those once gentle, smiling eyes had lost their luster. Holding the knife, kneeling on one knee, she fixed her gaze on the dissipating half of the evil spirit's head. Blood was still trickling from her hair tips. Kanahui approached her, trembling as she reached out her hand, touching beneath her nose, her body stiffening, eyes widening in shock. She suddenly hugged her tightly, her voice trembling. Don't, Yunyan! This cry completely stunned the four who had arrived. Shimi's eyes widened, pupils constricting, his eyes trembling, his legs felt as heavy as lead. Unable to move, Koke Shinobu covered her mouth, looking at them in disbelief. Kanahui cried out in anguish, holding Yunyan tightly. Shy and the others shed tears, their hands clasped, veins bulging. Namu Amida, Butsu, is it too late? Kwang Jin looked in disbelief at the scene before him. The body of the evil spirit dissipating before their eyes, everything around announcing the brutality of the battle. Lone Fei flew to Yunyan's side, rubbing her arm vigorously, but found that her arm was unusually soft. Long froze, tears flowing instantly. Had her bones shattered beyond recognition? Crying, Long flapped his wings, circling in the air. His voice piercing, Flower Pillar Koke, Shinobu, Ice Pillar Kunikuzushi Yunyan versus Upper Moon 2. Victory! Ice Pillar Kunikuzushi Yunyan died in battle. Died. The news spread rapidly among the crows. Chapter 47. The long-sealed gates of hell should be opened. In the mountains, a heart-wrenching howl echoed. Encanado knelt on the ground, tears streaming down as he pounded the earth with his fists. Iyong's eyes widened, his hands trembling uncontrollably, thinking he must have misheard. Sister couldn't he possibly be gone, right? Takedo sat on the ground, tears streaming down as she covered her mouth, crying hoarsely. The Rengoku family stood in shock, unable to believe the message conveyed by the crow in the sky. That gentle and steady girl, that exceptionally talented girl, dead in battle? Kaijiro dropped his food, his pupils shaking. Mitsuri covered her mouth, tears falling like rain. That gentle ice pillar, actually. The ice house, Kaname, fell to the ground, the plate in her hand shattering. the freshly made pastries rolling on the ground as tears flowed, crying out in despair. Her most beloved master, the one who loved her the most in the world. Her gentlest master, dead in battle. Her only remaining family is gone. Yuzui Tenjin stood frozen in place, the three wives beside him shocked, covering their mouths. The magnificent ice crystal girl is gone. Iguro Abanai was frozen, tears in his eyes. A friend who had only recently caught up to her pace gone. Shinazuga was body swayed, tears flowing. Madame Kanai cried softly, the two leaning against each other, their eyes filled with sorrow. Koke Shinobu held Kanahui, the two sisters crying together. Shinazuwa Mitsuri walked heavily to Yunyan's side, his legs giving way as he knelt beside her, looking at the shattered jade pendant on the ground, breath caught in his throat. Trembling, he reached out, and the moment he touched her, he suddenly hugged her tightly, his face buried in her blood-soaked neck, his white hair stained with her blood. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, flowing into Yunyan's collar. You idiot, don't just fall asleep so casually. The sun is up. Didn't we finish the mission? Aren't you hungry? If you don't wake up, you won't be able to eat your favorite pork cutlet rice. The embrace tightened. Shimi spoke softly, his tone unprecedentedly gentle, tinged with choking emotion. We finally met, finally stood together, finally had the right to stand with you. I haven't even had the chance to express my feelings. I haven't had the chance to invite you to the fireworks festival. I haven't had the chance to really talk to you, to take you out to eat what you want, to enjoy a holiday together. I was clearly prepared to pursue you, even if it meant being rejected. I was clearly ready to risk my life to protect you. But why? Why can't you wait a little longer for me? Why can't I be a bit faster? Why can't I hold on to anything? Kwang Jin stood behind him, tears streaming down as he bit his lip, trying not to cry out. SHY shed tears, hands clasped, unable to see clearly through his pain. The girl who had already lost her life was the one he brought back, and she was the one who had helped him let go of his hatred for children. Letting go of the past, and now, this gentle and strong girl had died in the morning light. Shimi's body trembled, his soft sobs finally turning into a heart-wrenching scream. The arriving shinobi and rescue team members shed tears, crying softly. Alan cried out, collapsing to the ground. Shimi didn't know how he got back. Just knowing that the girl in his arms felt unbelievably soft. His body was covered in her blood, and his heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 swords. Sitting in the butterfly mansion, he stared blankly as they placed his beloved into the storage for her remains. Goodbye, she was still clean. But why were there so many stitches? On her neck, on her arms. This girl used to be so afraid of pain, with injuries like this. She must have been crying from pain until she couldn't breathe. He stared blankly as she was placed into the coffin filled with flowers, watching the lid close, then seeing her enter that dark, damp ground. At the funeral, the surrounding sounds of crying seemed to envelop him in a layer of mist, making it hard to hear anything. Everyone had left, leaving only him and Kwang Jin. Shimi sat in front of her gravestone, head lowered, tightly gripping that half-jade pendant, while Kwang Jin quietly accompanied him. Turning to look at Shimi, he saw the tears glistening on his face hidden by his bangs. Couldn't that idiot have told me before she left? Why do we finally meet again? Why? After finally being reunited, couldn't I still keep her? Why? Why does everyone have to leave me? Why do you have to leave me here? Why does this misfortune have to befall you? I am such a useless man. Kwang Jin listened to his almost hoarse roar, tears streaming down as he hugged him. Shimi, calm down. She wouldn't want to see you like this now. Shimi suddenly fell silent, and a hoarse cry came from his throat, like a beast on the brink of collapse howling. Thunder roared in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. The two of them stood in the rain, in front of her tombstone, until the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Kwang Jin carried the already unconscious Shimi on his back, his eyes red as he walked back. The bewildered 06 floated above the grave. Oh no, did the doll get broken? Well then, let's find the main body. In the void above, a pair of brilliant golden eyes suddenly opened. Inside the underworld, the luxurious hall lit up one by one, and on the spirit bed of the ancient divine tree, a long, pale hand lifted the curtain. Pure white hair fell, and a woman dressed in a black dragon-patterned brocade robe, with long hair, cascading freely, stepped down from the bed. With a tall figure, she raised her hand to take down a black cloak from the rack, her divine power brushing through her long hair. A black hairpin inserted into her silver hair crown. She turned to look at the bronze mirror beside her. In the mirror, her reflection appeared, and the main body awakened. Yunyan rubbed her neck, her golden eyes carrying a lazy expression, yet occasionally revealing a sharpness. It hurts so much, she said languidly. a faint smile appearing on her otherwise expressionless face. The doll has broken the branch of the soul, so what comes next? Yun turned and walked towards the door, the smile on her face carrying a hint of coldness. It was time for her to take the stage. The door opened, and Yun stepped into the pitch-black realm. In an instant, the surroundings were lit up, and several figures appeared, one of whom was holding the head of Dong Mao. They knelt on one knee on the ground, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, Emperor." Yun glanced faintly at the already dazed Tongma, saying, "I need to go out for a while. You'll be very busy from now on. Tell Hell over there." As she walked out, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face, and a hint of madness emerged in her cold voice. "The long-sealed gates of Hell should be opened. Yes, I will obey the Emperor's command." Chapter 48. Returning to the world again on the other side of Hell. A group of little demons lay lazily among the clusters of red spider lilies, with the gates tightly closed. The Hell Lord strolled over leisurely, casting a casual glance at the gates before leaving while eating. Unlike in Huaxia, this Hell has only 9 layers. At this moment, the 9 rulers of Hell were all incredibly lazy, as if the gates of Hell had been welded shut. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the first layer of Hell's gates. The Lord of the Judge's office jumped up. "Who is so bold?" He ran out with a group of little demons, watching in shock as the gates were kicked open. The skulls on the gates wailed and cried out in despair, filled with overwhelming fear, as cold air swept in from outside. A pitch-black boot embroidered with golden patterns stepped inside, and a cold, ethereal female voice echoed in the air. "Oh, I didn't expect the gods here to be so idle, even having time for a vacation." Immediately following, thunderous footsteps approached from outside the gates. As a group of soldiers clad in dark armor, wielding weapons, orderly ran in. They stood to the sides, their imposing presence nearly causing the demons of the judge's office to lose their souls. The Lord of the Judge's office widened his eyes, his legs going weak as he knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. "I've seen the Blood Ghost Emperor." Yun had a cold smile at the corner of her lips as she walked in step by step, directly sitting in the throne of the realm Lord of the Judge's court, crossing her legs and resting her fist lightly on her cheek, tilting her head slightly. Her golden eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent as she looked at the realm Lord kneeling below, trembling like a sieve, and spoke nonchalantly. Help me out here. I'm feeling a bit lazy, so call the others up." "Oh, and don't take too long. My patience isn't great." "Yes." Beside her, a subordinate presented her with celestial tea. Just after Yun finished a cup, the 9 realm lords gathered below, trembling in fear, each one kneeling with their foreheads pressed to the ground. Yun lowered her gaze, holding the freshly poured tea in her hand, gently swirling the cup, causing ripples on the surface that reflected her eyes glimmering with a cold light. "Before I fell asleep, when did I say that the gates of Hell were closing? What's wrong? Is the throne beneath you prickly? Feeling uncomfortable? Can't sit still?" The lords below hurriedly apologized, frantically defending themselves, with all sorts of excuses flying around. Yun quietly listened, gently placing the teacup on the table, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds suddenly pressed down on the backs of the realm lords. One by one, they were forcefully embedded into the ground. After a long while, Yun withdrew her oppressive aura, stood up, and flicked her robe as she walked towards the exit of Hell. "From today onwards, Hell will be taken over by my underworld. Those who refuse will be killed." The Xuanjia soldiers began to take action, and the moment she stepped out of the gates of Hell, blood flowed like rivers in the 9 layers of Hell, intermingled with cries for mercy and wails. The realm lords transformed their anger into curses, scolding her for overstepping her boundaries, for interfering in matters here despite not being the deity primarily in charge of this place. Yun had a cold expression, each step extremely steady, her eyes sharp with a cold light. Sitting on the divine throne, she enjoyed the offerings, but they all lazily did nothing like pigs. Then just kill them all and replace them. If the heavens dare to say a word, then just beat them. Treading through the void, breaking the boundaries between the small world and the vast world, she stepped into the world that held everything she had sought for her entire life. Standing in the deserted wilderness, she looked up at the sky. 1 day in the heavens equals 1 year on earth. The year her body was damaged was in summer. And now, she returned on that day of the 2nd year. Her snow-white hair was replaced with black, suppressing all the murderous aura and the violent energy of the underworld. 06 flowed into her body, helping her to restrain her divine power to match the capacity of the small world. "Yin, it's all done, and I brought your sunblade to you." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "Yin, to make your resurrection less abrupt, I have a really amazing proposal." What bad idea do you have this time? Let me hear it, so I can have a laugh." 06. Yunyan smiled as she returned, feeling much more relaxed. She raised her hand and used her divine power to change out of her divine armor, now dressed in a pure black, elegant outfit, with her Sunwill knife tucked into her belt. 06 pointed the way to her grave, and Yunyan was filled with excitement. Blowing up a grave? The key was blowing up her own grave. Although she had never done it before, just thinking about it made her a bit thrilled. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate. As she walked, the sky suddenly darkened, and heavy rain began to fall. The corners of Yunyan's eyes twitched. The emperor was the beloved of heaven and earth, and the rain avoided her, keeping her clothes dry as she walked through it. Approaching her grave, she stopped. In front of the tombstone sat a white-haired young man in a black kimono, quietly in the rain. Beside him were many bottles of finished liquor scattered messily on the ground. A pure white, unmarked Haori covered the tombstone, as if providing an umbrella for her. He seemed to be more robust than the last time they met, his muscles appearing firmer. He had grown taller, but now he resembled an injured beast, sorrowfully hiding in what he thought could be a safe haven to rest and lick his wounds. Shimi quietly looked at the photo on the tombstone. The girl's smile was so radiant and gentle, like a warm sun, still so young, in a beautiful age like a flower, yet forever frozen there. Over the past year, apart from taking on missions, he had been training like a madman, with his days and nights reversed, even risking his life. He just wanted to become stronger, continuously stronger, to eradicate all the evil spirits in this world. He had lost everything, but still held on to a treasure. For him, to protect his only younger brother, he was willing to give up everything. He didn't want to lose anyone else. Sadness was replaced by violence, and pain was deeply buried in his heart, even if he numbed himself with relentless training or executing missions. In the quiet of the night, when alone, the image of the girl, her words, those beautiful smiles, and moments surged like a tide, a crazy wave that seemed to engulf him. Shimi's eyes were red, and it was hard to tell if the moisture on his face was tears or rain. With a drunken haze, he reached out to touch the photo, barely able to see it. He wondered how she was doing over there, not coming to him in dreams at all, reminding him to tell her if he was being bullied. When he died and went down there, he would help her take revenge. Shimi's slightly flushed face from the alcohol revealed a tender smile, so desolate. Don't cross that river alone. Wait for me a little longer. Yunyan quietly walked up behind him, and the rain had unknowingly stopped. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting down on them. Shimi's consciousness was somewhat hazy, and upon sensing the familiar presence behind him, he slowly turned his head. The next moment, he fell into a dry, warm embrace that carried the scent of fur. The voice by his ear was so familiar, etched in his soul, and at that moment, it carried a hint of helplessness. That river can also be crossed. After all, I think I should still be able to save it. Shimi slowly lifted his head, gazing at the face that only appeared after drunkenness and nightmares. The face he had missed for so long. Yet this face before him seemed more mature than in the photos. His eyes sparkled with tears. He curled his lips into a gentle and satisfied smile, thinking, finally, you're willing to come into my dreams and see me. Yunyan was momentarily stunned. Crouching down on the ground, Shumi slowly laid down following the force of her hand, resting his head on her legs and closing his eyes. Yunyan raised his hand to dry the rainwater on him with divine power, and then instantly coated the ground with a layer of divine energy to isolate the soaked grass. One leg was stretched out to serve as a pillow, while the other leg was bent, his arm resting on his knee, and the other hand gently stroking his head. Because he sensed a reassuring scent, along with the embrace and appearance that made him willingly intoxicated. He completely fell into a deep sleep due to the effects of the alcohol. The long-lost sense of security made him curl up his body involuntarily, and in his dreams, he might have been dreaming of the events of that day, or perhaps of the past that had left him in despair. Tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Yunyan looked down at him, gently wiping away his tears with her fingers, and softly said, Shimi, I'm back. Chapter 49. I blow up my own grave. Shimi slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the tombstone before him. He gradually sat up and noticed something was off with his body, suddenly looking down. The pure black, unadorned Haori was draped over him, while where he had just been lying was a neatly folded white and blue Haori, arranged like a pillow. Shimi's pupils constricted sharply as he held the clothes close to his chest, anxiously searching around, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope, something he himself hadn't even realized. The only response to him was the gentle breeze that brushed by. Shimi tightened his grip on the clothes, lowering his gaze. but the corners of his lips lifted into a slight smile. No matter what it was, even if it was a prank, he took it seriously. Just consider it as you coming back. Yun sat on the tree trunk, quietly watching him leave. A small black cat appeared on her shoulder. Yun, why don't you just ask him face to face if he has returned? The clouds lazily leaned against the tree trunk, one hand supporting the back of the head, looking at the sky through the gaps in the leaves, with feet resting on the tree bark. Now's not the time to just appear. It would scare people to death, right? All right, as long as you're happy. Is it time to blow up the grave now? I really don't like that thing. Go ahead and blow it up. I also feel it's a bit strange, like I'm visiting my own grave. Instead of saying blow it up, it's more like using divine power to directly wave my hand and break open the grave, standing in front of the coffin, moving my fingers. The lid instantly flew off, and the body lying quietly inside, even after a year, still looked the same. Yun raised her hand, and with a vague grasp, the body that retained her 16-year-old appearance instantly turned to ashes. Yun walked to the tombstone, her raised hand paused. The white haori draped over it had not been taken away. Thinking of Shimi's fragile and lowly appearance in front of the tombstone, Yun took the half-dry haori and draped it over her arm. With a flick of her hand, the tombstone instantly shattered into several pieces. The photo that belonged to her fell to the ground. With a gesture of her finger, the photo flew to her in front of her, flames igniting at her fingertips, setting the photo ablaze. The black cat walked beside her, its face full of speechlessness. I said, "You're burning your own photo. Aren't you afraid of the blood disaster?" How ominous. With a carefree smile at the corners of her lips, Yun's voice was lazy. If you're looking for trouble, you better see how many lives the other person has for me to take. The black cat smacked its lips, agreeing with her words. In the vast 3,000 worlds, all the gods and Buddhas know that seeking trouble with a blood ghost emperor is pure self-destruction. Not to mention that these gods and Buddhas must reincarnate in the underworld after death. Just the extreme book in Yun's hand could easily erase a name, turning that person to ashes. This is the terrifying aspect of inheriting the divine position of the primordial god of creation, no matter your status. As long as you're named in the book, you must call her living father and offer your respect. The key is that the book contains the names of all gods and Buddhas, including spirits and demons, in the 3,000 worlds. She could even add her own name for fun. Yun walked through the mountains, while the black cat muttered as it walked. Yun, at this time, it should be the time for Brother Sure to. I know, isn't just traveling? Have you thought about how to persuade him? No, why should I persuade him? I'm not some desperate god. If you don't persuade him, what are you going to do? I can't persuade people. I'm just responsible for protecting them. Let Madame Tianyin persuade them away. But you were clearly good at persuading before. It's just a branch of a soul. Can you take that seriously? I have many branches, each with a different personality. Oh, no wonder your personality is so bizarre. Yun curled her lips slightly, not wanting to pay any more attention to 06. This little thing, just because it changed its appearance, has started to act all pretentious, right? On Mount K, in Nantama District, Tokyo, cloud smoke lazily leaned against the tree trunk, propping up one leg and resting an arm on it, while the other leg dangled in the air, quietly watching the twin brothers below carrying firewood home. 06 licked its paws, and cloud smoke glanced at it. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. Grabbing it by the neck with a mischievous smile, she suddenly thought, "You seem to have a bit of a role to play too." 06. The next moment, it was thrown into the air, spinning and tumbling before finally crashing onto Michiro's head. So painful. Michiro. Yuichiro was startled and quickly turned to walk over to Michiro, who was sprawled on the ground, looking somewhat helplessly at his younger brother. Turning to look at the swaying, starry-eyed black cat 06 beside him, his eyes widened in anger. "You damn black cat. Can't you watch where you're running in the woods?" 06? Michiro held his head, sitting up with tears in his eyes. A large bump on his head. He awkwardly tugged at Yuichiro's clothes. "Brother, I'm fine, don't be angry." Who would be angry for you? Don't be so self-important. Since you're fine, get up and help me gather the firewood. Let's hurry home. Michiro pouted and lowered his head to pick up the scattered firewood on the ground. Although Yuichiro didn't say it, he was still worried about his brother feeling dizzy, so he quickly helped him stack the firewood and handed him the firewood rack to carry. This time, he walked alongside Michiro, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, afraid that something might fly out and hurt his silly brother again. 06 looked up and met Cloud Smoke's half-smiling expression, which startled it so much that its fur bristled. It hurriedly chased after the two, constantly meowing at them in a high-pitched voice. Michiro squatted down, smiling as he rubbed its head, and then started scratching its chin, looking at Yuichiro with bright eyes. Brother, let's take it back. It's all alone on the mountain. So dangerous. Yuichiro felt uncomfortable under his expectant gaze and turned his head away, saying with a twist, "If you want to raise it, I won't help you take care of it. It's such a hassle." Michiro's eyes lit up even more as he hugged 06 tightly, happily following behind him. "Thank you, brother." "Thank me for what? I didn't say anything." Hee. Watching 06 successfully stay by their side, Cloud Smoke turned her head back, leisurely sitting against the tree, hands supporting her head, closing her eyes. The Demon Slayer core exploded, and while disappearing during the grave sweeping, they found that the Ice Pillar's grave had not only been dug up, but the tombstone was also smashed to pieces, and the photo was gone. Startled, they took off immediately, rolling and scrambling back to report to Ubuyashiki Waya. Those who had a good relationship with Cloud Smoke rushed to her grave site, with Shimi charging the fastest. Looking at the chaotic graveyard, his pupils shrank smaller and smaller. He quickly walked to the coffin, looking down at the empty interior. Shinobu Kocho had successfully entered the Demon Slayer Corps and was now a Grade C member. However, out of years of habit, she and Kane frowned, cautiously observing their surroundings. There were no bloodstains, no signs of violent destruction. Everything seemed as if the grave had exploded on its own, and the tombstone had shattered by itself. Shimi stared blankly at the empty coffin, thinking of the 2 pieces of clothing at home and that Haori he had left on the tombstone and had not taken. Now disappeared, his heart raced. Confusion, disbelief, hope, and various emotions mixed together. Ubuyashiki Waya showed a rare expression of anger that he could not hide for the first time, and the entire Demon Slayer Corps received a mission that day to thoroughly investigate, digging 3 feet into the ground to find the bastard who destroyed the Ice Pillar's grave and took her remains. Yun, the culprit, was enjoying a sweet potato cake while watching the 2 children chop firewood below with great interest. She was unaware of the shock and impact her actions would bring. Even if she did know, she would still proceed, leaving behind misfortune. Chapter 50. Youngsters, what a big imagination. Every day, 06 diligently surrounded the 2. And even the Tsundere Ikiru couldn't withstand its cuteness attack. The 2 brothers collectively fell. Watching them, Yunyan thought of Shimi's younger brother, the little round-faced Genmi, who was the only cub she met that wasn't afraid of her. A ripple stirred in her heart as she watched the 2 brothers struggle to sell firewood, barely managing to fill their stomachs, having lost so much joy. Both of them were very thin. Yunyan sat on the tree trunk, crossed her arms, and gently clicked her tongue, her figure disappearing from spot. In the deep mountains, a leaf cut through the air like a sharp blade, and the heads of 2 wild chickens were blown apart, falling to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Yunyan called over 06, pointing at the 2 wild chicken corpses on the ground, wearing that calm and breezy expression. "Take them back. You're as skinny as a monkey. I don't even know if you can hold on until Lady Tianyin arrives. Kids are really troublesome." 06 looked at her in confusion and pointed at himself. "Me? Take them back." He lowered his head to look at his small frame, which was even smaller than the wild chickens. And he couldn't go into battle mode in front of his 2 brothers. If he did, he'd just be treated as a monster and burned. "Right, figure it out yourself. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat first. Good luck." Yunyan waved back at it and walked away briskly. 06, damn 6, dutifully dragging 2 wild chickens back. It encountered a beast on the way that wanted to snatch its food. In an instant, 06 transformed from a small black cat into a 3-meter-tall black panther, roaring and scaring the beasts in the forest to flee in all directions, angrily carrying the carcasses of the wild chickens back as it approached its brother's house. It returned to its original size and continued to drag the 2 chicken corpses. Winero looked in surprise at 06 returning with the wild chickens and quickly turned to run back into the house, shouting for his brother. "Brother, Blackie brought back 2 wild chickens. Blackie is amazing." Winero seemed to have heard the greatest joke, making a villainous face. "Huh? Did Blackie knock your head silly? How could such a small thing catch wild chickens?" Winero puffed up his cheeks in anger. "Brother, just look for yourself. I'm not lying." Winero certainly knew he wasn't lying. He just found it too absurd. He put down the clothes he was mending, got up, and went outside. Seeing 06, reluctantly named Blackie, licking its paws with 2 decapitated wild chickens beside it, he fell into deep thought. 06 stepped forward to indicate that this was a gift for them. Winero was silent for a moment, then quietly thanked it and took the chickens to process them. Winero was innocent and cute. He was different. He had long sensed that 06 was unusual. This cat was uncommonly smart, almost like a normal human in intelligence. Perhaps even smarter. Watching the plucked wild chickens, Winaro remained silent, pondering how such a small creature could have burst the heads of 2 wild chickens. It couldn't be an ordinary cat. Suddenly recalling the mythological stories his mother told him as a child, he looked at 06, basking in the sun like an old man at the door, and a thought crossed his mind. Could this guy be a spirit beast of the mountain god? Cloud forced to be the mountain god Smoke. Huh? What kind of garbage is that? Spirit beast 06. Wow, they even gave it a cool identity. This kid's imagination is really rich. Completely unaware that it had been labeled as a spirit beast, 06 was basking in the sun, looking quite satisfied. When Ikir brought a chicken to the table, 06 shook its head, jumped to the side, and started eating the dried fish Ikir had prepared for it. At this moment, Ikir was even more convinced that it was a spirit beast, and a kind and generous one at that. In the following days, every meal was either wild chicken or wild rabbit, and the most outrageous was that Yunyan even brought back a wild boar. In front of the wild boar, 06 was even smaller than its tusks. Watching the person turn and leave, and then looking at the giant creature, 06 fell in a deep thought. Is this a game? Are you addicted now? One day, the 2 brothers watched as 06 dragged the wild boar back, and they were both shocked. Although Ikir had already shared his suspicions with his brother, the shock was still just as strong at this moment. The 2 looked at it with bright, sparkling eyes, while 06 awkwardly turned away to avoid their gaze. Ikir picked up 06 and laughed brightly, his voice cheerful. Thank you, Spirit Beast Lord. Did the mountain god send you? We really appreciate you. Ikir sighed, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes filled with reverence. Spirit Beast Lord, thank you for your hard work all this time. I will prepare a special portion of meat for you at noon, to show our gratitude to the mountain god. 06, completely confused, was almost ready to give a thumbs up and say, young men, what a big imagination. Thanks to the feeding from 1 person and 1 cat. The 2 brothers had noticeably gained some weight compared to before. At least, Yunyan looked much more pleasing to the eye. Taking advantage of their deep sleep, 06 quietly jumped away, and as soon as it left, the 2 instantly opened their eyes and quietly followed behind it. The spirit beast, Lord, must be going to meet the mountain god. They tiptoed all the way to the riverbank, crouching behind a tree to peek out. By the river, a tall woman with black hair, even taller than an average man, stood there. Her jet black hair was styled high, and her hair crown glinted coldly in the moonlight. Dressed in a dark outfit that accentuated her straight back, with a hem they had never seen before. It looked like a skirt, but not entirely. 06 ran to her feet, and the 2 widened their eyes in shock. The black one is really a spirit beast. It spoke. 06 had no idea it was being followed, and ran to Yunyan's feet. Complaining, I said, Yunyan, can you please stop hunting such big prey? Dragging this thing back is so tiring for my little body. Yunyan had one hand behind her back while playing with a string of Bodhi beads in the other. She glanced at it lightly and said, if you switch to battle mode and transform back into your true form, it would be quite a sight, wouldn't it? That would be terrifying. What if you scare the 2 kids to death? They've already started calling you a spirit beast, and I've been regarded as a trivial little earth god that could be crushed with just a finger. What else can I do? 06 was left speechless. The 2 eavesdroppers widened their eyes, realizing that it wasn't a mountain god. It was a deity even more powerful than a mountain god. So amazing. So cool. Yunyan naturally knew that they were eavesdropping, but she didn't care. Identity and such things were irrelevant. Since her true self had arrived, there was no intention of being modest. Of course, she could hold back a little. After all, if the small world couldn't withstand the collapse of divine power, it would all be over. After giving 06 a good scolding and dismissively waving it away to go back and watch the children, she continued to enjoy the moonlight by the riverside. 06 pouted, cursing her in its heart for being a terrible boss, and obediently ran back. The 2 brothers hurriedly returned to pretend to sleep. 06 yawned and jumped onto the bed, curling up between the 2 brothers and closing its eyes to sleep. The 2 brothers turned to face it, sleeping with an unprecedented sense of peace. Chapter 51. Taking action to change the story of the TRU brothers and saving Yuakaru. The next day, Madame Tianyin finally came to visit. 06 yawned and quietly watched Yuakaru drive Madame Tianyin away, then got into a quarrel with Wicharu. With a helpless sigh, it jumped off the bed and ran outside, and soon returned with 2 wild rabbits. This time, it also brought back 2 wristbands, 2 light blue wristbands, with Yuakaru's being the black part of the Taiji disc and Wicharu's being white. This confirmed the colors of their breathing techniques. The black and white mist complemented each other like the Taiji diagram. Watching Yuakaru drive Madame Tianyin away, Yunyan scratched her face, noting that despite his young age, his temper was quite big. This child would probably be able to work well with Shimi in the future. One was more tsundere than the other. Both were proud, sharp-tongued, and irritable. Yawning, feeling a bit drowsy, she closed her eyes and rested against the trunk of a tree. Wichiru sat pitifully under the tree where she rested, as he and his brother knew that the divine being was right in this tree. They'd spent a long time observing and noticing it. 06 gave him the wristband, rubbed against him to comfort him, and then ran off to find Yuakaru. Because it was a gift from it, the two brothers happily put the wristbands on their wrists. 06 tried its best, but couldn't reconcile the two, leaving its head buzzing. Madame Tianyin came by every day, and this continued until the night of the 8th day. The two brothers truly had a fight. Wichiru was sulking and ignoring Yuakaru, while Yuakaru felt guilty for calling Wichiru incompetent during the day. How could he be incompetent? In the dead of night, the sleeping 06 suddenly lifted its head, staring intently out the window, its tail swishing as it quickly ran outside. Wichiru, feeling thirsty, went to get some water, only to suddenly notice a shadow at the door, momentarily stunned. As the moonlight spilled in, he saw the figure at the door, which looked very strange, with two sharp horns on its head and a pair of unusual eyes meeting his gaze. Yuakaru was startled and immediately ran towards Wichiru. Wichiru. The man raised his hand, his sharp claws swiping down with a tone of disdain and contempt, shouting, "Shut up! You poor woodcutters are of no use at all. Whether you exist or not is irrelevant. Your lives are insignificant." Yuakaru's arm was severed, and Wichiru trembled, fear filling his eyes as he clung to his brother. Watching the strange and terrifying man approach them like a monster, he felt breathless, every part of him screaming danger. Meow! A thunderous roar suddenly snapped Wichiru back to reality. He looked up to see a pair of dark green eyes staring into the room from outside. The evil spirit turned its head, and in that instant, it was terrified, its back stiffening and hairs standing on end. Unbeknownst to Wen, Yinyan had already appeared inside the room, and behind her, 06 had returned to its true form, staring intently at him. The brilliant golden eyes were particularly striking in the night, filled with a murderous smile. Sure enough, that damn guy is just asking for death. Wichiru's eyes widened, tears blurring his vision, while Yuakaru in his arms was already in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound, blood continuously flowing. Wichiru opened his mouth, his voice trembling and hoarse with a cry. "Divine being, please save our brother." Yunyan suddenly appeared in front of him, crouching down to block everything behind her. She raised her hand above Yuichiro's wound, and light descended. A severed arm was reborn, and the injuries healed. Her delicate, fair hand gently stroked the heads of the two boys, the warm touch bringing the scent of fur into their nostrils. The two looked up at her cold yet beautiful face, which revealed a gentle smile, instantly soothing the fear in their hearts. 06 was about to explode with anger. After all, he had been taking care of these two little cubs for almost a month. Damn it. While he was out looking for Yunyan, someone dared to take advantage of the situation and hurt them. With a burst of fury, 06 swiped down, instantly tearing the evil spirit in half. A single slap smashed its head, his voice filled with rage, no longer pretending to be calm. "Damn it! How dare you hurt our Yuichiro? How dare you insult our two treasures? How dare you scare Waichiro? You are the most meaningless existence. You beast, you scum. I'll make your head a damn light bulb. Do you believe it?" The two brothers curiously peeked out, but before they could get a good look, they were embraced by Yunyan, her black haori wrapping around them. Her cold voice carried a hint of tenderness. "Good kids, don't look now." She gently patted their backs in a soothing manner, holding them close. The warm embrace made both brothers' eyes turn red, and even Yuichiro couldn't hold back his tears at that moment. This embrace felt so much like a mother's embrace. It was so warm, so reassuring. Once 06 vented his anger, the evil spirit regained its composure and struggled to escape. 06 first slammed it into the ground to prevent its escape, then transformed back to the size of a small cat and walked over to the brothers. Yunyan stood up, took off her haori jacket and wrapped it around the two of them, the Nicaran blade at her waist glinting coldly. She raised her hand to draw the sword, holding it behind her back, turning her back to them. "If you want to live a more meaningful life, tomorrow, follow that lady and leave. Join the Demon Slayer Corps." She stepped toward the retreating demon, raised the hand holding the sword, and thought, breath of ice, "How troublesome. I'll just slash randomly." After saying that, she casually swung her sword. There was no need for breathing techniques. The demon's head fell to the ground, dissipating into the night. She had plenty of weapons made of the same material as the Nicaran blade, so she sheathed the sword and placed it on the table along with the scabbard. Glancing at the two brothers with bright, sparkling eyes, she thought, tomorrow, after that lady arrives, give her this sword. She will understand. Yin turned and walked towards the door. Paused, facing away from them as she spoke. Live well, the two of you should become stronger together, to protect the beautiful things, to guard what you wish to protect. 06 licked both of them, jumped off the bed, and caught up with Yin's pace. Seeing they were about to leave, Yuichiro hurriedly called out, "Wait! My lord, the deity, and my lord, the spirit beast." The person and the cat stopped in their tracks, quietly waiting for them to speak. Yuichiro opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Yuichiro nervously clenched his clothes and said, "My lord, the deity, and my lord, the spirit beast. Will we meet again?" Yuichiro's eyes were filled with hope as he tightly stared at their backs, nervously gripping his clothes. With her back to them, Yin curled her lips and softly responded, "Yes, at that time, I hope to see a different you." Yin and 06 disappeared before their eyes. The two of them snuggled together, draped in the haori left by Yin, their hands tightly clasped together. Their eyes were filled with longing for the future, anticipation for their next meeting, and hope for life. The next day, Madame Tianyin visited again. Ikaru walked up to her holding a sword, first bowing and apologizing with a flushed face, and then handing the sword to her. Madame Tianyin's eyes instantly turned red. This sword had been lost for a long time. How could it be? Could it be? She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, gently stroked the heads of the two, and took the Nicaran blade that Yin was holding, leading the two burdened ones down the mountain back to the residence. Chapter 52. Someone wants to steal the house. Yin yawned. After being a wild person on the mountain for over a month, she finally got to sleep in a bed. When going out, she was determined not to shortchange herself. Her lifelong principle was to stay only in the best places. The system mall allowed her to exchange points for silver coins, and the best room cost only 5 silver coins. Yin lay on the tatami, one hand propping up her head while the other played with gold coins. They were so cheap that she exchanged 10 bags of each kind, including gold, silver, and copper coins. She also exchanged some gold bars and silver. Everything was piled up in the system space, while 06 dozed off nearby. Yin tossed the gold coins into a bag, laid back on the tatami, and covered herself with a blanket, looking peaceful. Yes, it really is comfortable to lie in bed and sleep under a blanket. Yin, I've heard that the little girl, Mealy, has become a love Hashira. That's good. Shinami is already an A-rank member. I've heard she's been trained by Kurenai Masakatsu all along, and she has learned the ice-breathing technique. My stepson is indeed impressive. I heard there's a little girl who has been living behind Fushikawa, publicly claiming she wants to be Fushikawa's wife. Yin, who had been calm, suddenly sat up and turned to look at it sharply. Say that again. I suspect there's something wrong with my ears. What did you say? 06 wagged its tail innocently. I heard that Fushikawa saved her during a mission. She's the woman who runs a fruit shop and is said to be quite beautiful. A real beauty. Is this a case of a hero saving a beauty and the beauty falling in love at first sight? But it seems Fushikawa is very averse to this matter, so this gossip quickly faded away and few people mention it anymore. Yin ground his molars fiercely, his forehead veins bulging. Damn it, how can there still be someone trying to steal from home? 06 looked at her speechlessly, fully understanding what she was thinking. But the problem is, 06 leaned on his paws. Yin, you don't understand these things, do you? With no blush on your face and no racing heart. Just teasing others while remaining emotionally detached. You must be driven by pure possessiveness. I have to say, 06 has hit the nail on the head. Yin felt that there were ants actually trying to meddle with her person, meddling with the person she had her eye on. She couldn't sleep anymore and grabbed 06 before heading out. She wanted to see what this so-called beauty really looked like. How beautiful could she be? 06 silently led the way, while Yin wore a cold expression as she walked into the still-open fruit shop. At the counter, a woman who was just about to her chest and had a ponytail greeted her with a bright smile as she entered. Customer, what would you like to eat? 1 portion of sweet potato cake, 1 portion of honey balls, and a cup of matcha. Okay, please wait a moment, customer. Yin sat in the innermost corner, drinking water from the table, her eyes fixed on the short woman without blinking. Host, yes, you are 8 meters tall, so everyone looks short to you. Fortunately, Lord Fengzhu is now 85 meters tall, otherwise he wouldn't be taller than you. Desserts were served, and Yin ignored her polite remarks, picking up a piece of sweet cake and taking a bite, frowning. So sweet, excessively sweet. She tried a honey ball next, her brows furrowing even more. TSK. It seriously sticks to the teeth, The texture is terrible, and the honey, Iasin tiosmanthus honey. What on earth is this made of? She took a sip of matcha, hoping to ease the sweetness, but almost had her soul escape from the bitterness. Silently putting the food down, she fell into deep thought. This woman thinks she can win over Shimi, just with this? Even if he loves desserts, he wouldn't eat something that could make him sick. Yunyan shifted her gaze to the woman, who was cupping her face and staring dreamily out the door. Turning her head, she saw Shimi and Quangjin walking in from the entrance. Judging by the marks on them, they must have just completed a mission and come here to find a place to rest. The woman quickly ran to the kitchen and then came out carrying 2 packages. Calling out as she ran, "Mr. Busukawa, Mr. Kirinoya, wait." The 2 stopped in their tracks, and even Quangjin showed a hint of disgust. With expressionless faces, they turned to look at the approaching woman, whose white and green striped kimono was not properly worn. The collar was slightly open, and as she bent down, a glimpse of her fair skin could be seen. Blushing, she handed the items to the 2, her eyes full of expectation. "Mr. Busukawa, Mr. Kirinoya, please accept this. If my homemade hagi cakes, as a token of gratitude for saving me and helping me set up my shop." Shimi looked at her with an impassive expression, veins bulging on his forehead, suppressing his anger. "No need. Take it back, and fix your clothes. The weather isn't warm enough for you to be wearing a loose collar." The indifference in his eyes fell into the woman's gaze, making her tremble as she awkwardly tugged at her collar that had just been loosened. Quangjin stared at her and coolly spoke, "Take it back. What you said is merely part of our duty. If you truly want to show gratitude, stop spreading those false rumors. It will only trouble Shimi." Quangjin couldn't be gentle with her. She was trampling on Shimi's feelings for Yunyan, trampling on the memories between them. The woman looked at them in disbelief, staring blankly as they walked away, angrily throwing the items onto the ground and stomping on them. "Damn it, what is that ice pillar from the legend? Why is everyone on his side? He is just a dead man from a year ago. For him, I even did something I'm worst at. Why can't they see reason?" She continued to throw a fit, cursing wildly. Yunyan leaned against the door with her arms crossed, quietly listening to her curse that she wouldn't have a good death in her next life. She rolled her eyes and dug at her ears. Wow, the curses were really dirty. Suddenly losing interest, she rolled her eyes again, tossed 2 copper coins on the counter, and left. She considered it pity for her. As she left, she casually made a gesture and sent it into the woman's body. For the next 6 months, she would be so unlucky that even drinking cold water would get stuck in her teeth. Returning to the inn, Yunyan keenly sensed 2 figures inside, quickly backing out. She took a jade girl mask from her treasure bag and put it on. She swaggered into the inn, passing by Shimi and Quangjin, who were still eating. The next second, her wrist was grabbed. Yunyan turned her head and locked eyes with Shimi, who had somehow stood up and caught her wrist. Shimi stared at her intently. He couldn't mistake that familiar aura. His voice was hoarse, as if suppressing something. "Yunyan, it's you." It was a tone of certainty, not doubt. Quangjin was dumbfounded, quickly getting up to pull Shimi away, trying to pry his hand off hers. His mind was racing with thoughts of "It's over, it's over, it's over." Shimi has gone crazy thinking about Yunyan. No matter how you looked at it, someone so tall couldn't possibly be her, right? Even if she really had come back to life, in just a year's time, she couldn't have grown his height, could she? Yunyan turned around to face him, first poking Quangjin to indicate that it was fine and that he shouldn't fuss. Then, he crossed his arms and leaned in front of Shimi, looking at him through the mask, tilting his head slightly, his voice lazy. "Are you so sure?" Shimi took a deep breath, not showing it on his face. Only he knew the speed of his heartbeat and the tension he felt at that moment. I can't possibly mistake your presence." Yunyan straightened her body and distanced herself from him, reaching out to touch her mask. What is the full name of the person you mentioned?" "Kikoku Yunyan." Yunyan smiled lightly and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you have mistaken me. My last name is not Jigwa, it's Nangong." Shimi opened his eyes wide, his hands trembling slightly. It was impossible. He couldn't have made a mistake. This outfit, he had seen it on that day, the day he thought he was dreaming. This voice, this aura, including that familiar scent of fur, was unmistakable. The only difference was a slight variation in height. Yunyan smiled apologetically, waved his hand at them, turned around and left, casually ordering a few pots of wine. Chapter 53. The Madness After Getting Drunk. Yunyan returned to the room, and 06 watched her like she was a show, but she showed no reaction at all. 06 shook his head helplessly, thinking, poor brother Boucherchuan, of all people to like, you had to fall for such an old blockhead. And a bad-hearted old blockhead at that. The wine was served, along with a few plates of appetizers. After the waiter left, Yunyan locked the door, took off her mask, and sat at the table, pouring herself a drink and taking a sip. She squinted slightly. The wine here was quite rich and fragrant, but not strong enough. Forcing herself to finish it, she took out her own heavenly brew and started drinking. When her cheeks flushed a light pink from the alcohol, Yun slowly stood up, looking out at the brightly lit street, and suddenly vanished from the room. 06 suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open. What the hell? Where did she go? He glanced at the scattered wine jars beside him and was scared out of his wits. One jar was enough to get a god drunk. That damn blockhead actually drank 5 jars. 06 was completely overwhelmed, thinking, this is a disaster. Where am I going to find her? At that moment, a drunken Yin staggered down the corridor, wandering aimlessly, her surroundings all a blur. She was either having a great time or had overdone it. Just then, as if they were connected, a door suddenly opened, and Yin squinted, locking eyes with Shimi, who was standing at the door with wide-open eyes. The next second, she smiled wickedly, turned, and walked towards him. Shimi stood frozen in place, only her in his eyes, only her, until she stood just a few centimeters away from him. Sensing the rich, fragrant smell of alcohol on her, he couldn't help but frown, but in the next moment, he suddenly hugged her tightly, burying his face in her neck. His body trembled. I told you it was impossible to mistake her. You're clearly GUH. Just being alive is enough. He had too many questions in his heart, but just her standing in front of him made all those questions fade away. All he wanted was for her to be alive. Yun lowered her gaze, listening to his quiet sobs beside her. She tightened her arms and lifted him up horizontally. Shimi's eyes widened, with tear stains on her face and droplets still hanging from her eyelashes, looking bewildered as she held him in her embrace. Yun walked straight into his room with a smile at the corners of her lips, leaving him stunned as he watched the door close and lock itself. What is happening? Is it a ghost? Suddenly, a wave of weightlessness disrupted his thoughts as Yin tossed him onto the bed. Just as he propped himself up, a shadow fell over him, and a warm, humid breath brushed against his cheek. His face flushed red in an instant, and he looked at her in shock. Yin hovered above him, looking down at him with a condescending gaze. She reached out to lift his chin, leaning in closer. While Shermie stared at her, his heart racing. His Adam's apple bobbed as he nervously swallowed. Yin, WH, what do you want to do? Yun smiled carelessly, her already stunning face now more mature than ever, exuding an alluring charm that instantly left Shimi's mind blank. Her fair and soft hand gently rubbed his neck, causing him to let out a short, muffled groan. He reached out to grasp her wrist, but didn't dare to apply pressure. Blushing, he tried to create some distance between them, but she pressed him against the wall, step by step. Igirigaju, gotten down. You've had too much to drink. You should sleep first, okay? When you wake up, we can talk. I have so many questions to ask you. Wait, don't touch my neck. It's very sensitive, ah. Yun seemed to have found her beloved toy, squinting her eyes and staring at his helpless and shy expression without blinking. How cute a low, mature voice echoed in Shimi's ears, her warm breath brushing against them, making them itch. He turned his head to escape, but was blocked by Yun. Then her legs pressed between his legs, and Shimi's eyes widened as he looked at the suddenly closed face. A gentle, moist sensation touched his lips, making his eyes widen even more. He reached out to push her away, but she firmly grasped both of his wrists with one hand, lifting them high above his head. He struggled to break free, but for some reason, she seemed completely unaffected. Squinting his eyes, he cursed inwardly. How did this girl become so strong after coming back to life? What is her situation? Wait, I'm your brother, don't. The corner of his lips curled into a bitter smile, realizing that she had always seen him as her brother. This girl, has she started to act recklessly after drinking too much? Does she really know who he is? The person in front of him suddenly leaned in closer, and Shimi's pupils constricted. A warm sensation enveloped his lips. Wait, His voice was blocked by her, and the first kiss was like a gentle caress. But this time, she fiercely seized the air from his mouth, the smell of alcohol enveloping him, making his mind feel hazy. From struggling and resisting, he gradually compromised and relaxed his body, closing his eyes and allowing her to take what she wanted from him. Only tears slipped down from the corners of his eyes, one after another. Yun's other hand was also not idle, directly caressing his chest, and Shimi felt like he was about to suffocate. His body trembled involuntarily from the touch. Yun released him just as he was about to suffocate, watching him with a flushed face, tears streaming down as he gasped for breath. His eyes glistened with moisture, reflecting her image at that moment. Her hand slipped under his clothing, gently caressing his chest, abs, and lean waist. Shimi trembled, looking at his own disheveled appearance in her brilliant golden eyes, feeling as if he was about to blush to the point of ripening. He bit his lip, swallowing back the shameful sounds. "Don't cry, huh?" Yunyan let out a helpless smile, gently kissing away his tears as she locked eyes with him. A wicked smile playing on her face. Shimi was taken aback. The person in front of him was completely different from the one he remembered. Realizing the issue, Shimi gritted his teeth and tried to break free from the restraint, but Yunyan lowered her head and bit down on his Adam's apple. He felt the person beneath him stiffen suddenly, the struggling motion coming to an immediate halt, gently nibbling on his Adam's apple and leaving a red mark on the side of his neck. Yunyan straightened up, looking at his embarrassed and furious expression, licking her dry lips. It's not Yunyan. Let me go." It was different, completely different. Yunyan pinched his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. In her brilliant golden eyes, there was a layer of frost, and her smiling eyes were like a still pond. Yes, I am the one you know. Just a fragment of my divine soul. My name is NoOne Yunyan. Remember it well. Jigua Yunyan is merely a setting in the task. I am a god, a genuine god. I have awakened and returned from the underworld. This is the real me. Are you afraid? If you are, then keep your distance from me." Yunyan looked at him with her arched eyebrows and eyes, and Shimi was taken aback by her words. He recognized every word, but when put together, he seemed to have some trouble understanding. The host's excited hands trembled. Finally, Yunyan's true form has returned. And is she going to start taking the offensive route? Cloud smoke, leisurely drinking tea. Well, it's about the same after all. My age is what it is, and I'm quite shy and timid in terms of emotions. Plus a bit insecure. Host, the main body is the best. Yunyan, well, don't say that. The true self is just me. I used to be too restrained. After all, most of the time I was in slumber. That wisp of spirit was really a bit lacking. 06. But that's not a reason for you to abandon me and choose to be free. Yunyan, don't bother me. Chapter 54. Yun's super confident, but extremely poor at expressing behavior and lacking self-awareness. Yin looking at his completely dazed expression from the news. Yin sighed helplessly, released his wrist that she had been holding, and rested her head in the crook of his neck. With a soft sigh, she wondered, "What should I do with you?" Shimi came back to his senses, hesitantly wrapped his arms around her, his voice trembling slightly. What exactly is going on? Yunyan leaned into his arms, just like how she used to act spoiled in his embrace in the past, her face pressed against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. How should I put it? It would be too complicated to explain. Yunyan looked up at him, a curve forming at the corner of her lips. Shimi only needed to remember that Yunyan came for him, and that was enough. Shimi widened his eyes, stunned by her words. Came for him? Yunyan sat up, smiled, and lightly tapped his lips. The taste was nice, very sweet since the greeting had already been made. I'll take my leave. As she said this, she stood up, and Shimi almost stood up at the same time, grabbing her arm with urgency. Where are you going? Since you're back, aren't you going to come back with me? Yunyan turned back to look at him, tilting her head and thinking for a moment. Not right now. I still have some things to do, but I will be back soon. Shimi looked at her, tightening the grip on her arm. Suddenly his face darkened, and before he could say anything, she covered his mouth. Yunyan looked helpless, chuckling lightly. Did Shimi want to say something like, "Don't go back. Just quit the Demon Slayer Corps"? The Demon Slayer Corps doesn't need someone like you, who inexplicably died and came back to life to return. Shimi's body stiffened, caught in thought, and with a flushed face, lowered his head. Yunyan took 2 steps towards him, closing the distance, cupping his face in her hands, and gazing into his eyes. On that incredibly enchanting face, there was an irresistible tenderness. Don't worry, when I return, I will tell everything to Shimi. Right now, I won't easily get hurt. Yunyan looked at his helpless and shy expression, smiled, and instantly disappeared in front of him. Shimi, shocked. He stared at her sudden disappearance, which truly included the vanishing of her presence, all in the blink of an eye. He stood dazed in the room, his kimono wide open, precariously hanging on his shoulder, completely in a state of confusion. Blinking, he turned his head and saw himself in the mirror, under the faint moonlight. Shimi widened his eyes and leaned closer to the mirror. Trembling, he touched his neck, his forehead pounding, and with a forceful grip, the mirror cracked. That idiot! How could she do this in such an obvious place? His face flushed red, he covered the right side of his neck with his hand, took a long breath, and sat on the floor, carelessly tossing the cracked mirror aside. With his arms resting in front of him, he muttered softly, "It's not a dream. She's really back." Slowly returning to the tatami mat, he hugged a pillow and buried his face in the blanket, revealing half of his flushed face, his eyes looking at the doorway. So, what does she really mean? Kissing and then running away, not even giving a clear answer. What does it mean that she came for him? From the underworld? A god? And what about that frightening height, almost the same as his, and that mature appearance? Shimi scratched his head irritably, fidgeting for a while, in a daze. He was vaguely comforted by an embrace, his nostrils filled with the pleasant scent of fur. After Yin soothed him to sleep, she propped her head up and watched him for a while, quietly admiring his sleeping face with a smile at the corners of her lips. She reached out to caress his face, touching his slightly swollen lips, but awkwardly withdrew her hand and touched her own nose instead. Maybe she had gone a bit overboard. 06 jumped in from the window, looking at her with a disapproving gaze. Yin smiled mockingly and quickly got up to leave the room with 06. Sitting on her bed, she quietly sipped her tea while listening to 06 tirade against her. Yin, what are you thinking? You're such a scumbag. Really a scumbag. You scumbag, ancient deity bastard. Yin was confused by the criticism. How did she become the bad one? Wasn't she quite devoted? No, what did I do? She looked at the commotion around her, making a lot of noise. At least tell me the reason. If I'm going to die, I deserve to close my eyes peacefully, right? Suddenly, 06 fell silent and then, as if possessed by Belial, rushed over and poked her face with a soft pink pillow. How can you still have the nerve to say that? Do you really like them? If you really like them, then why don't you kiss them? You pervert. Huh? Yin grabbed its fate by the nape of its neck, looking at it like an idiot, pointing at itself. Am I not obvious? In a chibi style, a person and a cat gazed at each other, and the air became quiet. 06, getting all flustered, clearly it's nothing. Why don't you blush for once? Can't you act a little more like a girl? You're so good at hiding your emotions. Are you a Ninja Turtle or something? Yin, no. She couldn't hold it in either. Mainly because of her age and experience. She couldn't feel the excitement like a young girl with a flushed face and a racing heart. In the end, because 06 was too annoying, Yin threw him out the window, and only then did the room quiet down. Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, resting her chin on her hand while staring at the moon, deep in thought. Had she really been that subtle before? No, it was quite obvious. 06 expressed. Obvious my foot. She yawned, convinced that she had clearly made her feelings known to the other person. Crossed out, Yin then laid down in her blanket, tucked herself in, hugged her pillow, and fell asleep. The next day, Kwang Jin looked at Shimi with a ghostly expression as he came out of the room, buttoning his shirt, especially the collar. It was tightly closed, and when he noticed Shimi's slightly swollen lips, Kwang Jin nearly popped his eyes out. Shimi, with red ears, glared at him fiercely. What are you looking at? You idiot Kwang Jin. If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out. Kwang Jin leaned in closer, staring hard at him, making Shimi break out in a cold sweat. He pointed at Shimi's chest. Shimi, something's off? You actually buttoned up. Shimi instantly exploded in anger, punching his head. What the hell? Stop meddling in my business. Hurry up and finish your meal so we can get going. You idiot. Kwang Jin, my head hurts. While eating, Kwang Jin noticed the changes in Shimi. Looking at him, he felt that after a good sleep, Shimi seemed to have returned to his former self. The gloomy, lifeless aura was gone, replaced by a much better mood. His facial expressions seemed more genuine too. How strange. When Kwang Jin went to pay the bill, Shimi glanced at the staircase and happened to see Yin coming down wearing a mask, his eyes lighting up. Yin raised her hand, holding a mask that revealed her red lips, and made a shushing gesture towards him. With a casual smile at the corners of her lips, she walked in front of him. The height difference between them was only 5 centimeters, so Yin only needed to slightly lift her head to kiss his lips. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't reacted yet, she quickly planted a kiss at the corner of his lips and softly whispered in his ear, "Good morning kiss," in a voice only the two of them could hear. Yin put on the mask and walked past him, leaving the inn after checking out. Shimi stood in place, a flush spreading across his body, his head steaming. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, his eyes looking awkwardly elsewhere. It was truly impressive. Before Kwang Jin returned, he organized his emotions, looking around to confirm that it was still early and that there were only the two of them in the lobby, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully no one saw. Chapter 55, Late Night Meeting with Chikazaki. Wise-Eye Yin yawned. With dissipating evil spirits at his feet, holding a long knife made of the same material as the sun-wheel blade in his hand. Yin glanced at the knife in her hand, which was expressing dissatisfaction wildly. She raised her hand to scratch her face and said, all right. I know you're unhappy about using a divine weapon to chop up this trash. Just bear with it. This is what we have to do. The 06 landed beside her, licking its paws. You should hurry and clean the phoenix, or we'll get angry. Yunyan tugged at the corner of her lips and performed a cleansing technique to clean the knife. The divine weapon has its own spirit and consciousness. The long knife, named Phoenix Warblade, is entirely pitch black, with carvings of a phoenix soaring in the sky on the blade, and near the spine are 2 blood grooves. When wielding the knife, one can see the phantom of a phoenix bathed in flames. 06 walked beside her, with the knife at her waist and her hands resting behind her head, gazing at the stars in the sky. Let's go see some familiar faces. I should show up in front of him now. Are you talking about the super gentle lord? Yes. Yunyan looked into the distance, and the image of Chanshu Yaozai, like a father, appeared in her mind, showing her care and protection. She couldn't help but smile deeper at the corners of her lips. 06. Did you bring the spirit spring water you prepared? Of course. I brought a full 500 pounds. Cloud smoke, take less. Yunyan suddenly looked down at it, supporting it under her armpit and facing it directly, then shook it wildly. After the shock, Yunyan let out a high-pitched, nauseating scream unique to Zenitsu. Are you crazy? It took 1,000 years for my spiritual spring to have just a pound of water. You drank 500 pounds in one go. That is the only divine-grade spiritual spring in the 3,000 great worlds. Do you understand divine grade? That is the spiritual spring that appeared when the world was first created in ancient times. An ordinary human can live 1,000 years in peace and health just by drinking 5 milliliters of undiluted liquid. You brought so much. Do you want them to ascend to immortality in the future? 06, whose soul had left her body, was tossed aside, and Yunyan seemed to lose her color. She had already imagined that the spiritual spring probably had very little water left. Rubbing her face, she thought, well, it's done. Let us just use it to make medicine. It can still save some people. Feeling disillusioned, she began to ponder how much she could add to the medicine and how much water would be needed to dilute it for ordinary people to consume. She was having a really hard time. She kicked 06, who was still playing dead on the ground. All right, get up quickly, we need to get going. 06 sprang up in a flash, nuzzling against her leg in a flattering manner. Yunyan silently brushed it aside, and a person and a cat walked towards the Ubuyashiki residence. Along the way, with 06 leading the way and divine power masking their presence, the person and the cat boldly entered. This also relates to the reason why Ubuyashiki never allowed the Demon Slayer core combatants to guard him. He never felt that he was particularly important, nor did he think it was appropriate for major combatants like the Hashira to act as his bodyguards. Ubuyashiki stroked the Nichiren blade that belonged to Yunyan in the past, and a figure appeared outside the door. He gently spoke, and after breaking the curse, his eyes, which could see things, glimmered with a hint of moisture. There was subtle joy and nervousness in his eyes, and his voice remained gentle. Yunyan, is that you? The door opened, and Yunyan stepped inside, sitting cross-legged with a gentle smile on her face. Yes, I'm back. Ubuyashiki looked at her, clearly surprised by her current appearance. Yunyan scratched her head and laughed lightly. Sorry. Did I scare you with my original look? Actually, I shouldn't be that scary like this. It's just that I'm a bit taller now. Ubuyashiki shook his head with a smile. Not at all. Just a bit surprised. I've known for a long time that you're not a child of the Ubuyashiki family, and I'm aware of your differences. If possible, could you tell me more about yourself? I'd like to understand you better. Yunyan nodded, naturally pleased and coming for this purpose. She decisively briefed him on her background and handed him the spring water, also advising him on how to use it. In addition to what they could drink, there was also a share that could be added to the medicine for wounds. Chanshu looked at the spring water before him, then raised his head to look at Yunyan, who seemed lazy but was actually suppressing her killing intent so as not to scare him. Did you destroy the graves in the garden? Yunyan awkwardly scratched his head and said, it was me, sorry. Sanzuki House, Yoya smiled gently and replied, it's okay. Your survival is more important than anything. Then he stood up, bent down towards her, and sincerely said, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Yunyan swiftly dodged his greeting. In terms of age, she was an ancient deity over 30,000 years old, but she simply didn't want to accept it. She just didn't want to see him bowing down in that manner. Blood Shadow Emperor, born to be reckless and willful, did things entirely according to his own desires, disregarding race and identity. Yunyan beckoned with his finger, and the production house's Yaozai felt a gentle force adjusting his body. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, looking helpless. My intentions, my lord, you understand them. I only hope that you can keep my matters confidential for now. Once I handle some issues, I will return. Yatutsui naturally agreed. Then he thought of Shimi and spoke calmly. Can I tell him about that child? And what about Shinami? Ever since you left, she has also been quite down. Yin awkwardly scratched his face. Ah, this. I already knew. As for Chitos, let's not tell her for now. When necessary, I will go to see her myself. Erika Yoshiki, why you revealed a knowing smile? I see. The two chatted for a while longer, and when Yin got up to leave, Erika Yoshiki, why you called out to her. She turned back in confusion to meet his gaze. Erika Yoshiki, why you smiled gently, having stood up at some point. Although it might be a bit late to say this, whether you are Kunikuni Yin or the deity Nangon Yin. His face carried a gentle smile, and his eyes were filled with care for her as he softly spoke. Welcome home, Yin. Yin-Yan's eyes widened slightly, and then a gentle and relaxed smile appeared on her face. After Yin left, Tianyin opened the door. Behind her, Shimi walked in and knelt in front of San Chuang Shiki Yaozai. Today it was his duty. He heard every word of their conversation without missing a single one. And with San Chuang Shiki Yaozai's translation, Shimi completely understood everything. This night was destined to be sleepless for someone. The matter of Yin's return was kept a secret by the three of them. Chapter 56, Encountering My Wife Zenitsu. Since she hadn't officially made an appearance yet, Yin didn't return to the ice mansion. Instead, she wandered around. The first thing she did was head straight to her favorite dessert shop. It was an old shop in Tokyo, and she had heard they recently released a new cream cake, which made Yin's eyes sparkle. Cream cake sound great. She hurriedly took the still-dazed 06 with her, almost wishing she could zoom there with lightning speed. However, pets were not allowed inside, so 06 was left outside the door, blowing in the cold wind, looking confused. 06. Yin is not someone who enjoys solitude, so she simply bought 2 pieces of cake and a cup of coffee. 06 lay on her shoulder, and Yin chose to stay nearby, with 1 person and 1 cat sitting inside the house enjoying the cake. Yin leaned by the window, sipping coffee, glancing at the bustling traffic outside. Today is another peaceful day. Yin, did you come here just to have a piece of cake? What else? There's nothing here that attracts me. I heard that Shinjuku and Ihei have a collaborative mission here. The clouds are as steady as Mount Tai. I took a sip of coffee, just a coincidence. 06, do I believe you on this? The cloud smoke tactically diverted attention, but this time it was really just to have a cake. Experiencing the prosperity of the city, which definitely can't compare to what she saw before. Yin wandered casually down the street with her hands behind her back, looking like someone enjoying themselves lately. She had no particular destination in mind when she heard the sounds of beating coming from an alley and walked over curiously to peek inside. A group of small-time thugs was gathered, punching and kicking a person on the ground who was covering their head. How dare you? Who are you? How could you even think about her? Damn trash. Just go die already. You broke loser, thinking you can take her away with such little money. Did your brain fall into a sewage ditch? The curses and insults continuously fell into Yin's ears. The boy on the ground was young, unable to withstand the beating from adults, and could only helplessly protect his head. Crouched on the ground, he was crying softly, repeatedly apologizing. Yin straightened her body and quietly watched them, stepping behind them. With her height, she looked down at them. Her pair of dazzling golden eyes held a layer of frost, and she coldly spoke, "What are you doing?" The little gangsters turned their heads upon hearing her voice. What dares to interrupt? As they turned, they were met with Yin's murderous gaze, her cold and beautiful face filled with a sense of kill. One could vaguely see the white mist escaping from the corners of her lips. 06 squatted on the wall, shaking its head helplessly. Yin at home disliked this kind of thing the most. Yin grabbed one of the little gangsters by the wrist, preventing the stick in his hand from coming down. The veins on her hand bulged as she exerted enough force to snap the gangster's bone. Listening to his scream, Yin slowly looked around at the group of gangsters, who were so frightened that they all sat down on the ground. With her red lips slightly parted, she uttered a single word, "Scram," as if granted a reprieve. The gangsters' faces were covered in tears and snot as they crawled away in a panic. Looking at the person on the ground who was twitching a bit, Yin crouched down and gently poked him. "Hey, are you still alive?" The person on the ground slowly opened his eyes, looking at her exquisitely beautiful yet expressionless face. And suddenly tears streamed down his face. "Why? Thank you. Really, thank you. But why? I clearly didn't do anything. Why treat me like this? Why? Why did you lie to me? I've barely managed to live here alone until 15. I clearly didn't provoke anyone. Why bully me?" In an instant, I felt a tremendous shockwave hit my ears and brain, and my ears buzzed. 06 fell off the wall with a loud thud from a shout, his eyes becoming spiral-shaped. "Wait a minute. Don't cry just yet." Yin raised his hand, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. What on earth is going on with this little ghost? Why did he hit such a high note? Wait a minute. Yunyan looked at him with lowered eyes, instantly realizing, oh, this guy's my wife Zenitsu, no wonder. With a helpless sigh, she knew this guy's filthy high notes were powerful, but she didn't expect them to be so damaging. However, he was really unlucky, as the kind child encountered a disgusting bad person. She raised her hand and rubbed his head, speaking gently. Don't cry, you just had bad luck this time and met a bad person. Next time, don't trust others so easily. Even if it's a boy, you need to protect yourself. Zenitsu stared at her blankly, his golden eyes shining with gentle, fragmented light, as if he saw his mother, even though he had little impression of her. Yet he could still remember that vague, gentle gaze and warm embrace. Yunyan sighed, pulled him into her embrace, and gently comforted him, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. What is your name? Knowing but pretending not to. I am wife Zenitsu. My name is wife Zenitsu. Is that so? It's a very gentle name, Zenitsu. Can I call you that? Zenitsu was working hard all by himself, living so strong and diligently until now. He really was a capable and good child. Don't cry. There are still many beautiful and kind people in this world. Be strong. Zenitsu obediently nestled in her arms, tears falling drop by drop, so gentle and warm. After calming him down, Yin inquired about his situation, took him to the place of his debts, helped him pay off what he owed, and even gave him a bag of silver coins. Squatting in front of him, she rubbed his head. Live well, there's still a lot of happiness waiting for you. Yunyan stood up, turned around, and left. Shani held the money bag, watching her departing figure, tears welling up again, but he held them back with strength. He hesitantly called out to her that, Big sister, I want to know your name. And, will I be able to see you again? Yunyan turned around, gave him a gentle smile, thought for a moment, and finally said the name, I am Jigui Yunyan. Zenitsu looked at her back as she left, his eyes shining. Jigui Yunyan. He blushed, wiped away his tears with force, and held his money pouch tightly. He would not disappoint his sister's expectations. He would definitely live well. For sure. He would definitely wait for the happiness she spoke of. The future would also be true happiness. He trained every day until he felt like he wanted to die. But fortunately, he had his favorite grandfather, the former Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki. Chapter 57. The warm wind of late autumn still remains. It was autumn, the season of falling leaves. Yunyan, wearing a jade girl mask and holding an umbrella, stood in the rain curtain at the street corner, watching the passers-by. 06 sat by her feet, licking its paws. It was already close to evening, and there were only a few pedestrians on the street, most of whom had already returned home. Yunyan looked at the road in the distance, holding a bag in her hand. The heavy rain had turned into a light drizzle, and a figure was running towards the street corner. The white hair was damp from the rain, and Yunyan curled her lips, lowering her head to take a towel out of the bag. Shimi ran towards her, with a look of urgency and worry on her face. Stopping in front of her, she replaced her usual fierce expression with concern, her tone somewhat irritable, but every word filled with care. Are you an idiot? Waiting for me in the rain? It's already late autumn. Don't you know it's windy and cold on rainy days? What will you do if you catch a cold? Yunyan handed him a towel, then took out another one to wipe his dripping hair. It's okay. The rain won't fall on me, and the cold wind won't blow on me. The divine won't get sick, because I'm worried about you. I'm waiting here so I can see you right away. Shimi's face turned red, and her gaze awkwardly drifted elsewhere. Although her body was stiff, she still obediently stood still, allowing him to wipe her hair. He reached out and held her wrist, the cool touch making him frown. TSK, your wrist is so cold, even though the wind can't reach it. Don't wipe it for now. Didn't we say we're going to eat cake? Let's go, or they'll close soon. Yunyan raised her lips, watching him take the bag from her hand and walk ahead. The large hand holding her wrist was very warm, and he didn't want to let go. Allowing him to pull her along, Yunyan poked his back. Inside the bag were dry clothes. Once they got to the store, she suggested, you should change in the bathroom first. Wearing wet clothes will make you catch a cold. Oh, got it. Yunyan sat at the dining table, watching Shimi come out in a blue-green bamboo pattern kimono, draped in the black haori she had chosen. She was also holding a bag containing her soak team uniform. A knife was placed beside the table, and Shimi casually sat next to her, crossing her arms and looking at the desserts on the table. In addition to the must-order hagi cakes, there were other strange cakes as well. Yunyan looked at the menu, her head filled with question marks. What is this strawberry cilantro egg milk cake? Huh, it sounds like dark cuisine. Can this thing be eaten? Shimi leaned over, and the two of them stared at the strange dessert on the menu, looking bewildered. Unable to resist their curiosity, they still ordered a serving. When the cake was served, the two of them were stunned, cold sweat streaming down their faces. It was as if they saw a terrifying, screaming face on the cake. Yin Shimizu Sumiya silently pushed the plate of cake away, and the two of them tacitly picked up a piece of rice cake to eat. After finishing the others, only this one was left. Since it had already been bought, Yin thought, anyway, I'm a deity, so I won't get food poisoning, and decided to take a bite. Sumiya took the fork from her hand, speared a piece, and said, I'll eat it first, so that this thing won't make you sick. Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, watching him take a big bite, and then saw his face change from black to blue, and then back to black. Shimi suddenly got up and rushed to the bathroom, and it took a long time for him to come back, holding 2 large cups of matcha. Yin swallowed hard. Is this really so lethal? Shimi seemed to lose color, his eyes twitching. What kind of weapon is this? It could even kill ghosts. Yin thought for a moment and found it feasible, so from then on, she had an additional hidden weapon to use, which was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Walking down the street at night, Shimi had his hands in his pockets while Yin walked beside him, and the two remained silent. Until they reached the inn, Shimi turned to look at her, clicked his tongue, and, blushing, pulled her into his embrace. I've left, but since you want to come back, then come back early. I don't want to wait any longer. Yin suddenly fell into his warm and broad embrace, stunned for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his waist. Ermi blushed and let go of her, watching her go inside. After she opened the window of her room and waved at him, he finally left with the bag of clothes. I can't believe it, I said, looking at her speechlessly. We haven't been in touch for several months, and finally meet once. Just to have some dessert and a hug? Yin looked at it in confusion. Otherwise, what else could be done? 06 kiss, hug, lift high. Damn it, doesn't he have no task tomorrow? Let's go out on a date. Staying over is fine too. You old stubborn fool. Yin. The chibi Yin with bean-like eyes looks at it with disdain, saying, what kind of wolfish word are you speaking? Has her head been drowned by yellow waste? The words from 06 are beyond the scope for her, this ancient deity, and for Shimi, a man from the Taisho era. The cloud of smoke instantly drifted 8 feet away from it. Hey, you boundaryless artificial intelligence, stay away from me. Your thoughts are too filthy, aren't they? 06. Fine, it's its fault. This broken mouth has no need to talk. It's not like you're drunk and acting like a hooligan. Ugh. Yin yawned, changed into his clothes, and went to wash up, then collapsed into bed. 06 sulked nearby. Shimi returned to the Feng residence, and, under Kwang Jin's astonished gaze, changed out of his clothes, folded them neatly, and put them away. He then took the clothes from his bag to wash, and conveniently took a shower as well, drying his hair as he walked back to his room. Kwang Jin looked at the neatly stacked clothes with a puzzled expression and asked, Shimi, did you not only have a meal on your way back, but also buy a set of clothes? Shimi stiffened, scratched his face, and mumbled a few unclear responses, placing the clothes in the cabinet. Kwang Jin crossed his arms and looked at him, squinting his eyes, sensing something was off, really off. Shimi, spill it. You little rascal. Shimi was drenched in cold sweat under his stare, but because he had promised the Lord and Yin not to disclose Yin's current situation, he pressed his lips together and looked away. After a long while, Kwang Jin patted his shoulder with a look of understanding and contentment, saying, Finally, you came out, huh? Got a girlfriend? Oh, come on, who are we kidding? Just say it if you have a girlfriend. I won't laugh at you. Where's that girl from? Will you bring her to meet me? Shimi, angry. What the hell? Is it because there are too few missions lately? Are you so free now? Do you want to go have a spar with me first? Shimi was furious, while Kwang Jin broke out in a cold sweat, frantically waving his hands. Calm down. Just calm down. All right, I won't gossip anymore. After calming down the enraged Shimi, Kwang Jin smiled gently, but looking at Shimi returning to his old self was truly a relief. He didn't know how worried he had been during that time. Shimi quieted down, slightly lowered his head, and thought about how he had been before, softly saying, oh. The two chatted for a while longer, then Kwang Jin returned to his own room to rest, while Shimi looked at the moon outside and slowly lay down. A girlfriend? He didn't even know what their relationship was now. Shimi glanced at the letter on the table, which he had written long ago. He had finally mustered the courage to send it out that day. No matter the outcome, he would be her strongest support. However, he had to postpone sending the letter due to a last-minute mission. After that, events led him into despair. Later, she returned with a new identity and demeanor. But this letter remained on the table, with the paper neatly placed in the envelope, and the envelope still blank on the outside. The passionate and naive feelings of youth were hidden away. Shimi pressed his lips together and buried his face in the pillow, thinking that no matter what, when she returned, he would give her the letter. Remembering what happened that night, when Yin was drunk, his hand unconsciously touched his lips. That guy, what does it all mean? Chapter 58, Goodbye, China Mimi. Meeting the waning crescent zero residue. Sitting indoors, drinking hot tea, with snacks on the table and an incense burner beside it. Yunyan, dressed in her inner garments, lay on the tatami mat in the guest house room, one hand propping up her head and the other holding a book. 06 was curled up, sleeping beside her. Outside, the yellowing leaves floated down with the autumn breeze, and Yunyan cast a sidelong glance out the window. Winter was approaching again. 06 lifted her head, yawning drowsily, and stretched like a cat. Lying on her back with her belly up, she lazily said, Yunyan, aren't you going out for a stroll? We've been cooped up here for several days. I feel like we're going to mold. Yunyan glanced at it faintly, casually tossing the book in her hand aside, and decided to head out. She actually picked up the clothes nearby, dressed quickly, tucked a knife at her waist, and threw a large cloak over her shoulders. 06 quickly jumped onto her shoulder, and the pair of them walked out the door. At the corner, Yunyan put on the Jade Maiden mask to cover her appearance. Standing on the street, Yunyan tilted her head to look at the wagashi shop not far away. It was the woman who had been warned and rejected before. However, the person standing at the entrance made it impossible for Yunyan to move her feet. It had only been a little over a year since she left, and had that girl, who resembled a little son, already become so similar to her back then? Kaidamai now looked remarkably like the Yunyan of the past. With her once cute and sunny doll-like face, although she still showed some childishness, she had already become as cold as ice. With a frosty expression, dressed in a white-blue snowflower haori, her eyes radiated a chilling murderous intent. Standing before the woman who had cursed Yunyan, she raised her hand, grabbed the woman's collar, and pulled her close, coldly reprimanding. Do you dare to say it again? The woman widened her eyes in terror, looking at her in fear. Kaidamai's expressionless face showed veins bulging, pulsing slowly, as if she were a beast ready to pounce and tear out the woman's throat. Say it again. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes as she trembled. Yes, I'm sorry. I want T-Dare anymore. I really want T-Dare. Please, please. Kaidamai let out a cold laugh, releasing her grip and watching the woman collapse to the ground, her eyes filled with disdain. With you? You don't even compare to a hair, my master. Mr. Bisujima, why would he look at you? If you like daydreaming, then just curl up like a turtle and do it yourself. Stop disgusting others, and if I hear you insult my master again, even if it means being expelled for violating team rules, I will cut you down. Kaidamai turned away, no longer looking at her, but the seemingly calm eyes concealed a hidden rage. The woman watched her retreating figure, her face twisted in malice, and without needing to think. She already knew how to curse her in her heart. Yunyan watched her departing figure and let out a sigh. Sure enough, did it still have such an impact on that child? Yunyan watched as the crow, adorned with a snowflake-patterned necklace around its neck, landed on her shoulder, shouting about the direction of the task, and she uneasily followed it. 06 perched on her shoulder, wagging its tail. Turning back, its cat-like eyes gazed eerily at the woman crying on the ground, flashing a hint of cold light. Daring to curse her Yunyan, it was getting impatient with life. Turning back, a wisp of black aura floated out and entered the woman's body. Such a wicked creature to the core, let be drawn to ghosts, turned into one, and then beheaded. Yunyan kept a safe distance, following Qianna Mei to her mission location. Sitting on a tree trunk, watching her swiftly sever the head of the evil spirit, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. As expected of her stepson, just look at this decisive knife technique, and this nearly perfect breathing technique. While he was still nodding in satisfaction, suddenly a figure sprang out. Yunyan frowned slightly. That thing. Chuanai had been vigilant about her surroundings. And the moment that thing appeared, she quickly dodged to the side. A corpse, still dripping with fresh blood and seemingly like a puppet being controlled, stood right before her. Chuanai tightened her grip on the knife, sensing the strong aura of a ghost, and cautiously watched the corpse in front of her. Huh, did it miss? It really did. In the shadows, a white-haired girl stepped out with a pair of pale horns on her forehead and 2 red stripes on each side of her cheeks. In her scarlet eyes, grayish-white pupils bore inscriptions. Lower Moon 2, because 1 was cut down by Fenggu and Quang Jin, 2 was cut down by the elder brother, and the original 3 and 4 were eliminated by Yunyan before, so this one leveled up. Important note, this is a personal setting. Personal setting. Yunyan slowly sat up straight, unconsciously gripping the handle of the knife, her eyes behind the mask staring unblinkingly. 06 lowered her claws, looking down at Qianmi beneath the tree, hidden claws emerging to grip the trunk. Qianmi looked at her, the hatred in her eyes seeming to take on a tangible form. Damn you, you evil demon bastard. Cloud smoke? The face behind the clouded mask seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling, with veins on the forehead pulsating. Who the hell taught her precious disciple to swear? Her disciple is only 14 years old. 14 years old. Taking a deep breath to control her anger. The face behind the mask was filled with displeasure. She must find out who it was and give that person a good beating. Zhang Shichuan, the culprit Shimi. Ling Yuko smiled sinisterly, waving her hand to crush the corpse, shaking off the blood on her hands. It seems you're more suited to be my new toy. Chinanami sneered. Really? That is quite infuriating. Ice breath fourth style, frost quenching. Chinanami launched the attack first. But Ling Yuko easily dodged, pressing against her back, breathing into her ear, her hand gently caressing Chinanami's cheek. Sharp nails cut across her face, and Chinanami turned and kicked to create distance. Wiping the blood from her face, she gripped her knife, staring at Ling Yuko, who tilted her head and licked the blood from her fingertips. Not bad, your blood. Chinanami ground her back teeth, gripping the knife and charging again. Still using the fourth style. Ling Yuko seemed to be toying with her. Chinanami couldn't hurt her. To defend herself, she flipped her hand to unleash the first style. Ice Lotus. As Ling Yuko mocked her, Chinanami quickly lunged forward using the second style. Nine Nights Cold Bloom. Ling Yuko looked at her torn sleeve and the wound on her arm, suddenly losing patience. Chinanami, taking advantage of her speed, tried to launch a surprise attack. But her body suddenly froze, her steps faltering as she fell to the ground, her eyes wide open. How could this be? Why can't my body move? Ling Yuko laughed, squatting in front of her, raising a finger. I forgot to tell you. My blood demon technique can paralyze your body and is also highly toxic. She raised her hand, grabbing Chinanami's neck and lifting her up, grinning. Just die obediently, and then become my new toy. Chinanami gritted her teeth, holding the knife with all her strength, swinging it hard. Ice breath second style, Nine Nights Cold Bloom. Ling Yuko easily blocked her attack, gripping her knife hand and twisting it hard, causing the knife to fall to the ground. Ling Yuko tilted her head, looking displeased. Oh, what a disobedient puppet you are. It seems you don't really need your arm anymore. Chinanami's vision blurred, her hand gripping Ling Yuko's wrist, losing strength. Master, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. I've only learned 4 styles and have stagnated. Master, I'm going to disappoint you. I can't do what I promised. I need to live well. I'm sorry. Mr. Kirinoya, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you for hot pot. I'm sorry. I'm going to break my promise. Chapter 59. Union acts to save, Master and Disciple reunite. Ling Yuko grinned wickedly. Suddenly, everything before her turned crimson. The hand gripping Chinanami broke, the arm flying away, followed by a sharp pain in her abdomen, and she was sent flying, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground hard. Chinanami fell into a warm embrace, inhaling the refreshing scent from deep within her memories. Yunyan wrapped one arm around her, letting her lean against him, while the other hand held the divine weapon, the phoenix. The blood of the ghost slid down the blade, dripping onto the ground. 06 leaped down from the tree, instantly transforming into a massive black panther 3 meters tall, slowly walking to Yunyan's side and shielding her beneath its body. Its eyes hauntingly fixed on the twisted figure of Ling Yuzi. Qianname struggled to open her eyes, coughing repeatedly as she looked at the suddenly appearing person, her heart racing for an unknown reason. With trembling hands, she clutched Yunyan's clothing tightly, her eyes widening slightly, as if carrying some kind of obsession. Her throat injured and unable to produce sound. Her gaze was filled with expectation and inquiry, asking, "Who are you?" Yunyan did not look at her, while Qianname stared at the mask on her face, seemingly trying to see her true appearance through the mask. Ling Yuzi stood up in anger, and bulging growths like tumors appeared where her 2 severed arms had been as her arms regenerated. "Who are you? You have such audacity to dare to hurt me." The veins on the face under the mask throbbed and then fell into calm. Raising her hand to remove the mask, in the moonlight, Qianname, who finally saw her appearance, widened her eyes, and tears suddenly filled her beautiful eyes. Yunyan looked down at her, feeling both helpless and heartbroken. He raised his head to look at 06 behind him, saying, "This child is entrusted to you now. Take good care of her. If she loses even 1 hair, I'll make you bald." 06 replied, "What about the hairs she loses on her own? Do they count as hers?" 06 dutifully wrapped his tail around the poisoned and injured Qianname, letting her rest on his back. Yunyan wore a smile on her face, but the joy in her eyes did not reach the depths of her gaze, where a faint flame of anger flickered. "Well, regarding your question, I think your despicable boss must have already lost his temper about 1.5 years ago, right? Ling Yuzi suddenly froze, staring at her face, and suddenly recalled that night when Kibutsuji Musen was enraged by the death of Tamayo. She looked at Yunyan in disbelief, her voice trembling. Impossible. You should have died. Yunyan tilted her head slightly and said, well, that's true. But gods don't just have one body. Ling Yuzi's pupils contracted for a moment, and for an instant, consciousness was stripped away, but it quickly returned to normal. The cloud of smoke curls around the lips. That coward is indeed peeking from behind like a rat in a gutter. Yunyan swung the knife to shake off the blood and said, Nami, I'm very sorry. I am an incompetent master, having left you for so long without properly teaching you. Yunyan turned her back to her, a smile on her face, with veins bulging, but her voice was still as gentle as ever. Next, you need to watch closely. Ice breathing, sixth form, Ice Phantom Dragon's roar. The frost giant dragon accompanied the slash of the blade. Almost instantly, the strike twisted and turned, instantly cutting Ling Yuzi into several pieces, with the head flying off and rolling on the ground. She wiped the blood off the blade and sheathed it. Yunyan glanced back, smiling faintly. Ice Pillars, Jiwa Yunyan. This name should be very familiar to you, scum, right? She smiled, appearing in the gradually dissipating eyes of Ling Yuzi, like a demon. After all, I single-handedly slaughtered the upper moon demon, and there are 2 lower moons left. Oh, counting you, that makes 3. Ling Yuzi's pupils trembled violently. His grayish-white eyes lost their luster, turning extremely sinister. Yunyan smiled, revealing 8 teeth. Oh, Kibutsuji Musen, are you satisfied with your peeping? Don't worry, we'll meet again. After all, hell is calling for you. Zero Yuko completely vanished before their eyes. Chinami looked at her, tears streaming down her face, finally crying out in a hoarse voice. She wanted so desperately to call out to her master, to express her longing and sadness, but her throat was injured and she couldn't speak. Yunyan suddenly appeared on its back, hugging Chinami and gently stroking the back of her head, wiping away the tears on her face. Good child, don't cry anymore. Master's back. Chinami used all her strength to hold her tightly, crying like a lost child finally returning home. After crying, she finally reacted and looked at Yunyan with a bewildered expression. Why has Master become so tall? Master seems even more beautiful. What puzzled her even more was that she had clearly seen her master's body buried. How could she still appear? Could it be? Chinami's eyes widened. Was the master before her a ghost? Yunyan understood her expression completely. Yunyan looked speechless and had a headache. While treating her wound, she explained. After a long time, Qianni finally understood, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her. Sure enough, she hadn't been wrong before. The master is indeed a fairy. Yunyan, no, that thing is just a maid in her palace. Truly at a loss with her own disciple's way of thinking, Yunyan helplessly rubbed her head. Holding Qianname, she had 06 slightly shrink its body to a normal panther size and carry the 2 of them towards the butterfly mansion. While comforting Qianname, she used her divine power to help her detoxify. Name, you've worked hard these days. Congratulations, you've successfully joined the Demon Slayer Corps, completing the first step of your dream. Qianname, with red eyes, nuzzled against her. Yin asked 06 to stop when they were a few kilometers away from the butterfly house, then jumped down to the ground. Qiannami looked at her in confusion. Yunyan smiled gently, pinching the baby fat on her face that hadn't faded yet. I'm not suitable to show up right now. This guy is called 06. You can think of it as a spirit beast. It will take you to the butterfly house and stay by your side to protect you. Shikimi nervously tugged at her sleeve, her eyes questioning where she was going. Yunyan helplessly rubbed her head. I won't leave. It won't be long before I come back. Be good and take care of your injuries. Once you're healed, I'll come to pick you up and take you home. Shikimi no longer insisted, but reluctantly glanced at her before being taken to the butterfly house by 06. The butterfly house received a huge shock that night. 06 obediently lay in the yard napping, while Shimi and Kyoka hurriedly rushed over after hearing about Shikimi's injury. Both were still in their pajamas, clearly having forgotten to change in their haste. They sighed in relief after confirming that Shikimi was fine. Kyoka had 2 lines of sweat running down his face, his legs weak as he was supported by Shimi. It's great that she's okay. I'm so relieved, I was really scared. Shimi was more flustered, almost losing Yunyan's disciple. He irritably scratched his messy hair. Where did that little girl S. Crow go? Didn't we agree that this guy would let me know whenever she went on a mission? I almost got eaten by 06, and now I'm being threatened by Yunyan not to reveal her whereabouts. Shikimi's crow, you 2 are quite the pair. It's a shame you're not together. All alive fathers. Chapter 60. Early winter invitation. Yin looked at the table. where there was a clearly brand new carved jade pendant, still in the style of snowflakes, but with an added swirling design reminiscent of romance. Supporting her chin, with a smile at the corner of her lips, she reached out to hang the jade pendant at her waist. Looking out the window, tears welling up. Yin, we finally meet. You're still alive? That is truly wonderful. Yin rubbed its head and apologized. I'm sorry for making Long sad. Long shook its head. You're fine. That's more important than anything. It already knew about Yin's situation and couldn't help but think with a hint of luck, as long as you're okay. It doesn't matter whether you're human or a deity, as long as you're Lord Yin. It wanted to convey messages for her, deliver gifts for her, and be by her side. Yin took out a necklace from a wooden box beside her, featuring a black cord woven with green silk threads, strung with a snowflake made of obsidian. On either side of the snowflake, there were embellishments of an 8-pointed star and a tornado-like design. Please have Long pass it to Shimi, and tell him that when I'm not by his side, it will bless him in my stead. I understand, Lord Yin. Yin looked at it, stroking its back feathers. In the next moment, it lowered its neck and looked down, its beady eyes shining with surprise. Around its neck was a crystal necklace, with blue crystals carved into snowflakes and adorned with crescent moons. This is a gift I gave to Long. Do you like it? Long lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against her palm, saying it liked it very much and thanked her. Thank you, Lady Yin. Yin retracted her hand, watching it fly away, and calmly said, take it slow on the road and have a safe journey. Looking at the sky, after entering winter, the outside was often accompanied by biting cold winds. Closing the doors and windows, Yin snuggled back into her warm bed, looking completely content. Indeed, winter and a cozy blanket matched perfectly. The next day, at the Fengzhai dojo, the force trainees each had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, staring intently at the necklace around Shimi's neck. Shimi's forehead veins throbbed as he swung the wooden sword in his hand, the whooshing sound snapping the trainees back to reality. What are you looking at? Is my neck that good looking? It seems like you all had a good rest, huh? Get up, all of you. You useless fools who can't even hold a knife. Do you want to go out and serve food to the ghosts? Shimi shouted angrily, and the trainees almost lost their souls, each standing up with a mournful expression, gripping their knives to continue the brutal training, being beaten unilaterally. Looking at the trainees collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Shimi snorted in displeasure and cursed as he returned to the room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, he slowly sat down, gently rubbing the snowflake pendant on his chest, blushing. Did that guy really understand what he meant and return the favor? Or was this something she had prepared long ago? The more he thought, the redder his face became, and in the end, he didn't know where his thoughts had wandered, turning completely crimson. Yin rested her chin on her hand while Long stood beside her, eating jerky. Long, do you have any tasks today? No, Lord Yin. Do you need me to deliver a message? Please help me with a message. If he has time at noon, ask him to accompany me for a meal. I'll write down the address for you to take. All right, Lord Yin. Yin stood up, taking advantage of Long's time to deliver a message to pick out clothes from her personal space. After looking through, she realized that she only had black and white clothes. Letting out a soft sigh. Why does the wardrobe not have even one piece of clothing in a different color? Finally, she spotted a light purple dress in the corner and picked it up. It's the color of Shimi's eyes. In a good mood, she changed into it, chose a white cloak to drape over, lit some incense, and sat at the desk, drinking tea while waiting for a reply. Note, most of Yin's clothes are of the Hanfu type, as she is a deity of Huaxia, but since she is a chosen warrior, most of her outfits are more fitted. Long was perched on a tree branch, while below, Shimi was fiercely beating the team members. While hitting and scolding, she was in a state of furious rage, her face twisted with anger, veins bulging. Long cleared his throat softly a couple of times, Mr. Shimi. Upon hearing Long's uniquely gentle voice, Shimi froze and flashed to the base of the tree, looking up calmly with a hint of expectation in her eyes. The wooden sword she had been holding fell to the ground with a clatter and bounced a couple of times. The team members, who were beaten up and couldn't get up, were left looking bewildered. Shimi looked at Long in the tree, raised her hand to let him land on her arm, and gently asked, "Did she ask you to deliver a message? Is there something going on?" Long nodded, handing over the letter tied to his leg, using a code name for confidentiality. "That esteemed person asked me to tell you, if you have time at noon. Accompany me for a meal. The address is in the letter." After Long finished speaking, his big eyes fixated on her, waiting for her response. Shimi, blushing, scratched her head, looking awkwardly to the side, her hand moving to her neck to rub it. "I got it, I'll go." "Okay, then I'll take my leave." Long flapped his wings and flew away. Shimi sensed the gazes behind her, abruptly turned her head, and glared at them like Belial possessed. The team members shivered and quickly closed their eyes, pretending to be dead on the ground. Shimi snorted coldly, glanced at the sky, and walked towards the house with the letter in hand. Consider yourselves lucky. Hurry up and get out of my sight. Almost instantly, the team members in the dojo scrambled out, using hands and feet to flee. Shimi ignored them, returned to the house, and opened the letter, confirming it indeed contained an address. It was a new restaurant located on the street they often visited. After confirming the location, Shimi got up to change clothes. Looking at the wooden box on the table, she reached out and tucked it into her arms. Before long, she was dressed in a deep green kimono, wearing the scarf that Yunyan had woven by hand, and threw on a winter haori before heading out, though she still had a sword tucked at her waist. Meanwhile, Yunyan, who received the reply, walked out of the inn, carrying a bag containing the clothes she had picked for Shimi, a set of winter kimono in a blue bamboo design. Chapter 61. Officially rejoining the team, the two sat in a restaurant, with Yunyan listening gently as Shimi complained about the poor quality of the recent members of the Demon Slayer Corps, each one weaker than the last. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, and seeing that he had vented his frustrations, she reached out to ruffle his hair. You've really been through a lot, huh? Don't be mad. I understand you're worried that they might die in battle due to their lack of strength. But hey, try to be a bit gentler when teaching them. You need to get along with everyone. Shimi lowered his head, his face flushed red as he let her mess with his hair. He was so used to having a fierce expression that now, feeling too shy, he couldn't control his emotions, and veins were popping out on his forehead. TSK. I get it, he responded unexpectedly to Yunyan's words, his voice very soft and muffled. Yunyan smiled, picked up a piece of honey cake, and brought it to his mouth. All right, open your mouth. Watching him blush and open his mouth to take a bite of the cake, it was obvious that he was becoming red all over. The smile in Yunya's eyes deepened, so pure, counting the days. It was almost time for the incident with Tanjiro's family, and Yunya chose to return to the team. However, she concealed most of her background identity and rejoined the Demon Slayer Corps as a divine messenger here. As usual, Abuyashiki Wai said everything that needed to be said, and before leaving, he smiled and announced, there's also something special to share with everyone today. A past friend has returned to us in a new form. He turned to the door on the right and gently said, Yunya, come in. Outside the door, as his words fell, the first thing that caught the eye was a pair of short boots with dark patterns and golden lines, followed by Yunya, dressed in a black and blue feathered outfit, appearing before them. What? Huh? The crowd gasped, shocked as they watched Yunya walk in, smiling and raising her hand. Yo, long time no see. How is everyone? The room instantly fell silent, and then Yunya was suddenly embraced by someone. Yunyan helplessly allowed Kanai and Shinobu to hold her and cry, gently stroking one person's head and softly comforting them. Come on, don't cry. I'm fine. Didn't I come back safely? It's just that my previous body was a bit weak. After finally calming down the two sisters, she helplessly turned to comfort her fellow disciples and Quangjin. Looking at Miri, who was wiping her tears and softly saying how great it was, Yunyan waved her hand. Miri, still with tear stains on her face, awkwardly walked up to her. Due to height differences and Yunyan's cold and stunning appearance, there was a strong sense of pressure, but her gentle smile dissipated much of the hostility. Yunyan reached out to wipe away the tears from her face, gently rubbed her head, and said, the last time we met, you were just an ordinary team member. And now you've become a pillar. That is really impressive, and you've worked hard. Mili sobbed and buried herself in her embrace. Senu, you're okay? That is really great. Yunyan patted her back and looked at Xing Shoulong and Ihei Xiaobane beside her, greeting them with a smile. Xing Shoulong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, it's really great to see the girl again. As long as you're okay, Ihei Xiaobane said. But there was a hint of happiness in his eyes. Danzuru leaned over to her, rubbing against her face. Everyone looked at Shimi, knowing what this guy was thinking. At this moment, he was probably the most excited one. But they found Shimi looking at her with a gentle yet helpless expression, a faint smile on his face. Wait a minute. Helpless? Everyone stared at Shimi, and Quangjin, biting his handkerchief, had 2 tears running down his face as he said, Shimi, did you already know Yunyan was back? Shimi scratched his head. Ah, you mean this? Yeah, I knew a long time ago and have seen her several times. Everyone. Then Quangjin, who had the best relationship with Shimi, and Ihei Xiaobane began to criticize him. Shimi's forehead twitched. His face darkened as he argued back with the two. 2 figures flashed by, and Yunyan stumbled backward, with Shimi quickly getting up to catch her in shock. With a thud, everyone gasped. Shimi fell to the ground holding Yunyan, cushioning her fall, while in her arms were the Takedo brothers. The two were wiping their tears. Holding her tightly, Yin was taken aback for a moment, gently stroking the heads of the two. Have you already grown into pillars? You are both very talented and hard-working children. Wunyang sobbed in her arms. Lord God, is it because of these things that you became a deity? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her, clearly believing that after her death, she was chosen to become the deity of the underworld, gained a new body, and could return to continue exterminating evil spirits and punishing wicked souls. Yin, well, how should I put this? Forget it. Let them understand it however they want. Yin gave up explaining. The one who truly knew her identity, Yazaki, smiled but said nothing. That night, he didn't fully explain things to Shimi either. Because of this identity, Yin had previously used her thoughts to remind him not to speak of it. Shimi helped Yin stand up, wearing a fierce expression, veins bulging, grabbing one in each hand, and glaring fiercely at the Shit brothers. Hey, what are you trying to do suddenly? Aren't you both boys? Don't you know there's a difference between genders? The two brothers ignored him, looking at Yin with a face full of grievance. Yin rubbed her forehead and gently patted Shimi's arm. It's okay, just put them down, all right? Carrying them like this is hard on your neck. Got it. 06 licked its paw. Yes, we must treat our two Shido treasures well. No bullying the little ones. Everyone, the cat is talking. A talking cat. What is this? A cat can talk. Is it a ghost in disguise? No way. But the cat can actually talk. Facing the crowd's shocked reactions, 06. The identity of 06 was excitedly explained by the Shido brothers. And Yin twitched the corner of her lips, nodding in agreement. As long as you're happy. Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to Yin and Shimi. The crowd, having never seen the two interact, was shocked to see Shimi being so obedient. It's important to note that apart from the master, no one could make the usually feisty Shimi settle down. Then, the crowd looked at her height with confusion. Will becoming a divine envoy make you taller? Yin sat beside Shinmi, and due to the spirit's spring water, the body of Kanemitsu Waizai was now as healthy as it could be. Full of energy, he was more eager to strengthen his bond with his children. Because of her return, Kanemitsu Waizai specifically mentioned holding a Hashira meeting. Yin propped her chin on her hand, appearing relaxed, yet no one thought her attitude was inappropriate. After all, a person who helped the Lord regain health and break the curse, and single-handedly killed an upper moon demon, could be considered serious, even if they acted laid back. This also included their past factors. To celebrate her return, Kanemitsu Waizai mentioned that there would be a gathering at the Kanemitsu residence that night. Everyone was to stay overnight at the residence. While they were eating, drinking, and having fun at the gathering, the crows spread the news of Yin's return as the messenger of the underworld. They were even stunned by the small black cat, 06, which could talk and transform, especially since this little guy was labeled as a spirit beast. That night, the Demon Slayer Corps was in an uproar. Chapter 62, Punishing the Scumbag, Bringing Kanai Home. Playing late into the night, Yin was pulled by the Butterfly Sisters and Mitsuri to rest in the same room. During this time, Michiro wanted to tag along, taking advantage of his age, but was blushingly pulled back by his brother, Ichiro. Shimi frowned, wanting to scold, but was stopped by Kyujiro. When Iguro saw Michiro trying to follow, and Mitsuri was also in that room, he was emitting dark energy. They all wanted to throw a shuriken at Michiro, but were stopped by Tenjin and Kyujiro. In the latter half of the night, the girls' side fell silent as they chatted. Mitsuri was snuggled in Yunyan's arms, sleeping soundly, while Kanahashi and Shinobu lay beside her. All three wore faint smiles on their faces. The clouds of smoke curled around the lips, and with a good mood, they closed their eyes and fell asleep under the influence of alcohol. The next day, everyone returned to their own residences. Yunyan suddenly pulled Shimi and Ehei, and waved a call over Quangjin, who was trying to sneak away, and Kaijuro, who was about to go eat. What's going on? Shimi crossed his arms and looked at her, completely confused about why she called the four of them over. Is there something going on? Ehei also didn't understand, but looking at Yunyan's innocent smile, he felt an inexplicable chill down his back. Quangjin looked left and right, and finally obediently stood next to Shimi, questioning with a similar expression as Kaijuro. Yunyan smiled and said, of course, there's something that I need you four to help with. It's about Miri. As soon as they heard it was related to Miri, Ehei and Kaijuro suddenly became extremely energetic. Yunyan smiled as she recounted the incident where Miri was verbally insulted by her blind date. The four of them fell silent. Ehei's veins bulged, and his gaze was fierce. Which man was it? Kaijuro's smile faded. Is that so? Is Yunyan going to confront that man now? Tamiya furrowed his brow, saying nothing, as his concern was solely for Yunyan. Quangjin, on the other hand, looked furious. How could someone say that about a girl? That's outrageous. Yunyan nodded, saying yes. It's better to go find him and have a talk. It was said that the man still had a tendency to get physical with girls. The four of them exclaimed. Upon hearing that he might get physical with girls, Shimi also became uneasy. The thought that if Yunyan went alone and the other party got violent, she might get hurt made Shimi start to emit dark energy, completely forgetting Yunyan's current identity and her mentioned special abilities. In his eyes, no matter how Yunyan changed, she was still that cute and fragile girl from childhood. 06. Wow, love-struck brain. Get out of here. A man wearing glasses and slicking his hair back wore an expression of disdain and disgust, complaining to his companions beside him. Just as he was happily cursing his new blind date behind her back, a shadow suddenly loomed over him from behind. Turning around in confusion, he was met with 5 faces filled with murderous intent, which startled him into a freeze. Yunyan's eyes were filled with a smile, but the coldness in her smile was as piercing as ice. She found him. Shimi walked over, grabbed the man's shirt at the chest, lifted him up. Her face darkened, veins on her forehead throbbing, and she ominously said, "Let's go with us for a bit, scum." Without giving him a chance to speak, she directly dragged him away, striding toward a nearby alley. The man's companions had long since run far away in fear. Yunyan leaned against the wall, smiling, while man looked in terror at the 4 people approaching him. He swallowed hard. Who are you? What do you want? Shimi and Ihei clenched their fists, while Quangjin and Kaijuro's eyes showed a hint of anger. Yunyan chuckled lightly and waved her hand, saying, "Oh, this gentleman really has a poor memory. I'm curious, how do you tell a lovely girl that she's only someone that bears like a bear, pig, or cow can marry?" "All right, and what was that other thing?" "Oh, I remember now. Is it strange just because her hair color isn't black? Would it also be chilling if a child inherits it?" "Sir, these questions have puzzled me for quite some time. Could you please help me clarify?" Yunyan at this moment was like a smiling demon, with those dazzling golden eyes filled with a fierce killing intent. She looked at the man with a gaze as cold as that of a corpse. The man trembled and couldn't utter a word. Shimi sneered and threw a punch, thinking, what's the point of explaining? This scum just deserves a beating. He was so furious he was almost turning red. The moment Shimi made her move, he followed closely behind, and the 2 of them beat the man mercilessly. Akai stared at the man wailing on the ground and said loudly, "Sir, what you're doing is wrong. It is absolutely excessive to humiliate a young girl like this. You must apologize to her." After finishing, he naturally joined the fray, even if it was just to add a few kicks. Quangjin pressed his lips together. Since everyone was going, he might as well join in too. Yunyan looked at the person who was beaten and couldn't get up, sneering coldly. After teaching the scumbag a lesson, the 5 of them parted ways due to their own matters. Before leaving, Ihei thanked Yunyan for letting him know some things about Mitsuri, which gave him more reasons to accompany and comfort her. Kaijiro also expressed his gratitude, as he truly didn't know enough about his stepson. After Mitsuri became a Hashira, they met even less frequently, making it harder to understand each other. Izumi and Kaika still had tasks, so Yunyan confidently walked to the butterfly mansion to pick up her child. Although it was hard to believe, Yunyan indeed appeared alive in front of everyone, and her aura was even more oppressive than before, despite the smile on her face. Yunyan was holding the strawberry daifuku that Chinami liked the most, standing at the door with a smile. "Naomi, you can go home now." Chinami rushed in her arms like a gust of wind, tears streaming down her face. "Master, I really missed you." Yunyan touched her head and said, "I know, Name has always been very hardworking. She's truly my stepchild. Amazing." 06 was wagging its tail beside them and said, "Oh, someone with no conscience finally remembers this place, huh?" The next moment, Chien Na Mei made a fierce face and grabbed its face, saying, "Don't speak ill of my master." 06. It hurts. Let go." Yunyan felt a bit embarrassed as she silently comforted the frizzy-haired Chuanami, rescuing the 06 who was being squeezed in her hand. Chuanami held Yunyan's hand with one hand while joyfully eating a strawberry daifuku with the other. She walked and ate at the same time, radiating a sense of delight. 06 walked beside them with a look of resentment. In the shadows, Alan wiped away her tears. Sure enough, when the great Yunyan was around, the stepsister would show the demeanor appropriate for her age, just like a child under the care of a parent. Yunyan stopped in her tracks, threw a bag towards the spot where Alan was hiding, and chuckled softly. "Alan, you've worked hard taking care of my family's child all this time. This is a gift for you. Accept it." Yunyan left with Chien Mei, who was still greeting Alan. Alan paused for a moment and quickly opened the bag. Inside was a red agate bracelet, with blessing words engraved on the beads, looking very beautiful. Alan was touched and sobbed a few times, suppressing the lump in her throat, and carefully put on the bracelet. Under the mask, her delicate face wore a radiant smile. She bowed in the direction where Yunyan had left. Chapter 63. Chit-chat among girls in the yard. The sound of wooden swords clashing continued to echo. Yunyan put down the wooden knife, picked up a towel from the side, and wiped the dirt off Qian Na Mei's face. Na Mei was indeed a very talented child, making quick progress. Qian Na Mei giggled, her face flushed with pink, looking at her with admiration in her eyes. Yunyan pinched her slightly chubby face and said, "Let's go. It's not easy to have a day off. How about going shopping?" "Really? Is that okay?" "Of course, let's go. Master, can we invite Sister Mealy?" "Of course. That's great. I love you, Master." Chi Tammy cheerfully sent a message to Mealy through her raven. In no time, the reply was in her hands. After setting the time, Yunyan took her to take a shower and helped her pick out clothes for their outing. Unlike her own dressing style, Chi Tammy was dressed up like a delicate doll. She wore a peach-pink kimono, adorned with pink crystal earrings, and a sunflower bracelet on her wrist. Her hair was styled in a bun, and besides the sunflower hairpin, she also added a tassel hairpin. After dressing up her child, Yunyan changed into a pure white yun brocade outfit, with black arm guards tightly wrapping her slender arms. At her waist was a Hatian jade guard, wearing a jade pendant and pouch gifted by Shimi. Her long hair was casually tied in a low ponytail, using the hair tie Shimi bought during the time they fought the Guhua Burr together. She strapped her sword at her waist and took Chi Tammy by the hand to the appointment. When they arrived at the agreed dessert shop, Mealy, wearing her team uniform, waved at the two. "Yunyan, Naimei-chan, over here, over here." With a smile in her eyes, Yunyan raised her hand to greet her. Qian had already fluttered into Mealy's arms like a butterfly, and the two embraced each other tightly. Yunyan helplessly smiled and shook her head as she walked in to reserve a private room. She didn't like being squeezed into the same space with a group of people. Glancing at the two of them chatting and laughing, the smile on Yunyan's face never faded. However, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. In the ice house, just waking up and staring wide-eyed at the white cat at home, 6 o'clock, first standing on end and angrily shouting to the sky, "Nangong Yunyan, you heartless big blockhead." Millie bit her spoon, her face flushed and looking somewhat at a loss. Yunyan's sister. Yunyan looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Mealy?" Mealy's face turned redder, and she even seemed to have steam rising from her head. In a small voice, she said, "Yunyan Jia, recently, Mr. Ihei often invites me to have desserts together, saying that eating desserts will improve my mood. I also received an apology letter from a man I went on a blind date with, and know about what you did that day. Yunyan Jia. I'm really grateful to you, but I'm not like ordinary girls. Whether it's strength or appetite, can I really have a normal relationship?" Yunyan blinked, and a question mark popped up in her mind. Ihei simply asked her out for dessert. She felt numb. Wait, giving him a chance. Is he really this useless? Yunyan gently poked her forehead and asked, "What are you thinking? A cute girl like Mealy can definitely have a romantic relationship. And if someone slanders you, it must be because they are jealous of you being better than them. Just punch that kind of person." Mealy covered her forehead, looking surprised. "Huh, can that really work? Wouldn't it violate team rules?" Chuanmei shook her finger and suddenly made a villainous face, saying ominously, No. That kind of man is trash. To protect yourself, you should definitely punch that scoundrel away." Cloud smoke. Yunyan only felt a twitch at her temple. "No, Nami. Who taught you to curse? Why can you also roll your tongue? This look, why does it feel more and more familiar?" Yunyan thought for a moment and seemed to see Shimi's irritable demeanor in Qian Na Mei. Suddenly, it all made sense. Yunyan helplessly flicked Qian Na Mei's forehead, saying, "No swearing, okay?" Qian Na Mei covered her head, stuck out her tongue, and chuckled, trying to play it off. Yunyan could only smile helplessly at the sight, then turned to Mealy. "Mealy, don't worry. A wonderful girl like you will definitely be loved sincerely by someone. If you don't believe it, just ask Ahei." She wore a somewhat mischievous smile, and Mealy's face instantly turned bright red. Ask Mr. Ahei." Yunyan nodded with a smile, her familiarity with the plot making her look like a sly fox at that moment. "I believe he will definitely give you a perfect answer. After all, that guy fell for you the moment he saw you." The three of them chatted at the dessert shop until late in the afternoon, and just before they left, Mealy finally asked, "Sister Yunyan, when did you and Mr. Bushchuan get together?" Yunyan looked confused. "Huh? No. Hey, with 2 exclamations. Yunyan blinked her eyes. "What's wrong? Why do you ask that?" The two were stunned, and in the end, Kaitamai still brought up the topic that everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps only dared to discuss quietly among themselves, and it was super hot. Izumi also gained the admiration of a girl he saved, but he rejected all her advances because he had someone he liked, a girlfriend. Moreover, this person was his colleague, known as the Ice Pillar. Considering their interactions, it really didn't seem like they weren't together, right? And that day, on the day she passed away, Yin fell silent. Then she chuckled lightly. I see. Perhaps Shimi just doesn't want to get involved in these troubles. After all, we've known each other since we were young. Using me as a shield is fine too. I don't mind. Mealy and Chinami exchanged glances, both agreeing that it absolutely, definitely was not a shield. After all, that day, Mr. Bushikawa had been guarding the tombstone for a long time. Moreover, before going on a mission, he would visit the tombstone to offer flowers, sit for a while, and after completing the mission, he would carefully clean the grave. Yin bid farewell to Kaienmai and Mealy, and on the way back, she bought some small items to use as decorations. Kaienmai wanted to say several times what Nishikawa-sensei had been like during her absence, but seeing Yunyan's indifferent expression, she could only swallow her words silently. The clouds seemed light and carefree, but in reality, there are already waves stirring within. I recall the things done that night while drunk, as well as the tears of Shimi. The smoke curls around my lips, I see. I thought that night was about bullying someone into tears, and that it was out of a brother's protective and accommodating mindset that he didn't hold it against her. Everything was just her own one-sided thoughts. I was still thinking about slowly winning him over. But now it seems that it might not be necessary to go through so much trouble. 06. I told you he was dense, and you still wouldn't believe it. Even a fool can see what he means. Okay. Chapter 64. First battle against Muzan on the day Yunyan got the new sword. She first took the initiative to head to Okudama District, Yintian Mountain in Tokyo, and stayed near Tanjiro's house in advance. Moreover, she was also very curious about the strength of the top boss here. She wondered how her current abilities would match up against him. Yunyan lazily sat on the tree, trunk with a knife in hand, occasionally taking a sip from a jug of immortal brew. She looked around at the snow-covered surroundings and sighed softly. It's the middle of winter, and it's still cloudy. It looks like it's going to snow soon. It's so cold. 06 was beside her, licking its paws and looking at her with dead fish eyes. Yunyan, are you really going to do this? You're too restricted right now. Even though your spirit is immortal, if your body dies, your spirit will be harmed, right? Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly. Do I look like someone who is eager to court death? 06 silently complained. MD has overcome so many restrictions and still dares to come for a one-on-one with no mercy. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Don't be too careless. Your strength is suppressing too much now. Be careful. Got it. Got it. Are you a nagging mother? 06 TMD. Creaking sounds of footsteps came from the snow. Yunyan glanced to the side. A tall man in a top hat and a high-end suit walked over, slightly lifting his head, his rose-red vertical pupils gleaming with a cold light. He suddenly stopped, his eyes staring straight ahead, and spoke in a low voice. If you think you can hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack on me, you are too naive to think you can hurt me. Yunyan leaped down from the tree, standing about 3 meters away from him. With her hand on the hilt of her knife at her waist, she drew the knife along with its sheath and stabbed it into the ground. Lazily squinting at him, she said, "Oh dear, am I being too much? I didn't mean to ambush you." Muzan squinted his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. This woman was her. Suddenly recalling what he had seen through Tamayo before her death, as well as the final consciousness of Rengoku, he realized it was the resurrected Hashira, the strange woman. He couldn't help but feel vigilant and seriously displeased towards Yunyan. Muzan smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. Beneath the disdainful provocation lay a strong, killing intent. Such an unstable existence should not remain in this world. Yunyan smiled with a calm expression, hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "I'm sorry, this path is blocked. If you want to leave, you'll have to take a detour." Muzan furrowed his brow. Is that a command? In an instant, Muzan unleashed thorns. And the moment he moved, Yunyan swiftly drew her sword. In a heartbeat, she struck with 1,000 slashes. The thorns were cleanly cut down, and Yunyan leisurely waved her sword, her face still wearing that polite smile. Her bright golden eyes held a smile that didn't reach their depths. Muzan widened his eyes slightly, the killing intent within them intensifying. This woman, roar. Muzan dodged the attack and stood firmly not far away, watching as a large creature resembling a black panther suddenly appeared. The creature spat out several mouthfuls of snow, shook its head, and walked over to Yunyan, standing behind her with a fierce expression directed at Muzan. Raising wild beasts. Are we? Just some clever tricks. Humans are truly weak, relying on external forces to resist what they cannot face. How ugly. Yunyan tugged at the corner of his lips, thinking, this guy must really be out of his mind, right? If there were no restrictions, I would slap this little brat to death. Yunyan rubbed her forehead, truly an infuriating guy. As she changed her breathing technique, Muzin frowned, and Yunyan's lips curled into a smile. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, night palace. Muzin's brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze towards her became scrutinizing. This woman, who once adapted to ice, was now using the same breathing technique as Kokoshibo. Blood demon art, black blood thorn. The black thorns collided with Yunyan's Ayajutsu, several crescent-shaped slashes canceling each other out. The black thorns broke through the slashes and charged straight at her face. Yunyan tilted her head to dodge, flipping her hand to unleash a slash. Moon breathing, second form, pearl blossoms in the moonlight. She turned her body while simultaneously unleashing 2 gusts of blade wind. The blade winds carrying many crescent-shaped blades. Muzin clicked his tongue, and the black thorns shot out from his arm once more. Yunyan still wore a smile on her face, which seemed to mock him in his eyes. In the next second, Muzin's eyes widened as the aura of moon breathing instantly changed. Sun breathing, sixth form, scorching bone flame. He unleashed a rotating flame slash, and Muzin dodged just in time, but one of his arms was severed. His face turned cold, veins bulging, staring at his severed arm. The wound accompanied by excruciating pain as the regeneration slowed. The magenta vertical pupils fixedly gazed at her. The mist fell not far from him, and he lowered his gaze to see his abdomen pierced by thorns, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. He raised his hand to wipe away the crimson, and a hint of frenzied battle intent stained his bright golden eyes. You do have some talent, but you are truly too foolish. Muzin instantly regenerated his arm, flicking his hand, blood splattering onto the pure white ground. 06 appeared before him in an instant, its sharp claws descending rapidly. Muzin raised his hand to block the attack, flipped his hand to grasp its arm, and flung it away. 06 crashed heavily into a tree, smashing through several before finally coming to a stop. Yunyan glanced in the direction of 06, her gaze calmly returning to Muzin. Still the same words. This path is impassable. No matter what, she had already missed an opportunity once. At that time, she was unable to protect that family's happiness. Now she can, in this world, to lessen despair and sorrow. Even just a little is the greatest wish. Breath of the sun, ninth form, setting sun. In an instant, she flashed into the air, executing a downward slash. The blade enveloped in blazing flames as fierce as the sun. Anger surfaced on Muzin's face, and countless tentacle-like appendages shot out from his back, each ending in sharp bone spikes. Human vermin, if you can do it, give it a try. As the attacks collided and she severed the tentacles, Yunyan transformed her breathing technique mid-air. Breath of the moon, sixth form, eternal nights, solitary moon, no intervals. She focused on delivering a series of rapid slashes at Muzin's location, releasing multiple blade winds accompanied by countless circular moon blades. Muzin's back, with whip-like spikes and black thorns, simultaneously charged towards her attack. Through the smoke and blood, the black thorns pierced her left chest and leg in an instant, causing Yunyan to fall to the ground, rolling to her feet with agility. She swung her blade to cut the thorns embedded in her body and stood up. Her black battle attire was soaked in blood, and being winter, it had already begun to freeze. The moment she steadied herself, Muzin appeared before her. Yunyan gripped her sword to block his punch, only to be sent flying backward. She crashed into a tree beside her and fell to the ground. Coughing violently, she spat out blood, frowning as she half-kneeled with her sword. She glanced at her arm. That blow had likely fractured her right arm. 2 ribs must be broken, and her breathing felt like needles piercing her lungs. Raising her gaze to the expressionless Muzin, Yunyan revealed a brilliant smile. Ah, as expected of the Demon King. But you, lurking like a filthy rat in the darkness, don't you feel disgusted? This remark hit a nerve with Muzin. Veins bulged on his forehead. You seek death. His arm transformed into a whip-like appendage, swiftly lashing out at Yunyan. She rolled to evade the attack and sprang up, executing a slicing maneuver to cut away the approaching whip. A wicked smile appeared on her face. Oh, getting anxious? Cracked your defenses? TSK, Muzin, your stress tolerance isn't up to par. You damned vermin. Yunyan still wore a smile that drove him crazy, even though her body was covered in wounds, as if she couldn't feel the pain at all, continuing to hold the knife and confront him. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. 2 slashes instantly blocked the whip attack aimed at Yunyan, and Young and Kanado landed in front of her. Seeing her current disheveled state and her injuries, their hearts nearly stopped. Is Yunyan okay? Kanado looked at her with worry, his eyes filled with anxiety. Eong appeared calm, but worry seemed ready to materialize in his eyes. Similarly, both of them also held a sense of relief. They were relieved that they had arrived in time this time and had not lost her again. Chapter 65. The three were heavily injured, successfully protecting Tanjiro's family. Yunyan smiled, but her expression was slightly twisted due to the intense pain. As you can see, it's not great. The two of them held their swords in front of her, looking at Muzin, who had a dark expression not far away, his brows tightly furrowed. Muzin's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Two more pesky ants had arrived. Are they pillars too? It doesn't matter. No matter how many come, they're all useless, completely meaningless. Eong, be careful. This guy is not right. Kyujuru took an attacking stance, and Eong responded with a hum, silently stepping forward another step. Yunyan supported herself with a knife and stood up, swinging at once. Blood had already congealed into ice on the blade. This guy is Muzin, and his target is a household on this mountain. What? Muzin? Kagaya's eyes widened, and a crack appeared on Eong's expressionless face, showing shock. Muzin sneered, waving his hand to unleash thorns. Kagaya and Eong quickly moved to protect Yunyan, slashing the thorns with their knives. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Eong blocked the thorns, glancing at Yunyan, who was adjusting her breathing. Kagaya charged out from his side. Water breathing, 10th form, continuous flux. Like a dragon, he spun and tumbled, and with his rotating strikes, the whips unleashed by Muzin were severed into several pieces. In the next second, a distorted, giant, flesh-like arm suddenly slammed into his abdomen. Kagaya was thrown against a tree, which broke in half, falling to the ground. After a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Eong's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kagaya!" Kagaya propped himself up with a knife, clutching his abdomen as he got up, taking a moment to breathe. "I'm fine." A faint anger appeared on Eong's face as he charged at Muzin with his knife. Water breathing, 11th form, calm. He entered a state of tranquil, still water, nullifying all techniques within the attack range of his blade. He cut off that grotesque and disgusting arm, but turned around only to be bitten on the shoulder by the fallen limb. Letting out a muffled grunt, Yunyan instantly appeared beside him, smashing the disgusting thing with her knife. Supporting Eong's leaning body, she helped him stand straight. "Are you okay?" Eong covered his shoulder, cold sweat pouring out from the pain. "Yeah, I'm fine." Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. The breathing techniques of the sun and moon could no longer be used, as her body could no longer withstand the intensity of both methods. The restrictions were still too many. The power of the divine body could only barely use 10% of its potential, and even the limits of divine power were constrained. Ice breathing, 6th form, Ice Soul Dragon Roar. The frost giant dragon slashed and twisted as it charged towards Muzin, who stood still in place. The thorn whips and tentacles instantly flew towards Yunyan's attack. Yunyan sneered, forming a seal with one hand, Void Inferno. Black flames ignited beneath her feet, transforming into a black divine dragon that soared towards Muzin. Lord of the Underworld, Primal Divine Fire, split into two. Black flames of the void take life and death, while white flames of the nine hells revive and purify. The black flames were cold and piercing. Muzin thought he could withstand them, but found that the flames burned directly onto him, following his thorns. No matter how he tried to swat them away, they could not be extinguished. The fire grew larger and larger, and Muzin furrowed his brow, tearing off his own arm with his bare hands and tossing it aside. He looked at Yunyan with a cold gaze. "You woman." Yunyan exhaled a breath, her palm ignited with black flames. "What's wrong with me? Is this fire not beautiful?" In a moment when Zongtu and Eong were engaged in a dialogue, they appeared before Muzin, holding their knives up and down. Yunyan's smile froze upon seeing the situation, quickly attaching the flames to the blade and rushing forward. These two were too impulsive. Muzin suddenly revealed a triumphant smile, and Eong and Ranto's eyes widened slightly. In the next second, a sharp pain struck their abdomens, and the two were sent flying out. They crashed heavily to the ground, the white snow beneath them already stained with bright red blood. The smile on Yunyan's face faded, and his expression darkened. Eong clutched his abdomen, attempted to get up, but collapsing from exhaustion. His abdomen had been cut open, and he barely managed to control the muscle contractions with breathing techniques, preventing his injuries from worsening. Kantu lay motionless on the ground, and Eong was startled as he crawled over to him with great difficulty. "Kantu." Upon touching Kantu, Eong got up and turned him over to check for breathing, confirming that he was still alive, which relieved him. However, he noticed that Kong-tu had life-threatening wounds on his abdomen and chest, and he gasped. He quickly began to slap Kong-tu's face, needing to wake him up and use breathing techniques to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, he would surely die from excessive blood loss. Yun-yin had a dark expression, striking down like rain, while Muzin also wore an unhappy face. The woman's flames burned like the sun, scorching him, and the wounds from the slashes couldn't regenerate in a short time. In the end, Muzin delivered a punch that sent Yun-yin flying, creating distance between them. His once high-end suit had long been slashed beyond recognition. Yun-yin half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, the blood dripping from his forehead, staining the scene in front of him. He glanced down at the knife in his hand, and cracks had already appeared on the blade. He clicked his tongue in disapproval, his gaze fierce yet tinged with a hint of madness as he looked at Muzin. Interesting, this guy is really interesting. The fighting spirit grew more intense, and the malice around him and the of the underworld were no longer suppressed. Muzin's eyes widened slightly. That was a shudder from the soul. The only person who could make him feel this way was one. Yun-yin propped herself up with a knife that was about to shatter, her bangs covering her face as she lowered her head, visibly emanating black mist. She raised her head, and a sudden wild grin appeared on her expressionless face. Intriguing. Her body leaned slightly forward, with the knife tip touching the ground, and her golden eyes resembled a still pool of water. Wutsan's heart skipped a beat. This woman was not right. After a struggle, she finally managed to stand up, ignoring her broken forelimbs, as purple lightning veins appeared on her body, crackling with electricity. With a roar that sounded like thunder, her massive Black Panther form revealed its ferocity. Yun-yin and 06 acted simultaneously. Ming-yin ate desolations. The knife strike accompanied by black flames suddenly erupted, and a fire tornado swept around. 06 figure was like a shooting star, mixed with thunder. Lightning and flames fused together, and Muzin was startled, his figure submerged in the attack. Yong, dragging his seriously injured body, and the barely awakened Kanado, who had managed to control his injuries. Both looked at her attack in shock. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Muzin left. Only a fleeting eerie presence and a strong, pungent smell of blood remained. Yun-yin cursed softly, her severely injured body fell into the snow. She had reached her limit and could no longer move. The blood that had spilled out had frozen due to the extreme cold, and the wound barely stopped bleeding. 06 dropped beside her, returning to the form of a kitten, motionless. The knife in Yun-yin's hand fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. Yun-yin, the two shouted, staggering as they supported their heavily injured bodies and walked towards her. Yun-yin's final consciousness looked back, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. Kaboot Suji Muzin. You want to take advantage of the situation? Sorry, you don't have the chance anymore. I'm sorry, Nezuko. I can't stop you from becoming a demon. I can't disrupt too much of the original plot. This is something that must be experienced. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Fortunately, this time she could save Tanjiro's family from death. Damn this little world limitation. You weak second-dimensional god. Her consciousness completely faded away, and Yun-yin's body went limp, falling into a deep unconsciousness. Rengoku and Ken-Aim, along with the crow, flew off to call for help urgently. Muzin, looking disheveled, stood at the door of Tanjiro's house with a dark expression. Nezuko, not inside the house, was forcibly injected with his blood, and just as he was about to make another move, Aoi exerted all her strength to drag Nezuko inside. Holding her tightly, behind her were her own children. Muzin sneered. Just as he was about to step inside, he was blocked by black flames, and then white flames engulfed the entire house. Muzin was burned by the white flames. The intense pain made him scream out. As if illuminated by the scorching sun, his arm touched the white flames and instantly turned to ashes. Unwilling, Muzin glanced back at the house, cursing Yin several times in his heart, then turned and left. Chapter 66. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The Hidden and the rescue team arrived, with Kan-Aim guarding Yin, having already taken emergency measures for her. Ju had already run up the mountain after finishing the emergency measures. When Tanjiro returned home, he comforted his family, but looked helplessly and anxiously at his sister. Seeing Nezuko transformed, Tanjiro's eyes widened. Nezuko had just turned into a demon, her consciousness unclear. She suddenly lunged forward, and together with Tanjiro, they fell out the door. The two kinds of flames had long since disappeared after Muzin left, and Aoi exclaimed. She hurried over to try and stop Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted, "Mother, don't come over. Please take care of Rokuta and the others." "I'm fine." He then looked at Nezuko, his eyes filled with sadness. "Nezuko, I'm your brother. What happened to you?" At that moment, Nezuko was overwhelmed by hunger, and Tanjiro exerted great effort to suppress her. Ju arrived, panting and holding his sword, looking at the situation before him with a flicker of compassion in his calm eyes, yet he still swung his sword, intending to decapitate Nezuko. In an instant, he was tackled by several bodies. The pain from his wounds made him groan. Rokata tightly held onto his arm, tears streaming down his face, shouting, "Don't hurt my sister." Aoi stood in front of her son and daughter, tears in her eyes, "Don't hurt her." Takeo, Minio, and Hanako all held onto Ju tightly, crying out together, "Don't hurt our sister." Ju's eyes widened slightly as he endured the pain and freed himself from the grip of the children. "She has already turned into a demon. If you don't kill her, you will die." "Impossible. Sister would never hurt us." Hanako cried out, and the other children, sobbing, began throwing snowballs at him. Tanjiro, having finally controlled Nezuko, heard Ju's words and quickly exclaimed, "She won't. She's my sister. She would never hurt us." Ju's expression turned dark. "Stop daydreaming. Demons live by eating people. Get out of the way." Aoi, with tears streaming down her face, stood in front of him. "No, I know my child. She won't hurt anyone. Please don't hurt her." Ju's figure flashed past, and Tanjiro found himself suddenly empty in his arms, thrown aside by Ju. Nezuko reacted quickly, dodging Ju's strike. She was kicked away by Ju and slammed heavily to the ground. Then he grabbed her by both arms. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and Tanjiro struggled to get up, tears flowing, kneeling before Ju, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Please, I beg you, let my sister go. She has never harmed a human." Seeing this, Ju finally lost his temper, gritting his teeth and looking down, then shouted at him, "Why are you kneeling? If you want to protect your sister, why don't you pick up the axe beside you? You fool, the weak have no choice. Look at yourself clearly. Why is your sister in my hands? In the end, it's because you're not strong enough." Seeing him about to swing his sword down, Tanjiro truly picked up the axe to stop him, and the members of the Kamadu family beside him were also agitated. Even Aoi, usually so gentle, picked up a carrying pole to attack him. Yunyin was sent back to the butterfly house. Kanado was worried about Iyong and asked him to wait here for a moment before hurriedly grabbing his sword and chasing after him. When he arrived, he saw Iyong sheathing his sword, quietly watching a family not far away. In front of that family stood a girl who had already transformed into a demon, currently spreading her arms to protect her family behind her. Kanado's eyes widened slightly, and Iyong let out a breath. "Kanado, I think we should let them go to the Misty Mountain." Kanado was stunned, and when he saw Iyong turn to face him, he instantly calmed down. "What on earth is happening?" Iyong pressed his lips together and spoke frankly to Kanado. Kanado glanced at the demonized girl, who looked like a well-behaved child, obediently allowing her head to be patted, and her demeanor showed that she had no intention of attacking. Remembering what he had just seen, he nodded. "I understand." Kanado exhaled, wincing at the pain from his wounds. Since Watanabe was older and might forget, Kanado could only ask his crow to relay a message to teacher Rentaki. Compared to Iyong, Kanado had a higher affinity, but both of them were currently covered in wounds and blood, making them appear somewhat frightening. With a gentle smile on his pale face, Kanado said, "Don't be afraid, we won't harm that girl anymore. Let's go to the Misty Mountain. It's safe there, and teacher Rentaki will take care of you. He will explain everything to you." Aoi wiped away her tears and hugged the dazed Nezuko, thanking them. Iyong and Kanado supported each other as they made their way down the mountain. Yunyin slowly opened her eyes, her nostrils filled with the smell of disinfectant, and she frowned slightly in discomfort. "She's awake. Someone quick. Lord Ice Pillar is awake." Outside, there was a clatter of sounds, and a group of people rushed into the room. Yunyin adapted to the light, propping herself up as she tried to get up. Just as her body felt weak and she was about to fall back, a pair of warm hands supported her, gently helping her to sit up. Yunyin lifted her head, looking confused at the room full of people. Shimi sat beside her, her face dark enough to drip water. Millie was even more distressed, leaning on the bed, tears streaming down her face, crying, "Yunyin, sister, it's really great to see you awake. You really scared me to death." Kanahu pushed through the crowd, bringing a medical kit, and sat beside her to examine her. Letting out a breath, a relaxed smile appeared on her face. "It's all good now. Just take a good rest next." Yunyin still looked confused, and after a long time, she asked, "Why are you all gathered here?" "Huh, how can you still ask that? How could a simple task leave you so injured?" Shimi seemed unwell overall. Why is this girl either injured or on the way to getting injured? Ehe frowned and asked what happened this time. He knew Yunyin's strength. What could have hurt her so badly? Could it be another Upper Moon demon? Indeed, The glamorous ice crystal girl. How could she end up looking so unglamorous? What kind of unsightly character did she encounter? Sister Deity, does the wound still hurt? Do you need water? Idiot, I told you to call me Sister Yunyan. Is there anywhere else that doesn't feel right? Namo Amida Buddha. Yunyan, if you feel uncomfortable, you must speak up. The room was in chaos, and the veins on Butterfly Shinobu's forehead were throbbing. Unable to hold it in any longer, she slapped the nightstand and shouted, "Everyone quiet down. No loud noises are allowed in the patient room. Do you want the recently awakened patient to faint again?" The room instantly fell silent. Even the weeping Yueying Min quietly shrank away. Everyone thought, wow, Butterfly Shinobu is so fierce. Clearly, these two sisters are both Hashira and are siblings. Yet their personalities are so different. Is it a complementary relationship between sisters? Ju and Tanjiro helped each other as they walked in, and seeing her awake, they both sighed in relief. The smoke slowly dissipated, and she looked at the group of people in the room who were staring at her eagerly, showing a relaxed yet helpless smile. Well, this time luck was on her side, encountering Muzan. Everyone! The room erupted once again. Shinobu Kocho shouted in anger once more, and only then did it quiet down. Yunyan smiled gently and calmly recounted the events, of course, without mentioning that she knew everything in advance and had rushed over. She simply said she had arrived a little early and was lucky enough to run into Muzan. Just as she finished speaking, she was suddenly embraced by someone. Kanaho's eyes were filled with pain and relief. Her voice choked as she said, "As long as you're okay, as long as you came back alive." Mitsuri was crying uncontrollably, and Shinobu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Although she was angry that Yunyan often got hurt, she was also extremely gentle. Regardless, what mattered was that she came back alive. Shimi was unusually silent, looking down as if lost in thought. The others expressed their concern for a while, but fearing it might affect her recovery, they decided to return to their hospital room for a detailed chat with Sabito and Ju. Shimi stayed in the room, sitting on the edge of the bed with her arms crossed. The two were silent, and Yunyan tilted her head. "Shimi, what's wrong? Why aren't you going with them? Don't you want to know information about Muzan?" Suddenly, she fell into a warm embrace, and she heard Shinmi's low, trembling voice by her ear. "From now on, I won't leave you again. I'll follow you on missions, no matter what." Yunyan slightly opened her eyes, realizing what was happening. She gently patted his back and teased him. When did Shimi become so clingy? Shimi's ears turned red as he buried his face in her neck, afraid that he was holding her too tightly and pressing on her wound. He just tensed his muscles, his voice muffled and somewhat nasal. "If you're clingy, what can you do about it?" Yunyan smiled as she rubbed his head. "I'll be very happy." The two remained silent, with Yunyan quietly being held by him, his hand gently soothing her trembling body. Meanwhile, 06, MD, wrapped like a mummy, exclaimed, "Is there anyone who can care about me?" Angry. Chapter 67. The Water Call group goes to Fog Mountain after resting for a full half-month. Yunyan started her daily outings again. Since the tasks were not difficult, Shimi followed her a few times, but was pushed away by Yunyan, who firmly protested against his constant company. Shimi, feeling helpless, wished he could write a 100,000-word report with his advice, but after receiving her assurance, he finally felt at ease to leave. During her breaks, she would guide Chiyomi, or go out shopping for desserts with Mealy or the Butterfly Sisters. From time to time, she would also be called by Shimi to join him at the dessert shop. As winter gradually entered a warm spring, although the evil spirits were rampant, no team members or Hashira encountered any strong foes, not to mention the upper moons. Even the lower moons had disappeared without a trace. Shurtake successfully joined the ranks of the Water Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps consists of more than just 9 Hashira. The Hashira represent top-tier combat power, with greater task difficulty and higher mortality rates. In the worst-case scenarios, there are only 2 Hashira available. On Fog Mountain, Yunyan squatted behind the bushes with a grass circle on her head and 2 small branches in her hands, staring with a pair of deadfish eyes. Perched on her head was 06, about the size of a palm. By the way, why do I, as a senior sister, have to sneak around to visit my junior brother? Yunyan looked speechless, raising her eyes to see 06 peeking from above. 06 wagged its tail and said, "Well, it's just that I didn't want to delay their training." Yunyan shifted her gaze back to the hard-working Tanjiro wielding his sword. "Oh, so what's the situation with you 3? Camera zooms out. On the left side of Yunyan squats Zhanggan, and on the right side from near to far are Kong Tu and Iyong. The 4 of them are dressed the same, squatting in a row behind the bushes. Kong Tu and Zhanggan are chuckling awkwardly, while Iyong looks bewildered. In the warm spring season, Mosquitoes have begun to hover in the woods, and the buzzing sound fills the air. Yunyan's forehead throbbed with veins as she was bothered by mosquitoes, constantly scratching the places where she had been bitten. The more she scratched, the more spots there were, and she simply couldn't keep up. It was like she was feeding the mosquitoes. Angry, she stood up, threw away the branch in her hand, and yanked off the grass ring on her head, slamming it down on the ground. I've had enough. I'm done. There are so many big mosquitoes. Q version Junzi and Yato were startled and whispered, Yunyan, your voice is too loud. Yunyan-chan, hurry, crouch down. The noise attracted Tanjiro's attention, and in the moment he turned his head, Junzi and Yato pulled Yunyan down. Ju, quick on his feet, stuffed a piece of rice cake in her mouth. Forced to have a rice cake in her mouth, Yunyan, who was bewildered and pinned to the ground, looked up with wide eyes, shocked at Ju's expressionless face. Ju, where did you get this rice cake? Tanjiro, hearing the voice but not seeing where it came from, looked confused, thinking he might have misheard. In the end, the four of them chose to bring gifts to meet Sakanji Urokadaki. The moment they saw Yunyan, Urokadaki pulled her tightly into his embrace. Good child, I thought the letter was just to comfort me, but I didn't expect you to be really alive. No matter what your identity is in the future, as long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Yunyan looked down at his teacher, who was once clearly taller than him, sighed softly, and reached out to hug him back. I'm sorry, Teacher Lintang, for making you worry. I'm Fina. Lintang's will loosened his embrace, slightly raised his head, and hesitantly spoke, what is this height? Yunyan scratched the mosquito bite on his face, and with his beady eyes, he looked at him. My identity should be written in the letter. This is my original appearance. As for my height, it's natural. I'm the shortest in my family. The others exclaimed, what kind of height challenge family is this? The four of them clustered around Rintaki Sakanji as he entered the wooden house, and he called for Tanjiro. Tanjiro awkwardly knelt in front of the four, his face reddening with nervousness. These four were the senior brothers and sisters that Rintaki-sensei mentioned. Three of them were currently the Water Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Ju Tomioka, and the other was the current Ice Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Tanjiro couldn't help but glance at Yunyan for a while, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, filled with respect. He had heard Rintaki-sensei mention him. He was an exceptionally strong individual who, due to certain circumstances, had been reborn after dying in battle against the Upper Moon demons, becoming a divine messenger. Yunyan noticed his gaze and gave him a friendly smile. Tanjiro's face instantly turned red, and he quickly lowered his head, sincerely bowing to the four of them. Nice to meet you. I am Kamadu Tanjiro. Although this ISN team my first time meeting the two senior brothers, I will do my best. Please take care of me in the future. The four of them, surprised, turned into chibi versions, blinking their big eyes at him. Ah, how cute. Kaneo helplessly sat down beside him and patted his shoulder. No need to be so formal. Just relax a bit. Yes. Kaneo-senpai. Shinobu took out some candy from her pocket and handed it to him with a gentle smile. Have a piece of candy. Since it must be tough for you right now, right? Candy can make you feel better. Yes. Thank you, Shinobu-senpai. Yunyan patted his head, like a big sister from the neighborhood, saying, come on. What you have in your heart will definitely come true. We are family. Let's move forward together. Yes. I understand. Sister Yunyan. Eong stared at him, just staring without saying a word. The three were speechless. You kid, at least say something. After a long while, Eong finally managed to say a word of encouragement in a stiff tone. Tanjiro responded energetically. The three sighed and held their foreheads. Sigh. 06 leisurely walked to his side, patted his arm, and said, keep it up, young man. Yes, I will do my best. The cat spoke. Tanjiro's face showed a mix of terror and shock as he shouted out loud. 06, Fa. Yunyan and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding their stomachs, and even Eong had a warm smile on his face at that moment. Rintaki Sakanji, having calmed down Tanjiro, spoke to 06 with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Spirit Beast Lord, this child is still young. 06 was just about to show off when a chill ran down its neck. It tilted its head and found Yunyan's knife resting against its throat, wearing a devilish smile. Don't get too cocky, okay? 06 broke out in a cold sweat, raised its claws and waved them, and no, it's fine. It was my fault for being too abrupt and scaring him. Please don't use honorifics, just call me 06. I'm just a subordinate and sister of Yunyan. Yunyan happily put away the knife. Ever since the Sunwheel knife was shattered, she had given up using the knives of this world and switched to her own artifact, the Phoenix. Although the Phoenix could throw tantrums here, no living being could damage it. In this small world, even she herself could not do so. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, exuding a lazy air. "Where are Tanjiro and Nezuko?" Tanjiro felt a bit melancholic at her words. "Nezuko is with our mother, and there hasn't been any sign of her waking up." Suddenly, he felt a weight on his head as Yunyan gently rubbed his scalp, her tone gentle. "Well, this means she's relying on sleep to recover. Demons grow stronger by consuming humans, and if they don't eat, they need to enter a dormant state or consume a small amount of fresh blood. In Nezuko's case, this is actually a good thing. At least, this child is working hard to control herself. Don't worry, everything has its cause and effect." Tanjiro's eyes turned red, and he sniffled before regaining his energetic demeanor. Speaking of which, Yunyan seemed to understand these matters well, and Kirito looked at her, scratching his head. The smoke from the cigarette curled around her lips, and she wore a nonchalant expression. "Of course, I am now the messenger of the underworld, and these things must be remembered." The crowd nodded in agreement and cast admiring glances at her. "Cloud pure nonsense smoke. Haha." Chapter 68, Guiding Tanjiro. Since we're here, not guiding the younger generation would be irresponsible with our time. Yunyan and Jinzi were drinking tea beside them, watching Yato and Iyong teach Tanjiro. Kagaya Urokadaki sat between the two, nodding frequently. The smoke from the cloud curled around her lips, and she could clearly sense the pleasant emotions of Rinryu, Zoken nearby. Her eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, her important disciples were all alive and healthy, having overcome hardships to reach the strength of Ashira. Glancing not far away, she saw the souls of those departed disciples and communicated with them through thought. "What do you think? Would you like to see your teacher?" The souls of these disciples were clearly taken aback, and they exclaimed in a flurry, finally shaking their heads in unison. They took off their masks, their mouths moving as they said something, and on their youthful yet determined faces, there was a smile of happiness. Yunyan understood their thoughts, withdrew her gaze to herself. But in the next second, she used the chains of the rules to bind them one by one. "Don't want to see? Do they think losing in the final selection would disgrace their teacher? A bunch of foolish little brats." Yunyan tugged at Linlong's sleeve and said, "Teacher Linlong, I have something I want to discuss with you privately." "Sure. Let us go inside," he replied. "Okay." Yunyan followed him out, and once the door closed, a group of boys and girls bound by golden chains were thrown onto the floor by her. Linlong's Wukuin looked at these people in shock, his body trembling slightly. "This, you guys." The boys and girls, wanting to cry, but having no tears, turned their heads to stare at Yunyan, collectively accusing her, "Junior sister Yunyan, how could you sneak attack us?" Yunyan shrugged, saying, "Who told you that the reason for not seeing Teacher Linlong was because you didn't pass the selection and felt too ashamed to face him?" These senior brothers and sisters continued to accuse her with all their might. Linlong Jijin quietly listened to their words, the veins on his neck bulging and pulsating. Yunyan quietly retreated, sitting down in the corner. In the next moment, Linlong's Wujun punched him. The expression under the mask was so dark it could drip water. "A bunch of foolish disciples. Luckily your junior sister is now a divine envoy. Otherwise, would I never know what you all are thinking? I would never have known that you've been guarding me all along." By the end, his voice choked with emotion, filled with self-reproach, regretting that his mask had led to the demise of so many vibrant lives with great potential. Yunyan quietly left the room, giving them space. Just after closing the door, she saw 4 people peeking through the window. Yunyan and the 4 people exchanged glances, and for a moment, the atmosphere was awkward. The 4 people. Yunyan. In the end, it turned into 5 people peeking through the window together. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled as he said that during his training, he always felt like many eyes were watching him. "So that's the reason. The power of the gods is amazing," Yato sighed, and Iyong nodded silently. Makomo pinched Yunyan's face and said, "Thank you, Yunyan-chan. With this, Sensei Urokadaki should be able to resolve his inner turmoil, right?" Yunyan smiled. "Actually, these senior brothers and sisters could also have a physical form and continue to stay here." "Oh, bang." The door was suddenly opened. Yunyan was suddenly surrounded by these departed senior brothers and sisters. "Really? Is it true, junior sister Yunyan?" Yunyan was pulled away from the hands of those senior brothers and sisters by the 4 members of the Yen 2 team, who were in a flurry. Linlong gave another punch to the soul nearby, and a group of half-grown boys, with bumps on their heads, obediently knelt and sat in front of Yunyan. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and said, "Well, this all depends on your own willingness. If you want to stay, I might provide a special exception in this regard. Would it have an impact on you?" Iyong was the first to speak up among everyone, and Yunyan shook her head. "No, to be precise, it is not qualified to have an impact on me." Upon hearing that it had no effect on her, The senior brothers and sisters eagerly raised their hands to express their desire to stay. They wanted to accompany teacher Lin Long for as long as possible. Seeing that they had no objections, Yunyan made a hand gesture with one hand, drawing symbols in the air, and golden light merged into their bodies. Their souls slowly solidified into a physical form. Yunyan exhaled a breath, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. This talisman is valid for 50 years. After 50 years, you must reincarnate. Yes. Thank you, junior sister. Yunyan smiled. They couldn't be by the teacher's side, but with these senior brothers and sisters around, the teacher wouldn't be lonely. Currently, in the pillar, only Yunyan had the most free time, so he simply decided to stay in the Misty Mountains for now. With the senior brothers and sisters present, the Misty Mountains were much livelier. The Tanjiro family was settled in a secluded area of the Misty Mountains and would occasionally come over for a visit. Yunyan leaned against the tree with her arms crossed, lazily watching Tanjiro swing his sword. She couldn't help but sigh. Don't use brute force to swing the sword. When you swing, feel the direction of your body's muscle power. And try to use abdominal breathing, long inhales and short exhales. Yes, I understand, senior sister Yunyan, because she was really bored. Yunyan borrowed a wooden sword from Sakanji Urokadaki to practice with him. Feel free to attack me. Tanjiro swallowed hard, his face serious. Yes, here I come. Bring it on. Next, the observing senior brothers and sisters all face-bombed and sighed. Yunyan stood still, casually swinging her sword, easily sending Tanjiro flying far away. Again and again, Tanjiro struggled to get up, panting heavily, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this the power of a Hashira? So strong. Don't be impulsive. Control your brute force. Your breathing is too hurried. Adjust your breath to stabilize your heart rate. Before exerting strength, ensure your breath is steady. Try to concentrate all your strength at one point the moment your muscles tense up. Yunyan frowned. It was clear that Tanjiro was not suited for water breathing. If you were to teach him sun breathing on the narrow mist mountain, would he be driven away by Master Intaki? Helpless, he gave up on the idea of teaching Tanjiro sun breathing here and decided to focus on teaching him the breathing techniques first. Yes, Tanjiro responded loudly, making an effort to follow Yunyan's instructions. Gradually, he was surprised to find that when he swung his sword, his strength seemed to increase a bit, and his stamina consumption also decreased. Yunyan raised her lips with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. After practicing with Tanjiro until dusk, Yunyan finally called it a day, while Tanjiro lay on the ground, too exhausted to lift a finger. In contrast, Yunyan hadn't even broken a sweat. Tanjiro internally shouted, "What a blow!" Although she was relaxed, it didn't mean there were no tasks. On the 8th day of helping to guide Tanjiro in the foggy mountain, Yunyan was called away by Long in the evening. Before saying goodbye, Yunyan ruffled Tanjiro's head, who looked reluctant, and said, "Well, do your best, junior brother. I'll be waiting for you in the Demon Slayer Corps." Tanjiro looked at her and nodded with determination. "Yes, I will definitely join the Demon Slayer Corps." Yunyan smiled satisfactorily, gave a few instructions to the others, and waved goodbye to them. 06 lay on her shoulder, yawning, and was tossed aside by Yunyan to grow bigger so she could ride it to speed up her journey. 06, I'm just a brick wherever I'm needed. I'll be moved there. Chapter 69, a chance encounter with Xianmi. As she moved through the forest, Yunyan's expression was stern, and in an instant, she drew her sword and struck down the head of the evil spirit. It fell lightly to the ground, and she turned to look at the sky. The sky is clear tonight, and the moon is quite round. Suddenly, the sound of crying from afar caught her attention. That voice was too familiar. Yunyan jumped a few times, quickly weaving through the tree trunks. In midair, he saw that figure clearly. As their gazes met, his pupils constricted sharply. It was Xuanmi. The small, thin body was cornered by several evil spirits, causing him to fall several times. On his young face, apart from a scar running across half of it, there was nothing but terror. Tears streamed from his eyes as he trembled and cried out, "And no, don't come over. The monster is so scary. Help me, brother, help." Yunyan suddenly felt a string in her mind snap, and in a flash, she appeared just as one of the evil spirits was about to pounce. Ice-breathing fourth form. Frostbite. In an instant, the evil spirit's head rolled to the ground. Yunyan, holding her sword, stood in front of Xuanya, her expressionless face showing bulging veins. "You filthy scum. What do you want to do to my adorable little brother?" The evil spirits were taken aback. When did this woman appear? Xuanya widened his eyes, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing Yunyan. Hearing that familiar voice, only a bit more mature, he found it easy to recognize. Yunyan's sister? Yin felt a tremor in her heart when he called her name, and a dense, prickling pain spread deep within her. She softened her voice. Xuanmi, don't be afraid. Sister is here, be good. Sister will take care of these dirty things soon. Yin's eyes flickered with a cold light as her figure flashed, weaving between the evil spirits. With the Ice Breath sixth form Ice Soul Dragon Roar, her blade, accompanied by a massive frost dragon, swiftly severed the heads of this group of evil spirits. She sheathed her sword and hurriedly turned to Xuanmi, crouching down to carefully check his condition by holding his shoulders. After confirming that he only had some scrapes and, upon closer inspection, realizing that the boy had not yet consumed a demon and was unaware that he could fight demons, she sighed in relief. She pulled him tightly into her embrace to comfort him, saying, "It's all right now. Sister is here, Xuanmi, don't be afraid." Xuanmi trembled in her arms, tightly clutching her waist and crying out, "Sister Yin, woo, you're really alive. That's so great. Mother, my younger siblings are all gone. Brother, he has also left. I can't find brother. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for saying such hurtful things. Clearly, brother wanted to protect me." Woo. Yin gently patted his back to help him catch his breath. Listening to him become more incoherent as he spoke, she sighed softly, her eyes filled with compassion. "It's okay. If you want to cry, just cry. I'll lend you my embrace. It's really hard being alone, isn't it?" He had really tried hard. It was all right now. Exhausted from crying and having been alone for so long, he finally found someone he could trust, and he fell into a deep sleep in her arms. Yin stood up holding him, her face tense as she ran back, trying her best to wrap him in her divine power along the way, nurturing his malnourished and overly fatigued body. She maintained a grim expression throughout, gritting her teeth. "You idiot, Shimi. Your little brother is so young, and you just give him money without showing up. Can he hold on? Huh?" As Yin brought Xuanmi past the phone residence, the two practicing in the open courtyard were startled. Shimi appeared in front of her at an astonishing speed and grabbed her arm. "Xuanmi, Yin, why is Xuanmi here with you?" Yin was so angry that she almost wanted to shut his mouth. She glared at him fiercely and said, "Don't talk. Can't you see the child is sleeping? Come with me to the ice house." Oh, Shimi was taken aback by her fierceness and obediently followed her with a knife in hand, his eyes never leaving Xuanmi. Quangjin looked confused but still followed to see what was going on. After all, this was the brother that Shimi had mentioned before. When she and Ami saw Yin return, holding a child in her arms with two wind pillars behind her, holding sweet rice cakes and matcha, she looked at them in bewilderment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Shimi and Quangjin both simultaneously make a shushing gesture. So she obediently closed her mouth, her eyes filled with questions. Yin gestured for her to put things down first and come over. Qian hurriedly put the items she was holding into the room and closely followed Yin to the guest room. After settling the sleeping Xuanya, Yin, with a dark expression, pulled Shimi and called for Quangjin to go to the living room. The three of them sat in a room, and Qian quickly served the matcha before leaving. She took a sneak peek at the door and shivered. Wow, Master looks super angry right now. Yin took a sip of tea, and Shimi couldn't hold back any longer. Speaking a bit urgently, Yin, can you answer the question I just asked? Why is Xuanmi here with you? Shouldn't he still be at home? Yin placed the teacup on the table with a bang, causing the two people opposite to startle simultaneously. For a moment, Shimi's frizzy white hair seemed to soften considerably. Yin looked at him with a smile that seemed both real and fake. Well, it should be like this. But do you really think a half-grown child can keep a large amount of money you send him? Or do you think a small child can fight off that group of street thugs? Oh, or do you think that such a small child, while desperately searching for his brother, can safely escape from 7 or 8 evil spirits? What? The two exclaimed in unison, with Shimi's eyes widening, his body trembling. The anger he felt earlier was nothing compared to the last sentence, which detonated in his mind like a bomb, buzzing in his ears. His mind was filled with thoughts of Xuanmi being bullied, followed by the image of Xuanmi encountering 7 or 8 evil spirits on his way to find him, nearly dying. And he almost lost his last relative. What would he have done if Yin hadn't happened to encounter him? He might not have even known that his brother had completely left this world. Seeing him lost in a daze, Yin rubbed her temples in frustration. "I know your reasons for doing this, but Shimi, I was also at fault that day." Shimi instantly came back to his senses, noticing the sadness on Yin's face. He instinctively reached out and took her hand, his expression serious. "Don't say that." His purple eyes were filled with concern. He knew that at that time, she was just a newcomer, yet she faced the danger of the waning moon for their family. How perilous that must have been. She was injured to such an extent, yet still focused on protecting them. Such an expression should not appear on her face. Yunyan closed his eyes and then opened them again, his gaze clear. Shimi, don't hide from him anymore. Shimi lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists on his lap. He didn't deserve to be a brother. They had promised to protect their family together, yet everything was lost that night. They had promised to protect their younger brother, but he abandoned him. Seeing him like this, Yunyan sighed, and Quangjin looked at Shimi with concern, patting his shoulder. Shimi, some things need to be clearly discussed. Shimi remained silent, and Yunyan furrowed his brows. Quangjin, could you please take Shimi back for now? As for Xuanyi, I will take care of him. The follow-up matters will be arranged by someone. Shimi opened his mouth, but in the end, he stood up, his tall figure appearing somewhat desolate. Can I go see him? Go ahead, he is your brother. If you want to see him, then go. Yunyan was indeed a bit angry at the moment, and both of them could tell. Quangjin accompanied Shimi to see Xuanyi. Quangjin sat at the door, watching Shimi sitting by the bed. Shimi had a face full of guilt and self-blame. His eyes were brimming with tears of heartache as he trembled, reaching out to touch his emaciated brother. I'm sorry, Xuanyi. I'm an incompetent brother, Shimi whispered and finally leaned down to press his forehead against Xuanyi's. Tears finally fell from his eyes, dripping onto Xuanyi's face. Shimi was startled and quickly wiped away the tears that had fallen on Xuanyi's face, tucked him in properly, and stood up to leave. Quangjin looked at his moist eyes and pursed his lips. He couldn't offer any advice, so he could only accompany him silently. The two exchanged greetings and left the ice house. Yunyan did not show up. It was Qi and Amy who sent them off. Shimi also knew that Yunyan was angry, so he didn't dare to say anything else at this moment and left in silence with Quangjin. Chapter 70. Arranging for Xuanyi. Yunyan found Baiming Yuxingming at night and told him about Xuanyi's situation, also mentioning his special traits. When Baiming Yuxingming learned that Xuanyi had the rare physique of a 1,000-year-old food ghost, he was momentarily shocked. In the end, he also accepted Xuanyi as a disciple. But he needed Yunyan to come and guide him from time to time, as he was not particularly skilled at teaching disciples himself. Yunyan naturally agreed. The next day, Xuanyi opened his eyes in the warm bedding. Beside him was Yunyan reading a book, and on the other side sat a tall monk who looked like a bear. Yunyan saw him wake up with a gentle smile on her face. Are you awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Xuanyi's face turned slightly red as he shook his head vigorously. Sister Yunyan, am I really not dreaming? Suddenly, he felt a pain in his face and frowned. Sister, it hurts. My face hurts. Stop pinching. Hearing this, Yunyan laughed out loud. Is it still a dream? A smile appeared on Xuanyi's face as he shook his head and reached out to grab her clothing corner. No, it's really you, sister. Yunyan, with a pained expression in his eyes, gently rubbed his head and said, Xuanyi, I know you have been searching for Shimi. I believe you also understand the reason why your mother has become like that, as well as the monsters from last night, right? Yes, I've known for a long time. Xuanyi replied, lowering his head and gripping the blanket tightly. Baiming Yuxingming's eyes filled with tears as he gently stroked Xuanyi's head and said, Namo, poor child, your brother is Shimi Chuan, right? Yes, that's right. Have you seen my brother? Do you know him? Is he doing well? Xuanyi looked at Baiming Yuxingming with hope in his eyes, not blinking. Yunyan smiled helplessly. We've all seen him, he's doing well. But it's not easy for you to meet him, right? Why? Your brother, Namu, is now the Wind Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. If you want to see a Hashira, you have to become one. Xuanyi's eyes widened slightly. Yunyan, fearing he wouldn't understand, explained again what the Demon Slayer Corps does and how the ranks are divided. Xuanyi clenched his fists. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps too. I want to help my brother and sister Yunyan. Protect my brother and sister Yunyan. Yunyan was moved and almost cried out loud. Her own child is grown up. Yunyan, seeing the situation, proposed to Xianmi that he wanted to learn and cultivate beside Bei Mingyu. Xianmi knelt in front of him, earnestly pressing his head against the floor. He shouted loudly, Mr. Bei Mingyu, please accept me. I'm begging you. Bei Mingyu, with tears in his eyes, nodded in agreement. After all, they were in the ice mansion, and Yunyan, feeling uneasy, prepared a large number of items for him to take with him. While bidding farewell, she said, You're always welcome to come and play during your breaks. I will also go to Mr. Bei Mingyu's side to guide you. Make sure to cultivate well and take care of yourself. Okay, I remember. Thank you, Sister Yunyan. Yunyan watched as Baiming Yuhangming led Xuanyi away, feeling relieved in her heart. Fortunately, the body that had been nourished with divine power in advance should have no problem learning the basic breathing technique, and there shouldn't be any side effects from the Shirka Wei. Then she grabbed her knife and headed straight for the butterfly house. What was the weakness of the Shirka Wei again? TSK. How could I forget something I've seen before? in a hurry to the butterfly house. She completely failed to notice the two people watching her from the shadows. Shimi saw that Xuanmi had been taken away by Baiming Yuhangming and naturally understood that he had taken her as his disciple. He didn't want Xuanmi to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but he currently had no standing to appear. For a moment, he angrily grabbed his hair, completely unable to comprehend what Yunyan was thinking. Quangjin, however, had overheard what Yunyan was muttering and tugged at Shimi's clothes, saying, "Hey, Shimi, what is a shirkuei? Huh? How would I know what you're talking about?" Shimi instantly grabbed Quangjin's clothes, his face filled with disbelief. The shirkuei. At that moment, Shimi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had overheard Kanai and Yunyan mention it once by chance. The shirkuei were beings that gained the power of demons by consuming them, turning their bodies into demons for combat. So is it Xuanmi now? Shimi felt like he could barely stand, reaching out to hold onto Quangjin's arm, his eyes fixated on the ground without blinking. What kind of joke is this? Quangjin, I think I need to drink a bit. Oh, okay. I'll join you. Thanks. No need to be polite with me at this time. That day, Quangjin learned about Shimi's past and understood why he was the way he was, while also beginning to worry that Shimi's only younger brother was a shirkuei. Taking advantage of Shimi being drunk, Quangjin wrote a letter and sent it to the ice house. When Yunyan returned and saw Li Xing's letter on the table, she opened it and read it through. With a raised eyebrow, she thought, "Wow, you're so brazen even when stealing a look? You really are something, Quangjin." She wrote down the precautions regarding the shirkuei, particularly noting that one must absolutely not injure the neck or any part above it. Yunyan clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Very good. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. I'll take you along when we go to the forging village. Let's see if you get anxious then." After coming back from a full meal and seeing Yunyan smile, which was quite menacing, the startled 06 exclaimed, "Have you finally lost your mind?" Yunyan silently opened the door and shouted outside, "Xiao Bai, 06 is eating your food." 06. A white shadow darted in from outside the door and instantly started fighting with 06. 06 screamed in agony, "Nangong Yunyan, you woman who doesn't follow the rules of combat." Yunyan shrugged. "You're right, Nangong Yunyan is not good, but what does it have to do with me, Jigu Yunyan?" 06 broke down. "You're such a heartless woman." In the following days, apart from taking on tasks, Yunyan would take Chuan Naimei to find Xuanmi, and the two of them would teach together. They also took the opportunity to let Baiming Yu guide Chuan Naimei in training her strength and endurance. In her spare time, she would take the two kids for a health checkup and casually go shopping and eat some snacks. Of course, as long as Xuanmi was around, Yunyan often noticed a hint of white quietly following her. She couldn't help but pout. "Shimi, you cowardly and insincere person." What frustrated her the most was when she was doing a cooperative task with Shimi, he would blush and secretly inquire about Xuanmi's situation. After she briefly summarized the situation with a speechless expression, she found that this overly protective older brother had a look of both satisfaction and worry on his face. Then, when he was discovered, his expression darkened. He mumbled something about having no talent, not being able to learn the breathing technique, yet not quitting, and that staying behind was just a waste. Yunyan almost floated up to the sky with a roll of her eyes. The last piece of rice cake blocked her mouth to make him shut up. MD, the more he listened, the more he wanted to hit someone. Chapter 71, Tenjin, Extremely Poor Language Expression, Eon. In the mountain stream, Yunyan wiped the blood off her knife and sheathed it. Eon was beside her, having been assigned a collaboration task by coincidence, and the partner was his favorite senior sister, wearing a smile on his otherwise expressionless face. However, what he said made the other team members not amused at all. Eon looked expressionlessly at the teammates who were having their wounds treated, swinging their knives weakly. Had they not eaten? Implicit meaning. Did they come to do the task without eating? It seems like they have no strength in their knife swings. If they don't eat, they won't have strength, and that could lead to trouble. The water that Yunyan just brought to her mouth was suddenly sprayed out. Yunyan, phew, 06, what the heck? The team members were at a loss, thinking they had angered Eon, and they all apologized with sorrowful faces. Eon looked confused, wondering why they were apologizing. Yunyan, who understood what he meant, helplessly acted as a translator and explained his words. The team members felt even more like crying. "Lord Tenjin, at least you should complete your sentences." Meanwhile, a certain oblivious person wore a faint smile, surrounded by little pink flowers, saying, "Senior sister understands him. Senior sister is so nice." Yunyan, sigh. 06, winky face. Yunyan is completely numb now. This guy isn't saying that we're different this time, but why has one person's language expression ability become so poor? Can't he say what he wants to say clearly? helplessly rubbed his forehead, confirmed that there was no danger around, patted Eyoung's shoulder. Let's go anyway, this is the last task of the day. Let's go have some late-night snacks. How about radish and salmon? Eyoung's eyes lit up. Yunyin couldn't help but smile. Is he really that fond of eating? After having a late-night snack with Eyoung, Yunyin yawned as she walked back, glancing at the moon in the sky. It was already the latter half of the night. So sleepy, Yunyin rubbed her eyes, secretly cursing the nighttime schedule of the underworld, while thinking about the next training session for Xuani. There was less than half a year left before the final selection began. After receiving frequent rescue missions for several days, Yunyin was feeling quite troubled. The quality of the new recruits in the Demon Slayer Corps had really dropped. Dragging her exhausted body, she staggered back home. After finally arriving, she found that Qian was on a long-distance mission and wouldn't be back for another 4 or 5 days. Yunyin was a bit worried about her stepson. She nudged 06, who was grooming itself beside her, and asked if it could locate Nami and keep an eye on her. Seeing that she looked overly tired, as if she could fall asleep while speaking, 06 let out a long sigh and said, "All right, you just focus on getting some rest. I'll make sure she is safe." "Thanks," she replied. "Don't mention it. By the way, Shinchuan's favorability towards you has already reached 97. "Oh really?" Yunyin suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open. "What favorability?" 06. "Damn it, you just got here not long ago and it was activated for you. And you agreed to it. Didn't you see it?" The chibi Yunyin, with his big eyes, looked at 06 and awkwardly scratched his face. Maybe he was too sleepy at that time and completely didn't notice what he was responding to. 06. In the end, Yunyin got scolded by 06, hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly. While 06 was so angry, he turned into a pufferfish and left with a precise teleportation. After 06 left, Yunyin curled his lips. A favorability of 97. He should confess, but no, she should be the one to say it. After all, Shimi, this coward in love, definitely wouldn't dare to speak up. After waking up, Yunyin practiced with a sword in the yard, wearing his usual training outfit, as the clothing was not available here. The hidden ones from Ice House often curiously peeked at him. "Alan, do you know which country Lord Ice Pillar is from? Such strange clothes. The team uniforms don't seem to have arrived yet." Alan was taken aback. "Oh, right. Lord Yunyin's team uniform hasn't arrived yet. I've only heard Lord Stepson say that Lord Yunyin was an adopted child when he was young. I don't know anything else." Hearing this, the hidden ones looked even more curiously at Yunyin, practicing with the sword in the yard. Just as they were talking about the team uniform, it arrived. Yunyin politely took the team uniform and thanked them, then returned to her room. After taking a shower and just putting it on, she was filled with confusion. Wait, what happened to the 2nd to 4th openings? Looking down at the outfit that was exposed from her chest all the way to her abdomen, her mind was filled with countless question marks. She looked down at her bottoms, which were pants, and her expression darkened. Is this a TMD copy of Shimi's style? With a frown, she was about to change her clothes when there was a knock on the door, and she heard Shimi and Quangjin's voices outside. "Yunyin, didn't we agree to go eat hot pot together today? Why haven't you shown up? Are you still not awake?" Yunyin was about to respond when she saw the door open. "Yes." Shimi saw that she didn't reply and opened the door. Immediately, a dramatic and awkward scene unfolded. Shimi's eyes widened as she looked at Yunyin, her face visibly turning red, steam seemingly rising from her head, like a kettle coming to a boil. What happened to your uniform? Didn't the Demon Slayer Corps provide you with fabric to make your clothes? Huh? What? Idiot Quangjin, don't look. Quangjin, who was peeking in, was immediately slapped over the eyes by Shimi and fell backward onto the ground. Yunyin rubbed his forehead, quickly grabbed the all-black Haori from the rack and put it on, covering himself tightly in the front. He needed to ask a certain tailor about this. With a face full of kindness, a cross appeared on his face. Shimi's face turned red and then black and red again, looking just like a color palette. You hurry up and change your clothes. I'll go with Quangjin to find that bastard." Okay, after Yunyin closed the door, he quickly changed out his clothes and put on his usual athletic wear, carrying his clothes as he opened the door. Shimi's face was filled with anger. The flush not yet completely faded, while Quangjin stood beside him, indignantly fuming and smirking at Shimi. "I'm all set, let's go." On the way, Yunyin quietly glanced at Shimi's outfit, thinking, this guy only one button on the top? He wouldn't even show it to her directly. He withdrew his gaze and silently sighed. "Shimi, you're such a male bodhisattva." Shimi kicked open the door of the tailor shop, wearing a fierce expression, veins bulging, and walked in with clenched fists. Maeda was momentarily stunned as a set of clothes was suddenly thrown at him, followed by being grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground. He was pressed against Shimi's face, losing all color in his face from fear. Shimi's pupils shrank to tiny dots, his face filled with rage. Is this how you make clothes for girls? Where are the buttons on the top? Did you eat them or something? Do you want to die, kid? I could kill you right now. Or you can remake your uniform. Choose. Kwang Jin, with a dark face, without saying a word, directly burned the team uniform that Yunyan brought, which was similar to Mealy's top. Maeda was so scared that his soul almost left his body. After getting beaten up, he finally delivered a proper uniform to the ice house the next day. This time, the top had all the buttons intact, but it ended up being sleeveless. Yunyan tugged at the corners of her lips, changed into her team uniform, and put on short boots with fitted pants. She donned her Haori coat and made sure everything was in place. At her waist hung the divine artifact, the Phoenix, along with the jade pendant and incense pouch that Shimi had given her. Today was the day that Chwanami returned from her mission, and she needed to go to the butterfly house for a checkup. Coincidentally, she also needed to go to the butterfly house to have a checkup and pick up the child to take home. Chapter 72. Late-night visit to Kwang Jin after meeting with Chwanami. Yunyan looked at her with a gentle expression, like a little sparrow, chattering about everything that had happened during this mission. Whether it was sadness, anger, or happiness, Chwanami poured it all out to her. Master, listen to me. This mission was really infuriating. That evil demon only eats young girls. Beautiful girls aged 13 or 14. But in the end, I chopped off its head with one strike. I can already use the 6th form of the ice breathing technique. Thanks to 06. I bought it a lot of little dried fish to eat. 06 looked super happy and went home to sleep first when we returned. I also met Shwani this time. The fighting style of the flesh-eating demon was really painful, but thankfully, although he hasn't joined the team yet, we cooperated very successfully. Mr. Queenie has sent me a lot of gifts recently. Many of them are things he brought back from missions. They're all the types I like. Yunyan waited until she finished speaking, then reached out to rub her head. Is that so? That evil spirit really deserves to die for harming so many innocent girls. Naomi did a great job, as she already mastered the 6th breathing technique. Naomi is indeed a very talented child, and I feel very proud. She even bought so many dried fish for 06. Don't spoil it too much. That guy can easily get carried away. Did she encounter Jinya as well? It turns out he has started hunting demons even before officially joining the team. What a stubborn little brother he is. Thank you, Naomi, for helping him. Did Kayachika give you a gift? Does Naomi like him a lot? But if it's about love, you're still young. There's no rush. Yunyan responded sentence by sentence, and Qian blushed, stopping in her tracks and suddenly diving into her embrace, rubbing her face against her. Yunyan looked at her with affectionate eyes, one hand embracing her while the other gently rested on the back of her head. What's wrong, Name? I love Master the most. Yunyan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She pinched the girl-ass face in her arms and said, Oh my, you're already so grown up and still want to act cute with your master? Hee, it's just that Master is really too gentle. I can't help it when I see Master. Yunyan was slightly taken aback, with a helpless expression on her face, and complex emotions flashed in her eyes. No, I'm not gentle. Chinabi raised her head. She didn't understand why someone so gentle would deny the fact of their own gentleness. 06. Gentleness has nothing to do with her. It's all an illusion. An illusion. Yunyan patted the top of her head and took her hand. Let's go home. What do you want to eat tonight? When it came to food, Qian Naime's eyes lit up. I want to eat the pork chop rice that Master makes. And I want to drink kelp soup. Okay, we'll make it when we get back. Yunyan walked while exhaling cold air, saying, You bastard Kwang Jin, our Naime is 6 years younger than you. You're already 20, and Naime is only 14. She's still a child. You want to be an old cow eating tender grass. I'll come find you later for some good training and exchanges. Kwang Jin, who was cooking at home, sneezed twice. Shimi, who had just finished washing his hands to help, looked puzzled and asked Kwang Jin, Are you catching a cold? Kwang Jin rubbed his nose, feeling confused. No, I don't think so. I don't feel cold, just my back feels chilly, and my neck is even colder. What's going on? Shimi advised him to take some cold prevention medicine later and helped him finish cooking. After settling Naime, Yunyan, late at night, carried a wooden sword and walked straight into the wind house. Shimi, who was practicing in the yard, looked bewildered as Yunyan kicked open Kwang Jin's door. Kwang Jin had just changed his clothes when he saw Yunyan with a devilish smile, surrounded by a black aura, kicking the door open. Kwang Jin, scared. Kwang Jin, do you have time now? I think we lack opportunities for future cooperative combat training. Since you look free right now, why don't we take this spare time to have a good training session? Yunyan smiled through gritted teeth, and the smile on her face appeared even more terrifying in Kwang Jin's eyes. Shimi Mizukawa, winky face, Yin is angry. Does she already know about Kwang Jin's feelings for Chinami? Shimi silently picked up the knife and stepped aside, noticing the pleading look Kwang Jin shot him, and gave him a helpless expression. Kwang Jin, if you unfortunately pass away today, I will definitely laugh at you for a whole year. Kwang Jin could see that he was reveling in his misfortune, and he was on the verge of breaking down. Helplessly, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying at Yunyan, saying, Yunyan, can you go a little easier? Yunyan looked at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, do you really think I would ever harm a comrade? If you think that way, it really hurts my feelings. Kubo Koji, you are indeed not that kind of person, but right now you definitely don't see me as a comrade. Am I going to die? Yunyan is not trying to break up the couple. On the contrary, she wants to see how strong Kwang Jin is now and whether he can protect Naimei. She cannot always be by Naimei's side. Naimei is such an outstanding and intelligent child. And besides the people around her, she really can't think of any man who is worthy of her stepson. No one is worthy. Yunyan. In her spar with Kwang Jin, she only used 1/3 of her strength. Looking at Kwang Jin, who was panting and somewhat disheveled from her beating, Yunyan nodded in satisfaction. Kwang Jin could only feel that there were countless bruises all over his body, gritting his teeth in pain. Both of their wooden swords were broken, and the rest was all about physical combat, where he got thoroughly beaten. Yunyan stood with one hand on her hip, looking at him seriously. Kwang Jin, if one day in the future I entrust Nami to you, will you protect her and take good care of her, even if it means sacrificing your life? Upon hearing this, Kwang Jin immediately felt energized, standing upright and responding loudly, of course. I would give my life to love and protect her, because she is the person I love the most. After shouting, his entire face turned red. Shimi covered her face with a slap, thinking, this idiot. He actually said it in front of Yunyan. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up again? Yunyan stared at him expressionlessly, her gaze sharp like a blade, a mix of malice and murderous intent weighing heavily on Kwang Jin. Kwang Jin locked eyes with her, without blinking, his back already soaked with cold sweat, and his legs strained to avoid kneeling under the terrifying pressure. Shimi was taken aback, thinking Yunyan was about to get furious. Wait, Yunyan, calm down. Just as she was about to step in and stop Yunyan, she heard her chuckle softly. All right, qualified. I have no objections now. If you can do it, then go ahead and pursue Naimi. Good luck. Yunyan returned to her usual lazy demeanor, patted Kwang Jin's shoulder, turned around and casually ruffled Shimi's hair before walking away. Sorry for bothering you this late. Have sweet dreams tonight. Good night. Shimi stared blankly as she left, blushing and pouting his lips. Why does this girl always have to mess with his hair? Is the texture really that good? Is it so addictive? Kwang Jin, his legs suddenly weak, sat down on the ground. You scare me to death. Shimi smiled as he pulled him up, but overall it was a good outcome. Congratulations. Kwang Jin chuckled, his whole being surrounded by little pink flowers. Yeah, this is really great. Now I can pursue Naimei without any worries. Then he suddenly leaned closer to Shimi. Grinning, Shimi, when are you going to give that letter to Yunyan? Shimi's face instantly turned red, glaring at him fiercely. Why you know about it? None of your business. Take care of yourself. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Kwang Jin was still grinning. Oh, Shimi, you're really easy to embarrass. So pure you need to hurry with this kind of thing. You've dragged it out for too long. This isn't like you, Shimi. You're so annoying. Are you going to sleep or not? If you're not sleeping, then get out and do your tasks. Sleep. I just got back. I got beaten up again. Have some understanding. Senior brother is also tired. You're tired and still have the energy to manage my business. Go sleep. The two bickered as they returned to the house, and soon, the lights in the courtyard were turned off, and the bickering noise quieted down. Chapter 73. The ugly ghost with discerning taste Chenai was wearing the white haori with sunflower patterns that Kwang Jin had given her, bouncing around like a little butterfly in front of Yunyan. Yunyan looked at her with a face full of affection, while Longha and Naimei's Gatsusuki led the way in the air. At this moment, Kayamai was incredibly excited, leaning close to Yunyan and wrapping her arms around hers, saying, yeah, I'm super happy. This is the first time I'm going on a mission with Master. Yunyan chuckled lightly, reached out to ruffle her hair. Is that so? Then I must see what our Nami is capable of. After all, I've never seen Nami in action, and I'm really looking forward to it. Chitose straightened her body, let out a heavy breath, and made a fist with a cheering gesture. I will definitely not disappoint Master. Let Master see the results of my training. Yunyan gently patted the top of her head and squeezed her soft face, saying, there's no need to force yourself. I believe in Naomi. She is a very talented and strong child. Chitose turned red and giggled, surrounded by pink flowers. Oh, my master is praising me so much. I'm going to be embarrassed. Yin shook her head with a faint smile, quietly walking beside Qian Naimei and listening to her chattering away. As they approached the mission location, this time the task was to capture the malicious spirit lurking in the town. According to the intelligence report, it was an extremely cunning ghost. The murder locations were not fixed. It could be an inn, a late-night tavern, or even in an empty alley. Its movements were erratic, and even the most skilled investigator, Kuroka, could not accurately determine the ghost's exact location. The only common point was that this evil spirit had a penchant for young and beautiful women, as well as handsome and attractive young men. Yin gave a straightforward evaluation. Just a beauty lover, specifically choosing visually appealing food and quite picky about her tastes. Holding a rice cake in her hand, she took bites while sitting on the street with Chianami. No matter where they are, a certain special organization in the community will never disappoint. Sitting quietly at the entrance of a small shop on the street, they listened to a group of women chatting under a nearby tree. Chianami was focused on eating, having walked a long way and feeling extremely hungry. Have you heard? Last night, at the corner of Nantu Town, at that house of Mrs. Haruko, their twins just turned 15 and they disappeared overnight. Really? That's terrifying. They just vanished? It's just like the rumors about monsters grabbing people at night lately. It's really scary. What's happening in this world? Just surviving is already exhausting. My child just turned 15 this year. I have to stay with her tonight. It's too frightening. Exactly. Every night children go missing. How long has it been? It's been a month already. Can't the government do something? Yin Yan's eyes flickered. Is it only aimed at the just 15-year-old boys and girls? After finishing the last bite of the rice cake, Yin Yan leaned back in the chair, lost in thought. Chatos raised her head, grains of rice still stuck to the corner of her mouth. Master, I can be the bait. Didn't he? I just turned 15 a few days ago. Yin Yan had a faint smile on her face, raised her hand, and tapped her chin. Well, after hearing this, it does seem the most suitable. However, Naomi, you need to think carefully. This is different from previous tasks. This time, it is more dangerous. China Mai looked at her resolutely, clenched her fists, and said, yes, I understand. Master, please believe in me. I can do it. Yin Yan looked at her and chuckled lightly, raising her hand to pinch the rice grain from the corner of her lips. All right, now may let go and went to do something. Qian Mei showed a brilliant smile. She dared to propose it without hesitation because she knew she had her master backing her up. 06 jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed against her face. Don't worry, I'll stick with you. Thank you, 06. 06 licked its paw and, hearing this, patted her head with its paw pad. After all, you are Yin Yan's stepson. Our family's child. But this is all physical work so tiring. After the mission, give me some dried fish. I want the spicy and salty ones. I'll make a big bowl full for 06 when we get back. Yin Yan, angry, my fists are clenched. I want to hit the cat today. Yin Yan looked at 06 with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. 06 broke out in a cold sweat under her gaze. Just a moment ago, feeling a bit smug, now it's over. Yin Yan gave it a meaningful glance and refocused her attention on the women who were still chatting. Listening quietly as they talked about going home, Yin Yan rested her chin on her hand and said, Naimei, tonight you take 06 for a walk in the alley at West Corner. I will hide and follow you. Be careful and prioritize your safety. Remember? Yes, master. I remember. Looking at Qian Mei's spirited demeanor, Yin Yan sighed softly. This little girl clearly wasn't taking her words to heart. 06 smacked its lips, looking speechless. How come I never noticed that this child is such a hot-blooded fool? After taking Qian Mei to the inn and booking a room, she helped her change into an outfit and applied light makeup. Looking at the cute and delicate Qian Mei in front of her, Yin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my disciple, she looks delightful. According to plan, Qian Mei chose to go out just before midnight. Yin Yan used her divine power to conceal her presence and quietly followed her from a distance. Qian Mei held a lantern in her hand, wearing a faint smile, while 06 snuggled motionlessly in her clothes. The two of them walked through the alley, where the night was deep and quiet, with a faint breeze blowing. In the shadows, the ground seemed to turn liquid and began to stir, only to disappear in an instant, leaving only the sound of gentle flowing water. Qian Mei kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings. Suddenly, a chill rose from her heart. As a ghost hunter, she immediately sensed that a ghost was approaching. The next moment, she relaxed her body. She couldn't reveal herself yet. Just as she stepped forward, the ground instantly blossomed like a flower, quickly wrapping her up. Yin Yan's eyes flickered slightly as she watched a figure emerge from beside the earthy flower bud. Dressed in a brown kimono, with a single horn on its head, The creature resembled a human, but was incredibly ugly, grinning malevolently. How lovely, what a beautiful child. Smells like fresh food. Is she still a maiden? She must be tender and unforgettable when eaten, the evil spirit sneered, reaching out with a perverse smile to caress the muddy flower that trapped Schwanamai. Schwanamai felt as if she were enveloped by something foul-smelling, but the dirty thing did not touch her, as 06 and Yunyan had cast a protective shield around her. However, her sense of smell was severely afflicted. 06, displeased, flicked its tail and covered its nose with its paws, the entire cat appearing unwell. The girl and the cat remained still, pretending to be unconscious. The evil spirit glanced around to confirm safety before swiftly navigating through the alley with a muddy flower that encased Schwanamai. The shadow of Yunyan flashed and followed, her golden eyes fixed unblinkingly on the evil spirit. Even from a distance, she could smell the stench. That damn thing must have terrified her Naime by now, right? Chapter 74. The New Waning Crescent, weak enough to deliver food. Following closely to a dilapidated shrine not far from the town, Yunyan crouched on a tree trunk, silently watching as the evil spirit broke through the ground, revealing its hiding place. Inside, there were about 7 or 8 boys and girls, all in a state of fear and panic. Confirming the location and situation, Yunyan used her mind to send a message to 06. Just as the evil spirit was about to throw Chianami inside, her eyes flashed, and 06 instantly tossed her sword from the space, naturally gripping the hilt. She swiftly unsheathed the sword, ice-breathing, second form, 9-fold ice blossom. The muddy earth was instantly shattered into pieces, and the fresh scent of the ice flower purified the foul odor in the air. The evil spirit was startled. Damn it, is it the Demon Slayer core? With a cry of surprise, it turned to run, but suddenly a shadow loomed over it. Yunyan, with a smile as cold as ice in her eyes, descended from the air. She kicked the evil spirit against a tree, smashing the wood, and watched it struggle to get up, softly saying, "Good evening." Chianami ran to her side, holding the sword. "Master." Yunyan touched her head, turned to look at the evil spirit whose bones she had kicked and who was now healing and getting up. It really looks like a groundhog. Master. What is a groundhog? Yunyan looked at Qian Na Mei's confused and curious expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking, so that's how it is. Seeing the evil spirit get up, Qian Na Mei rushed over with her sword. Breath of ice, 4th form, frost congeal. The evil spirit dodged her attack, but lost one hand in the process, and with a fierce expression, it extended its claws, trying to take the opportunity to crush her head. Yin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply with his eyes. In an instant, 06 dashed out, and with a swipe of its claw, as thick as a finger, shattered the demon's arm. 06 landed on the ground, disdainfully shaking off the demon's blood from its claws. A cold light flashed in Chuan Na Mei's eyes as she turned and swung her knife with force, aiming directly for the head. Breath of ice, 6th form. Ice Soul Dragon Howl. The blade slashed in a winding manner, and the demon was cut into several pieces, its head rolling on the ground, beginning to crumble and dissipate. Yunyan smiled as she looked at her, feeling gratified. Qianmi excitedly ran to her side, and Yunyan generously praised her. 06 silently watched from the side, thinking that if you're so good at giving compliments, why haven't you ever praised the group of fools under your command? It seems that this style of praise-oriented education never reaches those diligent idiots, right? Yunyan, what are these rough men praising? Are they praising them for only building muscles and not their brains? Praising them for having simple minds and developed limbs? Long brought the hidden ones to rescue these trapped boys and girls. Chitos went over to help, comforting those who were scared. Yunyan leaned against the tree with her arms crossed, looking lazy but actually on high alert. A faint rustling sound emerged, and Yunyan's eyes flickered. In an instant, her figure appeared beside an invisible person, swiftly lifting them and jumping several meters away. Almost at the moment they distanced themselves, several claw marks appeared on the ground where the invisible person had just been. Everyone was startled, and Chitome quickly drew her knife, getting ready for any danger. The cloud smoke set the person down, and the tears of the female hidden figure flew in all directions. Ice, Lord Ice Pillar. Thank you, thank you. Yunyan patted her head gently and comforted her in a soft tone. There's no need to be polite, just go to Nami's place. Yunyan looked at the forest in front of him, and a figure slowly emerged, illuminated by the moonlight. Dressed in a pure white haori, with pale skin and black hair. The demon's vertical pupils glimmered with a cold light, and the characters for lower 3 were engraved in his eyes. Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, finding Wutsan quite interesting. Did Xiaxian die completely and then come back? With so many people and such a lively atmosphere, how can you not include me? With a harmless smile on his face, he introduced himself. I am Xiaxian number 3. Manta Kayamai looked at him with disdain and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, Xiaxian? I didn't know how a weak little guy like you dared to show up. If you want to compete with us, at least bring a Xiaxian. With someone like you don't even measure up to my master. Originally quite tense, everyone was left speechless by her words, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Yunyan smiled helplessly upon hearing this, placing one hand on her hip with an expression of both helplessness and indulgence. Mei, even though the other party is weak, we should still be a bit humble. Mei stuck out her tongue, her face full of the expression that my master is here. No surprise. Mandala's forehead bulged with veins, and her false smile looked particularly sinister. She really is a sharp-tongued little girl. Being so good at humiliating others, she better be careful not to get left behind. Before Yunyan could say anything, the distant howling wind had already arrived, accompanied by a voice mixed with fiery anger. Breath of the Wind first form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Quangjin was just short of activating a red-eyed special effect, instantly appearing to slash at Manduo's arm. Manduo, with a dark expression, covered her wound as she fell to the side. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have lost his own head. Quangjin's forehead was bulging with veins as he pointed his knife at Manduo. Does it concern you whether she gets married or not? To say such malicious words to a lovely girl. Apologize to her first, then I will chop off your head. Yunyan, 0x0. Chuanmei saw Quangjin stepping up for her. Her delicate face turned rosy, and she shrank back a little, clutching her close. Yunyan sighed helplessly. It seemed that this pair was definitely going to be together. Yunyan couldn't get a hand in it all. Quangjin cursed while chopping off Manduo's head, and angrily stomped on his dissipating body several times. Yunyan, this guy has learned that kind of energy from Shimi, right? She and I looked at Yunyan eagerly, while Quangjin also looked at her with anticipation. In the end, Yunyan covered her face and said, all right, you two go back first. Mei, remember to go home and rest early. Okay, master. Don't worry. I will definitely make sure Mei gets home safely. Yunyan, I'm really worried. The two of them left first, and Yunyan waited for the Yin group to finish packing up, carrying these half-grown boys and girls, before following them to the nearby Wisteria house. Because she decided to go to Misty Mountain after this mission, she simply wouldn't return to the ice residence, as it's a bit far from Misty Mountain. The final selection day is approaching, so she plans to guide Tanjiro first, and then go visit Mr. Kanroji to guide Jinya. Yunyan was busy going around in circles. She thought she could take a break for 2 days, but was told that she had to go for the final selection to be a guard. Yunyan is getting numb, standing on the high platform with a blank face. 2 little girls are standing beside him. Yunyan looked at Araki Hikari with silence. Hikari, you don't need to wear women's clothing anymore. Araki Hikari raised his head seriously. However, I have already gotten used to appearing like this. Moreover, Muzan has not been eliminated yet, so it is not very safe for me to appear in my own form. Yunyan, absurd yet reasonable, as long as you're happy. Watching the participants gather one by one for the selection, in the end, a few familiar faces arrived, but they stood too far back. Thank you all for coming tonight to participate in the final selection trial of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this Wisteria Mountain, many evil spirits captured by the Demon Slayer swordsmen are imprisoned. They cannot leave this place because at the foot of the mountain to halfway up, there blooms a large number of wisteria flowers that evil spirits despise throughout the 4 seasons. However, from this point onward, there are no more wisteria flowers blooming, hence the presence of many evil spirits. The condition for the final selection is to survive here for 7 days. So, I wish you all good luck in your endeavors. After each person spoke, 2 of them bowed and said the final wish. The participants walked into the mountain one after another. Yunyan crossed her arms and watched their figures, then suddenly spoke, I will also enter the mountain. If anyone withdraws midway or encounters an evil spirit they cannot defeat, they can shout for help, and I will come to bring them out. Her voice fell into the ears of the young boys and girls participating in the selection. Most of them were momentarily stunned, glanced at her curiously, and then entered the mountain. Only 4 figures stopped in their tracks. Tanjiro waved energetically and greeted her. Sister Yunyan, long time no see. Yunyan smiled back. Long time no see. Good luck in the selection. Yes, I will. Tanjiro, holding his sword, charged confidently into the mountains. Chapter 75, Blurred Emotions. Jinya looked at her with bright eyes, and Yunyan smiled at him, mouthing the words good luck as she watched him run into the mountains. Looking at the gun and the sword behind him, Those were artifacts she specially forged. Although it was her first time making them, she could easily craft the sword. But she had truly wasted several furnaces on a gun. Thinking about how Jinya couldn't use breathing techniques, the basic breathing technique only allowed him to attack like an ordinary team member. It was certain that the weapons would break or be unsuitable. But with the artifact in hand, killing the weak demons here would be as easy as splashing water. Kanaho obediently bowed to her, and Yunyan smiled and nodded. Turning around, she saw a blond boy not far away, looking at her with tearful eyes, resembling a dandelion. Yunyan, all right, I know you're Zenitsu. Now hurry up and get in there for the selection, okay? At this moment, Zenitsu was almost scared out of his mind. Seeing Yunyan, he rushed over and shouted, "Wah? Big sister, I finally get to see you again. It's so scary here. After I separated from you, I met my grandpa. Grandpa trained me, and I don't want to disappoint him. But it's really terrifying here. I might die. I really might die." Yunyan's eyelids twitched as this guy's annoying high-pitched voice was really loud. She gently patted his back and looked down at him, saying, "Zenitsu, you'll definitely be fine, right? Those evil spirits can't defeat you. You will surely come back alive, right?" Zenitsu looked at her beautiful face, which was filled with a gentle smile, and he felt as if he was on fire with excitement. "Yes, that's right. I will definitely come back alive to see Big Sister." Yunyan watched him almost instantly rush into the mountains and forests, as if she could see the lightning behind him, twitching the corner of her lips. This guy is too scary. Rubbing her forehead, she looked down at Huilizai and thought, "Just ask whatever you want." Huilizai hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sister Yunyan, why do you want to go into?" Yunyan looked at the mountains and forests, knowing that they were still children with a bright future ahead. If they didn't succeed this time, perhaps they would succeed next time. Life is precious, and it shouldn't be wasted at a young age. The journey of life is long and arduous. Some people have deep potential, but it develops slowly, while others have a rapid burst of potential. Everything is an unknown. After Yunyan finished speaking, several figures jumped into the forest, concealing their presence and moving through the trees. For a full 7 days, Yunyan managed to safely escort nearly all the team members who were calling for help out, watching them leave. In the end, just like in the original storyline, only 5 people successfully passed the selection. Yunyan rubbed her brow and, upon seeing Inosuke, couldn't help but beat him up. This guy disappeared right after the selection ended. Because of her, Jinya didn't need to choose any or. Instead, he happily took his own crow and left first. Yunyan exhaled and looked at Schwami, who was much more cheerful than in the original story, with a satisfied smile. With his hands behind his back, he quietly observed the 3 people in front of him as they chose their oars, confirming that they were correct and had no doubts before walking over to Kanaho. Rubbing her head, he congratulated her for working hard. Seeing her unresponsive, Yunyan wasn't annoyed and smiled as he congratulated Tanjiro, chatting with him for a while until he was startled by Zenitsu's high-pitched voice, which made his head buzz. After finally calming Zenitsu down, Yunyan felt completely drained, as if his soul was about to leave his body. After bidding farewell to the 3, Yunyan rushed back at the fastest speed, not going home, but directly to the wind house. Shimi had just finished practicing with a sword and was still wiping his body with a towel when suddenly someone burst through the door. Instinctively wanting to kick, he realized it was Yunyan and quickly restrained himself, standing up straight and about to ask in confusion when he was suddenly tackled into an embrace. Clouds of smoke and dust rushed into his embrace, her face buried in the crook of his neck, rubbing against him. "Let me hug you," she said. She hadn't rested for a full 7 days and barely closed her eyes to sleep, already exhausted to the limit and in need of recharging. Shimi frowned, instinctively holding her tighter. "What have you been doing? 7 days without rest and hardly any sleep. Aren't you afraid of sudden death?" Yunyan pouted and tightened her embrace. "Don't talk about me being called by the Lord to the final selection for the guards. I'm really exhausted, like a spoiled child." Yunyan clung to him and refused to leave. Shimi's face turned red as he looked around, confirming that no one was there, and he picked her up, walking towards the room. The smoke curled around his neck as he squinted his eyes. It was quite a coincidence that he came here. Shimi's figure was really nice. He laid her on the bed, sat beside her, and pressed her head onto his lap, letting her rest on his legs. Yunyan blinked her eyes at him, while Shimi blushed and tilted her head to the side. "Then just sleep for a while. Quan will come back around noon to cook. I'll call you when it's time to eat." He lowered his head to meet Yunyan's gaze, blushing but still trying to look fierce. "No matter what happens next time, you need to rest well, understand? The wisteria flowers are blooming everywhere. You don't need to risk your life to guard them." The smoke curled around her lips as she lay on her side, facing inward, her arms wrapped around his waist, her face pressed against his abdomen. Her voice was lazy and a bit hoarse. Got it, good night. Shimi stiffened, allowing her to hold him and soften his voice. Sleep now. Yunyan fell asleep almost instantly, while Shimi lowered her head, resting her arm on her bent leg and gently patting her back with her other hand. Listening to her steady breathing and gazing at her quiet, obedient sleeping face, his usually fierce eyes softened to the point of being gentle. The sunlight outside fell on the two of them, with a refreshing breeze blowing, creating a scene of peaceful times. This mode of interaction had made him forget about the letter he had never dared to send. The two were like a couple who had been together for a long time, or intimate like an engaged couple. They had never spoken the words, "I like you" or "I love you," yet their actions unconsciously revealed their mutual care and affection. Shimi smiled silently, feeling that this was quite nice. There was a hint of melancholy in her heart. This layer of hazy feelings just needed a window pane to be broken through. They were both like this, reserved yet generous. Chapter 76. The Cold Village, healing scars when Tanjiro returned to the misty mountains. He had just rested when he noticed 06 sitting by his bedside. Spirit Beast, what are you doing here? Did Sister Yunyan come? 06 licked its paw and looked at Tanjiro with a gentle gaze. Yunyan hasn't come. She asked me to stay by your side. Now that you've successfully passed the selection and joined the Demon Slayer Corps, you'll definitely be taking Nezuko along for missions, right? She asked me to stay here to protect you. Nami has a carefree yet gentle guy with her, so you don't need to worry about me. And don't keep calling me Spirit Beast, just call me 06. Let's work hard together from now on. Tanjiro took a moment to react, a bright smile on his face. Yes, I understand, 06. Please take care of me from now on. Oh, you're quite energetic, boy. 06 climbed onto his shoulder with a swish, happily wagging its tail. At this moment, Yunyan expresses that she feels extremely bad. She was called to do a task right after waking up. Actually, doing tasks isn't a big deal, but the problem is, why is this place so bizarre? In the middle of July, the Ghost Gate opens. When the Ghost Gate opens, ghosts and monsters appear. The ghosts and monsters suffer and sell tofu. The tofu goes bad, and they set up a stall for eggs. Eggs, crack, and a brother comes out to pay respects at the grave. Inside, a grandmother comes out to burn incense. And inside, a girl comes out to light a lamp, but when she's thrown into the river, she can't come back. Yunyan had a tense expression, standing next to Shimi and Ihei, who shared the same expression and were sweating profusely. The three of them watched the children in the village, who were dribbling a ball and singing a strange rhyme, feeling a chill down their spines. What kind of creepy thing are they singing? Shimi cursed softly, his gaze shifting uncomfortably elsewhere as he subtly moved closer to Yunyan. Ihei remained silent and still, yet unexpectedly synchronized with Shimi. The corners of Yunyan's eyes twitched. You two are not afraid of ghosts in a physical sense, yet you're scared of this kind of ghost? It's clearly still daytime, but the village feels chillingly eerie. Yunyan raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and rested her chin on her hand. It seems that this task won't be so easy to solve. This place doesn't feel like a normal village. Listening to this eerie song, it feels like there's more than just ghosts. Could there be monsters too? With a smile that curled her lips, Yunyan casually dropped a remark that nearly triggered a response from both of them, saying, "You never know." She stepped into the village, and with each step, the chilly feeling grew stronger. Her bright golden eyes lightly scanned the streets. Neither the children nor the villagers seemed to be drawn by their presence. Instead, they moved like puppets, engrossed in their own tasks, their faces calm and expressionless. Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. Hey, Yunyan, don't walk so fast on your own. Shimi frowned and hurried a few steps to walk alongside her. Ihei silently followed, occasionally glancing around. Damaru shrank beside his neck, too scared to move, with tears in his eyes. After walking around, everything felt eerie and strange, not like ghosts, but rather supernatural. Kyuso, what the hell is this place? Shimi said with a dark expression, his muscles tensed. Ihei stood silently between the two, feeling overwhelmed. This place was truly too strange. Yunyan tilted her head, looking at the wooden frame in front of her, which seemed empty at first glance. However, through her divine eyes, she could see the ghostly energy hanging above it. It wasn't an evil spirit, but a true ghost in the literal sense. It seems I'll need to use some special methods. The two were taken aback by her words and turned to look at her. Yunyan formed a hand seal with one hand, and a golden formation spread out beneath her feet, with specks of golden light emanating from the formation. Yunyan wore a trace of lazy smile on her expressionless face and slowly spoke. In the 8 desolations and the underworld, the 10 ghost generals of the underworld. The 6th general by Shao, summoned by the solitary one, come before the 3. Suddenly, a large gate filled with skulls and thorns rose from the ground. The silver gate slowly opened, and a chilling, ghostly aura instantly spread out. Amidst the white mist, a figure stepped out, respectfully kneeling on one knee before Yunyan. As the mist dissipated, a girl with white hair, her eyes entirely white, dressed in a magnificent white brocade robe appeared before the 3. The girl's voice was gentle, clear like flowing water. In accordance with my lord's command, the 10 ghost generals of the underworld, the 6th general by Shao, has come to meet the Blood Ghost Emperor. Please, Emperor, give your orders. Go and see what is in this village. If necessary, take action and capture them. Yes, my subordinate obeys. Bai Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared, and at the moment she left, the large gate and the thick ghostly aura also vanished. Yunyan stretched lazily and casually sat on a nearby chair, waving at the 2. Come on, don't just stand there. With Bai Zhao around, let us take a break. Shimi and Yi exchanged a glance. Although they were truly shocked, it was possible that this was something beyond their ability to discern. So, they silently sat in the chairs beside her. Yunyan directly took some rice cakes and a bucket of matcha from the bag on Shimi's back. Taking out cups from her own space, she said, come on, relax a bit. No matter how fast Bai Zhao is, we still have to wait until evening. Shimi looked at her helplessly. Is this really appropriate? Yi remained silent, but his eyes questioned her. Yunyan waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm taking care of them. When it's time to work, they better pull their weight. Otherwise, are they just here to eat for free? The 2 were momentarily speechless, as long as she was happy. Eating rice cakes and drinking tea, Yunyan watched as Yi deliberately covered his mouth with his sleeve while eating, resting his chin on his hand and looking at him. Why was Yi trying to hide it? Shimi paused mid-bite, surprised, thinking, this guy? Why is he asking so straightforwardly? Yi froze for a moment, looking down. I was afraid to scare you. Suddenly feeling a weight on his head, Yunyan rubbed his hair. No, if you need it, I can help you heal. They are them, and you're just yourself. If a white lotus is rescued from a swamp, it may be pure. But if it judges itself to be impure just because it grew in the swamp, then that's a bit hasty. Yunyan smiled gently. White is white, no matter how it is rendered. Even if it is covered in dust, white will last forever, unchangeable. Then she changed back to her mischievous smile. Well, we are all good friends. Let's eat generously. Then she looked at Damaru, pulled out some dried fish from somewhere, and handed it over. Does Damaru eat dried fish? It's made by Nami. It's really delicious. Iha's pupils trembled slightly, while Shimi quieted down, looking at Yunyan with soft eyes. Iha was stunned for a moment, no longer hiding his scars, thinking of Miru. He spoke softly. Really, can it be restored? Of course, Iha, what are we waiting for? Shimi patted his shoulder. Iha pressed his lips together, looking at her seriously. Can we do it now? I can wait until we go back to talk about it. Do you need me to prepare anything? Yunyan raised her finger, and Ihe's face was enveloped in a golden light. As the light dissipated, the terrifying scars were healed. That handsome and delicate face appeared just like that. Shimi widened her eyes so fast. It's already healed. Ihe was stunned as he touched the corner of his lips, smooth. There was no rough sensation. Yunyan snapped her fingers and smiled as she spoke. You're welcome. Chapter 77, Blood Sacrifice Array, The Mysterious Man. Just like that, Yunyan sat in the dilapidated village until evening, resting her chin on her hand and staring blankly. Shimi crossed her arms, impatiently shaking her leg, while Ihe, whose face had healed and with no one else around, was no longer bandaged. The 2 clearly had become extremely impatient waiting. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and they both yawned in unison. Shimi thought they were just tired from waiting and wanted to stand up and stretch, but her head suddenly felt heavy, and her body swayed. She quickly braced herself on the table, wondering what was happening. Everything went dark in front of her, and she tilted to one side. Yunyan quickly got up and caught her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Ihe was startled. Nishikawa, his eyelids felt heavy as lead, and he collapsed onto the table. Yunyan frowned, one arm around Shimi and the other resting on the hilt of her knife. Her tone was devoid of emotion. This is quite rude of you. Did you want to do something by specifically making them faint? Yunyan's fingers moved subtly, a faint golden light merging into the bodies of the 2, instantly breaking their slumber. Hearing her voice, the 2 understood and pretended to be asleep. But Shimi's body was too stiff, his nostrils filled with the fresh scent of fur and a hint of sandalwood from Yunyan. His ears red as if they were about to bleed. Noticing that the person in her arms was too rigid, Yunyan quietly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Shimi shivered and gritted his teeth. This guy was actually making small moves. 06 indignantly. So mischievous, right? Shimi threw a punch at 06. Don't speak ill of Yunyan. You scoundrel. The strength of these two men made me wary, but you are different. Compared to them, although you seem dangerous, your strength should be inferior. A woman walked in from outside, and Yunyan looked at her expressionlessly, her gaze scrutinizing. The woman who entered was dressed in a shaman's outfit, her skin ghostly pale. Her eyes human, but she had ghostly horns on her head. Yunyan looked at her with an amused expression. Oh, so you want to keep me here? What are you planning to do? It's nothing personal. I just don't want to be disturbed by what happens next. After all, a weak human, even with some special abilities, can't resist a goddess. The woman coldly looked at Yunyan, and her words almost made Yunyan burst out laughing. Yunyan silently helped Shimi to the chair, letting him lie on the table like Ihei, while she sat beside him, tilting her head and propping her chin on her hand. After all this talk, he is just a lonely soul with some skills, a wild ghost for hundreds of years, accumulating some energy, and really thinks he is a deity? You're quite amusing. It seems that when you became a ghost, you forgot to bring your brain along, otherwise you wouldn't say such laughable things. The woman frowned tightly, her gaze unfriendly. Human, watch your words. Who do you think you're talking to? Yunyan sat up straight, smiling as she crossed her arms and looked at her. In the next moment, a figure appeared, and the woman was forcefully pressed down, her head smashed into the ground. Bai Zhao's forehead pulsed with veins, her eyes filled with rage. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to the emperor like that? Then she raised her head, panic written all over her face. Her subordinate was late, allowing such a small character to disrespect the emperor and offend him. Please forgive this offense, your majesty. I will take care of her right away. Yunyan raised his hand to stop her movements, while Bai Zhao respectfully knelt on the ground, pressing the ghost girl's head firmly to prevent her from getting up. Yunyan patted Shimi and Ikihira, saying, all right, stop pretending, it's time. The two silently sat up. Shimi's face darkened, veins bulging, and without saying a word, he drew his sword, cursing as he walked over. What the hell is this? I put up with you for too long. I don't care if you're a demon or some damn random thing. If you can't keep your mouth shut, I'll help you. Ikihira didn't move, but Damaru had already crawled over, ready to bite. Yunyan's fingers tapped on the table lightly, her expression calm. Hey, don't be angry yet. Just listen to the information Bai Zhao gathered. Shimi snorted coldly, sheathed her knife, and stood beside Yunyan with her arms crossed, looking displeased. Dingwan still gave that woman a bite, only to find that it couldn't grasp anything. The entire snake was not doing well. Bai Zhao lowered his head, his tone gentle, completely unlike the explosive anger he had just moments ago. Reporting to the emperor, after my investigation, there's an altar in this village. Judging by its arrangements and patterns, it should be a sacrificial formation. This formation is a blood sacrifice array. It seems someone intends to use the lives of the entire village to alter their fate. Meanwhile, the bodies of the deceased villagers will be dealt with by the evil ghosts of this world. That evil ghost has already been slain by my subordinate. And the real culprit behind the formation should not be the scraps my subordinate is holding down. This woman is merely a lonely soul from 100 years ago with shallow cultivation. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, while Shimi and Ihei felt a chill run down their spines, and their anger surged within them. To change one person's fate at the cost of the entire village's lives? Are you kidding me? What a ridiculous thing. What do they take life for? Shimi's eyes were bloodshot with anger, and his hands were cracking as he clenched them tightly. Ihei frowned and asked, Tsujikuni, can you find the person behind this? Yunyan's eyes curved slightly. Wasn't this already about to be found? She looked towards the door, and the two people followed her gaze, puzzled. Outside the door, a man with his face obscured by a straw hat appeared silently. His black robe was tightly wrapped around him, with only his bare hands, pale like a ghost. Damn it! Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Shimi drew his sword and rushed forward, while Yunyan sat quietly, and Ihei drew his sword to help. Yunyan glanced sideways at Bai Zhao and said, take this fool away. Let Minglan investigate her past thoroughly and carry out all the punishment she deserves. After 1,000 years, the order was given, and the subordinate took his leave. Bai Zhao directly grabbed the female ghost by the neck and vanished before Yunyan. Yunyan slowly stood up, stretched a bit, and sighed, why do I feel like I'm the weakest one? It's really strange. At the moment when Shimi and Ihei attacked, the person at the door slightly raised his head, revealing a strange smile as he curled his lips. He lifted his hand, holding a bell. With a gentle shake, the bell emitted a clear, ethereal sound. Shimi and Ahei felt a sudden jolt in their heads, as if their souls were struck by a hammer. Their bodies froze in reaction, and their strength seemed to be suddenly drained. The two fell to the ground, with Shimi propping himself up with his arm, shaking his head vigorously. The feeling of weakness made him feel as if he were in an unreal world. Everything was soft and light, while the knife in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Kyuso, I can't muster any strength. What the hell is this guy? A thin layer of sweat appeared on Ahei's forehead, his eyes slightly dazed, then returning to clarity, fluctuating back and forth. His voice was weak, that bell. The man with the bell chuckled ominously, his voice grating like a broken wind instrument. You two can equal an entire village. If you both offer your blood to me, I will become the one with the best fate. Today, my luck is really good. Yunyan walked towards the man, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife. Looking helpless, I said, at least I'm still here. Don't just ignore me like that. The man lifted his head, revealing his pitch-black eyes, including the whites, which shocked Shimi and Ahei, who widened their eyes in disbelief. That lonely soul is truly useless. What can you do? That dangerous woman has already left, and you're just a human, at best a stepping stone on my path to becoming a deity. The man scoffed, his dark eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. But when he met Yunyan's seemingly smiling expression, fear flashed across his face. Wait, why can't I see through your fate? This is impossible. There can't be an existence I can't see through. Who exactly are you? Yunyan sneered. You have the smell I hate the most on you. The formation was taught by that evil god, right? As expected, I should have ignored the words of the heavens back then and not left even a wisp of his soul. I should have just stabbed him to death with a single shot. The cloud smoke pulled out the divine weapon, the phoenix. The blade glimmered with a faint golden light under the moonlight, and the light gradually gathered, revealing a huge phantom of a phoenix behind her. The surrounding blue-white mist was pushed back by the light, and Shimi and Ahei felt their bodies lighten. The two of them gripped their blades and stood up again, clenched their fists, and their vision brightened. They had recovered. Yunyan revealed a malicious smile, thinking it better to consider how many knives you can withstand from them, rather than being entangled in who I am. The man was taken aback as Shinmi and Ahei rushed at him with murderous intent, 2 knives, one above and one below, ready to strike him. Shinmi's pupils narrowed to the smallest size as he coldly said, Die, scum. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising sandstorm. Ahei, holding his knife, his eyes flashed with cold light. Go down and atone for your sins. Snake breathing, first form, serpent's curve slash. Chapter 78. Yunyan gets serious. Excessive use of divine power. The butterfly mansion embraces sleep. The man was practically biting his own molars, his hands claw-like, shadow, spirit shield. A pitch-black disc flew out from the man's arms, instantly transforming into a gray mist that enveloped him, blocking the attacks from the two. The knives struck the mist, and both were sent flying away. Yunyan quickly sheathed the knife, her figure flickering as she caught each person with one hand. The 3 landed on the ground, and Shimi and Ahei wanted to rush over, but Yunyan pressed down on their shoulders. Wait, this isn't your battle. The words of Yunyan clearly startled the two, and as Yunyan stepped out from between them, under their worried and confused gazes, she raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Golden waves of energy surged, and her black hair gradually transformed into a silvery white color, her brilliant golden eyes shimmering. The overwhelming divine power caused the man's knees to buckle, and he hurriedly pulled a dusty token from his pocket and crushed it, screaming, Evil God, save me. The surroundings were enveloped by the sounds of wailing and agonized screams. A terrifying aura shrouded the area, gradually coalescing into several figures. From ethereal mist emerged a few oddly dressed individuals, each wearing a faceless mask. Before they could speak, their bodies suddenly froze. Yunyan let out a light laugh, thinking it was that guy, but it turned out to be you few little minions, just in time. She raised her hand, grasping the light that gathered in her palm. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar. In the void above, the dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry echoed as the golden divine dragon and the black demon dragon intertwined and flew, transforming into a long spear that landed in her hand. The pitch-black spear was entwined with golden dragon patterns. The cloud and smoke from the gun indicate a few people. The wave of air lifts up, and the hems of their clothes flutter. A cold and stunning face carries a defiant smile. In the dance of the dragon, with the swift wind, the figure flashes, and the long spear strikes like a bamboo being broken, sweeping past. The raging wind transforms into a divine dragon, and in an instant, those who had just appeared, not even having the chance to show off, are directly struck into a state of panic. Yin casually turned her long spear and rested on her back, her cold and beautiful face filled with a sense of killing intent. With her back straight, the spear's tip rested on the man's shoulder as she tilted her head, revealing a mocking smile. In front of the solitary figure, you've kicked the door to the underworld. The man widened his eyes, staring at her in a daze. It must be fake. He must be dreaming, right? Those people are gods. How could they be wiped out by this woman with a single spear? Just as the man was lost in self-doubt, a large crimson door suddenly rose behind him, marked with what appeared to be dried bloodstains. The door opened, and a thick stench of blood wafted out. Amidst the red mist, a man with black hair and red eyes, handsome and resolute with a sturdy build, stepped out in dark battle armor. He respectfully knelt on one knee before Yin, the 10 infernal generals, a general of blood and death, paying homage to the emperor. Yin raised an eyebrow. Did your wife send you here? The expressionless face of Xia Shui, filled with hostility, instantly flushed with a hint of red, ears turning pink. I was notified by Bai Xiao, the subordinate of the emperor. He stammered, "We are not yet." Yin silently curled her lips, wondering how long it had been without success. All right, I understand now. Take this person away. Go back and reflect on why you haven't found a wife after thousands of years. Xia Shui was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry, cupping his hands in salute and accepting the order. He grabbed the man and snatched the bell from his hand. With a casual grip, the bell shattered into pieces that scattered on the ground. The man, realizing what had happened, cried out for mercy, only to be knocked unconscious by Xia Shui's punch. Yin relaxed his grip on the long spear, which transformed into scattered beams of light and faded away with the disappearance of the sinister blood. The mist that had lingered in the village cleared completely, the cold and eerie atmosphere vanished, and the warmth of summer returned. Yin let out a breath. Her silvery long hair turned back to black, and her body swayed before falling backward. Shimi and Ahei were startled and rushed forward. Yin, Tokikuni. Shimi quickly pulled her into his arms and half knelt on the ground, while Ahei squatted down, both of them nervously watching Yin, who had her eyes closed. Yin, what happened? Are you hurt? Tokikuni, are you okay? Yin rubbed against Shimi, her voice filled with exhaustion. It's nothing, just a bit of overuse of divine power. I'll be fine after a short sleep. She cursed the two-dimensional deity in her heart once again. Damn two-dimensional deity, can't handle her divine power, causing me to end up like this. Just a little more use of divine power, and I feel like I'm going to die. What a piece of garbage. The two confirmed again, and upon seeing that she was indeed overly fatigued, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shimi tightened her embrace and lifted Yin up. I'll take her back first. Hey, can you investigate here a bit more? Okay, got it. Shimi quickly flew towards the butterfly house with Yin, while Ahei, holding a knife, swiftly moved through the village. Confirming there were no evil spirits, he noticed that the villagers seemed exhausted for a long time, suddenly relaxing, each of them deeply asleep. Ahei circled around and eventually found an inconspicuous house outside the village, marked with cinnabar drawings, and inside there was something resembling an altar. He swung his knife and smashed the entire house, then checked around to ensure there was no danger before allowing his crows to inform the hidden ones. When they arrived and checked the villagers, the result was just excessive mental stress and fatigue, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. Only then did Ahei leave. Shimi sat beside the hospital bed, holding Yin's hand, her gaze lowered as she fell into darkness. Images of what had happened kept flashing through her mind. Is this the power of a god? That overwhelming sense of oppression and strength, the power that can overturn everything. Shimi looked at the sleeping Yin, noticing a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and picked up a wet towel to gently wipe her. She tidied up her messy hair and tucked the blanket back in. Gazing at Yin's somewhat pale face, Shimi slowly leaned in and placed a kiss on her lips. Sitting up straight, her eyes filled with determination, she whispered, I will become stronger. No matter if you are a god or a human, I will be the man standing by your side, and only I can. Just then, her hand was suddenly pulled down by a force, causing her to fall onto the bed. Shimi widened her eyes, meeting Yin's gaze, which had opened without her noticing. Yin's golden eyes were full of laughter, and Shimi could visibly see her neck turning red up to her ears, her heart racing rapidly. What did you wake up? She felt uneasy, realizing that everything she had just said and done might have been heard by this girl. Yin smiled gently, tilted her body slightly to make enough space for a person to lie down, and with a firm grip, Shimi had no choice but to lie down beside her. Feeling somewhat self-destructive, he spoke up with a tone of helplessness. Why don't you answer my question? Yunyan nestled into his embrace, her face pressed against his chest, her arms wrapped around his waist, listening to the strong and powerful sound of his heartbeat, muffled. From the moment you kissed me, I knew I was waiting for you. But for now, let us just sleep together. My divine power has been overused, and I feel so cold. Shimi was taken aback, allowing her to rest her head on his arm while his other hand touched her arm, feeling the abnormally cold temperature. Startled, he quickly pulled the blanket over Yunyan, wrapping her tightly in his arms, using his body heat to warm her. Let's sleep, accompanied by her steady breathing. Shimi quietly watched her for a while before succumbing to sleep himself. That night, the two embraced each other in slumber. Chapter 79. Heading to the shallow grass, so that's how it is. The use of divine power has its limitations, and the side effects of overuse can lead to extreme fatigue, even causing fainting on the spot. Kanai was quickly taking notes, while Yunya nodded as she ate a rice cake. Yes, gods are not omnipotent. They also face restrictions. To be precise, it's the limitations imposed on gods by this world. Yunyan raised her hand, gathering a fist-sized ball of light in her palm, with a coin-sized ball of light beside it. Just like these two, the smaller one represents this world, while the larger one represents my divine power. If there were no restrictions on me, the larger ball of light would instantly engulf the smaller one. Yunyan wore a helpless expression, as if she would be obliterated just like this small ball of light. Kane's pupils trembled, as she smiled knowingly. I see now. However, when Yunyan is on a mission, she should try her best not to use divine power. If she must use it, there must be someone accompanying her. Yunyan smiled and nodded, chatting with Kanai for a while before watching her leave. Lying on the bed, she felt a sense of quietude. In her mind, the image of Kanai with a smile kept replaying, asking when she and Shimi would get married. Yunyan rubbed her forehead. Marriage, huh? Considering the current situation, it seems that Shimi won't have such thoughts before everything is settled. Moreover, in the current Demon Slayer Corps, members can fall in love and get married, but they cannot have children, because if a child is born and the parents die in battle, it will be irresponsible to the child. This has also led to the vast majority of members having no thoughts in that regard, and very few even consider marrying someone from the outside world. They're all a group of very responsible people. The feeling of physical weakness had not completely faded, so Yunyan turned over, hugged her pillow, and closed her eyes. Well, since there is nothing to do right now, I might as well sleep a bit more. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was on his way to Asakusa with Nezuko when he coincidentally ran into Chinami, who was also headed to Asakusa. A member of the Kamado Corps. Tanjiro was taken aback by her call, but out of politeness, he responded, "Hello, I am Kamado Tanjiro, and you are?" Chinami breezed over to him, playfully putting her arm around his shoulder. Hello, I'm Chinami, Kimono Masachika, wind warning." Tanjiro's face turned red, and upon hearing her words, he smiled brightly. "You are Union Senpai's stepson, right? What a coincidence to meet you here." Chinami giggled, her charming face full of excitement. Yes. Are you also going to Asakusa? Me too. There's a new dessert shop there, and I really want to try it. Then I'll bring some back from Master and Mr. Kimono, and Mr. Tanjiro. Do you want to go together? Is that okay? Of course it is. The two little ones chatted all the way as they headed towards Asakusa, surrounded by little pink flowers. Yunyan had a good sleep and restored her energy. After changing her clothes and taking her knife, she greeted Shinobu and Kane before leaving the butterfly mansion. Longluo settled on Yunyan's shoulder, first rubbing against her cheek before speaking. "Lady Yunyan, Nami went to Asakusa and said she would bring back some delicious cakes for you." Yunyan's lips curved into a smile, and Nami was still as warm-hearted as before. "Wait, Asakusa?" Yunyan's eyes sharpened, and she concentrated her breath before rushing out in an instant, leading the way to Asakusa. "Yes." Long was taken aback and quickly flew at full speed to guide her. On the way, they encountered Kwang Jin, and without a word, Yunyan pulled him along, forcing him to run wildly with her. "Yunyan, why are we running like this? Is something wrong?" Yunyan's face turned dark. It was serious. "Don't ask, hurry up. Nam Mei is in danger." Kwang Jin's heart sank, and he quickly followed her, hand on the knife at his waist. The two ran, one in front and one behind, arriving at Asakusa in the evening. Yunyan hurriedly searched for Chinanami, secretly cursing, "This little girl, although she is warm-hearted, can't she at least not come to Asakusa right now?" Chinanami, who was being mentioned, was at that moment carrying a cake and arrived at a small stall with Tanjiro. "We can't just eat desserts. We need to have a proper meal." "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen." "All right." Chinanami smiled as she sat down on a chair. Tanjiro placed the box down, opened the door, and Nezuko crawled out, rubbing her eyes. Chinanemi's eyes lit up. Is this Nezuko that Master mentioned? So cute. Can I hug her? Please. Chinanemi looked at Tanjiro with sparkling eyes. Tanjiro scratched his head, smiled, and said, You can ask Nezuko. I think it should be fine. Chinanemi turned to Nezuko, her eyes shining. Nezuko, can I hug you? Nezuko looked at her, her eyes squinting with a smile, raised her arms, and said, Sure. Chinanemi hugged Nezuko tightly, rubbing her face against Nezuko's. So cute. Nezuko is so cute. Tanjiro looked at Chinanemi and Nezuko with gentle eyes. Thank you, Senior Chinanemi. Chinanemi looked at him in confusion. Why are you thanking me? Tanjiro shyly scratched his head. Because Nezuko like this, not many people would accept her, right? Chinanemi blinked and smiled gently. Maybe, but I really like Nezuko. Even though she is a demon, she is so cute. Besides, Master said that Nezuko protects humans and is on the side of humanity. She hasn't harmed or eaten anyone, so I really like Nezuko. While they were talking, a strong smell of blood filled their nostrils, and the harmonious atmosphere instantly dissipated. Tanjiro and Chinanemi suddenly stood up, their eyes wide open. Tanjiro ran out first, and Chinanemi turned to the boss and shouted, Boss, we'll be leaving for a moment. Please watch over my sister for us. We'll eat the noodles when we come back. Oh, hurry back. I'll cook the noodles later, otherwise. They'll be mushy and one tea tastes good. All right, thank you. Chinanemi placed Nezuko on the chair, picked up a knife, and chased after Tanjiro. Tanjiro weaved through the crowd, looking at a man in the distance wearing a white top hat, with black hair and a pair of crimson eyes. The smell of blood and decay was coming from him. Remembering the man he encountered on the mountain, who was in a similar state, and what his teacher, Yuro Kadaki, had said, Tanjiro's pupils constricted. His previously gentle face was now filled with rage. Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan was taken aback, turning to meet Tanjiro's furious gaze, which seemed ready to kill him. Upon seeing Tanjiro's appearance and earrings, his pupils constricted. Yurichi Tsujikuni. This is impossible. That man has been dead for a long time. Tanjiro walked towards him, struggling to push through the crowd. Chinanemi chased after him, her eyes widening in fear upon hearing his shout. Muzan Kibutsuji. The Demon King is here. Fearing that Tanjiro, a new Hashira, might get into trouble, she exerted all her strength to push through the crowd. She was an upper rank, a senior. She was the successor of the Ice Pillar. Even if a fight broke out, she should have enough strength to buy time for Tanjiro to escape. Chapter 80. Meeting Muzan again, kidnapping Tamayo and Yashiro. Chinanemi was small in stature, and amidst the massive crowd, even as a successor, she was nearly knocked over. Suddenly, a pair of large hands supported her waist, and she fell into a solid, warm embrace. Chinanemi looked up to see Kyuka's worried face. Are you all right, Chinanemi? Chinanemi's face flushed red. Kyuka-san, how did you get here? Kyuka chuckled lightly, blushing as he scratched his head. Your master brought me here. Huh, did master come too? Chinanemi looked around, seeing only the backs of people and unable to see anything else, when suddenly her body was lifted off the ground. Kyuka securely held her up, allowing her to sit on his arm. Now you should be able to see clearly, right? Chinanemi's face turned red, and she suddenly felt scared when she was lifted, tightening her grip around Kyuka's neck. That's enough. Thank you, Kyuka-san. Hee. No need to be polite. Chinanemi blushed and looked around, and sure enough, she saw Yunyan, with a smirk, holding onto a man's hand. The man's fingernails were sharp like a demon's, a deep blue color. Found it. Over there. Kyuka followed the direction Chinanemi pointed, protecting her as he quickly squeezed through the crowd towards Yunyan. Muzan's face darkened as he tried to shake off Yunyan's grip, only to find that his wrist had been broken by Yunyan without him realizing it. Yunyan protected Tanjiro behind her, looking at him with a seemingly smiling expression. Sir, my child may have mistaken you for someone else. His attitude is indeed a bit unreasonable, but there's no need for you to raise your hand to hit him, right? Seeing her defensive stance, Muzan glanced at his broken wrist, his face dark with anger. Beside him, a beautiful woman holding a child covered her mouth in fear. Muzan let out a long breath, pretending to be indifferent. No, miss, I think you misunderstood. I wouldn't do something excessive like that, since it's a case of mistaken identity. I'll take my wife and child and leave. However, it will be better to keep your child safe. After all, not all strangers will be tolerant. Facing his murderous, rose-red eyes, Yunyan's gaze turned icy as she replied with a seemingly smiling expression. Thank you for the advice. However, sir, You might want to dress a bit more brightly on ordinary days. After all, your attire does resemble that of a fugitive wanted for many years, making it easy for people to not let their guard down. Yunyan grabbed Tanjiro by the back of his collar and quickly took him away. Muzin's pupils trembled slightly as he watched her departing figure, almost grinding his back teeth in anger. This damn woman. Last time she ruined his plans. And now it's her again. How dare she threaten him? This damn woman has already killed one of his upper moons and 3 lower moons. She is his greatest threat. A cold light flickered in Muzin's eyes, filled with murderous intent. He must kill this troublesome and unpredictable woman. Tanjiro hadn't even reacted yet when he was already out of the crowd. Then a sharp pain shot through his head, and he covered his forehead, feeling a bit guilty as he looked down at the ground. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and said, Tanjiro, I understand your anger, but there are so many people here. If Muzin goes insane, the casualties will be extremely tragic. I'm really sorry. I know I was wrong. Yunyan rubbed his head and chuckled softly. Well, Tanjiro is indeed a brave kid. What about Nezuko? Tanjiro was startled. I left Nezuko all alone at the noodle stand. Yunyan pulled him back with a hand, glancing to the side, as if to say, you've seen enough, come out. Hey? Tanjiro looked around in confusion, but there was nothing there. Who is senior sister talking to? From the shadows, 2 figures emerged accompanied by a fragrant scent. Tamayo and Yashiro appeared before the two, and Tanjiro's eyes widened slightly. Demons. 2 of them. Yunyan pressed her lips together and gently tapped his head, calming down. Before Juye could speak, Quangjin had already arrived with Chima. Upon seeing the 2 demons, Quangjin instantly drew his sword, surprised to see 2 demons. Yunyan pressed down on his arm, calm. These 2 are different, right? Hey, Yunyan. Quangjin was puzzled, but still put away the knife. Zhu bowed to her. Miss Jigua, I received your letter some time ago, and I have come this time to give you a reply. Yunyan quietly looked at her, and Juye stood up straight, her eyes full of determination. I agree with your proposal. Please allow me to bring you Shirlang with me. Yunyan raised her lips naturally, saying, It's fine. I've already conveyed the information to the Lord. I believe Kanahui will be very willing to cooperate with you in the joint research. Zhu, feeling somewhat helpless, asked, Why are you so decisive? You're certain I will agree, aren't you? That's right. Although it seems unreasonable, may I know the reason for your confidence? Because you also want to kill Muzin Kibutsuji. We have a common enemy. Instead of researching day and night alone, it would be better to collaborate with us. We can provide information and a large amount of blood from demons, and our team has special potions and sufficient supplies. You have no reason to refuse. Zhu smiled helplessly. You're not wrong. If possible, please allow me to take the necessary supplies before leaving. Of course. Yashiro, with a dark expression, remained silent nearby. It wasn't that he didn't want to confront Yunyan, but he had already been beaten by her before. He couldn't win in a fight or in a verbal dispute, so it was best to keep his mouth shut. However, he couldn't stop himself from calling Nezuko ugly when he saw her. Yunyan's eyes twitched as he watched Tanjiro and Yashiro argue over Nezuko being a beauty. Quangjin felt a shock, but after Yunyan and Chinami's explanation, he reluctantly accepted the situation. Although he accepted it with some reluctance, he still did not believe that the demon in front of him was safe. However, with the words from Ubuyashiki Yoya, he couldn't say anything and could only be more cautious. Quangjin pressed his lips together. He had promised Yunyan not to tell Shinobu about this, because with Shinobu's personality, it was needless to say that she would draw her sword and rush over, just as they were packing up and preparing to leave. The sudden presence of a demon made the 4 of them alert. Yunyan and Quangjin walked out, quietly looking at the position where the barrier connected to the outside world. Name, you, and Tanjiro protect Tamayo and the others inside. Don't come out. It's master. Yunyan slowly drew his knife, curled his lips, and said to Quangjin, Let's see who can chop off the ghost's head first. Hey, Shimi is competing with me. Why do you want to compete with me too? Of course I can. What's the stakes? The loser treats the winner to beef hot pot. No problem. I might not lose. Yunyan let out a light laugh. In the instant the colorful ball flew towards her, her figure flashed, and the ball in the air was chopped into pieces, while the culprit, who had just shown up, had its head sent flying. Quangjin was a step slower, watching the dissipating ghost on the ground with frustration, sighing, Why am I always a second too slow? Yunyan wiped the blood off the blade, sheathed the sword, and snapped her fingers at him, saying, After we go back, let's have hot pot. Quangjin scratched his head, looking helpless. All right, I'll remember. The 2 ghosts and 1 person behind them were already dumbfounded. The enemy had just appeared. Why is it 1 person and 2 ghosts? Because Nezuko was dazed and sleepy. while Shinami's eyes were shining brightly. And Yunyan was actively pushing the chief. Is this the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinami's eyes sparkled even more. This was her first time seeing her master slay a demon. So cool, although she didn't see it clearly, but so impressive. Nezuko looked confused, clutching Tanjiro's clothes, obediently standing between Shinami and Tanjiro. As for how Tamayo and Yeshuru were arranged, Yunyan didn't need to worry about that. Oyakata had already prepared everything. Due to the tight schedule, Yunyan chose to deal with the two demons that should have been slain by Tanjiro herself. Kwangjin took Shinami back first, while Yunyan took Tanjiro to the Wisteria house. Any missed opportunities for growth, she would teach him personally. Chapter 81. Kabutsuji, Full-Level Brother Complex. Shimi after Tanjiro was able to smoothly use the water-breathing techniques. Yunyan dropped the wooden sword. All right, training is over. Make sure to rest well. Tanjiro lay on the ground, feeling like his body was no longer his own, panting heavily. Yes, thank you, senior sister Yunyan. Yun waved his hand and said, no need to be polite, it's only right. Yunyan crossed his arms and waited for him to catch his breath. Tanjiro, where's 06? After finally catching his breath and sitting up, Tanjiro awkwardly scratched his head and said, 06 had a fight with Matsuiman recently and disappeared in a huff. Yunyan, angry, helplessly rubbed her temples, felt the position of 06, and confirmed that this guy hadn't gone too far, so she suppressed the urge to hit the cat. It's fine. That guy will be back in a few days. She hugged Tanjiro tightly, brought him into the house, handed him over to the people of the Wisteria house, and went to take a shower with Yui. After enjoying a comfortable bath, she happily had a meal, played with Nezuko, and returned to her room, satisfied, hugging her pillow and falling asleep. As a Hashira, she had a patrol area, and the next morning, Yunyan hurriedly returned to the area she was responsible for. Lying on the rooftop, with her head resting on her arms, she lazily basked in the sun. A perfect Shinjiro-esque crow landed beside her. Yunyan Dano. Jinya will have a mission tonight in your area. Please keep an eye on that kid. Yunyan opened her eyes, propped herself up to sit up, and said, okay. I understand. Thank you. Jueja shook his head, and Yunyan took out some jerky to feed him, then groomed his feathers a bit before saying goodbye and watching him fly away. Long quietly watched from the side, tilted his head, and nudged her arm. Lady Yunyan, do you need to inform Mr. Undying Chuan? Yunyan propped her chin and said, let's not talk about it for now. If Shimi hears this, she will definitely rush over and scold us with words that don't match her heart. By then, when we tell our Swami that she cried, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back from hitting someone. Long Hanyan understands this very well. Yunyan couldn't help but smile. However, even if he didn't say anything, he would probably come over by himself. After all, he truly cared about Swami. Long silently nodded. He had witnessed the terrifying extent of Mr. Buzachuan's brother complex. There was once someone who criticized Schwanmi for having too fierce a gaze and was severely beaten by Shimi for a whole month training. When an evil spirit seriously injured Schwanmi, Shimi, who came to the rescue, chopped it into countless pieces. There were many examples like this, and Long had already lost count. Yunyan thought that Schwanmi would come here today, so she got up to see if there were any watermelons for sale. If there were, she would buy a few to make snacks or juice. The child had come all this way, and it was tough for him on ordinary days. So, she had to prepare something he liked, right? Fortunately, luck was on her side, and she bought a few sweet watermelons. After a busy time in the house, she packed a full 5 layers in the food box. The first layer was watermelon crystal cake, the second layer was watermelon jelly, and the third layer was watermelon glutinous rice balls. Of course, aside from the watermelon, all the other ingredients were purchased from the system mall. At night, Long first went to find Jun, Schwami's crow, then returned to lead Yunyan. Before they even arrived, they heard Shimi's furious roar. What you said doesn't matter. I don't care. Why haven't you quit the Demon Slayer Corps yet? I can't learn the breathing technique. I have no talent in this area. I don't have a stupid brother like you. Hurry up and get lost. Yunyan. Long is standing on the tree trunk, covering his face with his wings, while Shuanglai sighs beside him. Yin walked over with a billowing cloud of smoke, tears welling up in Xianmi's eyes as he tightly clutched the hem of his clothes, keeping his head down. Shimi's face was contorted with anger and worry for his brother, veins bulging as he looked somewhat ferocious. He wanted to say something more when suddenly his shoulders felt heavy, and a chill ran down his back. Turning his head back, he saw Yunyan with wide eyes, pupils dilated to pinpricks, expressionless, as if engulfed by darkness, extremely frightening. Shimi let out an unprecedented cry of pain. and Xianmi was so scared he didn't dare to move, cold sweat pouring down. In the end, Shermi sat on the ground with his arms wrapped around his waist, completely shrouded in shadow, while Xianmi obediently knelt on the ground. Yunyan held a food box, standing in front of the two brothers. Shimi, you can't talk to your brother like that. If you're worried, just say it properly. Shwami, don't mind what your brother says. He just has a tough exterior but a kind heart. He handed the food box to Shwami. I specially prepared this. Try it and see if it's good. Turning to look at Shimi, who was eagerly watching him, he took out 2 boxes of rice cakes from his bag. I knew you would come, so I prepared these for you. Shimi blushed as he accepted them, silently picked up a piece, and turned his head to the side, eating quietly. Shwami was eating the pastries, and tears couldn't be held back, falling down like raindrops. Yunyan was startled, thinking that it was because his cooking was too bad, and quickly squatted down to comfort him. I'm sorry, was it too bad? I'm sorry, it was my first time cooking. If it's not good, then don't eat it for now, okay? Don't cry. I have watermelon too. We can eat that after finishing the task. Hearing his brother cry, Shimi quickly turned his head to look, wanting to comfort him, but he swallowed his words back. He lowered his head and snorted coldly. At your age, still crying? If you ask me, just quit the Demon Slayer Corps. This place isn't suitable for someone like you. Yunyan, my fists are getting hard again. Long Shuang Lai. Lord Buzichun, maybe you should stop talking for now. Lord Yunyan is almost turning red from anger. Shwami bit his lip, forcefully wiping away his tears, revealing a bright smile. No, it's really delicious. It's just that it was so good that I couldn't help but speak. As he spoke, tears filled his eyes again. These things really reminded him of his childhood, when there were no such changes. His big brother, sister Yunyan, and brothers I would take him to eat watermelons, play in the water, and catch river shrimp and crabs. Back then, he was really, really happy. Yunyan sighed, reached out to pull Shwani into her arms, and gently stroked his head. After all, he was still a child. Be good, don't cry. If you behave, I'll make you something delicious. Look, your big brother's doing well too. ISNT? Shwani's face turned red, and he stiffened, too shy to move, allowing her to hold him. Shimi felt an unusually complex mix of emotions. This time, he didn't voice any objections, just lowered his head and ate the rice cakes one bite at a time. Because Shimi, who was a full-level brother complex, had chased after his brother to stop him from leaving the Demon Slayer Corps. This time Shwani had 2 Hashira accompanying him on his mission. The safety factor was maximized. With Yunyan around, although Shimi's expression was not good during the journey, he remained unusually quiet. As soon as the monstrous demon appeared according to the mission briefing, Shimi grabbed its hair and severed its head. He tossed it aside with a dark expression and said, "All right, it's over. Time to go home." Yunyan, Kaneo Tsuyuri, 00, turning around fiercely to look at Jinyu. "Get the hell out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Don't let me see you again, do you hear me?" Yunyan shot a glance, and Shermi instantly shut up and ran away quickly. Cloud Smoke, Chapter 82. The fans were going crazy over shipping CPs. Yun silently curled her lips and returned to the ice house with a disappointed Xianmi. Holding a watermelon, Qianmi entered the room like a little son, making the originally downcast Xianmi laugh out loud. Although Xianmi was very shy, her mood indeed seemed to improve a lot. Yunyan put the watermelon on the table. "All right, come over and eat the watermelon. After eating, go wash up and sleep." "Okay, got it, Sister Yunyan." Little pink flowers are blooming around Yunyan, who rests her chin on her hand, watching the 2 children chatting and eating watermelon. Listening to their occasional laughter, feeling very good. Alan knocked on the door and peeked in. "Yunyan, there's something for you." Yunyan blinked in confusion, and then she saw Alan take out 2 large watermelons from behind. Yunyan, taking the watermelon, she smiled gently at Alan and said, "I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Alan. You should go rest early." Alan repeatedly waved her hands. No, it's not hard at all. I'll take my leave now. Lord Yunyan, rest early." Watching her run away quickly, Yunyan smiled helplessly, then looked down at the watermelon, her face instantly darkening. One watermelon had the words, "You brat." After finishing the watermelon, "Get out of the Demon Slayer Corps." The other one said, "Yunyan, thank you for taking care of this troublesome little brat. And also, I don't have a brother." Yunyan, angry, "You damn Shinazugawa." Speechless, she hugged the watermelon to wash it, then cut it again and put another whole one in the bag. After settling Kyumi, Yunyan wrote a 100,000-word condemnation letter overnight to send to Shinazugawa. The next day, Yunyan handed the packed items and the watermelon to Kyumi, reminding him to take good care of himself, and watched him leave. Chinemi no longer needed her to worry. Aside from training and teaching, there was definitely a Quangjin following closely behind during missions. With no tasks, Yunyan was left with nothing to do, so she wandered to the Butterfly Mansion. Just as she arrived, she was pulled away by Shinobu Kocho. You're just in time. Give me a vial of your blood. The research has just hit a bottleneck. Yin, is it really a bloodbath right from the start? Helplessly, she let Butterfly Shinobu draw a vial of blood, resting her chin in her hand as she watched her and Kanehira busy at work. Inside the room was Tamayo, and these three research enthusiasts had finally come together. A figure approached from outside, and Yin turned to look, raising her hand in greeting. Long time no see, Kaijuro. Are you still well? Kaijuro, hearing her voice, looked over with his bright, expressive eyes. Long time no see, Miss Tsujikuni. I'm doing well. How about you? My mother often thinks of you. When will you come to visit? Really? I'm doing well too, and I happen to have some free time these days. I'll come visit tomorrow. Is that so? I'll let my mother know. The two exchanged words through the window, while Kanehira smiled helplessly, and Butterfly Shinobu's forehead twitched as she unsheathed her sword. Yin was originally standing, but in almost an instant he squatted down, looking up with a smile at Butterfly Shinobu, cold sweat pouring down. Shao Shinobu, just use your mouth, don't use your hands. Butterfly Shinobu smiled with an ambiguous expression. If you make more noise, next time I'll chop off your head. Yin made a gesture to keep quiet, silently waving goodbye to Akizawa outside the window. Although Akizawa seemed to be smiling, he was actually breaking out in a cold sweat. After bidding farewell to Akizawa, Yin helped Kanehira at the Butterfly Mansion, assisting in diluting the spiritual spring water. They only stopped for dinner in the evening. Shinobu spent the entire time complaining about Ju, while Kanehira gently comforted her younger sister, and Yin rested her chin on her hand watching them. There was a faint smile in her eyes. This was the real Shinobu, the version of her that truly suited her. However, it seems she caught a whiff of gossip. After saying goodbye to the Butterfly sisters, Yin strolled alone down the street. Passing a confectionery shop, she went in and ordered a serving of sweet rice cakes. Every household here had wisteria flower sachets or incense burners, which was also due to the proximity to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The vast majority were ordinary humans who had encountered demons and chose to settle here primarily for safety. Life was plain and simple. Besides taking on missions, she trained Nezuko or visited Sakanji Urokadaki on the Misty Mountain. The self-discipline of Yin is truly remarkable, while it has left a group of CN fans in a panic. These two are really not in a hurry at all. Quangjin has already torn up handkerchiefs in tears countless times, looking at the nearby Shimi with disappointment. As if he were saying, why can't you do better? Shimi looks back at him with a you must be kidding expression. Quangjin, with a dark face, looks at him speechlessly and points to the room. Arnosha, Shimi, what about that letter of yours? Are you going to send it or not? Shimi, blushing and avoiding his gaze, insists, of course I'll send it. Mind your own business. Quangjin, I'm really exhausted from shipping you two. The few people eavesdropping the shadows are on the verge of losing it, with Miri covering her face and Ihei rubbing his forehead. They had both been pushed together by Yin, so why are these two dragging their feet on their own matters? Yuzi strokes his chin, pondering a possibility. How about I challenge Shinazugawa? If I win, I'll make him deliver the love letter? That doesn't seem feasible. Shinazugawa takes challenges very seriously, and one careless move could lead to injury. Kanayu furrows her brow with concern, and everyone falls silent. Kanemi thinks for a moment and suggests, how about I give it a try? The crowd responds, no, Mr. Kanemi, you must be the one who knocked Shinazugawa unconscious. His suggestion is decisively rejected, and Kanemi sits in a corner, crying and mumbling Namo. The group gathers together, desperately brainstorming for a way to create an opportunity for these two to express their feelings. Thus, in the following days, Yin and Shimi receive an overwhelming number of invitations from their colleagues. It's either Ihei and Miri inviting them for desserts, or Quangjin inviting them for hot pot. Then, something even more absurd happens. Yin facepalms as he watches Shimi, with a fierce expression, angrily sparring with Io. Katsu and Mikomo shake their heads helplessly. The origin of this situation is equally frustrating. It all started with a training session, but during practice, Iyong noticed that Shimi looked unwell and, out of concern, asked, haven't you eaten? This inadvertently angered Shimi, who darkened his face and drew his sword to fight Iyong, all while shouting insults. Yin sighed silently, raised his hand and waved it, signaling everyone to stop. That's not what Iyong meant. He wanted to ask if you haven't eaten, which is why you're in a bad mood. Iyong curled the corners of his lips, revealing a happy smile. Senior sister really understands him. Huh? Shimi looked shocked. How did you read that explanation from such irritating words? Yin awkwardly scratched his face and said, well, I used to Didn't you also understand what I meant? Shimizu Sumiya replied. Then how the hell can you two be the same? Chapter 83. Everyone gets involved in CP. Yunyin pointed again at Yeong's eyes. You see, you can tell he's worried from his eyes, right? Shimi looked into Yeong's eyes, her eyelids twitching. Looking into those dead fish eyes, she couldn't see anything at all. The three of them stared at the expressionless Yeong. Yunyin rubbed his forehead, not caring whether it was obvious or not, and said to stop for now. Shimi sulkily put away his knife and sat beside Yunyin, propping his chin on his hand with an unhappy expression. Yeong's expression was blank, but his eyes looked pitiful. Santu helplessly rubbed his forehead, while Jinzi sighed and went inside to bring out some snacks and a bowl of radish and salmon. Let us eat something. Yunyin-chan usually loves to eat hagi cakes. I wonder what Mr. Fushikawa likes to eat. So let us make do for now. Huh, I can eat anything, Shimi thought to himself, but his actions of eating the hagi cake were quite genuine. Yunyin leaned on his shoulder and lazily yawned. So, did senior brother invite us here just for a simple sparring session, or to let us taste senior sister's cooking? The two exchanged glances, hesitating for a long time without saying anything concrete. It was Yeong who cut through the tension, saying, Fushikawa, if you compete with me, you have to agree to one condition if you lose. What? Why should I play this game with you? By the way, there's no way I could lose to you. Seeing Shimi getting agitated again, Yunyin sighed and hugged his arm. Shimi instantly froze, his face turning red, looking fierce, with veins popping on his forehead. You guys have been acting quite strange lately. It's either inviting us to eat or sparring. A couple of days ago, it was Ihei and Mitsuri, then it was Mr. Yuzui, and now it's you two. The clouds of smoke fill my eyes with helplessness. Is everyone not busy lately? Yunyin stood up, rubbed his neck, and sighed. Since he had nothing to do, and he had a task tonight, he might as well take the opportunity to rest a little more. I'm leaving now. Yunyin waved her hand and leisurely left. Shimi saw her go, quickly finished the rice cake in his hand, stood up with a knife, thanked her for the hospitality, and said he would leave. He spoke so fast that he almost disappeared in an instant. The three of them stared at each other, and finally sighed helplessly. Well, the plan has failed again. The three quickly perked up, as they still needed one last heavyweight figure. That's right, the one involved was the production house Wise-Eye. Since he regained his health, Wise-Eye's spirits had improved, and being young, he quickly blended in with everyone. Looking at the letter sent by Kwan Saba, Wise-Eye smiled and turned to Amano. Amano, I think we should start preparing. Amano smiled in understanding. I understand, my husband. The five eager children's eyes sparkled with excitement. The next day, just after finishing a task and preparing to sleep, Shimi received a letter from Wise-Eye and rushed to the production house. Amano looked apologetic, my lord. I'm really sorry, but I have an important invitation today. Could you please help take care of these children? Shimi respectfully bowed his head. No problem. I'm happy to help a lady. Please ensure your and the Lord's safety. Amano smiled, and the depth in her eyes was missed by the bowed Shimi. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. After seeing Amano off, Shimi was immediately surrounded by the five children. When facing the little ones, he naturally wouldn't use his usual demeanor. The gentleness on his face made even the frightening scar appear dull, and his tone was so gentle that others felt like they were dreaming. What's wrong? Hiyori tugged at his sleeve. My lord, can you play a game with us? Of course, what do you want to play? Nikeo beamed with a bright smile. Is Hiyori a boy or a girl? We four sisters will take off our accessories. And you guess who we are? Shimi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Hiyori sat aside, holding the accessories of her sisters, and looked at Shimi. My lord, there will be a punishment if you lose. Shimi sighed, his eyes full of indulgence. A child's punishment was at most just drawing on his face. So he accepted without hesitation. Then he was stunned. The four sisters stood together, and without their accessories, they looked identical. My lord, hurry and guess. The four sisters urged, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Shimi swallowed, and from left to right, it's Hikaru, Kanai, Nikeo, and Hiyori, right? The four sisters exchanged glances and smiled triumphantly. Wrong. Ha-ha. Hikaru covered her mouth and laughed, while Shimi face-palmed, smiling helplessly. All right, I accept my punishment. Hikaru returned the accessories to her sisters, then stood in front of Shimi, first bowing, and then what she said almost broke Shimi's defenses. My lord, my father once said that some feelings need to be expressed properly. If you're not frank, you will miss out on a lot of beauty. I heard that you have a letter that has not been delivered, so your punishment is to deliver that letter to the person it's meant for. Shimi was momentarily stunned. This. Then he was bombarded by the 5 pairs of sparkling eyes, and finally, he covered his face and nodded. His whole face turned red, and his head felt hot. On the way back in the evening, he gritted his teeth in anger. It must have been that guy Kwang Jin who let it slip. I'll cut him down today. Sitting in the room, he looked at the letter on the table, hesitating about how to deliver it. It was actually quite simple, but he was afraid. Even Yunyan's attitude towards him seemed to convey similar feelings. However, he couldn't shake off the thought that she treated him like an older brother, which was why she was so affectionate. After hesitating for a long time, he finally picked up the letter and looked at the nearby SHRI. SHRI? Can you help me ask where El Yunyan is right now? Okay, Shimi. SHRI flew out, and Shimi rubbed his face vigorously. The wind couldn't disperse the heat on his face. After a while, SHRI flew back in front of him. El said that Lady Yunyan is currently heading to ISC, and tonight's mission will be carried out there. It's predicted that there will be a group of demons, and the message says there might be a lower moon demon. It's an urgent task. Shimi tucked the letter into his pocket, immediately put on his coat, grabbed his sword, and rushed out. SHRI, lead the way. SHRI flapped his wings and flew ahead to guide Shimi, who ran desperately towards ISC. Usually it would be fine, but now, whenever Yunyan was involved in a mission related to the 12 Kazuki, it scared him to the core. Those past events had left him with considerable shadows. Chapter 84. The confession letter. Yunyan stood in the forest, hand resting on the hilt of his knife, glancing around. Indeed, the stench was quite strong. There was no need to hide it. With so many of you, no matter how deep you hide, the smell won't go away. Come out. Rustling sounds came from all around, and several oddly shaped evil spirits crawled out. The corners of Yunyan's eyes twitched. Goodness, their appearance was almost comparable to the chaotic beasts of the fallen godland. They were truly hideous in every conceivable way. Look at this. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so foolish as to choose to confront so many of us demons. This member, just now you could have pretended not to find a way to leave. After all, you could still save your life. A small-statured evil spirit walked over, and Yunyan looked at him with indifference. After a while, he disdainfully curled his lips. What is this? Has Musen become so casual in choosing lower-ranked demons? The demon before him, clearly a little boy, had the words lower rank 3 etched in his eyes. The mocked demon showed a fierce expression, shouting, "What nonsense! That esteemed one values me. I am lower rank 3, a chosen existence, just a mere human ant. I can crush you with ease." Yunyan dug at her ears and looked at him with disdain, saying, all right, I got it. Are you done? Can we fight or not? Are you trying to add drama for yourself? The evil spirit's forehead erupted with several crosses, gritting his teeth in anger. You tear her apart for me. Everyone go. The evil spirits lunged at Yunyan, but a smile curled at the corner of her lips as she was about to draw her sword. A violent wind accompanied by slash instantly shattered the attacking evil spirits. A furious roar mixed with anger came from behind her. You damn bastard. Who the hell do you think you can tear apart? Yunyan turned her head in surprise and indeed saw Shimi, looking as furious as a boiling pot, wielding her sword and teleporting in an instant. Breath of wind, second form, claw, Keiho wind. Standing in front of her, she slashed 4 claw-shaped wind blades forward, powerful enough to slice through blades. The demons were instantly shredded into pieces, blood splattered everywhere. Shimi had a dark expression, with veins bulging on her forehead. Pointing the tip of her sword at the lower moon 3 in front of her, she wore a proud smile, saying, Lower moon, I'll be your opponent. Yunyan, who had inexplicably had her mission stolen, was left speechless. Yunyan silently raised her hand. However, she was ignored. Yunyan, Lower moon 3 is going crazy. All the ghosts I painstakingly gathered are gone. Is that a Hashira? Just in time. If I kill you, I can gain the favor of that great one. Blood demon art. Puppet of blood. The blood on the ground reformed into a malicious ghost, rushing towards Shimi, who was then slashed down again with a single strike. Holding the knife, he charged at Lower moon 3. The battle between one person and one ghost unfolded. The chibi version of Yunyan blinked with big eyes, quietly raised a hand, and said, Hey, don't just ignore me. Shimi, this is my task. Great, ignored again. Yunyan stood to the side with her arms crossed, laughing in disbelief, saying, Come on, who can compete with you two? After a while, Shimi severed the head of the evil spirit, sheathed his sword, and turned to look at Yunyan. He slowly let out a sigh of relief. And before Yunyan could speak, Shimi presented a letter with both hands, bowing slightly at the same time. Yunyan, what? Here, take this. Go back and look at it again. No need to rush to reply to me. Take a good look. Yunyan, puzzled, reached out to take the letter, pulled it a bit, but it didn't budge. With a helpless sigh, she called out, Shimi? Still no response. Shimi? Still no reaction. Yunyan was really amused this time. Her voice raised a little. Shimi, you're holding too tightly. I can't take it. Ah, sorry. Shimi was startled and quickly let go. Yunyan successfully took the letter. And seeing her retrieve it, Shimi blushed and scratched her head. I'll be leaving first. Like the wind, true to her nature as a wind pillar. She came quickly and left just as quickly, leaving Yunyan alone, disheveled in the wind. Yunyan, what is going on? Looking at the mess around, Yunyan rubbed her temples, put the letter away, and turned back. The tasks have all been completed by others. It's time to go home and relax. Sitting inside the house, she gently unfolded the letter. Upon seeing the contents, her mind went blank. To Igwe Yunyan, personally opened. I apologize for writing this letter so abruptly. You may feel surprised or shocked upon reading it. Please forgive me. I understand that this decision is sudden and may frighten you, as we have always treated each other as siblings. I like you and want to protect your future. This is not a sudden thought or decision, but something that has been buried deep in my heart for a long time. From the beginning, I only regarded you as my sister, but as time went on, I could not ignore your sadness and scars. That cold demeanor does not suit you. At the very least, that is what I think. You should be like the scorching sun, warm and bright, just like in our childhood. I admit that I have always been hiding from this feeling. However, when I first saw you hurt, I felt immense pain, just like when I heard you risk your life for me and our family. By the time she finished reading the letter, she was frozen. A faint blush gradually appeared on her usually calm face, her hand resting on her lips, her gaze drifting elsewhere. A confession letter. With a light cough, Yunyan raised the corners of her lips into a smile, feeling unexpectedly delighted. Today is truly a good day. She carefully folded the letter and placed it back, then tenderly put it into the box and stored it in the cabinet. Taking her clothes, she went to the bathroom to take a bath. Soaking in the tub, leaning against the soft cushion, she closed her eyes, and the smile on her face just wouldn't fade. The timid one actually dared to be bold this time. How unusual. Yunyan opened her eyes, her bright golden pupils shimmering with light. She quickly got up, tidied herself, and changed into her robe before lying back down on the bed. She tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep, so she sat up and scratched her head. Is it just Shimi over at the Fengjai tonight? Yes, Lord Yunyan, Mr. Kuni is on a mission and won't be back for 5 days. The cloud of smoke vanished the moment it spoke. Long's eyes widened in surprise. Where did the person go? Yunyan used her divine power to teleport herself to the wind pillar. Since she hadn't explored much, her positioning wasn't very accurate. As soon as she appeared, she had no idea where she had landed in the wind mansion, but her palm felt warm and a bit soft. Looking down, she made eye contact with the blushing Shimi. She glanced at her own hand, which just so happened to be resting on his muscular chest. The sensation was too good, and she couldn't help but squeeze it a little. Shimi shivered, raised his hand to grip her wrist, and said, Why you? How did you appear here? Quickly, get off me. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, realizing that she was straddling his waist. Suddenly, it became extremely awkward. Chapter 85. The Soul Contract, Deciding for a Lifetime Originally. Shimi had just managed to close his eyes and drift into a bit of sleep after taking a cold shower, due to shyness and nervousness when Yunyan suddenly appeared, causing him to open his eyes instantly. Coincidentally, he found her sitting on his waist as soon as she arrived, and in an instant, he turned completely red, especially since she was wearing loose clothing. Her long, fair legs were right in front of him. Looking up, he noticed the collar of her top was slightly open, hinting at a glimpse of a cleavage. Shimi felt a rush of heat surge to the top of his head, and warmth spread down to his abdomen. His nose also felt a bit sore and hot. Ironically, the culprit behind his current state looked bewildered, one hand pressed against her chest, and unable to hold back. He voiced his urge for her to quickly get off. Otherwise, he would embarrass himself. However, instead of moving, she not only stayed put, but also squeezed his chest muscles. Yunyan reacted and awkwardly smiled. Ahaha, the feel is quite good. Not bad at practicing. The little voice in her heart silently covered her face, thinking, so she really has nothing to talk about. Yunyan. Shimi was about to explode, blushing as she shouted her name. Yunyan instinctively leaned down, supporting herself with her hands on either side of his head, lowering her gaze to meet his. Shimi suddenly froze, his eyes widening slightly as he looked at her, his Adam's apple bobbing, unsure of where to place his hands. Yunyan was sweating coldly at this moment. In a brief few seconds, she thought of a series of things to say, and finally, with a serious expression, she earnestly spoke to Shimi. I have read it carefully, and I like you too. So, be my partner and accompany me for eternity. Okay? Shimi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her, his handsome face turning increasingly red. Stunned by her sudden response, seeing that he was still unresponsive, Yunyan clicked her tongue in annoyance and lowered her head to kiss his slightly parted lips. Like that night, the kiss was extremely dominating. Shimi, regaining his senses, instinctively placed one hand on her slender waist and the other hand on the back of her head, shyly responding to her kiss. The smoke enveloped him, and after a while, their positions switched, with Shimi pressing down on her. One hand gently moved up her arm, intertwining their fingers. After the kiss ended, both were panting heavily. Shimi buried his face in her neck and in a hoarse voice said, "Think carefully before you respond to me. No backing out. I'm not someone easy to provoke." The cloud of smoke brushed against his lips, rubbing against his head. Without regrets, she had made up her mind. So, is Shimi willing? Bound by the deity, there lies an eternal soul contract. Shimi raised his head, looking at her earnestly. His expression was unprecedentedly sincere, with an extremely gentle smile on his face, a desire that could not be fulfilled. Yunyan was dazzled by his smile, her smile deepening as she gently tightened her grip on his hands, lifting her head to rest her forehead against his. "In the name of the Emperor, with the soul of eternal life, I, with Shimizu Sumiya, establish a soul pact for all eternity, granting him my exclusive love and protecting him forever. As the Lord of the Underworld, I establish a contract for all eternity to always be by his side, allowing only him to hold the position of my husband, which shall never change. By the covenant of divine souls and the pact of souls, as the Emperor of the Netherworld, I hereby declare, with the surname of Nangong, I vow that if I breach this, I shall perish, and the heavens and earth shall bear witness, celebrated by all realms." Radiance flowed around the two of them, Yunyan's voice ethereal and distant, the light in the room growing bright, as Sumiya widened his eyes, staring at her in disbelief. He hurriedly tried to cover her mouth with his hand, attempting to stop her from speaking these words and interrupt the signing of the contract. Yunyan held his hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. "This is my promise, as well as a promise to this relationship. Shimi, don't stop me." Shimi only felt his eyes welling up. A piece that had always been missing in his heart was being filled with overwhelming intensity. This promise was too heavy. He didn't deserve it. Yunyan saw his thoughts and reached out to pull him tightly into her embrace, gently stroking the back of his head. "Shimi deserves it. Shimi is the best person in the world, so accept me." Shimi closed his eyes, and tears finally slipped down. He tightly hugged her waist and murmured, The contract was sealed, and the light dissipated. Shimi opened his eyes, feeling as if there was endless strength within him, his body feeling more relaxed than ever before. The two sat up, and Shimi looked down at his slightly heated chest, where his heart was located. A pitch-black dragon tattoo appeared, occupying his entire left chest and extending to his left arm. Slowly peeling off his clothes, he turned to see that the left side of his back also had one. It was as if the tattoo had created a half-armor. The tattoo extends from the front of the chest to the elbow joint, forming a continuous pattern from the chest to the shoulder and then to the upper arm, which is called half-armor. Yunyan awkwardly scratched his face. Although it's a bit unsightly, don't judge it just yet. This contract is like this. After all, it's a divine contract and needs the imprint of a deity. Shimi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "It doesn't matter. I have plenty of scars on me anyway." Yunyan looked at him, at his gentle yet somewhat mischievous smile, glancing at his bare upper body, his strong and muscular physique, the scars combined with her divine imprint. The tension and the overwhelming masculine aura made Yunyan quietly cover her mouth, her face slightly flushed. "Oh no, this guy is terrifyingly handsome right now." Yunyan coughed lightly, thought for a moment, then directly threw herself into his arms and yawned. "Well, since I'm here, I'm tired, time to sleep." "Busukawa Shimiya, are you going back to sleep then?" "Why?" "What do you mean, why? A lonely man and woman. It's not like when we were kids. Our relationship is different now. You're going to sleep with me." "Busukawa Shimiya, you really don't see me as a man, do you?" "TSK, I've already made a pact. This is a contract between a couple. We're together now. So what is wrong with cuddling up to sleep? Stop talking nonsense. Go back to sleep." "Hey, I'm not going back today." Yunyan had a rebellious nature, clinging to him like an octopus. Shimi felt the softness against her chest. Her face turned red, and she didn't dare to move, fearing that she might accidentally hurt her. She could only feel a sense of helpless rage. "Let go of me." "No, I'm going to sleep. Good night." "Jigui Yunyan, that's not my real name, so don't call me that." "Damn, Nangong Yunyan, let go of me." "Shimi still remembers my real name, but I can't hear you. I am asleep." Shimi ground her back teeth in anger, and when she looked down, she found that the person holding her had already fallen into a steady breath. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, Shimi quieted down. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, she ultimately compromised, letting out a gentle sigh and turning to hold the person in her arms. She muttered softly, "I really can't do anything about you." Her sharp gaze softened, and she curled her lips, gently placing a kiss on her forehead, whispering, "Thank you, and good night." Once he also fell asleep, Yunyan opened her eyes, a helpless smile on her face. There were actually a few words she didn't say out loud, but quietly made a vow in her heart. "From now on, your joy will be my joy, your sorrow will be my sorrow. To the best of my ability, I will seek to bring you happiness. Henceforth, I will not seek gods or Buddhas. I will cut away all evil for you, protect what you desire, and safeguard what you intend. I will become the strongest shield, dedicating my life and soul to you." Yunyan closed her eyes and nuzzled against his chest. From today onwards, everything under her dominion as the Underworld Emperor would regard him as the highest authority. She would share everything with him. If there were any life-threatening danger, the contract would automatically transfer to her, a divine protection for her beloved. After being lonely for thousands of years, the deity finally embraced her lover, gaining a partner with whom she could love and cherish. A deity's love is never stingy. They do not easily give their heart, but once given, it is everything. The lifespan of a deity is boundless. Once given, it is for eternity, never to be changed or taken back. Chapter 86. A day of leisure. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Among these, a beam of morning light fell perfectly on her fair face. The light, soft as golden threads, caressed her skin. Her tightly closed eyes fluttered, slowly opening to reveal golden irises, slightly misty from just waking up. Groggily sitting up, she looked around at the empty space beside her. Her hand touched it, still warm. The faint sound of chopping vegetables reached her ears, and Yunyan got up unsteadily, rubbing her eyes as she walked toward the source of the sound. Standing at the kitchen door, she saw Shimi wearing a black kimono, rolling up his sleeves to chop vegetables, with an apron on. Yunyan smiled silently, quietly walked over, and reached out to hug him from behind. Shimi's body tensed up for a moment, and then quickly relaxed. With a tone of helplessness, he said, "Awake? You've been standing at the door for so long, I thought you, the god of the underworld, wanted to change careers and become a doorkeeper." Yunyan nuzzled his nape and left a kiss there, causing Shimi to shiver and nearly cut himself, his face turning red as he raised his hand to cover the spot where he was kissed. "What are you doing? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Shimi turned around to face her, and Yunyan took the opportunity to snuggle into his embrace, rubbing against his neck. Her voice still carried the hoarseness of just waking up. "I woke up and didn't see you, so I wanted to see what you were up to." Shimi's face turned bright red. He first glanced outside, then wrapped his arms around her. Since his hands were wet, he held her in a gentlemanly manner. "Where else can I go? I need to eat after waking up. If I don't take care of you, my stomach will hurt again." Yunyan blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten well in the past, and there was indeed a time when she would be in excruciating stomach pain. However, all of this happened in this small world before she turned 7. Yunyan curled her lips and smiled silently, wondering what Shimi still remembers after all this time. Yunyan looked up at him with a playful expression, her golden eyes glistening with a layer of moisture. "Shimi, I'm hungry." To Shimi, she appeared like a cat that had just woken up, lazily coming over to him to act cute and beg for food. "Got it. Go wash up first. It'll be ready soon." Shimi softened his voice, the deep and hoarse tone losing its wild edge at this moment, transforming from a terrifying storm capable of destroying everything into a warm spring breeze. Yunyan lifted her head and kissed him at the corner of his lips. Taking advantage of his stunned expression, she smiled and left, saying, "Good morning kiss. I'm going to wash up. Hurry up with breakfast." After a moment of brain freeze, Shimi slowly squatted down, covering her blushing face, and glared fiercely at the doorway. But her flushed face lacked any intimidation. "You little brat." Blushing, she resignedly got up to continue cooking, making all of Yunyan's favorite dishes. Even the fruits she liked to eat after meals were washed, cut, and carefully arranged on a plate before being served. The two sat at the table. While eating, Shimi watched Yunyan's happy smile as she enjoyed her favorite food, the corners of her lips curling up, inadvertently revealing a smile that only appeared at the end of the original story. After finishing their meal, with no tasks at hand, they decided to practice in the yard. The last time they practiced was several years ago when Shimi was still just a grade A member. The wooden swords clashed, and the strikes of their breathing techniques sparked against each other. Soon after, their figures flickered back and forth, and after the wooden swords broke, they switched to a contest of physical techniques. At some point, Long had appeared beside Shuangla, and the two crows perched on the roof watched the two of them spar. In the end, sitting in front of the house, Shimi let out a long breath, looked at her hands, and clenched her fists. It felt truly amazing to have seemingly endless strength, speed, and energy now, along with a significant increase in physical strength. Yunyan wiped the sweat with a towel and opened one eye at the sound, her gaze flickering. Of course, after all, your body is now a demigod's, which is the benefit of being a divine partner. How about it? Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Shimi revealed a fierce smile and clenched his fist tightly. Of course, I'm satisfied. I'm almost dying of satisfaction. With this, he could slay more demons and defeat stronger ones. Sooner or later, he would eradicate all evil spirits in the world. Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, and without thinking, she knew what this guy was currently thinking. After breaking into a sweat, Yunyan had no choice but to return to her residence. She took a comfortable shower and changed into her usual attire, which had a different style this time. She wore black fitted trousers and a white shirt with the top 3 buttons undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of her cleavage. A black belt wrapped around her waist twice, accentuating her slim figure, adorned with a black chain. Her long black hair fell loosely, and she wore a jade pendant from Shermi at her waist, while a black obsidian leaf bracelet adorned her left wrist. Around her neck, she wore the same necklace as Shermi, except hers was a choker. After putting on her ankle boots, Yunyan stretched lazily, stored her knife in her space, and began patrolling her designated area. Shermi, who originally planned to invite her for dessert, was taken aback. Indeed, the soft little girl he remembered had shattered. The person standing before him now exuded an imposing presence and aura that surpassed his own. Yunyan noticed someone was watching her, and when she turned her head, she met Shimi's gaze. Smiling, she greeted him. Shimi, it's only been a little while since we last saw each other, and you're already thinking of me? Shimi's expression remained unchanged, but his ears turned red. TSK, you're not wrong. Are we going to eat cake or not? I heard from Ike that the place he often goes with Kanroji has blueberry cake recently. Let's go right now. Yunyan directly took his hand. She was familiar with that place, having been there many times before, and the blueberry cake had great reviews. Shimi blushed, awkwardly glanced around, wanted to say that holding hands in public was inappropriate, but unwilling to let go. In the end, he awkwardly followed her lead, walking down the street. His face as red as a ripe tomato. Noticing someone looking at them, he immediately shot back a fierce glare. What are you looking at? The two clearly had different styles. Shimi wore a black kimono with a white, unadorned haori jacket draped over it, slightly revealing his chest and his lazy demeanor, combined with the terrifying scar, gave him a somewhat fierce appearance. At first glance, Yunyan appears to be an ice-cold beauty, but upon closer inspection, there is a sharpness to her beauty that is not easy for ordinary people to withstand. Although the two of them are quite pleasing to the eye, bystanders express that they can only admire from a distance. Getting closer, the man beside the beauty looks like he could eat someone alive. It seems both of them are the type to take action without saying a word. Chapter 87. Tynes is a mountain. After a leisurely day, Yunyan lies in bed at night, flipping through ancient texts. Regarding the matter of contracts, she has only heard of them and has never truly understood. After all, she doesn't believe she will have a partner in her long life. Now, however, she is using it, reciting the vows, but only knows the surface of the content inside. Yunyan flipped through the pages and finally focused on the Guardian section, wondering if it could only transfer injuries to death. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, thinking how useless this contract was. Who was the fool that set it up while in power of the heavenly Tao? After carefully reviewing it, she was satisfied with everything except the Guardian aspect, which she found extremely unsatisfactory. If it were up to her, the injury transfer should just transfer everything. The gods, live dad. Not all gods have self-healing abilities strong enough to recover instantly. She waved her hand to put the book away, turned over, and closed her eyes to sleep. On the other side, Shimi was once again sleepless, his mind filled with memories of the two of them sleeping in each other's embrace last night, the fragrant softness in his arms. With his arm resting over his eyes, he slowly exhaled, thinking to himself, so the sleepless wind pillar decided to change into his uniform late at night, grab his sword, and go hunting demons. The demons that were attacked that night. Are you okay? Although they successfully expressed their feelings and got together, their way of interacting hadn't changed. The only difference was that when they happened to go out together or made plans, holding hands felt more natural, and they occasionally hugged when no one was around. If 06 were here, he would definitely complain. Two old fossils. Bah. After being busy for several months, summer had arrived again. Yunyan went to the butterfly house as usual to find Kanahu and Shinobu, who were busy helping compare the spirit spring water. Suddenly, a messenger flew in, saying, "There's a new moon at Taiyan's husband. Lady Yunyan, please go and provide support." Yunyan quickly got up, looking unwell. Oh no, has it already progressed to this time? Because Long Speed was fast, he was the first to summon Yunyan. Just as she left, Butterfly Ninja was also called to provide support. The two were ahead of each other, but the distance between them was still quite far. Yunyan sprinted forward, although he knew that Tanjiro wouldn't be defeated here. The thought of the adorable and well-behaved Nezuko being hurt by spider silk made him unconsciously quicken his pace. Ju was closer to them and particularly concerned about his junior brother Tanjiro. As soon as he heard the request for support, he immediately set off. As soon as Yunyan arrived here, she saw Zenitsu performing the first form of the six-fold slash, and Spider Brother's unwilling shouts completely dissipated. She quickly caught the falling Zenitsu, held him in her arms, and gently placed him on the suspended rooftop. "Zenitsu, hold on." Zenitsu's somewhat dazed eyes trembled slightly. "Big sister, Yunyan sighed, rubbed his head, and used her breath to suppress the spread of the toxin. The rescue team would arrive soon. Yunyan pressed her lips together. Her original form was not good at all. Her healing skill was very poor. If she wanted to use healing magic, it would definitely be a massive burst of divine power, instantly healing an entire area, which belongs to group healing. However, for individual healing, she still needed to create a clone. Large-scale healing consumed an enormous amount of divine power, and it would be no exaggeration to say it could bring the dead back to life. Yunyan used a wisp of divine power to guide him, allowing him to more smoothly suppress the toxins with his breathing. Seeing him stabilize a bit, Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "Shawnee, good boy, you're really trying hard." Shawnee looked at her, a faint smile emerging on his face. "Grandpa, I hope I haven't let you down?" After settling Shawnee, Yunyan knew Butterfly Shinobu would be coming, so she got up and ran towards the mountain. Inosuke was grabbed by the head by Spider Dad, and Yunyan ran into Ju on the way. The two exchanged glances and quickly rushed towards the mountain peak. Ju drew his sword and struck at Spider Dad's head, while Yunyan swiftly moved to catch Inosuke in her arms. "Are you okay? You look really strong. Let's fight. Come on, let's fight." Yunyan's words were interrupted by Inosuke's loud shout, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the corner of Yunyan's eye to twitch. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he expressionlessly knocked him out and gently placed him on the shore. Standing up, he dusted off his hands and turned to smile at Ione. "Let's go, junior brother." Ione trembled slightly. "Yes, senior sister, you look really scary right now." On the mountain, Tanjiro was in a fierce battle, with Nezuko entangled in spider silk, hanging upside down in the air. Tanjiro was anxious to save his sister, but had to be cautious of the attacks from Rue, making him extremely restless. "I'll give you your sister in exchange for a quick death. How about it?" Rue said with a faint smile. The boy and the demon girl before him were exactly the familial bond he longed for. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, gripping the knife tightly. "No way. I won't give my sister to you." Rue's expression darkened. "Is that so? Then I'll just kill you and take her myself." Tanjiro was shocked and narrowly dodged Rue's attack, swinging his sword with water breathing, but he found he couldn't cut through the spider silk at all. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the dance his father performed in the snow. His body felt as if it were burning with flames, and his breath was like fire. Dance of the Fire God. Round dance. He swung his sword forward, delivering a fiery arc slash that continuously severed Rue's spider silk. Rue widened his eyes slightly as Tanjiro charged towards his neck with determination. Nezuko, summoned by the spirit of her brother, suddenly opened her eyes wide, raised her hand, and clenched her fist, using her blood to execute her blood demon art. Blood demon art. Exploding blood. The siblings combined their efforts, with Tanjiro wielding his broken sword to slice at Rue's neck. He thought everything was over, but he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Rue chuckled softly, his headless body picking up his head and reattaching it. "Did you really think you could cut off my head? How naive." Rue raised his hand with a cold gaze. "Blood demon art. Killing I will die." Tanjiro's eyes widened. He could no longer rise, his body at its limit and his lungs in severe pain. Nezuko desperately tried to break free from the silk to save her brother. Just as Rue's attack was about to hit Tanjiro, a cold light flashed in the distance. An extreme low temperature instantly enveloped the area. Ice breathing. Sixth form. Ice dragon roar. The slash, accompanied by the roar of the ice dragon, shattered Rue's attack and rescued Nezuko, who was suspended in midair. Yunyan sheathed his sword, raised his hand to catch the falling Nezuko, and half-squatted to place her beside Tanjiro. Tanjiro stared blankly at her, and Yunyan wore a relieved smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Thankfully, he made it in time. He truly is a determined child, persevering until now. It's been tough. On the other side, Ju swiftly severed Rue's neck with a single strike, so fast that Rue couldn't even react. He sheathed his sword and walked over to them, looking down at Tanjiro. In his calm eyes, there was the same sense of relief, glad that he arrived in time and didn't lose this junior brother. Are you okay? Tanjiro snapped back to reality, tears shimmering in his eyes. Yes, thanks to senior sister Yunyan and Mr. Ju for arriving in time. Nezuko and I are fine. Ju pressed his lips together. He also wanted Tanjiro to call him brother. It's good that you're fine. Ju's expression was calm, but Yunyan could detect a hint of resentment in his tranquil gaze. Chapter 88. Hashira meeting judgment. How should I put this? Yunyan looked helplessly at Iyo, who was holding Butterfly Shinobu and striking a pose for the Ansei waist drum. On the other side, Nezuko was shrinking her body and frantically dodging Kanoho, while at her feet lay the severely injured Tanjiro, urging Nezuko to run quickly and struggling to get up to stop Kanoho. Yunyan, 10:06 quietly walked out and sat by her feet. It's not that I don't take action. This is the main plot, I know. But what should I do now? The chibi Yunyan pointed with her big round eyes at Nezuko, who was crazily moving in the distance. 06 fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grew larger and ran over to pick up Nezuko in its mouth. Kano's eyes widened as she locked eyes with 06's bright green pupils, scared to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. Yunyan jumped up with a cross on his forehead, charged up, and with a swift move, punched 06 on the head, scaring the child. 06. On the other side, Butterfly Shinobu directly started fighting with Iyo. Because of Yunyan, Butterfly Shinobu maintained her original personality, a hot-tempered and proud, yet delicate and gentle girl. Yunyan looked at them helplessly, silently holding Shinefu in her arms. Not afraid, not afraid. This guy 06 has no ill intentions. Shinefu felt the warmth of her embrace, her eyes slightly trembling, her body motionless, allowing her to hold her. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the longing in her eyes, a longing for this warm embrace. She had always known that Lord Ice Pillar was a very gentle and warm person, just like when she was saved by her sisters back then. The command of the Lord. Bring back the swordsman with the demon. Bring back Tanjiro Kamadu, Nezuko Kamadu. Everyone stopped, and the farce came to an end. Yunyan let out a sigh of relief, straightened her body, and now, what she should be worried about was Shimi. She looked at Tanjiro, holding Nezuko with a complicated expression, and gently sighed. These two would surely have a moment that could overturn Shimi's heart. Thinking of the regrets from that time, Yunyan silently clenched her fists. If she had chosen to enter the small world in her true form from the very beginning, would Shimi have not lost those things? Probably. After all, she is the Empress. Changing some regrets, even the heavens wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Yunyan slowly closed her eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with dead silence. The palm-sized 06 looked at her, a trace of heartache flashing in its cat-like pupils. It understood what Yunyan was thinking, but that was impossible. The ancient war had barely ceased 100 years ago, and the land of fallen gods had yet to calm down. A brief truce did not signify the arrival of peace. As the strongest deity, since the day of becoming a god, the divine soul had been fighting in the land of fallen gods for a full 30,000 years. That place could only be entered by soul bodies, one person, one long spear, and one sword, guarding the vast world from chaotic invasions. The soul was already riddled with wounds. To casually wish for the physical body to awaken was simply a daydream. The reason for awakening was merely that the avatars scattered across various realms had all died. Divine power returned to the body, and the soul branches reunited. Perhaps the divine soul had long been unstable, restless, and could only be holding on like this now. The group evacuated with the injured, while Yunyan, Ion, and Butterfly Shinobu, as Hashira, returned first to prepare for the Hashira meeting. Rather than a meeting, it was more akin to a trial. Early the next morning, the Hashira gathered at the Kanroji residence. Tanjiro was brought and bound, and Yunyan frowned as she approached to untie him. Ihei dropped a branch from a tree, and Yunyan looked up at him. Ehei pointed at Tanjiro with displeasure, questioning why she cared for such a foolish person carrying a demon. He should be beheaded along with the evil spirit. Yuzui rubbed his forehead, slightly tilting his head, saying, "Leave this to me. I guarantee I will elegantly chop off their heads." Yunyan silently curled her lips, thinking that it couldn't be said that way. What if there were differences? Although based on my understanding of Miss Jiwa, you might not be wrong, but a ghost is a ghost, and such a probability is unlikely to occur. Let's go for decapitation instead. Yunyan covered her face. How could you, Xing Shuru, say such terrifying things so seriously? Xing Shuru blinked. Were my words really that scary? Beiminjiu, Xingming was in tears, hands clasped together. Namu Amitba, what a pitiful child. Although they didn't willingly become this way, let us quickly give them a release. Yunyan, 06, MD, what's wrong with you, blind monk? Where did your compassion go? Kane had a look of reluctance on her face. Perhaps. As Yunyan said, this child really is different. Maybe they can truly coexist peacefully. Sister, stop being so naive. A demon is a demon. I don't believe this guy and his sister could really be good people. Mitsuri, with a dark expression, crossed her arms and looked at Tanjiro with distrust. Kane sighed helplessly but still chose to stand by Yunyan's side. Mitsuri glanced at her sister and didn't say anything. Instead, she followed her and stood over there. Mitsuri looked left and right, covering her face and lowering her head. What should she do? If they just kill this boy, it would be too pitiful. After a while, she quietly walked over to Yunyan, blushing, and stood in line. When Ikaku saw this, he choked on his words. He wanted to say a few more sarcastic remarks, but he completely swallowed them back and remained silent. The Tsuguko brothers didn't need to be mentioned. Since even Sister Shinobu has spoken, it must be true. Kyujiko looked left and right, scratching his head. He had also been paying attention to the brother and sister. Although the sister is a demon, she really has saved many people. However, out of hatred for demons, he chose to remain neutral. The Water Hashira group, needless to say, were just like Yunyan, or even more protective of Tanjiro. Thus, the scene turned into three factions. One faction called for immediate execution, one faction remained neutral, and one faction fiercely protected him. Yunyan searched around but didn't see Shimi, and he realized in his heart that it was over. The iconic scene was about to happen. Sure enough, while they were still arguing here, not far away came Shimi's low, anger-hidden voice. Hey, what's all this noise? Is this guy really the fool with the demon? Because he was busy with a mission, Shimi hadn't even had time to trim his hair before rushing over. His usual spiky hair was a bit long, and his eyes were bloodshot with anger, making him look even fiercer. He quickly snatched the box containing Nezuko from Inosuke's hands, grinning menacingly. A demon will protect a human? Give me a break. He drew his knife, ready to stab it into the box, and the Water Hashira, along with the Butterfly Sisters, gasped in shock. Wanted to stop him. In the next second, the knife came to a halt, and everyone widened their eyes, looking at Yunyan in disbelief. Yunyan held the blade with one hand, the edge cutting into his palm, blood instantly oozing out. The knife, which was supposed to be used to slay evil spirits, had injured the one he loved. Shirmi widened her eyes, her tone urgent. Idiot, what are you doing? Let go quickly. Yunyan frowned, her face showing helplessness. This was the order from the Lord, and whatever he wanted to do, they had to at least wait for him to arrive. Shimi, with a dark expression, threw the box aside. Yunyan let go of her grip, and he hurriedly sheathed his knife, nervously pulling her hand over to examine it. The cut was deep, enough to see the bone, revealing how much force she had just used. Shimi's face turned red with anger, veins bulging as he gripped her wrist, the veins on his hand pulsing, yet he controlled his strength to avoid hurting her. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Have you lost your mind? What were you thinking grabbing the knife? It's dangerous." Kanai, who habitually carried a medical kit, rushed over to treat Yunyan's injury. Yunyan-chan, you're too impulsive. How could you grab a knife with your hand? It's very dangerous. Yunyan smiled helplessly, realizing it was too late to intervene. That knife would hurt the little girl so much. Chapter 89, Dissipating Heart Knots. Tanjiro noticed that Shimi intended to stab Nezuko, and while everyone was in shock, he made an effort to get up and jumped, delivering a headbutt to Shimi. Yunyan was quick-witted and directly grabbed Tanjiro by the collar, while using his other hand to pull Shimi over, dodging Tanjiro's wildly kicking legs. Shimi stumbled and steadied himself, turning to glare fiercely at Tanjiro, thinking, "What do you want to do? Do you want to die, you brat? I'll fulfill your wish right now." Yunyan furrowed her brows tightly, throwing Tanjiro to Ion, standing between them, and spoke in a low, indifferent tone, "Everyone be quiet." Shimi was taken aback, wanting to say something, but he felt that if he spoke again, it would definitely lead to trouble. So he indignantly closed his mouth, glaring fiercely at Tanjiro. Tanjiro was already too scared to speak under Yunyan's low pressure, and Iyong silently moved a few steps away while holding him. Everyone is here. The voice of Ubuyashiki Waya came from inside the house. Everyone quickly stood up, kneeling on one knee, respectfully greeting him. Only Yunyan leisurely sat on the corridor. Her unusually lazy attitude drew no complaints from anyone. Ubuyashiki Waya smiled and patted her head. Yunyan, how's your hand? Yunyan raised her lips and looked up at him. I'm fine. How have you been lately? Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well. He then glanced at the crowd in front of him and took another look at the stunned Tanjiro lying on the ground. I know everything about this child, and I trust them. His sister, perhaps, is truly a change that comes once in a millennium. Shimi gritted his teeth, raised his head, and said apologetically, My lord, I cannot trust them. Demons are just demons. They only know how to hurt and devour. He stood up, picked up the box containing Nezuko, and walked towards the room. I'm sorry, my lord, I was rude. Standing in the shadows, he roughly threw the box onto the floor, drew his sword, and slashed his own arm, blood dropping instantly. Shimi wore a sinister smile. Come out, evil demon. It's time to eat. Show your true form, so I can cut off your head. Nezuko opened the box, caught the scent of his fresh blood, drooled, and stared intently at his bleeding arm. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Shimi's smile grew wider, and his eyes became colder, just waiting for Nezuko to pounce. The result was that because Yunyan had also given Nezuko a hint, although Nezuko was drooling, she still rummaged through the box. She climbed out holding a clean bandage, turned around, and found some alcohol. Suddenly growing larger, she approached Shimi and yanked his injured arm. The alcohol was poured directly onto the wound, and Shimi's face turned pale from the pain, gritting his teeth to hold back his cries. Nezuko watched as the disinfectant was used up, then quickly wrapped his wound and even tied a bow. Shrinking her body, she placed her hands on her hips, looked at him, and said, Then she turned around and trotted back into the box, peeking out at him. The crowd, Yunyan blinked, looking at Shimi's dazed expression, unable to hold back a laugh. Pahaha. When Kanuyoya saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle as well. Everyone noticed. This child truly was a special existence. The crowd exchanged glances, and Kujira looked at Kanuyoya and spoke. My lord, we cannot be convinced. Kanuyoya sighed, is that so? I received a letter this morning. Everyone, please listen. He took out the letter and gently read aloud. This is a letter from Rengoku Sakanji. This letter had been written long ago, and it bore the unexpected signatures of several people. If one day Nezuko loses control and harms humans, her older brother, Tanjiro Kamado, will slay her on the spot. Furthermore, I, Rengoku Sakanji, along with Rengoku Kaneo, Tenjin-Yi, Rengoku Shinjuro, and Tsujikuni Yunyan, are willing to atone for our sins through seppuku. We are willing to vouch for her with this act. Note, since Kaneo and Shinjuro are both orphans raised by Master Rengoku, the author has decided to give them the Rengoku surname. The crowd was shocked, their eyes wide open. Shimi looked at Yunyan in disbelief, his anger reaching its peak as he turned and shouted at Yu and the others. What good will seppuku do? If someone gets hurt, it's too late. If you want to die, just go die yourself. Why involve Yunyan? Ehei had a similar expression, glaring at Yu and the others. That's right. I say, let us just resolve this now. Kanuyoya sighed. I understand everyone has thoughts and the anger towards demons, but I still ask for another chance to prove themselves. The crowd quieted down, and the irritable Shimi fell silent at that moment. In the end, everyone compromised. Kanuyoya said some encouraging words to Tanjiro, receiving a confident response from him, and then left with a smile. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Yunyan and Shimi. Before leaving, Kyujin walked over to Shimi, looking concerned. Shimi, are you okay? Yeah, you should go back. I have some things to discuss with Yunyan. All right, then I'll go home and make some sweet rice cakes and matcha for you. Okay. Kyujin also took away 06, who wanted to watch the drama unfold online, saving it from glowing and heating up here. In the yard, only the two of them remained, one sitting and the other standing, with Yunyan turning her back and remaining silent. Shimi stood in silence for a while before walking over to sit beside her, then quietly laid down on her lap, wrapping his arms around her waist, his face pressed against her abdomen. Yunyan naturally raised his hand and gently stroked his head. Shimi, if you're feeling uncomfortable, you need to express it properly. Shimi's voice trembled a bit. Nezuko's reaction was something he couldn't accept. They both turned into demons, and his mother couldn't possibly not love them. But why didn't such a miracle happen to his mother? The clouds brushed against the back of his head as he looked at the sky. Shimi, do you know? just after turning into a demon. The consciousness and soul are all chaotic and unclear. Nezuko was the same, but her brother fought desperately to suppress her. After that, they were fortunate to encounter snowy weather without sunlight, which is why they look the way they do now. Yunyin lowered her head, watching the tears sliding down the corners of his eyes, and gently brushed them away with her hand. If only I had been a little faster that day. If my clone had been stronger at that time, I could have saved your family. I could have let Aunt Shizumi live. I could have slowly found a way to turn the demons back into humans. And then your family could have lived happily together. Your mother loves you all. If you need a reason to accept it, Shimi, then hate me. Hate my stubbornness that led to that outcome. Hate me for not saving you. Hate me for not stopping it in time. Shimi suddenly tightened his embrace around her waist and growled. What nonsense are you saying? He sat up, his eyes red, like a beast on the verge of collapse, pulling Yunyin into his arms, his hand pressing against the back of her head, burying her face in his neck. His voice was choked, hoarse. How could that be? You've already done enough. It was he who was too weak. If only he had been able to find his mother more quickly. If he had seen clearly earlier and held his mother back, preventing her demonized self from going home, taking her to a dark place before the sun rose. Wouldn't he have lost them then? The knot in Shimi's heart suddenly unraveled. His mother loved them the most. It was just that their family's luck was a little bad. Blame him for not protecting it all. Yunyin hugged him, using her embrace to comfort her usually strong and tough partner, who was now incredibly fragile. Chapter 90 Fragment, Missing Memories. Due to days of extreme fatigue, Yunyin only felt the person holding her suddenly lose strength, his shoulders sinking. Turning her head in surprise, she saw tears still lingering in Shimi's eyes as he fell into a deep sleep while holding her. Seeing this, Yunyin smiled helplessly and gently picked him up. Yao Zai from the delivery room walked in and was about to say something to keep them there to rest, but saw Yunyin smiling and shaking her head. Mouthing a thank you, she carried Shimi out of the mansion. On the way, Yunyin knew his temperament, so she chose mostly empty roads, just taking a longer route. When they reached the Feng residence, Quangjin heard the noise and hurried out. Upon seeing Yunyin carrying the sleeping Shimi, his mind went blank. Were these two switched? He quickly went up to take Shimi onto his back, and Yunyin silently bid farewell to him. Quangjin had no time to hold her back before she quickly left. Sighing, he dutifully carried Shimi inside. Looking at his dusty clothes, he helplessly stripped him clean and changed him into fresh clothes before taking him to the bathroom. After helping him take a bath, drying him off, and carrying him back, he placed him on the bed and covered him with a blanket. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He hadn't woken up at all. How many days had this guy gone without sleep? Quangjin couldn't help but laugh in anger. This fool Shimi really didn't care about his body at all. In reality, it wasn't like that. Mainly because of his demigod body, the Wind Pillar discovered that he seemed to be able to stay energetic without sleep and had endless energy to slay demons. Thus, he became obsessed with killing. Not only did he forget to sleep, but he also forgot that even as a demigod, he was still human. Once he relaxed, he didn't want to sleep, and his brain had to forcibly shut down. Yunyin first went to the Butterfly Mansion to see Tanjiro, and then apologized for Shinobu's behavior. Although Tanjiro is very gentle, it doesn't mean he won't get angry. Yunyin helplessly talked to him about her past with Shimi and why Shimi hated demons so much. As Tanjiro listened, he sensed the deep regret and sadness emanating from Yunyin, and suddenly, tears began to flow down his cheeks. Large droplets of tears fell onto the bedspread. Yunyin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly, thinking it shouldn't be to the point of crying like this. Tanjiro wiped away his tears with determination and looked at her sincerely. Senior sister, you've already worked very hard. Although I don't know how to express it, senior sister. This is not your fault. Yunyin curved her lips. Who knows? You should rest well, and I'll come to see you again in a few days. Yunyin stood up, rubbed her head, glanced at the still sleeping Zenitsu and Inosuke, and quietly left. Tanjiro looked at her back and felt that the slender and tall figure was particularly lonely. From the moment he first saw Yunyin, he vaguely sensed the sadness and regret that surrounded her. Beneath her gentle exterior lay the solitude and remorse that followed the blood and carnage. That sadness felt like losing everything, yet being powerless to do anything about it. Unable to hold on to or keep anything. She must have lost more than any of them, right? This was what Tanjiro thought at that moment. And it was indeed the truth. Cloud smoke walks along the road, thoughts drifting far away. In that ancient war, there were over 10,000 deities participating. They were the descendants of ancient gods, the pride of various realms. But in the end, only she was left. That war, capable of obliterating everything. was built upon the remnants of their souls, a high wall constructed from their souls and flesh to protect everything. But how many of these gods are remembered? A smirk of sarcasm curled at the corners of her lips as she thought, the heavens are the most laughable existence. A divine oracle marks the beginning of war. A divine oracle buries countless lives. In the end, those who survive are granted supreme power. What meaning does that hold? A gentle breeze brushes past, stirring her hair as she looks up at the sky, where the dazzling sun hangs high above. The sunlight shines down, clearly warm, yet her hands and feet feel icy. Ah, that world is utterly rotten. Yunyan softly spoke, her golden eyes filled with silence, standing with her hands behind her back under the wisteria tree, her slender and tall figure revealing a sense of loneliness. In the corner, the butterfly sisters looked at her with concern, accompanied by Shinobu and Aoi Kinzaki. Lord Ice Pillar seems to be in a really bad mood. Yeah, what should we do? I remember Lord Ice Pillar loves to eat hoggy cakes. How about we make some for her? A good idea. Do you really think it will work? It seems like just eating hoggy cakes alone might not be enough to cheer her up. The group was discussing animatedly while the person being talked about had already started walking towards the door. Yin now has a pure expression of disdain for the world. In a bad mood, she decides to go find a ghost to slash at. Although it's noon, finding a ghost also takes time, doesn't it? As she walks, Yin suddenly halts. A vague and blurry memory flashes through her mind. Frowning, she wonders what is going on. Does she have memory loss? In that fleeting memory, she only captures a moment. She is on an ancient battlefield, covered in blood, holding onto a white-haired man. The man seems to have a hole pierced through his chest. His face is unclear, but she recalls him trembling as he gently wiped the blood-mixed tears from her face. His mouth moves as if saying something, but alas, there's no sound. In the end, the man smiles and breathes his last, his body transforming in a scattered starlight. It seems she is crying, or perhaps she is filled with rage, but she just can't remember. Yin walked while trying hard to remember, but she couldn't capture any of those traces no matter what. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, rubbed her forehead, and felt even more frustrated. With a dark expression, she placed her hand on the knife handle. Long knew her thoughts and went ahead to gather information. Tonight, it was impossible for Yin to rest. As expected, she collected intelligence in the afternoon and ran around all night, killing more than 10 ghosts. She only staggered home in the early hours of the next day. Covered in blood, though it was all from the ghosts, and collapsed in a bed, she successfully scared Qian Naimi, who came to call her for lunch. So badly that before she even opened her eyes, Shimi rushed in and picked her up to take her to the butterfly house. Looking like a bloody person, she frightened everyone at the butterfly house. In the end, it was just exhaustion from staying up all night, and she wasn't injured. Not only was she sent to take a shower and change her clothes, but she was also criticized for a long time, with different people coming in to scold her. By the way, she received a 5000 word reflection requested by Hachisuka Yzai. Yin only felt a throbbing at her temples as she sat at the table, breaking an unknown number of brushes. Everyone still wanted to further promote her relationship with Shimi, but to their surprise, they not only held hands to go eat desserts, but also went shopping together. When it was time to part, they even hugged each other. Yin raised her head and kissed him. Shimi, who was supposed to be dead, was actually holding her waist, his hand resting on the back of her head in response. The people in the corner were shocked. When did these two get together? Why was there no news or trace of it at all? Everyone looked at each other in silence, gradually dispersing. Well, it's none of their business now, wishing them a long and happy life together. Chapter 91. Infinity Train. While Tanjiro and the others were recovering from their injuries, Yin collected recent news reports and searched for a long time before finally finding information about the Infinity Train. Glancing at Long, who was playing with the little white one beside him, she said, "Long, please tell my lord that I need to meet him. There are some things that need to be clarified in person." "Okay, Lady Yin." Long flapped his wings and flew to the Yashiki mansion, while Yin sat at the table, sipping tea and organizing her thoughts about the Infinity Train. Arakaza, indeed, was a tragic person, but the sins he accumulated afterward must be atoned for in hell. Yin pointed at the table with her finger and soon received a reply from Arakushiki Waya. She stood up and headed to the Arakushiki residence. Ever since she returned, China Mimi had completely taken on the demeanor of a young girl, especially with her playful spirit that was very evident for someone her age. Just like today, China Mimi was called out by Kwang Jin to go play, saying they were going to catch river shrimp. Yin sat in front of Shiki Waya in the production house, summarizing herself and the names of the demons encountered regarding the Infinity Train, along with their abilities. "My lord, take a look at this." I've heard that Kyujuru will be going on this train soon. I think, for this incident, he alone will not be enough. Yunyan's expression was serious enough, but not enough for him to come back alive. Chanchiyuki, while he flipped through the pages, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. It turned out that 2 of the 12 Kazuki had appeared. He had no doubt about Yunyan's words. Instead, a grateful smile appeared on his gentle face. Thank you, Yunyan. This information has really helped a lot. The smoke from the clouds curled up to her lips. And just as she was about to say that she would go by herself, she heard Hushiki Yuya laughingly say, "You've been quite tired lately, so you should take a good rest. Let Shimi accompany you." Yunyan, Nima. Yunyan forced a smile. She wasn't tired, really not at all. Just let her go. Unable to resist the gentle waves from the other party, Yunyan covered her face and left. In the end, she still notified Shimi, asking him to accompany Kaijur to carry out the mission on the Infinite Train. Yunyan walked down the street with a dark expression, heading towards her task location. Before this, she had asked Itu, Iong, and Jinjuan, but all 3 of them had tasks. Then she stubbornly went to ask Meili and the others. And what was the result? Iha and Meili had a collaborative task. Baiming and Xingming had a patrol task, and as for Yuzui and the others, it was unnecessary to mention. They were too far away, and she couldn't find them at all. Yunyan rubbed her forehead in frustration. She had wanted to come up with a mission, but what she came up with was the Infinite Train, not randomly selecting lucky little ghosts to stab. With one stroke, she would sever the head of the evil spirit. Yunyan took a deep breath to adjust her mindset, wearing a smile. It's all good. It's all good. No problem at all. Shimi was already a demigod, strong in power, and with no issues in physical skills or sword techniques, so it would definitely be fine. Then she broke down, looking down at her right arm. Blood spread out, instantly staining her white shirt red. There were signs of a fracture on her arm. But with her powerful, self-healing ability as a divine body, it healed instantly. Yunyan, without hesitation, she turned and ran towards the direction of the Infinite Train. 06, coordinate navigation. Through the connection with 06, her tone was urgent, and soon, a map appeared in her mind. Yunyan pressed her lips together, blood trickling down her forehead. She raised her hand to wipe it away, and her left eye went blind for a moment before instantly recovering. Her mood worsened, and she radiated an aura of low pressure. Meanwhile, the time returned to when they were on a mission. Shimi, arms crossed, followed Akaza to a restaurant to eat and gather information about the Infinity Train. In the casual chatter of the restaurant owner, the 2 exchanged glances, confirming the accuracy of the demon's presence. After finishing their meal, they headed towards the train station. They were extremely lucky. First, they saved a person from the maintenance department, and then they rescued someone who had once been saved by Akaza's father. They even helped the person's granddaughter. Because Akaza had a big appetite, Shimi also ate a lot, and the 2 finished each other's bento boxes, carrying them while chasing the train. They bought their tickets and boarded midway. Sitting in the carriage, the 2 were happily eating when 3 familiar voices came from behind. Shimi leaned his head slightly, and Akaza turned around in confusion, meeting the gazes of Tanjiro and the others. Huh, why are you guys here? Shimi looked displeased, and this displeasure wasn't due to any dislike for the 3, but rather because he couldn't understand why this mission, which likely involved upper and lower moon demons, would let 3 newcomers come along. Wasn't that a death trap? Tanjiro scratched his head. Ever since he learned about Shimi's past, he wasn't angry anymore, especially since Nezuko wasn't harmed. With a good-natured smile, he said, "Mr. Shinazugawa, Mr. Rengoku. Hello. We've also received a mission here." Shimi clicked his tongue, turning his head to the side to ignore him. Akaza smiled widely, laughing a couple of times. Wow, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to run into you 2 here. What a coincidence. Zenitsu looked at the somewhat dark-faced Shimi in terror, quietly shrinking his presence. This uncle, so scary. Shinazugawa Shimi. Who are you calling uncle? But somehow, as they chatted, the group ended up sitting together. Shimi sat next to Akaza, dark-faced as he looked at the 3 little ones across from him. Tanjiro raised a question to Akaza about his use of the fire god Kagura, which is said to be the breath of the sun. Akaza laughed heartily. I don't know, the 4 of them. Shimi facepalmed. How could Rengoku say he didn't know so confidently and even laugh? Then he became even more numb. As they continued talking, he heard the 3 little ones inexplicably start calling Akaza big brother. Shinazugawa Shimi. Sometimes he really thought Akaza's social skills were ridiculously strong. At the peak of his speechlessness, the ticket inspector came over. Shimi looked at the wooden-faced inspector, frowning slightly. The 5 of them had their tickets checked, staring at the inspector like puppets. Following the seating order. This person feels so strange, Zenitsa muttered, and Shimi frowned deeply. When the inspector left, Shimi remained silent, glancing around the carriage. It was too quiet. Even the children had their heads lowered, too quiet to be normal. Leaning back in his chair, he lowered his gaze and thought. And the sounds of Tanjiro and the others faded away. Confused, he looked up, and everything went dark. The inspector looked through the window at the 5 who had already fallen asleep and turned to leave. Emu stood at the front of the train, arms wide open, wearing a twisted smile. Has it already started? I'm so excited. 2 Ashira have come. This time, that person will surely be happy. Chapter 92. Shimi's Dream Big Brother. Big Brother. Shimi frowned, hearing the familiar, childish voice of Jinya from his memories as he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the 2 or 3-year-old Jinya in front of him, he was momentarily stunned. Jinya looked at him in confusion, tugging at his sleeve. Big Brother, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly close your eyes while walking on the street? Shimi stared blankly at him, unable to speak. Something was off. Why was Jinya so small? He looked down his own hands, so small. Noticing his clothes, they were the ones his mother had made for him when he was a child. Shimi's pupils shook violently. What was going on? Shimi, what are you dazing out for? A familiar voice came from behind, and Shimi turned sharply, his eyes widening as he recognized the owner of the voice. Kazuki was holding Yunyan's hand, also carrying some rice cakes, smiling as he walked towards him. Come on. Didn't we say we were going to catch river shrimp today? The weather is just right. It's the coolest by the river. Shimi felt his body tremble slightly, his eyes stinging. Suddenly he looked down. Jinya was beaming at him. Big Brother, let's go. Shimi felt a dryness in his throat, pressed his lips together, his childish voice slightly hoarse. Okay. Kazuki came over, nudging him with his shoulder, playfully saying, don't daze out. You don't seem like yourself. Do you have something on your mind? Shimi looked at his face, a smile creeping onto his lips. It's nothing, just what? Shimi shook his head, chuckling softly. Just feel like I've dreamed of this scene before. Kazuki laughed. Shimi, you're amazing. You can even dream of this. Yunyan raised his head and tugged at his sleeve. Shimi, do you want to take Shwami to my house to eat fried river shrimp today? Shimi felt a bitterness in his heart. If this were a dream, he thought he wanted to see more of it. Good. Yunyan smiled as she hopped along with Shwami in front, while Shimi and Zai walked side by side behind them. They reached the riverbank, caught river shrimp and crabs, ate rice cakes while splashing in the water, laughing and playing. On the way home, Shimi saw his deceased mother, the one he had buried under the sunlight with his own hands. Aunt Jijin called out to them with a smile. Kids, come here, Aunt Jijin. Yunyan dashed over, suddenly wrapping her arms around her waist. Zai pulled on Shimi, and Shimi instinctively held onto Shiwemi. The 4 children gathered around Jijin. Soon after, Zai and Yunyan's mother, Meihui, also arrived, carrying groceries. Shimi was held in her mother's embrace, feeling a warmth that he hadn't experienced in a long time. He closed his eyes, apologizing and allowing himself to indulge for just a moment. The scene shifted, and Shimi saw his taller self, watching his younger siblings playing inside the house. Outside, their mother was airing out the blankets. Shimi sat on the tatami, gazing at the sky. He remembered that day. It was the day that scoundrel old dad died. Brother, I can't tie up my hair. Can you help me? Shimi looked down at Shomei, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. He took the hair tie from her hand. Okay, brother will help you. Is a bun okay? Of course. Thank you, brother. Shimi smiled gently, though his heart was filled with bitterness. He carefully tied his sister's hair, watching her happily run out to show their mother. His eyes grew moist, and his nose felt a bit sour. Big brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Shiwemi sat down beside him, looking at him with concern. Shimi gritted his teeth and pulled him into an embrace. Shiwemi was taken aback, but hugged him back. Big brother? The younger siblings saw the 2 hugging and rushed over, playfully clamoring. We want Big Brother's hug too. Shomei ran back, and all the kids squeezed into Shimi's arms. Shimi laughed. Be careful. Everyone can hug, but don't push. Jijin smiled as she watched her children. The next moment, Shimi stood up and ran to her, jumping into her arms. He held her tightly, and Jijin was momentarily stunned before embracing her son back. What's wrong, Shimi? Shimi shook his head as if gathering courage, then stepped back from her embrace, his face breaking into a gentle, radiant smile. Even though I really want to stay here forever, I still have things I must do. Shiwemi, Yunyan is still waiting for me. I'm sorry, mother. Under the puzzled expressions of Jijin and the younger siblings, Shimi quickly ran to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. He focused on the blade, and he understood. Everything was a dream. If he wanted to get out, it wouldn't be easy. It seemed like he had to do this. Without hesitation, he drew the knife across his neck. Shimi, who had been sitting in a chair, suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, trembling as he touched his neck. The pain felt very real, as if it lingered on his skin. He calmed his breathing and looked down, meeting Nezuko's gaze. Shimi froze, and Nezuko looked at him eagerly. After a moment, Shimi's face flushed slightly as he touched his neck. I'm sorry about earlier. Nezuko smiled, her eyes narrowing, and raised her hand. Shimi looked at her, as if seeing his sister through her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the presence of a demon surged in. Shimi's expression changed, and he quickly stood up, drawing his knife. He glanced at the sleeping passengers in the carriage. Hey, see if you can wake up Rengoku and the others. I'll go take care of the demon. Nezuko nodded obediently. Shimi charged forward, gathering his strength, and the hidden demon revealed itself. In an instant, he cut off its head. Behind him, he heard Nezuko's blood demon art activate, and he turned to see Tanjiro and the others slowly waking up. He sighed in relief. Kaijiro opened his eyes, blinking in confusion before breaking into his usual smile. I didn't expect to be the last one to wake up as a Hashira. How embarrassing. If there were a hole in the ground, I would love to crawl into it. Shimi felt embarrassed. Hey Rengoku, this isn't a time for jokes. The stench of the demon is almost overwhelming. Kaijiro drew his sword and then let S slay the demon. The two exchanged glances. There were many carriages, and the air was thick with the presence of demons. It seemed the entire train was composed of the demon's body. Sure enough, the walls of the carriage turned into flesh. Shimi frowned. Hey, you three little brats over there, and that girl who's a demon, even though I'm not pleased. Rengoku and I are responsible for the safety of these people. You all head to the front. The entire train is likely the demon's body. Find the demon's neck and cut it. Got it? Yes. Tanjiro responded loudly, quickly opening the door to run towards the front. Kaijiro took the lead to clear the way. The train had a total of 8 carriages. Kaijiro was responsible for the last 4, while Shimi dashed out after he stopped to protect the safety of the members in the front carriages. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, along with Nezuko, took the opportunity to rush to the front, looking for the demon's neck. Yum had fully integrated with the train, and Tanjiro and the others struggled against him. Finally, after nearly being crushed countless times, they found the neck. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. Zenitsu and Inosuke were already injured, and he was in terrible condition himself, with broken ribs and unsure if his organs were punctured. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swung his sword at the demon's neck. Nezuko rushed in, using her blood to activate her blood demon art, Blood Explosion. The carriage broke apart, and Yum began to dissipate unwillingly. Tanjiro and the others fell outside, unable to get up due to their injuries. Shimi and Kaijiro rushed from the carriage to their side quickly. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with worry. Tanjiro exhaled, revealing a relieved smile. I'm so glad we managed to find and cut off the demon's neck. Nezuko smiled tightly in his embrace, and Shimi watched them with a slight smile, his fierce gaze softening. Chapter 93. Shimi approaches death. Contract activated. Kaijiro's smile froze for a moment, and he turned to look into the dark area beside him in sync with Shimi. Who is there? Come out. Shimi took a step forward, drawing his knife and watching cautiously ahead. Kaijiro stood in front of Tanjiro and the others. Have you been discovered? As expected of Hashira, you two are strong. How about becoming demons? From the shadows emerged a figure with sakura pink hair and pale skin adorned with blue patterns. Upon recognizing his appearance, Shimi and Kaijiro were momentarily shocked by the words in his eyes. Upper Moon 3. If I heard correctly, you two are called Kaijiro and Shimi, right? So, how about it? Become demons. You can gain immense power and eternal life. TCH, damn you, you scoundrel demon. Don't act so familiar with me. Become a demon? Hell no. I refuse. The two figures flashed forward, swinging their swords at Akaza. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Flame breathing, second form, rising flame. Akaza's smile widened. Very good. I'm starting to like you two even more. Come on. Tanjiro widened his eyes, watching the three figures flash and clash. The sounds of explosions and slashes echoing. So fast. It's too fast to even see with the eyes. Rengoku brother and Shinazugawa-san are so strong. Inosuke propped himself up, excitedly watching their battle, unable to move due to his severe injuries, only able to shout encouragement. Shinazugawa's forehead veins bulged as he turned to Inosuke and yelled, "Shut up. Don't disturb me, you injured fool." Akaza swatted away Kaijiro and suddenly appeared in front of Shinazugawa, saying, don't lose focus during a fight. A punch came flying, and Shinazugawa clicked his tongue, blocking the attack with his sword, sliding far back, barely stopping with a hard push from his heels. Kyuso, damn demon, don't get too cocky. Breath of the wind, fifth form, cold autumn mountain wind. His figure flashed above Akaza, swinging his sword to unleash a massive wind blade swirling around him. Akaza's eyes widened in excitement. Good. Shinazugawa, become a demon. Your strength can contribute even more power to that esteemed one. Shinazugawa grinned menacingly. Shut your mouth and die. I'll never become that disgusting thing. Kaijiro steadied himself and charged forward with his sword, breath of flame, fifth form, flame tiger. He thrust forward, delivering a massive slash like a burning tiger. Akaza laughed as he unleashed his blood demon art, destruction kill, chaos style. With incredible speed, he delivered ferocious blows to the same spot, instantly neutralizing both of their attacks. In a flash, Shinazugawa exclaimed, "Watch out, Rengoku!" Kaijiro blocked with his sword, but as he was thrown back, he felt a jolt to his forehead and collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his sword. The intense pain in his arm made him frown, and blood from a cut on his forehead stained his left eye. Enduring the discomfort, he smiled at Shinazugawa as usual. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Shinazugawa gritted his teeth, filled with rage, gripping his sword and clashing with Akaza. Kaijiro paused to catch his breath before rejoining the battle. Unlike the demons, both of them were injured, and Kaijiro gasped, feeling the clear pain of broken bones in his right arm and ribs. Shinazugawa's face was twisted in a grimace, almost maniacal with laughter. The pain of broken bones excited him further. Is this upper moon? It really ignites my fighting spirit. Akaza was incredibly strong, and during a moment of misstep, Kaijiro was hit on the head by the residual force, losing consciousness. Shinazugawa was startled, grabbing his collar and violently throwing him towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro stumbled to his feet and, along with Inosuke, caught the falling Kaijiro. Shinazugawa deflected Akaza's attack and shouted towards Tanjiro, "Take care of Rengoku. Leave this guy to me. Before dawn, I'll definitely cut off his head." Akaza, excited to meet a long-awaited opponent, exclaimed, "Shinazugawa, both you and Kaijiro should become demons." "What is wrong with becoming a demon? You can gain endless power and eternal life. Join me." Shinazugawa's face darkened, veins throbbing. "You bastard have been rambling on since just now. Transform, damn it. I will definitely cut off your head today." Breath of the wind, seventh form, strong wind, Tengu wind. In an instant, he unleashed multiple tornado-like spiral wind blades to strike at the enemy. Akaza laughed loudly, destruction kill, void style. Seeing his attack neutralized, Shinazugawa darkened his expression and charged with his sword, thinking if long-range attacks wouldn't work, he'd go for melee. Tanjiro set Kaijiro down and nervously watched Shinazugawa and Akaza battle. Finally, Inosuke, with tears in his eyes, roared, "Mr. Rengoku! No, Uncle Rengoku!" In the battle with Akaza, Shinazugawa lost his right arm and left eye, suffered severe abdominal injuries, with his fist piercing through his abdomen. Holding on to his last breath, he gripped his sword and fiercely stabbed it into Akaza's neck. Akaza's eyes widened in shock as Shinazugawa maintained a villainous face, grinning savagely, veins pulsing, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his lips, hoarsely growling. "I said I'd cut off your worthless head today." Akaza's expression changed completely, turning dark. Damn it. He tried to pull away from the knife in his neck, but found his fist stuck. Shocked, he looked at Shinazugawa, who used all his strength to finally cut off Akaza's head just as Akaza pulled his fist out. Losing his strength, Shinazugawa collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed continuously from his wounds as he coughed and spat out large amounts of blood. Tanjiro hurriedly crawled over, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Rengoku?" Shinazugawa's eyes lost focus as he raised his head to look at him. "Can you bring a few words for me?" Tanjiro's tears flowed uncontrollably as he looked at the once fierce Shinazugawa, now showing a tender smile. The fierce and violent wind turned into a warm, gentle breeze. "Tell Jinya I'm an incompetent brother and to live well. And Yum, tell her I'm sorry I can't be with her anymore." Tanjiro gritted his teeth, reaching out to try to cover his wound, but found it was beyond saving. Finally breaking down, he cried out loud, and Kaijiro woke up at his cries, staring in shock at the scene before him. Shinazugawa. He propped himself up with his sword and hurried to Shinazugawa's side, looking at him helplessly. Morning was approaching, and Inosuke cried loudly while Tanjiro knelt on the ground, crying out in grief. Kaijiro's eyes shimmered with tears, filled with guilt. It was all his fault for being knocked out midway, leaving Shinazugawa to fight Upper Moon alone. If he had dodged the residual force, would this have happened? Kaijiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to hold back the tears in his eyes. Shinazugawa held on to his last breath, smiling helplessly. There are still so many things I can't let go of. Suddenly, a golden light floated in the air, gathering towards his body. Kaijiro's eyes widened, and Tanjiro stopped crying, staring at him in a daze. The divine markings on his body shimmered with light, and the light points fell into Shinazugawa's wounds, visibly healing his injuries. His severed arm regenerated, and the horrifying, fatal wound in his abdomen healed rapidly. Shinazugawa stared down in astonishment as his broken left eye slowly opened. In just a few breaths, he fully recovered. What is happening? He blankly touched his abdomen, stunned, while the other three still mourned. Meanwhile, Zenitsu lay on the ground, feeling dizzy from the whole ordeal. Chapter 94. Yum arrives, soul binding. Divine power overuse causes deep sleep. A dragon's roar echoed in the air as a massive black dragon shadow flickered above, a figure descending amidst black flames not far from them. Everyone widened their eyes. For at that moment, Yum was covered in blood, her face as dark as if it could drip water. Yunyan's expressionless face was twitching with veins, covered in blood. She looked terrifying, as if she had crawled out of hell like a demon. Seeing Shimi in such a disheveled state, with large patches of blood staining her, combined with the pain and life-threatening injuries she had experienced along the way, made her nearly lose her mind with anger. No matter how tough you, Akaza, are, or how hard it is to accept, today, this hellish punishment makes her feel like she's been through a few thousand years. Yunyan raised her hand, and a faint white aura appeared at the corner of her lips. Black flames surged around her, coiling like a serpent. The gates to hell, at my command, open now. The 10 kings of the underworld, for kings of blazing flame, heed my call and bind the soul. The pitch-black door rose, adorned with skulls that still dripped with blood, and it swung open. A hot wave of air rolled out as a man with red hair and golden eyes, clad in blood-red armor, stepped forth. He respectfully knelt before her on one knee, and the 4 kings of blazing flame answered the summons. We greet the emperor and wish the emperor well. Then he stood up, waved his hand, and countless chains, dripping with molten lava, flew out from within the gate. The entity still teetering between collapse and restoration, Yozawa, was instantly enveloped by the chains. Soon after, his body vanished, and his soul was pulled into hell by the chains. Yunyan was about to issue an order when she saw glowing dots gathering into a figure. The girl, with tears in her eyes, looked at her pleadingly and said, "Please, take me to hell too." Yunyan looked at her coldly, naturally knowing who the young girl was, with a hint of darkness in her eyes. "Are you sure? In your condition, hell does not welcome you." Lianshuan knelt in front of her in tears. "Please, let me go accompany Mr. Koma." Yin lowered her gaze, looking down at her from a high position. "Without regret?" "Yes, no regrets." Yunyan looked at Ji Yin and said, "Take her down." Ji Yin respectfully cupped his hands in salute and replied, "Yes, I take my leave." Once he brought Lin Shui into hell, the gate instantly closed and vanished like a puff of smoke. Yunyan turned to look at the 4 stunned people, a half-smile on her face as she looked at Shimi. "Shimi, you're quite something. Hurt like this. Do you know that if I hadn't made the contract just in time, Shwani would have lost you, his only brother? And I would have lost you, my only partner." She was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Clearly, she had completed her task as quickly as possible and rushed over with all her might. Yet she was still a step too late. If she hadn't made the contract in advance, today she would have lost her greatest concern in this world. Why was she always a step behind when it came to Shimi? Tears blurred her vision as Yunyan gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. Shimi was taken aback and struggled to get up. Although his fatal injuries had healed, his internal injuries and broken bones had not. Grimacing in pain, he ran towards her, his heart aching as he cupped her tear-streaked face, feeling helpless. I'm sorry, it's my fault." "Yunyan, please don't cry." The 3 people behind him exchanged glances. Akai spoke up with concern, but hit the nail on the head. Why did Shizukawa's fatal injuries heal? "Miss Taket, did you encounter an Upper Moon? Were you seriously injured?" Tanjiro's eyes were filled with worry, and Shimi was taken aback, then nervously looked at her. "Yunyan, are you hurt? Where are you hurt?" Yunyan held his hand, slowly exhaling a breath. He wasn't injured, not a scratch, but sensing the danger on your side, the killing of the demons had been a bit rough. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, while Yunyan concealed the complexity in his eyes, hiding the matter of the fatal injury transfer in the contract. Helplessly, he let Shimi rest his arm on his shoulder, supporting him as they slowly walked over to Akasakuro and the others. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and sighed. To be honest, first she had to endure the transfer of a fatal injury, then consume her divine power for self-healing, and in her anger, she used the divine elephant's movement to rush over quickly. Her divine power had already been overused. Looking at the 5 disheveled individuals, Yunyan sighed. Shimi, carry me back later. I will definitely sleep very deeply, at least for 2 or 3 days. Huh? Shimi was taken aback, and then saw Yunyan clasp her hands together, and suddenly spread her arms. 9 nether pure, flame, 8 desolations, pure lotus. The white flames mixed with golden light instantly unfolded, covering the 5 with a warm temperature. The flowing light entered their bodies, repairing their injuries. The white flames purified the residual ghost energy on them, calming their restless hearts. As the flames dissipated, the 5 returned to their original state. Zenitsu slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and looking around in confusion. Huh, what is this place? Why has it become like this? So scary. Shut up, Inasuk said angrily, knocking him out without a word, breathing heavily. Tanjiro looked at Yunyan in shock, while Kaijuro's bright eyes were filled with surprise. Shimi was momentarily stunned, realizing that his injuries, along with his old wounds, had been healed. When he looked up, he saw Yunyan closing her eyes and falling toward him. With a start, he caught her in his arms, thinking of what she had said, and lowered his head to hold her tightly. His voice was hoarse. Thank you for your hard work. Sleep now. Tanjiro stood up, curiously looking at his hands. Moving his body, completely healed, Kaijiro looked at the rising sun, and, as the others hurriedly arrived, his smile became more sincere. As expected of Miss Tsujikoni, the divine power overuse caused her to fall asleep. Shimi looked at him speechlessly. Rengoku, your voice is too loud. Yunyan is already asleep. Don't make noise. Gently picking her up and letting her head rest on his shoulder, Shimi turned to leave. I'll take her to the nearby Wisteria Flower House first, and the rest is up to you guys. I understand. Leave it to us. Shimi ran all the way, trying to keep his pace steady to avoid jolting Yunyan. The ice house was too far away, so he could only go to the nearest Wisteria Flower House, handing Yunyan over to the people there to help her change and wash her clothes. He quickly took a shower, tidied himself up, and returned to the room. Sitting on the tatami, looking at the sleeping Yunyan, Shimi's eyes softened as he slowly laid down beside her. He reached out to hold her in his arms, one hand supporting her head, staring at her without blinking, his hand slowly moving to rest beside her cheek, gently stroking. If it weren't for her, he might not have participated in this battle. If Rengoku were on his own, they would have lost him forever, right? Thinking of the strength of the upper moons, Shimi's eyes flickered. His semi-divine body barely matched theirs, and the power within him had not been fully absorbed or activated. This wouldn't do. He had to quickly adapt to his current body and fully unleash the power within him. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, lying on his side and holding her in his arms, closing his eyes. In his heart, he silently repeated, Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done. I will give my all to respond to this feeling. Chapter 95. The double standard moment of the wind pillar. Yunyan woke up in a state of extremely low air pressure, looking very unwell. Although the two of them had confirmed their relationship, Shimi was a responsible and meticulous person, so they lived separately. Even if it was the first night, he had held her and slept with her all night. Yunyan sat in the room, biting her nails, her eyes fixed on the ground without blinking. Her pupils shrunk to tiny dots. Damn it, where did that guy 06 run off to? I can't sense it with my mind, and the connection between the systems can't determine its location. Her gaze darkened, a cold, murderous aura spreading throughout the room, faint black mist drifting from her body. She murmured softly, This won't do. Relying solely on the contract is not enough. Just lock him down. If I lock him down, he won't get hurt or die, and everything will be safe and sound. Yin suddenly froze, raised her hand, and gave herself a slap, the crisp sound dispelling those terrifying thoughts. Cold sweat trickled down as she breathed heavily. Covering her face with her hand, she lay on the bed, relieved and sighed. That was close. I almost got disturbed by my own demonic bloodline. After calming down, she got up to tidy herself up and went to eat when Shirmi walked over, drying her hair and noticed the redness on her cheeks, looking puzzled. Yunyan, what's wrong with your face? Yunyan blinked and smiled. It's nothing, just sleeping. Shimi looked at her helplessly and flicked her forehead. I really can't believe you. Have your sleeping habits reached this point? Yunyan smiled lightly, hooked her arm around his, and led him to the dining hall for a meal. The moment Shimi felt her arm around him, his handsome face turned red, and he stiffened his body. allowing her to pull him along. After this experience, Shimi felt as if his body perfectly merged with the divine power brought by the contract. The two only rested at the wisteria flower house for a day, and at night, they each went their separate ways with their knives in hand. Yin didn't know how many times he had complained about Muzan in his heart. This is an ironclad demon king, with the 12 Kizuki flowing like water. Especially the lower moons. They can just be replaced if lost. In reality, Muzan is panicking. He has lost 2 upper moons and must quickly make up for them. Although he feels that the lower moons are unnecessary, he has no choice but to create 6 more lower moons to filter out the strong ones for the upper moons. Yin returned to the butterfly house, first going to check on a few people who were undergoing medical examinations, and then replenishing her own medical supplies. Yin-Chan, you came just in time. There's a team of insects and several A-rank members who need to go assist Mr. Korea and the others. They reportedly encountered a lower moon demon. This mission has also resulted in injuries, and the area we need to pass through may have a considerable number of evil spirits. Could we ask you to escort them? Kanahu poked her head out from inside the house. Yin looked at her pink eyes and smiled slightly, of course. Kanahu pressed her hands together beside her cheeks, revealing a soft smile. Ah, you've really been a big help. Thank you. Yin turned her back to her, waving her hand as she walked, saying, What? Why are you being so polite? I'm leaving. Kana smiled as she watched her silhouette. All right, safe travels. Walking along the mountain path, covered by trees, Yin was at the front, alert to her surroundings. Alan carried a medical kit, closely following behind her. Her eyes sparkled. This was her first time having a close encounter with Lord Ice Pillar in broad daylight. Alan was filled with excitement, having thought that the escort team might only consist of L-level members, but to her surprise, it was actually Lord Ice Pillar personally escorting them. Yin-Yan's gaze lightly swept across both sides, and in her perception, she could faintly sense strands of ghostly energy. Her expression remained unchanged, but she felt more tense mentally. Indeed, there were ghosts nearby. The trees blocked the sunlight. Although it was daytime, the mountain area felt like a dark place, where the sunlight could not reach. And a figure flashed by. Yin walked ahead, suddenly stopping and raising her hand to signal for everyone to stop. The crowd halted, looking at her in confusion. Yin quietly placed her hand on the hilt of her knife, drew it out, and her eyes were filled with tranquility. It seems that having too many trees can also be a troublesome matter. Upon seeing her draw the knife, the Eans shivered and huddled together, looking around with vigilance and a bit of anxiety, but without fear, because they knew that with Lord Ice Pillar around, no one would die. It seems you must be the pillar, right? I'm really lucky. You smell so good. Yin looked up at the trunk and saw a demon sitting on it, dressed in a pink kimono, with hair that transitioned from blue to black and deep blue demon eyes. Yin squinted her eyes, allowed a deep sigh, and her words were filled with disdain. What is this? I thought it was something important, but it turns out to be a lower moon. The hidden ones, winky face. Alan, on the other hand, wore a proud expression. Sin, it's just a lower moon. Our Lord Ice Pillar can even take on an upper moon one-on-one. What? How can you be so calm? Are the members of the Demon Slayer Corps this arrogant now? The female ghost sighed slowly, and Yin looked up at her, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of her lips. What? Have the little demons become this arrogant? She returned the words unchanged, and the veins on the female ghost's forehead bulged, her gaze fierce. Arrogant little brat. Blood demon art. 100 flowers bind. She grinned maliciously, as if she could already see the people below being torn to shreds by her blood demon art. Yin sighed helplessly. The ice-breathing 8th form. Ice blade storm erupted around her as she slashed, instantly cutting through the female ghost's blood demon technique and severing her limbs in the process. Watching her fall to the ground, Yin rested the blade on her shoulder and looked down at her condescendingly. Is that it? Not very impressive. With a casual stroke, she decapitated the demon, watching the shock and confusion on the ghost's face fade away. After safely escorting the team to their destination, Yin silently observed Shimi and Eong bickering. It was mainly Shimi doing all the talking. As they argued, Shimi started to take action, while Eong remained expressionless, but Yin could see the confusion on his face. She face-bombed in exasperation. Shimi was so angry, she was almost red with rage. Did you say I didn't eat? Do you dare look down on me? Eong puzzled. Thought ENT looked down on her at all. Yin directly ignored the two and quietly walked to Alan's side. Alan, could you please help clean up the mess? I have other tasks to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Alan nodded repeatedly. Okay, Lord Yin, please leave it to me. Yin patted her shoulder and looked towards Shimi's direction. Shimi, I have tasks to do next, so I'll leave first. I won't be home for the next couple of days, so I'll trouble you and Kwang Jin to take care of Nami. Shimi, who was sparring with Eon, paused and turned to respond naturally. Unlike the fierce and maniacal laughter he faced from Eon, his expression was full of warmth. "Oh, I understand. You take care and stay safe." Yunyan waved his hand at him, greeted Eon, and turned to run towards the east. The people present. Indeed, true couples are different. That famously irritable wind pillar can speak in such a gentle tone. No wonder he is the ice pillar. Chapter 96. The Strange New Upper Moon Demon. Yunyan yawned, holding the missing 06 that had been gone for several days, looking at it with disdain. "So, you went missing entirely because you accidentally followed the bloodthirsty into the gates of hell?" 06 was in tears. "Yes, I accidentally ran too fast and rushed in. Yunyan, I dove straight into a pot of oil." Yunyan, how should she say this? How can there be such a stupid artificial intelligence? After holding in for a long time, Yunyan finally managed to say a sentence. "Well, it's quite pitiful for you. Take a good rest for a few days." 06. "If you don't show your disdain on your face, I might still believe that you care about me." Long Luo perched on her shoulder, preening its feathers. "Lady Yunyan, the suggestion you provided has already been executed by the Lord." The smoke curled up as she quickly grabbed 06 and headed to the maternity house. As soon as she entered, she saw Shimi and Ihei sitting on either side, covering their faces in despair. In the middle was Eon, who wore a faint smile, holding hands with the other three. The clouds were silent for a while, then suddenly changed color and burst into laughter. "Shimizu Shimiya, Ibushi Kabanai, stop laughing." They're already wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yunyan couldn't stand up straight from laughing, tears hanging at the corners of her eyes. Holding her stomach and leaning against the wall, pointing at the three of them, she laughed so hard that she nearly fell to the ground. "What is your situation? Ha ha ha. What kind of posture is that? Ha ha ha." Shimi's forehead was throbbing. Ihei covered his face, and Eon had a serious expression, saying, "We are having a friendly exchange." "Ha ha ha. Friendly exchange. Ha ha ha." 06 was rolling on the ground laughing, as the current appearance of the three was simply too ridiculous. The clouds wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. No exaggeration, she used her divine power to transport herself here specifically for this scene, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be so dramatic. "All right, you, stop laughing." The people around Shimi were trembling, suddenly receiving a message from the Lord. They thought it was something important, but who knew it was just to tell him to get along with Iguro and Yashiro. Getting along was one thing, and for the sake of the Lord's face. He wouldn't easily fight with Yashiro again, but who would have thought they actually had to hold hands and sit on a chair for half an hour? Yunyan calmed down a bit, but as soon as she looked up, she nearly couldn't hold back a laugh and tried to suppress the corners of her mouth, which were harder to control than an AK. She cleared her throat. "Ahem, what are you all doing? As you can see, can you chop off my hand later?" Ihei had a dark expression, feeling hopeless. Yunyan was taken aback. "Ihei, what are you saying that's so terrifying?" Shimi had an unhappy expression, but didn't say anything. Although he also wanted to chop off his hand, he knew that if he did, he wouldn't be able to slay demons anymore, and he might even get scolded by Yunyan. But soon, she wouldn't be able to smile anymore. As Long rushed in from outside, "Yunyan Dano, Naime has been seriously injured. She was sent to the Butterfly House by Lord Kyuni. Lord Kyuni's injuries are no less severe than Naime's." "What did you say?" Yunyan and Shimi almost spoke this sentence simultaneously, and the two of them disappeared from the room like a gust of wind. Standing in the ward, looking at Kwang-jin and Naime, who were wrapped in bandages from head to toe, Yunyan and Shimi's veins bulged, their eyes filled with killing intent. "What is going on?" Yunyan suppressed his anger as he looked at the still unconscious Chien Naime. Beneath his calm exterior was a flame that could burn everything. Kwang-jin opened his eyes, smiled helplessly, and said, "Not very lucky, encountered an upper moon." The two instantly turned to him, and Kwang-jin took a moment to slowly recount the situation. As evening approached, Chien Na Mei received a new mission. As was her habit, she first sent a message to Yunyan and then informed Kwang-jin. Carrying her small bag, Chien Na Mei ran wildly, aiming to reach the mission location before nightfall. It was a wooden cabin on the mountain. Standing in front of the cabin, even without Tanjiro's keen sense of smell, she could already detect the scent of blood and demons in the air. The stench was so strong that it made her feel a bit nauseous. "Is this the place?" Frowning, Chien Na Mei drew her sword and quickly walked over, kicking the door open. Inside, the light was dim, and the sounds of flesh being torn and bones being chewed echoed incessantly. As the door was kicked open, the demon inside slowly turned its head, its bloodied, hideous face revealing a menacing grin. "What is this? Is it a member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Disturbing my meal will bring a curse upon you. Qian Na Mei gripped her sword, taking an aggressive stance. Huh, then I really want to see what you've got. Bring it on, demon. The demon slowly stood up. Night had fallen, and moonlight shone into the cabin, allowing Qian Na Mei to see the demon's appearance clearly. Its pale skin was covered in blood, and its deep purple kimono was stained red. With long black hair cascading down, its emerald green vertical pupils glimmered ominously. Ice breathing. Third form, ice pillar. Qian Na Mei launched the attack first, ice spikes shooting up from the ground, accompanied by her slash, surging towards the demon. The demon did not move, but instead curled its lips into a smirk, allowing the attack to land on itself. Qian Na Mei looked at her in confusion, feeling something strange in her heart. This demon was odd. Instead of recklessly aiming for the demon's neck, Qian Na Mei quickly dodged and created distance. The wound she inflicted healed instantly, and the demon licked its lips. I told you, you will be cursed. Furrowing her brow, Qian Na Mei suddenly saw her own attack reappear before her eyes, materializing out of thin air. Startled, she hurriedly swung her sword to defend herself. Ice breathing. Second form, ninefold ice mist. Blocking the attack, Qian Na Mei looked in surprise at the demon by the door, who wore a strange smile. The demon tilted its head slightly. My name is Yuhua. What about you, little girl? What is your name? Yuhua slowly stepped out, standing in the moonlight, and Qian Na Mei's pupils constricted. It had been too dim earlier to see clearly, but now she could see. This demon had words in its eyes. Yuhua grinned. Don't be so surprised, little girl. I just recently became an upper moon. Although I'm upper moon too, I'm not truly that powerful. Don't be too afraid. Qian Na Mei tightened her grip on the sword, veins popping on her forehead. What is this guy talking about? Ice breathing, sixth form, ice soul dragon's roar. Qian Na Mei charged forward, her blade slicing through the air like a dragon's trajectory, accompanied by a massive, icy dragon. Yuhua seemed to smile helplessly, lightly raising a hand. Suddenly, Qian Na Mei was lifted into the air, a sharp pain hitting her body. In midair, she widened her eyes, looking at the wounds on Yuhua that she had inflicted, and slightly lowered her head, realizing she was injured without knowing when. The wounds matched those she had inflicted on Yuhua. She fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, her sword dropping beside her. Yuhua placed her hands in front of her, smiling as she walked toward Qian Na Mei. Struggling to lift her head, Qian Na Mei gasped for breath. Tried to reach for her Nicaran blade, but her hand was stepped on. Ugh! Yuhua stomped hard on her hand, pressing down as she listened to Qian Na Mei's pained cries, her smile growing more genuine. Why are you so disobedient? I told you, you'll be cursed. Qian Na Mei gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at her, trying to ignore the pain in her body. Using her flexibility and the martial arts taught by Quang Jin and Shimi, she swiftly grabbed Yuhua's ankle, spun around, and flipped Yuhua over, following up with a kick. Yuhua was sent flying, but the next second, Qian Na Mei felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a searing ache in her back that made her collapse to the ground. Chapter 97. Kurano, protecting my wife with my life. Quang Jin, realizing that this demon's blood demon art could return damage, Qian Na Mei gritted her teeth. Propping herself up with her sword, cold sweat dripping down her cheeks, her eyes flickering. This was not good. Qian Na Mei bit her lip. She was an A rank, but she was the adopted child of the Ice Pillar. She should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived, right? She could, right? She was the disciple of her master. No matter what, she couldn't let her master down. Taking a long breath, Qian Na Mei calmed down, gripping her sword and thinking about how to stall this demon. Yuhua emerged from the smoke, brushing off the dust from her clothes disdainfully. What a temperamental little girl. You don't even know how to pity this old lady. As she spoke, she raised her hand, a scarlet glow flickering in her palm. Blood demon art. Curse. I don't want to play with a rude little girl like you anymore. Qian Na Mei's pupils dilated, as if her sword had come to life, struggling free from her grasp and stopping in midair. Next came the third and sixth forms she had used against Yuhua. Even her defensive second form appeared out of thin air. Her Nicaran blade surged through the gaps in her own sword techniques, flying straight for her forehead. Qian Na Mei's pupils constricted. There was no way to dodge. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down. I'm sorry, Master. I can't go back. I'm sorry, Mr. Quang Jin. I'm sorry, Professor Shimi. I let you down for your careful guidance. Wind breathing, third form, clear gale wind tree. Qian Na Mei suddenly opened her eyes wide, her tear-filled gaze reflecting Quang Jin's broad back. After receiving the distress signal, Quang Jin rushed over, and fortunately, he made it in time. He stood in front of Qian Na Mei, quickly using his sword techniques to block the attack, then instantly turning. Wind breathing, sixth form, black wind smoke storm. He swung the wind blade from below, simultaneously unleashing black sword energy that shattered the incoming attack. Quang Jin glanced sideways, his expression tense, and the concern in his eyes was about to overflow. Are you okay, Na Mei? Qian Na Mei was momentarily stunned, shaking her head. I'm fine. Mr. Quang Jin. That demon is an upper moon. The new upper moon too. Her blood demon art can return any attack directed at her or any defensive attack. Quang Jin froze for a moment, turning to the grinning Yuhua not far away, veins popping on his forehead. Is that the source of the wounds on your body? Leave it to me. I will definitely chop off this guy's head. Anger surfaced on Quang Jin's usually gentle face as he glared fiercely at Yuhua. You damn demon. How dare you harm Na Mei? I will never forgive you. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Quang Jin swiftly rushed out with his sword, rapidly approaching the target for an assault, leaving behind spinning wind blades that could easily slice through the ground, the attack accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Yohu grinned, and at the moment when Quang Jin was about to strike her neck, her figure vanished. In the next second, Quang Jin felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, blood spreading outwards. His body swayed slightly, and he ground his molars, that guy. Chitos saw him wounded, struggling to rise with her knife. Mr. Quang Jin, I can still fight. I'm the stepson of the Ice Pillar. I'm already an A-class member. I'm not weak. Upon hearing this, Quang Jin turned to meet her gaze, and with just one look, they acted simultaneously. Chitos attacked while Quang Jin was responsible for blocking the return attack. Yohu raised an eyebrow. So you can coordinate like this? How interesting. Quang Jin looked at her smile. His heart shook, reached out to grab Chitos's arm, and abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Retreating with her, just at their previous position, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. As the dust settled, a ghost appeared in front of Yohu, looking exactly like her, but with golden hair and closed eyes. Yohu ran over like a spoiled child. Sister Yuming, I just learned a new fighting style. Come try it with me. Sister, there are actually two upper moons. Quang Jin was startled and instinctively shielded Chitos behind him, warily watching the newly appeared ghost. This ghost, named Yuming, had an aura even more terrifying than the previous blood demon. Yuming didn't speak, just nodded and turned to face Quang Jin and Chitos. In the next moment, she moved, and Yohu grinned maliciously. Quang Jin swung his sword to block Yuming's attack, but in his peripheral vision, he noticed Yohu was already returning the ice-breathing sword technique towards Chitos. Seeing her reach safely, Quang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. But Yohu raised her hand to grab. Not over yet. Quang Jin was startled, kicked Yuming away, and before he could swing his sword, he could only use his body to block. In an instant, several cuts appeared on Quang Jin's body. Chitos widened her eyes, supporting his falling body, her voice trembling. Mr. Quang Jin. Quang Jin coughed lightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and forced a relaxed smile. It's fine. It's fine. I just lost my balance. He stood up, used his breathing technique to stop the bleeding, and firmly stood in front of Chitos, his voice still gentle, calming her heart. Don't worry. I will protect you. Let's go again. We can definitely defeat these two damned evil spirits. Chitos looked at his back, wiped away her tears, gripped her knife, and stood up. Okay. I will do my best. Quang Jin smiled gently at her, but Yuming frowned slightly and suddenly kicked toward Quang Jin. He blocked with his sword, and Chitos darted out from behind him, slashing at Yuming's leg. Just as Yuming was about to claw through her heart, Quang Jin swung his sword to block her attack. Yohu clicked her tongue and once again used her blood demon technique to launch a sneak attack. Chitos's lips faintly breathed out, her pupils shrinking to the smallest, ice breathing. Fourth form, frost enchantment. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising sandstorm. Because Yuming was kicked away, their attacks all landed on Yohu. Yohu's headless body picked up her own head again, angrily pressing it back on. Sister Yuming, you're not cooperating with me at all. Look at them. Yuming stood still, her brow furrowed, turned around, and vanished. Yohu's eyes widened. Sister, are you really my sister? You just left me behind. Quang Jin suddenly appeared behind her, swinging his sword down. I said before, I will definitely cut off your head. Yohu dodged sharply, her upper body nearly severed by the strike, her face darkening as she distanced herself from the two. You two pests are so annoying. With a strong swing, Chitos's sword broke against her, the broken piece flying swiftly towards her. The speed was so fast it was impossible to catch, instantly leaving several deep wounds on her body. Quang Jin was startled and hurried to shield her behind him. quickly swinging his sword to block the broken blade. Yohu, with a dark expression, turned and jumped onto a tree trunk, looking down at them. Enjoy yourselves. I won't play with you anymore. Kong Jin had no mind to care about Yohu, his heart only filled with concern for the heavily injured Chitos, who was almost unconscious. Chitos struggled to use her breathing technique to stop the bleeding, and when she looked up again, she found that Kong Jin had somehow dropped his sword, both hands tightly gripping the broken blade, not allowing it to advance even a bit. The veins on his exposed skin bulged. Kong Jin gritted his teeth, blood sliding down his palms. Chitos, don't be afraid. I'm here. Chitos lay on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. She felt so weak. Because she was so weak, she had caused Mr. Kong Jin to get hurt. Chapter 98. The smoke and reality of vengeance at light speed. Kong Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, firmly holding onto the advancing blade. Yohu's figure had completely vanished, and the blade lost control. Feeling the blade in his hand no longer move forward, Kong Jin relaxed his grip, and the blade fell to the ground. His arms dropped to his sides, panting, but a relaxed smile appeared on his face as he turned to Chitos. See, I keep my promises. It's all fine now. Chitos's tears blurred her vision, biting her lip to keep from crying out loud. Kong Jin half knelt on the ground, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. Despite the countless wounds on his body, some still bleeding, he steadily lifted Chitos and ran towards the butterfly mansion. Li Xing picked up his sword and flew beside him. Chitos felt herself enveloped in coldness. The blood from her wounds no longer controllable, continuously spilling out, the white sunflower-patterned Haori already stained red with blood. Her vision blurred, but she could vaguely see Kong Jin's tear-filled, worried expression. She could hear his voice speaking continuously in her ears, but she couldn't make out what he was saying. Kong Jin saw her dazed expression and felt a chill in his heart, running even faster, speaking as he ran. Chitos. Chitos, look at me. Don't sleep. Please don't sleep. We'll be there soon. We're almost at the butterfly mansion. Chitos rested her head on his shoulder, unable to hear what he was saying clearly, so she murmured, Mr. Kong Jin, thank you. Actually, I really like Mr. Kong Jin. Chitos felt her eyelids heavy, so heavy that she couldn't open her eyes. Lowering her gaze, she thought, if I can survive, can I be with you? Tears streamed down Kong Jin's face as he shouted, yes. Of course. How can you say such things? Chitos. Hold on. Once you're better, I will properly express my feelings to you. At that time, please don't reject me, okay? We'll be together. We will always be together. Whatever you want to eat or drink, I'll make it for you. Whatever you want to buy, I'll go with you. If you like to see cherry blossoms, I'll accompany you every time. We can see them every year. We can have picnics under the trees. So please hold on. We're almost there. Don't leave me. Don't die. I'm begging you. Kong Jin's voice was almost pleading, choked with emotion. Nami seemed to have understood his words, her face blooming with a brilliant smile, though her delicate features were pallid to an alarming degree, having already lost too much blood and sustained serious injuries. Kong Jin had nearly collapsed into the butterfly house while carrying Nami. The sight startled Aoi Kanzaki, who was hanging out bedding, nearly causing her to take flight. Tears streaming down his face, Kong Jin fell to the ground but carefully protected Nami, his gaze somewhat vacant as he looked at Aoi Kanzaki, pleading for help. After uttering those words, he completely lost consciousness. Aoi Kanzaki, frightened, rushed over. Lord Kurenai. This is Lord Nami, the adopted child of Lord Ice Pillar. She hurriedly shouted into the house, someone come quickly. Lord Kurenai and Lord Nami are seriously injured. Emergency treatment. Hurry. Inside the butterfly house, chaos ensued as Kane and Shinobu hurried over, their hearts nearly stopping at the sight of the bloodied Kong Jin and Nami. They quickly called for them to be taken to the operating room. Shinobu also sent her raven to deliver a message to the clan, instructing it to notify Yunyin and Shimi. In the hospital room, Yunyin and Shimi fell silent as they listened to Kong Jin recount the events. Shimi sighed, you idiot. Kong Jin, couldn't you have given me a heads up beforehand? Just rest well and get better soon. Kong Jin smiled faintly, slipping into a deep sleep, completely losing consciousness. Yunyan looked at the unconscious Qian Na Mei, her eyes dark as night. The two remained silent, the flames in their hearts burning fiercer. Damn those evil spirits. They raised their heads, murderous intent filling their eyes. Did the new upper moon two turn into demons together as sisters? How dare they injure Kong Jin Na Mei to this extent? Next time, if they encounter them again, they'll definitely chop off their limbs, render them useless, and let them slowly dissipate in the sunlight, dying in pain. Beside them, 06, who saw through their thoughts, exclaimed, "You two look terrifying." After staying in a hospital room for a while, they finally left side by side, the atmosphere so heavy that it felt like they could crush everything around them. As they walked, the anger grew, and Yin, with a dark face, coldly spoke, 06, use a fragment of my sealed divine power to lock onto those damned demons. Tonight, I'm sending them to hell. Understood. 06 instantly disappeared into the system space, Shimi following closely beside her. Without needing to say a word, they both understood. Those damned demons had to be exterminated by them. In the evening, the two rushed towards the location provided by 06, armed with knives. Xuangluo and Longfei were ahead, leading the way for them. They charged up Ibu Mountain, and at the same time, Yin and Shimi drew their blades, causing the arguing Yume and Yuhua to freeze in place. The two sisters quickly dodged to the sides. Breath of Wind, first form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Shimi turned midway and struck directly at Yume. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Ice Blade Storm. Yin and the Ghost Fox silently chose to strike towards the other side. One for each of them, evenly distributed. The two sisters awkwardly dodged, and the Ghost Fox looked at Yin, her eyes flickering. Is it another combination of ice and wind? The last two were on the brink of death. Do you want to experience that too? She raised her hand, a wicked smile on her face, and slowly spoke to Yin, Blood Demon Technique. Curse. Yin chuckled. A curse? How unfortunate. But I'm least afraid of curses. Raising her right hand, white flames ignited. 9 underworld pure flame, 8 desolations for purity. The white flames mixed with golden light instantly scorched the barely perceptible black, ghostly energy in the air. The flames surged, and Yumeng, standing beside the Ghost Fox, opened her tightly shut eyes. The whites of her eyes were pitch black, and her dark green vertical pupils were inscribed with the words of the second quarter moon. She slowly spoke, Blood Demon Technique, Death Curse. Against the white flames, the flames became even more powerful. Amidst the towering flames, Shimi charged out with a knife, wearing a fierce and arrogant smile. Breath of Wind, 8 forms, Initial Fierce Wind Slash. With the momentum of a gale, he circled around the enemy, slashing in a whirlwind and tearing apart their body, while simultaneously conjuring powerful spiral wind blades around them. Yin twisted a blade flower and rushed forward, attaching the 9 nether pure flame to the blade. Mingyan, 8 desolations, Dance of the Moon. 06, watching from a distance, trembled. Have you completely given up on using breathing techniques? You've even used your own divine skill. Suddenly, a fragment of memory appeared in Shimi's mind, and instinctively, they spoke in unison with Yin. Combined technique, Flame, Wind, Cold Moon. That night, on Mount Ibuki, a massive white fire tornado suddenly rose, mixed with biting cold ice. The firelight illuminated half the sky. Yin and Shimi looked grimly at the dissipating Yohu on the ground, but there was no trace of Yumeng. Yohu cried out in exasperation, Damn it, damn it. How could you leave me again? Why? Why can you be the real Upper Moon Demon, while I can only be a substitute? Listening to her scream, Shimi impatiently swung his knife and instantly cut her into several pieces, accelerating the collapse and disappearance of her body and head. Shimi's face twisted in rage as he squatted in front of her with a knife. Huh. Making such a racket, Yakama. Hurry up and die cleanly if you're going to die. Yin raised his hand and directly bound the soul of the Ghost Fox with the chains of order, then turned around to open the gate to hell. Shimi kicked the Ghost Fox's soul straight into the gate of hell, causing it to fall directly into a pot of boiling oil. Ever since he obtained the divine mark, Shimi could not only see souls, but also annihilate them. So most of the time, when he killed ghosts, they didn't even have the chance to go to hell and atone for their sins. Witnessing everything, 06 exclaimed, Terrifying. You two are really too terrifying. Winky Face, Chapter 99. The shrinking Schwami on the way back, Shimi looked down at his hands, and Yin glanced at him, asking, What's wrong? What I just used wasn't the sword technique of the breathing method. What was that? Oh, that's a divine technique. A sword technique that can only be used between gods and soul partners. Shimi cleared his throat, blushing as he rubbed his neck. Oh, it actually feels pretty good. Yin chuckled softly. Is that so? But we can still develop more sword techniques. Let's take it slow. I'm really looking forward to the combination technique with Shimi. I understand. Yin smiled and couldn't help but rub Shimi's head again, finding his shy demeanor really adorable. It was like petting a cat. Shimi's face turned even redder as he held her hand that was resting on top of his head, gently grasping it. He asked, Why do you like rubbing my head so much? Does it feel that good? Yin blinked, Did this behavior cause trouble for Shimi? Huh, not at all. The smoke curled up to her lips, and that was fine, because she really liked the feel of Shimi's hair. Without thinking, she did it. Shimi pursed her lips, looking into her lover's gentle eyes, and sighed in compromise, saying, "Don't do this casually in front of others. Give me some face outside." Yunyan's eyes brightened slightly as the two of them held hands and strolled along, stopping to enjoy some desserts along the way. They also bought some to take back for the two who were recovering at the butterfly house. In the evening, they spent the night at the nearby wisteria house, where they practiced their skills in the yard. Although they had defeated the Phantom Fox, it was not the true Upper Crescent Demon. The real Upper Crescent Demon had escaped, and it was unclear whether they had truly inflicted any harm on her. She vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hint of her presence behind. Yunyan was wiping the phoenix indoors, her eyes flickering slightly. 06 had been tossed next to Tanjiro by her, and it wouldn't be long before they entered the plot of the next chapter. With 06 around, she could directly teleport to the battlefield. This time with her presence, all regrets would be overturned. Yunyan looked up at the bright moon outside, revealing a malicious smile. Musing Kibutsuji, are you ready? Every step you take from now on will lead you closer to death. There are no gods or Buddhas in this world to punish you, but that's okay. She can create a god to punish you. For thousands of years, human anger and even the god's helpless rage have accumulated long-standing resentment. You better be prepared. The next day, as the two arrived at the door of the hospital room with their things, they heard Kwang Jin confessing his feelings to Kyanmai while crying. A black line slid down their foreheads. This guy, this idiot, Kyanmai, tears streaming down her face, ignored her injuries and hugged Kwang Jin back, loudly responding, "I do." The two outside exchanged glances and smiled at each other. They handed the items to Shinobu Kocho, who was rushing over with a dark aura, and fled at lightning speed. Then, a wail from Kwang Jin came from inside the room. "Yunyan Shimi. Safe travels, Kwang Jin." Yunyan stood by the mountain stream, looking blankly at the small, radish-eyed Schwami, who was sobbing and calling out for his brother. He silently looked up at Jun, asking, "What's going on with Schwami?" Jun sighed and explained, "It's because of the demon that was just killed. That guy's blood demon technique caused this. Moreover, ever since he was hit by the blood demon technique, Schwami has been in this state." Yunyan lowered her head again, looking at Xianmi, who was wiping her tears, and suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. She picked up Xianmi and gently comforted her. "Don't cry. Xianmi's sister Yunyan will take you to find your brother. Okay?" Xianmi sniffled, wiped her tears, and hugged her neck. "Yes. Sister Yunyan, I want to find my brother." "All right, then hold on tight. We're setting off now." "Okay." Yunyan rushed in, kicking open the door of the wind house, nearly choking Shimi, who was drinking water inside. "Shimi, why are you suddenly here?" With a dark expression, Shimi turned his head, only to find another person in his arms. Then he heard Yunyan's teasing voice in his ear. "I brought you a little brother. No need to be polite. I have a mission, so I'll be going now." Shimi came to his senses, looked up at the door where Yunyan had disappeared, then lowered his head. He stared for a moment. Schwani blinked his big eyes, his little face flushed, his small hands tightly gripping Shimi's clothes, his eyes sparkling. He said in a soft voice, "Enai-chan, Nishikawa Shimi." "Schwani, what is going on?" Shimi yelled, panicking and sweating. He grabbed Schwani and rushed to the butterfly house. In the end, Kanahu concluded that it was just a result of blood demon art, since the demon had been slain. This state would likely last for 2 to 3 days. Shimi breathed a sigh of relief. His face darkened. What an idiot. I've already said he's not suited to be here. If he had just quit earlier, none of this would have happened. Kanahu smiled and said nothing. Instead, she brought over some snacks to give to Schwani, who was still sucking on his fingers. Shimi, with a dark expression, quietly muttered about Schwani quitting the Demon Slayer Corps. He turned and gently removed Schwani's fingers from his mouth. "No more sucking your fingers. If you don't wash your hands, you'll get a stomach ache, you know." He then took the snacks Kano brought, thanked her first, then turned to seriously advise Schwani, "You can't eat too many of these. I'll cook for you when we get back. Save some room for a proper meal. Or you 1T grow tall. What do you want to eat for lunch? We could buy some groceries on the way back." Schwani obediently nodded. "I remember. And I-chan, I want to eat watermelon. I want soy sauce rice balls." Shimi puffed out his cheeks. Faced with such a little brother, he couldn't help but feel like he couldn't say he didn't have a brother. He could only respond grumpily, "Got it, hold on tight, I'll go buy it for you now." Kanahu smiled and waved at Shimi's departing figure with his little brother, clasping her hands beside her cheeks. "Ah, our brotherly harmony is really wonderful." Shimi, hearing her words, stiffened, suddenly turned around, one hand still pressing Schwani's face into his chest. Covering his ears with a slightly fierce expression, deliberately lowering his voice to retort. I don't have. He left angrily, and Kanahu smiled again. Anishika-kun is angry out of embarrassment, turning around. She hummed happily, thinking such an interesting thing must be shared with Yin. Cloud, hiding the breath, witnessed everything on the trunk, the bits of smoke. Shimi's expression, this is too interesting. Shimi propped his chin, sitting cross-legged beside, quietly watching Schwanmi, who was happily squinting his eyes while eating delicious food. A smile crept onto his lips, and his gaze softened. He reached out to rub Schwanmi's head, with a hint of self-blame and guilt in his eyes, softly speaking, "Sorry, Schwanmi." Schwanmi looked puzzled, with grains of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth, tilting his head to look at him. "What's wrong, Nichan?" Shimi smiled and shook his head, his tone gentle, a way he hadn't used for a long time. "It's nothing. Eat your meal." "Okay." Schwami's cheeks were puffed up while eating. He picked up a rice ball and handed it to Shimi. "Aren't you going to eat, Nichan? If you don't eat, your tummy will be very hungry. By the way, Nichan has gotten so tall. Nichan, why do you have so many scars on your face? Your arms too, and your chest, how did you get those? Does it hurt a lot? Nichan, where's mommy? Is this Nichan's new home? Aren't you living with us anymore? Nichan, why are you crying? I'm sorry. Did Schwami say something strange that made you cry? I'm sorry, Nichan." Schwami hurriedly put down the rice ball in his hand, wiped his hands on his clothes, and rushed over to wipe the tears from Shimi's face. But in the next second, he was pulled into Shimi's embrace. Shimi held him tightly, burying his face in his neck. The once strong man now felt incredibly fragile. I'm sorry, Schwami," Shimi choked out. Schwami was stunned, then revealed a soft and bright smile, gently patting his back. "It's okay, Nichan. Schwami is still here. Schwami won't leave you." "Ugh." Shimi let out a hoarse growl from his throat, trembling. How could he say it? What could he do to protect his brother? God, please tell him. Chapter 100. The Beast Arena of Ghosts. As for what happened to the two brothers afterward, Yin didn't have time to look. Right now, he was walking side by side with the Yadu. "Senior brother, are you sure you received this message from the ghosts?" Long asked, but there was no news from the broken-winged crow. Yin frowned, her bright golden eyes calmly scanning the surroundings. The rusty rabbit scratched his head, feeling puzzled. "It was strange. I did indeed receive a message this morning. And besides, a man's words wouldn't simply be abandoned due to such oddities. What if there really was something?" Yin. "So, senior brother, can you please share your thoughts with senior sister along with your manly demeanor?" Senior sister can't handle it. Xiang-Tu walked in front of Yin, a habit he had always had. As the eldest brother among the four, he is a true man and must protect his junior brothers and sisters well. Yin turned to look at the grass beside her. "Senior brother, wait a moment." What's wrong, Yin?" Yin walked into the grass under his puzzled gaze, squatted down, and reached in. Suddenly, a pitch-black snake face appeared right in front of him, startling him. His hair stood on end, and he let out a sharp scream. "Ah!" He knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, completely enveloped in shadow. Yin, don't suddenly scare people with a snake. Even a man can be startled by such a surprise." Yin awkwardly scratched her face and said, "Aha, sorry. I wasn't paying much attention when you walked over here." She shook the snake in her hand and asked, "Senior brother, what do you think of this one? Is it pretty? I feel like I can take it back to be friends with Dimaru." The chibi Yadu was sitting on the ground, looking at her with big eyes, pointing at the snake in her hand and saying, "But that's a venomous snake, right? Dimaru is non-venomous and only eats insects." Yin. He turned his head and expressionlessly threw the snake far away. "Oh, sorry to disturb you, poisonous snake." The snake landed on the tree trunk, locking eyes with the hidden evil spirit on the trunk. The next second, a scream echoed through the forest. The two were startled and rushed towards the source of the sound. They burst out of the woods, but in an instant, Zhang-Tu's eyes widened, and Yin-Yan's face darkened. In front of them was a brightly lit place resembling an arena. The lights were obscured by mist, preventing them from shining through. On the trunk, the evil spirit that had been bitten by the snake angrily yanked the snake off and tossed it aside, shooting a fierce glance at the two before quickly jumping into the arena. Zhang-Tu wanted to chase after it, but Yin stopped him. "Wait, senior brother. Something's off about this place." Zhang-Tu frowned, looking at the guard at the entrance who was holding a long knife, clearly human. "Let's go take a look. But stay alert," Zhang-Tu said as he walked, with Yin following closely behind, biting her lip. When the guard saw them, his eyes remained fixed ahead. "Hello, may I ask what this place is?" Zhang-Tu's voice was slightly cold. The two guards, without shifting their gaze, spoke in unison. "This is the arena. Those who fight against the ghosts and survive will obtain what they desire most. Anything." Zhang-Tu was taken aback. How could such a thing even be possible? Just as he was about to speak, Yin stepped in front of him with a fake smile. Oh, really? May I ask if we can sign up? We also have wishes we want to fulfill. The guards reacted, exchanged glances, and opened the door. Go in. He cannot participate, but can watch as an audience. A gold coin is required. Zhang Tu's forehead throbbed. His good upbringing was almost making him curse. Yin pulled out a bag of gold coins from her pocket and tossed it over. Arranged the best seats for him. Understood. Honored guest, please. Zhang Tu looked at Yin with concern, but the latter appeared indifferent. Go. Trust me. Zhang Tu nodded, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. If Yin fell into a passive position, he would definitely intervene. After all, she was his junior sister. Yin was taken to the competition area by another person. Her gaze lowered, the golden eyes flickering with a cold light. The arena. It had been over 30,000 years since she had encountered it. She raised her gaze, and her eyes were filled with silence. This familiar atmosphere, filled with blood, roars, and screams. It really brings back memories. Yin raised her lips, wearing a wicked smile on her face. She was someone who had fought her way out of the arena. After getting her token, Yin calmly glanced at the people in the arena. Each one looked disheveled and terrified, yet still held onto their weapons. Even if their legs trembled so much they could barely stand, their eyes filled with longing instead. What, after all, made these people willing to ignore death to come here and fight? Could fulfill any wish? Absurd to the extreme. That big sister. Are you also here for the vast amount of silver coins? Yin lowered her head at the sound, and beside her, a teenage boy was nervously watching her. His clear eyes filled with fear, yet unexpectedly very determined. Yin squatted down, tilted her head to look at him, and smiled warmly. Why do you ask that? Maybe I have other wishes. The boy pursed his lips, glanced at the people in the venue, and said, everyone is here for the money. A lot of money. What about you? If you have this money, what do you want to do? Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he clenched his fists. My mother is very ill. I need money to pay for her treatment, but I'm too young. No one wants to hire me. And those who do don't pay enough for me to afford her medical care. The smile on Yin's face faded a bit. Yes, in this world, no, in any world. Money is necessary. Without it, one can hardly move an inch. My wife has been suffering from illness for many years, and I can only come here to fight hard, hoping to wish for her recovery. Clearly, she looks so beautiful and young when she smiles. She shouldn't be in such a severe state of illness now. A man nearby covered his face and crouched down, tears dripping to the ground through his fingers. My husband has a broken leg and has been lethargic all this time. He used to be so spirited. People around began to speak up, choking back tears, praying. Yin pressed her lips tightly together. None of these people were here for themselves. She stood up, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife. So, she turned to look at the slowly opening door and said, but do you know? Words full of nonsense, ghostly words, cannot be trusted. A furious smile appeared on her face, bright and dazzling, filled with rage. Well, I'm a doctor too. Maybe I can help you. But before I can help you, please behave and don't run around. Yin drew her knife, the blade pointing forward, laughing arrogantly. After all, there was a trouble that needed to be dealt with here. Her words left everyone stunned, bewildered yet surprised. The door opened, and the first to react was the young boy from earlier. He tightened his grip on the sickle, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, no, we can't let the big sister fight alone. That's a ghost, a monster. The big sister is a doctor. How could she possibly fight such a monster? People began to realize, yes, this woman in front of them looked young, and although she was tall and slender, she was a doctor. Yes, we must protect her. That's right. Doctors don't have any combat abilities. We can't let a doctor die here. Yin blinked and laughed. Ah, thank you for your concern. But I just forgot to mention that I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and my job is to slay demons. Yin looked at the spectator platform where Changtu was. In the moment their eyes met, Changtu understood and left, supporting the knife. Yin retracted her gaze, licked her lips, and said, come out, little ghost. Let me see what this arena's ghost looks like. Humph, an unashamed woman. Then as you wish. The door swung wide open, and amidst the smoke, a figure emerged, dressed in black ninja clothing, with a horn on its forehead. Its crimson ghostly eyes bore the inscription of the waning moon. The cloud of smoke curls up to the lips, interestingly, without any regret, truly unafraid of anemia, frequently replenishing their December demon. Is it because they noticed that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are increasing? Chapter 101. Slaying the Lower Moon Demon, Battle of the Bones. Yin twirled a knife flower, smiling as she went to the corner. Now, I need to deal with the troublesome guy. Breath of Ice, 6th form, Ice Spirit Dragon's Roar. The blade slashed along with the giant dragon, the strike twisting and turning as it howled toward the evil spirit before me. Interesting blood demon art, drumbeat. A cold light flashed in Union's eyes as she changed her sword technique in the air. With the ice breath, fourth form, frost strike, she severed the demon's arm and, at the moment of the opponent's attack, created distance and used the ice lotus for defense. Looking at its severed arm, the evil spirit laughed. Truly an interesting woman. What is your name? I'm a Lower Moon 1, called Battlebone. Yunyan swung the knife, shaking off the blood, her eyes filled with provocation. Killing core, ice pillar. Kunikuzushi Yunyan, are you the variable that the master spoke of? How fortunate. With the protection of the god of war. Today I will take your head to present to that master. Blood demon art, gong roar. The roar shook the heavens, sound waves flying towards Yunyan without leaving a trace. Yunyan sighed. Oh dear, am I such a memorable target? It's really amusing. She raised her head, a wicked and malicious smile on her face, feeling excited. In an instant, she swung her knife to shatter the sound waves and rushed towards the warbone. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Ice Blade Storm, centered around her. Countless ice blades suddenly shot out, not only shattering the sound waves that were about to harm innocent people, but also instantly severing the limbs of the warbone. The warbone's veins bulged, instantly regenerating, and it roared as it charged at Yunyan. Kanato stood guard outside. Unknown evil spirits swarmed in. The ocean blue Nicaran blade glimmered with a cold light. You won't take another step forward. As a man, I won't let you disturb my junior sister's battle. Breath of water, landform, twisting vortex. With the upper and lower body forcefully twisted, continuous slashes surged forth. The blade was wrapped in flowing water, transforming the watery vortex into sharp water blades, slashing down all the approaching evil spirits. Blood splattered on the ground, staining his Haori. Kanato gripped his knife, his sharp gaze fixed on the evil spirits filling the gap before him. Come at me, evil spirits. Support. Support. Requesting support. Ice Pillar Kunikuzushi Yunyan and Water Pillar Kanato have encountered Lower Moon 1. A large number of evil spirits are gathering, requesting support. There are hostages, so many of them. Head to Juinha. The crows circled in the air, spreading messages among the scattered crows. In no time, Taketu brother, who was closest, rushed over with his knife in hand. In the courtyard, Shimiya, who was taking care of his younger brother, was startled by the news. He looked at his brother, gritted his teeth, stood up, and grabbed his knife, giving a few instructions before rushing out the door. He saw Kyuka, wrapped in bandages, and the similarly bandaged Chitose standing at the door. Shimiya, you go. Leave Jinya to us. Shimiya nodded, leaving behind a thank you, before rushing out like the wind. Kanahira, stationed at the Butterfly Mansion, couldn't leave, while Shinobu took Inasuk and the medical team to Union's location. Ju dropped the radish salmon he was holding and hurriedly ran towards Juinha with Shurtake. Ihei and Mitsuri, who were still on patrol, without hesitation, drew their swords and ran towards Juinha. Kabutsuji Muchiro remained still, as it was his duty today to accompany the Lord. However, he was deeply worried. Kayajiro wanted to go, but couldn't, as he encountered a cluster of evil spirits and had innocent women to protect. He could only hope that others would arrive in time. The speed of killing the evil spirits in his hands increased, and his sword techniques became sharper, with scorching flames burning everything. Yuzui was overwhelmed. His 3 wives suddenly went silent, and he was desperately trying to gather information through the communication network. Tanjiro and the others anxiously looked out the window at the Butterfly Mansion, currently in rehabilitation, unable to help at all. What's with all the worry? 06 lazily wagged its tail and yawned. It's just a Lower Moon demon. But that's a 12 Kizuki demon. Just Lower Moon 5 is already terrifying. And this is Lower Moon 1, close to Upper Moon. Tanjiro lowered his gaze, worried. Sister will be fine, right? Zenitsu sprang up like a carp, grabbing 06's face and shaking it wildly, his expression fierce. You foolish cat. That's a 12 Kizuki demon. Lower Moon 1, do you even understand that it's close to Upper Moon? It's very dangerous. One slip, and you could lose your life. How can you speak so lightly about it? You crazy cat. Apologize immediately and pray to the gods that big sister will be fine. Then go and commit seppuku. Are you out of your mind? That hurts. Let go of me. Zenitsu, don't treat 06 like that. A commotion ensued, and Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his forehead, holding 06, who had been rescued. Zenitsu bit his handkerchief, looking fierce, wishing he could choose 06 alive. But no matter what, they could only pray in the butterfly mansion for Yunyan and Kanado to be safe. 06. How could anything happen? Yunyan raised his hand to wipe the blood from his cheek, watching the war bones struggle to get up in the distance. Glancing back at the clearly frightened crowd behind him, he held his knife in front of them. His golden eyes flickered. While he had to protect these people, he also needed to fight, making it a bit difficult to move freely. He twirled his knife, gathering strength for a kick. Invoking the ice breath, fourth form, modified, wind-cooled frost. The blade was enveloped by a sharp, azure wind, and as he swung it, ice shards shot through the air. The war bone finally managed to stabilize itself, but with just one exchange, it was turned into a sieve. It howled in desperation, "Damn woman!" Blood demon technique, bone shatter. Yunyan was puzzled as to why there was no response after his roar, but then he saw a strange smile on the other person's face. In the next moment, a sound of bones cracking came from Yunyan's right arm, which was gripping the knife. A sharp pain surged through him, and Yunyan flipped in the air to create distance, half kneeling on the ground, glancing at his fractured right arm with a raised eyebrow. This guy, does the blood demon technique really mean what it says? The war bone sneered, "How about it? My blood demon technique has left you overwhelmed, hasn't it? Give up resisting. I will break your bones inch by inch and devour you completely." Yunyan sighed, looking helpless. "What makes you think that a mere broken bone would make me give up the idea of chopping off your head?" "What? A broken bone? You damn woman. It's just a pillar. How dare you look down on me?" Zhanggu opened his eyes wide, his face twisted with rage. "How dare you look down on me? How dare you look down on me? Godi. Blood demon technique. Bone shatter." Yunyan raised her lips, and the broken bone in her right arm didn't seem to have any effect. Instead, she gripped the knife and rushed towards the battle bone. The smile on her face was as if a messenger from hell was beckoning to him, and the crisp sound of bones shattering echoed within her. The battle bone grinned maliciously, eagerly anticipating the sight of her body collapsing to the ground in shattered bones. But in the next second, he vaguely heard the cracking sound of bones, and Yunyan's eyes were filled with killing intent, the murderous aura around her condensing into substance, leaking out in strands of black mist. Her tone carried a sense of helplessness. She had initially only wanted to use her breathing technique to cut off his head. After all, he could still keep his soul to atone in hell. But now, it seemed that wasn't going to happen. Mingyan Ba Huang Shura. The battle bone widened his eyes, as Yunyan before him seemed shrouded in black mist, which condensed into a gigantic figure, like a blood-soaked Rakshasa crawling out of hell. Gripping the sharp blade, she swung down from the air. The thick smell of blood and the oppressive killing intent rendered him unable to move. The smoke curled at the lips, softly opening "Die, farewell, scum." Black flames erupted from the ground, a massive vortex of fire enveloping them. As the flames dissipated, Yunyan stood on the ground with the knife, leisurely sheathing it. Meanwhile, the battle bones had completely perished in that recent strike, turning to ashes. Yunyan rubbed her arm, speaking lazily and casually. So annoying, it hurts so much. Ugh, these restrictions are really troublesome. Only the bones in my right arm and left calf haven't healed yet." She clicked her tongue in disdain several times, then turned around with a smile. "It's already fine. I hope you all wait here for a while. I need to go out and help my companions. I'll come back to pick you up later, and, as I mentioned earlier, I'll help you solve your problems after this." Ignoring the stunned crowd, she leaped up the high wall and jumped down fiercely. From the heights, she swung her knife down, breath of ice, fifth form, ice feast. Wherever the ice goes, the evil spirits are all annihilated. Chapter 102. The Hashira gather, beat up Winra. Kyuka stood back to back with her, the two surrounded by evil spirits. Kyuka had a smile on her face, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. This was truly an unexpected development. She didn't expect so many demons to be hidden here. The cloud of smoke curled around my lips as I let out a long sigh. Yes, the one inside has been dealt with. Now only these little demons outside remain. Right? Master is indeed very strong. As a senior brother, I can't fall too far behind. It looks like I need to step up my training. With a smile in her eyes, Yunyan thought that if she followed the rules here, her senior brother would be stronger than her. Oh, really? That guy Zhanggu really died. What a disappointment. The two suddenly looked up at the sound, and on the wall stood a young man, holding a dripping bloody head in his hand. Yunyan widened her eyes. The head in front of her was none other than the boy who had been speaking to her in the arena. His golden eyes shrank and trembled violently, with veins bulging from his face. His pale skin was clad in a white suit, and inside his pink vertical pupils were engraved the words Upper Crescent 3. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wenluo. Wenluo smiled, performed a gentlemanly bow to the two of them, and raised his head, his pink vertical pupils gleaming coldly. It seems my subordinates have been having quite a good time with you, however, big sister with black hair. The people you are desperately trying to protect really don't taste very good. But you two look like you would be quite delicious. Yunyan ground his back teeth, his face filled with rage, gripping the knife handle, making a creaking sound. What the hell? He said, with a shocked expression. Are you saying that so many innocent humans in the arena have died? A white breath appeared at the corner of the lips, suddenly swinging the knife, adjusting the breath, changing the breathing method, moon breathing, third form, waning moon erosion. Yunyan swung the blade vigorously, delivering a double slash to Wenluo, accompanied by a flurry of crescent-shaped strikes. The smile on Wenluo's face stiffened, and he vanished with a flash. Xiangtu frowned, slashing apart the approaching evil spirits, and glanced sideways at Yunyan, looking at the trunk. Wenluo wiped the blood dripping from his forehead, struck by Yunyan's attack, pouting and looking unhappy. What's this? Right from the start, attacking me without any courtesy. How rude. Big sister, for someone like you, who deserves to die 1,000 times, it would be more polite to chop off your head and let you atone for your sins in hell. Xiangtu shouted at him, the anger in his eyes seeming almost tangible, wanting to burn him. Wenluo wore a cold smile. Ah, angry are we? It's just a bunch of food after all. If I eat, I eat. Atoning for sins? Hunting and feeding. Do I really need to apologize to my food? The two felt their temples throbbing. Well, perhaps you wouldn't understand, right? After all, beings as perfect as us cannot communicate thoughts with you lowly creatures. Wenluo shrugged, pointing at the two, my lovely subordinates. Kill them. The two gripped their blades, ready to strike, when several familiar voices rang out. Breath of Mist, fourth form, flat flow slash. Breath of Mist, first form, distant horizon. Breath of Wind, second form, claw wind. Breath of Water, third form, flowing dance. Breath of Water, seventh form, droplet ripple thrust. The two turned to see the Shido brothers rushing in from the right, followed by Shimi descending from the air, while Iyong and Mikomo charged in from the left. Are you all right? Shimi turned nervously, looking at Yunyan with concern, not sparing a glance at Xiangtu. Xiangtu sighed helplessly, used to his colleagues' double standards. Yunyan-chan, Xiangtu, are you okay? Mikomo ran over, her face full of worry, while Iyong stood beside her, expressionless and inquiring with his gaze. Xiangtu finally felt comforted. We're fine. Don't worry. Yunyan patted Shimi's hand resting on her shoulder, saying, It's okay, don't worry. Shimi let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Wenlu in the tree, veins bulging, with a sinister smile. Is this guy an upper moon? Perfect. The upper moon demon I chopped down not long ago hasn't satisfied me yet. Sister Yunyan, brother and I aren't late, right? Are you okay? Oh, brother Yin, are you okay too? Wenyalang looked at Yunyan with bright eyes, then turned to Yinlu with a blank expression, which was clearly not a question. Yinlu, you guys are really something? Wenyalang scanned Yunyan, confirming she had no serious injuries, just a cut on her face that wasn't deep, and then let out a sigh of relief, turning to Shimi with the same expression, but the words that came out were a grand misunderstanding. Is it you, you bastard, who made Sister Yunyan hurt? No matter who it is, I'm going to chop you. Shimi's veins bulged on his face. Let's go together. Yunyan extended her hand in a gesture of helplessness, resting her forehead. Shimi, the brothers Taketu, and Iyong almost launched their attacks simultaneously, while Mikomo took out some ointment from her pocket and gently applied it to the wound on her cheek. It's fine. Just apply this and it won't leave a scar. Kitsuya silently slashed at the approaching demons. So, are you really here to support us? Love breathing, second form, tormented love circulation. Unione, Kitsuya-san. Sorry, we're late. Mitsuri rushed over, swinging her sword to help Kitsuya lighten the burden, while Ihei leaped from the air, swinging his sword to assist Shimi and the others, serpent breathing. Second form, narrow-headed poison fong. Yunyan looked confused and scratched her head. Wait, why are there so many of you? The crowd suddenly turned to her and shouted. Because your luck is just too good. You encounter the 12 Kazuki every time, either heavily injured or half dead. Are you some kind of naturally special physique? Yunyan, being yelled at, responded with a face of disbelief. The smoke billowed as she puffed her cheeks. Do you think I wanted this? My luck is just too good, and she can't stop it. Wenluo had long lost her calm demeanor. Her hair was disheveled, and her high-end suit was tattered and hanging off her like rags. Breathing heavily, she awkwardly dodged the attacks, using the nameless evil spirits to create distance. She forcefully brushed aside the hair that was covering her eyes, her gaze unfriendly. You human ants. So many of you came to surround just me. It looks like you're all pillars, huh? TSK. That's enough. I'm not playing with you anymore. Until next time, Sister Mingnu, teleport me away. Suddenly, the sound of the Sanwei Qin echoed, and when Luo disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Wait, come back to me. You where the hell do you think you're going? Shimi directly spewed curses, veins bulging, bloodshot, eyes glaring. Damn it, the evil spirit actually ran away. Aikiru stomped his foot in anger, wearing the same expression as Shimi. Yunyan sighed, as the others had already dealt with the surrounding evil spirits and were gathering around her. Butterfly Shinobu, along with Inasuk and the rescue team, arrived at that moment. Looking at the chaos on the ground, she sighed, I can't believe I'm late. Yunyan lowered her gaze, and Zongtu similarly fell into a state of melancholy. The crowd looked at them in confusion, and Shimi furrowed her brows, asking, What's wrong, Yunyan? Yunyan clenched her fists, her eyes red, tears streaming down her face. The crowd was startled and began to ask in a flurry. What happened to Yunyan? Don't cry. Don't cry. Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Hurt? Let me see. Where does it hurt the most? Sister Yunyan, what's wrong? What happened? Don't cry. Sister Yunyan, what's wrong? Yunyan did not speak, and everyone looked at Yatu, who had red eyes. We have failed too much to protect the lives of those innocent people. Everyone fell silent, feeling heavy in their hearts. They looked at the massive beast arena in front of them, seeing the pain in the eyes of the two. With so many demons, first the lower moon demons, and then the upper moon demons, it was already very difficult for just the two of them to survive. Shimi reached out and hugged Yunyan, pressing her head against her neck, gently stroking the back of her head. I'm sorry, I came too late. You have worked very hard. Jinzi silently held Yatu's hand, and Iyong held his other hand, the two silently comforting him. The hidden ones wiped away their tears. After all, in such a terrifying battle, it was already very lucky for these two adults to survive. Suddenly, the big door was opened, and a small head peeked out. The boy smiled shyly, scratching the back of his head, and said, Big sister, we are actually still alive. Everyone turned at the sound, and Yunyan and Yatu exclaimed in surprise. Almost scared enough to fly away. Chapter 103. Yun Group Pet Yun Online. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the boy who peeked out. Shimi protected Yunyan behind him, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Didn't they say everyone was dead? What's going on now? Is that a demon? Saying this, he drew his knife, pointing the tip at the boy. A demon? Is it a different kind of demon? Miri was so scared that her hair almost stood on end, and Eihei calmly stood in front of her, holding one of her hands. The warm touch instantly made Miri's face turn red, and she successfully stopped feeling afraid. Yada swallowed hard, looking unwell, but still politely asked, Boy, what do you mean by not dead? The boy was extremely embarrassed and quickly waved his hands. Really? We are really not dead. We are still alive. Then he stretched out his hand. You can touch us. We are still warm. Ichiro's hair stood on end, while Michiro calmly went over to touch, surprising Ichiro, who hurriedly grabbed his brother's arm. You idiot, Michiro. Don't just go touching. Michiro looked calm. It's fine, look, he still has a shadow. He's not an evil spirit. Everyone looked down, and indeed, there was a shadow. Yunyan, who had already reacted, looked helpless and crossed her arms, addressing the boy behind him. 06, the prank ends here. If you don't come out now, there will be no dried fish for you to eat in the future. Don't. I'll come out right now. 06 agilely ran out from behind the boy, sitting at his feet, wagging his tail and raising his paw. Good evening, everyone. 06. What a mischievous little thing. Yada breathed a sigh of relief and smiled helplessly. Everyone looked at it with disapproving eyes. Yunyan walked over and picked up 06. How did you come here? 06 pouted. Isn't it because Tanjiro and the others were worried about you? There's nothing I can do. I had to come help as your spirit beast. You have to thank me properly. Yunyan. I see. 06. I told you to thank me properly. Oh, thank you. 06. Putting aside 06, Yunyan squatted down and hugged the boy tightly, her voice laced with relief. It's good that nothing happened. The boy blushed, scratching his head, and said, Haha, thanks to the spirit beast master, we were able to escape a disaster. The boy stepped out of her embrace. The door was wide open, and the people inside bowed to Yunyan and the others, all saying together, Thank you for saving us. Everyone was taken aback. Besides Mealy and Yunyan, the others awkwardly turned their faces away. Butterfly Shinobi quickly called the hidden ones and the rescue team to check on them. Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief and pulled her aside to discuss the situation of these people. She bought several boxes of healing potions from the system shop. Although they were the lowest grade, they were enough for these people's families to recover. Pulling Butterfly Shinobi to a corner to avoid being seen, she took them out from her space and asked for her help to distribute them. Butterfly Shinobi was already used to her pulling a bunch of things out from strange places and sighed helplessly. Really, I'm impressed with you, I understand. Just leave it to me. Yunyan smiled and hugged her. Thank you, Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu blushed, but didn't push her away. As long as you know to thank me. It's better than getting hurt and causing trouble for us at the Butterfly Mansion. Got it. Got it, Yunyan. The little ninja who is not sincere is really cute. Yunyan let go of her, but she grabbed his arm. Butterfly Ninja frowned and said, Your right arm is wrong. It's broken. Yunyan's smile froze, and a single thought flashed through her mind. It's over. Then, she was locked onto by several pairs of eyes. Cold sweat poured down her face as she forced a smile, saying, It's nothing, really. My self-healing ability, although somewhat limited, can recover after a good sleep. Really? Butterfly Ninja immediately rebutted with a dark expression. That means you're still not okay. Just stay put. Then she noticed that Yunyan's left leg was somewhat swollen, and her face darkened even more. Your left leg is fractured. Get on a stretcher and lie down properly. Yunyan, oh no, this time it's really over. The next moment, Shinmi, with a dark expression, picked her up and sat down to the side, letting her lean against him. Are you an idiot? We've all arrived, and you still want to move around with a broken bone. What do you take us for? How could you not tell me? What do you think I am? Yunyan covered her face and silently apologized, saying she was sorry for blocking her sense of pain during the battle because she was afraid it would affect her sword technique, and, as a result, she accidentally forgot about it. Everyone exclaimed, Is this something you can forget? This is absolutely something you cannot forget. 06 shouted fiercely, You idiot, Yunyan. Make sure to remember this properly. The group rebuked her in unison, and Yunyan smiled as tears streamed down her face like wide noodles, saying yes. I won't forget it in the future. In the end, she still had to have her arm put in a cast and was carried back by Shimi. After cleaning up, she changed into a soft, clean hospital gown and lay in bed. She was so tired that as soon as she touched the bed, she could only manage to say goodnight to Shimi before falling into a deep sleep. Shimi sighed helplessly, tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and quietly left. Walking on the way home, Shimi let out a sigh of relief, thinking how great it was that this time he had not arrived late. However, for Kintsu, things were not so good. He had seriously overexerted himself, and his lungs were slightly inflamed, causing a fever. He lay humbly in a hospital bed with an ice pack while receiving Infor. Iyong and Makoto were with him, taking care of him. After a while, Makoto went next door to take care of Yunyan. In the end, Kintsu was left with only Iyong. Kintsu said, Iyong, why don't you go too? You're staring at me so intently. I really can't fall asleep. Iyong replied, staring. Kintsu asked him, What's wrong? Iyong? Iyong said, You guys are still alive and haven't died. Kintsu smiled, his forehead throbbing. If he didn't understand what Iyong meant, he would have jumped up and hit him for that remark. This dense blockhead. Can't he complete a sentence? Iyong floated small pink flowers. It's really great that the senior brothers and sisters are still alive. Chapter 104. Heading to the entertainment district. Yunyan sat on a hospital bed eating rice cakes, holding a magazine in her hand while reading. 06 was stretching beside her. Yunyan, ever since you two confirmed your relationship, I really didn't expect that such a hot-tempered person could be so gentle. I've gained some insight. Yunyan glanced at it lightly and shook her finger. You still have a narrow view. Do you know a saying? What saying? If the fierce wind carries the waves, like the gentle breeze stirring the ripples. This is something I have seen elsewhere before, and it fits well. 06 thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Yunyan raised an eyebrow, continuing to eat and play the same time. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she casually took off the plaster and rubbed her somewhat tense and stiff muscles. She's already recovered. It's still more comfortable without these messy things. Yunyan stretched lazily, walked to the side to change her clothes, fastened her sword, and pushed the door to go outside. As she walked out, she listened to the chaotic sounds and curiously headed towards the source of the noise. 06 was perched on her shoulder, a chibi version of a person and a cat looking up. Yuzui was squatting against the wall, carrying Kamizaki Aoi, with veins bulging on his forehead, pointing at Tanjiro and the others below. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a Hashira, your superior, a kidnapper and a perverted ninja uncle. Huh. Ha ha. The crowd turned around at the sound, and Yunyan laughed so hard she had to lean against the wall, holding her stomach. Yuzui sighed helplessly, Seeing her was like seeing a little sister. And he couldn't get angry at all. Yin, stop laughing for now. Are you feeling better from your injury? The cloud of smoke wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She straightened her body. It was all okay now. The divine self-healing power is strong. So, it really is a magnificent ability. 06 squinted his eyes, looking disdainful. So, can you let go of little Aoi, you abductor uncle? She's just a nurse from the Butterfly Mansion, not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon hearing this, Yuzui Tungin's forehead throbbed, but he still tossed Aoi towards Tanjiro and the others. Oh, that's not necessary. Even if you're a spirit beast, if you keep talking like that, I will hit you. 06 turned his head. Yuzui Tenjin, this stupid cat. Yunyin let out a helpless sigh. Was it the three sisters who had a problem? I'll go with you. Really? Is your body really okay? That would be a great help. Yuzui breathed a sigh of relief. If Yunyin was accompanying them, the safety factor would be higher, and they would find his three wives more quickly. Tanjiro and the others gathered around Yunyin, asking about her health with concern. Yunyin smiled and ruffled their hair. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Tanjiro looked at her and then turned to Yuzui. We'll go too. We can definitely help. Yuzui stared at him, thought for a moment, and snapped his fingers. Great. Then let's go together. Without hesitation, the five of them immediately set off for the Flower District. After finishing their task, they hurried back only to find that Yunyin had vanished, knowing only that she had followed Yuzui with Tanjiro and the others. Shinazugawa was so angry that he was emitting dark energy, slowly raising his hand to clench his fist, his forehead throbbing. Yuzui, because Jinya had already recovered, reverted to that contradictory sound pillar who claimed he had no brother. He rushed in angrily and returned in a huff. This was still manageable, but what left Yunyin bewildered was that they encountered Jinya on the way. Moreover, he even got on their carriage to go along with them. Yunyin, is there something wrong? Meanwhile, Yuzui is still making demands to the three little ones, while Yunyin has already started to rub her brother's head. Does Jinya want to come too? That a brothel area? Are you really okay with it? Jinya, blushing, obediently lets her pat his head, saying, no, it's fine, because I want to protect Sister Yunyin. There must be a lot of delinquents over there. It's not safe for you to be alone. 06 lifted his little paw and patted his arm. What a gentle child. Good boy. Yunyin's smile curved her eyes, and she seemed to float with little pink flowers. Schwani is truly a gentle child, sister, is very happy, immortal Schwani. All right, we've arrived. Yuzue clapped his hands, and the six of them got off the carriage, thanked the driver, and then walked inside. First, they needed to return to their base, briefly explain the situation, and clarify the specifics. That is how it is. I need to find my three wives. The cloud supported her chin, and her brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that the disappearance of the three sisters had some clues to follow. However, the target I wanted to investigate could be narrowed down significantly. Yunyin hadn't finished speaking when Zenitsu exploded. His eyes were about to pop out as he pointed at Yuzui, shouting, "What kind of joke are you making, you old man? How could you possibly have a wife? And three of them? Don't joke around. And you're too much, right? What kind of joke is this? Sending your subordinates to find a wife for yourself." Yuzui's face turned serious. What are you misunderstanding? What's wrong with having a wife? Do you have any objections, you brat? Zenitsu's tears flew, his face twisted in rage. No, I have to say it. A weirdo like you truly has no woman wanting you. But, no matter how much you want to find a wife, you can't make our Demon Slayer Corps members do this kind of thing. Are you stupid or what? My wife is infiltrating Guayu, collecting information on demons. The communication got cut off midway. That's why I came to check. Zenitsu was left dumbfounded, expressionless. So you have such a wild imagination. Yuzui's forehead bulged with veins, you little brat. Then, he threw all the letters at Zenitsu's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Yuzui stood up, hands on his hips, and sighed. After all, I have three wives. Zenitsu sat up in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuzui, unable to endure any longer. Yuzui knocked Zenitsu out with a punch, his villainous face fixed in place. Do you have any objections? Yunyin helplessly supported his forehead, while Schwani held onto 06. Both he and the cat sighed in unison. Tanjiro looked helpless, and Inosuke was fiddling with his headgear on the side. Mr. Yuzui, what exactly should we do? Tanjiro frowned slightly, his eyes filled with worry. Suddenly losing contact was not a good situation. Yuzui glanced sideways. Of course, we need to disguise ourselves. Make it a bit more garish and awkward. Yunyin was just about to speak when Inosuke said something shocking. Your wives must be dead, right? Yunyin, winky face. Zenitsu. Yuzui Tenjin. Then Inosuke and Zenitsu lay together, smoke rising from their bellies. 06 looked at the two of them, speechlessly. Idiots. Yunyan rubbed her forehead in pain and said, do I need to join in too? I really haven't played these before, but they seem quite interesting. The chibi Yuzui looked at her and said, no way. That guy Nashikawa would definitely kill me. Yunyan. Happiness just vanished in a snap. Schwami was satisfied. Let alone his older brother. Even if Yuzue agreed, he would still shoot him in the head. Yunyan is the kind that you say not to do, and they won't stop? Impossible. The three little ones were drawn, with ghost faces. Schwami and 06 laughed until they hit the floor. Soon, the door was opened, and everyone looked over, instantly widening their eyes. Yuzui immediately gave a thumbs up. Truly a dazzling, ice crystal divine envoy girl. So radiant. Yunyan wears a pure white long dress adorned with golden silk and cloud brocade, with a waist belt made of red gemstones featuring dragon patterns and golden silk hanging down. Her black hair is obediently draped behind her head, and she wears a golden hair accessory with a golden phoenix mark engraved on her forehead. Her crimson lips are accentuated, and her eyes have a hint of dark eyeshadow to enhance them. Her nails are painted a light pink. Her brilliant golden eyes shimmer with uniqueness, and her tall figure showcases her elegance. As she walks into the room, Yunyan raises her arm and spins around, glancing at them. How is it? Does it look good? Tanjiro's eyes shine brightly, yes. It suits you perfectly, senior sister. You look absolutely stunning. Inosuke is dazed, feeling all fluttery, as if he's walking on clouds. Zenitsu takes off from the ground, flailing what? Big sister is super beautiful. What is this? How can it look so good? Please marry me, haha. Jinya, with a villainous expression, pushes him aside. Get lost with your nonsense. Jinya's face turns red, and he is steaming. Sis, you really suit her. Yunyan smiled and gave a wink to a few people. And what was there to wait for? Let's hit the streets. This caused Tanjiro to have a nosebleed. Inosuke continued to be dumbfounded. Zenitsu had a lovesick expression, and Jinya was so shy he wished he could bury himself in the ground. Yuzui laughed heartily, extending his arm towards her, and Yunyan naturally placed her hand on his strong arm. Chapter 105. Yun, crazy assisting brothers reconcile. Yin. For convenience. Jinya directly played the role of Yunyan's servant. The madams of the flower street looked at Yunyan with shining eyes, wishing they could snatch her away. Jinya wore a black kimono and a purple haori, looking fierce yet perfect for the role of a sturdy bodyguard. First, Tanjiro was taken away. Then Inosuke was taken by a madam who had her eyes on him in the street. Only Zenitsu was left without anyone wanting him. Yunyan let out a sigh. It was impossible for her to be assigned with Zenitsu, so she took Jinya to another shop. 06 caught Yunyan's glance and followed Zenitsu. Watching as Zenitsu entered that shop, Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly. The aura of demons, even mixed with the pungent fragrance of makeup, was hard to conceal. The eye of the gods allowed her vision to ignore everything, to see what she wanted to see. Tenjin, pay attention to the shop Zenitsu went to. Before leaving with the boss lady, Yunyan lightly left this sentence by Yuzui's side. Yuzui was startled in his heart, but maintained a calm expression as he smiled and nodded at her. Wow, what a beautiful person. Is she new? So pretty. Are we going to take care of her next? Will she be as difficult to get along with as the courtesan Warabaheim next door? I've heard that beautiful people often have bad tempers. Surely not, right? Aren't there also gentle ones? Yunyan listened to the whispers of the girls on both sides, lightly moving her fingers on Schwani's arm. Schwani understood and stopped, standing somewhat awkwardly beside her, wearing the same expression as his brother, looking fiercer the more shy he became. The girls were too scared to move. Yunyan smiled helplessly, patted his arm, and said, "Don't be nervous." She turned her head gently to look at the girls in front of her, slightly bending down and lowering her head. "Hello, everyone. My name is Yunyan. This is my first time here tonight. If there's anything I don't understand or any shortcomings in my performance, I hope you ladies will take good care of me." Her soft and clear voice immediately calmed the girls' hearts. Seeing her like this, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they all waved their hands awkwardly. No. It should be us who speak. You are the newly appointed courtesan sister of the establishment. Please forgive our clumsy hands. The girls knelt down on the ground, feeling relieved in their hearts, thinking, that's great. She's such a gentle big sister. Yunyan blinked and said, well, everyone can just get along nicely from now on. No need for so many formalities. Come on, lift your heads. By the way, this is my younger brother. His name is Schwami. Although he looks a bit fierce, he's actually a very gentle kid, so there's no need to be afraid of him. He just isn't very good with words. The girls lifted their heads and looked at Schwami with curiosity, and indeed, they saw a blush on his face from shyness. At that moment, The girls finally understood that Yunyan's brother was a pure-hearted young man. Yunyan was originally a laid-back and carefree person, and it didn't take long for her to join the girls in their fun. The girls also opened up and started chatting. Taking the opportunity, Yunyan asked about the courtesan Juji next door. As a result, these girls seemed to be frightened, breaking out in cold sweat when talking about her. Yunyan secretly took note and exchanged glances with Xuanmi. Host, Yunyan, haven't you read the original work? Yunyan, it's been too long. I'm not as free as you are. I have a lot to remember, and I still have to review the memorials to the underworld. Do you think you can remember these trivial matters? Host, Yunyan took off her heavy clothing indoors, wearing a plain white undergarment, propping her chin on her hand while sitting at the table. Sister Yunyan, can I come in? Yunyan came back to her senses upon hearing Xuanmi's voice and smiled in response. Of course, come in. She casually grabbed a coat from the side and draped it over herself, watching as Xuanmi gently opened the door, walked in, and thoughtfully closed the door, sitting in front of her with his head bowed. Yunyan tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Xuanmi?" Xuanmi pouted, unable to control the corners of her lips from turning down, looking like she was about to cry. Sister, does Big Brother really dislike me a lot? Yunyan was taken aback, suddenly thinking that when the blood demon technique cast by Xuanmi disappeared, it might have been Shimi who said something that led to misunderstandings again. With a helpless sigh, he took Xuanmi's hand and pulled him into his embrace, gently stroking his head. How could that be? Your big brother loves you the most. Tears shimmered in Xuanmi's eyes as he blushed and clenched her coat tightly. But at that time, during my brother's most desperate moment, I said such hurtful things. The smoke of clouds keeps moving, holding him tighter in her embrace, her voice gentle. No, believe me, he just wants you to stay away from all this. And then grow up safely. Marry a wife who is compatible with you, someone you truly love, and then live a simple and happy life together. Yunyan glanced out the window at the bright moon in the sky, thinking about the storyline she was familiar with. She spoke softly, then like these evil spirits. He won't let these disgusting things come near you, even a step. Xuanmi was stunned, and Yunyan lowered her head to meet his gaze, her eyes filled with compassion. That guy really wasn't good with words. If he could express what he wanted when he was younger, now his anger and ferocity were his protective colors. Tears streamed down Xuanmi's face, biting his lip. I also want to help my big brother. I also want to protect him. Yunyan smiled lightly. And I know your brother's feelings. I can only say that you truly deserve to be brothers. It's really great. The clouds wiped away the tears on his face. Come on. Man, don't cry. Take it slow, and you'll definitely be able to make up with Shimi. What he fears the most is persistence. He has no way to deal with this kind of person. Suddenly, Xuanya had an idea, quickly tidied up his mood, filled with confidence, and said, "All right, I understand now." Yunyan smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. After bidding each other good night, she rested her chin on her hand by the window. A gentle breeze brushed by, and Yunyan curled the corners of her lips, wondering how much longer she would stand outside. "TSK, how did you find me?" Shimi stepped out from the rooftop outside the window, the light illuminating him as he awkwardly rubbed his neck. Yunyan let out a helpless sigh. "I'm still very sensitive to my partner's breath. Did you hear that just now? That little brat. I've said it before, he is not suitable. Not suitable at all. He doesn't even know how to breathe properly. And being here is no different from courting death. And that damn food demon physique. Can that thing even be eaten? How filthy is that? Is it something edible that you just shove into your mouth? And you, is this a place you should be coming to? There are too many idiots here to count. What if you get hurt? That guy Yuzui. I definitely have to give him a good beating." Shimi naturally walked in through the window and started complaining as she sat down next to Yunyan. Yunyan crossed her arms and looked at him. Shimi felt uncomfortable being stared at by her and finally showed a helpless expression. "Why are you staring at me all the time? I'm wondering, after you see what I'm going to show you next, will you still think like this? Huh? What is it? Close your eyes." Oh, the smoke from the incense lingered at his brow, showing him the future he could have with Xuanmi if she did not come. Time passed second by second, and Xuanmi's breathing became heavier. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with tears. It felt as if he was about to suffocate, his body trembling, sweat soaking his clothes, gasping for breath. "Is this our future?" Yunyan listened to him tremble as he spoke, nodded, and said, "Yes. It's true that if I hadn't appeared, your future." Yunyan looked at him and sighed. "Shimi, an insincere person will miss out on too many beautiful things. Cherish the person in front of you. The future can be changed, and we can change it together." Shimi lowered his head, clenched his fists, and walked out with long strides. Yunyan smiled as she watched his back, Xuanmi is in the third room on the left. Shensi paused for a moment, then continued walking outside, waving his hand back at her. Got it, I'll be back later. Yin Yan's eyes flickered slightly. She couldn't believe that this wouldn't help the two of you reconcile. Chapter 106, Brothers Reconcile. Xianmi lay on the bed, still contemplating how to apologize to his older brother when the door suddenly swung open. Startled, he sat up, and before he could see who it was, he was embraced by a warm, strong hold. His eyes widened in shock, and he raised his hand helplessly to gently rest it on the person's back. Older brother? Shermi held him tightly, gritting his teeth as if trying to merge him into his bones with such force. Xianmi found it hard to breathe from the tight hug and gently patted him. Older brother, you're holding me too tightly. I can't catch my breath. Shermi was taken aback and quickly loosened his embrace, but did not let go. I'm sorry. At this moment, Xianmi was filled with joy that his older brother was hugging him and even speaking to him, his face glowing with a radiant smile. It's okay, older brother. Then he showed a puzzled expression. Why is older brother here? Shermi sighed, tears still glistening in his eyes. Slowly releasing him and lowering his head to meet his gaze, Older brother, I'm sorry for what I said back then. Those words were too harsh. Clearly, you were protecting me. It wasn't your fault at all. I know that whatever I say is just an excuse. I don't expect you to forgive me. But I want to be by your side. I also want to protect you. Protect Sister Yunyan. I want to help you and Sister. Before Xianmi could finish, his head felt heavy, and through the moonlight, he slightly widened his eyes. Shermi wore a gentle smile, tears in his eyes, and gently rubbed his head. For a moment, Xianmi's vision blurred with tears. It was a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. I know, I understand, so it's my fault. I'm sorry, Xianmi. Can you forgive the harsh words I said before? Xianmi suddenly threw himself into his embrace, crying and sobbing. Older brother, you're not at fault. My brother is the best and kindest person in the world. Shermi was taken aback, one hand on the floor and the other holding Xianmi, smiling helplessly. Yeah, you are too. From now on, let us work hard together. I won't leave you alone anymore. Okay, I will work hard. Shermi gently patted Xianmi's back, comforting his sobbing brother, and glanced out the window at the sky. If before he just wanted to keep his brother away from these things, now he knew that no matter what, his brother would not back down. Instead, he would risk his life, and before that, would be accompanied by guilt and self-blame, along with the poisonous words from his brother. They had missed too much. Now, he only wanted to work hard with his brother, to protect him as much as possible, to help him grow stronger. At the very least, they would not leave any regrets between them. The result was that Yun Yan had just been a courtesan for one night, not even playing the qin, and was directly bought alongside Xianmi by Shermi to leave the establishment. Yun Yan puffed out his cheeks, sitting unhappily beside Shimi, while Yuzue crossed his arms and watched the fun. Shimi frowned, helplessly rubbing his brow, and I asked, do we really have to play? Yun Yan snorted, I haven't played before. I've never acted in such a role. Is it wrong to be curious? Sigh, fine, okay, don't be mad at me anymore. Xuanmi told me last night that you found something. What did you notice? Oh, this, I feel like that fern princess is not quite right. And also, the shop that Shani went to is where she is located. When I passed by there, although it was faint, I still sensed the presence of a ghost. A very strong and foul smell of blood, and there was more than one ghost. Yun Yan extended her finger, pointing at her own eyes. The eye of the god also saw clearly that beneath the shop there were intertwined ribbons, and those ribbons were likely a form of blood demon technique. Many young and beautiful women were trapped, and without a doubt, they should be the missing courtesans. It seems that there is an upper-ranked demon lurking here. What? Huh, an upper-ranked demon? The three exclaimed, and Yuzui immediately became anxious. After all three of his wives had gone missing. Host, at least you should be worried about Zenitsu too. The clouds of smoke fill my eyes, unwilling to accept this. If it weren't for Shermi buying it for us, I could infiltrate the enemy camp tonight. Shermi helplessly rubbed his forehead. Fine, it's my fault. What should we do now? You have a final say, okay? Yuzui Tenjin. Huh? Takedo, your double standards are so obvious. Is it that easy for you to talk to your wife? Cloud smoke rests on the chin, fingers tapping on the table. Don't rush. Tanjiro and the others should make progress tonight. So take a good rest now. Tonight will definitely allow you to fight enough. Yun Yan directly started to complain, yawning and rubbing his eyes. I need to sleep for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night. It's all your fault. The other three exclaimed in shock. Xuanmi and Yuzui looked at the already blushing Shimi in astonishment. Shimi, angry and embarrassed, retorted, I didn't do anything. Don't say such misleading things. Yun Yan didn't respond at all, stretching lazily before going next door to rest. Only Shimi was left standing in the wind, feeling disheveled. Washi Chuan, shut up. I told you I didn't do anything. Then he suddenly turned his head and angrily pointed at Shwani. And you can't say anything. I didn't do anything. Shwani. No, big brother, I wasn't going to say anything. With a flushed face, Shimi angrily got up and chased after him, seemingly wanting to argue, but in reality, he just wanted to sleep together. After all, last night, Shimi's mind was stuck on the feeling of sleeping in each other's arms and the kiss that Yunyan had given him while he was in a daze. Landing on his lips, blushing and covering his mouth, he stood at the door for a while before lightly coughing and opening the door. Yunyan was extremely quick and had already changed her clothes, tightly closing the window, making the room very dark. She obediently lay on the tatami, curled up in the quilt. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yunyan lifted a corner of the quilt, feeling drowsy. Shimi, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you forever. Hurry up. I'm super tired right now. Got it, Shimi replied as she closed the door, casually took off her outerwear and hung it up, glancing at the men's clothing on the table with a flash of smile in her eyes. Blushing, she quickly changed her clothes, gently lying down beside her, reaching out to pull her into her arms, letting her rest on her arm. Yunyan naturally wrapped her arms around his waist, rubbing her cheek against his chest. Her legs entwined with his. Shimi's eyes were gentle, but her ears were completely red. She tucked the blanket around them and gently patted her back, saying, "Sleep now. I'll call you when it's time to eat." The cloud of smoke curled around my lips, and indeed, this embrace is the most suitable for sleeping. So warm and truly comfortable. Chapter 107. The battle begins. Yunyan was eating tempura, her gaze directed outside, where the night sky was bursting with fireworks. So beautiful. Shwami leaned against the window, his eyes sparkling, and seeing his childlike innocence brought a smile to Yunyan's face. Feeling warmth in her hand, she turned to look at Shimi, who had a gentle expression, holding her hand and softly saying, "Thank you. Thank you for being here," allowing Shwami to retain his past innocence. Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed. Ungraciously, she knew in her heart that the one who should be saying thank you was actually her. The days spent here were her happiest and most relaxed. It was a comfort she had never experienced before. After eating, the four of them changed into their team uniforms, and Yuzue adjusted his headpiece, ready to start moving. Yunyan looked at the sky and said, "Well, let's split up. I'll go to Tanjiro's side. I'll go with you," Shimi said without hesitation. Jinya looked left and right and said, "Then I'll go find Zenitsu." "Okay, be careful. If you can't handle it, hide and wait for me," Shimi advised with concern. Even though he didn't want his brother to fight, he couldn't ignore Jinya's determination any longer. Jinya broke into a bright smile and, "I remember, big brother." Because Jinya couldn't use breathing techniques, Yunyan taught him some spells along the way. Demon slayers can also use the thin spiritual energy in the air to devour and transform it into their own power. The weapons she forged, even if made from inferior materials, were exceptionally tough. Yuzui curled his lip and headed straight towards Inosuke. The four of them split into 3 groups and dispersed. Yunyan and Shimi raced across the rooftops, the air vibrating with the presence of a powerful ghost. The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had already confronted Daki. Despite his serious injuries, he continued to swing his sword, switching breathing techniques mid-fight, slicing through Daki's ribbons in a flurry. However, at the most critical moment, his lungs felt as if they were about to explode, and he fell to the ground, exhausted. Daki laughed loudly. "What? I thought you would suddenly become powerful, but it's just the same, useless. Die for me." Tanjiro's eyes widened, and Nezuko was about to rush forward when 2 cold glints flashed by. "This won't do, you demon girl. TSK, if the little brat can still move, then get out of the way." Breath of ice, first form. Ice lotus. Breath of wind, first form. Dust whirlwind slash. The ice lotus protected Tanjiro, while the wind slash instantly shattered Daki's ribbons. Daki was sent flying into the house, her head severed. Yunyan fell beside Tanjiro, while Shimi fell in front of them. The two simultaneously swung their swords and sheathed them. "Sister Yunyan, Mr. Kaneo." Tanjiro's eyes brightened, but then he broke into a coughing fit, sharp pain in his lungs causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yunyan looked at him helplessly, sighing that he was also a stubborn child who didn't let others worry. What has he turned into? So messy. Can't he run away if he can't fight? It's not a demon of your level that you can confront. What a reckless little brat. Tanjiro chuckled. Although they didn't say it directly, the clear concern warmed his heart. "I'll go over first." That last strike, although a hit, felt very strange. "Okay, I'll go over right away." Shinya nodded, then charged out after gathering his strength. Yunyan crouched down and took out a hemostatic pill from his pocket, feeding it to Tanjiro. This has some spiritual spring water added. It will stop the bleeding and help your body feel a bit better. You should rest for a while. Tanjiro chewed the pill and nodded obediently, while Nezuko quietly came to his side, worriedly holding him. Yunyan gently rubbed Nezuko's head and said, "Take good care of your brother, okay?" Yunyan got up and quickly ran towards the house where Daki had last fallen, supporting herself with a knife. As soon as she arrived, she was met with the scene of Daki's brother emerging from her body. Yunyan puffed out her cheeks, her face showing a line of expression. Although she knew the bond between the siblings was touching, Daki, the way your brother came out was also quite moving. Yuzui and Mitsuri stood in front of her, both alertly watching the two demons before them. By the time Mitsuri arrived, Daki's head had already been taken off by Yuzui in a second round. She cried as if water was boiling. Jotaro looked helpless, holding Daki's head and trying to press it back on, wiping away her tears, saying, "What are you crying for? Just put your head back on. You guys are really too much. My silly sister has been trying hard to think of a way with her not-so-smart brain." Daki was extremely aggrieved. "Brother, they're all bullying me. Kill them for me, Jotaro, a late-stage sister complex, immediately filled with rage. His sister was crying. She had been hit, and her head was cut off. He turned to look at Yuzui and Mitsuri, feeling stimulated by their looks, scratching his own skin continuously. "What the heck, you guys are so good-looking. And you, even with so many scars, looking so fierce. How can your face be so handsome, too? You must have women who like you, right? I'm really envious, truly envious." Yunyan scratched her face and said, Shimi's words are true. Women aren't actually that fond of me." As soon as Yunyan opened her mouth, the entire venue fell silent. It was indeed that Shimi and Yuzi were both taller than her, and being of a slender build, she was completely blocked by the two. At this moment, Jotaro finally realized that there was someone standing behind the two men. Shimi darkened his face and turned to retort her, saying that such matters should not be brought up. "What do I need you for? I don't care about women at all." Yuzui brushed his hair back and chuckled a couple of times. "Indeed, although I have a good relationship with women, I have enough wives of my own." Jotaro was dumbfounded. So both of these men had wives? One of them even had his wife standing behind him? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Go die. In an instant, his defenses were shattered, and blood sickles flew everywhere as Yuzui and Shimi swiftly swung their blades to shatter those blood sickles. Yunyan blinked her eyes, feeling a bit dazed as everyone blocked her view, making her look silly standing behind with a knife. Then her gaze locked onto the somewhat dazed Fallen Princess. Fallen Princess, 0-0. A chill ran down her back. "Yunyan, he gets you." The battle begins on the spot. Chapter 108, Chaos in the Entertainment District. Shimi and Yuzi directly swung their swords and knocked Kabutsujin Yuzin out of the room, and the two quickly pursued. Yunyan looked at the furious Daji in front of her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor fully not. "It's just the two of us left. Come on, don't be so angry. How about we get along well?" "Huh, who would want to get along with a human ant like you? Are you looking down on me with that smile? I am an upper moon demon, the upper moon of the land. I understand. So let's sit down and chat," Yunyan said with a smile, waving at her. Daji, infuriated, swung her ribbons towards Yunyan, trying to slice her apart. Yunyan sighed, gripping the hilt of her sword, her face showing regret. What a shame, such a pretty face wasted on a child with a bad temper. A cold gleam flashed, and in an instant, Yunyan appeared in front of Daji. Under Daji's wide-eyed, incredulous gaze, the flying ribbons were sliced into pieces. In the next moment, a powerful force sent Daji flying away. Yunyan waved her hand, looking expressionlessly at the fallen Ji in the distance, as she got up and began to destroy the surrounding buildings. What a troublesome child, with such a bad temper. Glancing at the trembling person in the corner beside her, Yunyan showed a kind smile and said, "You should leave quickly. It's not very safe here right now." "Why, yes. Thank you." Yunyan dashed towards Daki, instantly drawing his sword and leaping into the air to strike down with ice-breathing, fourth form, frostbite. "Damn woman." Daki swung her ribbons, and Yunyan swiftly slashed in midair, the blade landing in front of Daki and instantly severing her swinging arm. He then flipped and kicked her away, showing a look of confusion. "Huh, such strength, just a lower moon's power?" As expected, is the upper moon only your brother? Nezuko and Tanjiro ran over, and Yunyan frowned slightly. "Tanjiro, your wounds aren't healed. What are you doing here?" "Seeing your sister, we're here to help. Although we may not be able to do much, we can still contribute." Yunyan looked at his determined eyes and chuckled softly. "All right, then I'll trouble you all together." Glancing at the running Inasuk and the visibly changed Zenitsu with snot bubbles, Yunyan waved his knife. I'll leave this guy to you. I'm going to Shimi and the others. Understood. Yunyan quickly ran towards Shimi and Yuzui, where the battle was intense. Foam was the main attacker, so Yuzui was mostly in a defensive state. Shimi, on the other hand, was attacking recklessly, his demigod physique doubling his strength and speed. The two were evenly matched against Kibbutz Sujimuzan. Yunyan frowned. Even though the spiritual spring water had improved their physique and altered the curse that prevented them from living beyond 25 years. As he stood on the rooftop overlooking the battle below, his brows were tightly knitted. Neither of these two had reached the state of unlocking their patterns. Without unlocking their patterns, human strength could only barely match a lower moon demon with 2 Hashira. It would take 3 Hashira to secure a victory. Yunyan clicked her tongue, wondering if the crescent moon fruit was really insufficient to trigger their patterns. She drew her sword, gathering energy and leaped, executing the ice breath, second form, 9-fold ice blossoms. The blade slashed through the swirling blood sickles, and Yunyan landed beside Shimi. Sorry I'm late. Are you guys okay? TCH, how could anything be wrong? We're in the middle of a great fight. Don't interfere, you brat, Shimi said with a dark face. The area of his arm that was scratched already showing dark purple veins from the poison, with a slight numbness creeping in. Yeah, Yunyan, you should go deal with that female ghost. We'll handle this splendidly. We'll definitely take this guy's head in a grand fashion. Yuzui was not much better off either, as both of them could clearly feel their bodies responding sluggishly. Yunyan looked at them, silently curling his lips, then lowered his head to rummage through his pocket and took out a porcelain bottle, pouring out 2 pills. Taking advantage of the moment when Yuzui shot a small bullet, he popped 1 pill in his mouth, then quickly turned around and stuffed the other one into Shimi's mouth. The purple veins on both of them instantly faded. Oh, they felt better right away. Amazing. Yuzui looked at his arm in surprise, while Shimi's face turned slightly red. His mind filled with the soft sensation that had just brushed against his lips. All right, you two big men. At least I'm a Hashira and a divine messenger. I'm not some useless coward hiding behind you, afraid of confrontation. Yunyan was extremely helpless, wondering why one by one they wouldn't let her face the 12 Kazuki. 06. Don't you have any sense of urgency? Sigh. I'm really at my wit's end with you. Shimi rushed out with a knife, and Yuzui smiled, first ruffling Yunyan's hair and leaving her with a reminder to stay safe before following Shimi at the front. Yunyan helplessly supports her forehead. Can you not treat her like a child? According to age, I could be your ancestor, all right? 06. Eternal oldie. Yunyan, angry. Mingyan 8. Desolation's warning. Yunyan could only helplessly rush past the two, and after their attack, she emerged from above them, swinging her knife down. The brothel keeper, Taro, grinned menacingly, and just as another blood scythe was about to pierce Yunyan's skull, 2 knives flashed from the sides. One severed his arm that was resisting Yunyan, while the other cut off the arm he was about to attack with. Yunyan's lips curled up, her wrist twisted, and in an instant, she severed his head. The 3 of them distanced themselves from him. And Jifu Taro froze for a moment before laughing and pressing his own head back on. What? This guy? Is beheading actually ineffective? Yunyan thought for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand. Ah, I forgot to mention, isn't this guy sharing power with her sister? They definitely have to lose their heads together to die, right? You should have said this earlier. X2 Yunyan shrugged, awkwardly laughing. Aha, sorry. 06 sighed in exasperation and waved his claws to shred the fluttering ribbons. Did you forehear that? We need to execute simultaneously. Yes, I got it. Inasuk, Zenitsu, Nezuko. Understood. Watch this. The great king charges forward. Understood. HM. The 4 little ones began to cooperate seamlessly, and Yunyan's eyes curved with a smile, while Jotaro started attacking indiscriminately in frustration. The 3 wielded their swords to defend, and Tsumuji didn't forget that her brother was also here, searching with her peripheral vision. Yunyan launched a large-scale attack using the second form of the mist-breathing technique. As the smoke cleared, Yunyan made a gun gesture toward Jotaro, and then, bang ha? What? A gunshot echoed from afar. On a distant rooftop, Jinya had his gun aimed, hitting Jotaro right at the neck, instantly breaking it. Got him, Jinya shouted with a smile, and soon after, Yuzui's 3 wives began their attacks from distance. After taking a shot from one position, Jinya quickly moved to avoid being detected and causing trouble for those fighting on the front lines. Sanemi, seeing he was fine, let out a sigh of relief, a smug smile appearing on his face. Well done. Let's go. Wind breathing, 5th form, cold autumn mountain wind. Ice breathing, 6th form, ice soul dragon's roar. Huh. The score is complete. After the two attacked, Yuzui dashed forward in an instant, while Jotaro struggled to defend but was struck on the head. Jotaro held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking as long as his sister's head wasn't cut off. But in the next moment, he opened his eyes wide as Yunyin's sixth form suddenly slashed out, twisting and turning, and halfway through, switched to the fourth form. One slash hit Zenitsu's blade, instantly increasing the force and directly severing the ribbon connecting to Daki's head. The siblings' heads rolled together. Everyone fell to the ground, and in this battle, only the three little ones were severely injured, while Sanemi and Yuzui only had light injuries. Yunyin and Schwani are unharmed. As for Yuzui's three wives, they all have some minor injuries. Yunyin walked up to the arguing siblings, crouched down, and looked at them with a helpless expression. All right, what are you two fussing about? Choose. Should the brother bear all the sins and go to hell, letting the sister go to heaven? Or should you both share the sins and go to hell together to atone? I'm enough on my own. I want to go with my brother. The siblings spoke in unison, then fell silent together. The fallen princess's tears streamed down her face. Why? Brother, don't you want me anymore? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying those hurtful things. Brother, please don't leave me. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Didn't you say we would never be apart again? Gifu Taro stood there in shock, lowering his gaze, tears glimmering in his eyes. It should be like that. But you should have a brighter future. Chapter 109. A little warmth after the war. A transition. Yunyin quietly watched them until they dissipated, then stood up and waved her hand. The black door rose from the ground, and dawn fell back into darkness. A sinister aura flowed through the air, and a faint white mist enveloped the surroundings. Except for Shimi, who had witnessed her power and remained calm, the others were frightened out of their wits. The souls of Kayataro and Daki appeared before everyone. Choose. Daki transformed back into her human form and remembered her own name, Mei. Mei suddenly jumped onto Kayataro's back. Kayataro lowered his gaze, gritted his teeth, supported his sister's legs, and carried her through the gates of hell. Yunyin watched them walk in, a hint of apology flashing in her brilliant golden eyes. She softly spoke, I'm sorry that you, as humans, had to endure such a nightmarish life. Go and atone well. In the next life, you will be happy. Jotaro paused, adjusting his crying sister on his back, and continued walking towards hell. A trace of a smile appeared in his world-weary eyes. What is this? Clearly, none of that has anything to do with you. Why apologize? He was really a meddlesome and soft-hearted guy. But thank you. The gates of hell closed tightly, dissipating into the air as dawn arrived, sunlight gradually shining on the ground. Tanjiro looked at Yunyin's silhouette, worry flashing in his eyes as he sensed that sorrowful aura again. Sanemi walked over to her, casually draping his arm over her shoulder, his whole weight leaning on her. Instead of wasting time thinking, you might as well think about me. I'm hurt and it hurts now. Yunyin looked at him in surprise. You actually said something like that. How rare. Are you really Shimi? Did a ghost from hell not possess you? TSK. I just don't want you to show that kind of expression again. Shimi blushed, yelling like a pufferfish. Yunyin smiled at him, leapt into his arms, and rubbed her face against his chest. Thank you, Shimi. Shimi wrapped one arm around her while the other rested on the hilt of his sword, looking away awkwardly. Why are you thanking me? Yuzui, embracing his three wives, looked at the two and smiled contentedly. What a sweet surprise. They really match well. So splendid. Tanjiro had a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Tamiyori is amazing. My sister's sadness just disappeared. Nezuko carried him on her back, looking blankly at the two in each other's arms. Jinya held his arm, feeling a bit numb from firing frequently, but still smiled as he watched his brother and Yunyin snuggling together. Big brother looks really happy right now. That's great. Just when the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Zenitsu suddenly woke up. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm gonna die from the pain. What's happening? What is going on? Why am I bleeding so much? My legs are numb. My legs are numb. His high-pitched scream nearly pierced everyone's eardrums. Everyone, 0x0 ugh. Zenitsu. Shut up. Inosuke slapped him, and Zenitsu fainted again. The world fell silent. The others rushed in to start treating the injured and the dazed, and Ihei hurried over, only to find Shimi and Yunyin there, sighing helplessly. It seemed a bit unnecessary. Yunyin smiled, shrugged her shoulders, and said, well, it's already done. Time to go home and sleep. Then she jumped onto Shimi's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm tired. Carry me back. 06 collapsed like a cat in Schwami's arms. I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. Oh, then let me carry you. Is this position okay? Oh, thank you, Schwami. Shimi's ears turned red as he steadily supported her bottom with his hands. Huh? I also fought all night, okay? TSK. Hold on tight. Don't move around. Schwami went home, and after waking up, he would make whatever he wanted to eat. Good big brother. In a haze, astonished expression. He watched as Shimi carried Yunyan while Schwami held 06 and walked back. So, is it true that Fushikawa has a younger brother? Another letter of good news was sent back, and Yashiki Yoza looked at the morning light on the horizon, curling his lips and murmuring softly. This generation will be the strongest generation, and it will also be the one that ends the grievances of 1,000 years. Kibbutz Suji Musen, are you ready? So, you three were so tired from being busy all night that you rushed back at noon and directly collapsed on the floor to sleep? Kwangjin silently served the food and placed it in front of the three, while Shimi rubbed his neck, blushing and looking away. Yunyan waved his hand with a laugh, saying, "Isn't this too tiring?" Schwami blushed and lowered his head to look at his feet. Kwangjin rubbed his face, sighed helplessly, and said, "Forget it. There's really no way to deal with you guys. Just eat. Hasn't your stomach been growling for a while? Is there enough? If not, I'll make some more. It will definitely be enough." Yunyan quickly responded, jokingly saying that with such a big table full of food, the amount her cat could eat would last her 3 days. Because she was there to help, Shimi didn't suffer from the side effects of the food demon, and Shimi directly started eating. The bowl was already half full of smoke, and I couldn't eat anymore. I naturally handed the food over to Shimi to handle. Then, Kwangjin witnessed a miraculous scene. Shimi instinctively pushed over what Schwani liked to eat, and then Schwani found what Shimi liked to eat. The two brothers directly and accurately allocated the food. In the end, they finished all the dishes on the table cleanly. The chibi version of Kwangjin was completely stunned, pointing at them and dumbfoundedly asking, "Are you guys on good terms now?" "Yeah, it's all thanks to me." Yunyan smiled, resting her chin on her hand, while Shimi crossed her arms and looked away, her ears turning bright red. "Well, my brother will be staying here occasionally in the future. Thank you, Kwangjin. This guy is very well behaved and won't cause any trouble." Kwangjin blinked and smiled as he put his arm around Shimi's shoulder. "Were you being so formal with me for? It's great that you two can make up. I was worried for a long time. I've lost a lot of hair over it. I was even thinking about how to come up with a good solution." Shimi curled her lips and lightly poked his chest. "No wonder your hairline seems to be receding. Haha, Shimi." Yunyan smiled as she watched them playfully tussle, tilting her head to look at the equally smiling Schwanmi. She reached out to pat his head and said, "That's great, right?" Schwanmi, blushing, gently nodded, his face radiating a brilliant and happy smile. "Yes, it's wonderful." Kwangjin pounced over, ruffling Schwami's hair. "Wow, it feels so good. I can't touch Shimi's head, but at least I can touch my little brother's." "You're Schwami, right?" "I'm Kwangjin. No need to be nervous. Just think of me as your brother. Shimi's brother is also my brother. After all, I'm the senior." "Kula. Stupid Kwangjin. Don't just mess with other people's little brother's head. That's my brother. Hey, don't be so stingy. Shimi's brother is also my brother." Schwami stood dumbfounded between the two, and after a while, listening to the noise around him, he burst into laughter. The two stopped bickering and looked at his smiling face, revealing gentle smiles themselves. Yunyan propped her chin on her hand, watching the harmonious scene before her, filled with emotion. It was truly wonderful that she was able to resolve the regrets of this pair of brothers. Chapter 110. Shimi severely injured. Yunyan on the verge of madness. Calm down. Calm down, Yunyan. Calm down. You need to stay calm. In the Butterfly Mansion's hospital room, Kanai and Shinobu stood in front of Yunyan, preventing her from leaving to blindly seek out ghosts to fight. Yunyan was in a state of barely contained rage, her expressionless face showing bulging veins. On the bed, Shimi's abdomen and arms were wrapped in bandages, with traces of blood on the bandage around her neck. Her face and forehead bore abrasions, and she was in a coma, breathing heavily. Because her injuries were not life-threatening, Yunyan could only sense that Shimi was in a dangerous state. Those injuries had not transferred to her through their contract. Yunyan's face was cold, and his voice suppressed his anger as he turned to the tearful Chianami, asking, "Naomi, don't cry. Tell your master what happened." Chianami sobbed, her body marked with wounds, yet she was filled with guilt. "Master, it's all my fault. The demon from last night was an upper moon demon. It was the one that curses. Mr. Tamayo injured himself in the abdomen to withstand the blood demon art for my sake. That demon had companions and could blend into the night. Mr. Tamayo got hurt like this because he was protecting me, and I couldn't help at all. It's all because I'm so weak." With her head lowered, Chianami felt a heaviness in her mind. Yunyan gently stroked her head and said, "How could that be? Didn't Naomi also decapitate that demon-esque companion? Yin knows that even if Tsunami is not his stepson, he will still fight desperately to protect the weaker members behind him. This is something he must do as a pillar. Moreover, Tsunami is not only his good brother's lover, but also the stepson of his lover. This man, who has a sense of responsibility ingrained in his bones, would even risk his life to protect him. Yin sat by the bedside, silently holding Shimi's hand wrapped in bandages. Yin-chan, don't worry, I'm fine. And I won't act impulsively anymore. Nami, go rest first. Take good care of yourself, and don't think about those things. Meals should be eaten step by step, and tasks should be done step by step. You've only been in the Demon Slayer Corps for less than 2 years, and you're already very impressive. Whatever it is, let's talk about it after you recover. The voice of Yin was flat, and the three of them remained silent. They knew that in the truly calm tone lay a storm so terrifying it could destroy everything. The three of them looked at her back with concern, quietly leaving and thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Yin lowered her head and muttered softly, "That idiot Shimi is really a stubborn fool." "Hey, I heard that." Ahem. Yin suddenly raised his head, and Shimi half opened his eyes, his scarred face filled with helplessness. "You're awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Shimi slowly shook his head, letting out a sigh of relief, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This time, luck was on his side. He had finally killed that damned old man who used curses. Yin-Yan's eyes trembled slightly. Is this guy talking about that new Upper Moon 2 from last time? This guy took it down all by himself. So, is that why he is injured like this? Did he get into a fight with the Upper Moon demon and chop off its head? Yin squeezed his hand slightly, feeling both anger and amusement. You damn Shimi. Why don't you just go to heaven? Fighting the upper string demons all by yourself? You didn't even notify me. If it weren't for our contract, do you think I wouldn't even be able to collect your corpse? Yin-Yan's chest rose and fell dramatically, her whole body trembling. And everything in front of her was blurred, with tears welling in her eyes. Shimi slightly widened his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Yin display such a strong emotional fluctuation. I didn't. Cough, cough. Shimi was startled and tried to get up to comfort her as he usually would, but ended up pulling at his injuries, which aggravated his internal wounds, causing him to fall back onto the bed and cough heavily. Yin regained her composure and quickly took the medicine mixed with spiritual spring water from the side, supporting him and letting him slowly sit up against her. First, drink the medicine. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so emotional. Shimi couldn't lift his arm, so he had to follow her hand to finish the medicine. Finally, he managed to catch his breath, and his throat felt relieved. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Why are you apologizing? It was clearly me who made you worry and feel sad." Yin held him, burying her face in his neck. If I had noticed the changes in the contract earlier, you wouldn't have been hurt so badly, you know? When I arrived, I was really shocked. If it weren't for the contract reacting, your injuries could have been fatal. Shimi looked up at the ceiling, trying hard to lift her hand, which had not fully regained feeling, and gently rubbed her head. I'm sorry for scaring you. Don't worry. I promised that I would always be with you, so I won't easily die at the hands of ghosts. Yin did not speak, just like someone who had lost and regained something, tightly holding on to him, yet afraid of pulling at his wound, deliberately restraining her strength. Yin remained silent for a long time, grinding her teeth fiercely, clicking her tongue, and lifting her head. She twisted Shimi's chin, making him look at her. Shimi did not resist, slowly turning his head in accordance with her force, and suddenly widened his eyes. Yin kissed his lips without a word, as if to vent her feelings, stealing the air from his mouth. It wasn't until she heard his muffled groan that she finally let him go. His golden eyes, with a hint of darkness at the bottom, seemed to say, Nishikawa Shimi, remember this, from now on, your life belongs to me. Shimi's eyes widened slightly. The gentle person from before was now filled with aggression, and those eyes that once held tenderness were now covered in frost. Yin blinked her eyes and changed back to her original gentle and friendly demeanor, as if the wild, aggressive beast from before was not her at all. Yin kissed his forehead and said, well, have a good rest, recover from your injuries, and come with me to the fireworks festival. Shimi was taken aback for a moment and smiled helplessly. Okay, already exhausted and seriously injured. Shimi soon closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep in her arms. The clouds hung low, and her gaze depicted his figure. Oh, those damn ghosts. Those wretched scum. Why not take them to her own world to live and destroy everything here? That way, wouldn't those annoying pests completely disappear? Yin's lips curled into a wicked arc, her cold and beautiful face filled with killing intent. As her gaze fell upon Shimi's sleeping face, her lips pressed together, and she finally sighed. Forget it. If I do this, this guy will get angry. The trembling 06, crouching on the windowsill, was really scared to death. Just a moment ago, I thought Yin Yin was going to go insane. 06 looked at Yin Yin, who was gazing at Shimi with eyes full of tenderness, with a complicated expression. This guy, I definitely didn't see it wrong just now. That look was just like the true meaning of the Blood Ghost Emperor, attacking indiscriminately in madness on the ancient battlefield thousands of years ago. After all, back then, the friends he valued and the comrades he fought alongside had all perished. Chapter 111, Conspiracy, the Vast Chessboard. As Yin Yin just left, Xuanmi and the others arrived. Xuanmi, worried that Shimi would wake up hungry, rushed to borrow the kitchen to make some of Shimi's favorite food. Tanjiro checked the time and went to find Kochu Shinobu for medicine. Zenitsu and Inosuke were still not there, still in a healing sleep. Only Nezuko was left in the house. What could little Nezuko think? Looking left and right, her gaze finally locked onto the fragrant water. Seeing Shimi's slightly dry lips, she hurried to get water. The scent of rare blood was simply too enticing, especially since Shimi was rare blood among rare blood. Shimi, groggily opening his eyes, saw Nezuko drooling, holding water ready to pour it for him. His first reaction was a startle. Then he panicked. He couldn't get up. Hey, wait, you little brat, wait a minute. I'm not thirsty. Really not thirsty. Put the cup down. Can you understand what I'm saying? Shimi, feeling hopeless, nearly choked to death as Nezuko poured water into him. The moment Tanjiro walked in, he was startled by this scene. Ah, Nezuko, you can't feed water like that. He hurriedly put the medicine on the table and rushed over to save Shimi, who was about to choke to death. Tanjiro bowed deeply to Shimi. I'm sorry, Mr. Tamayori. Shimi sighed, feeling exhausted. Just destroy me already. I'm really fed up. He thought, well, since I have nothing to do, why are you all here? Tanjiro straightened up, smiling and scratching his head. Sister told me to take good care of you before she left, so I came over. Xuanmi also came. He said he would make you your favorite food. Shimi blinked and looked back at the ceiling. Oh, I see. Did Yin Yin say where she was going? Tanjiro tilted his head and thought for a moment. It seems like she said she was going to spar with someone, and it seems they are not from the Demon Slayer Corps. Shimi frowned. Huh? What is that about? Far away, Yin Yin was smiling, stepping hard on a man's head, pressing him firmly into the ground. Black gas wafted around her, and she raised her hand, gathering the black gas in her palm. After the black gas dissipated, the dark armor's wrist and hand guards snugly wrapped around her hands and forearms. Yin Yin tilted his head slightly, a wicked smile on his face. What? Using the Ghost King here to create a cursed ghost? The evil god, you said it before. Don't let me catch you. The man, known as the evil god, chuckled gloomily. So what? You have no evidence. The heavens won't let you kill me. All you can do is give me a beating, right? How does that feel? Are you very angry? Ha ha ha. Yin Yin let out a cold laugh. It doesn't matter if I don't kill you. She raised her hand, and with a grip in the air, a long spear engraved with golden dragon patterns appeared in her hand. Yin Yin slightly tilted her head back, her pupils shrinking smaller and smaller as she looked down from above at the person beneath her. Well then, I can turn you into a sieve and guarantee you won't die, right? After that, the man's screams echoed through the sky. Yin Yin wiped his hands with a cloth, glancing disdainfully at the person on the ground who had been stabbed into a sieve, and turned to leave. He casually tossed the blood-stained cloth aside as if it were garbage. The evil god felt aggrieved. He had just arrived. He hadn't even caused any trouble yet. What the hell was going on? Who the hell did this? How could he, a dignified evil god, be blamed for this, and inexplicably stabbed dozens of times? After a long while, the evil god recovered from his injuries, slowly sitting up, his handsome face twisted in rage as he pounded the ground. Gritting his teeth, he vowed not to let this bastard who stole his evil god seal go unpunished. With tears in his eyes, feeling wronged, he got up and staggered away. If 06 were here, he would have to mock him, saying, "You don't feel bad, do you? Look at you getting stabbed, huh?" Yin Yin certainly knows that this guy didn't do it, but the power indeed comes from him. These dozens of hits are just to teach him a lesson. One idiot, a useless fool who can't even protect the jade seal that represents his own identity, which contains part of the power of an evil god. Yin Yin, with a dark expression, looked at the night sky. It must be a clear day, with a bright moon hanging high. Her eyes flickered slightly. It seemed she had helped the two-dimensional god, likely at the expense of someone's interests. Yin Yan's lips curled downwards, indifferent to the scheming of the divine realm. However, if someone she cared about was hurt, that would be a different story. If it really came to that point, she wouldn't mind bloodily cleansing the divine realm to find that scum who had struck from the shadows. Above the void, a masked figure in a black robe played with the jade seal in his hand, curling his lips as he gazed at the scene inside the crystal ball. A small world. Don't be anxious. I, too, want the ghost to win. In this game of chess, it's time for me to win against you. Looking at Yunyan's figure in the crystal ball, the black-robed man laughed heartily. Once I eliminate the strongest emperor among your rulers, it will be my time to rise. He stretched out his hand, lightly caressing the crystal ball. Blood Phantom Emperor, Nangong Yunyan, 9 Nether Nangong family, for the heavens, for the living, only you remain. How much longer can you hold on with your damaged and cracked divine soul origin? How much longer can you protect these insignificant beings? When you fall, it will be our time to descend and devour everything. How exciting! Suddenly, Yunyan inside the crystal ball stopped in her tracks, her eyes sharp, and the crystal ball shattered explosively. The black-robed man quickly dodged, and in the pitch-black space, his sinister laughter echoed continuously. Yunyan looked up at the sky, her gaze sharp like a blade, but soon returned to normal, her brows furrowed. Just now, she indeed felt a sense of being watched. Even using her divine power, she couldn't detect where this gaze was coming from. Yunyan rubbed his temples, as troubles came one after another. It was frustrating not to be able to use all his strength, feeling like a max-level boss being banned. Returning to the novice village to create a new account and level up by fighting monsters. Sigh. What a hassle. Yunyan frowned slightly and murmured a complaint. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled back slowly, sensing the presence of a ghost, and casually went over to achieve some results. Just in time for the fruit shop to open in the morning, he hurried to buy the first batch of freshly baked sweet rice cakes. After filling his stomach and taking one with him, he headed straight to the butterfly house. Seeing that Shimi was still not fully awake, Yunyan gently placed the sweet rice cake on the table, propped his chin on his hand, and sat beside the bed, looking at Shimi with a faint smile on his face. As he watched, he couldn't help but yawn. Slowly leaning over the edge of the bed, his cheek resting on his arm, his eyelids grew heavier. In a daze, Yunyan murmured, "Get better soon, Shimi." Unable to hold on, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Although his other hand was also propped under his head, it was holding Shimi's hand. Chapter 112. Signs of new changes. Yunyan only felt a bit of itch on her nose bridge. She drowsily opened her eyes and met Shimi's gentle purple gaze. Slowly sitting up and rubbing her eyes, she wondered if she was awake. Does her body still hurt? Shimi lay sideways, propping his head up with an expression of disbelief, and said, "I mean, you can't have been sleeping in that position the whole time, right? Don't worry about me. I recover quickly." As he spoke, he moved over to make space, patted the bed, and said, "Come up and sleep a bit more." "Does her neck hurt?" Yunyan rubbed her stiff neck and said, "Well, then I won't be polite." Shimi sighed and replied, "Have you ever been polite with me?" Yunyan smiled, quickly took off her shoes and coat, placed the knife against the headboard, and swiftly slipped to his side, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. "I'll sleep a little longer." Go ahead and sleep." When Xuanmi entered with the medicine, he saw Shimi holding Yunyan, both sleeping soundly. He smiled helplessly and carefully placed the medicine on the table. He tucked the covers around them and quietly left. Shimi opened his eyes, blushed, rubbed his neck, and slowly sat up, downing the medicine in one go before lying back down, looking at the person sleeping in his arms with a silent smile. 06 jumped onto the windowsill, watching the sleeping people on the bed. Shimi and it exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding unfolding. 06 grinned mischievously, cleared its throat, and Shimi was startled. In the moment it shouted, he grabbed a pillow and threw it directly at it. 06. Damn, surprise attack. The movement was too big, pulling at his wound, and Shimi broke out in a cold sweat, daring not to make a sound, muscles tense, afraid to wake the person in his arms. After a while, he let out a long breath. With a fierce expression, he glared at 06, who climbed back up onto the windowsill, mouthing a warning. "If you dare to make noise, I'll kill you." 06. 06 scratched its head. "It came here for a reason, okay." It walked helplessly to the head of the bed, connecting its mental energy to Shimi's consciousness. "I really have something to say." Shimi was taken aback for a moment, completely unable to comprehend why he could hear 06's voice in his head. "Just think it, and I can't hear you." "Oh, what's the matter? If it's not important, don't call her." "It's very important, okay. But for now, you can't reach it, so I can only talk to Yunyan." Shimi's expression darkened. What does this stupid cat mean? Does it look down on him? The man and the cat exchanged glances, and finally, Shimi sighed, gently tapping Yunyan's shoulder, softening his voice to call her. "Yunyan, wake up. 06 is looking for you." 06, winky face, brother, do you really have to be so double standard? It's already been clamped down, right? Yunyan opened her eyes, sitting up with a hazy sleepiness, rubbing her forehead. "What's wrong?" "Yunyan, that guy has appeared." Yin Yan's drowsiness instantly dissipated as she shot a sharp glance at 06, causing 06 to panic right on the spot. She reached out and grabbed, and 06 appeared in her hand. Yin Yan stared at 06 without blinking, speaking slowly. "You say he has come?" 06 trembled with fear, stuttering, "Why, yes. He's coming over here." Shimi noticed that her state was off, pulled her into an embrace, and went to rescue the terrified 06 from her grip, asking, "What's wrong? Who is that guy? Let go, this silly cat is going to be scared to death." Yun Yen slowly loosened his grip, a curve appearing at the corner of his lips. "So that's how it is. The thing that the evil god discarded should have been taken by that guy, right?" Yun Yen leaned against him like a cloud, feeling the solid and spacious chest behind her. Her tone was relaxed. "It's nothing, just a waste who only dares to do things from behind because he's afraid of death." The golden eyes flickered slightly, a cold frost in their depths. After all, he was the enemy of her clan. Shimi frowned. She was hiding something. If what she said was true, how could such a waste make her instantly reveal her killing intent? But if she didn't say it, he wouldn't press her. After all, there would come a day when he would know. With a sigh, what a live father this is. Scaring the cat to death. After feeling a bit nauseated, Yin Yen lost her drowsiness, got out of bed, put on her shoes, grabbed her coat and knife, and walked out. "Hurry up and get better, Shimi. I'll go first and see you tomorrow." Shimi sighed, curled one leg, resting her arm on her knee, her tone helpless after completing the task. "Make sure to go back and sleep well. What kind of behavior is running to the butterfly house all the time?" Yin Yen turned her head and made a face at him. "Don't worry about it. 1,000 gold can't buy my willingness. I'm leaving." Watching her leave, Shimi turned to look at the retreating 06, revealing a wicked smile. 06, what's going on with you two? After being repeatedly pinched by Shimi, 06, still explained the general situation and described the appearance of that person, emphasizing that they were not human, but a malevolent spirit. However, he concealed a lot, including why there was such deep hatred with Yin Yen. Shimi didn't think too much about it, just knowing that the person was the archenemy of his future fiancée, and if they encountered them, drawing his sword would be the right thing to do. At the same time, there were the water breath trio who came to find Yin Yen, but coincidentally, she had left. So they stayed behind, eavesdropping openly. "Oh, so that's how it is. If we encounter them, we could just draw our swords." 06, winky face, "Do you swordsmen only think about drawing your swords?" Back at the ice house, Yin Yen was feeling the warmth of her little son, drinking tea, and radiating little pink flowers. "Master, Mr. Quangjin sent a lot of hagi cakes today. I see, but you can't eat too many, or your stomach won't be able to digest it, and your teeth will get cavities. So I saved some, and the rest I asked Sister Allen to take to Mr. Fushikawa. To thank Mr. Fushikawa, I even bought some to send along." Union's eyelids twitched, and he asked how many were sent in total. Chitose thought for a moment with her head tilted and smiled as she held up 5 fingers, saying there were probably more than 50. "Yin, no, are you trying to suffocate Shimi?" Union's eyes twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Looking at his stepson, who was still bandaged but had already regained his vitality, he finally smiled. "Well, you've worked hard, Shimi." In the hospital room, Shimi widened his eyes in shock as he watched Alan place a basket of rice cakes on the table and then swiftly leave. His forehead throbbed, and he finally shouted in the room, "So many! How is it possible to finish them all? Do you think I'm a trash can?" In the end, after eating 30 of them, he already started to feel nauseous and lay on the bed in despair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chapter 113. A porcelain pot appears at midnight, Jade Pot, departing for Knife Forging Village. Yun Yen sat in the corridor, swinging her feet, watching the leaves fall in the courtyard with the wind. She raised her hand and caught a falling leaf. The golden leaf was pinched in her hand. She rubbed it and gently played it near her lips. The melody was sorrowful, yet seemed to carry a sense of belief. 06 wagged its tail and looked up at her. "Yun Yen, this tune sounds so familiar." Yun Yen stopped playing and fiddled with the leaf in her hand, lowering her gaze. After finding her friend in her next life, she seemed to have learned something from her. It was called turning around as heartache. Looking at her, she lay back down again, her emerald cat eyes staring at the ground. "Yin Yen, some things should be let go. I know, but even if I let go, those memories will still be etched deep in my soul." Yun Yen raised her head, her arms supporting her from behind, lifting one hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight. "Do you know, at that time, what supported me to return to the divine realm were their shattered souls. The last flickers of soul fire illuminating my path. In my ears, all I could hear was their voices urging me forward. Do you see the light ahead? Grab it. Keep moving, walk towards the brightness, don't look back." I opened my eyes wide, suddenly looking up at her, my vertical pupils trembling. Was that light? It was the final wail of the soul fire, burning themselves to light the way home for her. The clouds of smoke curl around her lips. How could she possibly not know? It is precisely because she knows that it will be forever etched in her memory. In my Jiyo Nangong family, with thousands of mouths, even maids and children can pick up weapons to fight against the chaotic evil beasts. The ancient texts of the divine realm are incomplete. As she spoke, one could only feel their soul being impacted. Yunyan's expression was quietly murmuring 30,000 years ago. That battle, when I became a god, fought against the Nangong family for 3 whole generations, and it lasted for hundreds of years. The 1,000-year-old cultivation families are all prodigies, each an outstanding figure in the realm of cultivation. There are dozens of celestial realm cultivators in their teens alone. Unfortunately, all the male descendants perished on the battlefield first. Later, my grandmother, mother, concubines, and even my sisters all went to war. I was the last one. Do you know? When I appeared on the battlefield carrying the Nangong family banner, the entire Jiyo army was in an uproar because at that time, the world knew that the Nangong family had no heirs left. Yes, the Nangong family had no heirs. There truly were no descendants left because they all perished. She was just a child picked up from the beast-fighting arena by the Nangong family. In the eyes of Yunyan surged a boundless hatred. The dry leaves in her hand were crushed. What does the suffering of the world have to do with me? This sky, this vast world, what does it have to do with me? I wish I could pierce through this sky to bring back my family. Soon, the hatred in her eyes dissipated, like the tumultuous sea returning to calm. But my father and them care. Since they care, I will guard it for them, so as to repay their nurturing grace. Yunyan stood up, picked up the knife, walked towards the door, and glanced at the sunset on the horizon. Just like now, I never cared about the lives of these people, but he cares they care. Yunyan wore a cool smile. The divine blade phoenix belonged to her mother. The divine spear wandering dragon belonged to her brother, and the divine armor blood phantom belonged to her father. Because of this, even if their souls scattered and their bodies perished, it felt as if they had never left her. 06 was greatly shocked, staring blankly as she walked away. Indeed, for a god who governs the underworld and slaughter, these people were like ants, merely beings that could be crushed to dust with a single glance. Having grown accustomed to life and death, accustomed to the ugliness of human hearts, how could she truly care? It was merely following her own heart, loving everything related to them. 06 blinked its dry eyes and got up to chase after her. It's Yin, clearly such a carefree and spontaneous person. Why did she have to be so unfortunate? Yin walked down the street. Tonight was the task of patrolling. Recently, the number of ghosts had increased sharply, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were too busy to rest. Although the sound of porcelain rolling was faint, it still caught her attention. Yunyan's ears twitched slightly, and her figure vanished into the night. 06 hid in the darkness, the green cat's eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. A person and a cat watched a porcelain pot roll, only to suddenly disappear, then reappear in another location, until the pot vanished. The person and the cat sat on the rooftop for a long time. Finally, 06 drooped her cat face and raised a paw to point at the last location where the pot appeared, saying, "That pot is so ugly." Yunyan nodded in agreement, looking serious. It's all asymmetrical. The person who made this pot must have had their brain kicked by a donkey. Or maybe their mouth is crooked and their eyes are misaligned. Well, that makes it understandable. We should respect people with disabilities. This is the result of their hard work. Putting aside the design, the quality of the pot looks quite good. That's true. One person and one cat were still discussing when they suddenly fell silent. Then they exclaimed, "It's a pot." Yunyan quickly scooped up the 06 and placed it on his shoulder, rushing towards his courtyard. He nearly barged into the house, grabbed a pen, and began writing. Once finished, he sent Long to deliver the letter to the production house of Zai. The transfer of the blacksmiths in the swordsmith village could not be delayed for a moment. What kind of pot is that? That essay bizarre, grotesque, and hideous twisted 5U pot. After writing the letter, Yunyan waited for Long to return. He asked Long again, and indeed, tomorrow is the day Tanjiro goes to the swordsmith village. Mitsuri has already gone to the village, and since she has confirmed her relationship with Iguro, he also went along. Besides the two of them, Jinya and the Tsuguko brothers also went to the swordsmith village. Yunyan slowly exhaled, feeling okay. All 4 pillars were still there. Then she received a letter written by Shimi, asking if she wanted to go to Knife Village to soak in the hot springs and rest for 2 days. Yunyan immediately laughed out loud. "Good. Shimi, you brat, this letter came at just the right time. She was already a bit impatient to see Shimi go on a rampage for half a day. She directly replied with one word, writing a super big go on the white paper. Just back at the phone residence, Shimi looked at the word go, which took up the whole sheet of paper, with a domineering and carefree style, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. This guy, is there really a need to be this excited? He packed his things overnight and casually asked Kwang Jin if he was going. Kwang Jin, rubbing his eyes in confusion, said, "I'll pass for now. Na Mei said she wants to strengthen her training, so I have to accompany her." Shimi nodded in understanding. Although that little girl was very smart, her combat time was indeed too short, her battle experience was lacking, and she was too naive. Her combat style was somewhat stiff. The next day, In arrived early to pick them up. At the same time, the blacksmiths of Knife Village began to carry their swords, following Kirigane and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to relocate. The entire village was filled with plainclothes members of the Demon Slayer Corps, replacing the departing blacksmiths. Only 3 people did not evacuate, stubbornly wanting to figure things out. A certain muscular blacksmith who was determined to forge a powerful Nichiren blade for Tanjiro, Gangtai Zhuangying, was still helping the Kanroji brothers forge swords. Along with him was Tetsuzan Mori, who was still working on fixing the puppet Yoruchi Zero. And finally, there was the little blacksmith who was guarding the puppet, wanting to repair it. Chapter 114. Bringing a sword to the hot springs? Yunyan and Shimi arrived at Duandao village in the evening, walking side by side. Although there were still sounds of hammering iron ore in the village, it was different from that of a true blacksmith, as the clanging sounded rather chaotic. Yunyan's expression was faint. If she were just an ordinary person, or someone visiting Forging Knife Village for the first time, this place would indeed seem exceptionally grand and magnificent. However, her residence was an entire series of towering peaks, located at the summit of a mountain that pierced the clouds. Not to mention just one Forging Knife Village. Even 1,000 of them would hardly match half the size of her estate. She had long grown accustomed to it. Did the Lord really say that there would be 2 upper-tier demons here? Although Shimi wouldn't doubt the words of Erikiyuki Waya, she still questioned the peaceful scenery before her. Yunyan curled her lips and crossed her arms, glancing at him. Although it was the order of the Lord, the news was conveyed by me. Shimi Nanakawa. Oh, then it must be true. Yunyan, so quickly you gave a positive answer? Really not going to doubt a bit more? Shimi noticed her thoughts and helplessly rubbed his temples. Don't underestimate your peculiar constitution. Wherever you are, at the very least, you should encounter a waning moon ghost. Yunyan puffed her cheeks, speechless. 0x0. Upon careful thought, it really seems to be the case. 06, feeling speechless, flicked its tail on her shoulder. How dull can this guy be to realize its own peculiar physique? Speaking of which, was it purely a warmonger that was set up back then? Shimi looked at the cat on her shoulder, finding it more and more annoying. Without saying a word, she picked up 06 and placed it on her own shoulder, her eyes filled with disdain. You've grown several sizes larger. What are you still doing lying on her shoulder? Don't you feel heavy? 06. 06 looked shocked. What are you talking about? It only weighs about 5 pounds at most. A divine beast, giant elephant that can be lifted with one hand and can be tossed like a stone. The ancient god of succession. Would it feel that a 5-pound kitten is heavy? Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Although she couldn't exert her full strength at the moment, she could still lift a ton of boulders with one hand without any problem, and 06 on her shoulder was practically weightless. However, she wouldn't dismiss Shimi's good intentions. This guy was quite sunder outside. He would never say anything caring unless it was absolutely necessary. 06 glared at him angrily, but didn't dare to scratch him. This guy would really hit her. He was so gentle with other little animals. Mikawa Shimi, you're not one of those cute little animals. 06, am I not? Now that I'm here, of course I'm going to the hot springs. There is no distinction between the male and female baths. It's all mixed bathing. Shimi, wrapped in a towel around his waist, happened to run into Jinmi walking into the hot springs and smiled as he approached to greet him. But then he saw his brother personally breaking off his own tooth. Yes, he was manually breaking it off. Shimi was directly shocked into his original form. Jinmi? What are you doing? Jinmi blinked, scratching his head with a smile. Hee, after the recent demon fight. Those sharp teeth were really too much of a hassle, so I thought I'd break them off. They can grow back. The next moment, he found himself being pinched by Shimi, who was making a fierce face, yelling, "Those demons are for eating, so eat them. Don't go eating filthy stuff randomly." Jimmy broke out in a cold sweat. "Big brother, let go of me. My face hurts." The cloud of smoke wrapped around the bath towel, and holding a drink in hand, I stared at them in confusion. What are you guys doing? The 2 turned their heads in unison, and in the next second, the 2 brothers turned completely red all over. Why did you come now? Yunyan looked at the angry Shimi, innocently blinking her eyes. HM, can't a flirt, huh? And she raised her drink. Want some? Shimi, blushing, silently leaned against the hot spring wall, while Jinmi, like a quail, lowered his head. Sister Yunyan, I'll take my leave first. Before he could get up, Tanjiro rushed in from behind, only noticing Shimi and Jinmi in the hot spring. Completely unaware of Yunyan on the opposite bank, he stripped off his clothes and jumped in. Water splashed everywhere, soaking the two brothers, the Nishikawa brothers. Chibi Yunyan opened her big eyes, looking dazed, as she seemed to have seen something extraordinary just now. Tanjiro popped his head out of the water, raised his hand to greet them. Mr. Nishikawa. Jinmi, what a coincidence. The two brothers turned to look at him, their faces tense and veins popping, growling, go die. Huh? Yunyan. So, who can accompany her for a drink? Just after Tanjiro exclaimed, he made eye contact with Yunyan, who was wrapped in a towel, looking helplessly at her half-exposed snowy skin and her long, fair legs fully visible below the thighs. Tanjiro's face visibly turned bright red, and he instantly had a nosebleed. Shinya's forehead throbbed, and he directly pressed Tanjiro's head down into the water, shouting, look, damn it. You don't want me to poke your eyes out. Go die right now. In the end, Yunyan successfully rescued Tanjiro from his grip, and the four of them soaked in the hot spring together. Yunyan leaned against Shimi's shoulder, leisurely sipping wine with her eyes closed. She opened one eye to look at Shimi, wearing a lazy smile. Are you sure you don't want to try the divine brew? Shimi clicked his tongue, scratched his head, and said, forget it, now's not a good time to drink. Let's wait until it's over. Then I'll drink with you if you want. Yunyan hummed twice, glancing at Schwani and Tanjiro. The two of them shivered and silently averted their gaze. Shimi gently tapped her forehead, thinking no more about it. They were still young and couldn't drink. Yunyan stuck her tongue out at him, drinking on her own. When she got tired of sitting, she leaned against Shimi. Although there was a towel in between, the soaked towel only served to cover her. Schwani and Tanjiro left first. If they stayed any longer, the former would be too shy to want to burrow into the ground, while the latter was being tormented by Shimi's gaze. Only Yunyan and Shimi were left in the hot spring. Shimi's strong arms wrapped around her waist, holding her close, with his chin resting on her shoulder. I said, you should treat me like a man. Huh? Haven't I always treated you like a man? TSK, are you stupid? Huh? Then Yunyan felt something pressing against her waist, making her uncomfortable. She frowned and moved slightly. The person behind her let out a muffled grunt, tightening his arm around her waist. Shimi's voice was hoarse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to speak. Don't move around at this time, you idiot. Yin had never experienced this and had no knowledge or understanding of it. Yin was serious, but something was poking me in the waist. Did you come to the hot spring with a knife? Shinazugawa Sanemi. Sanemi took a deep breath, smiling with his lips, but not with his eyes as he looked at her. Yeah, I came with a knife. So you better drink your drink obediently and don't move around. Yunyan looked confused. Well, if they said not to move, then she wouldn't move. But why were they getting anxious? However, it was really strange to bring a knife to the hot springs. Chapter 115. Yunyan drunk 201 cup after another. Yunyan never stopped drinking. After finishing one pot, she would take another from her space. Shirmi frowned and reached out to hold her wrist, which was lifting the wine cup, speaking helplessly, that's enough, don't drink anymore. However, it was already too late. Yunyan has always only drunk fast-acting alcohol, definitely drinking until he gets tipsy, stopping only when he reaches the point of blackout. With a sluggish turn of his head, Shirmi opened his eyes wide. The distance between the two was so close that with a casual movement, their lips could touch. Yunyan tried hard to distinguish the hazy figure in front of her. As she clearly saw the flush on his face, his slightly parted red lips curled into a mischievous smile. Can't I continue drinking? All right, I'll listen to you. With a lazy tone, tinged with a hint of flirtation, she waved her hand, and the empty bottles and half-finished wine by the shore instantly vanished. Yunyan turned around, propping her arms on both sides of Shimi's head, squinting her eyes and looking down at him from a height. Shimi tilted his head back, not showing it on his face, but his ears were red as blood, trailing down to her long, fair neck. The half-exposed curve and the extremely obvious cleft made Shimi's eyes darken. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In a hoarse voice, he said, I want to kiss you. Yunyan lowered her head, and their lips were only a few millimeters apart. The rich scent of alcohol filled Shimi's nostrils, making him feel a bit lightheaded. Then, let me satisfy you, her red lips pressed against his. Shimi raised his hand to rest on the back of her head, the alcohol enveloping them both, and he felt as if he were already drunk, even though he hadn't had a sip. His large hand unconsciously moved down to caress her fair, slender leg, slightly lifting the towel that clung to her body. Shimi slightly opened his eyes, and his rationality controlled his hand, preventing it from advancing even a little further. Yunyan wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her whole body against him. After the kiss, they both breathed heavily, and Shimi gently nibbled at her collarbone. The unfamiliar tingling sensation made her unconsciously squint her eyes and let out a soft hum. In return, the person beneath her seemed to retaliate, leaving bite marks on her shoulder. I really can't believe you started this. Take responsibility for it. Yunyan looked bewildered, her mind clouded by alcohol, hazy as Shimi, blushing, held her wrist and guided her down. Inside the hot spring, the low, sexy sounds of a man's heavy breathing filled the air. After a long while, Shimi carried the sleeping Yunyan back to the room. Both were still wrapped in towels, and with a flushed face, Shimi asked Ian to help change Yunyan's clothes, then took over to dry her still dripping hair. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, Shimi sighed and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I really can't do anything about you. You're such a headache. Then, Yunyan wrapped her arms around his waist, lying on his lap and nuzzling against his firm, well-defined abs. Shimi placed his hand on her back, gently patting her, softening his tone. Drunkard, that's enough. Just sleep properly and let me go. Yunyan frowned, suddenly grabbing his collar, leaning back and pulling him down. Shimi was caught off guard and fell, supporting himself above her, his face turning red. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? Yunyan half opened her eyes, raised her hand to wrap around his neck, and sweetly said, stay with me. Shimi felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart, his whole being turning crimson. In his memory, Yunyan had only acted spoiled when she was a child. Now, with such a mature and stunning face, using a voice that could make one feel weak at the knees to act spoiled was something else entirely. Shimi was caught off guard by her 2 words for more than 10 seconds, and finally, as if conceding, he lay down beside her and gently pulled her into his embrace. All right, I'll stay with you. The two embraced and fell asleep, dreaming of nothing throughout the night. The next day, Yunyan groggily opened her eyes, rubbed her hair, and sat up, feeling the weight around her waist. When she looked down, Shimi was still sleeping soundly beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist, leaving Yunyan in a daze. Looking at the red mark on his neck, question marks slowly emerged in her mind. Feeling a bit of soreness in her waist, Yunyan couldn't help but rub it. How strange. Why do I feel so sore all over? And also, her wrist felt quite sore. Yunyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Did they spar last night? No way, right? Don't move. Stay and sleep with me for a while. Yunyan was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace, and Shimi's magnetic, deep voice rang in her ear. Yunyan blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered the things the soldiers used to talk about in the barracks, as well as the sound she occasionally heard during tough battles. In an instant, her eyes widened and her face flushed. She turned around and shrank down, burying her face into his chest. The silly Shimi actually took advantage of her drunkenness to do such a thing. Host, do you want to see how charming you were last night? Scenting the sweet and slightly sunny fragrance on him. Yunyan unconsciously tightened her grip around him and closed her eyes. Shimi rested his arm on his own, with the other hand holding her, half opening his eyes. A curve of a smile forming on his lips, then he closed his eyes again, holding her as he fell asleep. The next second, there was a knock on the door, and Tanjiro's voice came from outside. Sister Yunyan, are you awake? Could you please help take care of Nezuko? The two inside the room. When Tanjiro knocked again gently and received no response, he looked at the sun outside in confusion. Just as he turned to leave, the door opened, and what greeted him was a grim-faced Shimi, clearly showing signs of having just woken up. Tanjiro was so startled that he almost dropped his original drawing. Mr. Shinazugawa, why are you here? Did I knock on the wrong door? Shimi clenched his fists, his veins bulging. No, you didn't knock wrong, but how dare you disturb my sleep, you little brat. Then a long, fair hand draped over his shoulder, and Yunyan rubbed her eyes as she peeked from behind Shimi, her collar slightly open, revealing several bright red marks on her neck. With a hoarse and lazy voice, she said, okay, I'll come over in a bit. Tanjiro. What? These two, they are not just friends. Is this the kind of relationship they have? Tanjiro realized too late and felt that he was about to be minced by Shimi. You little brat, how long do you plan to keep staring? Finish your business and get lost. Shimi looked fierce, and Tanjiro quickly shouted a few apologies for the disturbance and ran away. Watching him run off, Shimi clicked his tongue in displeasure, feeling a weight on his back as Yunyan leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his neck and rubbing her face against his neck. Now that I'm up, let's go get ready. Yunyan mumbled sleepily, while Shirmi didn't say anything. Instead, she turned around and picked him up, carrying him into the house. You can sleep a bit more. I'll keep an eye on things. Yunyan remained silent, already in a deep sleep with her eyes closed. Before completely drifting off, she felt a sense of foreboding. This damn exhaustion, and it really hurt. Chapter 116. Ikaru's anger after settling Yunyan, Sanemi rubbed his already messy hair, which was now even more disheveled from sleep, and yawned as he walked toward Tanjiro's room. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Jinya inside the room. The two brothers looked at each other, and Jinya smiled brightly. Good morning, big brother. Sanemi sighed and sat next to him, mourning. Did that kid call you too? Not really. I just heard some noise coming from the room while passing by, so I came to check. Oh. Sanemi shifted his gaze and then made eye contact with Nezuko, who was peeking out from the alley. Shinazugo wa Sanemi. Yunyan was sleeping extremely restlessly, slowly opening her eyes, furrowing her brows, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. She propped herself up, sitting up with her pure white clothing already soaked in sweat, her face pale. Her dazzling golden eyes flickered slightly. Why did it have to act up at this moment? 06, the medicine. 06, who was yawning on Tanjiro's head, suddenly jolted awake, jumping off Tanjiro's head in a flash. I'll leave for a while. Oh, okay. Tanjiro rubbed the plum blossom mark on his forehead, smiling good-naturedly as he continued to walk up the mountain. Last night, he met Mitsuri and was told there was a secret weapon here, which is why he chose to come and look today. Just thinking about how he spoke closely with Mitsuri last night, with Akai's dark aura swirling behind her, made him break into a cold sweat. 06 almost returned to Yunyan's side at lightning speed, its cat face full of urgency. What's wrong, Yunyan? Is it an old injury flaring up? Wasn't it stable when you were in a deep sleep? Yunyan endured the pain and looked at it expressionlessly. First, he took the medicine. Now the pain was making him feel like he wanted to die. 06 hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from the space. Yunyan received it, poured out a golden pill that still shimmered, and threw it into his mouth, where it melted immediately. He gently exhaled a long breath, and his complexion became a bit rosier. What on earth is going on? Yunyan rubbed his temples and patted 06's head, saying, don't rush. It's not like we can fully control it. Is the soul fracture something that can be repaired so easily? You're carrying the soul injury and letting the main body come. Not a single clone left. They're all dead. Yunyan's expression was serious, seemingly staring at the wall in front of him, but his gaze seemed to look even further away. Not a single one survived. Besides the avatar here, the others were all killed by the same person. 06 widened his eyes, joking, right? Among those avatars, there was one with nearly the strength of the main body. It was actually killed too. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Yunyan's lips. It seemed that guy really wanted to win this time. He was like a corner dog. 06 trembled at the sight of her smile and spoke softly, but your old injury has flared up again. The restrictions here have probably added another layer for you. It's fine, I won't die. Yunyan lay back down, hands behind her head, resting her arms, staring at the ceiling. Anyway, when the final battle approaches, I will unleash the potential of all of them. Victory and dawn will always belong to them. 06 flicked its tail, silently took out 5 porcelain bottles. The medicine here, one a day, should last until then. If it hurts too much, I will drink alcohol just like before. I won't expose it. 06 looked at her with a nonchalant expression, calm and breezy, but a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. Then take care of yourself. If there's anything, call me. I'm going to Tanjiro's side now. Go ahead. 06, feeling uneasy, turned back 3 times, but ultimately gently leaped away. Yunyan waved her hand to put away the porcelain bottles and slowly got up when the pain in her body and soul became negligible. After sweating profusely and feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she glanced at the sky and saw it wasn't time for a meal yet. So she took her dry clothes and went to soak in the hot spring. However, she only stayed for a few minutes before getting up to leave. Come on, soaking in a hot spring on an empty stomach could make her faint. Taking advantage of her regained state, Yunyan strolled to find Shimi and the others. As soon as she entered, she saw Nezuko sitting obediently while Shimi was teaching Jinmi how to braid hair. Yunyan blinked in confusion, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the 2 people and the ghost, quietly stepped out, closed the door, and then opened it again. Yunyan, is it her way of opening the door that's wrong, or is she just not awake yet? Shimi looked at her series of actions in silence. What are you doing? I feel like I'm still not awake. Huh? In the end, it turned into Jinya braiding Nezuko's hair, Yunyan eating rice cakes. and Shimi standing behind her, styling her hair. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was not very happy. Yorichi had a displeased expression without saying a word. He snatched the winding key from Kotetsu's hand, leaving Michiro somewhat at a loss. Brother, you can't do that. TSK, talking so much is a waste of time. With this time, you might as well train quickly. You don't know how many people have suffered at the hands of demons during this wasted time. Yorichi's forehead veins throbbed, pulling Michiro, ready to leave with the zero style. Kotetsu wouldn't allow it, and just as Yorichi was about to get angry, Tanjiro arrived. Wait, please don't put someone in a difficult position. Tanjiro stood in front of Kotetsu, his expression serious, while Yorichi's veins bulged on his forehead. Huh? Where did you pop out from? Stay out of this. Huh? I remember you. You're the sister's junior brother, right? The swordsman who brought his sister, who turned into a demon. Michiro blinked, and upon hearing this, Yorichi clicked his tongue in displeasure, looking at Tanjiro with an extremely unfriendly gaze. You're the idiot that my sister risked her life to vouch for? Fight me. Huh? X3 Michiro looked at his brother in surprise, while Tanjiro had already crashed, and Kotetsu was dumbfounded. Yorichi raised his hand, pointing at Tanjiro. Stop spacing out. Draw your sword and compete with me. I chose to stand by your side back then because my sister protected you. I've never had the chance. Now I want to see what qualifications you have that made my sister vouch for you with her life. Michiro pressed his lips together, stepped aside, but naturally took the winding key that his brother handed over. Tanjiro was taken aback. He remembered the two in front of him. Both were Hashira, and back then, they did indeed stand on the side that protected him. He looked at Yorichi with some difficulty, but colleagues shouldn't fight. It's against the rules. Stop talking nonsense. Draw your sword. Yorichi impatiently interrupted him, drawing his sword right in front of him, shocking Tanjiro, who quickly dodged. His clothes were easily ripped open by Yorichi, and Tanjiro had to draw his sword to defend himself. After just a few exchanges, he was knocked down to the ground by Yorichi. Struggling to get up, he was hit again and directly knocked unconscious. Yorichi frowned, looking down at him, too weak, at this level, and still called his sister's junior brother. Want to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji? It's simply a pipe dream. Sheathing his sword, Kotetsu jumped up beside him, saying, no matter what, you're going too far, right? Yorichi shot him a glare, angrily saying, do you have a problem with that? Kotetsu gasped, too scared to move. Yorichi, with a dark face, took the innocent-looking Michiro by the side, taking the winding key and leaving with the zero style. Chapter 117. The first activation of the strike pattern by the Tsujikuni brothers. Due to the imminent danger, Shimi suggested in the afternoon that Jinya should leave. Yunyan propped her chin on her hand, silently watching the two brothers argue and bicker. With a soft sigh, she stood up to give them space. Let them fight. Which siblings don't bicker? Lord Yunyan, Lord Ganlu, and Lord Iha are currently on their way to fetch the blades and should return in 5 days. The weight of the situation rested on her shoulders. As all the blacksmiths here had withdrawn, and the crows and the hidden ones could come and go freely. Yunyan nodded, patted Long's head, and said, you've worked hard. Go rest for a while. Okay, Lady Yunyan. Long Dowdo looked at her for a moment, flapped its wings, and left. How could it be hard work? It loved helping Yunyan deliver letters and gathering information for her. With nothing to do, Yunyan changed into her team uniform, took her sword, and headed up the mountain. Tanjiro would definitely be subjected to the little iron demon's training. During this time, she might as well go look for the Shirdu brothers and give them some pointers. She aimed to unlock the two's patterns first, so that when the time came, the brothers could directly take down that nasty jade pot. Yunyan smiled, humming a tune, using her divine power to lock onto their positions as she strolled over. The two hadn't activated the Yuan Izuru yet when they turned to look behind them, their eyes lighting up. Sister Yunyan, sister. Michiro was quicker, directly leaping into Yunyan's embrace, while Aoi stood in front of her, looking up at her. Yunyan smiled as she hugged Weilang, pulling Yuyalong into her arms as well, embracing both brothers, one in each hand, and ruffling their hair. You've grown a lot taller, and you look more spirited. How have you been lately? Yuyalong blushed, allowing her to touch his head, stiffening in her embrace without saying a word. Weilang, on the other hand, was quite affectionate, saying, my brother and I are doing well, and we miss you a lot. How about you, sister? Is your health still good? The last time we met was several months ago. Yunyan smiled and said, I'm doing well. Do you want your sister to accompany you? Yes. After receiving their response, Yunyan took out a wooden sword from her space. Let's use the wooden sword. If it were a real one, someone might get hurt. In the following time, Yunyan fought 1 against 2, and a hint of admiration and surprise flashed in her golden eyes. These two brothers worked together seamlessly. The older brother would charge in front of the younger brother, drawing attention first. The black mist dispersed, blocking the line of sight even during the day. Then, the younger brother would swiftly dart out from behind the older brother or from other directions. Utilizing speed and visual blind spots, he would launch quick attacks. If you focus on the older brother, you would get hit by the younger brother. If you defend against the younger brother, the older brother would take advantage. The smoke curls up to her lips, which is truly something. The dazzling golden eyes ignite the fighting spirit, making her unable to contain her excitement. They are indeed two children with extraordinary talent. Yet, in the eyes of the Ship brothers, Yunyin is simply terrifyingly strong, despite their all-out attacks. They can only make her shift slightly. The clash of wooden swords leaves their arms numb from the impact. Then, their identities switch, the white and black mist disperses, and Yunyin grips her sword, her gaze sweeping calmly. Surrounded by the hazy mist, the surroundings become unclear, and the air is eerily quiet. The footsteps and breaths of the two seem to have completely vanished. The smile on Yunyin's face widened. Very good. Keep it up. Let's unleash your potential. Raising his hand, the blade rested on his arm. Lowering his gaze, this move, you two need to be careful. Adjusting his breath, white mist spread from the corners of his lips. Moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragon tail. Swiftly swinging the wooden sword, a massive horizontal slash was unleashed, moving at incredible speed, accompanied by countless giant crescent blades. The clouds and mist were forcefully split apart, and Shur too was startled, wielding his sword to block the moonblade. In this strike, Yunyin did not hold back. It was a real blade. She only used technique. The worst that could happen from being hit was a bruise. Yet, despite such an attack, Shur too was shaken by the killing intent in her blade, and for a moment, both of them suddenly recalled the past. Back then, when faced with death, they felt so powerless. Wichiru ground his teeth, his expression shifting from fear to fierce determination as red cloud patterns emerged on his face. Wichiru widened his eyes. At that time, he had prayed to the gods, and what appeared before him was this big sister. In his memory, this person had also died once fighting an upper moon demon and had returned to battle as a deity. So, even if he was powerless, could he not wield the sword in his hand, grow stronger, and protect more people? Gripping the sword tightly, he flipped into the air, and the two brothers, one above and one below, both bore cloud patterns on their faces. Yunyin stood up straight, looking at the two of them with a gratified smile. Then she frowned. It seemed that Weiling's emotions were not quite right. Suddenly realizing, she thought that the little guy and his brother must have had a falling out. And perhaps that sentence from Weiling still hadn't been resolved, right? Yunyin sighed, it's okay. Yuhu will serve as a stepping stone for the brotherly bond between the two of us. Watching them successfully deflect the attacks and land steadily on the ground, Yunyin stepped forward. The two were still in shock at the strength they had just displayed when suddenly their bodies went soft and they fell forward. Yuichiro quickly caught his younger brother, cushioning his fall. Yuichiro's eyes widened. In his memory, this was the second time his brother had instinctively protected him. Yuichiro helplessly closed his eyes. It was just a fall, it wouldn't hurt that much. The next second, he found himself in a warm, soft embrace. The two looked up in confusion, and Yunyin smiled at them, securely holding them in his arms. Congratulations, you've successfully unlocked the pattern. The two widened their eyes. Had they just unlocked the pattern? Yunyin stared at them in a daze, feeling a bit helpless. However, it was their first time, so it was understandable that they wouldn't adapt right away. For now, let's just take a good rest and remember the feeling from earlier. Without waiting for their response, Yunyin picked one up in each hand and casually walked down the mountain. The brothers of Inashikawa, who had just finished fighting and made up, looked at Yunyin in confusion as she approached. They looked down at what she was holding, disheveled, with blank expressions and bulging cheeks. Shimi burst into laughter. Ha, what's going on? Did you guys get beaten up by Yunyin? So lame. Ha. Ichiro glared at him, wishing he could punch him. Ha. What are you laughing at? You laugh, but you can't beat Yunyin either. Be careful not to choke on your laughter. Nashikawa Shimi. Huh. What did you say, you little brat? Jinya watched the two helplessly from the side, while Ichiro sighed and shook his head in resignation. Yin Yan's eyes twitched, and I said, can we take them to the hot spring first? I want to change my clothes. I'm sweating and not feeling well. As soon as I finished speaking, my arms were empty. Shimi picked one up in each hand and said, all right, I'll go. You change your clothes. Do you want to soak for a while later? Yin Yan blinked, and a question mark slowly appeared in her mind. When did they pull the person out of her arms? But she still smiled, saying they could wait a bit. Oh, okay. Shwami looked at them, scratched his head, and said, then I'll go prepare some food. After training for so long, They must be hungry, right? Yunyan's eyes sparkled, though. You've worked hard, Xuani. Xuani blushed and waved his hand, running away as if to escape. Only Yunyan was left in the corridor. The person who was standing normally suddenly stumbled and with a bang pressed his hand against the sliding door next to him. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, his face as pale as paper. Bent over, leaning against the door, he gasped for breath, raising his gaze forward, a hint of hostility flashing in his golden eyes. Damn it, here it comes again. Chapter 118. Dancing with a knife in the flower rain, disturbing hearts. After easing the discomfort in his body, he dragged his painful and exhausted body back to the room and took out some medicine to swallow. He lay on the tatama mat in a state of despair, closing his eyes and waiting for the medicine to take effect. Yunyan sat up, let out a long breath, and her eyes were filled with a dark hint. She took out spirit stones from her space and piled them around herself, sitting cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. This won't do. If her old injuries flare up during a battle, it would definitely be fatal. The pile of spirit stones visibly turned black and weathered, and within just a few minutes, the spirit stones in the room had completely disappeared. Yun opened her eyes, and her bright golden gaze flickered with brilliance. A total of 5,000 top-quality spirit stones was barely enough to stabilize her injuries. Yunyan rubbed her throbbing temples, but fortunately, she had stabilized now, and her complexion had returned to a healthy flush. As long as she didn't expose herself, it would be fine. Otherwise, she would inevitably face a crowd of worried and sorrowful faces. She got up, changed her clothes, and went to soak in the hot spring with a towel. Just then, she ran into Shimi and the Shirtu brothers coming back. After greeting them, Yunyan strolled leisurely over, undressed in the changing room, wrapped herself in a towel, and soaked in the hot spring. After a moment's thought, she took out the immortal brew and drank it sip by sip. Before long, Shimi came over carrying the pork chop rice that Xuami had made for Yunyan, squatting by the shore with a helpless expression, saying, "You really are becoming a drunkard, aren't you? I never see you drink this much usually." Yunyan turned her head, smiling as she shook the drink in her hand. Isn't she usually more serious? Now that she finally has the chance to relax in a hot spring, she should indulge in her hobbies. Hey, is your hobby drinking? A little now and then is fine, but if you drink like this, something will happen, right? Shimi gave her the food and went to the changing room to change clothes, wrapping herself in a towel and sitting beside her. Yunyan eats quickly and has a small appetite, so in the end, it's still Shirmi who finishes everything, while Yunyan is drinking. Suddenly a hand reaches over and takes away a pot. Yunyan blinked and looked sideways at Shimi. Didn't you say you wouldn't drink? Shimi took a sip, frowned slightly as he felt a bit unaccustomed. Well, it's daytime anyway, so drinking a little with you is no big deal. Yunyan curled his lips and clinked his wine flask with his, saying cheers. Yunyan tilted her head and took several sips, while Shimi watched her and followed suit. The celestial brew sounded gentle, but in reality, it was strong liquor, the strongest in the divine realm. After just a few sips, Shimi already felt a fiery burning sensation traveling down her throat to her stomach. Coughing twice in discomfort earned her an unapologetic laugh from Yunyan. Shimi's face turned red. What was there to laugh about? She then looked at the liquor in her hand with confusion. Over here, I really haven't seen such strong liquor. Is this the kind of drink in the divine realm after you became a deity? Yunyan swayed the wine jug, lazily leaning against the stone wall. Yeah, it tastes good. Doesn't tea it? Indeed, although it's strong, the aftertaste is sweet. It's really good wine. They couldn't drink too much while soaking in the hot springs. So after finishing the wine in their hands, they tidied up the wine jug and got up to leave. Back at their lodging, Yunyan held the wine, leaning against a pillar, watching the cherry blossoms fall outside. Her eyes flickered as her thoughts drifted far away. She got up unsteadily and walked inside, drawing out the phoenix sword and swaying to the yard. Standing under the cherry blossom rain, she first tilted her head back and took a sip of wine, holding the jug in one hand while beginning to dance with the sword in the other. Her movements were swift, the swordplay tight, sometimes flipping and jumping with varied techniques. Chopping, slicing, slashing, dicing, parrying, intercepting, flicking, hanging, drawing, pressing, twisting, and entangling all intertwined. The sword plunged into the ground, and Yunyan leaned back against the blade, which bent at an arc yet resiliently supported her body. She picked up the wine jug and drank again, quickly getting up, gripping the hilt of the sword, drawing it out and swirling it around, wrapping it around her neck, dancing on her chest, moving back, and twirling left and right, her body following the sword's movements. The sword moving with her. Her figure twirled, the blade flashing like a silver dragon weaving through clouds and mist, or like a fierce tiger battling in all directions. Both fierce and robust, yet graceful and ethereal. Dressed in dark, fitted garments that fluttered, her long hair was casually tied up, flowing with her movements. The cherry blossoms transformed into a flowing wind, dancing with her long sword. Inside the house, the 4 people and 1 ghost watched, eyes wide open, staring blankly at Yunyan dancing with the sword in the yard. She resembled a general caught in a rain of cherry blossoms, celebrating victories with wine and joy. Exuding a cold elegance mixed with heroism, Shimi's eyes sparkled. He had never seen Yunyan so striking, so wild and unrestrained. His hand unconsciously rested on his heart, which raced rapidly. Once again, his heart was flustered because of her. After finishing a jug of wine, Yunyan reined in her movements, twirled the sword, and held the hilt with one hand, resting the back of the sword behind her. She looked up at the cherry blossoms falling from the sky, her eyes hazy as if she recalled the past within them. That day under the peach tree, dancing sword with her close friend was just as exhilarating. Yunyan smiled lightly, with a hint of intoxication, and slowly walked towards the room. Shimi, unaware, had already stood up and walked into the courtyard. Yunyan smiled, relaxed her hand, and let the wine flask roll to the ground as she walked up to Shimi and poured it into his arms. Shimi took the knife from her hand with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist, his tone gentle yet helpless. "You idiot. Have you drunk too much again?" "Maybe," Yunyan replied. Shimi turned his head to glance at his younger brother behind him. Xuanya hurried over to take Yunyan's knife. Shimi bent down to pick her up and carried her inside the house. Ikaru and Muichiro had already made the bed, waiting for Shimi to place Yunyan down. The Sada brothers and Xuanya quickly tidied up the room and gently left. Shimi laid down beside Yunyan, holding her as she nestled against him. "Yunyan, stop moving around. Just sleep." "Ouch. Why are you biting me?" Shimi looked down at Yunyan, who was biting him on the chest, feeling frustrated but unable to do anything about it. "I didn't upset you, did I?" Yunyan loosened her lips and looked up at him. Their eyes met, and Shimi twitched the corner of his mouth, flicking her forehead. But he couldn't help but smile with his eyes narrowed. "Drunkard, talk to me." Yunyan looked at him, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, as if she was trying to discern what he had just said, and she smiled slowly. "I just wanted to see if Shimi's chest muscles are soft when relaxed." "What does that count as? Were you satisfied with the result?" "Yeah, I was satisfied." Yunyan buried her face back into his chest, gently kissing the scar on his chest. Shimi's body stiffened, and he tightened his arms around her. "What are you doing, you fool?" Shimi asked. What's wrong? Does it hurt?" "What?" Shimi was momentarily stunned, then realized what she was asking, and his big hand rubbed the back of her head. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Yunyan tightened the arm around his waist and stopped talking. He said it didn't hurt anymore, but it must have hurt a lot back then, right? This stupid man, always killing demons, rushing to the front, while protecting others. Can you also protect yourself a little? Yunyan secretly cursed a couple of times in her heart, but couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. If her inner thoughts were known to 06 and Shimi, they would definitely give her a whack on the head and then yell at her. "Do you have the right to say such things?" Chapter 119, Drunken Shenanigans. Drowsy and still under the influence of alcohol, Yunyan half opened her eyes to eat dinner. Beside her was the chatty Shimi and the older brother Ikaru, while on the other side, the younger brothers were discussing their favorite foods. Nezuko snuggled in her arms, blinking her eyes as she looked left and right, and finally, noticing Yunyan was sleepy, she took the initiative to pick up her bowl and feed her bite by bite. Yunyan's lips curled into a smile as she rubbed Nezuko's head. "Ah, thank you, Nezuko." Nezuko's eyes curved into crescents as she continued to wait for her to finish chewing her food before feeding her. After finishing her meal, Yunyan propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Tanjiro should have already started his hellish training with little Tetsu, right? This time with her around, the Yorichi Type 0 wouldn't be missing an arm, so the difficulty would probably be doubled, right? Yunyan relaxedly leaned against the pillar, her arm resting on her bent knee, saying, "Come on, young man." A rustling sound came from the bushes nearby, and Yunyan tilted her head to look, almost startled out of her true form. A muscular man wearing a crooked mask and a headscarf appeared right in front of her. He then extended his hand, ominously and extremely seriously, saying, "Give me the knife." "Huh, who are you?" "Oh, I remember now. You're Steel Tomb. What are you doing out here at night? Are you sick or something? Even gods can be scared into illness, okay? By the way, why are you bare-chested? Is it really appropriate to show up in front of a woman like this? Are you some kind of perverted exhibitionist?" Yunyan's heart raced in fear as she covered her chest, her beautiful eyes turning into triangle-shaped white eyes out of anger. She angrily distanced herself from him, thinking, "Damn it, Doesn't this person know to respect the elderly and love the young? What if this old lady at my age gets scared and suffers from a heart attack? Crossed out, Steel Tomb took another step forward, shouting, "Give me the knife." Upon hearing his voice, 4 people instantly appeared in the room, surrounding Steel Tomb. Nezuko directly shielded Yunyan. "Is Yunyan okay? Who the hell are you? You bizarre, perverted bastard. What do you want with my sister's knife? No one is allowed to take Yunyan's knife. What do you want to do to my sister?" Steel Tomb broke out in a cold sweat and was then knocked to the ground by a punch from each of the 4. Yunyan twitched the corners of his lips, speechless as he rubbed his forehead. "I said, Mr. Steelgrave, even if you are leaving, you can't see the way out. That is a divine weapon, not forged by a blacksmith." Steelgrave raised his head and stared intently at Yunyan. Yunyan sighed, stood up, and brought the phoenix out from inside the house. The long sword shone brightly under the moonlight. Points of fluorescence gathered into a human figure. A graceful and enchanting beauty appeared before everyone. Her eyes, adorned with crimson eyeshadow, opened, and her red eyes looked disdainful as she put her hands on her hips and pointed at Steelgrave on the ground. "Presumptuous, a mere mortal. You dare to think you can see the blade of this old one. I am not someone you mortals can touch." Then she looked kindly at the 4 people beside her, her tone extremely amiable, of course, except for these few kids, as they were related to our Yunyan. All of them are good children. Yunyan held the knife, silently looking at the person in front of her, and softly spoke, "Aunt Ling, you should give him some hints, or he might get stuck in a dead end, and I might end up being annoyed by this guy." Aunt Ling was also a spirit of the phoenix, and upon hearing this, she snorted in displeasure, looking proudly at the iron tomb lying on the ground, whose eyes were shining even through the mask. "All right, for the sake of our Yenner, I'll give you some hints. After all, among mortals, you are a very excellent blacksmith, so it's not a loss for me." Ling waved her hand, and light fell from the starry sky, merging into the mind of the iron tomb. The iron tomb suddenly stood up, shouting as if it had returned to its ancestors. Ling twitched the corner of her eye, extremely disdainful, truly unbelievable. Why are blacksmiths and artifact craftsmen so similar? She turned around and rubbed Yunyan's face affectionately, pulling her to stand in front of Shimi. When Yunyan called her aunt, Shimi and the others had already become as stiff as can be. Ling smiled gently. "Are you the husband chosen by Yenner? You look like a strong child. Quite nice. Although you have a few more scars, you're still a handsome young man." She placed Yunyan's hand in Shimi's palm and stroked Shimi's face. Shimi's eyes widened slightly, feeling as if he were being gently caressed by a mother. Ling's eyes held a hint of complex emotions. "This child, Yenner, has grown up under my watch. She has a bit of stubborn temper and can sometimes be hard to grasp, so I hope you can be more understanding." Then she transformed back into light and returned to the knife. Michiro's eyes sparkled. "Sister is a deity, and my sister's knife also has a divine aunt." So impressive. The younger brothers were completely in awe, and after a moment of daze, Michiro smiled helplessly. He pulled the 2 younger boys away, creating some space. In contrast, the iron tomb had already run off, looking like a gorilla returning to the mountains. Yunyan couldn't help but twitch the corner of her lips. For her sake, Aunt Ling actually went out of her way to ask for language lessons here from 06? It really is tough for her, a spirit that truly shares her lifespan with the heavens at this age. Shirmi blinked, looking bewildered. Is this, in a roundabout way, meeting Yunyan's real family? It seems like he was even recognized. Yunyan held his hand, one hand holding the phoenix, and the other pulling Shimi, whose mind was still in a blackout. Back to the room. After regaining his composure, Shimi, too excited and with Yunyan having drunk alcohol, was once again drunk due to Yunyan's poor tolerance for liquor. That night, the 2 of them threw everything aside and, without saying much, spent a night that could only be described as chaotic. The next day, Yunyan slowly opened his eyes in his embrace. As soon as he moved, although his body felt a bit sore, it wasn't too much of an issue. Yunyan slowly sat up, rubbing her disheveled hair, the blanket slipping off her. She looked down in confusion and was immediately stunned. Were her clothes? Turning to look at the mirror on the table, she saw that her body was covered in red marks, not to mention the bite marks. The arm around her waist stirred, and Shimi, with his eyes closed, tightened his grip around her waist. At that moment, Yunyan realized Shimi's condition. The marks on his body were just as bad as hers, especially on his exposed back. There were not only scars from battles with ghosts, but also bloodstains that she had scratched. Cloudbrain, see you, unresponsive smoke. Slowly recalling the absurdity of last night, Yunyan's eyes widened in shock. So, she got drunk last night, acted crazy, and even consumed someone? Realizing it too late, she just gave up. Forget it. Anyway, they already had a marriage contract, It was only a matter of time. Besides, the divine realm didn't hold any weddings for a god like her. Who knows when she might die in battle and vanish? She lay back down, snuggling into Shimi's embrace. Under the blanket, they were closely pressed together, without any distance. Shimi rubbed his chin against the top of her head, his voice hoarse and laced with sleepiness, asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not really, just a bit hungry." "Oh, got it." Shimi sat up, his face flushed. "I'll go make something for you, and also." Yunyan looked at him in confusion, while Shimi blushed, but looked at her very seriously, saying, "Once everything is settled, I will make it up to you." Yunyan blinked her eyes, understanding his meaning, and curved her lips into a smile. "All right, then I want a magnificent and grand event." Shimi chuckled lightly, rubbing her head. "Is that even necessary to say?" Then he looked at her in a very unnatural way. Yunyan had an innocent look on her face. "What are you looking at me for?" Shimi turned completely red. You're staring at me. How am I supposed to get dressed?" Just use your hands to put it on." Yunyan smiled mischievously, but still cooperated by closing her eyes and lying back down, covering herself with the blanket. Shimi rolled her eyes at her helplessly, got up quickly to put on her clothes, and then hurriedly left. Yunyan lifted the quilt, quickly tidied herself up, changed into dry clothes, and went to wash up. Counting the days, it seems there are about 5 days left. Yunyan stretched lazily. So for these few days, let's relax and indulge a little. Chapter 120. 3 people and a cat. None of them seemed like good people. I thought both of them would be shy, but in the end, only Shimi was acting unnatural. The smoke of the clouds does not conceal the marks on the neck. Eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, and even indulge in a wild night, as if nothing happened. Shimi puffs out his cheeks. Is this the body of God? Thinking of last night's madness. He swallowed hard. This is frighteningly strong, isn't it? Yunyan, having eaten and drunk her fill, looked at her 3 younger brothers who were staring intently at her neck, and smiled. "Today, shall we go catch some fish?" The Tatako brothers were momentarily stunned, but Michiro reacted the fastest and quickly raised his hand. "Yes." Jinya nodded repeatedly. "Then I'll go prepare the wooden tub and the net." "Jinya, I'll go with you." Michiro followed Jinya as they ran off. Aoi blinked and exchanged glances with Sanemi. Both of them sighed helplessly but wore light smiles. Well, it's okay to relax occasionally. Alan knew they were going to the riverbank and thoughtfully prepared many things, laying them out one by one. With concern, he reminded, "Lady Yunyan, here are the towels. Please don't get them wet on the way back. This is the lunch I've prepared. The portions are definitely sufficient. Please don't carry these yourself. Just hand them over to Lord Windpillar. You are a girl." Yunyan listened to her chatter with a smile. After she finished speaking, Yunyan patted Alan on the head and said, "Okay, I remember. Thank you for preparing all this, Alan." Until she left, Alan's face under the mask was still blushing uncontrollably, and she touched her head, with little pink flowers blooming around her. The group arrived at the riverside and let themselves go. Xuanmi and Weiling rolled up their pants and sleeves and went into the river, while Aikiru and Shimi sighed, silently setting up the campfire and lighting it before carrying their things to the river. Xuanmi and Weiling competed to see who could catch more river shrimp. The smoke from the clouds is drifting nearby, while a fishing rod bought from the mall leans casually against a lounge chair as someone enjoys fishing. The fishing is slow, and by the time she manages to catch a fish, Sumi and Yuichiro have already caught a huge pile. As the two continue catching fish, they start to compete secretly, completely turning it into a game of catching fish with sticks using breathing techniques. Meanwhile, Gunma and Michiro watch in cold sweat, quietly carrying their small buckets away from the two. Yunyan looked at the 4 people who were having fun, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. These people had lost too much joy, so she thought it was time to make up for a little. Remembering the plot she had seen before, Yunyan sighed. There was no such thing as a demon-slaying team. They were just a group of kids carrying pain and belief, picking up their swords and risking their lives to fight those monsters for the sake of humanity, even if there was no tomorrow. Yunyan lazily lay on the lounge chair, squinting her eyes. She came here to change these people's destinies, and so far, there was nothing she couldn't do. Thinking of the late Aunt Jijin and the others, Yunyan rubbed her chin. That long-abandoned old book of hers, could it be useful after all this is over? It had been so long, it shouldn't be gathering dust. With these thoughts in mind, Yunyan felt much more relaxed and began to hum a little tune while holding a fish. As the sunset painted the sky red, the 4 playing around came ashore one after another, using towels to wipe off their wet bodies. Shimi and Yuichiro started grilling fish and shrimp, while the younger brothers were responsible for skewering the fish and shrimp to hand over to their older brother. Yunyan fell asleep while fishing. In the end, He was awakened by Michiro's call, and when he opened his eyes, he was met with Michiro's unconscious cute attack. Yin smiled and rubbed Weiling's face. Although Weiling didn't understand why she was rubbing his face, he still smiled and called her, "Sister, it's time to eat." Okay, sitting by the campfire. They comfortably enjoyed a meal while appreciating the night scenery by the river, filled with fireflies, with the moonlight illuminating their path. The five of them strolled back while digesting their food. After soaking in the hot spring, they returned for a late-night snack and lay in a cozy, fluffy bed filled with the scent of sunlight. All the fatigue of the day was healed. On this side, everything was exceptionally comfortable, but Tanjiro was not doing so well. Not only had he lost weight, but he was also facing the hellish training of Uni Zero and Cody I, with no water or food. It felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. Another sunny day arrived, and Tanjiro was being ruthlessly beaten below, while Yunyan sat on a tree trunk with 06 in her arms. She thought the descriptions in the book were already bad enough, but seeing it in person... Yunyan shook her head, mainly there to watch the show. 06 sighed, looking at the noisy little Tai with cat-like eyes. There was no helping it. That kid simply didn't understand how to train people, and these methods were really a bit life-threatening. Cloud smoke resting on her chin, her eyes looking down, her expression. All potential is activated on the brink of life and death. Who knows, this method might be somewhat useful. 06 raised her head, looking speechless. Don't tell me you want to train that group of fools under you like this. Yunyan raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. It's unlikely, after all. Gods don't eat and won't get hungry. I eat simply because I'm craving it, and I've gotten used to it. If I skip a meal, I feel hungry. 06, ridiculous. After watching Tanjiro get beaten up for a while, Yunyan yawned and quietly left. Shimi and Yukaru occasionally strolled around the village to check for any abnormalities, especially the asymmetric pattern pot that Yunyan mentioned. They noted that if they found it, they should stuff it with something unforgettable, making sure to fill it completely. Surprisingly, they actually found one. After exchanging glances, they followed Yunyan's suggestion, both revealing wicked and sinister smiles as they filled the pot with stinky natto, still emitting its odor. The pot was stuffed to the brim with bundles of grass and would fill with natto, giving off a foul smell. The two pinched their noses, grinning mischievously, and threw the pot into an abandoned toilet in the village where no one went, then turned to leave, feeling like they had gotten the stench on them. They quickly returned to change into clean clothes and take a bath. They were determined that these disgusting smells must not reach their younger brother and sister Yunyan. The lazy 06 watched their operation and thought for a moment, stuffed paper into his nose, and rushed over to the pot, peeking inside and grinning with a terrifying, sinister smile. He bought a bottle of deadly stinky tofu from his space and poured it in along with the soup. One bottle wasn't enough, so he poured in 3 more, and to top it off, he added a few portions of slime for children to play with. In the end, there was not a single gap in the pot. 06 watched as a terrifying, screaming ghost face vaguely emerged from the pot and left satisfied. This pot, Yuhua. You can use it later. It won't make a sound. Then looking at Yunyan, he instantly teleported to the dessert shop and bought a dozen of the terrifying screaming cakes that Shimi had thrown up before, placing them into his space. Back in the swordsmith village, Yunyan sat on a tree trunk with a villainous smile on his face. This time, the 3 of them and the cat didn't look like good people at all. Host, it's hard to tell who the good person is for a moment. Just after reporting to Muzin, preparing to bring the half-day dog to the back of the pot in the swordsmith village, a chill ran down Yuhua's spine. Chapter 121. Furious and ascending to the void. Yunyan propped her chin on her hand, watching Tanjiro as he seemed to be in a trance, holding his sword and training with Uni Zero. A hint of an ominous aura mixed in the wind made Yunyan's smile fade, her expression turning cold, and her eyes glinting slightly. 06, help me check my body. I'll be back soon. 06, huh? Yunyan leaned against the trunk with her eyes closed, her spirit soaring into the void. Above the void, a goddess dressed in a plain white silk gown, with golden hair and red eyes, wore a smile on her face. The two-dimensional main god knelt beside her, trembling, tears on his face. Unexpectedly, you actually went out to seek help. Do you have any dissatisfaction with me? Where do you want to find me? Oof. No. I just feel that these children are too pitiful. Such a fate shouldn't fall upon them. The goddess's expression turned cold, and she reprimanded in a chilling voice. Shut up. I am the goddess, the supreme goddess among the 3,000 worlds. Now, in the domain under my jurisdiction, you must obey my will. Absolutely do not defy me. My words, my arrangements are the best. Someone as useless as you, the external help you sought must not be a god of any significance. Right? Just right, I will mark that meddlesome guy in red, since he loves to meddle so much. Let him fall here. The goddess grinned fiercely, gazing at the destiny compass before her, raising her hand to slide the piece representing the person's identity. The two-dimensional main god, tears streaming down his face, threw himself onto the destiny compass with all his might, loudly refuting, "No, those children have finally gotten better. You can't do this. Aren't you a goddess? Shouldn't goddesses be kind? Why can you so casually take away their remaining happiness? They're also lives. No matter how small, they're still vibrant lives." The goddess looked down at the two-dimensional main god, clenching her fists, her hands igniting with a ghostly blue flame, her eyes filled with displeasure and killing intent. "What are you saying? I am the supreme deity here. My words are divine edicts. Does a god need a reason to take away anything? If you want to die so badly, I will fulfill you. Just right, I can replace you with a more obedient successor." The two-dimensional main god widened his eyes behind his glasses, but held onto the compass tightly, unwilling to let go. Is he going to die? He hasn't even seen these children have their fates changed yet. The goddess laughed wildly, when suddenly a cold wind blew from behind, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound. The goddess turned to look, almost having her soul leave her body in fright. A pitch-black gilded door rose from the ground. White ghostly energy surged, and black malevolent aura enveloped the entire void world. The door opened, and amidst the smoke, the sound of dragons and phoenixes echoed as a figure slowly walked out. A pair of dark gold pattern war boots stepped forward, followed by a pitch-black long spear with golden dragon patterns flying out. The goddess was pinned against the wall by the long spear, which pierced through her clothing, dressed in a close-fitting black divine armor. Her snow-white hair was elegantly styled with a silver crown, draped in a black fur-lined cloak. Her bright golden eyes were extremely gloomy. Holding a phoenix that glimmered with a cold light, she walked step by step towards the goddess, whose face twisted in fear. Each step echoed heavily. The entire void world was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a rich, killing intent, as viscous as blood. A long knife rested against the goddess's neck. Yunyan's eyes unblinking, slightly raising her head, her killing intent becoming palpable. Her tone, "What you just said, I didn't hear clearly. Say it again for me." The two-dimensional main god looked at Yunyan, who appeared before him, his eyes almost popping out. "Yin, Yangxian Luo? No, you are." Yunyan glanced at him, and the two-dimensional main god instantly shut his mouth, but his eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Goodness, this luck is incredible. He initially thought it was an SSR, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a first-generation limited edition SN. This is the ancient god blood phantom that even the heavens must bow to. The two-dimensional main god was so excited that his entire divine being was almost flushed with warmth. Yunyan stared fiercely at the goddess, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing her scared to the point of being speechless, the knife shifted toward her neck. "What do you take life for? Answer me." I'm sorry. Please spare me, your majesty. It's my fault for being too reckless. I won't dare again. I will treat life as the most precious thing. What do you take the fate of others for? Something more important than a woman's life." Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, putting away her knife and looking at the goddess who was crying and kneeling on the ground. She raised her hand to form seal, and light fell into the compass. Turning around, she flicked her cloak and walked towards the pitch-black golden door. This compass, apart from Gu, could not be changed by anyone else. The moment she stepped through the door, Yunyan tossed a jade tablet to the two-dimensional main god, who caught it in a flurry. Looking down, his glasses nearly made his eyes pop out. Yunyan stood inside the door, glancing at him with a mix of helplessness and slight disdain, saying from today on, "You will take the place of that useless one. Hurry up and increase your divine power. I'm getting tired of being limited by you." The moment the door closed, Yunyan heard the cries of the dimensional main god expressing gratitude. A hint of a smile flashed in her golden eyes before she slowly closed them. When she opened her eyes again, it was already evening. 06 was sleeping soundly in her arms, and while she was off doing important things, Tanjiro had already knocked off the head of Yurichi Type 0. Moreover, Yurichi's sword had been taken away by Tanjiro to be polished and forged. At this moment, Tanjiro was also preparing to go back and rest well. When he came to call 06 to leave together, he happened to see Yunyan sleeping. So he obediently sat under a tree and waited. Yunyan blinked and looked down at Tanjiro's head from above, unable to help but chuckle softly. This child is really gentle. She lightly floated down beside Tanjiro and found him curled up with his knees hugged, drowsy. She couldn't help but sigh. How long had he been waiting? She squatted down and patted his shoulder, Tanjiro, wake up. Tanjiro groggily opened his eyes and saw Yunyan's gentle face. His eyes lit up. Sister Yunyan, have you woken up? And he looked at the sky. Oh, it's already this late. I'm a bit hungry. Yunyan raised her lips, rubbed his head, and said, You've worked hard, Tanjiro. I saw your training. It's impressive. Sorry for making you wait so long. Next time this happens, wake me up. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly, and got up to walk alongside Yunyan. 06 was wagging its tail in her arms, yawning, and said, Tanjiro, I want to eat some dried fish. Huh, sure. I'll make some for 06 to eat later. Is one plate enough? Oh, you're on it, young man. Yunyan tugged at the corner of her lips, gently patted 06's head, and said, All right, you. I see you eating several plates every day. Do you really think of yourself as a cat? 06 pouted in its Sundara manner. Chapter 122. The appearance of Upper Moon 4 in the room. Yunyan was drinking, while Shimi sat beside her with his arms crossed, and Wanyu looked helpless. Wanyu and Jinya were playing with Nezuko, though it was mostly Wanyu who was playing, while Jinya was shyly watching from the side. Tanjiro smiled as he watched Nezuko running around the room, going from one person to another for hugs. Nezuko ran in front of Shimi, made eye contact with him, and Shimi was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. What is it? Nezuko smiled with her eyes squinted and opened her arms towards him. Shimi stared at her in a daze, scratching his head. What? Do you want a hug? Shimi sighed, reached out, and hugged Nezuko, letting her sit on his lap, thinking, I really don't understand you. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand and smiled lightly. Nezuko seems to really like you. Shimi rubbed her fluffy head and asked, Is that so? What a strange guy. Tanjiro looked at his sister gently and hesitantly said, Maybe Nezuko sees Mr. Ubuyashiki as a father figure. Huh? X for the 5 people in the room simultaneously looked at Tanjiro. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly because Mr. Ubuyashiki is actually a very gentle person. My sense of smell is good. I can detect it. Shimi's expression darkened, and she clicked her tongue, not looking at him. Yunya nodded seriously. I totally agree with this. Shwami also nodded. Indeed, my brother is the best and gentlest person in the world. Hey, you two can stop now. Shimi, embarrassed and angry, blushed, her expression fierce but lacking any intimidation. Yilong shrugged, a mocking smile on his face. Haha, uncle, be getting angry. Shimi instantly changed her demeanor, showing a mouthful of shark-like teeth, her eyes turning into inverted triangles. You brat, who are you calling uncle? Yilong pointed at her with a villainous face. Of course I'm calling you big uncle. Just as the two were about to start a fight, Yunyan was about to speak when everyone suddenly fell silent, their expressions serious. All turned to look at the door on one side. The door slowly opened, revealing a pair of dry, trembling hands. Hantion Dog appeared before everyone, trembling and in tears, kneeling on the ground while covering his head, continuously muttering, So scary, don't bully me. Is this guy a ghost? Shimi's eyes sharpened as she tossed Nezuko into Tanjiro's arms, drew her sword, and made a horizontal slash. The blade cut through empty air, leaving a mark on Hantion Dog's face, which continued to bleed, but the next moment, it healed with white smoke. Yilong's figure flashed, gripping his knife and appearing beside Hantion Dog, quickly making a slash, and Hantion Dog's head fell off. It's cut off. Tanjiro widened his eyes slightly, a look of surprise on his face. Yunyan frowned and said, Be careful. This guy's main body is not here. If we cut off his head, he will split. There are a total of 6 clones. The most common ones are the 4 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. After the 4 are defeated, hatred will appear. Hatred is the last clone for survival. What? How could this happen? Upon hearing this, everyone quickly distanced themselves. Sure enough, as the head fell to the ground, 2 clones appeared in the room. One of them picked up a fan and suddenly waved it at everyone, causing a violent wind to descend, blowing apart the house. The Shirtu brothers lost their balance and were directly blown away. Shimi held a knife. One hand plunged into the floor, while the other arm wrapped around Shiumi. Yunyan was in the same posture as him, but was holding Tanjiro, who was embracing Nezuko. After the strong wind passed, everyone looked up, and the 2 clones had the words Lower Moon 4 engraved in their eyes. Huh, I'm so happy. It's been a long time since I've been out. It's really infuriating. Including you, Cola. It's really making me furious. Is that so? Haha, that's great. Let me truly experience happiness. Cola grinned wickedly, and Shimi released Jinya, gripping his knife. Jinya went to find a place to prepare, while I go meet these 2 annoying bastards. All right, big brother, be careful. Jinya quickly ran off, his eyes scanning around, eager to find a suitable spot to shoot from. Yunyan released Tanjiro, rubbed his shoulders, and said, "How rude. My hair is all messed up." He drew his sword, the corners of his lips curling up, and said, "Next. 2 clones will appear. Shimi, how do we divide them?" Shimi had a defiant smile on his face and replied, "Huh, how to divide? I'll give you 1, and I'll take care of the rest." Yunyan puffed up his cheeks and said, "Oh, how stingy. These guys can't be killed until the real body is found." Yunyan glanced at Tanjiro and Nezuko. "You go find the main body. It's very small. Watch your step." "Yes, leave it to us." Tanjiro quickly ran off with Nezuko, trying to use his sense of smell to detect the scent as he ran. With frustration, he slammed his staff down Cole. "Don't let them escape." "Okay. Don't be so angry. Running away in battle is not a good behavior. Haha." Just as Cole was about to raise his fan, Shinobu's blade was already at his face. Veins bulged on Shinobu's forehead as he swung his sword. Breath of wind. First form, dust whirlwind slash. In an instant, he severed Cole's head, and the empty joy emerged from the fallen head. Shinobu grunted, resting his sword on his shoulder with a disdainful expression. "What are you distracted for in battle, you fool? Your opponent is me. Even if you manifest, it won't help. Surrender, and then go die." Yunyan looked at him and whistled. "Not bad, really handsome." Shimi stiffened, blushing as she turned her head to glare at her. "Stupid idiot. We're in the middle of a battle. Why are you saying things like that?" Yunyan tilted her head innocently. "Is it my fault that my husband is too handsome?" Shimi Nishikawa puffed out his cheeks. "Focus on killing the ghosts, you little brat." Yunyan waved his hand and hurriedly comforted the angry Shimi. Okay, damn it. How dare they ignore us like this? It's really infuriating." He gripped the staff in anger and thrust it fiercely into the ground. In an instant, Yunyan grabbed Shimi's arm and pulled him into the air. As the two jumped up, the damaged house was enveloped in lightning, the thunder flashing all around. Kongshi flew towards them with a triumphant smile on his face. His sharp claws glistening coldly. He had it. "Huh, idiot. Do you think it's possible?" Shimi suddenly swung his arms in midair, unleashing a massive blade of wind that spiraled around them. Kongshi's eyes widened, and in an instant, he was shredded by the wind blade. Yunyan dropped directly in free fall, accelerating as she swung her blade down from the air. The fourth form of breath of ice, frost descent, severed the head of the enraged enemy, interrupting the blood demon technique of thunder. Yunyan quickly turned and kicked away the half-formed Ijue. Shimi landed beside her, and the two faced off against the 4 half-headed dog clones. Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly, holding a glint of cold light, her tone frivolous. "The 4 little ghosts are all here, huh? Next, you scoundrels. Let me have a good time." Shimi held the knife, striking a pose, while Yunyan curled her lips. And in an instant, the 2 figures vanished. The 4 avatars across from them rushed forward as soon as the 2 disappeared. Shimi confronted Kale, kicking away the weapon of Ijue and slicing it in half. Yunyan swung his knife to sever the claws of Kongshi, performed a spinning kick to send the angry Zen staff flying, and then used a flower knife to decapitate him. Both of them wore nearly insane smiles on their faces, and the speed of their knife swings increased, eventually reaching a nearly synchronized rhythm. Chapter 123. Sure to Iwaro, the inherited poison tongue. "Damn, that guy with the Zen staff. He's really annoying." Shimi dodged the attack from the angry Zen staff, turned over to block Kongshi's claws with his knife, while Yunyan evaded Kale's whirlwind, lightly landing on the weapon of despair. His beautiful brows furrowed slightly. There was no choice but to hold on as much as possible, but at this rate, it wouldn't be favorable for us. Isn't it unfavorable? The 2 had been fighting for an unknown amount of time, and their physical strength and energy were continuously depleting. Yunyan sensed the cold gleam behind her and leaped up with a smirk, gunshots ringing out in the distance. Aiju's neck was snapped, and on the roof, Shimi gasped for breath, finally finding a good position. Shimi grinned with a proud laugh, generously shouting, "Well done, Shinmi." She turned to dodge the flying Zen staff and delivered a spinning kick, forcefully breaking Kale's arm. Yunyan's eyes twitched at the corner. Is this the terrifying power of using the breathing technique in a fused body technique? The 2 stood back to back, surrounded by the 4 fierce-looking clones. They exchanged glances and began to wear down their opponents 1-on-2. Xuanmi occasionally fired a shot from a distance to provide cover and prevent surprise attacks on the 2. Iwaro embraced his brother's waist in midair, flipping over and landing steadily with Michiro. Seeing the cut on Michiro's cheek, Iwaro's forehead throbbed with anger. "That damned Nikapoli bastard. I will definitely chop off his head to use as a pot to smash." Iwaro was furious, almost losing his temper. Michiro touched his face, looking puzzled. It's cut. No wonder it feels a bit prickly." Then he received a punch on the head and looked at Uaro with grievance. Uaro felt himself getting hot-headed. Idiot! Don't touch the wound. Do you know it could get infected? Machiro, brother, you're so fierce. Aya, don't come over. The two turned to see Shout-Eye, wildly waving a knife while screaming. In front of him was a goldfish monster wearing a pot. It's that kid. Brother, I'm going to save him. You go to the village. There must be demons in the village. Uaro clicked his tongue. The village has his sister and the others. Ibihei and the others will definitely arrive tonight. If those A-rank members can't handle something like this, then they are too useless. That said, Uaro still glanced worriedly at the village, drew his sword, and decided to deal with the immediate threat first. Machiro blinked, quickly drew his sword. Okay, I understand, brother. The two brothers acted simultaneously. Machiro hugged Shout-Eye to dodge an attack, while Machiro swiftly decapitated the monster. The next moment, both brothers showed disgusted expressions. So gross. The flesh lump grew back into a goldfish head, still screaming. Unable to bear it any longer, Uaro directly sliced it in half. The pot shattered, and the monster completely dissipated. So that is how it is. It's blood demon art. Does cutting the pot release it? Machiro nodded seriously, while Uaro face-palmed in exasperation. Shout-Eye immediately jumped onto Machiro, climbing him like a monkey up a tree. Great. I'm saved. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I hated you before. You're really good people. Uaro watched his brother being climbed on, his hair almost standing on end, revealing his shark teeth as he pointed at Shout-Eye with a triangular, Get off my brother, you guy. Shout-Eye immediately knelt on the ground, tears welling up behind his mask. The two brothers were easy to distinguish. Uaro had his hair tied in a ponytail, while Machiro let his hair down. Although they weren't wearing their Haori, even with the same face, Machiro appeared gentler. In terms of aura, Uaro resembled a young wolf ready to pounce, while Machiro looked like a harmless little sheep. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you Kombu Head. Huh, you actually gave us a nickname. Brother, calm down. Machiro blocked Uaro, who was swinging his sword with one hand, while Shout-Eye covered his head. I'm sorry. Uaro sighed, looking at Shout-Eye speechlessly. Fine, let us hide quickly. We still need to go to the village. Shout-Eye immediately got up and hugged Uaro's leg. Please, Mr. Gangtai is still on mountain. I acted like that just to lure the monster away. Mr. Gangtai is forging a really powerful sword. If we leave, it will all be for nothing. There are demons on the mountain. Please help us. The brothers exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with conflict. They remembered that day when Tanjiro had unhesitatingly stood in front of Shout-Eye, his eyes complex. Looking at the village, it's fine. Everyone is there. And his sister is there. It will definitely be okay. Uaro directly hoisted Shout-Eye onto his shoulder to the mountain right. Hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, the two shot off into the distance. The entire mountain echoed with Shout-Eye's screams. Machiro glanced at him and said softly, Don't scream. You'll bite your tongue. I can't take it anymore. Slow down a bit. Please. Just a bit slower. Uaro's forehead throbbed as he resisted throwing Shout-Eye off, ignoring his screams and continuing to run up the mountain. Stopping in front of the wooden house, Uaro threw Shout-Eye to the ground. The two brothers exchanged wary glances. Shout-Eye supported himself and slowly stood up, feeling dizzy. Can't you be a little gentler? Why aren't you moving forward? Shout-Eye was confused and didn't understand. So he walked forward himself, only to be yanked back by Uaro. The low voice beside his ear said, Don't run around. Shout-Eye looked at him in confusion and then at the door of the wooden house. At the entrance, a porcelain pot had appeared out of nowhere. Shout-Eye scratched his head. How strange, I don't remember this thing being here. Of course not. After all, this thing is a demon. Machiro drew his sword, holding in one hand while shielding Shout-Eye behind him. Sounds came from a pot, and liquid surged out like a flesh lump, gathering as the jade pot grinned sinisterly. Emerging from a vessel. Hee, you two are pillars, huh? What S in this wooden house? Why are you rushing over here? Is it the village chief? The brothers fell silent at the sudden appearance of the jade pot. Uaro showed intense disdain, pointing at the jade pot and saying, What the hell? Looking so disgusting. Were you crushed by a cart before becoming a demon? Your eyes are mouths, your mouth and forehead are eyes, and your ears are arms. What kind of bizarre species are you? And that pot of yours, I don't even want to say. It's not symmetrical at all. Are you blind with your upside-down eyes? The jade pot felt like it was struck by thunder. Chapter 124, My Brother. Michiro's is infinite. Michiro crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly, nodding seriously. Indeed, this pot and this demon are terrible. The jade pot, struck by a second blow, was Winky Face. Hearing this, the jade pot had countless hashtags popping up on its head, turning red with anger. You two little brats don't understand anything. This is art. Great art. Do you even know what art is? Spouting nonsense here. Forget it. I don't want to waste more breath on you. You two little brats who don't know the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth. I'll kill you too, and then go see what's in the wooden house. Uaro sneered, his figure flashing as he instantly sliced through the pot the jade pot had been hiding in. Slowly standing up, he glanced at a nearby tree trunk, where the jade pot emerged from a new pot, mockingly twisting its body and laughing. What? You thought you hit me? Such naive little brats. Then a shadow loomed behind him, and Michiro swung his sword down, once again missing. This time, the jade pot appeared on the roof, taunting. Can't hit me. Oh, not at all. Several blue pots sprouted from its small hands, aiming at the two, and it grinned savagely. Blood demon art. Thousand needle fish kill. A few goldfish were summoned from the jar, and they spat out a large number of sharp thorns towards the two. Xiaotai was so scared that he crouched down on the ground, covering his head, while Yuichiro glanced at Xiaotai, clicked his tongue in displeasure, and quickly rushed to his side. The two quickly swung their blades to knock down the thorns, but inevitably, some thorns pierced their arms and legs. The brothers smiled bitterly in their hearts. It turned out that they were no different from Tanjiro. If they didn't think, they would risk everything to stand in front of someone they had only met a few times, or even someone they had never met. Xiaotai stared blankly at them, and Yuichiro gritted his teeth, urging him to roll aside and stop being a nuisance. Wunyang was worried that his brother's words were too hurtful, so he sighed and tried to comfort him while swinging his knife to knock down the thorns, saying that his brother meant for him to hide to the side. It was too dangerous here, as the opponent was a lower moon demon, and during the battle, they couldn't afford to be distracted. Yes. Xiaotai hurriedly ran to the side, just in time to bump into Tai Shuesen, who was chasing after them. Because Yuichiro and the others were too fast and did not hesitate, they perfectly missed Tai Shuesen, who was looking for them down the mountain. Xiaotai pulled Tai Shuesen behind a tree, and the two peeked out quietly. Roar, roar. Roar, you two little brats really have a sense of justice, but my thorns are poisonous. By now, you should be feeling them, right? Yuichiro instinctively stood in front of Wunyang, who widened his eyes slightly. Was he still the one who could only be protected by his brother? Yumizuki tilted his head and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I've thought of something." Then his two mouths spat out tongues, licking their lips. The best way for you to die is blood demon technique, blood hell bowl. Wunyang was startled and tried to push Yuichiro away. Yuichiro looked at him with wide eyes, and Wunyang smiled at him. That smile made Yuichiro's pupils tremble, because it was the smile Wunyang had shown when they were young, when they still had everything. He had never seen it again in all these years. Wunyang was wrapped in the water bowl, and at that moment, he finally felt a bit relieved. At least he had protected his brother once, right? In the water, he poked the bowl wall with his knife, but it wouldn't break. Yuichiro fell to the ground, the numbing sensation making him feel weak, yet he still picked up the knife with a notch and got up. Wunyang, hold on. Brother will think of a way. Brother will definitely break this damn water bowl. You have to hold on. You must hold on. Yuichiro crazily slashed and stabbed with his knife. But the water bowl only trembled continuously. Tears blurred his eyes, and large drops fell down, yet he didn't dare to stop swinging his knife for even a moment. Wunyang was submerged in the water, watching Yuichiro outside, crying and continuously swinging his knife, his eyes filled with shock. Brother is crying. This weak, this desperately irrational brother. It was the first time he had seen him like this. So it turns out he was also this important in his brother's heart. Wunyang slowly raised his hand and pressed it against the water wall. Yuichiro was crying. The numbing sensation had made it impossible for him to hold the knife, and he weakly pounded with his fists. Wunyang, don't be afraid. Brother will definitely think of a way. Brother will definitely save you. Yumizuki sneered, twisting his body. Look at your miserable state. I was going to trap your brother with you, but now, I'm quite satisfied with how things are. After taking one last look at the two brothers, Yumizuki snorted, you can just stay like that, watching your loved ones die. Oh, what a beautiful picture. But I'm too lazy to watch now. Yumizuki suddenly disappeared, and the jar rolled into the house. Tai Shuesen, who had no idea when he had picked up his knife, stood firm at the door. Xiaotai found a dagger and ran to the water bowl, shouting, don't give up. I'll help. We can definitely break it. Immediately after, cries of pain from Tai Shuesen came from inside the house, and Yumizuki's laughter and roars also reached Yuichiro's ears. His brother and the swordsmith were tormenting Yuichiro's spirit, causing his pupils to shrink and tremble violently. Hop! The sound of rippling water came, and Yuichiro stiffly raised his head. In the water bowl, Wunyang had already sensed that he was about to suffocate, yet he wore a smile, pointing towards the wooden house. Slowly, he opened his mouth to silently say, Brother, go save them. Now, only you can do it. Yuichiro gasped, his chest heaving greatly as he picked up the knife from the ground, tears streaming down his face, his eyes bloodshot, and he turned to charge towards the wooden house. Shout-Eye and T give up, stabbing repeatedly with the dagger. Leave it to me. I'll definitely break it. Damn it, break it. Wunyang choked on water, bubbles rising from his mouth, his consciousness becoming a bit hazy. In a daze, he thought of his father. Wunyang's words can definitely be done. Wunyang, hold on, keep going. Get up. Wunyang is a very talented child. Wunyang's no is infinite no. Wunyang frowned, wondering why that strange sentence wasn't spoken by his father. Who said it? Wunyang's no is infinite no. Wunyang suddenly opened his eyes wide, as Yuichiro's roar reached his ears, and Yumizuki's furious shout also fell into his ears. Stiffly, he looked over and Shout-Eye. He didn't know when had fallen to the ground, with blood spreading from his abdomen, and the air he breathed was from Shout-Eye. Wunyang's pupils trembled as he instinctively inhaled that air and turned to look in Yuichiro's direction. Yumizuki, furious, shouted, "You damn little brat. Your brother is already dead. You should die together with him in the water bowl." Yuichiro's veins bulged, his figure flickering with black mist, his eyes filled with killing intent seemed to become substantial. His eyes blood-red. "My brother. He will not die. Wunyang's no is infinite no." Wunyang widened his eyes. He truly understood now. The way his brother spoke in anger then overlapped with how he looked now. In his mind, the images of Ubuyashiki Yoya and Koyuki appeared. Wunyang, to protect someone in your heart, strive to become stronger. Strive to become stronger, survive, and when we meet again, I hope to see a different you. Damn you. Don't say such things. My brother is the kindest, the one favored by the gods. He is the chosen one. Wunyang has infinite potential. My lord Koyuki. Wunyang gripped the knife in his hand, closed his eyes, and opened them again, his eyes clear. Breath of mist, second form, eightfold mist. The water bowl shattered. And at the same time, the bond between the brothers connected their hearts, as Yuichiro and he executed the same technique. Water splashed on the ground. The white mist and black mist intertwined. Within the fog, the figures of the two brothers emerged. On their identical faces, even the red, cloud-like patterns that emerged were the same. Chapter 125, Slaying Yumizuki. Yumizuki now had a bad feeling. It was the first time his water bowl had been broken. Wunyang exhaled, and Yuichiro's face was cold. At that moment, the two brothers felt nothing but anger, extreme anger. They heard Tai Shiuesen shout behind them. "To Lord Mist Ashira, this is your swords." The sun wheel blade danced in the air as the two raised their hands, firmly gripping the incoming sun wheel blade. With the same grip and the same cold, murderous gaze, the breath of mist dispersed black and white clouds into the air. Yuhu felt a chill on his back and hurriedly escaped into another jar. On the rooftop, Yuhu took out a jar with a fish pattern and aimed it at the two. Blood demon technique, 10,000 gliding fish. You two pretentious brats. D. Breath of mist, third form, misty spray. Hikari breathed out lightly and swung his blade quickly, shattering all the fish. Amidst the white mist, Michiro suddenly appeared. Breath of mist, fourth form, stratum slash. Once again, he slashed through the air, and the two brothers looked at Yuhu, who had escaped to a tree trunk. Hikari looked at him with disdain, as if to say, "Don't run, you stinky fish." Michiro's face showed disgust. He couldn't believe someone would actually run away during a fight. What a spineless guy. Yuhu was so furious he nearly fell ill, chuckling lowly in that case. "Let you see my true form. After all, no one can leave alive after witnessing it." Then, he really abandoned the jar, but unfortunately, even though he came out of it, the foul stench nearly suffocated him. Michiro covered his nose and staggered back. "So smelly." Hikari paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, now you're a stinky, salted fish. Ha ha ha, how do you like this gift, you stinky fish?" Yuhu was dumbfounded, trembling with anger. On him, there was not only natto, but also some unknown substances. "My body. What disgusting things are all over my body? How dare you put these things in my perfect jar?" Perfect jar? Michiro tilted his head slightly, looking at him innocently. "I've always had a question. How do you think this asymmetrical and crooked jar is perfect? It's really poorly made." Yuhu spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. Blood demon technique. Formation of fish scales. D. The two brothers quickly dodged, and amidst the mist, blades of light flashed. As the mist dispersed, Yuhu, with a head full of hashtags, looked mockingly at the two on the tree trunk. Running away during a fight. How spineless and cowardly. Hey, hey, hey. The two brothers raised their heads, wearing sarcastic fake smiles. If you can't hit us, it means nothing. You who went completely mad. Blood demon technique. Octopus jar hell. The two brothers smiled faintly. And with the mist, they moved instantly, slicing the octopus tentacles into pieces. Breath of mist, 7th form. Hazy. Breath of mist, 5th form. Sea of misty clouds. Yuhu's eyes widened. He couldn't use his blood demon technique in time, and his head was already flying off. How could he be beheaded? Impossible. Impossible. This is not possible. How could I be beheaded? Hikari instantly crushed his head, looking at his remaining eyeball coldly. You bastard demon, hurry up and die. Yuhu completely dissipated, and the patterns on the faces of the two brothers disappeared, leaving a feeling of weakness sweeping over them. The two collapsed to the ground, leaning against each other, wanting to cry without tears. Didn't sister say that this would only happen the first time we activated it? Realizing too late, they had been poisoned earlier. They looked at Little Iron, and Michiro, holding back tears, saw that Little Iron had died to save him. In the next moment, they were shocked to see Little Iron stand up, covering his arm as he walked over. Little Iron. Little Iron grinned and took out a blade fragment. It was Mr. Purgatory's blade fragment that saved my life. My clothes are covered in blood from my arm, but if I don't stop the bleeding, I might die too. Little Iron, it's so good that you're still alive. Tetsuhiro cried as he rushed over, then nervously looked at the Takatu brothers. You too, esteemed Miss Hashira. It's so good that you're alive. Looking at the sky, the two exchanged a glance, both wearing a helpless smile. Sister, Mr. Tamayo, Jinya, Tanjiro. We leave the rest to you. Michiro smiled, but his body trembled, his face turning pale. We're fine. Then he spat out a mouthful of foam and collapsed to the ground. Michiro. Hikari bent down to check on his brother, only to spit out a mouthful of foam himself and collapse next to him. Tetsuhira and Little Iron were nearly driven mad, both screaming. Esteemed Miss Hashira. Yunyan gasped for breath, swung the Zen staff, and once again severed the head of her accumulated anger. Exhausted, she half-kneeled on the ground, holding the knife. A figure flashed past her. Shimi was blown away by the wind from Kale, crashing hard against a tree and falling to the ground, propping herself up with the knife to stand. She raised a hand to wipe the crimson from the corner of her lips and hoarsely spoke. You really have some guts to compare the wind with me, huh? Then she rushed forward like the wind again, and Kale was chopped into several pieces. Shimi's back was scratched by Komshi, and she half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath while propping herself up with the knife. Shwami had also run out of bullets, and had no choice but to draw the knife. Ai Ju didn't know when she had come to his side. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced reached their ears. They turned their heads in unison. Shimi's eyes widened, almost bursting with rage. Shwami. Although Yunyan knew that Shwami wouldn't die, he was still filled with rage. You're looking for death. Shwami was pierced through the chest by a spear, coughing up blood, but a grin identical to Shimi's appeared on his face. He grasped the spear and forcefully walked up to Ijue. Under his shocked expression, Shwami bit into his neck, tearing off a chunk of flesh to chew and swallow. Shimi was so frightened that he nearly lost his composure. Shwami, don't make me eat those filthy things, Yunyan, little brother, did you really just eat like that? Ijue has no resistance to being devoured, and Shwami's body visibly becomes stronger, his height increases, and his black Mexican hairstyle turns golden at the tips, even curling up. His eyes are pitch black, leaving only the pupils. Because of the aroma of Shimi's rare blood, Shwami's drool keeps flowing out. Holding the knife in his hand, he casually tosses away the skeleton of Ijue that has been gnawed on, his body trembling, panting for breath. Big sister Yunyan, I'm fine. Shimi is almost blushing, showing shark teeth, with a triangular white eye pointing at him as he shouts, Of course I saw it. You little brat. Can you even eat that? Spit it out, Saying this, he directly teleports in front of him, without saying a word, ready to choke him. Shwami's whole body is resisting, puffing out his cheeks, and unable to stop drooling, turning his face away to avoid looking at him directly. Yin Yin Fuyue, Sai. Chapter 126. New Avatar, the Hated Demon. Yun Yin rubbed his forehead and smiled helplessly. I said, we're in the middle of a battle now. Let's save the bickering for after the fight. The two were still bickering froze, awkwardly looking in different directions. Shimi cleared his throat, looking at the distant scene of despair, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands cracking as he squeezed them. How dare you poke my brother, and let him eat you? Damn it, I'll chop you up. Yunin? No. The beginning is quite normal, but what do you mean by dare to let him eat at the end? Yunyan opened her eyes wide and slightly parted her lips. Is this what a legendary brother complex looks like? Shaking her head, she looked speechlessly at Shimi, who was crazily beating up Ijue. She silently watched the 3 clones beside her, clearly shocked by his unreasonable outburst. Yin smirked. Well, here we go again. Shimmy scratched his head, looking confused. He glanced at the knife in his hand, then looked back at the gun behind him. In the end, he chose to take the gun. In his pocket, after rummaging through, he found the last 10 bullets. Yin casually threw a bag at him, which contained specialized projectiles. I brought them for you. Swami's eyes lit up. Thank you, Sister Yin. The ghostly jumping ability was very strong, and with the faint spiritual energy floating in the air, Swami jumped up and landed steadily at a high point, raising his gun to start dealing damage. Ijue truly lived up to his name this time. He was utterly defeated. After his head grew back once, it was immediately chopped off again. The worst part was when Shimi, in a fit of rage and with white eyes, punched and completely shattered his head. Yin twitched the corner of his lips. What is this called? Dare to poke my brother. I'll tear you apart. The family members got fierce, or maybe they were stunned, seeing the hand tearing the enemy. It was really the literal meaning of a ghost. Yin, this is just a poke, then let Shwani help Tanjiro later. If we're not careful, it might turn into a sieve, Yin shivered silently. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. It's better to avoid it as much as possible. After all, finding the main body is really too troublesome. If it can lighten the burden a bit, then let it lighten a bit. Yin frowned, realizing that relying solely on Tanjiro would definitely not be enough to take down that coward. She turned to the roof and shouted, Jinya, go help Tanjiro. Leave this to me and your brother. Okay, I got it, Yin. Jinya replied. Jinya, be careful. Shinami glanced over, feeling uneasy, but still let go of his grip. Jinya paused for a moment, then flashed a bright smile. All right, I understand, big brother. Being so entangled wasn't a solution, and Yin's brows furrowed tightly. Before Hayuko appeared, she couldn't make any real moves. This guy was much more troublesome than the other demons. With so many clones, it was already giving her a headache. TSK. It never ends. Shinami and Yin stood back to back, both slightly out of breath, feeling the strain. However, the regeneration speed of the 4 clones representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness started to slow down. They exchanged glances, and just as they were about to launch an attack, they saw the angry clone suddenly absorb the joy and sorrow clones, then tightly grab the despair clone to absorb it. Shinami's eyes widened. What is this guy trying to do? Yin gripped the knife tightly. The strongest clone in her split form was about to arrive. Shimi, hold on to me. Without hesitation, Shimi wrapped her arms around her waist. Sure enough, the accumulated anger began to change, and their figures flashed and disappeared from the original spot. Yin wrapped her arms around Shimi's waist and transported him to the talisman she had stuck on Shwani's back earlier. As soon as they arrived, they encountered Zunpation appearing behind Tanjiro, striking the drum. Seeing the wooden dragon rise from the ground and charge at Tanjiro, Shimi's figure flickered, and he rushed forward with his sword, shouting, "Get down, you little brat." Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. The wooden dragon was shattered, and Shimi stood in front of Tanjiro. Hey, did you find that guy's true body? Mr. Bazikawa. Yes, it's been found, right next to that new clone. It's inside that wooden ball. Shimi squinted his eyes, I see. The smoke of the clouds fell around him, squinting his eyes. This guy's blood demon technique is quite troublesome. TSK, I can see it. The two exchanged glances and swung their knives towards the hated Podia as the wooden dragon rose from the ground. Sound waves and fierce winds clashed. Thunder and ice intersected, and sparks flew amid the rising smoke. Yin and Shimi burst out of the smoke, running on the body of the wooden dragon, wielding their blades with abandon. Zunpation, seeing that he couldn't do anything to the two, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Unpleasant. Truly unpleasant. His body was quite honest, directly sending the wooden ball far away. Tanjiro, Nezuko, Jinya, we'll hold them off. You guys hurry and chase. Okay. Yin and Shimi fought for half the night, continuously using their breathing techniques and sword skills. Even they felt their stamina waning, their breathing becoming slightly heavier. The wooden dragon lunged towards Yin's face, its long knife slashing down, but a dragon head emerged from behind, biting towards her shoulder. Yin. Shimi was startled and quickly lunged forward, tackling her down and rolling twice to barely avoid the attack. The cost was a torn injury on his left arm, blood instantly spreading and staining his white haori. Shimi pressed on his left arm, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He tried to get up with his sword, but was in too much pain and fell back down, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Yin's face turned dark. Is this how you want to play? She stood up, her fingers pressed together at her brow, and a golden light suddenly shone. Her brilliant golden eyes shimmering with a mysterious glow. Law of heaven and earth. A golden divine soul manifested behind her, gradually growing larger, surrounded by golden mist. A gigantic translucent divine elephant rose from the ground, clad in armor, wielding a spear and a long knife, swiftly beheading the wooden dragons and instantly shattering their bodies. Zhengpation continuously struck the drum behind him, summoning as many Yunyan as needed to cut down. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Yunyan gritted her teeth. The consumption was indeed massive. When she got back, she would eat a whole serving of pork chop rice. Ultimately, she could not hold on any longer. Yunyan released her strength. The divine statue dissipated, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, and when she looked up again, the wooden dragon was charging straight at her. In a daze, a figure rushed out. Yunyan's eyes widened slightly as she saw Shimi's face already bearing the pattern of a windmill. Breath of wind, seventh form, strong wind, Tengu wind. As long as I'm still alive, it's impossible for you to get hurt. Several tornadoes collided with the wooden dragon, dust flying everywhere. And Shimi steadfastly stood in front of her, blocking all harm. Yunyan slightly opened her eyes. At this moment, his silhouette gradually overlapped with a figure in her vague memories. Yet she couldn't see clearly. Breath of love, second form, frustrated and hesitant love. Wow. Sister Yunyan, Mr. Tamaki, we're late. I'm sorry. Breath of the serpent, fifth form, long serpent. Ihei landed beside Shimi, supporting his slightly unsteady body that was swaying forward, with a barely perceptible worry in his eyes. Tamaki, are you okay? Can you still fight? Ah, hey, you guys are here. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can still fight. Mitsuri landed beside Yunyan, looking panicked. Sister Yunyan, how can you have so many bruises? Are you okay? Yunyan let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground, saying, I can't do it anymore. Miri, hey, you came just in time. I'm completely drained of both spiritual and physical energy. I'm about to collapse. You guys keep it up. After saying that, she simply gave up and didn't want to move at all. It's not an exaggeration. She was both exhausted and in pain, as if her soul was being torn apart, but she simply couldn't show it. Chapter 127. Miri and Ihei arrive. Zhengpo looked at the suddenly appearing Miri and Ihei, frowning heavily. Two more troublesome Hashira? This is really unpleasant. Is it the scent of rare blood? Zhengpo looked at Shimi, his eyes flickering slightly, unable to resist licking his lips. At this concentration, are you the finest among rare blood? Hey, of course my blood smells great, right? If you want to taste it, come at me. Shimi swung his knife, a fierce smile on his face, veins bulging as his hand gripped the knife, creaking ominously. Ihei's expression was unfriendly, thinking wildly, once I chop off your head, you'll be dreaming in hell. Miri tightened her grip on the knife, her face smiling, but her expression somewhat tense. I will absolutely not let you realize such thoughts. Miri charged out with her knife, while Zhengpo struck the drum behind him, a wooden dragon twisting and flying towards her, which she mercilessly shattered. Miri's expression was resolute. She was no longer the self-doubting girl she used to be, because everyone was so gentle. Sister Yunyan is really gentle. She cares about her feelings, takes care of her, just like the Lord, filling her heart with warmth. Mr. Ihei, being with Mr. Ihei is truly, there won't be any strange looks, and he'll make her a lot of sakura rice cakes to eat. He will accompany her for meals, look at her with gentle eyes, and give her many beautiful accessories and clothes. Although Mr. Bisokawa seems fierce, he is actually a very gentle person at heart. The sakura rice cakes made by Mr. Ihei are taught by Mr. Bisokawa. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with confidence. Due to her innate super strength, her muscle density is 8 times that of an ordinary person, and she has always been holding back. But now, it's no longer necessary. To protect the people she wants to protect, she will give her all. When she suddenly lunged towards Zenitsu, Yunyan abruptly sat up and shouted at Mitsuri, Mitsuri, you can't just lunge like that. The three of them widened their eyes slightly, and Ihei instinctively rushed towards Mitsuri. Mitsuri looked confused. Huh? What does Sister Yunyan mean? Then she froze, cold sweat pouring down her face. Zenitsu revealed a triumphant smile, with Mokuryu and Mitsuri face to face, spewing 2 dragon heads from their mouths, just like nesting dolls. Suddenly, sound waves appeared in front of her. Mitsuri Kanroji, huh? Mitsuri, Kyuso, Kanroji. The sound wave attack was suddenly unleashed, and after the smoke cleared, Mitsuri tightened her muscles, her eyes turning white as she knelt on the ground. Yunyan gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as she released a beam of light. and Miri instantly caught her breath. Zumpatian had no time to react, only to see that Miri had already returned to normal, her brows tightly knitted, truly two shrews. Kanroji Mitsuri. Cloud smoke. Two future husbands. Huh. Ihei and Shimi were so angry that they turned red, their heads filled with hashtags, pointing at the hated H10 and cursing. Who the hell are you calling shrew? You trash like you. If you have the guts, stand there and don't run. Mitsuri blinked her eyes in grievance. Was the shrew referring to her? Yunyan tugged at the corner of his lips. This guy really makes me want to tear him apart. Yunyan's dead fish eyes stared at Zhang Patian. Raising a hand to point at him, Shimi, smash him. I'm going to do it now. Shimi rushed out as if he had stacked buffs. Every strike was a critical hit. Ihei nervously took off his Haori and helped Mitsuri put it on, then rubbed her head, speaking rapidly. Mitsuri, don't listen to his nonsense. You are the most wonderful person, not a shrew. Then he darkened his expression, tightened his grip on the knife. I'm going to tear that foul-smelling mouth of his apart right now. Somaru spat out its core, rubbed against Mitsuri's face, then showed its fierce side towards Zhang Patian. Mitsuri stood up, holding the knife, and exhaled. Mr. Ihei, I want to fight too. He is such a rude person. The two exchanged a glance, and both ran towards Zhang Patian. Zhang Patian sneered. No matter how many come, it's just futile. Once you're out of strength, you'll obediently let me devour you. Among you, devouring one can replace me devouring 100. Those ants truly can't compare to you. The speed of the three increased, their strength grew stronger, and Zhang Patian frowned, sensing their difference with surprise. Why do these three have patterns on their skin that look like demon markings? Zhang Patian ground his teeth. The drumming grew faster. These three, along with the woman sitting under the tree, not far away, must be dealt with here. Otherwise, they would surely pose a threat to that lord. Yunyan silently swallowed the elixir, taking a moment to ease the pain until it became negligible, then propped himself up with a knife. He flicked his bangs aside and looked through the gap in the wooden dragon at Zhang Patian with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Although you're just a clone, you were the first one to dare to insult me to my face. Black flames flickered on the blade, and the veins on his pale face bulged as his tone dropped several degrees. Commendable courage. In a flash, the black flames suddenly erupted, and in an instant, they incinerated all the flying wooden dragons in the air. Zhang Patian widened his eyes as Yunyan's knife had already severed his neck. As his head flew backward and looked towards Yunyan, it felt as though his soul had been struck. Yunyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if looking through his gaze at the person behind him. Her red lips parted, the killing aura spreading. So arrogant, what do you all take life for? She kicked away Zhang Patian's body, and when he revived, the four of them attacked in pairs. To prevent losing consciousness from excessive use of divine power, Yunyan had to seal her self-healing ability. Even Zhang Patian, the strongest avatar, was now overwhelmed. Gasping for breath, looking at the equally disheveled but murderous four, cursing fiercely in his heart. These four humans, are they monsters? There were no existences like them in the past pillars. Shirmi lunged in front of him, face twisted in rage, swinging his blade. Hey, what's wrong, demon? Don't stop attacking. Weren't you just so arrogant? Keep being cocky for me. Ihei emerged from above him, unleashing the first form, daring to insult Mi Li. Where did that arrogance go? Die for me, and then rot in hell. Yunyan and Mi Li exchanged glances, and both of them smiled awkwardly. What should they do? It seemed like the man in their family was already beyond explosive. Bang! Crash! Inside the room, there was a cacophony of sounds as Wukan furiously destroyed everything, gritting his teeth. Yukikuni Yunyan, just like this surname. It filled him with immense rage and anger. It was as if a shadow named Fear enveloped him. That persistent shadow clung to him like a nightmare, always wrapping around him. Chapter 128. The chase battle. Tanjiro ran through the forest with a sword in hand, sweat dripping from his forehead. The wooden ball moved at an incredible speed, making it extremely difficult for him to keep up. Jinya ground his teeth, tucked the gun in his waist, and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace as Nezuko ran up from behind him. Tanjiro glanced sideways, and the two of them, one human and one demon, seemed to have a tacit understanding as they both gathered their strength to jump onto the wooden vine of the wooden ball. The wooden ball suddenly rose higher, and Tanjiro, feeling the pressure, looked up and shouted, Jinya, Nezuko, hold on. I know without you saying it. Jinya tightly gripped the wooden vine, and even though it had been tempered by Yunyan's divine power, it couldn't be cut. In a moment of desperation, Jinya opened his mouth and bit down, causing Tanjiro and Nezuko to nearly widen their eyes in shock. Jinya, can you do this? Is your tooth okay? I'm fine. I'm a demon eater. Jinya bit down mouthful by mouthful, and his demonized hair grew longer. At last, with one final bite, the wooden vine snapped, and Tanjiro took the opportunity to grip his sword and adjust his breathing. Nezuko tore her palm, spilling blood onto the wooden ball. Blood demon art. Exploding blood. Dance of the fire god. Round dance. Open up. As the wooden ball hit the ground, they sliced it open, and the smoke dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Tanjiro and Jinya widened their eyes, cold sweat dripping down. They had actually escaped. Nezuko made a sound, and the two hurriedly looked over, seeing Hantengu's main body frantically running toward the forest. Tanjiro's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "Coward! Don't run! Face the consequences!" Hantengu was startled by Tanjiro's roar, and for a moment, he remembered being human. Covering his head and shedding tears, he ran wildly. It's not the old man's fault. Ugh! Tanjiro and Nezuko chased after him again, and Jinya's veins bulged in anger. His brother and Yin Yin were risking their lives battling those damned clones of this bastard. Grabbing a nearby tree, he pulled it out of the ground and threw it toward Hantengu's direction. "Damn you bastard!" The tree slammed into Hantengu's side, scaring him into another scream. Tanjiro felt his stamina was obviously insufficient to keep running, with trees flying through the air. Hantengu dodged while running. Nezuko fell from the air, her claw missing. Tanjiro, panting heavily, remembered what Zenitsu had mentioned about the techniques of thunder breathing. Stopping in his tracks, he struck a pose for thunder breathing. White mist escaping from his lips. Like lightning, he dashed behind Hantengu and swung his sword down, landing a hit. The piercing sound hurt his eardrums, and Hantengu stiffly turned his head to look at him. "Don't you think the old man is pitiful?" Tanjiro's eyes widened as Hantengu suddenly grew taller. Gripping his head tightly, he shouted at him, "Don't bully the weak." Nezuko was taken aback and rushed over to save Tanjiro, but found her attacks were ineffective. Jinya hurried over, forcefully prying Hantengu's hand apart, veins bulging. "Let go, you bastard!" he growled, finally managing to tear off Hantengu's arms just as Tanjiro was about to suffocate. Nezuko ignited flames on him again, and Tanjiro gripped his sword, being dragged back repeatedly by Hantengu. Suddenly, his feet slipped, and Tanjiro's eyes widened as he was pulled down the cliff. Without hesitation, Nezuko jumped after him, while Jinya lunged at the cliff's edge. With a face full of helplessness and shock, he reached out to grab them, but missed. "Tanjiro! Nezuko!" This time, Nezuko fell heavily, losing consciousness, while Tanjiro hung from a tree branch, his ribs crushed, coughing up blood. Hantengu, now missing his arms, stood up, and upon raising his head, met Tanjiro's furious gaze, watching him speak slowly. "Don't even think about running." Ugh! Hantengu was drenched in cold sweat, glancing around at the unconscious demon girl and the demon-eating boy who couldn't climb back up the cliff, and then at the boy hanging from a tree, who was clearly injured, with broken bones, still coughing blood. Turning his head to search around, he finally caught the scent of humans. Hantengu dashed in that direction without hesitation, and the three swordsmiths hiding behind a rock saw him and immediately ran for their lives with their swords. They had come to retrieve the unfinished swords and had stopped for a break, only to have the bad luck of encountering the situation. The three of them sprinted, holding their swords, while Hantengu relentlessly pursued them. As long as he ate these three, he would be able to regain his strength. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. That bastard Tamayo, how could he have consumed so much power? What on earth is he doing? Tanjiro crashed to the ground, twisting his ankle, feeling like three of his ribs were broken, and there might also be internal bleeding. Anxiously looking at Nezuko, he gently shook her. "Nezuko, are you okay?" Nezuko opened her eyes, slowly sitting up, and nodded at him. Tanjiro sighed in relief, looking at the fleeing swordsmiths, struggling to stand up. He searched for his sword, sweating profusely. "Tanjiro, hey, that straightforward idiot!" Two voices called out, and Tanjiro was taken aback, quickly turning his head to look, only to see Jinya desperately climbing down the cliff. In the distance, a cold light flashed, and a Nichiren blade fell at his feet. Tanjiro followed the direction of the Nichiren blade and saw the Takedo brothers supporting each other, standing at the edge of the cliff. Michiru shouted to him, "Tanjiro, use this Nichiren blade." Kaname, looking displeased, still shouted at him, "What are you standing there for, you fool? Take the sword and go kill the demon. Don't you see that guy is about to run away?" Tanjiro's eyes lit up. Great. These two are still alive. He quickly drew the sword in response. "Yes, thank you so much." Tanjiro once again used the speed of thunder breathing, rapidly changing his breathing technique in midair, and swung his sword to behead the demon. Slamming down to the ground, Tanjiro sighed in relief, slowly standing up. Just as he was about to speak to Nezuko, he saw her anxiously running toward him. Looking at the sky, Tanjiro urgently stopped her. No, Nezuko, go back. It's almost dawn. Ugh, ugh. Nezuko looked anxious, continuously pointing behind him. Tanjiro turned around, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. The demon's body at the top of the house was still chasing after the swordsmiths, staring blankly at the rolling head, inscribed with the character for hatred. Remembering Union's words, Tanjiro's eyes widened. It's not even a main body. He hurriedly gripped the knife, wanting to chase after and deliver the final blow, completely ignoring the time of day. The dawn arrived the moment Nezuko took her first step, sunlight shining down as she covered her burnt face and suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The exposed areas of her skin were scorched by the sunlight, and Tanjiro widened his eyes, rushing over to shield her from the light. Nezuko, shrink. Make your body smaller. Nezuko transformed back into her younger form, curled up in his arms, yet she was still being burned, emitting wisps of white smoke. Tanjiro's breathing became rapid as he looked around. Jinya was still on the cliff, and the Kanroji siblings on the cliff had already fainted from poisoning and fever. He couldn't find Kaneo and the others at all. What to do? What to do? Everyone can't get over here. What should I do? He looked back and forth between the swordsmith and Nezuko, his eyes wide, breathing increasingly frantic. Closing his eyes in despair, he couldn't make a decision. If you hesitate over such a small matter, what the hell are you even doing in the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro just charged forward with confidence. Suddenly, his body lifted off the ground, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Nezuko, with one eye still relatively intact, looking at him firmly under the sunlight. One hand slowly clenched into a fist, making a cheering gesture. Tanjiro felt tears blur his vision as he slowly raised his head, discovering that Shinya and Kaneo looked disheveled, as if they had just been pulled from a pool of blood. Bringing Jinya to Nezuko's side, the two took off their haori, and Kaneo tightly wrapped Nezuko in her arms, while Shinya and Jinya, tall and strong, blocked the sunlight shining on Nezuko. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Jinya, Mr. Taketu, Sister Kaneo. He rolled over and landed, gripping his knife and adjusting his breathing, once again using the thunder breathing to chase after it. Carefully discerning, he located his position. Chapter 129. A new life under the sun. The breath transformed into flowing light in his mind, and Tanjiro opened his eyes, finding it in the heart. He swung his knife toward the heart of the body. As the demon's claws grasped the swordsmith's head, the body was cleaved open, exposing the half-demon to the sunlight. Tanjiro struck the small neck of the half-demon with a single blow, its twisted face howling. Don't even think about escaping. Face the consequences properly. Go to hell and atone for your sins. The hand of the demon clone firmly pressed down on Tanjiro's head, but Tanjiro paid no mind. Even as the wound on his head was reopened, blood flowed down, but he still swung his knife with all his might. Amidst the half-demon's flickering form, its head was severed in one strike, dissipating under the sunlight. Tanjiro fell to the ground, coughing up blood, but tears continued to flow as he struggled to crawl towards Nezuko. Reaching out his hand, he murmured helplessly, Nezuko. The sun had already risen. Even though she was protected by the three, the white smoke still irritated his eyes and nerves. He had joined the Demon Slayer Corps to turn his sister back into a human, but now she was about to be killed by the sunlight. What did all of this mean after everything he had been through? Tanjiro clenched his fists, crying helplessly. The swordsmiths looked towards the distance, shocked and frozen, and one of them bent down to pat Tanjiro's shoulder, saying that Lord Rengoku. Tanjiro looked up at him, and the swordsmith pointed ahead. He helplessly turned his head. His eyes widened, like flames, reflecting Nezuko standing in the sunlight. Yunyin and Schwani supported Shimi, and the three stood behind Nezuko, slowly exhaling a breath. Although they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Nezuko smiled and walked up to Tanjiro, saying good morning. Tanjiro sat up, kneeling on the ground, propped up by the blacksmiths, tears streaming down his face as he smiled. Nezuko, you're so wonderful, really wonderful. He suddenly threw himself at Nezuko, tightly hugging her in his arms, crying out loud, you're alive. This is really great. Ah! Nezuko held him, blinking her eyes and showing a radiant smile. That's wonderful. The siblings embraced each other, and Tanjiro's joyful cries echoed, while the blacksmiths wiped their tears, filled with gratitude for them. Yunyin's lips curled up, and although she knew Nezuko could overcome the sunlight, she still felt uneasy when she saw Nezuko nearly dissipating in the sunlight. Shimi and Jinya exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles, their eyes gently watching Tanjiro and Nezuko. On the other side, Ihei and Mitsuri, who had let Shimi and Yunyin help Tanjiro and the others first, acted quickly to protect Mitsuri. As the wooden dragon was about to engulf Mitsuri, Ihei pushed her away. Just as the dragon swallowed him, it vanished into the air upon crashing into the tree trunk. Ihei was momentarily stunned, exhaled, and the next second, he was tightly embraced by Mitsuri. Coming into close contact with her fair, soft skin, his face turned bright red. Mitsuri was crying, "Mr. Ihei, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so useless. I almost caused you to lose your life." Ihei was startled, too flustered to feel shy, and quickly patted her back to comfort her. "How could that be? Mitsuri is amazing. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold this guy off for so long." He lifted his head, seriously meeting Mitsuri's tearful gaze, gently wiping her tears away. "Being able to protect you is the happiest thing for me." Mitsuri blushed, bit her lip, and shyly leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Ihei's lips before quickly pulling away. With the scars on his face healed, Ihei stepped out of the shadows, his delicate features no longer obscured by bandages. Now his flushed face was fully exposed to Mitsuri. Ihei, blushing, stood up and took the equally flushed Mitsuri's hand to find Shimi and Yunyin. The Hashira hurried over, ready to tend to the injured. Seeing everyone alive, Mitsuri excitedly hugged Tanjiro and Nezuko. Ihei. Upon seeing Mitsuri's happy expression, Ihei sighed in displeasure. "Forget it, as long as she's happy." Steel Fangs rushed over. Shrouded in dark energy, "Tanjiro, where's the sword?" At this question, the entire place fell silent. Tanjiro froze. "Mr. Steel Fangs, I remember the sword. I just used it to decapitate the demon." "Huh, you decapitated the demon, and then what?" Then, the sword broke, right?" "It broke, didn't it?" Tanjiro was startled, quickly patting Nezuko's shoulder. "Nezuko, run. I'm going to kill you." "Let's run," Yunyin tugged at the corner of her lips. Looking at the blacksmith not far away, who was holding a knife and frantically reminding everyone that the knife was here, and let out a helpless sigh. There were quite a few injured. After Alan finished bandaging Yunyin, she took over the medical kit and started to bandage Shimi. In a small private room, Shimi lay on the bed, and after a lot of effort, Yunyin finally finished tending to his wounds. There was a particularly deep wound on his chest, and helplessly, she could only press a towel against it to stop the bleeding. Shimi looked at her, without blinking, his expression gentle, and they were very close together. Yunyin turned her head slightly, and Shimi had already raised his hand to the back of her head. Following his strength, their lips met. Slightly parting, they exchanged breaths. Yunyin has grown too lazy to search for the inexplicably missing 06. At this moment, the entire space is left with just the two of them. In a battle that is difficult to survive, neither of them has lost the other. After a brief 2-day rest, everyone began to evacuate. On the day before the evacuation, the blacksmiths suddenly returned. Although there were still knives in the village that had not been evacuated, it was not necessary to withdraw all the knives. To their surprise, these blacksmiths came to collectively thank them. Yunyin was slightly stunned. It seemed she had experienced a scene like this before. Feeling a warmth in her hand, Yunyin came back to her senses. Shimi's purple eyes were filled with tenderness as she held her hand and revealed a gentle smile. "Don't be lost in thought. Let's go home." Yunyin's lips curled up, her eyes smiling brightly. "All right, let's go home." Shimi turned around and hugged his brother's shoulder, while Schwami smiled and allowed Shimi to wrap his arms around his neck, playfully laughing. Ihei and Mizuri left first, taking the TRU brothers back to detox and recuperate. Yunyin looked at Tanjiro on the cart, her eyes soft. This child has had a tough journey. From being referred to as a boy by them, he has gradually become known as Lord Kamadu among them. "Tanjiro, you have really worked hard. You've done well. Keep it up, Tanjiro." Chapter 130. Yunyin activates hand-cranking mode. "Yunyin, it's bad, huh?" 06 rushed into the room clumsily, making eye contact with Yunyin, who was preparing to change Shimi's bandages. The two stared at each other, along with the cat. Since it was somewhat inconvenient for Shimi to undress, Yunyin was currently reaching out to help him take off his team uniform. In 06's eyes, it looked as if Yunyin was about to strip Shimi clean. With a deadpan expression, 06 looked at Yunyin and said, "Yunyin, although I know it's hard to resist such a handsome and perfectly built man after you two got together, but he is still an injured person. You can't do that." Yunyin revealed shark teeth with an inverted triangle eye, and directly threw a cup over, hitting 06 who flew out. What are you talking nonsense about? You perverted cat. Buzzich and Shimi. 06 had a big bump on his head, peeking from the door, saying, "Oh, I misunderstood. It's not. This is not the time to talk about this. Yin, I have learned some incredible news." Yin helped Shimi change the dressing without raising her eyelids, casually responding with HM. "Really? That guy has teamed up with Musin. And also, Toma's soul has gone missing in hell." "What did you say?" Yin raised her head, her gaze sharp like a blade. "How did you go missing?" "During your battle with Shanshuan Si. I was called away by Shashue because the underworld general could not be summoned and could not enter the world." Shimi frowned, placing her hand on Yin's noticeably paused hand. "What's wrong? Is the situation serious?" Under the low clouds, with a helpless expression, "How could this be? Now, our chances of winning have indeed increased in difficulty." Shimi clenched her fists, glancing at the Nicaran blade beside her, contemplating how much stronger the training should be next. 06 walked over to the two and plopped down. Raising her paw, Yin, the power of the two-dimensional main god has already increased, and the restrictions on you have decreased. The strength of the demons has increased, and ours has too. After Yin finished bandaging the last wound, she sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand and thinking, "Well, if that's the case, I actually have a divine artifact that can help me quickly become stronger." Upon hearing this, both a person and a cat looked at her in unison. Yin smiled slightly and said, "Then for now, let's take some time to recuperate. After all, that guy Musin needs to settle down for a while." Because after this battle, there were a total of 5 people who had activated their marks, and Kikuchi Y Zai called a Hashira meeting. The purpose was twofold. First, to allow those who had activated their marks to share their experiences, and second, to thank them for their efforts and victory, as well as for returning alive. Mitsuri still appeared a bit dazed and was completely unable to articulate her feelings about activating her mark. Yin and Xiangnai couldn't help but rub her head. She was just too cute. Ihei looked helpless, with eyes full of affection, and his face was slightly flushed, clearly charmed by Mi Li's cuteness. Shimi's eyes twitched, sighing in silence. On the contrary, Kaijiro completely understood. Apart from Yin, everyone else was in shock. "Rengoku, you actually understand." Kaijiro laughed a couple times, and the story told by Kanroji was very clear. "I understood it completely. Everyone." When asked about Shimi and Ihei, the two simply replied with one sentence. "We were so angry that the patterns just activated without us noticing." Everyone, what a reason for being too angry. In the end, it was Mucher who perfectly explained the situation when he activated his patterns. "At that time, my brother and I should have had a temperature of 39 degrees, with a heart rate of 200. Koke Shinobu's eyes widened slightly. "If that's the case, weren't you in a fever state?" "Takit, Koen, how did you determine that?" Mucher scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I remember once when I had a fever and measured my temperature, it was also 39 degrees. And the feeling was exactly the same as when I activated my patterns." Yin leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, tilting her head. "In fact, as I mentioned before, the patterns are a depletion of life to enhance your strength, allowing you to live past 25 years. In the face of death and breaking limits. If you endure, you will succeed. It's a gamble with death. However, I have already tempered your bodies with the spiritual spring water from the divine realm. The cost of the patterns poses no threat to you. You could say that not only can you gain the power brought by the patterns, but you can also still maintain a normal lifespan." After a simple discussion, everyone unanimously decided to initiate pillar training. The strength of all team members must be improved as quickly as possible. This battle will be the last one between humans and demons in 1,000 years. So we must give our all. But before that, we must first heal our injuries and ensure our bodies are in the best condition. Thus, in the following days, the Demon Slayer Corps intensified their patrols, but unexpectedly found that the demons seemed to have vanished suddenly. This abnormal situation forced the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to heighten their vigilance. With their S an anomaly, their S a demon, Yin has changed from her usual laziness, often locking herself in her room, not knowing what she is doing. She only appears during mealtimes. Shimi and China Mimi are extremely worried and want to call someone, but they find a layer of golden barrier set up at the door. "TSK, what is this little girl doing?" "Hey, Yin, what are you doing?" "Master, it's been several days in a row now. If this continues, it will ruin her health." There was no response from inside, but a chaotic noise could be heard, and the expressions of the two became increasingly worried. The next moment, Yin opened the door, smiling, saying, "I've done it. I'm exhausted." "Huh? Done what?" China Mimi remained silent, but was full of curiosity, as she and Shimi walked over. They saw Yunyan holding a model-like courtyard prop in her hands. The artifact, a small world of 4 corners, has been successfully transformed. Yunyan wore a mysterious smile. During the pillar training, you had to train the team members during the day, and at night, it was a bit harder. Come in here. Shimizu Shimiya. Chien Nami. Although they didn't understand what this was for, it seemed a bit impressive. Ignoring this thing, the two directly pulled Yunyan to eat and started nagging her. Yunyan's eyes twitched, looking helpless as she silently endured the scolding from the two for a long time. After going to deliver letters to others, in the afternoon, Yunyan received replies from all the pillars. They all expressed that after the training begins, they would gather at the location of the mountain shrine she designated after dinner every day. Receiving the replies, Yunyan nodded in satisfaction. 06 licked its fur, silently giving a thumbs up. Mortals, your god is about to start giving you cheat codes. Kibbutz Suji Musin, you're about to face a group of cheaters. 06. You're in big trouble now. Chapter 131 Extra. Demon Slayer Sports Festival. Younger Siblings and Stepchildren Edition. Timeline. Peaceful days after the Entertainment District arc. Hey, Sports Festival. How novel. I haven't participated in one before. Yunyan looked curiously at the letters sent by Yoshiya Kanamori, resting her chin on her hand in thought. 06 lazily lay on the mat, lifting her eyelids slightly. A sports event? Sounds pretty interesting. Is there a list of participants? Let me see. Huh. Why are all the names little brothers and sisters? Oh, there's Nezuko. The list prominently displayed several names. Ju Tomioka, Michiro Takedo, Kaneo Turi, Tanjiro Kamadu, Nezuko Kamadu. 06 leaned in to take a closer look, and indeed. But it also mentioned there are hidden tasks. Really? Great. I'm even more looking forward to it. Yunyan's eyes sparkled slightly. Driven by curiosity, she hadn't experienced this before, but there were still 3 days left. To keep Shikami from getting anxious, Yunyan spent almost all of those 3 days doing what Shikami wanted to do. Kwangjin also came to accompany Shikami. On the evening 3 days later, the younger siblings and Shikami nervously entered the competition venue. As for the others, they were all in the viewing area. Shimi sat with her arms crossed on a chair, her body stiff and clearly very nervous, even more so than Shiwami. Shanyashiki Wayu appeared with a smile, while Hina and Nika walked over carrying boxes. After calming everyone's nerves, with a whistle from Tain, the drawing began. The first event was a long-distance run, which required participants to run from the shrine through the mountains and back to the shrine. The competitors stood at the starting line, and Tain raised a hand, ready, go. At the sound, everyone took off running. Tanjiro even pulled out a banner, and together with Mizuhiko, they shouted, Nezuko, go! Kanaho and Koke Shinobu waved their hands, with one hand cupped to their lips, shouting, Kana go! Yunyan and Kwangjin didn't need to be mentioned, as they were all shouting towards the runway Schwanmi. Name! Go for it! Shimi didn't say anything, but her eyes were fixed on Schwanmi's back, silently cheering him on in her heart. Akizuro was shouting at his younger brother. Chizuro, go for it, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Ikaru was waving a flag and cheering Muenru. Go! The others were cheering for all the participants, with Yuzui starting to beat a drum, setting the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the younger siblings and stepchildren in the race were all giving their all. Nezuko transformed, doubling her speed. Everyone was shocked. Schwami widened his eyes. Is that possible? He then took a deep breath, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air to use for himself, matching Nezuko's speed and firmly taking the lead. Chiname and Kanahu exchanged glances, both focusing on their breathing, steadily tying for second place. Looking at Chizuro, he was out of breath and sweating profusely, having fallen far behind the top 4. Muenru looked left and right, finally helpless, and overtook everyone. There was no comparison for him at all. He sprinted along, while the anxious crowd, waiting for their return, was now sweating nervously. In less than half an hour, Yunyan squinted her eyes, her face filled with joy. It's Muenru and Schwanmi. Shimi suddenly turned his head to look in the direction she pointed. Schwanmi gritted his teeth, maintaining a half-meter lead over Nezuko. Muenru clearly wasn't using his full strength and hadn't left him too far behind, so Schwanmi was the second to reach the finish line, collapsing on the ground. Gasping for breath, Nezuko arrived second, feeling no fatigue due to being a demon. Next came Chiname and Kanahu, with Chizuro arriving last. However, as soon as Chizuro arrived, he was so exhausted that he nearly fell, being caught securely in Akizuro's arms. Akizuro looked pleased and said, Chizuro is amazing. You held on until the end. Great job. Although he finished last, Chizuro was still very happy to be praised by his most respected brother. Schwami lifted his head. and a bamboo tube appeared in front of him. Shimi squatted in front of him, ruffling his hair, and awkwardly said, "You came in second, good job." Then he revealed a faint smile. "No doubt you're my brother." Schwami blushed and laughed as he took the water eagerly, really feeling like he was about to die of thirst. Yunyan first went to see Qianai, then praised Schwani, and then went on to compliment others, making sure everyone felt appreciated. Ikaru was busy handing water to his brother and wiping his sweat, looking proud. "Truly my brother." In the second round, the contestants drew lots. Everyone reached into the box and pulled out slips of paper, which had the characters for brother, sister, or master written on them. This is... Kanaho blinked and wore an expectant smile on her face. Yunyan blinked, crossed her arms, leaned forward, and looked at the character in Nami's hand. Is this a collaborative competition in the second round? As a result, the next scene heightened everyone's expectations. It was still a long-distance run, but Nezuko directly picked up the bewildered Tanjiro like the wind and took off running. The Water Hashira group. Winky face. Kayajiro froze for a moment, steadily picked up his younger brother, and dashed out with total concentration breathing. On Kanaho's side, Kanaheim took the stage, carrying her younger sister on her back, still smiling as she ran out. Shinobu waved her hand and cheered them on. Sanemi frowned, clamped his brother under his arm with one hand, and showed a sinister smile, starting the race with a sprint like the wind, without any build-up or buffer. Yuakaru looked at his younger brother, who was the same height as him, fell into deep thought, and ultimately decided to carry Muichiro on his back. With Muichiru's bewildered expression, he dashed out fiercely. Yunyan sighed, really? How could they compare speed with her? Yunyan picked up Chuanmei with a smile and said, "Naimi, you have to hold on tight." "Yes." In the blink of an eye, Yunyan disappeared with Chuanmei from everyone's sight. This wasn't the scariest part. The frightening thing was that, apart from Nezuko, it was practically a competition between pillars. Yunyan and Shimi were like gods and demigods cheating with their powers. As pillars, they even resorted to sword techniques just to speed things up. Yunyan revealed a mysterious smile to them, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with everyone's complaints. Sorry, I'll go ahead first. The statue is moving." The shadow of the dragon covered him, and his speed directly increased tenfold. Everyone shouted in disbelief. Isn't this ability a bit too unfair? Shimaho let out a breath, a defiant smile on his face, veins popping out. I want to easily admit defeat. The speed of his demigod form was pushed to the limit. Charging his legs, he quickly caught up with Yunyan, neither of them willing to give way. However, it was tough for Chikami and Genmi, as the fierce wind made their tears fly, their faces contorted and twisted. Zenitsu and Inosuke, who were at the finish line, squinted their eyes, and the next second they were scared out of their wits. Yunyan and Shimi each brought their own cubs, charging like a flash of lightning with sparks flying. Then, a loud bang echoed as the smoke cleared, and Yunyan and Shimi arrived almost simultaneously, sending Zenitsu and Inosuke flying. Following them were the Takedo brothers, the Rengoku brothers, and the Kocho sisters, all arriving at the same time. Lastly, the Kamadu siblings showed up. At the award ceremony, Yunyan and Shimi nervously glanced at the soul exiting China Mimi and Genya, silently shifting their gaze. The Demon Slayer Sports Festival came to a successful conclusion. Chapter 132. Preparations for the next move. Yunyan stretched lazily, looking at the small square world beside her, pondering as she quickly stepped in to test the difficulty. There were a total of 4 levels. Upon entering the first level, according to her settings, it was Muzin at 1/4 of his strength. It didn't take long to defeat him and move on to the second level. The second level had some bugs where attacks would pass through the enemy even when they seemed to hit, so she quickly fixed that. The third level was fine, just a bit off in strength calibration, so she adjusted it again. In the fourth level, Yunyan fell silent, her vision impacted, but fortunately, there were no issues. Confirming that the training settings were stable, Yunyan exited the small square world and calculated the time. Tonight should be when Shinazugawa and Iguro first meet in Infinity Castle. The Hashira training had already started accepting applications, and Yunyan helped Kaname sign up before beginning her laid-back daily routine. While others were busy, she lived a life of leisure, sipping tea, playing with the crow named Long, and then tinkering with new dishes when she had nothing else to do. Thinking about the disappearance of Doma's soul, she guessed it must have been taken by that guy who infiltrated Hell. The soul left the body and entered Hell, heading straight for the location of Akaza. At this moment, Akaza had transformed back into Kayajiro, sitting beside Mitsuri and listening to Susumaru's ramblings. Upon seeing her, Susumaru quickly knelt on one knee and greeted. 5 pillars, Susamaru, greeting the emperor. Please be at ease, emperor. All right, we're at home, so why all the formalities? Yunyan looked at Komechi and said, I have something I want to discuss with you in detail. Are you available now? Komechi replied, of course. Your wife can listen in as well. The choice is yours. Komechi and Rinshua exchanged glances and nodded at Yunyan. Of course. What do you need me to do? Yunyan waved her hand, and Susue lowered her head and stepped back. She then gestured for Koma to sit beside her with Rinshua and softly said, Dongma is missing. He should now be outside of hell, having regained a physical form. What? Huh? How could this happen? Koma, holding Rinshue's slightly trembling shoulders, felt uneasy. All along, Rinshue had been a spirit following him, so she naturally understood the terrifying aspects of Dongma. Yunyan looked up at Komechi and said, Now, I would like to ask you for a favor. If possible, in the final battle, I want you to step in and help kill him. Of course, as a return gift, I will reduce your days of suffering and choose a good reincarnation identity for you. You will still be a couple. How about that? Komechi held Lianshue's hand, and Lianshue looked at him firmly. Husband, go ahead, protect more people. I will wait for you to come back. Komechi gazed at her determined expression. His pupils trembled slightly. He tightened his grip on her hand, pulled her into his embrace, and held her tightly. All right, wait for me. After that, we will never be apart again. Then he turned to Yunyan. I agree, but I don't want it to be a return gift. This is what I should do, and it is also my atonement for the sins of the past. The clouds of smoke rise to the lips. Good. When the time comes, I will let you out. Also, it starts now. You no longer have to be punished. Just live well with your wife in hell. I will have Susue take you to the living area. In hell, there are not only terrifying places, but also prosperous ones. Yunyan rose and disappeared before them, while Susue approached them with a smile, leading them away from the execution ground. After leaving hell, Yunyan received a letter from Shanshu and Yaozai. Looking at the content, Yunyan couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it would be if the Lord could join her army as a strategist. She would lose a lot less hair. After thinking about it, she realized that she hadn't visited the Inferno family for quite a long time. 06, let's get some good wine from the Space Mall and some skincare products. And we can pay a visit to the former flame pillar. Yunyan stood up, changed into the team uniform, and fastened a knife at her waist. All right. Suddenly thinking of Zenitsu, Yunyan paused for a moment. Oh, and let's find some good gifts and supplements. We also need to go to Peach Mountain. Oh, well. All right. With her things in hand, Yunyan knocked on the door of the Rengoku household. As expected, it was Senjuro who opened the door. In the yard, Shinjiro was practicing with Kyujiro, while Ruka was gently watching the father and son. It's Sister Yunyan. Please come in. A look of joy appeared on Senjiro's face as he quickly turned and shouted into the yard. Father, mother, brother, Sister Yunyan is here. Oh, is it Yunyan coming? Miss Kagaya. Ah, Yunyan has arrived. Come in. As soon as she entered, Yunyan faced 3 pairs of bright, piercing eyes belonging to the big, medium, and small owls, and she broke into a cold sweat. No matter how many times she saw them, she couldn't help but exclaim, the Rengoku family's genes are truly strong. With a gentle smile on her face, she slightly bowed and said, Then I will disturb you. Yunyan handed over the things he brought to Kaijuro Rengoku. Ruka sighed, showing a sense of helplessness, with a friendly smile in his eyes. You child, why are you still being so formal with us? Yunyan smiled and shook her head, saying that this wasn't being distant. It was a custom from her hometown. When visiting close elders, one must observe etiquette. I see. Thank you, Yunyan Liuhua said, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he took her hand and walked towards the house. Yunyan got straight to the point, and the Inferno family inside the room showed no hesitation after listening. Ryuka smiled and said, Leave it to Shujiro with confidence. No problem at all. Leave it to me. Yunyan stared at the two with a fierce gaze, then said, Before that, please be prepared and patiently wait for my communication. A rare, unusual emotion appeared in Akazukiru's eyes, and he slightly tightened his grip on his clothes. Yunyan made a brief stop at the Hell House before setting off to Peach Mountain. She wanted to protect the few family members that Zenitsu had left. Thinking of Zenitsu's scumbag senior brother, Yunyan couldn't help but frown. Upon entering Peach Mountain, Yunyan couldn't help but exclaim that this place was truly her ideal retirement spot. Just look at these plump peaches and the beautiful scenery. It was nothing short of comfortable. Walking through the peach orchard, Yunyan pondered that even though Zenitsu wasn't on the mountain at this time, it didn't mean that his so-called senior brother wasn't around. Sure enough, as she walked, she spotted a person lounging against a tree trunk, leisurely swinging their legs and munching on a peach. Yunyan immediately noticed the hook-shaped jade pendant around the person's neck. and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She no longer spared that person a glance and walked up the mountain. With a thud, a peach rolled to the ground, appearing at her feet. Yin Yin looked over with a cold expression. She saw the person in the tree initially wearing a face of malice, but upon recognizing her, panic replaced it as they hurriedly climbed down and bowed to her. "I'm terribly sorry, Lady Ice Pillar. I thought it was someone else intruding into Peach Mountain, which is why I was so rude." Yin Yin looked at him coldly, causing Kuiwe to break out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with panic. Wasn't it said that the Ice Pillar was the gentlest of all pillars? Why was there such a strong sense of oppression? Thinking of Yin Yin's achievements and strength, Kuiwe struggled to consider that rather than being a disciple of the retired Thunder Pillar, it would be better to find a way to become the Ice Pillar's adopted son. This way, he would become stronger. He would also have a brighter future. Thinking of Yin Yin's current adopted son, Kuiwe's face showed disdain. He had encountered that woman before, and she was nothing but a scatterbrain. She couldn't match him in strength and only relied on the current Wind Pillar accompanying her. Otherwise, how could she have become a Class A member in such a short time? Such a fool was utterly unworthy of being the Ice Pillar's adopted son. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was the most suitable person, and he couldn't help but straighten his back. After a long silence without a response, he looked up again and found that Yin Yin had long since walked far away, completely ignoring him. Kuiwe was stunned, his face replaced by unwillingness and resentment, his expression twisted. This woman, wasn't she just a pillar? How could she be so arrogant? Did she look down on him? Chapter 133. Dealing with Yin Yin looked at the old man chopping firewood outside and couldn't help but think of her master from childhood. He was also small in stature, with a full head of white hair but boundless energy. A smile unconsciously appeared on her lips as she picked up the gifts and walked over. "I'm sorry to interrupt. Nice to meet you, Mr. Sakashima. I am the current Ice Pillar, Jikwa Yin Yin." Standing in front of Sakashima-tsuman, Yin Yin bowed. The other party raised his head upon hearing her voice and quickly put down the axe in his hands. "Oh, I know you. No need for too much formality. Come in quickly. Thanks to you, the Lord's health has improved. How is the Lord now? What brings you here this time?" Yin Yin blinked, thinking he would ask about Zenitsu, but oh well, it was fine as it was. It was still the usual familiar routine. After a bit of small talk, Yin Yin handed him the letter and expressed her hope that he could join Shinjuro to protect the Lord's family while waiting for her news. Kaneo Sumitora rubbed his face, looking serious, and said, "Of course, no problem. This old body of mine can still be of use to the Lord. It's what I desire." Yin Yin knew that the person in front of him was upright and worthy of respect, which made his expression become serious. Then, there was one more thing to discuss. As they chatted until dusk, C.I. Wu Lang called for Kuai Yu. Seeing the surprised expression on Kuai Yu's face, he proposed to let Yin Yin take him away. Yin Yin Haisho, with an excited yet concealed expression, left with Kuai Yu. Long Fei went to the production house to communicate and called an emergency Hashira meeting overnight. Kuai Yu walked behind her, looking at her back with a proud gaze. As expected, she recognized his talent. Who knows what this woman was pretending during the day? Yin Yin walked slowly and steadily, watching Long Fei return with a smile on his lips. He raised his hand and tightly bound Kuai Yu with a golden chain. Kuai Yu fell to the ground, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, "What? Lord Ice Pillar, what are you doing?" Yin Yin looked down at him with a murderous gaze, causing Kuai Yu to break out in a cold sweat from the shock. The overwhelming pressure choked his voice in his throat. With a snap of his fingers, everything before Kuai Yu went pitch black, and he could not hear any sounds. It was as if the sound had been muted. Yin Yin lifted and carried him, rushing straight to the house of the production mansion. In the courtyard, everyone had gathered together, with Ubuyashiki, Wise Eye sitting quietly on a cushion, waiting for Yin Yin's arrival. It was strange to hold a meeting so late, especially since it was initiated by Yin Yin. Was there something urgent? Kwang Jin scratched his face, looking around but not seeing Yin Yin's figure. Shimi sat on the floor, resting his chin on his hand, shaking his leg, looking very unhappy. Unsure why he hadn't seen her all day. It was said to be related to Mr. Haimai Izumi, but what it was about, he didn't know. Keita crossed his arms and sighed, and everyone looked toward Haimai Izumi, who was shedding tears. The person involved had a bewildered expression, tears in the corners of his eyes, his hands clasped together rubbing the prayer beads, chanting Namu. "Everyone, sigh." Soon, Yin Yin entered with Kei Yake, casually throwing him to the ground. With a snap of her fingers, he regained his sight and hearing, and was able to speak again. At this moment, more than a dozen gazes in the courtyard fell on him, and Kei Yake was not feeling well at all. These people in this place, are they all Hashira? The The person at the top is. K-Yake swallowed hard. Due to the dim night, he couldn't see the figure not far away clearly. Yunyan rubbed her neck and said, "My lord, the person mentioned in the letter is him, isn't it? You've worked hard, Yunyan." Chuan Yasiki Thai Saif. His eyes filled with sadness. "Child, I have a question I hope you can answer. You see, this person, do you remember him?" Kigaku followed the direction of his finger, and his eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. "It's him. He has clearly been trying so hard to avoid this." He suddenly looked at Yunyan, his gaze seeming to want to devour her, but the next second, his head was struck with a heavy punch. Shimi's furious roar rang in his ears. "You damn thing. What kind of look is that?" Shimi stood in front of Yunyan, glaring at the corpse of Kigaku on the ground with an unfriendly gaze. He didn't hold back with that punch, causing Kigaku to see stars. His forehead hit the ground directly, instantly bleeding. Seeing him like this, Chuan Yashiki Zai felt an immense sadness in his heart. Yunyan does not lie, so everything in the letter is true. Yet, he actually allowed such a person to join the Demon Slayer Corps. As the Lord, he is truly negligent. Yunyan patted Shimi's shoulder, and Shimi snorted, wrapping her arms around her waist, just slightly shifting her body to the side. Yunyan leaned against Shimi with crossed arms and coldly spoke. There was once a child who, despite being adopted by a kind-hearted monk, took advantage of the monk's blindness to steal the incense money from the temple. The child only wanted to satisfy their hunger and was discovered by other children, leading to their expulsion, which left them resentful. That night, when encountering a malevolent ghost in the woods, the child made a pact with the ghost to destroy the temple's wisteria incense burner, allowing the ghost to consume everyone in the temple. Because the monk was blind, the children tried to escape to seek help, and some attempted to drive away the ghost with farming tools, but without exception, they all died. To protect the last child, the blind monk fought the ghost barehanded until dawn. The child was too young and traumatized to express themselves clearly, resulting in the monk being imprisoned. You might think the monk would die that day, but unexpectedly, he was bailed out, joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and became a Hashira. Yet this experience left him fearful of children. 3 years later, a girl named Sayaka sent a letter. It was this letter, along with the souls of those children, that helped him resolve his inner turmoil and find redemption. Yunyan lowered his head, a layer of frost in his eyes, while the culprit pretended to be a wandering child. Deceiving others, seeking sympathy, and with a mouth full of lies, joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He persecuted his teammates, disregarding the lives of his comrades who fought alongside him, even using his companions as bait for the demons, killing them together. Koyuki, if you go to hell. Even the Avicii hell would not be enough to contain your worthless existence. Every word struck deeply into the hearts of everyone present. Sorrowful Ming turned his head sharply. Though he could not see, his strong perception still allowed him to lock on a Koyuki on the ground. Namu. It turns out this matter was not just a coincidence of the same name, but it really is you. The young monk did not understand. Koyuki, why are you doing this? Tears streamed from his eyes, filled with endless sadness and anger despite his blindness. Now, thinking back, his heart was filled only with endless sorrow. How innocent those children were, how innocent those teammates were. Shimi's veins bulged, wishing to draw his sword and cut down Koyuki right then and there. The expressions of the crowd turned cold. They hated such people the most, those who do not value life, selfish and self-serving scum. Koyuki lay on the ground, laughing lowly. So what? I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Those useless ones should fulfill their role as useless beings. If they die, so what? They're just a bunch of useless beings. A group that is dispensable. Worthless. I am a genius. It is their honor to die for me. Say that again. Shimi directly grabbed him, looking at him with a twisted face, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. Yunyan gently placed her hand on his arm and coldly spoke. Calm down. She looked up at Kanasaki Zai. My lord, please give the order. Izumi, displeased, threw the person to the ground, but couldn't help but kick Kageyama, sending him spitting out a mouthful of blood. Except for Yunyan, everyone else knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Please give the order, my lord. Kanasaki Zai, filled with sorrow, spoke in a gentler tone, deprive Kageyama of his rank as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and expel him from the team. The rest, Yunyan, I leave to you. All right, I understand. Kanasaki Zai, with tears in his eyes, felt it was his fault that those children lost their lives for no reason. He felt guilty towards those vibrant and confident children. Once the Lord left, Yunyan directly took charge, let it all out, and after you're done, I'll take him to hell. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and gathered around, mercilessly punching and kicking him. When Kageyama had only one breath left, Yin raised her hand, and black flames instantly engulfed him. In the golden chains, only Kageyama's soul remained. Yin curled her finger, and a white skeletal gate rose from the ground. Yin Miao led him to the limitless punishment. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl stepped out from the gate, wearing a long gown of cloud brocade. She respectfully knelt on one knee before her, saying, 10 generals. Yin Miao pays respects to the emperor. Please be at ease, your majesty. I will carry out my orders. She then took the still babbling Kuai Yu away. Because it was too noisy, just before entering the gate to hell, Yin Miao smiled, and in front of everyone, she reached out and directly tore off his tongue. Holding the still, bleeding tongue in one hand and the fainting Kuai Yu's soul in the other, she entered the gate of hell. Everyone. Yin. Chapter 134. The troublemaker has arrived. Because of her unfortunate and overly bloody subordinate, Yin was forced to listen to a lengthy lecture. Rather than a lecture, it was more like a group of people worrying about whether her mental state was still normal. The others had patrol duties, and after a while they all dispersed, leaving only Shimi and Quangjin in the courtyard. Yin crossed his arms and stared at Shimi, making him break out in a cold sweat. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Yin narrowed her eyes, suddenly darting behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her hands against his chest, and then starting to knead. Kubo Kinzuya, winky face, Shina Zugawa Sanemi. His restless hands were grasped by him, and Sanemi's whole body turned a shade of crimson, slightly arching his back, his body trembling. What are you doing? Yin narrowed her eyes. As expected, you've been training behind my back, right? Your chest muscles have gotten bigger. Hey, is that really what you're focused on? And can you please be more discreet in public? Shimi felt so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Yin reluctantly let go of her hand and distanced herself from him. All right. Yin left quickly with his hands behind his back, leaving Shimi, whose face was flushed red, and Quangjin, who was in a daze, in a state of confusion in the wind. Yin walked down the street, where the shops were still open and a few people were strolling along. Occasionally, members of the Demon Slayer Corps patrolled by. Hey, are you serious? You actually like that super fierce and super aggressive wind Hashira? I really don't know what you're thinking. TCH, you don't understand. That day, I saw the wind Hashira walking with the ice Hashira, and the wind Hashira actually showed such a gentle smile. Originally, I joined the Demon Slayer Corps because the wind Hashira saved me. At first, I was worried that he only knew training, but now it seems I'm not incapable either. You should stop thinking about it. There are only 2 wind Hashiras, and both of them already have partners. The one you like, the immortal river Hashira, is paired with the ice Hashira. So what? I'm not necessarily worse than the ice Hashira. Even if I can't match his strength, someone like the ice Hashira, who is so unattainable, definitely isn't suited for marriage. I could do everything, be it cooking or housework. It's a piece of cake for me. Besides, my family background is not bad. I even went to school. Huh? Really? Of course. I'm very confident that I can win the wind Hashira's heart. Well, whatever you say. Yin leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, quietly listening to the 2 team members chatting, her eyes flickering slightly. This little girl is quite bold in her remarks. Has she been to school? Indeed, in this era, those who can attend school are typically wealthy and privileged. Logically, Yin should dismiss the other person's thoughts, but she chose to ignore them instead. Instead, she smirked with a wicked sense of humor, finding it quite interesting. Strolling back to the courtyard, she leaned against a pillar while drinking wine, looking up at the round moon in the sky. Let her take a good look at how you used your actions to snatch Shimi away. In peaceful days, one must find something entertaining to watch. 06 lifted its eyelids and yawned. It had been wandering on the rooftops all the way and had also heard the warrior's remarks. To this, 06 could only say one thing: wishful thinking and overestimating oneself. Compared to money, an ancient god that has lived for tens of thousands of years and commands millions of troops, is there a shortage of money? With just a casual move, they could buy half the kingdom of heaven, all right. Moreover, the 9 nether realm is the richest in the divine realm. Household chores, cooking? 06's mind slowly popped up with question marks. As far as it knew, as long as Shimi was around, Yin had never touched anything. According to him, I have hands and feet. I don't need a woman to serve me. Go play elsewhere. 06 curled its lips. Well, there is something to watch now. What neither the person nor the cat knew was that just after they left, the 2 team members encountered trouble. The girl, who had vowed to catch Shimi, was turned into a puppet under the black-robed man's control. A pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with a scarlet light as she blankly stared at her companion's dismembered body at her feet, revealing a strange smile. In the next moment, a cold light flickered on her body, and blood gushed from her abdomen, arms, and legs. This startled the patrolling crow, and that night, Yun was forced to go into action. By the time she arrived, Ian had already been in emergency rescue. Yun furrowed her brows, the air filled with a scent she despised to the core. She lowered her gaze at the girl, unsure of what she was thinking. Inside the butterfly house, the girl had escaped danger and entered the ward. Yun leaned against the wall, staring at the girl sleeping on the bed, although it wasn't obvious. She carried that same scent. 06 was wagging its tail, sitting on her shoulder. Yun, there's something off about this girl. Yun's eyes flickered slightly as she turned and walked out of the hospital room. Leave it to me, 06 said, disappearing in an instant and slipping into the darkness, hiding her presence as she focused on the girl in the hospital bed. Back at the residence, Yun changed out of her team uniform and soaked in a hot bath, lifting her hand to brush her bangs back. Leaning against the side of the bathtub, she closed her eyes. Slowly exhaling, she opened her eyes again, revealing a deep darkness within them. That brat? Is she trying to stir up trouble? Since trouble is what she wants, then patience is required. Yun was not in a hurry. As a fox, she would eventually reveal her tail. She went about her usual patrols or shopping, doing what needed to be done. However, on this day, Yun received an outdoor mission, and among the team was that girl. Her gaze fell lightly on the girl, who noticed her attention and revealed a gentle smile. Thank you for saving me that night, Lord Ice Pillar. My name is Hanyan Hinata. I look forward to your guidance on this mission. Yun looked at the awkward smile on her face, which seemed like a deliberate imitation of her own smile. She maintained a professional fake smile without showing any signs. No need to thank me, anyway. I didn't arrive in time that night. Benai Rena's smile stiffened for a moment. Then she appeared helpless, with a hint of grievance. Lord Ice Pillar. Did you say that because you heard my bold statement that night? Everyone perked up their ears, unable to resist the gossip. Yun raised her eyebrows and said, that being said, I'm curious to know what you said. Ben Yi Rihai's face instantly turned red, nervously clutching her clothes. I mean, I have feelings for Lord Bukichuan. I want to pursue Lord Bukichuan. Everyone, winky face so bold, to say such things in front of someone's girlfriend. Yun blinked and crossed her arms, laughing. Oh, this? It's up to you. But I didn't arrive on time, so there's no need to hold a grudge against me for that. Then she walked ahead. All right, let's set off. The sooner we finish the task, the sooner we can come back and rest. Yun ran ahead, a mischievous smile in her eyes, retreating to advance. How low level. I really overestimated her. Chapter 135. The magic artifact creates dreams, entering Yun's past world. Entering the task area, everyone remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yun leisurely walked in the front, while Benai Riri walked at the back, her head lowered, making it hard to see her expression. In a position where others couldn't see, she revealed a mischievous smile and silently mouthed, come. Several shadows flickered by, and Yun's eyes flashed slightly. The shadows appeared like ghosts, charging towards the team members. In the next second, they were engulfed in white flames. Yun raised his hand, the palm glowing with a flickering flame that was white with golden streaks. It really is a very low-level tactic, just some random little things, and it's surprising that you would use them. Yun glanced sideways, looking at Ben Yi Rina in the crowd with disdain, causing everyone to be startled and instinctively pull away from her. In a flash, Yun moved closer and stood firmly. No joking around. Hugging the thigh of Ice Pillar Lord is the way to survive. A crack appeared on Ben Yi Rina's face, her head tilted in a strange manner, wondering how this could be, as it was specifically arranged for you. Yun frowned, and in the next moment, the position they occupied was enveloped in darkness. Yun instinctively used her divine power to send her teammates away. She was left alone, shrouded in darkness. The teammates struggled to get up and saw Yun trapped inside a black sphere of light, motionless. Lord Ice Pillar, everyone exclaimed, hurriedly attacking the black sphere. Their blades could not cut through, and they were instead knocked to the ground. Benai Rina began to spit blood violently, as if she were a marionette, her limbs twisting grotesquely. Blood flowed continuously, frightening everyone to the point where their hair stood on end. They didn't see a demon, but a real ghost. However, no one had the time to care about her, as they anxiously tried to break the light sphere. What do we do? What do we do? We can't break it open at all. Hurry, let the Shiyu go deliver a message to Lord Immortal Chuan. Yes. Also send a message to the nearby pillars. The Shiyu flew away, rushing to deliver the message as quickly as possible. The smoke was wrapped in a black sphere, frowning as he watched the flames in his palm extinguish, feeling a discomforting weakness from the sealed divine power. He looked around with furrowed brows, drew his knife, and swung it, only for the blade to be swallowed by the darkness. TSK, this is troublesome. He thought about searching for the formation, but only felt his eyelids grow heavy. Shaking his head, he ruthlessly struck his arm with the knife. The pain brought his awareness back as he walked in the darkness, unable to see the end. A sense of exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and whispers of temptation filled his ears. Sleep, just sleep. Once you fall asleep, everything will be better, everything will be resolved. Sleep now, quickly sleep, and everything will change. Yun Yin gritted her teeth, her eyes blood-red, and her brilliant golden pupils flickered. Damn it, this cursed beast actually used a magical artifact. Now she understood what this thing was, a dream-manipulating magical artifact, specifically designed to target gods. No matter how resolute a god's will is, as long as they stay inside for long enough, they will inevitably fall into a deep sleep. Their souls will be forever trapped in the past, and if no one enters with their soul to awaken the sleeping god, then the ensnared god will remain in eternal slumber until the end approaches and they fall. Yun exhaled a breath, to avoid falling asleep. Whenever she couldn't hold on any longer, she would give herself a cut. Breaking through the magical device also required time, and given her current situation, it was simply more difficult. The formation was extremely hard to find. Yun gritted her teeth, her arms and legs covered in wounds. Each step was excruciating. Damn it! The moment she saw the formation, Yun swung her knife, and in the instant it broke open. She could no longer hold on and closed her eyes, losing consciousness. Shimi and Quangjin hurried over, just in time to see Yun breaking the black ball and falling forward. Looking at her, covered in scars and unconscious, Shimi felt his breath catch and rushed over to hold her in his arms. His eyes widened as he looked at her white and blue Haori, stained with blood. His hands trembling. Yun, Kyuso, where's In? How much longer until they arrive? What the hell is going on? Quangjin looked at the girl on the ground, almost twisted into a ball, his brows furrowing as he glanced at the nearby teammates who looked nearly dumbfounded. Can someone explain this? The one with a bit more courage trembled as he recounted what happened to Quangjin. Shimi's eyes were bloodshot as he held the person tightly. He had already understood. It was the person that 06 and Yun had mentioned. It must be him. In and the others rushed over urgently to treat Yun's wounds, and everyone hurried back to the butterfly house overnight. On the way, Quangjin discovered 06 tied up like a silkworm cocoon with puppet strings and speechlessly rescued it to bring to the butterfly house. Kanaho treated Yun's wounds and came out with a frown. The injuries on Yun's body were self-inflicted, probably to resist some kind of hypnotic attack. Shimi lost his grip and crushed the window frame. 06 rushed over. It's a magical device for dreaming. It's over. How could this thing appear? The next moment, it was picked up and met with Shimi's furious gaze. What is that thing? Speak clearly. 06 swallowed hard, terrified, its entire body trembling, and shakily explained the function of the dream device. Quangjin and Kanaho looked shocked. So that means if the soul enters her memory world, it can bring her back, right? Not entirely. She must also realize that this is in her memories, that it's a dream. 06 looked at Shimi, who suddenly calmed down and found him even scarier. Quangjin and Kanaho approached the bedside, while Shimi stood at the door, his head lowered, his face hidden in shadow. Only those close to her can do this. I don't know if I meet the criteria. Kanaho held Yun's hand. They were very good friends in the past, and even more so now. 06 thought for a moment, about to speak, when Shimi strode over. I'm going now. Hurry up and tell me what I need to do. 06 paused for a moment, looked up at him. Are you sure? You might really die. Stop with the bullshit. Hurry. 06 pointed to the nearby bed. Lie down and close your eyes. I'll operate it. During this time, someone must watch over the three of us. Kanaho and Quangjin exchanged serious glances and nodded. Kanaho went to have Tsujikage notify Yashiki Zai and the other Hashira. Today is the first night, and Quangjin stayed behind to take care of them. 06 took out a talisman, whispering spells as Shimi closed his eyes. Soon, he felt his soul spinning in a chaotic whirlwind, struggling through the dizziness. He opened his eyes to find himself standing outside a village. 06 was wobbling at his feet, quickly standing straight, then it was dumbfounded. What the hell? That bastard is ruthless. He actually modified the magical device. Shimi was startled and looked down at it. What do you mean? 06 was enveloped in dark energy. That guy. If the previous dream device entered memories now, the dream directly connected with the real past. Yunyan's soul is trapped in her past body, reliving it. This is to severely damage her soul. Yunyan's spirit already had cracks and couldn't withstand further damage. Another hit, and she would surely die. Shimi's eyes widened, a chill running through his heart. Hey, you should know what Yunyan looked like as a child, right? Take me to find her now. 06 looked at itself. Then at him. It won't work. We're spirits now. We probably don't have the chance to manifest yet, but you can rest assured, since we're here, we can definitely stop that guy's scheme, according to the flow of time. Even if we waste 10,000 years here, only 1 or 2 nights will have passed in the outside world. We still have plenty of opportunities. TSK, stop talking nonsense. Let's go find her. Oh, take this pill first. Otherwise, you won't understand the language here. Oh, Shimi grabbed 06 with one hand and swallowed the pill, running in the direction 06 pointed. Chapter 136. Arena slaughter of wolves walking in the village. Everything was unfamiliar to Shimi. Although it was novel, he was more anxious to find Yunyan. Over there, that little girl over there. Following 06 direction, Shimi ran over and suddenly widened his eyes, frozen in place. It looked like a girl of only 3 or 4 years old, wearing tattered hemp clothes, her face dirty, with countless bruises on her exposed skin. At this moment, her hair was being gripped by a woman, ruthlessly throwing her to a man with yellow teeth and a lecherous appearance. This worthless thing is yours, as promised. Not a single penny less than 100 taels. Don't worry, the arena loves kids like this. She looks tough enough. I'll give you 10 more taels. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled widely, her eyes disappearing. Well then, I'll be leaving. The young Yen widened her eyes and desperately grabbed the woman's pants, pleading, Mother, please don't sell me to the arena. I could do more work. I can go out and earn silver. I could do anything. Please, mother. I slap. A crisp sound echoed as Yen was slapped to the ground by the woman, her cheek swollen and her lip broken. The woman looked at her with disdain. I'm not your mother. You're no longer part of our family. Besides, I never even gave you a name. A worthless thing. How can you compare to my son? What can you earn? Get lost. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. The woman twisted her waist, satisfied with the silver, and left, while Yen remained stunned on the ground. Shimi felt he couldn't breathe, his heart aching as if it were tightly gripped by a hand. How dare she? How could she dare? Kyuso, that damn woman. Shimi was furious and wanted to strike, but he found himself passing through the woman's body, feeling powerless in an instant. 06 remained silent. Even though it had seen Yunyan's memories once, it couldn't help but feel angry now. The toothless man sneered, grabbing Yunyan's hair. Don't think about it. From today on, you're the beast of the arena. Let go of me. Get off me. Yunyan struggled, biting hard on Yawazi's hand while crying. Yawazi, in pain, threw her to the ground and kept kicking her while cursing. Yunyan covered her head with her hands. Her small body curled up, desperately holding back the pain without a sound. Shimi's eyes were about to burst with anger. Stop. But no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. He could only keep passing through. In the end, he helplessly knelt in front of Yunyan, tears falling uncontrollably. Trembling, he reached out to touch that small yet scarred figure. Yunyan was taken to the arena, thrown into a cage like a wild beast. Inside the cage, there were several other people who, upon seeing her thrown in, showed no reaction and continued to curl up in their corners. The entire cage was filled with a heavy sense of despair. Yunyan propped herself up with her body, which was on the verge of falling apart from the pain. Her eyes swollen to the point where she could only open them a crack. Each one of them was older than her, with a robust physique, and a sense of despair spread within her. Why? After all, she was also the biological child of her mother. She had always been obedient, eating only one steamed bun a day, completing all the household chores alone, not fighting or competing, even giving her room to her brother and sleeping with the cows in the barn. Why was she still abandoned? Tears fell in large drops as her small body curled up in the corner, trembling helplessly. Shimi gritted his teeth, his eyes red as he held her in his arms, trying to comfort her, even though he knew he couldn't touch her now. Lu was crying, sitting beside Yunyan, just like Shimi, trying to use her own way to reach out, even if it meant passing through her body. Bang! The cage was open the next day, and a dagger fell in front of her as the arena guards looked at her with arrogance. Little girl, it's time to go on stage. I advise you to hold on to the dagger and not drop it, but with someone like you, you won't survive anyway. Yunyan stared blankly as he left, lowering her head to look at the dagger beside her, trembling as she reached to pick it up. The dagger, which could only be held with both hands, felt unexpectedly heavy. Sigh, little girl, I hope you can survive. Yun Yin turned to look, and in the neighboring cage, an old man sighed. His gaze filled with pity as he looked at her. Yun Yin swallowed hard and was pushed out. The large door slowly opened, and there were a total of 50 people entering with her. Opposite them were the starving wolves that had been locked up for days. Next, let us witness the battle between humans and beasts. It's uncertain whether all these people will end up in the bellies of the wolves that have been hungry for half a month, or if some will manage to kill all these starving wolves. Let us wait and see. In the air, a man dressed in a brocade robe shouted, and Yun Yin widened her eyes, looking at the man in disbelief. Is this person flying? Why? How? There was no time to think further. The door holding the wolves opened, and the hungry wolves, eyes gleaming, charged madly towards the crowd. The smoke only had time to turn its head before being splattered with blood, its beautiful eyes wide open, the ink-colored pupils splattered with red. Before it lay a sea of scarlet, and in its ears were the sounds of screams. The smoke from her breath came in quick bursts. Her head hung stiffly down. The man who had just stood beside her had his arm bitten off by a wolf and lay on the ground screaming in agony. Behind her, the sound of a hungry wolf's breathing came, as she turned her head numbly to find a starving wolf staring intently at her. Her small body was like a sesame seed compared to a watermelon in front of the hungry wolf. Fear made her retreat, trembling. No, don't come any closer. Help! The wolf had already pounced towards her. Shimi and 06's eyes widened in horror as they ran towards her, but were pierced through by the wolf. Yun Yin closed her eyes tightly, wildly swinging her dagger, stabbing it into the hungry wolf's eye. She was instinctively knocked away by the wolf and crashed hard to the ground. With an empty stomach, she had no strength, and years of hunger had left her malnourished. She had also suffered serious injuries before coming here, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, tears streaming down her face. The people on the scene were being torn apart and devoured by the hungry wolves. Even if one was killed, 4 or 5 others would pounce on the ground to share the feast. Yun Yin cried, gritting her teeth, why? I just want to survive. Why does it have to be like this? Her small body seemed to suddenly erupt, a surge of heat bursting from her dantian, and her inky black eyes were tinged with gold. She picked up the long knife beside her, gripped it tightly in both hands, and mercilessly beheaded the first hungry wolf that came back. The clouds roared as if they had completely lost their consciousness, wielding a knife, and the arena suddenly fell silent from the mockery. Everyone was shocked as they watched Yun Yin fighting with the starving wolf, seeing her stab the knife into the throat of the last starving wolf. Her small body was drenched in blood, as if she had just been pulled out from the blood water. The ground was covered with the bodies of starving wolves and humans, incomplete and with white bones. Yun Yin swayed unsteadily, standing in the arena, her consciousness hazy as she lifted her head. The sun shone down on her, causing her to squint. It was so dazzling. After a moment of silence, a thunderous cheer erupted in the arena. The last consciousness of Yun Yin was taken away by a group of people in white robes. Shimi and 06 stood frozen, staring at her. 06's eyes widened. This was different from the memory it had seen at that time. Yun Yin was afraid of scaring it. So at that time, she didn't show it the whole thing. Chapter 137. 4 years in the arena. When she opened her eyes again, she was still in that dark cage. Slowly sitting up, she looked at her body, which was covered in bandages. Beside her was a steamed bun made of white flour and a bowl of salty pickled congee. In the cage, there was no one else but her. Yun Yin blinked her eyes, tears once again filling her eyes, as she picked up a steamed bun and devoured it hungrily. The bloody scene played in her mind, making her retch uncontrollably, yet she couldn't bring herself to vomit. She swallowed the bun hard and took big gulps of the white porridge with pickled vegetables. She had to live. She had to survive. Suddenly, something rolled over from the cage next door. Yun Yin looked down through her tears and saw it was an egg. She lifted her head, sniffed, and saw the old man she had spoken to last time. The old man sighed, leaned against the cage, and puffed on his pipe, slowly exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Eat, come back alive. You have a strong fate. Live well. Yun Yin quietly thanked, picked up the egg, thought for a moment, and didn't peel it, finishing it in 2 bites along with the shell. The egg was a bit rotten, but it could fill her stomach. The eggshell was also nutritious, as she had heard her mother, who sold things, say before. After finishing her meal, Yun Yin curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, silently shedding tears. The old man glanced at her, noticing a trace of spirit about her, his murky eyes filled with surprise. Little girl, are you interested in learning something? Yun Yin raised her head, wiped her tears, and looked at him in confusion. In the adjacent cage, only an old man remained. The old man was very aged, but when he turned around, Yin was so scared that her hair stood on end. Not a human. The old man scratched his head and said, "Oh, don't be afraid. I'm from the demon clan. I sense a trace of spiritual power in you. You should be able to cultivate. How about it? Are you considering learning something?" Yin bit her lip, feeling a bit scared, but still asked softly, "If I learn, can I survive?" "Okay, I'll learn." Yin immediately knelt down in front of the old man and gave a solid bow, pleading, "Please teach me." The old man smiled, but his smile carried malice. "Of course," he replied. Shimi, seeing the old man's insidious grin, hurriedly tried to reach out to Yin. "Yin, no, that guy's not a good person. He doesn't really want to help you. Yin, don't trust that old scoundrel." Both the person and the cat were on the verge of losing their minds. When would the opportunity to reveal themselves come? The old man, using some unknown means, entered Yin's cage and started living with her. Yin was being instructed by the elders to train every day. Body techniques and the absorption of spiritual energy, nothing was left out. Finally, after half a month, Yin was once again on the battlefield. This time, it was a battle of 100 people against lions and tigers. Yin held the dagger in her hand, lowering her gaze and gritting her teeth. "It's fine, don't be afraid, everything is for survival." It was still as bloody as ever. Yin was once again gravely injured, exhausted and kneeling on the ground. After about a dry heaving, she smiled. She had survived once again. The cheers and shouts didn't matter. She just wanted to live. When she woke up again, an old man was smoking a pipe and handed her a copper medal. This was her identity. "You have won 2 matches in a row. And now you can have your own identity tag. This is the name given to you by the arena." Yin looked down at the sign, which had a blood character written on it. After putting away the sign, Yin continued to eat as ravenously as usual. The old man lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Winning 1,000 matches in a row can earn you your freedom from the arena." Yin paused for a moment while eating, then continued to eat quickly, already having made up her mind. She wanted to win 1,000 matches in a row. She wanted to leave this place. The old man naturally knew what she was thinking, and in a place where she couldn't see, he smiled, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Shimi's veins bulged as he sat helplessly beside Yin. He and 06 couldn't do anything right now. He glared at the old man fiercely, wishing he could stab him with a knife. This damn old man. What scheme is he plotting? Yin seemed to have lost her voice after that, and she never spoke again. Silently following the old man's teachings, she trained herself every day, absorbing spiritual energy to refine her body. This time, in just 10 days, she was once again arranged to take the stage. Facing the charging beasts, Yin no longer felt the fear she once had. Instead, her heart was calm. Amidst the screams and wails, her eyes were filled with dead silence. In the 3rd match, she won again. Though she was hurt more severely, she still gritted her teeth and held on, healing her injuries and returning to the cage. Day after day, year after year. 3 years later, 7-year-old Yin had become famous in the arena. Everyone who came to the arena specifically wanted to see bloody battles. Yin, with a cold expression, walked onto the arena holding a dagger. She looked at the roaring beast in front of her, and almost without any effort, won the battle. Back in the cage, eating her meal, she calculated in her mind that today was the 700th match. Only 300 more to go. Just a bit more, just a bit more. The old man looked at her meaningfully. In the dead of night, as Yin slept on a pile of straw, the old man opened his eyes, revealing a chilling smile. 1,000 matches would allow her to leave, and he was just 1 match away from his goal. He was waiting. In his eyes, Yin was a great supplement radiating golden light. After 1,000 matches in the 100-person duel, he would kill her, consume her. And not only would he be able to leave, but he would also enhance his cultivation. Yin opened her eyes sharply, feeling the malice and killing intent. She frowned deeply. With her back turned to the old man, a flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. No matter who you are, even if you're the professor who taught her survival skills, as long as you want to kill her and show her even a hint of killing intent and malice, it doesn't matter. Yin tightened her grip on her dagger, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes. Then let them all die. Shimi stared in shock at Yin before him. The long companionship had long since overturned his understanding. 06 fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. "Chuan, do you know why some say that when Yin is gentle, she always retorts?" Shimi remained silent, the pain in his eyes becoming tangible as he clenched the fabric over his heart. How could he not understand? In his memory, Yin was incredibly strong but resembled a lazy tiger, holding back her true power, much like the sun that could scorch everything but chose to control itself to warm others. The current Yin, however, was like a starving wolf pushed to the brink, ready to snap someone's throat at any moment. 6 months later, Yin Yin calculated that after 100 more matches, she would reach the final one. A hint of a smile appeared on her usually expressionless face. Yet on this day, the old man spoke up, saying he had nothing more to teach. She returned to the cage next door. Yin Yin simply thanked him lightly and continued her daily training in the cage. At 8 years old, the arena welcomed an unexpected family, the royal family of the Nine Nether Kingdom. Due to reports from subordinates, it was discovered that there was human trafficking at the Nine Nether border, as well as a cancerous existence of an arena. In order to eradicate it, the royal family personally got involved. On this day, Yin Yin faced her final match, a 100-person duel. Standing in the arena, Yin Yin looked at the old man drooling over her, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Just as she suspected, after 4 whole years, Yin Yin had come to understand that no one in the arena truly wanted to help you. Everyone had their own agendas. But over these 4 years, having become accustomed to life and death, she had only fought against animals. Now, it was time for them to slaughter each other. Yin Yin couldn't help but tremble her hands, gripping her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She thought, don't be afraid, don't be scared. You have to live. You must survive. But when the fight actually started, Yin Yin still dodged. She still didn't want to kill. She didn't want her freedom to be obtained through murder. Continuously using her spiritual power to push away or knock down those attacking her, she hesitated to draw her blade. Her gaze searched everywhere, wondering if, amidst the chaos, she could make a direct escape. Just as she was looking for a way out, a long knife flew from behind and pierced straight through her right shoulder. Yin Yin knelt on the ground, his face pale, and with a fierce expression, he turned his head to see the once kind old man approaching with a sinister grin. He raised his hand to grip the hilt of the knife, ruthlessly pulled it out, and threw the long knife aside, slowly standing up. Blood spread out, soaking a large area of the black cotton short shirt. The old man licked his lips and said, "Just admit defeat. You think I would teach you anything good? You can't beat me." Yin Yin looked at him coldly, gripping the dagger tightly in her hand. The sound of drums and horns came from outside the arena. The fighting suddenly stopped, and a tall, handsome man with a strong and resolute appearance stood up in the spectator seats. A powerful pressure swept over the surroundings, and his voice, mixed with spiritual energy, echoed in the air. "Jiuyo army, heed my command. Cleanse the arena. Rescue the people." Yin Yin slightly opened her eyes. What does it mean? In the next moment, a cold light flashed by, and Yin Yin suddenly dodged, a cut appearing on her face. The old man had a face full of rage. "Damn it. Why did you come now and not sooner? No one can stop me from advancing in my cultivation." The demonic energy surged, and Yin Yan's eyes widened, fear enveloping her. Yet unexpectedly, it excited her. The old man transformed, and an ugly, lizard-like creature appeared before her. The ruler of the Nine Nether Kingdom above sighed, sensing trouble, and was about to take action when he saw Yin Yin move. With a dagger in hand, she spun it in a flourish, her figure like a ghost, quickly evading the attacks and almost instantly leaving numerous wounds on the demon. Yin Yin had an excited smile on his face. Not human great. Then let's see who can survive. Without spiritual techniques, without martial skills, relying solely on his own combat experience and speed. His spiritual power could only unleash basic attacks. Yet this 8-year-old child managed to chop the demon into pieces. Yin Yin slowly stood up, expressionless as she pushed her arm back through the skin and bone. Looking down at the demon's head beneath her feet, she coldly spoke, "Master, I won. Thank you for your guidance." This scene shocked the soldiers on the field and the royal family above. That demon had a cultivation level comparable to that of a half-step golden core. This child, with a cultivation level that seemed only to be at the early stage of foundation establishment. An 8-year-old at the early stage of foundation establishment, relying solely on skills and experience to defeat a demon ranked higher than herself. This child is a genius. Chapter 138, The Happy Warm Sun. The painful beginning. The spiritual energy in the beast fighting arena was thin. Yin Yin took only 4 years to transform from a naive girl into a foundation establishment cultivator. She herself was unaware of this. But just when she thought she could leave, an unexpected event occurred. Explosions began to erupt in the beast fighting arena. Yin Yin widened her eyes as the survivors were blown into fragments, flames soaring into the sky. In the distance, she saw a figure falling from the high altitude, heading straight for the ground. Instinctively, she rushed over, gathered her strength, and leaped to catch the figure securely. She held onto her and quickly moved to a safe place. The woman was dressed in luxurious clothing, a stark contrast to Yunyan's dirty appearance. The woman was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently at her and said, "Thank you, little girl." Yunyan was stunned, feeling the soft and warm palm of a woman gently stroking her face. A man's urgent voice came, Madam, are you all right? It's all my fault. I should have been more careful." Yunyan raised her head to see the man who was giving orders. The king's eyes lit up even more when he saw that it was Yunyan who had saved his wife. Such a talented individual, so young and kind-hearted. He must take her back properly. "Thank you for saving my wife, young lady. Do you have a place to go?" Yunyan pressed her lips together, watching him warily. The national lord helped his wife to her feet, looking at her like a little beast, and laughed heartily. "Don't be afraid. Don't mind that I don't look much like a good person. I am the ruler of our Jiuyo kingdom. So what do you think? Do you want to come with me? I promise to provide you with food and shelter, give you clothes to wear, teach you cultivation and body refinement, and guarantee that you won't lose out." Yunyan took 2 steps back. Despite the surrounding flames soaring into the sky, it did not affect them at all. Looking up at the person in front of her, Yunyan coldly said, "What do you want me to do?" Hearing this, both of them were taken aback. The monarch reacted and hesitantly replied, "I am already the ruler of a nation. What else do I need you to do?" Yunyan pursed her lips, furrowing her brow. Without any ulterior motives, she wouldn't extend a helping hand. The monarch and his wife exchanged glances, both thinking of their child at home, feeling a pang in their hearts. Such a small child, in this cruel arena, and at the mercy of these heartless people. What kind of inhumane act is this? As they looked at each other, they found their answer in each other's eyes. The lady looked at her gently and kindly, squatting down to meet her gaze. "We do not have a daughter. We have always wanted a daughter to accompany us. Would you be willing?" Yunyan looked at them in confusion. "Picking up a daughter at the Colosseum? You are really strange. The monarch is also quite unreasonable, just going all out. Oh, just say whether you're willing or not. We just happen to be here." Then he directly picked up Yunyan, shamelessly declaring that it didn't matter whether she liked it or not, because he found her appealing. As the emperor, he had the final say. Yunyan's eyes widened, completely unable to react to the fact that this person was so shameless. Shimi and 06 exchanged glances, silently pointing at the national leader in front of them who looked like a human tooth. "Don't tell me this guy is really Yunyan's father." 06 looked speechless, staring at the national leader with dead fish eyes. "You're not mistaken, this guy really is." Shimi, the cloud smoke, was not accustomed to his embrace. But surprisingly, it didn't want to break free. It was too warm and felt very safe. Without saying a word, the monarch laughed heartily. "Then I'll take that as your agreement. Come, my lady. Let's take our daughter home." The empress smiled gently, shaking her head helplessly as she patted the monarch's arm. "Be careful with your strength. You're so big and rough. Don't hurt the child again. Wait, don't hold her like that. The child is injured." "Huh? Oh, and how should I hold her?" "Move aside. Give me the child." "Oh, okay." Yunyan was held in the embrace of the empress, and the long-lost warmth brought her an unexpected sense of peace amidst her exhaustion and years of tense nerves. Her eyes felt sour. Was she really free? This was her last thought before losing consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, what greeted her was a lavish expanse of gold. Slowly sitting up, she was stunned. The room before her was so luxurious that it left her speechless. It was filled with jewels and gold, draped in expensive silks and satins. Looking down at herself, she realized she was wearing fabrics and silks that, in the past, she could never afford, even if they cost hundreds or thousands. "Child, you're awake?" Yunyan turned to look, and at the door, the sovereign in dragon robes and the empress in phoenix robes entered. A young man followed beside them. The empress sat by the bed, gently stroking her forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the fever had finally subsided. Yunyan stared blankly at her, while the empress looked at her with affection. "Child, do you have a name?" Yunyan muttered the words on her bronze medal, and the monarch furrowed his brows, saying, No, this name is too unpleasant. I need to think of a good one." The young man beside him displayed a look of disdain and said, "Come on, father, you might as well not think about it. Just look at the majestic white tiger in the yard. You named it Big White, and it has been depressed for a whole year." The monarch exclaimed, "Hey, you little rascal. If you think you can do better, then go ahead." The young man replied, "I will. I'll name my sister. It's only right." The monarch retorted, "Nonsense. Shouldn't it be me who names her?" The young man made a face and sat beside Yunyan, gently ruffling her hair. "I've already thought of it. Let's call her Yunyan. The past is but a cloud of smoke, and we shall walk towards the bright future." Yunyan's eyes widened slightly, and the gentle, sunny smile of the young man fell into her gaze. From then on, the gloom was illuminated by sunlight, In a corner of the dark, clouds dispersed. This is great. Let's call her Yunyan. Our family surname is Nangong. Her full name will be Nangong Yunyan. Ha ha ha. The Empress looked at the father and son with a helpless expression, gently holding Yunyan in her arms. Since you decided on the full name, I'll give her a nickname. Let's call her Sheer, okay? The She and Sun set. From now on, I hope you become your own sun, clearing the clouds to see a sunny day. Yunyan looked at them, her vision hazy, tears falling uncontrollably. It was the first time she had cried in 4 years. That's enough, son. Your sister is crying because of your name. How is that possible? It's obviously because, father, your laugh is too ugly. The Emperor and Empress exchanged a speechless glance, gently wiping away the tears on Yunyan's face. Good child. Everything is over now, isn't it? From now on, we are one family. The boy turned around, revealing a radiant smile. Sister, my name is Nangong Zai. From now on, Big Brother will protect you. Yunyan revealed a smile, a long-lost smile. I really like this name. From now on, I will be called Yunyan. Since I walked in, Shimi had been frozen in place. It was Zai, exactly like the person in his memory. So, Zai had been accompanying his sister all along from this moment. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Shimi finally revealed a relaxed smile. That's great. With this, she should be able to step out of the shadows and find happiness, right? Only 06 couldn't bear to close his eyes. This was just the beginning of the pain. Chapter 139, Killing to Prove the Way. Yunyan truly felt the love and warmth of her family, transitioning from recovering from her injuries to nurturing her health. At 8 years old, her small stature was even shorter than that of 6 or 7-year-old children, but she began to grow. Once her injuries healed, Yunyan started cultivating under the guidance of her father, the king. By the age of 10, she entered the golden core stage. Her body began to stretch, and her martial skills progressed rapidly as she practiced with her older brother every day. When she interacted with other relatives, no one looked at her, the adopted child, with strange eyes. Instead, they felt more empathy for her past and regarded her as someone more important than their own children. Cousins treated her as the younger sister who needed the most care, and they often competed with Zai to take her out to play. Zai kept his promises and protected Yunyan very well, bringing her warmth like the sun. At 12, Yunyan caught the attention of an immortal old man who had descended to the mortal realm. The old man was a playful character, rolling around and insisting on taking a disciple. The royal family watched speechlessly as the man threw a tantrum on the ground, casting silent glances at Yunyan, who wore a face of disdain. Yunyan rubbed his brow and said, "All right, I agree. What a good immortal you were. Look at what you've become. Hurry up and get up." The old man, like a carp leaping, exclaimed, "Oh, you should have said so earlier. Come here, my dear disciple. This is a gift from your master." Yunyan caught the bracelet he threw at her. As soon as the bracelet touched her hand, it immediately transformed into light and merged into her brow. Yunyan opened her eyes wide, and the things in the bracelet shocked her heart. The old rogue chuckled as he stroked his beard. "You can use whatever is inside. When you're done, just tell your master. Learn the techniques and body skills first. And if you don't understand something, call for me with your thoughts. I'll take my leave now. Don't be too hasty. Stay true to your heart. And let's take it one step at a time. If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name. I am the god of the underworld of the 9 heavens, known as Yunyan." After speaking, he transformed into white flames and vanished before everyone. Yunyan stood in a daze, then smiled and respectfully knelt down at the spot where he had just been, bowing 3 times. "Disciple will diligently follow master's teachings." "Thank you, master." Shermi sat on a tree trunk, eating the apple bought from the system all by 06, and said softly, "Yunyan's title. Could it also be related to that old man?" 06 nodded. "It really is." Shermi sighed. "Why do these people around my wife look so abnormal? It's been many years, and I'm still a soul body. When will I be able to manifest?" 06. "I also want to know." In order for better cultivation, the country lord sent Yunyan to the high mountains with the most abundant 9 nether spiritual energy. There, a palace was specially built for her. Yunyan readily agreed, and she didn't forget to share the good things from her bracelet with her family. She was never someone who only knew how to take. For every bit of kindness others showed her, she wanted to repay it 10-fold or 100-fold. Every festival, Yunyan would go down the mountain to spend time with them, and then return to her cultivation. The Nangong family lacked no geniuses. Each one was a remarkable talent. The Nangong family also wouldn't experience internal strife, because the children of the Empress Dowager have always been in monogamous relationships throughout the generations. Those who later entered the harem were all rescued and referred to as concubines by the children. This was because the Empress Dowager decreed to take these unfortunate women as adopted daughters, serving both as concubines and mothers. The harem was essentially a large inn. Yunyan's lips twitched slightly. Her own grandmother really didn't play by the rules. Moreover, her grandmother was just like the Empress Dowager in temperament. Yunyan has become accustomed to it. And at the same time, the Jiuyo border, which has been stable for only a few years, is once again in turmoil. In this world where one can cultivate immortality and where gods exist, Jiuyo is the primary nation guarding against chaotic magical beasts. As long as Jiuyo stands strong, peace prevails across the realms. If Jiuyo were to fall, all realms would plunge into chaos and war. For the sake of the people's tranquility, the monarch personally leads the troops into battle. Compared to other realms, Jiuyo is just a small nation, so reinforcements are sent from various realms. As the crown prince, Zai, filled with passion, follows his father to the border. The entire Jiuyo is temporarily governed by the Empress and Emperor. After Yunyan learned about it, she only gave them some things to save their lives and watched them leave. On this day, the male members of the Nangong family and the Empress's maternal family all headed to the battlefield at the same time. Yunyan sat in the hall, flipping through the historical records of the 9 netherworlds. It turned out that the war had never ceased. The Emperor grandfather died on the battlefield, only to exchange for a few years of peace and tranquility. Yunyan lowered her gaze, closed the book, and walked out of the main hall. She needed to speed up her cultivation. Shermi quietly accompanied her, resting his chin on his hand. Over the years, what he often did was silently watch her. He witnessed her stepping into the abyss and then witnessed her redemption. Little did he know, what he saw was merely a rare glimpse. The true abyss had only just opened its bloody maw. At 13, Yunyan received good news from the border, and the young men returned to gather, celebrating a reunion year. At 14, there was still good news, with signs of retreat from the chaotic magical beasts. At 15, in the imperial family's maternal home, Yunyan's 3 cousins fell victim to an ambush and died without complete corpses. In the duke's residence, white silk hung high, and 3 empty coffins were placed in the morning hall. The 3 celestial geniuses, all under 18, thus met their demise. Yunyan was first struck by the loss of loved ones. At the age of 16, the tragic news arrived. Her father, elder brother, and the last cousin all died heroically in battle. What was returned were only her father's blood-stained armor and her brother's spear. There was also a blood letter, which stated that the reason for this devastating defeat was a cowardly traitor. Yunyan knelt in the morning hall, her eyes vacant as she stared at the empty coffin before her, feeling a coldness in her heart. The next day, Yunyan stood at the national gate, watching the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and even those concubines, aunts, and sisters, all dressed in military uniforms, riding on spirit horses, leading the army to the border for support. The Emperor and Empress ascended the throne as a female sovereign, swallowing their blood and tears to uphold the entire 9 nether. Yunyan was in seclusion, practicing like a madwoman. She stared blankly at everything, her heart filled with bitterness. How little time had she spent in happiness? Everything before her felt like a cruel joke played by the gods. In just half a year, her retreat was interrupted, and looking at the 9 nether kingdom, war raged on with the cries of the common people echoing endlessly. The 9 nether was destroyed, and she lost everything. The 9 nether army had vanished without a trace, and she was rescued by her arriving master, the immortal Yunyan. In the immortal garden, Yunyan looked at the blood-stained long knife on the table, and her tears finally broke free. Her father's armor was taken away by her master, and the spear and long knife were placed before her. Her pale, slender hand gently caressed them, still marked with dried blood. Yunyan closed her eyes, then opened them again, revealing a crimson gaze. I, Nangong Yunyan, hereby vow that unless I reclaim the 9 underworlds and rebuild my homeland, I shall not have a good end for all eternity. Rising to her feet, the spiritual energy surged around her. She would inherit her father's will. If her father wished to protect a realm, then she would protect it on his behalf. If her brother wanted to slay all the chaotic beasts to safeguard the vast world from invasion, then she vowed to eliminate all chaotic beasts. If her mother desired a strong 9 underworlds, then she would restore the kingdom, leading the 9 underworlds to dominance. And that damned traitor, she would make sure to torture him 1,000 times to comfort the spirits of her relatives and heroes in the afterlife. The spiritual energy wildly converged around her. Her ink-colored eyes were replaced by gold. However, the difference was that the gold in her left eye was forever fixed, while her right eye's brilliant golden pupil was replaced by red. The immortal Yunyan was shocked by her appearance, unable to regain composure for a long time. One thought could be divine, and another could be demonic, yet she was both a deity and a demon. This was her choice, to prove her path through slaughter. Paving the way with blood, she would carve out her own path to divinity. At 18, the long-hidden 9 Underworlds army reappeared, led by her brother's personal guards. But they were weak and lacked the strength to reclaim the 9 Underworlds, even with other reinforcements. In just a year and a half, Yunyan built her own army, named the Underworld. 10 generals, born from death. All were demigods, subdued by her own hands. Shimi and 06 witnessed her struggles firsthand. Shimi could no longer describe the pain in her heart as she watched her day after day in silence, observing her ruthless and decisive methods. The true image of an emperor, truly cold and heartless. She did not believe in deities, nor did she ever show weakness, for no god would come save them. Even the cries of the common people, filled with blood and tears, had never once summoned a divine appearance. Therefore, she would be her own deity, their deity, to protect everything. Watching Yunyan's nearly insane demeanor, he had shed tears of heartache more than once, realizing he never knew he could be so emotional. Chapter 140. Finally free from the spirit form, but unexpectedly shrunk. Just as the 9 Underworlds army was despairingly on the verge of defeat, distant sounds of drums and the blowing of battle horns echoed. Soldiers from various realms and the remaining 10,000 9 Underworlds troops looked up in astonishment, their eyes wide. A large army clad in black divine armor, holding the 9 Underworlds banner high, surged forward. Leading them was the long-sought former princess of the 9 Underworlds, Nangong Yunyan. Her dazzling golden and red eyes glinted with a chilling light, filled with extreme killing intent as Yunyan charged at the forefront on horseback. She wore the armor forged by her master, once worn by her father, and wielded her brother's spear. At her waist hung her mother's long knife. Yunyan held a long gun in one hand, pointing it at the army of beasts, and shouted coldly, "Kill." The army instantly split into 5 teams, surging into the beast army like a tide to engage in battle. The clouds and smoke surged like a bamboo, breaking through, charging at the forefront, with long spears sweeping across, accompanied by spiritual energy and deadly moves, sweeping through thousands of troops. The remaining members of the 9 Nether Army were filled with tears, gripping their weapons tightly, and with Yunyan's shouts, they charged into battle. This battle lasted a full day and night, driving the beast army back to the border. Yunyan was already drenched in blood, with fresh blood still flowing from the tips of her hair. Her eyes were filled with frost as she sat on her horse, watching the retreating demon army. Her voice was cold and sharp. "You invade my 9 Nether, destroy my homeland, slaughter my people. This enmity, I will use your lives to honor it. No death, no rest." The army behind her raised their banners and shouted in unison, "No death, no rest." Simi was floating in the air with 06, shocked by the scene before her. After this battle, the 9 Nether would be restored. The border was temporarily at peace. Yunyan ascended to the throne and began the revival efforts. In the meantime, other countries attempted to take a share, but they were annihilated by Yunyan's army. Even more, one country was completely destroyed, and its territory was seized. Jiuyu continued to expand. Yunyan was ruthless and spoke no nonsense when it came to action. As long as enemies came, there would be no negotiations, only a true fight to the death. From then on, Yunyan was labeled a tyrant, a cold-blooded empress. Only the people of Jiuyu understood that weak nations had no rights. Jiuyu gradually grew stronger, and in Yunyan's 22nd year, it truly established itself as a separate realm, with powerful cultivators emerging and dominating the region. On this day, Shimi discovered that he was no longer a spiritual body. But Shimi frowned, looking at his hands. 06. "Explain to me, why am I so small now?" 06 awkwardly smiled. "Well, I don't know, look at me. I'm just about the size of a palm now." Shimi sat on the ground in despair, not joking. He now looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. The man and the cat sat alone at the city gate. How distressing. Why is there a child sitting at the palace gate? Shimi and 06 looked up at the sound, and a man dressed in red armor, with black hair and golden eyes, appeared before them. Shimi widened his eyes slightly. He had seen this person before. Under Yunyan's command, one of the Ming generals, seems to be ranked 4th. That's Ji Yan. But shouldn't this guy have red hair? Is it because he hasn't become a deity yet? Ji Yan squatted in front of Shimi, scratching his head. "Kid, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you to sit and play around. Hurry up and go home." Shimi was speechless. He wanted to curse, but what could he do? Since Shimi didn't speak, Ji Yan was puzzled. "Could it be that you're mute? Can you not hear? Damn, what should I do?" "Shimizu Shimi, I have no home." Shimi said the 3 words dryly, somewhat surprised that he actually spoke in a language that wasn't his own. 06 silently gave him a look that said praise me. Fortunately, it had just switched the language. Otherwise, it would have been a big deal. Ji opened his mouth wide, and the next second he picked up Shimi and ran a couple of steps before coming back to pick up 06. He ran towards the palace, shouting as he went, Emperor, Emperor, I found an orphan and a cat. Shimizu Shimi. 06. Damn it. Is this idiot crazy? Yunyan, who was reviewing memorials, heard his shout, and with a shake of his hand, the brush made a stroke across the paper, suddenly leaving a vermilion seal on the table. 06 put down the brush and wiped the table with a handkerchief, his forehead throbbing. Jian burst in, looking excited. Emperor, I found an orphan. Look, he's a white-haired one. Oh, and there's a black cat. How cute. Yunyan, today is another day when I want to beat my subordinates. Rubbing my temples due to a headache, I looked up and met Shimi's gaze, not missing the momentary pain in Shimi's eyes. Yunyan blinked in confusion, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. How odd. Why does she feel a sense of familiarity with this child? How do you want to resolve this? Emperor. Good Emperor, let's keep them. An orphan and a little milk cat. How pitiful. Yunyan, I also really want you to get out and be an orphan. It's up to you. Yunyan lowered his head, opened the memorial to continue reviewing it, but for some reason, his hand suddenly paused. He raised his head and pointed at Jian, deciding to leave the child and the cat behind and follow the lonely one. Huh. Okay. Jian, confused, put down Shimi and 06, then quickly escaped. He always felt that if he stayed a moment longer, he would get beaten up. Yunyan didn't lift her head as she spoke. Come here, there's a small chair. Sit down for a while. Aching. Have the imperial kitchen send some snacks and juice that the child likes. The maid beside her bent down and stepped back. Shimi held 06, quietly sitting on the small chair beside her, silently watching her. Yin was aware of his gaze. As usual, such a direct stare would make her feel a surge of anger, and she would want to gouge out the other person's eyes. But now she didn't feel disgusted. To be precise, it seemed somewhat nostalgic. Yin frowned, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she continued to handle her official duties without changing her expression. Snacks were brought in, along with orange juice. Yin glanced at it and frowned. If it's not peach, then switch to tea. Shimi was slightly taken aback. He really didn't like orange juice because it was a bit sour. In the past, when he was with Yin, it was always matcha, and if there was no matcha, he would choose peach juice. The maid bowed without hesitation and retreated with the orange juice. Yin finished speaking and was stunned. How strange. What was her situation? She looked thoughtfully at Shimi, and those eyes that had met his countless times were now devoid of the passionate love they once held, replaced only by a layer of frost and sharpness. They were no longer the brilliant golden color from her memories, but pure gold and crimson heterochromia. Yin put down the pen, her voice cold and sharp. What's your name? Shimi was just about to say his name when he received a warning from 06. However, he didn't want to lie to her, so he directly ignored 06. Shimi Nandaka, 06. Winky face, it's over. Yin frowned, as he had never heard of this surname. It doesn't exist in any country or field. Got it. What about it? It's called Ling Lu. Shimi casually came up with a name based on the phonetics, and 06 started sweating coldly. 06. Winky face, bro. You might as well not make one up. From now on, follow me. All right, I'll call myself Yin. No need to shout Lonely Emperor with them. So what should I call you? Yin paused, recalling a day when her mother smiled and asked her if she wanted a younger brother or sister. How did she respond back then? In her memories, Yin had some unpleasant recollections, but in order not to make her mother feel awkward, she held back her discomfort and spoke up, saying that it was fine. She would like anyone her mother gave birth to. Her mother noticed her unease and gently rubbed her head, telling her that she didn't have to force herself. If she didn't want to, then they shouldn't. Yin was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly the unpleasant emotions disappeared. Instead, she seriously contemplated wanting a younger brother because she could teach him martial arts. Yin came back to her senses and said, sister. Shimi twitched the corner of his lips, thinking, well, the hierarchy has changed directly. It's really a bit hard to say. He blushed, awkwardly puffing out his cheeks. Yin raised her eyebrows, not caring about him, just quietly watching him struggle internally. In the end, under the encouraging gaze of 06, Shimi, blushing, dryly said, sister. Yin didn't know why. She just felt very good at the moment and couldn't help but curl her lips, softly responding with Chapter 141. What is gained is far less than what is lost. From then on, apart from political affairs, training soldiers, and cultivating, Yin spent her time teaching Shimi martial arts. Shimi was panting heavily, He didn't understand why his body was now incapable of doing anything. Starting from scratch, with this broken body, he was really about to lose his temper. Yunyan noticed something different about him. Her eyes filled with curiosity. This child is actually of demigod constitution. How interesting. Is this a combination of gods and mortals? Host. No. He's your future man. Definitely immortal. While sipping tea, Yunyan didn't even know why she suggested that the imperial kitchen make matcha. She even replaced all the pastries with red bean paste filling that wasn't too sweet or greasy. It just felt like ever since Shimi arrived, she inexplicably started having some strange behaviors. But these actions didn't make her feel out of place. On the contrary, she thought there was nothing unusual about it. She didn't like children because they were troublesome when they cried and when they made a fuss. She just wanted to cut them off for some peace and quiet. But Shimi was different. He was well-behaved in a way that didn't match his age. Rather than saying he was well-behaved, it was more accurate to say he was mature. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, watching Shimi, who was sweating profusely while practicing his horse dance. She couldn't help but smile silently as she recalled how Shimi had been reminding her to take care of herself from time to time recently. Besides her teaching, other generals would also come by occasionally to teach him, mostly focusing on writing because they discovered that Shimi couldn't read at all. Host, he's not from Huaxia. How could he know Chinese characters? However, surprisingly, he learned everything at an astonishing speed. Days passed by, and Yunyan loved the peach blossoms, as there were many peach trees in the palace. The peach blossoms bloomed and fell repeatedly, while the border remained calm, and other countries dared not invade. Jiuyu grew stronger and wealthier. In terms of governance, Yunyan could delegate power and didn't need to worry too much. As long as they weren't afraid of death, they could try to embezzle and corrupt right under her nose. Without exception, anyone attempting to commit crimes in defiance of the law was killed by any one of the 10 generals before they even had the chance to carry out their plans. The birds of Minglan were everywhere in Jiuyu. No one could escape the watchful eyes of the birds. Shimi, who had endured since the age of 5 or 6, finally reached the age of 16, the age of youth and vigor. His handsome and refined face became increasingly prominent. Yunyan would occasionally gaze at his face in a daze, always feeling that his soul was clamoring that he truly belonged to her. Shimi's hair had not been trimmed again. Instead, it was tied back, with only the bangs left out, the silvery hair styled high with a hair crown. As he moved, the ponytail swayed gently. The 16-year-old boy had already surpassed Yunyan in height. Before becoming a god, Yunyan was only a little over 7 meters tall. Yunyan was still staying up late reviewing memorials when Shimi walked in with a lunchbox, saying, "Sister, it's time to eat and then go to sleep. Don't look at those anymore. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Meanwhile, 06 remarked, "Wow, you're getting more and more fluent with calling her sister." Yunyan raised her head and smiled helplessly. Shimi sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand, watching her eat the meat porridge bite by bite. Ever since Shimi realized that she could cook, she took charge of Yunyan's meals. Yunyan had a weak stomach and didn't eat well, which had left her with hidden ailments that caused her intense pain at times. Since then, Shimi had been figuring out ways to prepare stomach-friendly dishes for her. After Yunyan finished eating, Shimi escorted her back to her chamber and helped her settle in before leaving with 06. Back at her own room, 06 teased her, saying, "You can really hold back, being able to resist not kissing her." Shimi covered her face and lay on the bed, saying, "I almost can't hold back every time, but it's not the right time." Moreover, Shimi lowered her hands and stared at the ceiling, falling silent. After all, the current Yunyan had no feelings for him. 06 stopped talking, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. Shimi sighed, tucked herself in, turned her back to 06, and hugged her pillow, feeling a sense of loneliness. It was difficult to be in her wife's past, watching her every day without being able to embrace or get close, and having to reluctantly call her sister. It was truly uncomfortable. At this moment, Yunyan did not know what love was. She only knew that seeing Shimi made her feel very happy. Another year of peach blossoms bloomed, and Yunyan, intoxicated with wine, danced with her long knife in the rain of peach blossoms. Shimi watched her, recalling that night in the knife-forging village where their figures overlapped. Back then, Yunyan had left him with a feeling of carefree joy, but now it was sadness, mixed with endless anger and hatred. As the effects of the wine took hold, Yunyan's legs weakened, and she began to fall backward. Shimi was startled and instantly appeared behind her, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. The two were very close, and Yunyan looked at him with hazy eyes. While Shimi lowered his gaze, his purple eyes filled with affection. He slightly lowered his head, getting closer to her crimson lips. Yun looked at him in a daze. Her lips warm and moist, their lips fitting together. Shirmi endured, her eyes slightly red, tears shimmering in front of her, filled with endless heartache and tenderness, gently sucking. One hand cradled the back of her head, while the other wrapped around her waist, bringing her closer to him. Yun subconsciously raised her arm, wrapping it around his neck. Indulging in his actions, Zhang opened his mouth wide, silently turned around and faced them with his back, saying, "All right, let's play like this." In the end, he smacked his lips. Shimi, dressed in ancient attire with long hair, was quite handsome. No wonder Yun was impressed. A tall man, gentle and mature, who could take care of others. How could they not be a perfect match? After a while, Shimi released Yun, burying his face in her neck. Tears unable to hold back as he trembled, and said, "I've been fond of you for a long, long time." Yun was dazed, the intoxication in his eyes dissipating, a smile creeping up on his lips. Lonely, he had confirmed that Shirmi was indeed right. Shirmi smiled softly, knowing that with Yun's current temperament, being able to proudly say approved meant he had made the right bet. In the shadows, 10 generals stood in 2 rows from high to low, watching the two together and revealing smiles of relief. It wasn't easy. The emperor finally had his emperor consort, and it was someone he raised himself, which made them feel at ease. In this year of confirming their feelings, Shirmi was here at 18 years old. After accompanying for so long, Shirmi finally held the one he cherished in his arms with satisfaction. Looking at him, wagging his tail, the heavy blow for Yin came from a battle not long after. That bastard would shoot a cold arrow. Understand. Bushy Chuan, I've investigated thoroughly. Even if we die here, we'll just return to the original world. Also, there's a gap in Yun's memory that will be restored with this opportunity. All right, I understand. Shirmi's eyes flickered slightly. He would definitely block this arrow. If the knife wouldn't do, then he would use his body to shield. A gap in memory? It couldn't be. Shirmi's heart understood. It seemed this might really refer to the time he and 06 appeared. In just half a year, Juyo was finally about to welcome joyous events. The grand wedding was still in preparation, and Shirmi was filled with smiles. But he also understood why the 10 generals showed no surprise upon seeing him initially. Instead, they smiled when they saw them embracing. So that's how it was. Clearly, joyous events were approaching, yet war broke out suddenly at the borders. Cloudy smoke filled with resentment, leading troops into battle. The damned beasts. She hadn't even prepared to slaughter them, dared to rise in arms so close to her joyous day. In this battle, she lost her last precious person. On the battlefield, flames of war raged and smoke billowed. In the war between immortals and demons, the surroundings were in chaos, with Shirmi clad in silver-white armor, closely guarding Yunyan's side. The two, one black and one white, coordinated perfectly, clearly in a winning position, but due to the appearance of a traitor from the past, Yunyan lost her composure. The figure in the black robe revealed a triumphant smile, and Yunyan widened her eyes slightly as a hidden arrow flew towards her. Shirmi sensed it immediately and rushed to intercept. Yunyan didn't pay any attention until she heard the sound of flesh and armor being pierced from behind. Then she stiffly turned her head. Her pupils contracted sharply as Shimi stood behind her, using his body to block the dark arrow. The pitch-black arrow pierced through his chest, breaking through the armor, and blood dripped down the sharp tip. Shimi's face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness clouded his vision, and his body went limp. Yunyan reached out to catch his falling body, half kneeling on the ground, letting him lie in her arms. With trembling hands, she caressed his cheek. Shimi coughed a few times, revealing a gentle smile, and struggled to lift his gaze to look at her, his hand brushing against her face, wiping away the tears that had fallen without her knowing. "I finally protected you this time." The clouds trembled, gritting their teeth, tears unable to hold back as they fell. "Shimi, why did you have to block this arrow? Hold on, I can heal you. We still have to go back and get married. You still have to." Yunyan widened her eyes, watching as the arrow in his chest suddenly vanished, and a fist-sized hole appeared in his chest. Her voice came to an abrupt halt. Shimi suddenly turned his head to one side and coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, frowning and coughing continuously. Yunyan was startled and quickly held the person tightly in her arms, raising her hand in a helpless attempt to channel spiritual energy. However, she found it was all in vain. Despair once again enveloped her. Why? Why give her something only to take it away? Shimi bit his lip, suppressing the metallic sweetness in his throat, but he couldn't control it. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Helplessly, he raised his hand and placed it beside Yunyan's cheek, his eyes filled with burning love and reluctant affection. Feeding her, "Don't keep sleeping. I'm still waiting for you. He chuckled softly, but it's really great to be able to protect you this once. Yin Yan's pupils shook violently as she looked at him for the last time. Her mouth opened and closed, a buzzing sound ringing in her ears. In the end, only his last words remained. I love you, come back. Don't make me wait too long. Yin Yan opened her eyes wide, looking at his closed eyelids, his hands drooping weakly. She quickly raised her hand to hold his, tightly clasping it in her palm. Then, his body began to turn transparent, gradually transforming into light particles that scattered away. Yin Yan was stunned, looking up at the glowing points dancing in the air, while the surrounding magical beasts rushed toward her, opening their bloody maws to pounce. Her slender body trembled, and her crimson eyes finally let out a roar, accompanied by a powerful pressure sweeping around. In an instant, these magical beasts turned into a blood mist and exploded. Picking up the long knife beside her, she gripped the spear in one hand and the long knife in the other, her eyes crimson, her voice hoarse. You all will accompany me to the grave. Chapter 142. Proving the Tao through killing, treading on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ascending the steps to becoming a deity. On the battlefield, corpses lay everywhere. Yin Yan stood on the small hill built by the magical beasts, letting the blood drip from her hair tips, her face stained with blood mixed with her tears. Behind her, the 10 generals were still alive. The army suffered countless casualties, and as she looked at the few remaining magical beasts, tears streamed down her face, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Not a single one of you will escape. Today, I will slaughter you beasts. After this day, everyone knew that the emperor of the 9 Nether Realm, on the eve of a joyous occasion, lost the one he loved the most and led his troops to massacre the entire chaotic magical beast tribe. This battle established his authority completely, but alarmed the chaotic demon clan, and the evil gods began to stir. Only one evil god, disdainful of associating with them, was reluctantly dragged into their ranks. Shimi returned to her soul form, looking speechlessly at the soul form of 06. Weren't we supposed to go back after dying? By the way, why are you like this too? 06 looked at her with disdain. I'm just letting you see Yin Yan's past. After all my efforts, you still look down on me. Of course I died. How did you die? Oh, I noticed you went offline. So I went to the imperial physician and licked some arsenic. Your way of dying is quite peculiar. 06 flicked its tail and said softly, look, the battle where Yin Yan became a god, the battle that overturned all realms, and her most difficult battle. After watching, you will understand everything about her. Shimi stopped speaking and looked ahead at the lonely figure sitting by the tombstone. The clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Yin Yan raised her eyes and saw several figures appearing in the air. She stood up, a flash of light passed, and the black armor reappeared on her body. Holding a long spear in her hand, she was first an emperor, then herself. Even sorrow must be set aside until all obstacles are resolved before she has the right to grieve. Stepping through the void, the evil gods and the evil Buddha grinned maliciously as fire rain descended, sweeping across the 9 Nether. Black smoke rose from Yin Yan, and his flickered as he soared into the sky, standing between heaven and earth. With his spear pointed at the invaders, he shouted fiercely, Jiuyo army, heed my command. Protect the common people. Exterminate the invaders. On the ground, 1,000,000 troops responded in unison, and the cultivators rushed to battle. However, even with their celestial-level powers, how could they, including the 10 half-divine commanders, compete against these evil gods and evil Buddhas? The Jiuyo army was completely annihilated, and all 10 commanders perished in battle. Yin Yan supported her severely injured body, standing outside the national gate. She didn't know how many evil gods and demons had come, nor could she count them, only knowing that on this day, people appeared from the heavens in an endless stream. Yet her soldiers and generals fought to the death, not allowing these beasts to step 1 foot into the national gate. Yin Yan stood up with a long spear, his body covered in wounds, blood flowing continuously. His head bowed, not knowing life or death. The evil gods and Buddhas mocked their overconfidence, merely mere mortals. What does it matter if their cultivation is at the demigod level? They are the true gods and Buddhas. As they laughed heartily, Yin Yan suddenly laughed, his laughter growing louder and louder. The sound of his laughter made them involuntarily quiet down, their hair standing on end as they listened. Yin Yan lowered her head and raised her hand to grasp the air. Inside the palace, the long sword on the rack lost its copper color and trembled continuously, its entire body pitch black. The sword unsheathed, flying in the air and transforming into a stream of light that appeared in her hand. The blade emitted a cold gleam, and a phantom of a phoenix unfolded behind her, a proud female voice echoing in the air. Little child, you are the first to awaken me in such a realm. Which family do you belong to? Are you willing to form a contract with me? Yunyan raised her head, her voice hoarse. The voice of the female from the Joyo Empire's royal family, Nangong Yunyan, suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out to be the daughter of the NoOne family. Indeed, this old woman is here, named Phoenix, to initiate the contract of heaven and earth with you. Dare you accept? What is there to fear? A flash of light passed, and the Phoenix totem flickered at the center of Yunyan's brows. The female voice echoed in the air, and a pressure swept around. This old woman will assist my lord. Yunyan's eyes sparkled with golden light, and together with her, they opened their mouths, unleashing a pressure that stirred the air, vanquishing all the evil gods and demons of the heavens. The long spear in her hand shimmered. The silver-white spear began to change color, its light merging into the spear. The voice of the Phoenix once again resounded with authority, the divine spear like a swimming dragon. How much longer do you want to sleep? Hurry up and wake this old one up. The long spear glimmered with light. The pitch-black spear and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the void, as a five-clawed divine dragon transformed into light and merged with the spear. In an instant, Yunyan's crimson eyes were covered by gold. The pure golden pupils, tinged with a faint red, were now fixed in her eyes like brilliant gold. Yunyan waved her spear, holding a dagger in her left hand and a gun in her right, standing outside the national gate, facing countless evil gods and demons from the heavens. On her cold and beautiful face was a mad smile as she gathered strength in her legs and leaped forward, charging at them again. Damn ants! Kill her! Attacks rained down like a storm, and the smile on Yunyan's face grew even brighter. Divine gun, dragon dance. One style to break 10,000 armies. The phantom of a divine dragon instantly shattered these attacks, scattering their formation and killing large numbers in an instant. In the air, Yunyan swung her sword. Phoenix dance, nirvana. In the sky, a gigantic phoenix phantom spiraled with the divine dragon phantom, and Yunyan fought relentlessly, seemingly without feeling pain and without defense, relying solely on her own strength. Shimi widened his eyes, staring blankly at the scene above. Such a battle was unheard of and unseen to him. Such a brutal fight was something he could never have imagined in his life. 06, sitting next to him on the wall, looked up at the sky and softly spoke. The Son of Heaven guards a national gate. The king dies for the nation, from the royal family of the Nine Nether to the common people. All can fight, facing foreign enemies to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Shimi stiffly turned his head, and countless civilians rushed out of the national gate with weapons, roaring and mercilessly finishing off the fallen evil gods and demons, unafraid even if they were counterkilled. One of the civil officials raised a long knife and shouted, "Follow our king. Kill." Though he was instantly burned to ashes by flames, countless others filled in and charged forward. Shimi felt everything before him blur, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to watch this scene. 06 could not bear to keep his eyes open. This battle, the once flourishing Nine Nether, returned to dust. In the end, the evil gods and demons from the heavens were mostly exterminated, and Yunyan, leaning on her spear, stood on the battlefield with her long knife planted in the ground. Maintaining her standing position, her eyes lost their light. The Emperor of Nine Nether, along with Nine Nether, completely perished in this moment. Shimi weakly knelt on the ground. Before him lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, filled with wreckage, and behind him, the entire Nine Nether had become ruins. A corner of the dark clouds parted, and golden light enveloped Yunyan, as an ancient voice echoed from the void. Empress of Nine Nether, Nangong Yunyan, with the strength of a demigod and a mortal body, has slain all evil gods and demons from the heavens, pacified the chaotic demon clan of the mortal realm, and proven her path through killing. Therefore, she is granted the title of Emperor of the Divine Realm, bestowed the name Blood Nether, ascending to the position of the chief of ancient gods and the position of the god of killing, bestowed with the dual bloodline inheritance of ancient gods and demon gods, blessings from all realms, to live as long as the heavens, to be equal with the heavens. As the foremost of all gods and Buddhas, Nine Nether is granted as the underworld, able to command 100,000 underworld soldiers, to give and take life and death. Yunyan was enveloped in golden light, and her stopped heart began to beat again. Amidst the radiance, her appearance and body changed, transforming into a familiar figure to Shimi, but more indifferent with silence in her eyes. It was like a still pool of water. Her pair of brilliant golden eyes seemed like an abyss, Yin stepped out of the light, dressed in a dark divine robe, with a black fur-collared cloak draped over her shoulders, slowly ascending the steps. With a flick of her cloak, she seated herself upon the divine throne interwoven with gold and black, flanked by the divine spear, the dragon, and the divine sword. The phoenix, radiating brilliance. Yin propped her head up with one hand and a fist, her closed eyes opened. Although she didn't speak, her cold and emotionless voice lingered in the air. How much longer do you want to sleep? Wake up already. On the ground, the soldiers and civilians who had died in battle were enveloped in light, and the entire Nine Hells was bathed in golden radiance. Shimi suddenly closed her eyes and raised her hand to shield herself from the blinding light. When she opened her eyes again, the Nine Hells had returned to its former glory. Outside the National Gate, 1,000,000 troops were lined up neatly, and the civilians had returned inside the gates, standing in order. The familiar 10 generals had truly transformed into divine generals. In unison, they looked up at Yin sitting on the divine throne in midair, respectfully prostrating themselves on the ground, shouting in unison, "We pay our respects to the Blood Phantom Emperor. May the Emperor be safe." The shouts echoed like thunder, and Yin looked down at it all. The deity's eyes were indifferent, yet filled with indulgence and care for her followers. This scene was deeply etched in Shimi's mind. Chapter 143. The Battle of the Fallen Gods. Just after becoming a deity, not 2 days had passed when the divine decree arrived in the underworld. Yin arranged everything and went to the palace. Looking at the decorations in the room, a hint of sadness flashed in her brilliant golden eyes as she gently caressed the carefully chosen wedding dress, and that wedding dress belonging to her beloved. Tears fell once again. Holding this wedding dress, she went to the tombstone and gently placed the dress beside it, tracing the words on it. "I am going to the land of the fallen gods. I don't know how long it will take to come back. I think I might die there as well. If I fall in the land of the fallen gods and see a golden dragon-shaped meteor streak across the sky, don't wait for me foolishly like you promised that day. If I return alive, I will lose many memories or other things, but no matter where you are, no matter what you become, whether I remember you or not, I will find you." Yin sat in front of the tombstone for a long time, saying many things. Slowly, she stood up, and on this day, the peach blossoms in the hall rained down on her once again. Yin lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and her soul drifted away, passing through the boundary stone and entering the land of divine demise. Shimi sat in front of the tombstone, covering her face with her hands, tears dripping through her fingers. After a long time, 06 slowly spoke. "Let's go. I'll take you to the last part of her past." Shimi took a deep breath, stood up, and followed 06 into the land of divine demise. Inside the camp, Yin met geniuses and prodigies from various realms. Each one was vibrant, with different personalities and countless interesting stories to share. She loved to drink, and there were quite a few who shared her interests. There was no scheming. Everyone could trust each other as comrades. Among them, a half-grown boy was the most lively, truly a bundle of joy. There were a total of 10,000 participants in the battle. The first battle broke out at night, and the chaotic evil beasts in the land of divine demise were more ferocious and numerous than the chaotic monsters in the mortal realm. In the first battle, over 1,000 deities fell. The gods returned to the camp, accustomed to the separations of life and death, choosing to inherit the essence of those who had passed, enjoying their lives, and striving to protect the pure land behind them. The war was unpredictable. The second battle occurred 100 years later and was even more brutal. The cloud of smoke wrapped around her injured arms and abdomen as she quietly sipped wine and gazed at the moon in the land of fallen gods. She loved looking at the moon because in her memory, the most unforgettable night was also the happiest night, when the full moon hung high in the sky. She raised her hand holding the wine glass, toasted to the moon, and tilted her head back to drink it all in one go. After that, small battles continued, with great wars being unpredictable. It lasted for a full 20,000 years, and out of countless deities, only 100 remained. Near the residence in the land of fallen gods, more and more tombstones appeared. All of them were inscribed with the names of the heroes and geniuses from various realms who had died in battle. Yin lowered her gaze. Clearly, everyone had become like-minded friends, yet in the blink of an eye, it turned into a handful of dust. A hint of a sarcastic smile curled at the corners of her lips. How ironic it was. The half-grown boy sat on the tree trunk, looking at the round moon in the sky, murmuring, "Sister Yin, we will die too, right?" Yin took a sip of wine, his expression calm. "Yes, but unafraid." The young man laughed, and as he laughed, tears began to flow. "But I don't want to die yet. I can't die. My father and mother are still waiting for me to return." Yin paused while drinking, raising his head to down another cup. If it were possible, who would want to die? But if they didn't risk their lives, then what would die is everything they are protecting behind them. As deities, they prioritize the peace of the world over their own well-being. This has been the rule since ancient times. Yin Yin tilted her head back and drank cup after cup, leaning against the tree. A spirited young woman smiled and casually threw a sword at her. Then she picked up a sword herself, feeling that drinking alone was no fun. I'll keep you company. Yin Yan's lips curled into a smile as she and another person drank and danced with swords beneath the moonlight. Under the only peach tree at their camp, a tree that Yin Yin had planted herself. After yet another fierce battle, Yin Yin stared blankly at the newly added graves at the camp, where the one who had shared over 20,000 moments with her, the one who drank and danced with her under the moon, would forever sleep. She broke off a branch blooming with peach blossoms and gently placed it in front of the tombstone. This was her closest friend, the only one with whom she had truly connected. What a pity, beauty is often short-lived. Her tears had already dried up. She could no longer cry. The final straw that broke the camel's back was the last battle. Yin Yin knelt half in the pool of blood, cradling the half-grown boy in her arms. The boy had lost his arms and legs, and his abdomen had been torn open with a large gash. Those once bright and vibrant eyes were now dim and lifeless. Sister Yin Yin, am I going to die? The boy smiled, but reluctant tears slipped down the corners of his eyes. But I don't want to die yet. Yin Yin did not know what she had said, nor did she know if she had responded at all. All she knew was that the person in her arms had not even closed his eyes in death. In his lifeless gaze, her bloodied and dirt-streaked face, expressionless and tear-stained, was reflected. Around her, the flames of war had destroyed the encampment, and the peach tree that held all their shared memories was engulfed in fire. Petals scattered into the air, carried by the flickering flames. Those few remaining heroes had truly given everything, risking their lives. Yin stood still with her head lowered, gently placing the boy in her arms down, and slowly stood up, her gaze blankly glancing to the side, watching the souls around her disintegrate. Yin trembled as she spoke. Old Tang, Dong Fengzi, Yin, Ahu. One familiar face after another vanished, transforming into specks of light that drifted away into the world. Yin stumbled a step, and before her, countless chaotic evil beasts gathered. At the same time, the voice she hated to the bone also reached her ears. TSK, look, isn't this our great Empress of the Nine Nether? How come we're the only one left again? Ha ha ha. Yin slightly opened her eyes and turned her head to look. The man in the black robe took off his hood for the first time, revealing a face that made Shimi's pupils shrink sharply. Yin stood in shock. Her third cousin? The one who caused her to lose everything, the one who shattered her family, was her third cousin who had protected and pampered her since childhood. The third son of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Li. Ouyang Li wore a sinister smile on his face, raising his hand to stroke his own cheek. So this is your cousin. I thought you looked good, so I borrowed you for a while. Upon hearing this, Yin pupils constricted sharply, and she clenched her fists fiercely. Ouyang Li tilted his head, crossing his arms with a look of disdain. My name is Hu Nm, the Empress of the 9 underworlds, and now you are the only one left. You, a mere person of divine rank, facing my entire chaotic evil clan. How long do you think you can hold on? When pushed to the extreme, one only becomes more calm. The clouds of smoke curled around her lips, and the brilliant gold in her eyes held a mad smile. Ha 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 ha. The illusion demon furrowed his brows. He couldn't understand how this woman could still laugh at a time like this. Has she really gone insane? Yin laughed, unable to straighten his back, holding a long gun, covering half of his face with his hand, revealing the other half with a fierce rage. I think you've got something wrong. In a hoarse voice, suppressing the overwhelming anger, Gumming Shuyo, the heir to the position of the ancient god of killing gods. In this vast world, there is nothing that Gumming cannot kill, nothing that Gumming cannot overcome. In this vast world, there is nothing that Gumming cannot achieve. Gumming is the master of life and death. You evil demons and ants, what great courage you have. The clouds spread their arms, and light burst forth from her heart. In the air, the ethereal shadows of a dragon and a phoenix appeared, and the waves of divine power swept around, destroying everything in their path. The clouds are flowing with tears, and the eyes are bloodshot. What I must protect, even if it costs me my life. So what? It's just that. Yin's lips curled into a bitter smile. But, Shimi, I can't come find you anymore. The illusion demon widened its eyes, the initial pride replaced by fear, hurriedly fleeing. Quick, retreat. This woman has gone mad. She's going to self-destruct her origin. While escaping, it cursed Yin as a madwoman, crazy before becoming a deity, even crazier after. The entire Godfall land was covered in light, the sound of explosions reverberating through all realms. Shimi closed her eyes, letting the tears flow down. 06 lowered its head. This wasn't over yet. Upon hearing this, Shimi's veins bulged, tears streaming down, her eyes red with anger, hoarsely growling. Not over yet. How much more does she have to give? 06 paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, her sacrifices have already ended. What does that mean? The Godfall land was completely shrouded in darkness. They stood in the shadows, watching the starlight gather. Chapter 144. The Past, Welcome Home. The shattered soul of Yin was repaired and gathered by these light spots. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself in complete darkness, with light spots floating around her. Let's go, hurry up. Yin, can you see the light ahead? Don't be dazed. Walk towards it. Don't look back. Yin, move forward. Don't look back. In the next life, we will drink and talk again. Sister Yin, try to drink less. The peach blossom rain is beautiful. Enjoy it for us. Familiar voices echoed from these light spots, making her eyes sting with tears, blurring her vision. The light in her eyes was hazy, accompanied by mist. Clenching her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, she took a big step towards the light. Shimi watched helplessly as these light spots gathered behind her, transforming into the fallen heroes. They all held weapons, facing away from Yin. In front of them were the souls of the chaotic evil spirits killed by Yin's self-explosion of her origin. These souls gathered together, transforming into the most evil monsters, reaching out countless hands towards Yin. At this moment, these souls moved. Tears flowed from Yin as her footsteps quickened, transforming from a walk into a run. She reached out, grasping toward the light. The souls glanced at her until she held the light, then smiled. Live well for us. Go and see the beauty of this world. Such words struck deeply at her heart. Bushy Chuan, catch it. It's time to exterminate the evil spirits. I admit I'm a bit selfish, but right now, only you can allow these souls to reincarnate. 06 exclaimed, as Shimi raised his hand to catch the sunwheel knife thrown to him, a fierce expression on his face. You don't need to say it. I've endured these scum for a long time. The moment the sunwheel knife was drawn, his body solidified from a soul form into a physical one, the breath of wind flickering throughout the dark space. These monsters turned to ashes beneath his blade. The souls looked at him in shock, sensing his aura, and revealed relieved smiles. Thank you, and I wish you happiness. The souls transformed into points of light, flying towards the light Yin held. Shimi sheathed his knife, curling his lips into a smile, gratitude evident in his eyes. It should be him thanking them. 06 revealed a relaxed smile, thinking that this way, Yin would bear fewer karmic burdens. The figures of one person and one cat completely vanished. At the same time, after self-detonating her origin, Yin had already sensed something strange. When she awoke, she understood in her heart. Originally, she should have chosen to stay, but she couldn't because someone was waiting for her to return. Without hesitation, she ran towards the light before her, and the moment she grasped it, she felt a dizzying sensation. When she opened her eyes again, the blinding sunlight made her involuntarily close her eyes again. Slowly reopening them, the voices around her made her frown. Where did this woman come from? She seemed to have appeared suddenly. TSK. Kyuso. Is this a new trick of the demons? How could they find this place? Yin slowly opened her eyes and found herself sitting in a room, surrounded by familiar people. They were by Mingyu Xingming, Butterfly Shinobu, Ju Tomioka, Mitsuri Kanroji, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Michiro Takedo. And also, Yin looked at Shimi, tears welling up in her eyes. She had recalled all the lost memories, and her heart ached with longing and grievance. She rushed toward Shimi, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding him tightly. The onlookers widened their eyes, and Shimi's face turned red in an instant, feeling flustered. Hey, who are you, woman? What are you doing suddenly hugging me? Let go of me. Yin was taken aback, tears streaming down her face as she moved slightly away from him, her eyes filled with confusion. Shimi? You don't recognize me anymore? Huh, should I know you? Let go of me. Shimi's forehead was bulging with veins, his face flushed, and he couldn't directly pull her down, so he stood stiffly and growled. Yin stared blankly as she let him go, her eyes dull as she looked around the room. There were many familiar faces missing. What happened to Quangjin, Brother Yadu, Sister Jinmu, Ikaru, Kanny, and Kaijur? By the way, where's Mr. Yuzui? Why is he not here either? Why isn't Lord Zhugong here? Why don't you recognize me, Sumi? She spoke each word clearly, and everyone widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at her. Yin looked at Meili and Michiro, who were still wrapped in bandages, as well as Mrs. Amano, who was shocked and stunned behind her. Suddenly, she felt a wave of speechlessness. She was awake, but why did her body run off to the wrong place? Looking at the real Mia in front of her, she blinked and thought, oh, the original Mia really isn't as tall as her Mia. Helpless, she sat down, scratched her face, and looked at Mia with an apologetic expression. Sorry. It seems I've still encountered some issues. Returned to the wrong place. You aren't my Mia, and I caused you trouble. I truly apologize. Her words brought everyone back to their senses. Shinobu Kocho walked up to her and asked this young lady, if possible, could you answer me a question? Seeing the strange smile on Shinobu's face that didn't belong to her, Yunyan felt a twinge of heartache. All right, you can ask. Why'd you call out their names? It seems like you know us. I know all of you. I don't belong here. Back in my world, everyone is still together. Yunyan looked at Shimi, who appeared unnatural. This world is indeed the original world of Shimi. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and in my case, Shimi and I are engaged. What? Huh? Everyone looked at Shimi in surprise, and Shimi's face instantly turned red as she carefully examined the person in front of her. Indeed, she is a beauty, and although she hides it well, the aura she subtly reveals is very strong. So, are you also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes. In my world, I am the current ice pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed, sitting on the soft cushion, unconsciously responding to the subsequent questions from Butterfly Ninja one by one. They chatted for a long time. Meanwhile, on the 06 side, everyone was going crazy. Who knew how terrifying it was for them to wake up and find Yunyan had disappeared right before their eyes? 06 frantically searched for Yunyan's location. Cold sweat pouring down. Found her. Where? 06 had a difficult expression. Parallel world. Huh. Everyone. Buzzichuan, do you remember the divine skill Yunyan asked you to use back then? Oh, you mean the one for traveling between countries? Yes, that one. Shimi frowned. Can I use it now? The body isn't even the same. 06 raised a paw and shook it. No. It was originally activated using a demigod's physique. You can use it now. Go bring her home. All right. Everyone stepped aside, nervously watching Shimi. Shimi recalled the incantation Yunyan taught him, formed hand seals, whispered the chant, and a golden formation appeared beneath his feet. As the light flashed, his figure vanished before everyone's eyes. The butterfly house emitted several exclamations. As evening approached, Yunyan seemed to sense something, stood up with a smile, and said, I've already said everything I can answer. It's time to say goodbye to you all. Huh? Butterfly Ninja looked at her in confusion, and Yunyan turned to look inside the courtyard, with everyone following her gaze. The golden formation transformed into a large door that opened, and amidst the light, a figure walked out. Everyone widened their eyes as Buzzichu and Shimi appeared right before them. Yunyan's eyes brightened as she ran towards him. The moment Shimi saw her, he breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and opened his arms to catch his rushing lover, holding her tightly in his embrace. Shimi, I miss you so much. Hearing her slightly choked voice, Shimi's heart softened, knowing she must have remembered everything. He held her even tighter, saying, Yeah, me too. I've come to take you home. Yunyan buried her face in his neck, and Shimi held her gently, one hand softly stroking the back of her head. After a long while, Yunyan withdrew from his embrace, linked her arm with his, and turned to look at the crowd behind them, revealing a bright smile. Although Shimi in this world is also very handsome, compared to my Shimi, it's better if you're a bit more straightforward, right? Haha. Shimi found it amusing and rubbed Yunyan's head, then turned to look at himself in this world, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Something still needed to be said properly to avoid regrets. Yunyan waved goodbye to them and, following Shimi, stepped through the golden door, disappearing from their sight. The crowd fell silent. The immortal Shimi lowered his gaze, feeling that another version of himself in a different world looked very happy, which was nice. Is there no regret? The crowd revealed a relaxed smile. It turned out that in countless parallel worlds, another version of them was still alive. This is good. At least, not all of them have suffered the misfortune of losing their loved ones, friends, and respected individuals. As soon as Yunyan and Shimi returned to the Butterfly Mansion, Yunyan was instantly surrounded by a group of people. Seeing the crying Mikomo, Mitsuri, and Kanaho, Yunyan held back her tears and tightly embraced them. Shinobu wiped away her tears. In the next moment, she was pulled into the group, hugged by Yunyan. Then came the familiar faces and almost everyone got a hug. Yunyan leaned against Shimi's embrace. And in front of her were people with bright smiles, joyfully saying to her, Yunyan, welcome home. Yunyan was taken aback, and Shimi held her tightly, revealing a gentle smile. There was a faint glimmer in her eyes, and her voice was deep, yet unexpectedly gentle as she said, "Welcome home." Yunyan smiled with happiness, a genuine smile that she hadn't shown in a long time. "I'm back." She rushed over with tears streaming down her face, while Shimi playfully nudged her forehead. The two of them bantered back and forth. The others helplessly tried to mediate, while Yunyan stood by, smiling gently. Once again, she quietly said in her heart, "I'm back. Everyone, thank you." This was directed at the people in front of her, as well as to their past selves. Chapter 145. Pre-training. Hey, Shimi and Ihei are on a mission. Yunyan and Meili were sitting in the dessert shop. Meili puffed out her cheeks, and the sakura cake in front of her no longer seemed appealing. Yes, she was just a step behind. If only she had been a little quicker, she could have teamed up with Mr. Kihira. Mr. Fushikawa is really fast. Kanroji Meili. Yunyan blinked her eyes, chuckled lightly at the words, raised her hand to rub Meili's head, resting her chin on her hand, her face adorned with a witch's smile. "Ah, then Meili, let's enjoy some desserts together. It's just that I haven't really had a break lately." How could this happen? You can't neglect your rest. Sister Yunyan, try this. This pudding is super delicious." Upon hearing Yunyan's tired voice, Meili quickly pushed the blueberry jam pudding over to her, looking at her with anticipation. Yunyan took a bite, squinting her eyes indeed, as expected from Meili. "It's true that when it comes to desserts, I have to look for you. It's really delicious, hee. It's great that it suits Sister Yunyan's taste. Sasasa, let us try this one again." Meili focused on feeding Yunyan, blushing, and smiling as she watched Yunyan taste the dessert she recommended, radiating happiness all around her. Yunyan didn't have a big appetite, so she left everything else for Miri to finish off. She propped her chin up, looking at Miri with eyes full of gentle affection as she ate. No matter how you looked at it, Miri was adorable. Suddenly, it felt like that guy Ihei was getting off too easily. While Ihei was still chasing after the evil spirit with Shimi, he suddenly sneezed. Shimi turned his head to look at him and asked, "Ihei, do you have a cold?" Ihei rubbed his nose and replied, "No, it must be someone cursing me from behind." "Huh, that takes some guts." Yin's super brave smoke. The two followed two Demon Slayer Corps members, tracing the scent of the evil spirit, stopping not far from an abandoned high-rise building. TSK. A mere evil spirit actually dares to call itself Lord. It's really laughable. Shimi clicked his tongue in discontent, propping his arm on his knee and looking around. Ihei frowned, confirming if it was around here. The teammate beside him scratched his head nervously. "Yes, Snake Hashira, our loss allowed the evil spirit to escape." I never expected much from you," Shimi disdainfully replied, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The kidnapped girl opened her eyes and found herself being carried away by a strange person, gasping in fear. This immediately attracted the attention of the four in the distance. Shimi steadied his grip on his sword and jumped down from a height. "Damn it. Stop right there. Chase." Ihei and Shimi rushed out first, while the two teammates struggled to keep up behind them. They chased into the building, where the entire place was eerily silent. The presence of the evil spirit so strong it was nauseating. In the shadows, countless evil spirits were lurking, eyeing the four on the first floor with greed. "Fukushi, something feels off here." "Yeah, I thought it was strange from the very beginning. It's unsettling." Just as he finished speaking, the evil spirits suddenly attacked. Shimi raised his hand to pull the nearby teammate away, swinging his sword to behead the evil spirit. Ihei's figure flashed, and the two coordinated to quickly eliminate the evil spirits that fell from above. The two teammates struggled to swing their swords, almost getting their heads bitten off by the evil spirits. After clearing this floor, Ihei glanced at the two with a calm expression. "You two go ahead. We'll handle this here." But, TSK, stop talking nonsense. You're too much of a hindrance here. Hurry up and get lost. "Why, yes." Seeing Shimi's temper flaring up, the two quickly took their swords and ran out of the ancient building. Ihei looked towards the staircase. "Fukushi, do you feel that?" "Yeah, that annoying presence." A scream from the girl came from upstairs, and Shimi suddenly turned around, gathering his strength to leap up, facing a swarm of evil spirits, swinging his sword to turn them into dust. As one batch died, another batch came. Ihei leaped out from behind him, swinging his sword to deal with the suddenly appearing demons. "That was too dangerous. No need to thank me." Shimi exploded in anger. "I didn't ask for your help." The two looked up, and the evil spirit carrying the girl was startled, quickly fleeing. Shimi, furious, kicked open the nearby door, sword in hand, shouting at the fleeing evil spirit. "Hey, don't run, evil spirit. Leave that girl and your head behind." The blocking evil spirit lunged at him, and, as Shimi walked, he swiftly killed the spirits, getting increasingly annoyed. "Get lost. One after another, it's so annoying. Are you cockroaches?" after clearing those spirits. Shimi leaned on his sword and quickly ran towards the wall where there was a breach. Ihei had already landed on the roof of the ancient building, and Shimi landed behind him. The two were surrounded by evil spirits. Ihei glanced down from the rooftop. Fukushi, you go save the girl, I'll handle this here. Shimi sighed, shouldering his sword, a defiant smile appearing on his face. Just when I was getting bored with cutting. It's your turn. He leaped up and swiftly moved through the air. Ihei jumped down directly, with the evil spirits lunging at him. In the next moment, his figure vanished, and his sword transformed into the shape of a serpent, instantly killing those evil spirits. Shimi grabbed the edge of the rooftop with one hand and forcefully leaped onto the roof. Standing upright slowly, with the sword resting on his shoulder, he looked disdainfully at the gathered evil spirits. Hey, no matter how many there are, it's useless. Surrender to me, and then die. The evil spirits gritted their teeth in anger. Kill him. The evil spirits charged at Shimi, who coldly swung his sword, the blade transforming into a tornado that shot towards the sky. The blood of the evil spirits splattered, drenching him. Breath of wind, fourth form, rising dust storm. Seeing the situation turn dire, an evil spirit grabbed the nearby girl and threw her toward Shimi. Shimi was startled, watching the innocent girl fall from the high building. Oh no! In the next second, Ihei appeared, catching the girl and landing beside Shimi. The evil spirit clicked its tongue and turned to leap down through the broken hole in the ancient building's roof. Seeing this, Shimi hurriedly chased after. Stop! Ihei set the girl down and quickly followed, the two leaping down, only to be shocked by the sight before them. Inside the ancient building, it was brightly lit, countless rooms filled with various forms of evil spirits. The entire space was vast and boundless. The escaping evil spirit smiled provocatively, and Shimi gritted his teeth, gripping his sword and lunging at it. Kyuso, just as he was about to hit, accompanied by the sound of a sansien, the scenery changed dramatically. The sword plunged straight into the ground, and Shimi sat cross-legged on the ground. Ihei landed behind him, frowning. Just now, was that the infinite castle that Yunyin mentioned before? Shimi supported himself on his legs, his expression emotionless and calm. It should be. The next day, the news the two brought back reached the ears of Ubuyashiki Waya, and the Hashira meeting was once again convened. In light of what Shimi and Ihei had witnessed, the evil spirits were not only appearing in hordes, but were also crazily capturing humans. Additionally, Yunyin shared her experience of having exploded a big eyeball. That was the blood demon art of Kaneo, and the infinite castle was also one of her blood demon arts, completely under her control. However, in terms of combat power, Kaneo had none. Her best skill was survival. Now, the main focus was still on enhancing the strength of all the Demon Slayer Corps members. As the final battle was not far off, Yunyin rested her chin on her hand and calmly said these few words. Production house Yoshia looked at her and asked, Yunyin, what can I do? His body had already recovered, and he hoped to help these children. Yunyin smiled brightly at him, saying, as for the words of the Lord, it's fine as usual because you will sense it. Upon hearing this, Yaozai understood in his heart. After the meeting concluded, the real Hashira training commenced. According to the agreed-upon order, the team members needed to train in sequence. Sound Hashira, Mist Hashira, Love Hashira, Serpent Hashira, Flame Hashira, Stone Hashira, Wind Hashira, Ice Hashira, and Water Hashira. As for the Butterfly Sisters, they do not participate in the training sessions, but only join the nighttime Hashira training. During the day, they will study medicine together with Tamayo. And what 06 needs to do is to buy time. The time arranged by Yunyin is enough to fully open the pillars hanging, following the original work, but they can't hold on until then. Therefore, the six must go and cause trouble for Muzan Kabutsuji, delaying his entry into the game. As for why the sound pillar hasn't retired, the cloud of smoke evokes a mischievous smile, laughing to death. With her around, don't even think about running. Everyone must finish the job before retiring. Chapter 146, The Misunderstood Letter, Dramatic Tension. Following the plan, the biggest problem arose. Yeong thought that the water column training only needed Yenju and Jinzo. He always believed that he didn't have the talent of Yenju, so he didn't want to mislead the students, thus refusing to participate in the team's training. Everyone, I never had thoughts before, but now I really want to beat him up. Yunyin furrowed his brow, and no amount of persuasion worked. In the end, he directly sought help from the delivery room, Yazaki, but the mistake was made by Quan Sanlang, who delivered the letter meant for Tanjiro, but mistakenly went to persuade Yeong instead, resulting in Shimi and Ihei being the ones who showed up. Yunyin later found out, and his eye twitched. What is this? The trio surrounding Yeong? The two surrounded one, The two who received the letter were initially wandering the streets, preparing to choose gifts for their respective girlfriends. The moment they finished reading the letter, Shimi's face twisted into a grimace, and Ihei turned red with anger. The letter in their hands was crumpled. Shimi gritted his teeth. That guy Tenjin. Ihei's face darkened, his eyes becoming downward-pointing triangles, and he forced out a line. After all, it was a command from the Lord. The two rushed like the wind to Iyong's residence. Shimi knocked on the door with all his might. Hey, Tenjin, are you home? Ihei stood beside him, shouting along. If you're home, open the door. Don't just stand there. There was no response at all. Unable to endure any longer, Shimi's head was filled with hashtags, and he directly tore the door down with his bare hands. Charging in with Ihei. Hey, Tenjin, we're coming in. Both of them wore fierce expressions, and Iyong's eyes widened. At first, he thought he misheard, but it really was them. Then his nightmare began. When he was sleeping, Shimi and Ihei sat beside him. Shimi yanked off his blanket, his face twisted with rage. How can you still be sleeping at this time? Go train. Ihei pointed his finger at Shimi's face. You didn't even take on a mission. What are you sleeping for? Go train. Tenjin Iyong. When he was in the bathroom, Shimi banged on the door, shouting, Hey Tenjin, are you seriously taking this long in the bathroom? Ihei was right beside him, shouting in the same loud voice. Hurry up and come out, then go train. Tenjin Iyong. When he was taking a bath, the two squeezed in with him. Shimi's expression grew even more twisted as he sat at the back. Hey, it's so cramped, damn it. Move up. Ihei was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. You haven't trained or sweated at all. What are you washing for? Go train. Tenjin Iyong. After a series of events, Iyong fled in desperation to the ice house. He hurriedly left a message for Yunyan. Sorry. Senior sister, help me. Let me hide for a bit. Yunyan looked at him like a gust of wind, as if there were a fierce ghost chasing him. He hurriedly escaped into his residence, a big question mark popping up in his head. Tanjiro's power, is that great? No way. The next second, she fell silent. Shimi quickly walked in, smiled gently at her, rubbed her head, and said, Sorry to disturb you for a moment. Then his expression instantly changed, as he walked into the room with a fierce look on his face, shouting, Tomioka, you bastard! Get out of the house. Iguro calmly walked past Yunyan, stopped in front of her to greet her. Sorry for the interruption, Tsujikuni. Then he turned around, with the same expression as Shimi, and shouted into the room, Tomioka, get out for training. Cloud smoke. Yunyan was completely stunned. No, why is it those two? Where's Tanjiro? In a hurry to deliver a letter to Ubuyashikiyoya, Ubuyashikiyoya blinked in confusion upon receiving the letter and looked at the nearby Amanai. Amanai, is this really for Tanjiro? Amanai looked bewildered, huh? But Kanzaburo said it was for Lord Kaneo and Lord Iguro. The two of them fell into an unusual silence. Oh no, it seems they trusted Kanzaburo too much and got the wrong people. Yunyan, who received the reply letter, covered his face in speechlessness. Turning around, he looked at the trio, who were trying to be heroic with dead fish eyes, and asked softly, Yoriyuki, can you tell me why you don't want to participate? Yoriyuki lowered his head, kneeling in front of the three. I'm too weak. Kaneo and Takedo are much stronger than me, so I can't mislead others. Mitsuri and Iguro were taken aback. What is this guy saying? Weak? Who? Him? Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, pondering before speaking. What do you mean by weak? Are you saying that in terms of breath of water sword techniques, you are too weak? Iyong's eyes dimmed. He was indeed too weak, which is why he couldn't help at all. Every time senior sister Yunyan encountered danger, he couldn't arrive in time. He also didn't become a Hashira as quickly as Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Huh, what are you talking about? Sumiyoshi looked at him with disdain. But you are a Hashira? How many people have you saved along the way? How many demons have you slain? Weak? What nonsense are you saying? Ihei rolled his eyes and pointed at Iyong. As far as I know, among the breath of water techniques, you are the only one who created a new move. If this is considered weak, have you ever thought about how others feel? Yunyan raised her eyebrows and said, Oh, are these two starting some sort of flattering encouragement education? Iyong lifted his head, his eyes shining with a hint of brightness, and said, Stop talking nonsense. Go participate in the training. Exactly. With this time wasted, it's better to improve ourselves and kill more ghosts. Shimi and Ihei were both more awkward than the other, their expressions showing clear reluctance, and after speaking, they sulked with their mouths shut. Yunyan smiled and walked over to sit beside Iyong, raising her hand to ruffle his hair. Iyong, everyone has different talents and strengths. Training together with the three of you is a great opportunity to cover each other's weaknesses, isn't it? You only see their strengths and your own weaknesses, but you should also consider their weaknesses and your own strengths. Humanity is always learning and progressing. Yunyan's gaze was gentle, and Eon looked at her, his pupils trembling slightly. Did he also have strengths that were beyond what the others could achieve? As if realizing something, his calm eyes sparkled with a faint light. I'll participate. Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed. That's more like it. Just when she wanted to say something else, she saw Eon facing Shimi and Ihei, and the first words out of his mouth were a critical hit. Vusukawa, Ihei, do you like to eat rice cakes and kelp strips? Huh, what did you say? Yunyan, if you want to make friends, please don't ask what the other person likes to eat in such a cold tone. You really made me lose my temper on the spot, with hashtags popping up one after another on my head. Yunyan rubbed his forehead and gestured to the two who were clearly about to explode, saying, calm down, Eon doesn't mean what you think. He wants to build a good relationship with you. He'll find out what you like to eat and treat it as a gift to befriend you. This guy, not good with words, should just let you both cool down. Eon's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and Shimi and Ihei calmed down, looking at Eon speechlessly. This guy, asking others in that tone, it's no wonder people misunderstand. Just as they were about to speak, they saw Tanjiro rushing in from outside, bowing to them. Mr. Tanjiro, Mr. Ihei. Then he bowed to Yunyan. Sister Yunyan, I'm really sorry for the interruption. After that, he directly grabbed Eon's arm. Mr. Eon, please come with me. The three of them were puzzled. Yutaka Tomioka, not understanding what was going on, he silently waved goodbye to the three and followed Tanjiro out. On the street, Tanjiro was hurrying because he had received a letter from Ubuyashiki Waya, so he had hurriedly come to find Eon. All the way, he was thinking hard about how to get Eon to train as well. Eon looked at him, confused, wanting to ask him what was going on. But if it wasn't a big deal, he needed to prepare for the training of the team. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tanjiro with a sincere expression. Mr. Eon, let's have a competition to eat soba noodles. Yutaka Tomioka, huh? Why? The three who followed and heard this all looked puzzled. Why have a competition to eat noodles? Chapter 147, Pillar Training officially begins. Yunyan rubbed her forehead and decided to let them mess around, thinking of it as a way to strengthen the brotherhood. So, haven't any team members gone to your side yet? Shimi walked beside her with her arms crossed, looking quite displeased. The first batch will arrive tomorrow. TSK, such a hassle. It's taken them so long to come. Ihei was even more openly disdainful, each one weaker than the last, as if they were here to entertain. Yunyan, she suddenly wasn't looking forward to it anymore, because if it were her leading the training, she would really treat them like soldiers under her command. The team members were still looking forward to how Yunyan, who appeared to them as a gentle angel, would train them, not knowing that she was the most devilish one. To prepare for the training of these team members, Ihei left first. Shimi, at the corner, tightly embraced Yunyan and gently kissed her, despite looking rough and tough. He was cautious even in kissing, afraid that he might accidentally hurt her. Reluctantly looking at Yunyan, she helplessly ruffled his hair, her palm resting against his cheek. Be good. Shimi, I will come to see you. Shimi, blushing, raised his hand to hold the hand she placed beside his cheek, rubbing his face against it. Got it. After bidding farewell to Shimi, Yunyan returned to the courtyard, carrying a bouquet for offerings and some tributes. Heading to a place she had never visited before, the grave of Mrs. Miho and her brother in this world, Jika. Ever since she regained her memory, she had been puzzled as to why there was someone with the same name as her brother, who also resembled him, and coincidentally became her brother. Standing in front of the tombstone, she arranged the items and clasped her hands together. She really couldn't kneel, because if she did, heavenly lightning would definitely strike down. Only the ancient God who created the heavens and the earth could bear her worship. Yunyan took a deep glance at the two tombstones in front of her, then turned and left. A gentle breeze swept by, reminiscent of the soft touch of Madame Meihui caressing her cheek. The clouds curl around the lips. Raising the head to look at the slanting sun on the horizon. Everything will get better. Walking on the road, Yunyan has a smile on her face. And that smile is becoming increasingly dangerous. So that's how it is. Really infuriating. Yunyan looked up at the sky, her smile sending chills down one spine. In the end, she let out a light laugh, and the depth in her eyes was inscrutable. Nangong Chengshun, who was afraid of being beaten up by his sister. Zai, my sister looks super angry right now. What to do? What should I do? In the void divine realm, Zai wanted to cry, but had no tears, biting his handkerchief and looking at the Tongtian mirror with teary eyes. Just now, Yunyan's smile nearly scared his soul out. I said, you really don't need to be so afraid of your sister, right? Upon hearing this, Zai changed his expression, revealing shark-like teeth and a fierce face with his eyes rolled back, pointing at the man behind him who was dressed in luxurious divine attire and looked handsome, shouting, how can you still have the face to say that? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you insisting on betting with me, would I have offended my sister? You had to play some ridiculous dice game with me. I've never dealt with that since I was a child. You tricked me into wearing your broken divine robe and wearing a mask, pretending to be you to stop my naturally beautiful, unparalleled, gentle, and lovely sister. Isn't she just the last evil god of the vast world? What is wrong with my sister stabbing a few dozen times? If she wants to stab, let her stab. She is not stabbing you. That kind of filthy thing born from that mess, if it gets stabbed to death, then so be it. At worst, you just wave your hand to bring him back, right? Now look, I don't even dare to appear in front of her. It should have been me telling her that day. Brother has become a god too. Brother can continue to protect you. But it turned into, in the face of heaven. Do not be unruly. The man being scolded was none other than Tion himself, who shrugged and said, so what? A bet is a bet, okay? I don't want to hear that. I can't take it anymore. Zai rolled up his sleeves, angrily approaching him with dark energy swirling around him. Tion broke out in a cold sweat and kept retreating. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, I am Tion. Are you trying to defy authority? Go to hell. Today, not only do I want to defy authority, but I also want to usurp the throne and stab you to death. You turtle bastard. No, wait, someone, help. The war god is going to murder the heavens. No, big brother, calm down, shut up, go die. The divine guards looked straight ahead. They were already used to it. Yunyan couldn't help but sneeze, rubbing her nose in confusion. It felt strange, as if someone was teasing her from behind. The door was knocked, and Yunyan turned to look. Chianami was kneeling at the door with a bundle on her back, greeting her respectfully. Master, I'm about to set off to train with Mr. Yuzui. Has it really come so soon for you, Nami? Yes, go for it, Nami. Yunyan smiled gently at her, and with some concern, reminded her of a few things, then handed her a lot of snacks, watching her leave the ice house. Leaning on her hand, she looked at the little white one sleeping beside her, raising her hand to rub its fluffy head. Haname had left, and now it was just the two of us. Without the little son, Naime, Yunyan lost her enthusiasm and joy. She lay flat in the house, feeling lazy. However, it didn't last long, as the first batch of trainees she needed to train began to arrive at the Ice House Dojo. Yunyan appeared in front of everyone with an angelic smile, pointing at the weighted bags by the wall. Everyone quickly put them on, and then, with a wave of a knife, they rushed to grab the weighted bags amidst the flying powder. The moment they put them on, they collectively froze and shattered into pieces. What kind of joke is this? After putting them on, they couldn't even lift their arms, stiffly turning their heads to look back at Yunyan, who still wore an angelic smile. They vaguely saw the dark energy emanating from her. Yunyan smiled, tilting her head slightly. If I don't have enough practice, I'll be fine. I'll accompany him to practice. The crowd. This is a new hell. Meanwhile, no one has met the training conditions at the Water Pillars training area. The dojos and training places of each pillar are bustling with activity. China Mimi arrived at Yuzui's training ground with a bundle on her back, smiling brightly, waving at Yuzui. Mr. Yuzui. Yuzui was originally complaining that these team members were too weak, but when he saw China Mimi, his eyes lit up. Oh, it's Nami. Yes, Mr. Yuzui. From now on, I will train here with you. Please take care of me. Ha ha ha. No problem. Sweat out and let your energy flow. Yes. When the Tsuzumi sisters saw China Mimi, they all rushed towards her, hugging her tightly. China Mimi blushed, enjoying the affection from the three beautiful sisters, her whole being surrounded by little pink flowers. Among those training with her were Jinya, Zenitsu, Kanawo, and Inosuke. Tanjiro's injury hadn't healed completely, so only two of the three little ones came, and one was missing from the sensory group. China Mimi smiled as she carefully took off her haori, folding it neatly and placing it in her bag. This was a gift from her master. She couldn't let it get dirty or wrinkled. Not even a single thread could be exposed. Chapter 148. The second group's pet, China Mimi, goes online. After just 3 days, China Mimi said goodbye to Yuzui and Jinya, heading to the next pillar's training ground ahead of them. At the Kasumi Pillar Dojo, she gently knocked on the door, poked her head inside, and smiled brightly. Yuakaru, Muichiro, I'm here. The two looked over at the sound. Yuakaru snorted lightly, but it was clear he was in a good mood. You're so slow. Muichiro smiled helplessly and waved her in. Nami, you're here. Come in. He saw the... I couldn't catch the first batch, but thankfully I squeezed into the second batch. Then she bowed to the two. Next, please take care of me. The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gentle smiles. As the sister's stepson, they also needed to guide her well. The brothers liked China Mimi. A fondness that came from friendship, plus she was Yunyan's stepson, adding an extra layer of affection. After 2 days, China Mimi said goodbye to the two and headed to the Love Pillar's residence, moving at an incredible speed, radiating with energy. Mitsurine, I'm here. Wow. Nami-chan, I finally get to see you. I really missed you. Come on, let us go inside. Listen to me. Listen to me. I made super delicious honey cakes today. Really? Mitsurine, I really want to eat that. Nami-chan, please sit here and wait for me a moment. Mitsuri, beaming with happiness, went to the kitchen. In a little while, she came back with a honey cake. Chinamami's eyes sparkled, a little drool escaping her lips as she watched Mitsuri drizzle honey on the cake, cutting a piece and bringing it to her lips. Without hesitation, she took a bite, cradling her chin in her hands, chewing happily, swallowing the cake, and giving a thumbs up, as expected of Mitsurine. It's really super delicious. Mitsuri covered her face. Her cheeks flushed and pulled out a set of dance clothes from behind her. Nami-chan, can you change into this outfit? Of course, no problem. Having received guidance from Kyujiro and Shinobu, she knew that wind-breathing swordsmen had exceptionally strong flexibility. China Mimi felt no pressure. Stretching was no problem at all. The next day, she left Mitsuri's place, both of them reluctant to part. Next, she arrived at the Snake Pillars dojo. Q-version China Mimi, with her big eyes, looked at the team member tied to the pillar inside the room, turning to look at Iguro. Mr. Iguro, did they make you angry? Don't mind them. Just swing your blade. I will correct your issues. The team members looked at Iguro like they had seen a ghost, wondering why the terrifying snake pillar had become so calm and patient. They then looked at China Mimi with a mix of envy and fear. Stepson, please don't hit them. Yes. Iguro crossed his arms, watching. He was also showing care for her. Mitsuri liked China Mimi, and she was Yunyan's stepson and Kyujiro's girlfriend, who was relatively compatible with him. Even his close friend Shinobu would protect her because of Yunyan and Kyujiro's relationship, trying to show her a gentle side as much as possible. So no matter the angle, he would give China Mimi more patience and treat her with a calm heart, trying to be a bit gentler with her. China Mimi was also perceptive. Within 5 days, she said goodbye to Iguro, humming a tune as she headed towards the Flame Pillar Dojo. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Inosuke successfully passed the training at the Kasumi Pillar Dojo and went to Mitsuri's place. Jinya had just finished his training with Yuzi, politely saying goodbye, and headed towards the Kasumi Pillar Dojo where the Tsuzumi brothers were. As soon as he left, Yuzui sent out a letter, standing atop a pile of team members who were knocked down, half dead, and foaming at the mouth. Shinobu looked up at the crow, flying towards him. He let Yuzui's crow land on his shoulder, took the letter, and smoothed its feathers, watching it leave. He glanced disdainfully at the team members beneath him, then returned inside with the letter. Kyujiro was nearby, polishing his wooden sword, waiting for the team members to recover and wake up, as it would then be his turn to guide them. Shinobu looked at the letter, knowing that Jinya had successfully passed Yuzui's training, a look of relief appearing on his face. Without relying on demonization, without consuming spiritual energy, relying solely on a body that could only perform ordinary breathing techniques, he managed to get through such training. Shinobu tucked the letter away, looking out at the sky, silently sighing, "You really worked hard, Jinya. Keep it up and get stronger. Your brother will be with you." The team members trembled and sat up, looking at Kyujiro, who had a gentle expression, thinking they finally wouldn't get beaten. However, those two brothers trained people in exactly the same way. The team members, the training from the two wind pillars was torture. This is hell. China Mimi said goodbye to Kyujiro, her bundle now filled with many roasted sweet potatoes, smiling as she walked towards the Rock Pillar's residence. Seeing the self-training Sanemi, she greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Sanemi, I'm here. In the days to come, please take care of me." "Namu Amida, Butsu, is that you, Nami? You've come this far. You've worked hard. Next, please join them in the waterfall. You need to keep going." "Yes, I will do my best." China Mimi took a couple of steps out, then turned back, walking up to Sanemi, pulling a wooden box from her bundle. "Mr. Sanemi, this is a gift I prepared for you." She wore a radiant smile, and although Sanemi couldn't see it, he could feel her warmth and happiness as her gentle and respectful voice fell into his ears. "Since I wasn't too sure if I could deliver the gift on your birthday, I brought it early, although it's a bit early." China Mimi scratched her head in embarrassment, worried that she might be on a mission or still training and unable to deliver the gift on Sanemi's birthday. So she decided to give it early. Baiming Yuxingming was taken aback, took the wooden box, tears streaming down his face, and reached out his large hand to gently rub her head, his face filled with tenderness. "Thank you, Naime. I'm going to train now." After she ran off, Baiming Yuxingming opened the wooden box and gently touched the contents inside, feeling something fluffy. Through his perception, He could clearly discern the general outline, and guess what the gift was? A gentle smile appeared on his handsome, resolute face as he carefully closed the box. This was a heartfelt gift from a child, a handmade cat wool felt, shaped like a little cat curled up sleeping. The raw material, of course, was the fur that had been brushed off during Little Bai's shedding period for a long time. Qian patiently made it bit by bit, and there were still some small cat wool felts at home that Little Bai also liked. It was as if they had little companions. These small dolls made from cat wool felt were vividly lifelike. Even when sleeping, Little Bai would randomly pick one of the dolls Qian made to cuddle with. Every time Yin and Qian saw it sleeping with the doll, they felt that Little Bai was simply too cute. The fatigue from returning from a mission seemed to be healed. Chapter 149 Extra 2. The Challenge of the Glue-Covered Jar Lid Master. Master. Qian rushed in excitedly, followed by Meili, who was blushing and full of excitement. Yin looked confused, her eyes filled with indulgence, as she opened her arms to embrace the rushing Qian. What's wrong? Qian lifted her head in her arms, pointing at the book in her hands. Master, you have to see this. This challenge is really super interesting. Yin looked curiously and applied glue to the can lid, wondering if her boyfriend would open it. She rubbed her chin and revealed a mischievous smile. Thinking it was quite interesting, right? Right? Master, should we do it? Meili covered her face. Wow, can we really do this? But, it really feels so novel. Yin gently rubbed Qian head and pinched Meili's face, smiling tenderly, of course. It's fine, I don't think they would mind their girlfriends having a few mischievous thoughts. Behind the gentle smile, a little devil was giggling. The first to suffer was, of course, Ihei Kobain. Yin deftly applied strong glue to the lid, just the right amount, and after sealing it, not a drop of glue spilled out. It looked just like a can that had never been opened. The three exchanged a knowing smile, while 06 watched them silently, feeling that suddenly. They looked quite frightening when they smiled like that. Meili, blushing, had invited Ike out for dessert. Halfway through, she took out a can, and because her muscles were different from ordinary people, she pretended to struggle to open it, looking quite distressed. The reason for her blush was that she wasn't good at acting. Ike, being a thoughtful and perfect boyfriend, naturally noticed his girlfriend's frustration. He glanced at the can in her hand. In his love-struck state, he completely forgot that his girlfriend was stronger than he was. He reached out to her and gently said, "Let me help." "Huh? Thank you, Mr. Ike." Meili nervously placed the can in his hand. Ike smiled gently. No need to be polite. This was something he, as her boyfriend and future husband, should do. With a calm demeanor, he twisted the lid effortlessly. He looked at the can in his hand in confusion. Usually, he could easily open it with a twist, thinking it was well sealed. He couldn't help but admire how meticulous the manufacturer was, believing that good sealing indicated good quality. So he used some strength, but the can didn't budge at all. No, this seal is way too good, right? Ike frowned slightly, his arm veins popping out, and he used all his strength, but the can still didn't move. Meili beside him looked at him with anticipation, anxiously watching him. I thought she really wanted to eat it. So to avoid disappointing his girlfriend, he unleashed his potential, and his muscles tensed up. Still, he couldn't open it. Holding the can, he felt his color drain away. He was an incompetent boyfriend, unable to even open the can his girlfriend wanted to eat. He felt utterly useless. In the shadows, Yin and Qian almost laughed themselves to death while watching. The first victim of the prank, Ike, had failed the challenge. Glucan versus Ike. Ike was utterly defeated. The next victim forced into the prank was Masatake. Qian ran up to the freshly trained Masatake with the can in hand. Looking hopeful, "Mr. Masatake, can you help me open this? I don't have enough strength to do it." Masatake looked at her adorable expression, his heart fluttering, and smiled with his eyes squinted. "Of course. Just a moment." He took the can and twisted the lid casually. Masatake. He looked at the can in his hand, puzzled. It was so tight. Was the seal that strong? Good sealing meant it was clean. He then applied a bit of force, but the lid still didn't budge. Masatake. Looking into Qian's sparkling eyes, Masatake took a deep breath, his veins bulging, and used all his strength to twist the lid. His face turned red, but the can lid remained unmoved. Masatake. He was petrified, staring in disbelief at the can in his hand. "Why is this happening? What's wrong, Mr. Masatake? Can't you open it?" Masatake was startled and not good at lying. He shifted his gaze awkwardly, forcing a smile, and nervously said, "In no way. Just wait a moment. Qian, I'll be right back." He took the can and dashed off like the wind, and sounds of clattering came from the kitchen. Qian peered in quietly, and in the kitchen, Masatake looked drained, holding a broken metal spoon in his hand, shocked as he stared at the still, perfectly sealed can. He was engulfed in shadows. Yunyan and Mealy covered their mouths, desperately trying not to laugh out loud in the dark, their bodies shaking with suppressed laughter. Glucan versus Sui Kaijin. Sui Kaijin is utterly defeated. The third victim is Nakagawa Mami. Yunyan was sitting in a chair, playing with a can in her hands. Shimi rushed over, holding a hairpin she bought for her. Seeing Yunyan staring at the can, Shimi curiously took it from her hands, asking, "Can't you open it?" "Yeah, I tried for a long time. I'm so clumsy. Didn't I come over to help? You could have just told me." "I'm not just a decoration," she replied. Shimi handed the gift to Yunyan and sat beside her, starting to twist the lid. With a casual twist, the lid didn't budge at all. Shimi's mind filled with question marks. Are can lids this tough now? To avoid disappointing his girlfriend by not being able to open the can, Shimi secretly exerted some strength. But the lid still wouldn't move. Fushikawa Shimi. His initially relaxed expression turned serious, veins bulging on his arms as he strained to twist the can lid. The veins stood out prominently, and his whole face began to look fierce. Yunyan held back a smile, not showing it on her face, deliberately revealing a hint of regret. "Ah, Shimi, why not just forget it? This canned yellow peach can be eaten or not, right? How can we just forget it? I'm not the one who can open it." Shimi's entire being became agitated, bloodshot, veins visible in his eyes, with a windmill pattern appearing on his cheeks. Just when Yunyan thought he couldn't open it either, the sound of glass shattering came through. The lid in Yunyan's hand didn't move, but the can was broken, and the yellow peaches spilled all over the ground. Yunyan was shocked. This was a canned food she specifically bought from the system mall, and it definitely wouldn't break without explosives. Shimi froze, awkwardly looking at the broken can in her hand and the yellow peaches scattered all over the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry. Let me take you to buy another one." Yunyan blinked and looked at his nervous and awkward expression, unable to help but laugh out loud. She pulled his arm to check his hand and said, "It's fine, your hand is not injured." Shimi blushed and scratched his head shyly, saying, "This little thing can't hurt me. Instead, I messed up and didn't let you have the canned food, and I let you down." Yunyan smiled and linked her arm with his. "Shimi, let's go buy another one. Okay, if you love to eat it, let's get a few more." All right. In the shadows, Kyanmai and Mealy widened their eyes in disbelief, jaws dropped in shock. Glucan versus Undying Kawashimi. Undying Kawashimi wins decisively. Yunyan, after all, Shimi has a demigod physique. Ending, Mealy and Kyanmai frantically comforted their color-drained boyfriend, claiming it was their mischievous prank. After learning about it, Ihei and Kai-suk said they didn't mind, as long as their girlfriends were having fun. They took their girlfriends out for a delightful dessert and happily strolled around. After returning home, when no one was watching, Ihei and Kai-suk began to train their arm strength like crazy and worked hard to build muscle. Then they pulled Shimi over to ask how he managed to have such great strength. Undying Kawashimi. 0-0, winky face. "It's just a can. Is it really that serious?" Ihei Kai-suk. "This is a man's dignity." Chapter 150. Intensive training in progress. Yunyan looked at the team members who were sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, frowning, supporting himself with a wooden sword. He tilted his head slightly. "Is this really it? This can't go on. Everyone is a key member of the Demon Slayer Corps and cannot be defeated by such a level of training." Upon hearing this, the team members looked at Yunyan with teary eyes. They had been scolded harshly by Shimi, and even though they hadn't met the requirements here, they felt encouraged by Yunyan. The Ice Pillar actually said they were the main force of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he smiled so gently. Even his helplessness felt so warm. One by one, they felt they could continue, their arms shaking like sieves as they swung their swords. No matter what the training was like, the Ice Pillar truly was the kindest person. Yunyan had a forced smile on her face. To be honest, she had just wanted to scold someone. But after thinking it over, she realized she couldn't be too harsh on these kids. After all, they weren't real soldiers. As lunchtime approached, Yunyan called Alan to prepare meals for the team and arrange for them to take a break. She then went to the kitchen to grab the prepared rice cakes and matcha, quickly leaving the Ice House Dojo for the Wind House Dojo. Just as she arrived at the Wind House Dojo, she heard wailing and Shimi's furious shouts from inside. As she pushed the door open, a team member happened to fall right beside her. Yunyan blinked and smiled down at the team member on the ground. "Are you okay?" The team member immediately blushed, standing up as if energized. "Yes, I'm fine." "Hey, you little brat, what are you doing?" Shimi's face darkened. "Damn it. Why is this weakling blushing in front of someone else's girlfriend?" "I'm sorry." The team member was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. Yunyan quickly walked up to Shimi, took his hand, and said, "It's lunchtime. I brought some sweet rice cakes and matcha. Let's take a break. Oh, is it already this time? Shimi, blushing, allowed her to lead him, following her pull, then turned to glare fiercely at the team members behind them. Rest for half an hour. Get your asses over there and eat. In a flash, the team members scattered. Quangjin was on a mission today, so Shimi was in charge of training. Sitting inside, the two enjoyed sweet rice cakes and tea, a moment of peace. After the meal, Shimi lay on Yunyan's lap while she looked down at him, gently stroking his cheek. Shimi, blushing, held her hand and glanced awkwardly elsewhere. You've been touching my scar for so long. What's so special about it? Really? I just think that back then, although your face without scars was also nice looking, it doesn't feel as familiar as it does now. Shimi stiffened, turned to embrace her waist, pressing his face against her abdomen, his voice muffled. What? Is my face without scars not good looking? Yunyan's smile lifts the corners of his lips, looking good, still looking good now. How about Shimi? He's also very handsome. TSK, I knew you would say something nice to flatter me. Shimi puffs up his cheeks. He hasn't forgotten. After all, during that time, he was treated like a child for so long. Yunyan seems indifferent, but he has a unique way of comforting others. Yunyan smiled with her eyes narrowed. She could feel that the cracks in her soul had diminished significantly, and the impact on her had lessened greatly. All of this was thanks to the person in front of her. She gently stroked his head. Despite looking like a messy hedgehog, his hair was surprisingly smooth and soft. Shimi sat up, wrapped his arms around her waist, lifted her chin with his hand, and leaned down to kiss her. Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and closed her eyes in response. She really liked the feeling of Shimi kissing her when he was shy, and she also enjoyed kissing him. It was very gentle, filled with affection. He held her tightly, burying his face in her neck. Yunyan widened her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly, and her hand unconsciously rested on his strong arm. How could he know her nickname? Shimi raised her head, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with heartache. I already know everything, and I've seen it all. I can call you by this name, right? Yunyan was taken aback, and then revealed a knowing and relaxed smile. No wonder she had felt for a long time that someone was watching her. Even when she was alone, she felt that she was not lonely. Instead, there was always an invisible and intangible person accompanying her. So it was like this. All right, this is exclusively yours. Yunyan buried herself in his embrace, lying on him with her ear pressed against his chest, listening to the strong and powerful sound of his heartbeat. Shimi laid down in response, propping himself up on the floor with one arm while wrapping the other around her, chuckling softly at her words. He allowed her to stay in his arms, his eyes full of indulgence and affection, gently stroking the back of her head with his large hand. After the lunch break, Yunyan bid farewell to Shimi, returning to the Ice Mansion dojo under his reluctant gaze. What she had to do was to temper the bodies of these team members. Having already undergone tempering at the rock pillar, they had a foundation, and Yunyan's training was a supercharged version. The team members experienced both pain and joy. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Inosuk had arrived at the Snake Pillar dojo, and Jinya had passed the training with the Takeda brothers. Tanjiro embarked on his training journey, with his first stop being the training ground of the Sound Pillar. Upon seeing Tanjiro, Yuzui's eyes lit up. Finally, after the departure of Chinami and their group, another person had come who could help lower his blood pressure. He had been driven nearly mad by these team members. Mr. Yuzui, I'm here. Please take care of me in the days to come. Oh, it's the Kamadu boy. No problem. Feel free to awaken your dormant body here. Yes. The three people preparing the meal turned around and saw Tanjiro, smiling. It's Tanjiro. Long time no see. Hearing their voices, Tanjiro turned and revealed a bright smile. It's Miss Hinetsuru, Miss Makiyo, Miss Suma. It's really been a long time. Zenitsu made a cheering gesture at him. Go for it, Tanjiro. Yes. Next, the half-dead team members witnessed the birth of the Roll King. They had thought that Chinami and their group were already enough to roll, but unexpectedly, the most rolled one had just arrived. The team members numbly watched Tanjiro surpass them, as if he were tireless. Among these team members, some were from the same batch as Chinami, all pale as they looked at Tanjiro. Sure enough, to survive a battle with the Upper Moons, one must have a monster-like physique. While eating lunch, a team member curiously asked Tanjiro what it felt like to fight the Upper Moons. Tanjiro pondered while chewing on a rice ball. Most of the time, it was Yunyan who was present, but he inevitably had to fight as well. After all, Yunyan always unintentionally stimulated his potential. With sparkling eyes, he swallowed what was in his mouth and said at that time it was just a pain in my head. Everything went black, and then, thud, I just fell down and my ribs were broken. But I was lucky to still be alive. Then, when I joined the battle team, It went black again, and I flew far away. As Tanjiro continued to smile and talk, everyone was already numb, trembling in fear. Everyone, indeed, those who can fight against the 12 Kazuki are already monsters. Chapter 151. Training for the Pillars as night fell. After a day of training, everyone gathered outside the agreed shrine. Yunyan and Shimi arrived together. Yunyan glanced at everyone, and none were missing. Yunyan-chan, what kind of training are you talking about? Kana stepped in front of her, not forgetting to offer her the pastries she made herself. Yunyan smiled as she took the pastry, then pulled out a magical artifact from her bosom. This is it. Next, you will undergo trials inside. When the time is up, I will bring you out. Shimi looked at the object in her hand with a puzzled expression, wondering why it looked so familiar. Upon hearing this, Yunyan turned to him and said, because it's the one you made before. Fushishun Shimi. Fushishun Shimi. Ah, that artifact you taught me to make back then. Yunyan smiled and snapped her fingers. Correct. I just made a slight modification and elevated the structure a bit. Shimi looked at her smile and suddenly had an ominous premonition, feeling that her slight modification wasn't meant literally. Yunyan formed a one-handed seal, and a golden light illuminated the area as the divine artifact flew into the air. Is everyone ready? The training is about to begin. Let's get started, Miss Jigwa. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Of course. A man should always be ready for battle. Namo Amipa. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared from their original spot, and the divine artifact landed in Yunyan's hand. Yunyan sat cross-legged in front of the shrine, focusing his consciousness on the artifact, keeping an eye on their situation at all times. The others had to close their eyes due to the bright light, and when they opened them again, they found themselves standing in a grand hall filled with an ancient aura. Let's go to the first door, the one with the red spider lilies. The sound of Yunyan echoed in the air, and everyone hesitated not to head in the direction she pointed. Yuzi was the closest, pushing open the big door, only to find a blank space before him as everyone entered the empty room in confusion. Once everyone was inside, the red gate of the closed, and the blank room began to change. The surroundings dimmed, and the scenery shifted. The group found themselves standing in a mountain forest, and before them appeared the figure of Kibutsuji Musen. What? Raku exclaimed, quickly drawing his sword. Is training really just about fighting Musen? Interesting. Ju was shocked, realizing the situation, and drew his sword. Is this guy really Musen? Mitsuri drew her sword, veins bulging on her forehead, even though she knew this was fake. It was hard to control her anger. It seems that aside from his eyes and excessively pale skin, he is no different from a human. Be careful. He is going to attack. Kayajiro observed carefully and saw Musen in a high-end suit beginning to move, quickly warning everyone. They all sprang into action, and sure enough, deep scratch marks appeared where they had just stood, leaving deep grooves on the ground. Wow, that was too fast. KJ clicked his tongue. What Yunyan was having them train with was too abstract, capable of simulating to such an extent. Idiot. Don't get distracted now. Mitsuri suddenly grabbed KJ's arm, helping him evade an attack, just in time. KJ broke out in a cold sweat, momentarily startled. Thank you, Mitsuri, you scared me. The Takito brothers chose to rush forward to test the waters, only to find that a flesh whip appeared behind Musen, making it impossible to get close. Raku and Ju seized the opportunity. Having fought Musen before, they knew he hadn't used his full strength that day, and the current state was similar. The two took advantage of the gap to thrust and cut the flesh whip, followed by the monstrous arms that transformed into flesh whips, lunging straight for their faces. A flash of cold light appeared as Kanroji used her meteor hammer to smash one of them, while Mitsuri and KJ cut down another. Shinobu and Kanawa were not strong, but their thrusting speed and impact were significant. Their figures flashed, breaking through Musen's self-defense. Kane and Kayajiro took the chance to swing their swords, only to find they had missed. Musen appeared above the two, swinging a flesh whip toward them, while Mitsuri and Iguro appeared at their sides, ready to defend. The Takito brothers utilized the terrain advantage, leaping to Musen's side, with a breath of mist accompanied by black and white mist, only to once again strike empty air. The group watched as Musen distanced himself from them, their expressions turning serious. The voice of Yunyan echoed from the sky once again. This is a virtual body of Musen at a quarter of his power. Keep going, everyone. If you die here, you will be directly transported out. You won't actually die. If you're injured, it will only hurt a bit here, and once you come out, your body won't be harmed, just a bit sore for 2 days. Let's go, family. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, since they entered the door, their bodies outside had collapsed on the ground. What entered was just their soul forms. Yunyan quietly placed their sleeping bodies one by one on the soft mats. The relentless training was meant to prevent their bodies from collapsing, treating it as if they were training in a dream, with the results reflected in their bodies. Usually, they were only mentally exhausted. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Sangtu swung his blade, and Eong nodded beside him. The reason they were so cautious was that they were afraid of truly dying inside. No one wanted to die before achieving their mission. They hadn't even fought yet. What would it mean to fall in training? Shimi and Quangjin exchanged glances. The breath of wind was the fastest in terms of attack and speed among all breathing techniques. They tacitly played the role of the vanguard, almost instantaneously charging out. Facing multiple whips of flesh in defense, the corners of their lips revealed a white mist. Breath of wind, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Breath of wind, third form, clear gale wind tree. Shimi was responsible for the breakthrough, while Quangjin chose to protect the two of them, preventing them from being eliminated directly. A gap was opened in the defense, and immediately, the TT brothers surged out, swinging their blades to attack using the same form of the breath of mist, creating a larger breach. The breath of flame was the closest to the breath of the sun. Kaijuro held nothing back, directly using the move he employed to slash Akaza. Ninth form, purgatory, with flames like meteors. He cut away Muzin's counterattack, further slowing down his regeneration speed. Mitsuri and Iguro charged in for both sides. One left and one right. Muzin smirked, and the most sensitive and perceptive of them, Kanroji Mitsuri, was startled. Not good. Quickly create distance from him. The warning came too late. Bloodthorns suddenly erupted from Muzin, launching a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. Ugh! Cough! Ugh! Several cries of pain echoed as they were hit before they could react, falling around and smashing into trees. Yuzui and Shimi were the fastest among them, only managing to pull their companions away. The TT brothers reacted quickly, dragging Iguro and Mitsuri to safety, but the four still suffered injuries, with cuts on their backs or abdomens, blood flowing out instantly. Shimi held onto Quangjin with one hand and Kana with the other. The two were lightly injured, but Shimi had two long, bloody gashes on his back. Yuzui pulled Kaijuro, but they were blocked by blades, their palms shattered, and they were sent flying, crashing into trees. Kanroji Mitsuri swiftly swung her meteor hammer to protect the butterfly shinobu beside her. Sangtu and Eong swung their blades to guard the rear, protecting Mikomo. Everyone looked somewhat disheveled, their expressions serious, their eyes fixed firmly on Muzin in the center. Chapter 152. Everyone is out. Yunyan's malicious little trick. Yunyan watched the battle with a furrowed brow. They definitely couldn't do it this way. Although there was some tacit understanding and cooperation, it was clearly too unfamiliar and stiff. Moreover, their probing was insufficient, and they were too reckless. However, this wasn't surprising, as members of the Demon Slayer Corps often fought alone and rarely engaged in group battles. When they did, it was usually lower-ranked members or those who had a good relationship and had discussed teaming up for a mission in advance. Between the Hashira, unless it was a support or rescue mission, it was difficult to see them act together. But then, Yunyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The group changed their tactics. They still focused on Shimi and Quangjin leading the charge, while Kanroji Mitsuri was the most stable, responsible for blocking Muzin's strongest attack. The Water Hashira's water-breathing defense was strong, and during large-scale attacks, the Water Hashira and Kanroji Mitsuri worked together to directly resist the chaotic flying flesh thorns. The Butterfly Sisters, alongside the Takeda brothers, seized a moment when Muzin was momentarily slowed after his indiscriminate attack to strike back. When Muzin was defending, Mitsuri used her advantage of having muscle density 8 times that of an average person and her immense strength to coordinate with Rengoku. They chipped away at Muzin's defenses, and Ihei utilized the advantages of his breathing style to strike once more at the spots where the two attacked, delaying Muzin's regeneration. Taking advantage of this, Shimi and Quangjin dashed out, severing Muzin's arms and quickly retreating. The flesh thorns that erupted from the wound and the flesh whips on his back were cleanly sliced away by Kanroji's water-breathing third form. The nauseating flesh whips were dealt with by Ju and Yuzui, while Shinobu coated her kunai with poison, and together with Shinobu, they used their thrusting advantage to inject the toxin. At the moment of injection, the two were grabbed by Shimi and Quangjin at their waists and swiftly pulled away at light speed. The toxin caused Muzin's body to stiffen considerably, slowing down his defenses. In that instant, Kanroji Mitsuri's meteor hammer fell from above, smashing through layers of defenses and landing on the last layer. Yuzui dropped from the air, executing a double-bladed strike, increasing the force, and his attack instantly pressed down the meteor hammer. In mid-air, it twisted and fell to the side, as everyone simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks from different directions. Finally, Muzan shattered into pieces in their eyes, and everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Was this level passed? Kanroji Mitsuri leaned on his sword and let out a breath. Really, he was exhausted. He knew Muzan was tough, but he didn't expect that even in a virtual setting, he would be so afraid of dying. Layer upon layer of defenses. Did this guy think of himself as a turtle? As expected of us, our cooperation is as splendid as I imagined. Yuzui flicked his hair back, laughing heartily with hands on his hips, but then winced at his wounds and complained about the pain. Would there be any hints if we passed? Kanroji Mitsuri asked in confusion, as everyone sat down on the ground, utterly exhausted. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, unsure, and Yunyin remained silent. Rengoku's eyes were sharp when he turned his head. He saw the flesh chunks writhing, with a faint flicker of bloodlight, and his heart sank. Everyone be careful. Hey, Mitsuri, get back. Ihei was startled, turning to see the bloodlight erupting from the flesh chunk, and quickly pulled Mitsuri behind him, positioning himself in front of her. The Taketu brothers, who were closest, rushed over. Everyone got to their feet, and Kanroji Mitsuri swung her meteor hammer, wanting to help. The next moment, bloodlight burst forth, and countless blood blades flew through the space. This was something Yunyin had specially added to prevent them from letting their guard down and to treat various unidentified enemy deaths with caution. The result was that a group of Hashira, the top combat strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, were left with only the severely injured Kanroji Mitsuri, Shimi, and Kanroji Tetsuro on the battlefield. The three of them lay heavily injured. How could there be such a wide-range attack? This guy's too damn tricky. The severity of their injuries had already left them missing limbs, their consciousness hazy, unable to continue fighting. So, Yunyin stifled a laugh and brought everyone out of the artifact. Just in time, it was already late at night. Everyone sat outside the shrine with expressions of constipation, silently questioning life. Taking a deep breath, I try hard not to laugh out loud, waving my hands repeatedly. Come on, this is just the first day of training. We still have a few months ahead. Take it slow, being anxious won't help. Take it slow. Shimi looks at me with a face full of grievance. All right. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Holding it in will only make it worse. Ha ha! Yunyin laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back, and Shimi helplessly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling over from laughter. Sister Yunyin, the Kanroji brothers spoke in unison, their expressions and tones filled with deep sorrow. Mitsuri covered her face, tugging at Iguro's sleeve. I'm sorry, Mr. Iguro. It's all my fault for being careless. Iguro gently patted Mitsuri's head, comforting her softly. It's not your fault. I should have been more vigilant. Kayajiro sat on the ground with his arms crossed, laughing heartily. This time I really got played. How embarrassing. If there were a crack in the ground, I would want to burrow into it. Let us not say that right now. Yunyin, you added this in. It's not impressive at all. Yuzi gave Yunyin a deadpan stare, and upon hearing this, Yunyin put on a fake smile. Confirming whether the enemy is dead and whether a finishing blow is necessary is very important. Indeed, I shouldn't have thought that this level was enough to kill him and let my guard down. I've learned my lesson tonight, Himejima said, tears streaming down his face, his hands clasped in prayer with his prayer beads. Shinobu was contemplating. Just now, the effect of my poison didn't seem very obvious. Kana rubbed her chin. Maybe I can work with Shinobu and Miss Tamayo to enhance the potency of the poison. After all, we did see some results tonight. Effective, but not significant, Kyuka said with a long face, pondering whether he should change his defense more quickly next time he charges in. After all, Shimi doesn't defend at all. Kaneo rubbed Ju's head, anxiously comforting the withdrawn Ju alongside Mitsuri. Ju squatted on the ground, feeling down for not protecting his senior Mitsuri. Tears at the corners of his eyes, feeling like he was useless. Because there was training the next day, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their residences to rest. They also reflected on the training from that night, thinking about where the problems lay and how to correct them for tomorrow's training. The training continued, and Tanjiro successfully passed Yuzui's training and arrived at the Miss Tashira's dojo. When Kanroji saw he had arrived, he gave him a look. The straightforward idiot is here. Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his forehead, directly calling him a straightforward idiot. Machiro turned around, a smile on his face. It's Tanjiro. Coming quickly. Yes. Kanroji-kun. Machiro-kun. Please take care of me from now on. All right, TSK. Stop the small talk and hurry up for training. Yes. Tanjiro entered with a smile, feeling like he was surrounded by little flowers. Kanroji-kun turned out to be an insincere person. He could smell it. It was the scent of happiness. For Tanjiro, it was also because he unhesitatingly appeared to protect Kaneo, and his straightforward questions and warm heart made the two understand the path they were on. In fact, they were the same kind of person willingly fighting for humanity and sacrificing their lives. To protect more people and those they cared about, they strove to become stronger. Chapter 153. Focus Training 2. According to the training schedule set by Yunyin, the entire training lasts for 6 months, with 1 day of rest each week in addition to training. According to Yunyin, they're also human, not livestock. Practicing like this every day would be deadly. So, on this rare day off, Yunyin suddenly had a whimsical idea and called everyone to go for a picnic. What followed was a magical scene. The Butterfly Sisters and Mitsuri played in the creek with Kana, while Iguro stood on the shore, nervously watching Mitsuri, his whole body tense, afraid she would fall. Kayajiro was roasting skewers and sweet potatoes nearby, while the Kanroji brothers set up a pot, only to be chased away by Himejima, Shimi, and Kyuka to play. The two had no choice but to take Jinya aside to catch river shrimp, while Yuzui gathered ingredients with his 3 wives. The Water Hashira group didn't need to be mentioned, gathering firewood, fishing, and setting up tents. Kaneo was in charge of setting up the tent, Mitsuri was fishing, and Ju was collecting firewood. Rather than collecting firewood, it was more like chopping down trees, splitting them, and bringing them back to burn. Everyone put their haori and uniform tops in the tent, only wearing an undershirt on their upper bodies. Of course, Shimi and Yuzui didn't wear undershirts, so they still wore their uniform tops. Yunyin yawned, unable to help with anything, so she went to take care of the children, crossed out. Sitting next to Jinzi, she smiled and watched the Shirtu brothers and Shuanya not far away. Qiantarang hurried over, carrying a small bundle on his back. It was the seasoning left at home, placed on the grill, and the aroma instantly wafted far away. Everyone's gaze quickly gathered over, and Xing Shurong smiled. It's ready to eat. Shimi opened the pot lid and took a look. The rice was also cooked. Quangjin looked at the pots one by one, raised his head, and said, "They're all done." Yunyin stood up and said, "It's time to eat." "Shimi, I want matcha." Everything was ready and laid out on the table. Everyone gathered together and happily enjoyed a meal. After eating, no one was idle. They insisted on pulling Yunyin into training, spending the whole time inside until evening. When they finally came out, they were completely unwilling to move, which is why Yunyin insisted on setting up a tent. She guessed that this group of people would definitely not be able to stay still. So, everyone crawled into the tent, separating the ladies and gentlemen, and slept outside for the night. As for whether they would encounter evil spirits in the wild, everyone just said, "Bring it on, we're ready for anything." Early in the morning, everyone packed their things and returned to the courtyard. After a quick tidy up, they began a new round of training. Yunyin propped her chin on her hand, helplessly watching the half-alive team members in front of her. Many had already passed the initial round, but they were all stuck in the second round of training. Yunyin glanced at the logs behind them, sighed in silence, thinking, isn't it just having them carry 5 round logs to run 10 kilometers? Yunyin's mood was complicated. With such a little bit of training, it was even less than a tenth of what her soldiers went through. However, none of the team members gave up. After catching their breath, they all got up and started running again. No one wanted to let Yunyin down. Yunyin looked at their determined eyes and figures, and a smile appeared on her lips. Well, this group of little rookies isn't bad. Over here, things were relatively happy, but on Tanjiro's side, it wasn't so good. Seeing Ihei emitting black smoke toward him, Tanjiro felt like crying without tears. From the very beginning, he was disliked. Next, his suffering began. At noon, Takedo and Kaneo switched, and he was responsible for the afternoon training, so he took the prepared items to find Yunyin. Yunyin had prepared meals and was waiting for him. When Shimi arrived, he was holding a letter, and Yunyin looked at him with curiosity. Shimi scratched his head and said that this letter was sent by Ikihira, stating that Shiwemi had completed his training and was on his way to the underworld. Hey, isn't that great? Sitting next to Yunyin, Shimi ate while wondering, but didn't Shiwemi not know how to breathe? How'd he pass? Yunyin raised her eyes and poked his chubby face, saying, "Did you forget who your teacher is?" Huh. Sure enough, Shimi broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. His brother's teacher was the infamous Baiming Yuxingming, so he had to undergo inhumane training from the very beginning. That couldn't be helped. Yunyin pouted, "What about me? All right, I've been guiding Schwani from the very beginning. You know, Nishikawa Shimiya. Well, that makes sense. You, little girl, train harder than Mr. Kanroji." Shimiya could already imagine the hardships her brother was going through, and her heart ached for him, tears welling up. Schwani, you've really worked hard. So when Schwani arrived at the Rengoku household that morning, Rengoku handed him a bundle. Nishikawa boy, you're here. This is something your brother asked me to give you. Schwani took the bundle in confusion, thanked Rengoku obediently. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. No need to be polite. Nishikawa also asked me to tell you to take care of yourself while train within your limits. And if anything happens, remember to find your brother. If you're not feeling well, say it in time. Schwani's heart softened, and he chuckled, yes. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. I look forward to your guidance. No problem. Let us get stronger together. Yes. Schwani followed Kaijiro inside, first putting his bundle in the dormitory. When he opened the package sent by Shimiya, he found all sorts of snacks made by his brother. They were all delivered that morning, along with a change of clothes, ointment for injuries, and so on. Schwani blinked. Although he didn't understand what his brother meant by sending these, he still smiled happily. With his brother thinking of him, he felt like the happiest child in the world. As soon as he stepped outside, he ran into Zenitsu, who looked like he had lost his soul. Schwani blinked in confusion. Zenitsu? What's wrong? Zenitsu turned stiffly, saw it was Schwani, and immediately burst into tears, throwing himself at Schwani like a ghost. Schwani was startled and pushed his face away, shouting, "What are you doing?" Schwani. Schwani, help me. I have to go to the stone pillar today, but I definitely can't do it. He cried. I heard the training with the stone pillar is super terrifying. It's inhuman. I'm definitely going to die there. What? Mr. Kanroji wants to eat people. What do you mean you'll die there? Mr. Kanroji's training is just a bit tough. It's definitely not inhuman. He just isn't good at teaching others. Schwani was completely irritated and snapped back fiercely. Zenitsu blinked his dead fish eyes at him. Are you joking? Did you get dumb from training to say that? You are the one who is dumb. Let go of me and get off. The two struggled for a while, and Zenitsu, still crying, left the Rengoku household. Schwani rubbed his forehead, genuinely perplexed by what Zenitsu was thinking. Finally, he sighed, looking at Zenitsu's retreating figure, silently muttering, "Just keep sleeping. It's better than you being awake." Chapter 154. An unexpected visitor. Zenitsu really delayed for several days out of fear, and during this time, Tanjiro had already made his way to Kaijiro's side. Kaijiro was responsible for the training of the breathing techniques. Schwani was also trying to practice absorbing and using spiritual power here, enhancing his compatibility with it. However, after staying for 2 days, he set off to join the Demon Slayer Corps, the place where he had always lived and trained. He even arrived earlier than Zenitsu and didn't see him, causing a big question mark to pop up in his mind. On the contrary, Tanjiro trained with Kaijiro for a full 5 days, and when he was heading to the Stone Pillar's residence, he encountered a tearful Zenitsu. Because he had procrastinated, Chantaro directly exploded and pecked at him, urging him to go to the Stone Pillar. Fortunately, he met Tanjiro, and Zenitsu, with a distressed face, climbed the mountain with him, still complaining about why the Stone Pillar had to live in such a place. Tanjiro looked helpless. Zenitsu, you can't say that. You need to show some respect. Zenitsu sighed, already worrying about whether he could survive to the next training. Before them, Inosuke had already been training with Mr. Kanroji for a week. Almost all the team members were stuck with him. Shimiya received a letter from Kaijiro, and his mood was surprisingly good, so during training, he was even more forceful. The team members who were getting beaten up. As soon as Tanjiro and Zenitsu arrived at the location, they were startled, and Zenitsu fainted on the spot. The reason was simple. Mr. Kanroji was sitting cross-legged on the ground, carrying a log, surrounded by flames, his hands pressed together. Even though he had already become the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, he was still tempering his body and spirit. Tanjiro caught the fainted Zenitsu, panicking. What should we do? Mr. Kanroji. Zenitsu fainted from fear. Mr. Kanroji's eyes brimmed with tears as he pointed towards the waterfall. Namu, poor child. Put in the water. Oh, yes. Zenitsu suddenly jolted awake, standing up and shivering all over. So cold. So cold. I'm really going to die. I'm going to freeze to death. Tanjiro looked shocked as he watched Zenitsu suddenly get up and stiffly walk towards the shore. But no matter what, once he got to the shore, it was still freezing. Zenitsu's face turned blue from the cold. Even after getting to shore, he was still freezing. It's really cold. My heart is going to freeze and stop. Nearby, Murata, hugging a rock, quietly raised his hand. Pointing to a nearby rock, you can hug that rock, it's really warm. As soon as Zenitsu heard this, his face changed, and he almost instantly threw himself onto the rock, accompanied by a flash of lightning. His serious expression suddenly turned into one of awe. This warmth. It feels like my mother's embrace. So Zenitsu, with tears and snot all over his face, hugged the rock and shouted, Mom. Tanjiro Kamadu. Mr. Kanroji, Namu. According to the training process, it started with waterfall training, then lifting 5 logs, and finally pushing a boulder weighing a ton for a distance of 1 cho. 1 cho seems to be about 109 meters. With the intense water pressure of the waterfall, others recited scriptures, but Tanjiro literally chanted the Buddha. Murata was completely stunned by his continuous chanting, staring wide-eyed at him. Then, he was elegantly washed away by the current. Murata. At the same time, the trainees of each pillar discovered a problem. Each pillar had dark circles under their eyes, clearly a sign of insufficient sleep. Moreover, they even found them using cold water to soak towels for cold compresses on their exposed skin, which had large bruises. The team members all lowered their heads. As they complained that the training was as difficult as hell, the pillars guided them while taking advantage of their nighttime rest to train. If those stronger than them were working hard, what right did they have to complain? The reason everyone had bruises was also due to the fact that for half a month, no one had passed the first stage. Thus, after leaving the divine artifact of the 4 directions in the latter half of the night, everyone would practice with each other to find their shortcomings. At this time, Yunyan was definitely not present. Her principle was that it was the latter half of the night, time to get off work and go to sleep. During the days when Tanjiro was stuck at the boulder training, everyone finally discussed a battle plan. They re-entered the small world of the 4 directions, entering the first stage. Yunyan yawned lazily, leaning against the pillar and looking up at the moonlight. The small world around her was placed right beside her, and faint sounds came from all directions. Yunyan squinted her eyes to look. A figure slowly walked out, with purple hair tied into a ponytail and flame-like patterns on her face. Most striking were the 3 pairs of ghostly eyes on her face. Yunyan lifted her lips, sitting up straight. She had long anticipated that you would come to find her early. What's the matter? That guy didn't pay attention to you today? It's not Kokoshibo, to be precise. It's Yorichi Tsujikoni. He looked calmly at Yunyan, unconsciously tightening his grip on the handle of his sword. My brother. Yunyan rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head slightly, still lingering in hell. He said if he left when his brother arrived in hell, wouldn't that be too lonely? Jigwa Iwakatsu lowered his gaze, his lips forming a straight line. Help me break free from his control, and in return, I will assist you in the final battle with all my strength. Sure. Yunyan tossed him a potion, saying, drink it. There's my blood inside. It will create the illusion that you're still cursed and controlled by that guy. But in reality, you've already freed yourself from him. Kageyama Iwakatsu tightened his grip on the potion, glared at her, and turned to disappear into the night. Yunyan's eyes flickered slightly, and beside her, a fiery red figure gradually appeared, the soul of Kagaya, Yurin, sitting next to her. Brother, what's wrong with him? Isn't everything fine? Yunyan looked bewildered, then showed an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. After that, Guiyuan revealed a faint smile, and it seemed like little flowers were blooming all around. Brother, he doesn't hate me. Yunyan, I'm really amazed, ignoring the certain brother complex spirit beside her. Yunyan lazily leaned back against the pillar, closing her eyes to reflect. This opportunity was something she had intentionally created. Of course, it was also a stroke of luck. Taking advantage of the day off, Yunyan used her divine power to lock onto the location of Kurozetsumaru, and while contemplating how to turn this guy over, she received a message from hell. With a feeling of confusion, her soul returned to hell. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Yunyan looked at Bai Xiao and casually waved his hand, saying, all right, no need for too much courtesy. Where's the stubborn soul you mentioned that won't leave? Bai Xiao had a troubled expression, still at the gate of hell. Yunyan's head was filled with question marks as he vanished and reappeared at the entrance of hell. Surrounding hell was a place where lonely souls and wild ghosts roamed, all of them thoughtless, mindlessly devouring and fighting chaotic evil spirits. Yet none of these evil spirits dared to approach the red figure sitting on a rock. The red feather coat fluttered with the dark winds of hell, and the crimson long hair swayed gently as Yunyan walked closer to him. With a raised eyebrow, he crossed his arms and looked at his back. The man turned his head silently upon hearing the voice. This is not a place for you. Why don't you leave? I'm waiting for someone. Pei Yunyan tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips curling up, waiting for your brother. Upon just one glance, Yunyan recognized who the person in front of her was. Jigui Yuan, he pressed his lips together and asked, you know me? Yunyan looked into his calm eyes, not missing the fleeting surprise that flashed in them. After all, I am now also serving in the Demon Slayer Corps in the human world. Kunekuzushi's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, taking a step forward, asking, "May I ask who is the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps in the human world?" Halfway through his question, he fell silent. He was a useless man. Even if he asked, he was merely a lonely soul, unworthy to face everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. Why did he have to inquire now? Oh, that's good. I have lifted the curse of the Kamadu family. What? Kunekuzushi suddenly looked up at her, and Yun Yin, seeing him, suddenly knew how to sway Kunekuzushi Yensho. Thus, Yun Yin revealed a villainous smile. Kunekuzushi felt a chill down his back under her gaze, blinking in confusion. Clearly, he was already a soul, so why did he still feel cold? Cloud smoke, hee. Chapter 155 Memories of that day. Yun Yin held a stick in her mouth, leaning against the tree with her arms crossed, eyes closed as she quietly waited. The sound of faint footsteps approached, and upon hearing it, Yun Yin opened one eye, a dark glint flashing in her gaze. The Demon Slayer Corps that asked me to come out really has some guts. Kokushibo stepped out from the shadows, and upon seeing him, Yun Yin chuckled lightly. Hey, don't be so angry. I just have a surprise for you. Kokushibo fixed his gaze on her, remembering what Lord Muzan had said, that he must kill this woman upon seeing her. Ignoring Yun Yin's words entirely, he drew his sword, and in an instant, the slash accompanied by a crescent moon flew toward Yun Yin. Yun Yin sighed helplessly, raised her hand, and moved her fingers. An invisible barrier blocked his attack. Kokushibo looked at her in surprise. This was different from what Muzan had told him. Yun Yin revealed a dangerous smile. Of course it was different. To promote the development of the plot, how could she use her full strength? Now, it was different. Even if she used a bit more power, the small world wouldn't collapse. She had forcibly pulled the secondary dimension's main god up by countless realms. It seemed that if she didn't fight you, you wouldn't listen to me properly. Yun Yin slowly stood up, drew his knife, and said, "Let's calm down for a moment." With a light swing of the Mingyan Bahuang Hanyu, the seemingly slow slash caused the surroundings to feel as if they had solidified. Ice crystals shot up from the ground surrounding them, and the area transformed into a frozen hell. Reflected by the ice crystals, the slashes rained down like a storm. Kurizetsumu squinted his eyes and swung his knife, launching 2 consecutive attacks. The attacks erupted in clouds of smoke, and as the smoke cleared, Yun Yin bit down on the candy in his mouth, turning the candy stick to ashes in the flames ignited by his fingers. Amidst the smoke, Kurizetsumu looked down at the cuts on his abdomen and arms, densely packed with wounds, healing at an extremely slow rate. He looked up at Yun Yin, who had always been the strongest and most composed, but now frowned deeply. Yun Yin sheathed his knife and lazily looked at him. "Now, can you listen to me properly?" Without holding back his imposing aura, the air around was compressed, and a powerful pressure hit Haishimu. Haishimu widened his eyes slightly. The Yun Yin in front of him still had that lackadaisical demeanor, but to him, the black mist behind Yun Yin solidified into substance. A gigantic black statue slowly stood upright, its golden eyes opened, locking onto him with endless killing intent and malevolence. Haishimu's body stiffened. He had never felt such a sensation before, as if in the next second he would be ground to ashes, utterly powerless, completely reduced to dust. But in the next moment, Yun Yin revealed an annoyingly smug smile, reached into the void, and tossed something directly onto him. Haishimu only felt a flash of red before suddenly being embraced, clearly having an extra person in his arms. Then came Yun Yin's gloating voice, "I won't disturb you. Just call me when you're done, and get along," while Haishimu watched her suddenly disappear, stiffly looking down to see a shrunken version of Yuki no Kuni Yurichi, eagerly looking up at him in his arms. Haishimu, forced to become a 5-year-old Yuki no Kuni Yurichi, big brother. I finally got to hug big brother. Yun Yin sat on the trunk of a tree, his arms resting behind his head, making space for the 2 brothers. The truth is, this pair of brothers was quite troublesome. The younger brother wanted to follow in his older brother's footsteps, to fight side by side with him, wanting to protect his elder brother. But what about the elder brother? At first, he wanted to protect his younger brother, but when he discovered that his brother was stronger than him, jealousy arose. After that, awakening his patterns and learning that he wouldn't live past 25. Unwilling to be weaker than his brother, he abandoned his wife and children, killing his then-lord to pledge allegiance to Muzan. But all of this was also fueled by that scoundrel Muzan, obsessed with chasing the sun, with his eyes full of its scorching heat. He neglected that he was also a unique moon. When a younger brother died at his hands, facing his brother's tears, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, what were your feelings? Yun Yin turned his head and looked down. Sure enough, Korwashimo had tightly embraced Yonezawa Ye, his body trembling. He only realized it too late, having been blinded and deliberately fed jealousy. He forgot that in the beginning, he just wanted to protect his brother. And he also forgot the days of fighting alongside his brother. Even though he said, "Ye, I hate you," wasn't he also holding on him tightly? Yunyan sighed. What a brother who speaks insincerely. That woman heard Jigwa, Yinsheng, calling her harshly. Yunyan twitched her lips, jumped down from the tree trunk, and landed on the ground. Glaring with dead fish eyes, "I'm not that woman. I'm Yunyan. What do you want me to do?" Yunyan raised her lips and reached out her hand to him, asking if he would consider cooperating. After all, the conflict between you has intensified, and there is indeed someone fanning the flames, right? Jiguiyin Shang pondered for a moment, looked at his younger brother beside him, couldn't help but pat his head, and then turned to Yunyan, adjusting his tone. "Okay, but I still need to go back, and for now I'm not being watched." Yunyan blinked, rubbed his chin, and said, "I'll contact you in 7 days. By then, come find me, and I'll help you break free from his control." Rather than control, it was more like a curse from the blood of that despicable boss. Jigwa Yinsheng nodded, finally patted his younger brother's head, and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped, took out a book from his pocket, and casually tossed it towards Yunyan. Yunyan caught the book, and looking down, raised her eyebrows slightly. Jigwa Yinsheng glanced at her and thought, "You should need this." Yunyan shook the book in her hand, and Xiegua Yansheng did not respond any further, instead disappearing completely into the darkness. Ji Guiyuan looked at him, leaving with longing, and when he turned his head, he saw Yunyan's half-smiling, half-crying expression, which made him feel dejected. After sending Yuan Yi back to the underworld, Yunyan returned to the ice mansion and began to look through the manual for the breath of the moon. This was much more detailed than what the system had provided. According to the instructions, at the very least, she could effortlessly transition from the breath of ice to the breath of the moon, making it a smooth little combo. Then she hesitated and glanced at the manual for the breath of the sun that Yuan Yi had written down for her. This was something Yunyan had asked him to write while they were in the underworld. Yunyan hesitated for a moment and thought, "Learn, just learn. The main goal is to give Muzin a big surprise when the time comes." Sitting at the desk, Yunyan contemplated whether to create a temporary body for Yuan during the final battle. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, Yunyan abandoned it, as it went too far against the laws of heaven. Better to focus on learning the breath of the sun. Fortunately, she had a photographic memory for this type of practice, so Yunyan memorized every word of the secret manual. She then called Long to have it deliver the manual of the breath of the sun to Tanjiro, along with a message. If he didn't understand anything, he could ask her when he arrived at her dojo. Yunyan smiled as she watched the yard. She loved seeing a certain character in mixed doubles. Oh, maybe it's a super chaotic battle. However, she was still most looking forward to the scene of the sun and moon breathing in mixed doubles. There's a saying, right? Breath of the sun, breath of the moon, Muzin, unable to breathe. Yunyan, hee. Chapter 156. The divine artifact of the Four Directions, Small World, is officially unveiled. Finally, on the 20th day, everyone passed the first level. They collapsed in a main hall of the Four Directions, Small World, panting heavily, silently complaining about Yunyan not following the usual pattern. Why is the final move different every time? Congratulations, congratulations. Accept this, it's the reward for clearing the level. The sound of clouds and smoke echoed in the air, and everyone looked up to see glowing orbs falling before them. The orbs merged into their bodies, and they felt a warm sensation, instantly regaining their peak condition. Their bodies were filled with power, and they clearly sensed the enhancement of their abilities and the changes in their physical condition. Surprised, they looked up to see Yunyan smiling lightly. In this world, the gods do not favor you, so you must become your own gods. Here I am, as a god, responding to and supporting you. Everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Indeed, if this world were truly favored by the gods, there wouldn't be so many tragedies. There wouldn't be so many broken families, nor would there be monsters like Muzin. Just as Yunyan said, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not believe in gods, while Shinobu Kocho, although a Buddhist, was responsible for sending these evil spirits to meet the Buddha. Since it was still early and they had gained new powers, everyone was in high spirits and went directly to the second level. However, within half an hour, everyone was eliminated. Yunyan burst into laughter again, earning everyone's resentful faces. The Butterfly Sisters immediately exchanged glances and lunged at Yunyan, continuously tickling her. Yunyan, afraid of being tickled, fled behind Shimi, who helplessly turned around and protected her in his arms. Kana, who smiled and waved her hand at Shimi, saying, "Ah, Nishika-kun, you shouldn't protect Yunyan-chan like this at this time. Exactly. Yunyan is being mischievous. She's pulling a fast one on us again. Wow. Sister Yunyan, that's too much. Boo-hoo. The three girls complained in unison, while Yunyan chuckled and peeked out from Shimi's embrace, saying, isn't it the case that the harder it is, the faster you all improve? Meanwhile, Eong, with tears in his eyes, squatted on the ground like a mushroom, silently murmuring, it hurts so much. Kodo and Makoto wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Kodo patted his shoulder seriously, saying, all right, Eong, a man's words, this little pain is nothing. Cheer up. Makoto looked at him speechlessly. Kodo, if you're saying that being instantly dismembered is nothing, then you should take the lead next time. Kodo, Kodo directly went silent, thinking it's better to let it go. Even Eong couldn't handle it, so he shouldn't push himself too hard. Beiming Yuxingming was rubbing his prayer beads, reciting scriptures, and carefully pondering. Yunyan, are you trying to create a physique for us that is similar to a divine messenger? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yunyan, who nodded without hesitation. That's right. Muzan has 1,000 years of experience. His body, compared to yours, means that if I don't refine your bodies, then in the final battle, even if you activate your patterns, you won't be able to defeat him. Yunyan walked out from Shimi's arms, looking serious. For the second challenge, all of you must adapt and successfully unlock the patterns. If you're lucky, you might gain a clear understanding of the world within. With these two things, along with everyone's cooperation, passing the second challenge should be no problem. As for the third challenge, you need to find the opportunity to unlock the Hidao. With a complete set of 3 items and my upgrades and refinements to your bodies, the third challenge can also be passed smoothly. What about the fourth challenge? We've mastered everything in the first 3 challenges, so what does the fourth challenge entail? Kwang Jin scratched his head, looking like a curious child. Yunyan smiled mysteriously and raised a finger to the sky, saying, of course, I'm giving you the divine essence of demigods. Otherwise, how could you achieve perfect victory? Isn't Muzan always believing that there are no gods or Buddhas in this world, and that he's the most perfect existence, untouchable by anyone? Then I'll refine divine essences by hand and directly train out a dozen demigods. Let S bring him a shockwave of anger from humanity. Sound amazing. I'll continue to work hard. Meili's eyes sparkled, and she clenched her fists to encourage herself. The smoke curled at the corners of her lips as she turned to Shimi. Shimi, you already have a demigod physique. What you need is to activate this physique. All right, I understand. Yunyan stood up straight, looking at them seriously. This constitution will not have a bad impact on you. On the contrary, it will allow you to live a life free of illness and disasters, living to 100 years. Even 100 years from now, if you wish. You can directly enter my underworld to become gods and deities, or you can choose your own path in the next life. This is the reward brought to you by the demigod constitution, and is also the world's gratitude towards you. Everyone was taken aback, completely not expecting that it could be like this. Although it sounds magnificent, this lord still wants to choose his own path in the next life. After all, I am a responsible husband and cannot abandon my wives. Ha ha ha. Yuzue flicked his hair and laughed heartily, and upon hearing this, everyone also revealed smiles. Yunyan looked at them, and indeed, each person's response was to choose their own direction for the next life. Yunyan looked at Shimi and asked, are you too? Shimi rubbed her head and replied, yeah, I think so too. Yunyan sighed. All right, I guess I'll have to again. Shimi curled her lips, resting her arm on her shoulder, pulling her close to her embrace. Then I'll wait for you to find me. Anyway, I believe that no matter how many times we are reborn, I will always be able to find you. Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly and said, what if I don't enter the world? TSK. Then I'll just live my life until the end, and before my next reincarnation, I'll go to the underworld to find you. Yunyan looked at him silently. How stubborn can he be? Is he just not going to become a god, even if it means dying? Forget it. I'll go into the world to find you. Anyway, this contract is for eternity. You can't escape. Shimi blushed, glared at the teasing crowd, and whispered in her ear, I won't escape. I'm willing. Yunyan only felt her ears heat up a bit, lightly coughed, and said, all right, let's stop here for today. Get some rest early, and we'll continue tomorrow night. I'm leaving now. Good night, everyone. Then she vanished in front of everyone like a gust of wind. The crowd stared blankly at the spot where she had disappeared, realizing belatedly that Yunyan was shy. Yunyan actually got shy. Allah, Miri, and Kanai couldn't hold back. They were the first to burst out laughing. And then everyone else started laughing and gently shaking their heads. Shimi crossed her arms, wearing a surprised smile on her face. The probability of Yunyan being shy is even smaller than his own chances of going out to hunt demons and encountering the 12 Kazuki. Chapter 157. The training continues. Ever since Kagaya Ubuyashiki helped Yunyin break free from Yuzen's blood curse, a figure has been appearing in the ice mansion during the quiet of night. Long has gotten used to it, and both Long and Yunyin have informed Yoya Ubuyashiki about this matter. In response, Yoya Ubuyashiki turned a blind eye, pretending not to know. Yunyin rested her chin on her hand, silently watching a certain ghost in front of her drinking tea. I said, "Aren't you being a bit too much? What time is it now?" Kikino-kuni Yinsheng had once been mocked by Yunyin for having 6 eyes on his face, which looked too frightening. So when he appeared before her again, he only retained his original pair. It was exactly the same face as Kikino-kuni Yori. Kikino-kuni Yinsheng raised his gaze. Speaking with a serious expression, "I am a ghost." Yunyin smiled faintly. The veins on his forehead throbbed, gritting his teeth. "So what? You weren't here for the first half of the night. So what? I'm here to find you on E. Yunyin, damn. Being a brother complex is so annoying." With a blank expression, I reached out to open the gates of hell. "Go on. When it's time to leave, look for Bai Xiao." "Thank you." Jigwa Iwakatsu politely thanked and placed a letter on the table before stepping into the gates of hell. Yin blinked and picked up the letter on the table, opening it with a slight raise of her eyebrows. This guy really understands the importance of reciprocity. The letter boldly stated that he could help the current pillars with their training. The cloud of smoke raised his lips. If it were Jigwa Yin who took action, the effect of actual combat would indeed be stronger than that of simulation. After all, if one loses in this case, it is a real loss, the kind that could cost one's life. With lowered eyes, there was a final passage in the letter. "As an older brother, I will complete what my younger brother could not do. This is my atonement." What Yuan Yi failed to accomplish was the act of killing Muzan that night. Yunyin frowned slightly. Not to mention, according to the original route, it would indeed be possible to kill Muzan, and Kagaya Yinsheng should have no problem doing so, at most paying some price. However, now that Muzan is collaborating with those guys, if they want to kill Muzan, that guy will definitely take action. The demons and the human swordsman here. Yunyin rubbed her temples, feeling overwhelmed by the difficult matters. But that wasn't what troubled her the most. What truly gave her a headache was learning how Aikinokuni Iwasuk trained these people. She was so furious that her divine power leaked out, almost toppling the ice mansion. Yunyin secretly complained, this hidden younger brother complex, ever since reconciling with Yuan Yi and understanding what he wants his heart, really doesn't hide it at all. Speechless, he tidied himself up, changed into his work clothes, and took advantage of the 2 hours left to hurry up and sleep. Lying on the bed, Yunyin had a peaceful expression. "It's good. Tomorrow will be another energetic day for the work god." On the other side, everyone stopped their sparring in the morning and yawned as they descended the mountain. Eikaiser walked beside Shinmi, turned his head and smiled. "Nisakawa, Jinya should be training with Mr. Kanemori by now, thanks to my training, right?" Shinmi was taken aback. No, he remembered that Eikais are taught breathing techniques, right? Isn't Jinya unable to do that? Seeing his confusion, Eikaiser chuckled a couple of times. Jinya learned to devour and control spiritual power as a youth. According to Miss Kiku, the training methods are quite similar. Moreover, Miss Kiku also wrote down how to train and gave it to me. When I first saw it, I really thought it was quite difficult. Oh, I see, you work hard, Ringoku. It's nothing. Jinya is really a hard-working child. Although he can't do the breathing techniques, he is truly talented in other aspects. Is that so? That brat. The corners of Shinmi's lips couldn't help but curve up. Quangjin teasingly looked at him. "Shinmi, you really can't help but laugh, right? After all, your younger brother is working so hard. It's something to be proud of." "Shut up, you idiot, Quangjin." Shinmi, flustered and angry, gave Quangjin a hit on the head and then ran off like the wind. Quangjin pouted, rubbing his head. "Shinmi, you're really not straightforward." Yin yawned. Then she became numb, and the team members in the dojo looked as if they had lost their color one by one. Yin looked bewildered. "It's just teaching some body techniques, right? Why does it feel like everyone is struggling to survive?" In order to give these team members some skills, Yin specifically chose Tai Chi, which is the easiest to learn and can complement breathing techniques. Yin sighed and said, "All right, everyone stand straight. The warm-up is over. Next, follow me. Remember, your total concentration breathing must not be interrupted during this time." Yes, the team members were initially anxious, but once they started moving with Yin, they felt especially light and their breathing became smooth. Each of them had bright, sparkling eyes. This martial arts technique seemed slow at first glance, but it combined softness with strength, producing a sound of air breaking with every movement. Everyone felt that in this slowed-down martial art, their concentrated breathing became clearer, and the blood flow in their limbs seemed to accelerate slightly. Yunyan raised her lips, adapting to it just like this. There's no guarantee that she learned it with great cleverness, but at the very least, during battles, using softness to overcome hardness can save many mistakes. Cultivating one's character, being neither arrogant nor impetuous, often leads to discovering more flaws. Tai Chi is fundamentally about self-cultivation and nurturing one's nature, but that doesn't mean its lethality is low. To help them understand that Tai Chi also possesses latent deadly power, Yunyan began a live demonstration. When Shimi and Kwang visited the Ice Mansion dojo, they saw Yunyan standing still, casually raising her hand, and with a flip, the attacking team member was directly sent flying. The two, without uttering a word, they quietly watched by the tree in the dojo for a long time, expressing their shock. The smoke was slowly exhaled as I looked at the team members who were getting up in a disheveled manner, but with bright eyes, and I revealed a gentle smile. We arrived here in the morning, so everyone should go rest and have a meal. I heard Alan say that there would be unexpected delicacies at noon, right? Where's everyone? Before I finished my sentence, they had already run off without a trace. Yunyan smiled helplessly and said, "All right, considering that you guys are young and putting in effort, I won't hold it against you." She turned her head and exchanged glances with Shimi and Kwang Jin. "Yunyan, what kind of gaze is that between you two?" Shimi directly grabbed her arm, saying, "Just now, practice with me for a while." And me. Huh? Yunyan looked bewildered, while Shimi scratched his head and said, "TK, let's eat first. After we finish eating, we'll practice." Right. Then she was picked up by the two and headed straight for the dining hall. "Yunyan, what are you guys talking about?" It wasn't until after finishing the meal and standing in the dojo that Yunyan realized, after all, this was body technique, which is different from martial arts. Shimi and Kwang were both thrown out by Yunyan several times before they finally found pattern. It started to turn into one-on-one matches. Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly. In less than an hour, either of the two could engage with her in a back-and-forth manner. Moreover, the Tai Chi she was accustomed to could be used in a somewhat decent manner, even if it was not yet coherent. Yunyan pushed away, creating distance from Shimi, and made a gesture to conclude. Shimi stood up straight, while Yunyan smiled, truly worthy of being a pillar, learning quickly. Shimi crossed her arms, looking awkward, and said, "TK, come on, what do you call this? Is this also a type of martial arts?" Yunyan shook his fingers. "This is called Kung Fu, specifically Tai Chi, which uses softness to overcome hardness, cultivating both body and mind. There are a total of 24 forms, and I have only used the first 7. Of course, while Tai Chi may appear soft and slow, it actually has strong explosive power, and when truly applied, the force is delivered quickly. Coupled with breathing techniques, its lethality becomes even more apparent. The precision of attacks, the techniques involved, and the coordination of the body all enhance observation and sharpness. Even though it is just a basic practice, it also increases the likelihood of spotting weaknesses, which can be seen as a boost to survival chances. Shimi and Kwang Jin exchanged glances, both deciding that they would incorporate Tai Chi into their evening training. Yunyan stared blankly, watching the two leave, and rubbed her chin. Yes. Why hadn't she thought of teaching Shimi and the others as well? Chapter 158. The two little girls who twisted their wrists. With a new idea, that night, the training in the Sifong small world was paused, and everyone followed Yunyan to practice Tai Chi outside the shrine. For the highly flexible Meili and Fenghu group, it was simply too friendly. In the 24 forms, Yunyan led everyone through the movements completely, then watched them stumble through it again, correcting their mistakes. By the 6th round, everyone was already moving smoothly. Yunyan once again sighed, truly the most talented generation in the Demon Slayer Corps, learning so quickly, seeing that they had basically mastered the essentials. She opened the 4-sided small world and let them venture into the second challenge. As soon as they entered, without saying a word, Yunyan opened the gates of hell and also prepared tea and pastries. She hurriedly took the items and left. "I really admire you too." Yuan Yi's soul appeared beside her, smiling. "Thank you. These children are truly a gifted generation." Jigua Kanesada walked up to her, and the two brothers exchanged a glance, making a firm decision in their hearts. Yunyan propped her chin on her hand and said, "Yuan Yi, I need to trouble you with something." "No problem." Aren't you going to ask what it is?" Yuan Yi shook her head, thinking she probably wanted me to teach her sword techniques. "No problem." Yunyan raised her eyebrows. "Indeed, needing to teach someone. That person might surprise you when you see them." "Why do you say that?" Yuan Yi looked at her in confusion. Yunyan pointed to his ear. "Do you remember the ear cuffs you once gave to a family?" "Yes, I remember. It was the Kamadu family." Yuan Yi's thoughts drifted far away. That family was indeed one of his few friends. It is their descendant. and he has smoothly utilized your sun-breathing technique along with the dance of the fire god Kagura passed down through the family, right? What a surprising child. Yuan Yi's lips curled up, and Tenjin Yuzui, standing beside him, patted him on the shoulder. The two entered the gates of hell, and Tenjin Yuzui turned back. Tomorrow night, I will appear to guide our descendants. You all arrange the location. Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, has she guessed that she had discussed it with Ishiki Waya? All right, let us wait for 06 to pass on the message tomorrow. Good. The Shirtu brothers, who were about to start their hellish training, simultaneously sneezed. Kanemitsu turned to look at them. What's wrong? Are you getting a cold? No, Mr. Kanemitsu, we're fine. Just felt a bit of an itch in our noses. Michiro rubbed his nose, and upon hearing this, Kanemitsu nodded and continued to swing his meteor hammer to beat the weakened Musen. The two members of the Wind Pillar, who were the eldest in the family, quickly stepped in front of the two and tidied up the Shirtu brothers' clothes, buttoning up the buttons that had come undone. Then, Shimi scolded them a bit, while Kyujiro gently reminded them to put on more clothes if they felt cold. The brothers rejoined the battle team. The Shirtu brothers were a bit flustered in the wind. Their older sister, Kene, also came over, took out 2 cold prevention pills, and urged them to take them. Their other older sister, Mitsuri, nervously asked them how they were doing. The Shirtu brothers, the last eldest in the family, Kyujiro, also came over to check their temperature and condition, and reassuredly returned to the team. The Shirtu brothers. No, they really just have an itchy nose. Yunyan stretched lazily, thinking today was another beautiful day. Just kidding. Yunyan looked bewildered as she watched Shimi punch Tanjiro away and saw Kwang Jin training Jinya mercilessly. Turning her head again, she saw Zenitsu clinging to her leg like he was possessed by a fierce ghost. And Inosuke was knocked out on the ground by a punch from Shimi. Yunyan, Tanjiro, with a bruised face, got up and greeted her. Yunyan, senior sister. Long time no see. Long time no see, you little brat. You actually distracted me during training? Bang. Yunyan's eye twitched as he watched Tanjiro, who was foaming at the mouth and fainted on the ground. He silently pulled the pendant Zenitsu off his leg. Zenitsu, tears streaming down his face, looked at the approaching Sanemi, scared out of his wits, and fainted on the ground with a thud. Shinazugawa Sanemi. Yunyan. The two looked silently at the fainted Zenitsu on the ground, sighing quietly. Although Kwang Jin had not held back, he indeed had given Schwani a lot of leeway. As for why it was him who came to train, it was because in the morning, when Schwani arrived, Shimi, with a flushed face and an unnatural expression, found Kwang Jin. With a twisted posture, he lowered his head and said, Kwang Jin, you take care of Schwani's training. Huh? Why? I can't bring myself to do it. Shimi's voice grew softer. Kwang Jin heard him clearly, patted his shoulder, and said, all right, leave it to me. Thank you. It's really fortunate to have you here. Shimi let out a sigh of relief. Seeing his younger brother, even though he was already 16, still made him feel like he was only 7 or 8 years old. Really? Why are you being so polite to me? Kwang Jin laughed and punched Shimi lightly. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder to eat, and on the way, they bought a few watermelons for Schwani. For these two, Yunyan had a very clear evaluation in her heart. Shimi seemed impulsive, but in fact, he was just as gentle as Kaijur Rengoku. However, Kwang Jin, this guy was indeed gentle and warm-hearted on the surface, but deep down his craziness was simply terrifying. He appeared gentle, but when it came to drawing his sword, he would do it without hesitation, regardless of who you were. As long as you provoked someone he cared about, he would dare to strike. During the meal, Yunyan looked at Schwani in confusion and asked, Schwani, where's Nami? Schwani swallowed his food and replied, Nami hasn't moved the boulder yet. She's still over at Mr. Sabito. Huh, the boulder? I suddenly feel a bit nostalgic. Kwang Jin smiled with his eyes squinted. Shimi glanced at him and then served Schwani some vegetables before speaking. Indeed, a ton of weight is a bit difficult for Nami. That kid's strength is a little lacking. I really wonder if Nami will be discouraged. I'm so worried. Kwang Jin's whole demeanor drooped. Schwani blinked and said no. Nami just needed to be 1 meter closer to finish training. The reason she stopped was that Kanaihu and she both overexerted themselves and sprained their wrists. Huh, what? The three exclaimed simultaneously, startling Schwani. Then the three saw Kwang Jin finish his meal in a flash and rush out the door with his sword. They blinked at his departing figure, indicating that they were already used to it, and then lowered their heads to continue eating. Among the few female team members participating in training, Nami and Kanaihu were indeed outstanding, even stronger than their male teammates. The only drawback was that the two hadn't found the right focus. When Kwang Jin arrived, he saw Shinobu and Kane applying medicine and massaging their wrists. Kwang Jin sat beside Nami with a pained expression took the medicinal wine from Shinobu and gently massaged and applied it to Nami. This is so serious. It's swollen. Is my pressure okay? Does it hurt, Nami? Nami smiled and nodded, feeling a bit shy as she scratched her head and said, it's fine. Thank you, Mr. Quangjin. Quangjin sighed helplessly and rubbed her face. Really? Are we not boyfriend and girlfriend? Why be so polite with me? Be a bit careful during training. Don't rush. I know. The butterfly sisters watched their interaction and smiled silently. Kanea's eyes curved as she said, Nami, you're really happy. The three thought simultaneously, hoping they could always be this happy. Then Kane and Shinobu looked towards the distant tree, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Sabito was hiding behind the tree, tears streaming down his face as he watched them, mumbling Namo. The sisters were like, Mr. Sabito is really something. Chapter 159. Inosuke arrives at the Ice House Dojo Bang. Michiro. Damn it. Michiro glared at Michiro as he was sent flying, his forehead bulging with veins from anger as he rushed in with his sword. Michiro stood up awkwardly, slowly exhaling, gripping his sword, and the patterns on his face emerged. The breath of mist. He hadn't even had a chance to use his sword techniques before rushing over to catch the flying Michiro. In front of them, Kaneo, Sayuri glanced at his severed and regenerating arm with a satisfied nod. No wonder they are our descendants. This scene happened because Yin and Ubuyashiki Waya had discussed it overnight, confirming the location and sending a message through K-Gang. Kinji and Jinji had been calling for the mission that night since evening, suspecting the appearance of a lower moon and needing the two to investigate. Yin sent a message to 06, asking 06 to contact Kikuka Yenshing. This led to what appeared to be a life-and-death battle tonight, but in reality, Kikuka Yenshing had created an environment for them to train. Not to mention, there were no patterns on his face, and the transparent world was useless. Even the blade of the blood demon technique had not changed shape at all. That night, Kikuka Yenshing hardly moved, deliberately putting himself in a passive position, only to slap them in the face afterwards. The Saito brothers, especially Ichiro, felt a numbness. Michiro frowned, as they had long sensed something was different. It didn't seem like he came to kill them. Rather, it felt like he had come specifically to train them. Could it be possible? Suppressing their strange feelings, the two tightened their grips on their blades, calming down and striving to find each other's weaknesses. Kikuka Yenshing curled his lips, deliberately changing his expression, revealing only a pair of demon-like eyes, deliberately concealing the numbers in his gaze, as he felt their speed increasing and their strikes becoming more precise. Kikuka Yenshing revealed his pattern form for the first time in front of them. Ichiro squinted. In his eyes, he could now clearly see the structure within the opponent's body, the blood, the meridians, and the heart that no longer beat. A hint of surprise flashed in Ichiro's eyes. Was this what Sister Yunyen referred to as the transparent world? Looking down at his hands, he felt some changes in his body. It seemed that his sharpness, reaction speed, and strength had all improved. He glanced at Michiro, who was experiencing the same thing. Their eyes flickered slightly, and they turned to charge at Kikuka Yenshing with their blades. Seeing that they had grasped the patterns and successfully triggered the transparent world, Kikuka Yenshing sighed. Although they were a bit slow, he had spent nearly an entire evening here for this moment. As dawn approached, Kikuka Yenshing swung his blade, and the crescent moon accompanied the strike, overwhelming the area. The two brothers hurriedly swung their blades to defend and evade the attack. As the smoke cleared, where was Kikuka Yenshing's figure? The two looked in the direction he had disappeared, silently letting out a sigh of relief, but unwillingly clenching their fists. They were still far from strong enough. Facing a demon whose rank in the 12 Kazuki was unknown, they were actually so helpless. How could they talk about defeating Muzan? They must become stronger at the fastest speed possible. Yin propped her chin on her hand, watching the team members in the dojo actively practicing their punches after physical training. Glancing at the time, she noticed that a group of team members had already left for the water column dojo. However, there were also quite a few team members who had dropped out midway through the earlier training, including her. They gave up because they couldn't handle the high-intensity training. Yin sighed. These trainings really depend on talent and aptitude. Lower or medium-level team members simply can't complete them. Bang bang. The door was knocked. And before Yin could open it, she saw the door being kicked open. Then, ha. Hey, what's the use of that ice-cold woman named Yun? I'm here. Yin, a figure dashed out, and Alan's mouth revealed shark-like teeth beneath the mask. Her eyes turned into inverted triangle white eyes. Her legs wrapped around Inosuke's neck, executing a scissor kick that slammed him to the ground. You damn it. Show some respect to Lord Ice Pillar. You should call her Lord Ice Pillar or Lord Yunyan. You rude, pig-headed bastard. Oh, who the hell are you? Let me go right now. Stop wasting time and apologize properly. Yunyan. Sigh. Alan. Yunyan smiled helplessly and waved at Alan. Alan suddenly appeared in front of her, looking at her with admiration, then bowed. Good morning, Lady Yunyan. What would you like for breakfast? How about pork chop rice? Good morning. Of course, that's fine. Alan, don't be angry. That child grew up in the mountains after all. He's a bit carefree, but he's a very good kid. Please forgive him. Alan obediently nodded, of course. Whatever Lady Yunyan says, I will listen. I'll go prepare breakfast for you now. Okay, thank you. Yunyan smiled and rubbed her head, making Alan's eyes squint with joy. Alan hummed a little song, surrounded by small pink flowers, leaving in a light and airy manner. Yunyan turned to look at Inisuk, who had just gotten up. Inisuk felt a chill behind him and exclaimed, What do you want, woman? I am not afraid of you. He stood there in a daze as Yunyan gently rubbed his head through his mask and softly said, You've worked hard all the way here. First, go put your things in the dormitory, take a rest, and we can train after breakfast. Inisuk stared at her in a daze, and then he awkwardly left, moving as if he were stepping on clouds, light and airy. Yunyan looked at him as if surrounded by small pink flowers and sighed helplessly. She couldn't help but feel pity for Inisuk. After all, this little guy lost his mother at a young age, and then lost the wild-born mother who raised him. Later, he also lost the grandfather who taught him to speak and gave him a name. Along the way, he's been constantly losing things, with no one to teach him how to speak or act, relying solely on himself and following his own instincts. Such a wild and untamed child has a sincere heart. He treats everyone with what seems like brutality, but in reality, he is very genuine, even though he truly cannot remember other people's names. Yunyan rubbed her forehead in pain. Although they had only met a few times, she was content to at least remember one character from her name. Next, the Ice Pillar Dojo was bustling with activity. Yunyan's eyes twitched, watching as his body turned red from the effort, ready to roar loudly while dragging the wooden stake past everyone, seeing the veins all over him bulging, as if he was about to explode at any moment. He continued to shout to motivate himself, determined to bear the heaviest load and swing the sword 1,000 times. Yunyan, child, you can actually take your time. There's no need to push yourself so hard. For Inisuk, who is so determined, actually wanting to prove that he is the strongest here, that damn competitive spirit. Yunyan would gently stroke his head through the mask every time and generously compliment him. After training each day, Inisuk would be in a light-headed state, then go to eat and sleep in a clumsy manner. Inisuk, Huwa Chapter 160. Once again chewed by wolves after returning. The Tsutomu brothers clearly suffer a blow. After submitting the report following their mission, the two were like they had been injected with adrenaline during that night's training. That night, the pair sent out for a reconnaissance mission were Iguro and Mitsuri. Yunyan silently sweated for the two of them and lowered her head to continue studying the moon breathing technique. She drew her sword and swung it according to what was written, feeling the changes in her breathing. Although she could use moon breathing, it was limited in usage and she wasn't very skilled at it. However, ever since she enhanced the powers of the secondary dimension's main god, the usage of both moon breathing and sun breathing had clearly increased several times. Next, she needed to master these two breathing techniques proficiently. After practicing for a while, Yunyan took a few sips of water from a nearby cup when Yuan appeared beside her, saying, You seem to be hitting a bottleneck. Do you need my guidance? That would be greatly appreciated. Let's do it now. Yunyan was taken aback, slapping her forehead, realizing how she had forgotten about this guy. Yuan nodded slightly. Then show me what you can do. Okay. Yunyan has used all the 6 forms of the breath of the sun that she can master, and it's no joke. She could really use the 6th form. Any more would be truly impolite. Next, everyone fought hard in the small world while Yunyan, following the hints and guidance from Yuani outside, skillfully mastered the first 6 forms of the breath of the sun, putting away her sword. Yuani couldn't help but praise her. Truly a genius. Yunyan expressed that she had gotten used to it. Since childhood, even when she could do nothing, she unconsciously absorbed spiritual energy, unaware of her own realm. Relying on her will to survive, she defeated demons beyond her level. There is no need to mention what happened later. It became second nature. If one day she regressed, she would definitely force herself to train like a demon, not allowing herself to fall behind at all. Feeling the tremors of the 4-directional small world, Yunyan smiled, quite pleased. At least, she had made significant progress. Tomorrow night would be a rest day after the victory at Guiyan, and if all went well, they should be able to smoothly pass the 2nd level of the 4-directional small world. Glancing at the date, it had only been a little over a month. Yun lazily leaned against the pillar. This was much easier than teaching those team members. The next day, everyone trained as usual, and by night, they indeed saw the deeply affected Ahei and Mealy. Similarly, the two did not lose confidence. Instead, their fighting spirit was even stronger. That night, everyone broke through to the second layer. Beiming Island S, Xingming and Shimi mastered the transparent world here and could open it skillfully. Although others could also use it, they could only keep it open for a few minutes and were not yet proficient. As for the patterns, everyone just opened them as they emerged. Yun nodded with satisfaction, distributing the snacks and matcha she brought along. With two big eaters present, there was an abundance of food. She initially seemed like she would go back to sleep as usual, but instead, Yun walked over, drew her knife, and smiled at them. Next, let me check your results. Huh? The crowd voiced their confusion, and before they could react, Yun had changed her aura. A thick, blood-like scent that seemed ready to drip enveloped the surroundings, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Yun had a smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with a tangible killing intent. Draw your swords. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then they revealed knowing smiles and unsheathed their swords, launching an unrestrained attack against her. Yun has removed most of the world's limitations. To put it bluntly, she can now exert 4/10 of her true power, which is much better than the previous 1/10. With the body of a deity, facing the people in front of her is simply effortless. The breath of ice, which everyone is very familiar with, gave them a big surprise. She swung her sword to unleash the third form of the moon breathing and then executed the second form of the sun breathing in a counterattack. Alternating between the sun and moon breathing left everyone puzzled with several question marks above their heads. After an exhilarating battle, Shimi, speechless, pinched her face and asked, "Where did you get so many breathing techniques? Is it harmful to your body?" Yun allowed him to pinch her face with a good temper, something she learned later. "Of course not. Shimi can rest assured. TSK, I'm really impressed by you." Shimi sighed, feeling that her strength was too far behind hers. Kwang Jin rubbed his bruised face with a look of resentment. Yun, you shouldn't hit the face." Yun looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, saying, "My precious stepson has been taken away by you. Let me hit you once. You won't lose a piece of meat." Kwang Jin chuckled and scratched his head, thinking carefully, "It really is. Then forget it. I won't be angry with her." Xing Shuru sheathed his sword, greeted them with a smile, and left first. Yun looked at his sword hilt, his eyes flickering slightly. It was his father's sword hilt. It turned out that when they were in the forging village, the sword hilt of Little Tai was deliberately brought to Tanjiro by Kaiser Rengoku. Yun was rubbing his chin when he suddenly remembered that a long time ago, Kaiser had wanted to take Tanjiro as his adopted son. It seemed that wouldn't happen now, as Tanjiro's master was Yorichi. Yawning, Yun bid farewell to everyone and stumbled back, training the team with dark circles under his eyes. The only thought in his mind was, with these people staying up late every day, wouldn't they really die from lack of sleep? The truth was, they really wouldn't, because they would find time to catch up on sleep. And then there was Takit Mucher, who seemed like iron. He could go days with less than 4 hours of sleep and still be full of energy. Finally catching a day off, Yun hurriedly arrived at the wind house. Kwang Jin was not there, and Mucher was holding a watermelon for Jinya, looking confused as she barged in. Yun quickly handed the watermelon to Xuani, then dragged Shimi straight to the bedroom. "Sleep. Right now, I need to sleep." "Huh? Then sleep. Why are you dragging me along? How long has it been since you've had a good sleep? Your dark circles are so obvious. You should sleep too." "Huh? I'm not even tired. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to collapse from exhaustion and leave me a widow?" "No way." Bang. The door was slammed shut. Xuani blinked. "Ah, Sister Yun. Should I start calling you sister-in-law? But it feels more natural to call you Sister Yun." Xuani scratched his head and quietly took the watermelon away to find Tanjiro and Zenitsu to eat together. Inside the room, Yun swiftly stripped Shimi of his team uniform. Shimi, blushing and shocked, sat on the floor with his upper body naked, veins popping on his arms, desperately trying to hold up his pants. "Hey, you can't do this." Yun looked up at him seriously. "What's wrong with me? Not taking off my clothes to sleep?" "No, but you can't either." Shimi's whole face turned red, and she started to speak incoherently, finally puffing her cheeks and tightly holding onto her pants. Yun pulled at the corner of her lips. "You're a big man. Why are you shy? You've seen everything that needs to be seen. You've done everything that needs to be done. What's wrong with taking off your clothes and going to sleep?" "Huh, you little brat. Give me some time. It's broad daylight right now." Yun was speechless. What happened during the day? Is it illegal to sleep during the day? Shermi's face darkened. He grabbed her arm. then flipped over and pinned her down. Yunyan, no matter how good my patience is, I'm still a man. Yunyan looked confused and said, I know. Sleeping doesn't mean you're not a man. Shimizu Sumiya was so angry that he almost laughed. He poked his cheek with his tongue and replied, all right, you said it. Don't regret it. Yunyan had a head full of questions. What was she regretting after just taking a nap? Then she became numb, tossed, and turned until she was half dead. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she bit down on his shoulder, her eyes glistening with tears. You bastard, Shimi. I just wanted to take a nap. Why are you torturing me like this? Shimi raised his hand to hold her at the back of her head, tilted his head, and kissed her cheek. Without stopping, his voice was hoarse and low. Are we sleeping? Yunyan was flustered, her voice tinged with a broken sob. That's not what I meant. A low chuckle from Shirmi reached her ears, and Yunyan felt like a small boat drifting on the sea. She raised her hand and pressed it against his chest, gritting her teeth, almost done. But there are people with good hearing around. What if they hear us? Shirmi revealed a mischievous smile and kissed the corner of her lips. Then it's hard on you. Just bear with it. Yunyan bit his shoulder again. Saline dripping from the corner of her eye. Damn it, Shimi. Yeah, I'm a bastard. In a daze, she was embraced into the warm water, followed by resting in a strong and secure embrace. After that, she completely lost consciousness. Shimi held her, kissed her forehead, carefully washed her, changed her clothes, and carried her back into the house, fulfilling her desire to sleep. 06 If I were here, he would definitely tell Yunyan. The sleep you think of is absolutely different from the sleep a man with desires thinks about. Silly child, you, who appear affectionate, but are actually as wooden as a blockhead, have foolishly let the wolf nibble on you, right? Zenitsu with super hearing. Already dead. Don't disturb. Chapter 161. Gradually grow stronger and reach greater heights. Waking up from a nap. Yunyan felt pain all over her body and angrily turned to look at the person sleeping soundly behind her, then bit his chest. Shimi shuddered, opened his eyes in confusion, and looked at the person causing trouble in his arms, smiling helplessly. You're so energetic, right, after waking up? His large hand pressed against the back of her head, soothing her intermittently. Yunyan let go, too angry to pay attention to him. Shimi rested his chin on her head, reached out to rub her waist. His voice hoarse and lazy from just waking up. Be good, don't be mad, I'll pay attention next time. I don't believe you. You said it the last time several times, and you didn't keep your word. Can I be blamed for this? Fine, I'll just hold back next time. Yunyan puffed her cheeks, buried her face in his chest, and said in a muffled voice, it's fine at night, but if you keep this up during the day, I really won't pay attention to you. Shimi's body stiffened, and he let out a long sigh, sounding helpless. I told you, don't say things like that at this time. Yunyan felt an object pressing against her abdomen and silently blushed. This guy, she didn't say anything. Why is there a reaction again? Fortunately this time, Shimi didn't do anything. He just held her tightly for a while. There really wasn't much time for them to be so sweet with each other. Thankfully, she was a divine body. Otherwise, after this encounter, Yunyan would have at least been unable to get out of bed for 2 days. A day of training passed. It was time for the evening training of the pillars. Watching everyone break through the second barrier, Yunyan once again proposed to check the results of everyone. This time, everyone clearly felt it was easier than before, and their mastery of the patterns and the transparent world was more proficient. Yunyan nodded in satisfaction. The stronger they were, the higher the probability of survival. Tanjiro and Zenitsu passed Shimi and the others' training and arrived at the Ice House Dojo. Looking blankly at the half-dead appearance of their seniors who had arrived early, Zenitsu burst into tears once again. Clinging tightly to Yunyan's leg, he cried out, Big sister, I really can't do this. I'm going to die. I really will die. Yunyan rubbed his forehead and patted his head, saying no way. I haven't gone insane to that extent. Johnny can definitely complete my training, right? Seeing Yunyan's gentle smile, Jean-E immediately stood up straight, looking serious. That's right. I can definitely do it. Then a flash of electricity passed, and Jean-E, as if energized, crazily swung his sword while wearing weights. Yunyan, this kid is so scary. Turning to look at the awkward Tanjiro, she smiles helplessly. Tanjiro gives a couple of awkward laughs and looks at Yunyan with full energy. Yunyan senpai, please take care of me from now on. No problem. You have to work hard, Tanjiro. Yes. Yunyan watched Tanjiro's back. Before Yorichi, Tsujikuni taught him. This body must be tempered well. Inosuke was also stuck here, unable to calm his mind, so he could only stabilize himself through frequent practice of Tai Chi, however. He was indeed much more composed than before. At the very least, when he saw Tanjiro and Zenitsu, he greeted the two calmly. Yo, Yudo Haruhiko. Zenitsu, you guys are here too. Yes, we arrived too, and Inosuke, I'm Kamadu Tanjiro. I'm Zenitsu. Why the hell do you pighead? Still get the name of a friend you fought alongside wrong. Watching the three bicker, Yin chuckled a few times and turned back to continue drinking tea and reading. Chitami and Kanao also arrived at the Wind Pillar Dojo. As soon as Nami arrived, she was taken away by Kyuka for training. Shimi looked at the silent and expressionless Kanao in front of him, a black line sliding down his forehead. He really wasn't good at dealing with girls like her. Helpless, he could only train her like the other team members, but he still went easy on her. After all, one was a girl, and the other was the sister of his close friend Kanehira. He still treated her like a younger sister he was nurturing. Shimi looked at the injuries on her body with a headache and silently sought help from Kyuka. Kyuka instantly understood his predicament, winked at him, and indicated that he would handle it. Shimi nodded in agreement and went straight to the kitchen to make hagi cakes. After all, Kyuka's favorite food was hagi cakes. It was a way to thank him. Kyuka was also quite helpless. This child Kanao, no matter how painful the injury, never uttered a word. Fortunately, with Nami, this little son, around, otherwise Kyuka would feel like he was going bald. When the training reached the 2-month mark, Yin asked Tanjiro to come find her at night and informed him that the subsequent training could be paused. That night, Tanjiro was shocked. The soul of Yorichi Tsujikuni appeared before him, looking vibrant, and began to guide him on the breath of the son. Yin felt at ease handing Tanjiro over to him. So he simply stopped his training at the Ice Mansion Dojo. Everyone successfully broke through the 3rd level. Although it was a hard-won victory, none were eliminated. Next, they would digest these gains and blessings. Yin rested his chin on his hand, watching over them. During this time, everyone had faced off against Kikuno Kuni Iwasuk. Regardless of whether they had been beaten up or not, at least everyone gained something significant. Based on Iwasuk's feedback, apart from the mournful Yuin Ming, the other two who surprised both Yin and him were Shimi and Kayachika. These two directly forced out Iwasuk's patterns and the second form of his blood demon technique long knife without the use of a he-knife. They nearly broke Iwasuk's defenses, pushing him to use that ugly posture. With this, Iwasuk's training assistance came to an end. Next up was the final challenge. Yin squinted her eyes and thought, why not add another round? With that thought, she indeed did so, adding another round where she battled against a version of herself at 70% strength. In this world, she could only exert 40% of her power, which was far from enough to make them feel the pressure of the illusion demon. In the end, that coward would definitely show up. At that time, it would be a real struggle, because that guy might choose to lure Muzan and then merge with him. And it wouldn't just be a simple matter of slaying demons. They would also have to exorcise evil. The peak strength of the illusion demon was only 60% of her true power, and her current self was completely insufficient. This was done merely to keep them on their toes, to see how much stronger they could become. Looking at the people around her, sitting cross-legged, absorbing blessings, Yin's eyes flickered slightly. This time, she didn't want to lose anyone. She gently raised her hand and placed it over her heart, where cracks still existed in her soul. She didn't know what it would ultimately become, but as long as she was alive, that guy was still alive. That meant they would not die and would not cease fighting. Yin raised her head, looking at the bright moon in the sky. In the Nangong family, there is only bloodshed, no tears. One could die in battle, but will never retreat. Yin closed his eyes, listening to 06 complaints and slightly anxious replies, feeling a chill in his heart. The final battle was approaching. Chapter 162, The Final Trial. Yin sat in front of the shrine, absorbing the abundant spirit stones around her. Today was the day everyone would challenge the 4th level, and if all went well, they should be able to clear it. Yin slowly opened his eyes, and the spirit stones around him turned to ashes and scattered with the wind. It had been a whole month since the last clearance, and Tanjiro had also gone to the water Hashira's dojo yesterday. Although the breath of the sun was short in duration, he had a foundation and, combined with the refinement of his body, at least now, using it didn't feel burdensome for Tanjiro. Yuani had also gone to hell, waiting for Wakatsu's arrival. Sure enough, before long, everyone came out from the small worlds, panting and collapsing onto the ground. Yuzi raised his hand. Truly magnificent we are. Yes, we finally cleared it. Kwang Jin let out a breath, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Don't celebrate too early. There's another level we need to clear. Ihei closed his eyes, but his hand honestly grasped Mitsuri's hand, causing Mitsuri to blush and quietly return the grip. I'm tired. Shimi yawned, squinting at the night sky. That yawn was too loud. Nakheim, now I'm feeling sleepy too. Ihei spoke again, eliciting laughter from Shimi, while Yuichiro yawned as well. Seriously, is yawning contagious? Then, One by one, everyone began to yawn. Even the usually composed Kaname couldn't help but let out a yawn, unable to resist their drowsiness. Everyone lay down on the ground and fell asleep. The clouds supported her chin, and her eyes held a smile. Well, let's make an exception this time. With a wave of her hand, light fell upon them, and they all turned into flowing light, disappearing from the spot. Inside each pillar's residence, everyone returned to their own rooms and laid down on the tatama mats, falling into a deep sleep. Yun stood up, took the wine beside him, and drank 2 big gulps. Now, there were no team members left for them to train. All the preparations had to start from this moment. Yun looked at the letter sent by Long, frowning tightly, gripping the paper firmly in hand. Long, please convey a message to the Lord for me. As long as I am here, no one will die, including him. Yun walked down the mountain, casually tossing a jade token to Long, telling him to bring it to the Lord and not to leave it behind. Long took the jade token and flew away. It was a jade token with the character Tion written on it. It belonged to the 10 generals of the underworld, specifically the jade token of the 7th general, Tianhe. The holder of the jade token bestowed by the emperor does not need to pay any price to receive the protection of the underworld general. Yun drank wine and leisurely made his way back, solving a few big eyeballs along the way. He still couldn't let Muzan discover the production house at the Yashiki mansion. There was just one last battle left, and this time Zenitsu, Inosuke, Kanao, Chinin, Tanjiro, and Jinya were all brought in. The 6 little ones watched as the mimicry of Yun appeared, and they were so scared that their hair stood on end. The Hashira all widened their eyes. Is this Yun? Feeling the formidable pressure and killing intent, everyone swallowed hard and looked toward Sanemi. Cold sweat dripped down Sanemi's forehead. Although he had seen Yun's past form with his own eyes, this appearance must have emerged after he left. It wasn't an exaggeration. This posture was probably Yun's true form, right? Sanemi looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. The mimicry of Yun was, in fact, the mimicry of Yun as a demon god. Clad in dark divine armor, a purple cloak billowed in the wind, and on his cold, frost-like face, there was a red motif of a higginbana flower at the corner of his right eye. A scarlet flame pattern adorned his brow, lightly landing on the ground. His silver-white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were no longer a brilliant gold but a deep red, filled with extreme, killing intent, yet as profound as an abyss. Yun raised his hand, a malicious and mocking smile on his face. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Everyone widened their eyes. This was the first time they had heard the mimicry speak in so long. The key was that they couldn't feel angry. Mitsuri covered her flushed face. Wow, this Yun is really so cool. What to do? I have no desire to fight at all. The Butterfly Sisters and Shinobu nodded in agreement. Chinin's eyes sparkled. Master is so cool. No wonder he's the master. Kyuko wanted to cry without tears, reaching out to Chinin, Nami, but was elegantly ignored. Kyoka? Ooh. Everyone exchanged glances and had to admit that they had never seen Yun like this before. It was truly novel. Sanemi rubbed his brow. He had long been familiar with Yun's abilities in this regard, and even he wanted to complain if Yun were a man. He would probably have more suitors than he could count. Zenitsu was completely twisted. What is this? What is this? Why is the big sister cooler than men? Suddenly, I have no desire to live anymore. Zenitsu, calm down. Zenitsu, you're so noisy. Be quiet. Kyuko looked at them helplessly, then turned to draw his sword. No matter what, everyone, let's go. Okay, no need to say that. Everyone drew their swords, and Yun's smile grew wider. His figure flashed, and a powerful pressure instantly descended upon them. In just an instant, everyone felt unable to move or breathe, frozen in place, and their eyes widened. It was a fear that came from the depths of their hearts, a pressure that made them want to kneel on the ground. Struggling against the pressure, cracks appeared on the ground beneath their feet, and Kaname let out a low growl, swinging his meteor hammer to break through the pressure first. Then, Sanemi and Kaidro rushed out, the combination of wind and fire, yet they didn't even touch the corner of Yun's clothing. The two were sent flying back, caught by Iguro and Kyuka. Shinobu and the Butterfly Sisters darted in, but Yun easily pinched their swords and casually tossed them aside, sending them flying with immense force. Kanao was startled and acted simultaneously with Ju, catching the two flying towards them, only to be carried away by the force. Damn, this mimicry is too abnormal. Kyuka stood up awkwardly, his body covered in injuries. Sanemi propped himself up with his sword, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his veins bulging. Damn it, it's just a fake. I don't believe I can't kill you. Come again. After saying that, he rushed out, with Ichiro closely following. The two wore particularly fierce expressions, clearly angry and agitated. Michiro and Kyuka exchanged glances, and they silently coordinated their attacks. Zhu stood up, removed a corner of his clothing, and bound his hand to the sword handle, charging forward, ready to use his techniques to mitigate damage at any moment. Kaname dealt damage while also defending against the others getting knocked out. Jinya provided cover with his gun, while Sanemi, appearing impulsive, subtly protected his brother. Any attacks that would harm Jinya were mostly blocked by him, which also resulted in him sustaining more injuries than the others. Kyuka protected Chinen while coordinating with everyone, and the Butterfly Sisters quickly dealt damage while taking Kanao along. The three little ones occasionally dashed in to deal extra blows and then quickly dodged away. Union's every attack was widespread, and individual strikes often required 4 or 5 people to withstand. Otherwise, they would definitely be eliminated. Iguro and Mitsuri worked together for a group attack, then deftly dodged to indicate their positions. Kayajuro filled in the gaps after Sanemi and the others, completing the damage. Yet, Yunyen still seemed to be at ease, as if he were merely playing with them. Finally, when he saw his cloak being torn, he raised his hand. "All right, I'll count it as you winning." Everyone stopped their attacks, each one looking battered and bruised, with countless wounds and bleeding profusely. Yunyen smiled lightly, looking helpless. "Well, let's leave it at that. I'll give this to you. If I keep fighting, I suppose she'll come in to fight me." The light in his hand transformed into glowing orbs that dissolved into their bodies. Yunyen pointed at the large door behind them. "Go ahead. Congratulations on passing the trial of the four-pointed small world. I wish you success in the upcoming battles and a safe return." Yunyen slightly bent down, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Everyone gasped for breath, watching his posture, and they all mimicked his movements to return the gesture. They turned to support each other as they left the trial ground. Chapter 163. Prelude to the Great Battle. When everyone came out, they did not see Yunyen's figure, but rather a crow holding a letter to hand to Sanemi. After opening the letter and reading it, Sanemi sighed and looked at the crow with gentle eyes. "Thank you, I understand." The crow flapped its wings and flew away, glancing back at everyone in midair, as if trying to remember them in its heart. Because of what was to come, it might perish during this time. Yunyen stepped into the production house of the Sukiya residence, quietly sitting in the corridor with the door wide open. Inside, Yao Zai, the head of the production house, wore a smile while Tianyin was preparing tea beside him. 2 daughters approached, bringing tea snacks and hagi cakes. In Yunyen's mind, there's a reminder from 06. Muzin can no longer be stopped. He has found the mansion of the Hashira. Yunyen's eyes flickered slightly as she took a sip of tea. "All right, for the upcoming battle. 06, you've worked hard. Received, I guarantee the mission will be completed." After training and sweating profusely, everyone walked down the corridor, wanted to take a bath. Shimi yawned, and suddenly everyone stopped in their tracks. Shimi quickly turned around and raised his hand to grip. When he opened his palm, he found an eyeball that he had crushed in his hand. Looking at the twitching eyeball, Shimi widened his eyes slightly, wondering what it was. A gust of wind blew by, carrying a thick, bloody stench. Everyone turned to look toward the direction of the Kane household, exclaiming in unison that they were being invaded. Leaning on their swords, they rushed madly toward the Kane household. The crows began to stir, flying in the air and shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Kane household is under attack. All teams to the main city." Everyone's faces were filled with urgency as they ran at full speed. Shimi was drenched in sweat, recalling that the letter clearly stated Yunyen would be spending some time with the Lord. This meant that there were important people in the household, more than one. So who could it be? The Upper Moons? Or it could be the Demon King himself? No one dared to think, and neither did Shimi. They could only rush madly toward the household. The main gate of the Kane household had white smoke spilling out, slowly opening. A figure stepped inside, and, through the smoke, Muzin Kibutsuji, dressed in a high-end suit and wearing a black top hat, walked in. Yunyen calmly sipped her tea, with a phoenix beside her. Kanyushi Kiyoya took a bite of the tea snack and turned to look in the direction of the door. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground was particularly noticeable in the quiet night. As Muzin approached, Kanyushi Kiyoya wore a gentle smile on his face. "You've come, Muzin." Amano did not raise her gaze but continued to prepare matcha, while her 2 daughters looked curiously towards the door. Yunyen raised her gaze, a smile in her eyes, but frost in her depths. Her face radiated joy as she welcomed a late-night visitor, Muzin Kibutsuji. "It seems you're quite rude as well." Muzin looked at her and snorted coldly. "What a damned woman. The Tsukihiro family has been hindering my family for 1,000 years, and I never expected you to look like this." His expression was blank, but his eyes were filled with disdain. You're so ordinary that I don't even want to look at you. An ugly posture. Even if healed, you're just an ant on the verge of losing its life. Tsukihiro, wise eye, smiled gently. Is that so? Did I disappoint you? But, Muzan, we share a deep bond. We have the same bloodline. It's just that you are from 1,000 years ago. Oh, are you trying to use bloodline as a point? No matter how you put it. I have no interest or feelings about that, because I have no emotions, nor any so-called familial ties. I am the perfect being. Yunyan curled her lips and said, wow, being an orphan gives you a sense of superiority. Huh? Muzan's pupils narrowed, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at her. You woman, dare to be so bold with me? Akaza was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Muzan was visibly agitated, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Akaza suppressed his laughter and locked eyes with Muzan. Throughout the generations, our clan has been cursed to bear children who, even if they survive infancy, rarely live past 30. All of this is because of the demon that is you, Kabutsuji Muzan. Because of you, our clan has been burdened with a curse. What have you been pursuing all these years? What kind of dream are you really having? Muzan furrowed his brows, his gaze haughty, raising a finger to point at his own head. So what? No gods or Buddhas have appeared, and no creature has punished me. Even the heavens allow my existence. Akaza revealed a faint smile, glancing gently at Yunyan before returning his gaze to Muzan. What you seek must be eternity, right? I know what eternity truly is. Akaza straightened his posture, while Aminai placed tea on the table, and the couple looked towards Muzan. So-called eternity is belief, faith, and dreams. 4 generations, everyone has firmly believed that we can eliminate you and eradicate the evil demons. Those shattered families, those children who lost everything because of demons, their anger, their belief has been passed down through the ages. Kabutsuji Muzan, no one will forgive you because you have touched the dragon's reverse scale time and time again. Stepping on the tiger's tail. The long-sleeping dragon and tiger have been awakened by you, and they have always been watching you. Muzan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Enough. I don't want to waste any more words with you. It should end now. Akaza lowered his gaze. Indeed, it was time for all of this to end. Thank you for being willing to listen to me finish. As soon as the words fell, Yunyan's figure flashed, and the person who had been sitting and drinking tea suddenly drew a sword and appeared in front of Muzan. Muzan's eyes widened. This damned woman is so fast. Yunyan's pupils suddenly constricted, a proud smile on her face. Breath of the Sun, first form, dance. Muzan quickly raised his arm to block the knife aimed at his neck. As the flames dissipated, Yunyan glanced indifferently at the severed arm at her feet. Her gaze shifted to Muzan, who was distancing himself while covering his wound, shocked by the slow regeneration of his injury. Swinging her long knife, blood splattered onto the ground. The wind blew, and snowflakes floated in the air. A frost settled in Yunyan's eyes as she coldly spoke. Muzan, I've always had a question I've wanted to ask you face to face. On her fair skin, red dragon patterns spread from her neck to her left cheek. Her golden eyes glinted with a cold light. In that moment, the shackles of the world no longer restricted her, granting her the same rights as the people here. Patterns, transparent world, and the He Dao. Muzan's eyes widened as he looked at her with frost on her face, the figure of that man overlapping with hers, and he asked with a slow, deliberate voice, the demonic whisper hidden deep in his heart, "Will you take life for?" Muzan gasped, the killing intent seeming to materialize and torture him. Yunyan held the knife, and the phoenix's eyes could clearly see the blade turning crimson. Muzan's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his pupils trembled violently. Hoshikuji Yose held his wife's hand, and the two embraced their child as the green jade tablet emitted a glow. Yunyan fought fiercely against Muzan, and just as he was about to break down and get serious, Yunyan suddenly distanced himself and revealed an ambiguous smile. In the next second, Muzan's eyes widened as a wave of heat, searing flames, and an explosion engulfed him. The crowd had just arrived outside the mansion when they were startled by the sudden explosion, their eyes widening in shock. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the scorching airwaves stirred up layer upon layer of dust. They had no choice but to raise their arms to shield themselves. And when they opened their eyes again, the towering mushroom cloud sent a chill down their spines. Tanjiro covered his nose, his pupils trembling violently, overwhelmed by the scent of large amounts of explosives and the smell of burnt flesh. The crowd lost their composure and rushed toward the ruins of the mansion. But in the next moment, a figure flew out of the sky. Everyone looked up, and on the back of a giant blue bird were Kanroji Mitsuri and their 2 daughters. Yunyan leaped down from the bird's back, drawing his knife for a free fall, instantly breaking through the smoke and landing in the ruins. Seeing that they were safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Shimi felt her legs go weak and nearly collapsed to the ground. Regaining her composure, they all hurried towards the ruins of the mansion. Muzin roared in disbelief, his battered body regenerating flesh and blood. But in the next moment, a mass of flesh fell from the sky and then turned into thorns that fiercely pinned him down. Muzin widened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, and stiffly looked down. It was a bullet-like wound, and that thing had already been absorbed by him. In the distance, Yunyan patted Tamayo's shoulder, and she put away the sniper rifle he had given her. Tamayo, sometimes living to do more meaningful things is also a form of atonement. There are still people waiting for your response, so occasionally look back. Upon hearing this, Tamayo looked at Yunyan in shock. She had intended to join the fray, but was stopped by him. She had practiced with this gun for a very long time, just for that one shot today to deliver the vial of medicine into Muzin's body. With Yunyan's words, Tamayo turned to glance at Yeshuru not far away, feeling a pang in her heart. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she walked towards him. After this battle, she would work with Yeshuru to do more meaningful things, to heal more patients, and to atone for herself. Chapter 164. Entering Infinite City, the final battle begins. Yunyan slashed off Wutsan's head with a single stroke, quickly dodging to the side as she watched him rapidly regenerate. His face twisted in rage as he unleashed blood thorns at her. Breath of Wind, third form, Clear Gale Tree. Shimi descended from the air in front of her, swinging his sword to cut through the thorns. Green windmill patterns had already appeared on his cheek. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he reached out to protect Yunyan behind him, asking, "Are you okay?" Yunyan was momentarily stunned, then curled the corners of her lips. I'm fine. The Lord and the others have already evacuated safely. I saw that." Shimi's tone was extremely calm, and Yunyan felt a bit unnatural as she scratched her cheek. She could tell that Shimi was angry. This guy Muzin. The others were still puzzled. But Kanroji and Iguro recognized him at a glance, not to mention Tanjiro. Tanjiro's voice was filled with anger as he shouted, his eyes wide and burning with fury. If it weren't for Yunyan, Mr. Iguro, and Mr. Kanroji, he couldn't imagine what the scene would be like when he returned home. He would lose all his family, and maybe his sister wouldn't survive until he got back. Tanjiro felt that the anger was about to scorch his reason. Is this guy really Muzin? Yuzui gripped his dual blades, and upon hearing this, Yunyan straightened her expression. Yes, this guy is Muzin. We can't kill him, no matter how we cut off his head. It's impossible. The only thing that can kill him is the sun. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked at Muzin, trapped in thorns in the center, with unkind eyes. Since we can't kill him, we have to drag him until dawn and then let him bask in the sun. Muzin curled his lips with a mocking expression. You think you can kill me with your strength? Nezuko. Yunyan curled her lips with excitement in her eyes, saying, "It's here. Everyone get ready." Muzin looked at them in surprise, expecting to see shock or disbelief in their eyes at the moment they fell into Infinite City. Instead, all he saw was excitement and eagerness. Why was that? In Infinite City, Kagaya Yashiro slowly opened his eyes, looked out the window, stood up holding his sword, and thought, "It's here. Has it already reached this time?" Before leaving, he also took the tea and snacks he had prepared in advance. When Yuichi saw this, he greeted him and followed Hakushu back to hell. 06 rolled his eyes, thinking that if the boss had left a little later or had come to check on them before leaving, they would have been scared to death. They would have hidden for another 1,000 years. What the heck are you two doing? Almost got blasted in the face. In the lotus pond, a pair of glass-like eyes opened, and, as the shadows dissipated, the smiling face of Tamamo appeared, sitting on a soft cushion with his chin resting on his hand. He said, "Alala, guests are arriving. How exciting. I wonder who it will be this time. Will they take me to hell again?" So looking forward to it unlike before. This time his eyes were filled with brutality, the accumulated malice for being tormented by hell's punishments for a long time. Inside the room, blood was splattered everywhere and severed limbs were scattered around. A figure in a black robe slowly walked out and stopped in front of him. "Tamamo, don't disappoint me." Tamamo smiled innocently. "How could I disappoint you? You see, I completed your task perfectly." The figure in the black robe snorted coldly and vanished with a flick of his cloak. After the black-robed figure left, Tamamo picked up a severed arm and took a bite. The arm was still adorned with divine armor. Tamamo chuckled and casually tossed it aside, his seemingly innocent smile hiding disdain. His tone was innocent as he remarked, "The taste of the divine is really no different from that of humans. so boring as Yin Yin was descending. She precisely locked onto the lotus pond. She wasn't worried about others. After all, on the Jigui Yinshang side, it was probably just a matter of having tea and chatting. They were all family. No need to panic. Bai Xiao, take Mr. Shiba to prepare for battle. Yes, ready at all times. The smoke curls up to my lips, my eyes flicker slightly, and I tease my head. Even if you run out, it won't be of any use. Soon, you'll experience the terrifying power of the new member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Pillar of Strength. Yin Yin looked up to the sky and laughed long. Ha ha ha. No exaggeration. She even prepared the day, Will Pointer Tiger. Everything is ready for today. Upon receiving the news, Koma stood at the entrance, slowly opened his eyes, revealing the terrifying smile he had when he was still a Kaza. His fists cracked as he squeezed them, stepping into the open door. Bai Xiao, why does this guy look so scary now? Thinking of how gentle he was when he was with Lin Xue, Bai Xiao shivered and rubbed his arms. Inside the Infinity Castle, the people who were pulled into the Infinity Castle were still falling continuously. Yin Yin keenly sensed that aura, her golden eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled the last conversation with Ubuyashiki Wise-Eye. Ubuyashiki Wise-Eye pushed a cup of tea towards her, his gentle face filled with deep concern. Yin Yin, I have foreseen the final battle. It's not just Musen but you. Yin Yin took the tea, sipped it lightly, and raised her gaze with a smile in her eyes. The Lord was not wrong. I will die in battle. Hushiaki Wise-Eye's hands trembled slightly as he stared at her, trying to read any other emotions from her eyes, even the slightest hint. Unfortunately, her eyes were clear, only filled with determination. Is there no way to stop this? No. Yin Yin set down the teacup and turned to look out the window. I will die in war. I will witness the first warm sun of the day and witness the arrival of dawn. Yin Yin turned to look directly at Arakia Wise-Eye, saying, I will take all the filth of the world and dissipate it under the dawn. Arakia Wise-Eye clenched his fists, lowering his gaze. His eyes filled with the pain of about to lose a child. Has he already made up his mind? What will happen to that child, Shinomiya? The clouds of smoke curl around the lips, leaning carelessly against the table. We will meet again. The bond is not yet over. How could one not return? Waya from a production house raised his head, with soft affection in his eyes and a gentle, confident smile on his face. This moment will be forever frozen. Yin Yin raised her eyes, a proud smile on her face. She was the inheritor of the ancient gods, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavens. How could she truly die? Even if there was only a wisp of her remaining soul, she would crawl back, even if it meant dragging herself to return to his side. So what comes next? The golden eyes of the otherworldly deity sparkled with light, hands pressed together as the golden magic circle shone brightly. The two-dimensional supreme god. Let me see just how much power you can bear. The shackles broke layer by layer, climbing up to 70% of the original strength of the body. A voice filled with grievance echoed in the mind of the two-dimensional supreme god. Your Majesty, I really can't do it anymore. This is the limit. The cloud smoke brushes against the lips, allowing oneself to fall, turning to face downward. That's enough. Chapter 165. The battle begins with 06 present. They directly take Yu Shilang to the location of Ming Nu. Lightning transforms into chains, controlling Ming Nu on the spot to prevent her from playing the shamisen. Now's the chance. Seize her control. You don't need to command me. I will do it too. Yu Shilang grits his teeth, using his blood demon technique to fight against Ming Nu's consciousness. Without hesitation, 06 gathers a bunch of special blood-type treasures from the system store to feed him. They confront power head-on, not giving Ming Nu a chance to call for help, seizing her control and consciousness. With a diagram of eyes stuck to 06's head, he connects with the consciousness of the production house Yose, and in this moment, the counterattack belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps immediately unfolds. Yu Shilang send the Butterfly Sisters, Kanaihu, Inisuk, Ju, and Shimi to the Lotus Pond. Don't worry about Yin Yin. She will find her own way. All right, controlling Ming Nu to play in an instant. The few people named by 06 are teleported to the Lotus Pond. They open their eyes and turn to look at the direction with the strongest smell of blood in the air. Shimi reveals a fierce smile, draws his sword, veins bulging. Just as Yin Yin said, you bastard really came out. Ah, so many people have come, and there are men too. Men's flesh is the hardest to eat. How annoying. The familiar voice makes the others present grit their teeth in anger. Only Inisuk looks confused, glancing left and right, finally scratching his head through his mask. Doma emerges from the shadows in front of everyone, and Kanaiwi changes from her usual gentleness. She can never forget that night when Yin Yin risked her life to save her, ultimately killing the scum in front of her but at the cost of her own life. At that time, she wondered if she could be stronger. Would Yin not have to die? But now, that guy who should have long been dead and rotting in hell has appeared once again. Shimi's forehead veins bulge, bloodshot eyes glaring. It's this damned beast who has killed Yin once. The butterfly shinobu's face darkens, veins visibly protruding. This damned scum. Ju's face turns cold, this guy. Yin's senpai died at his hands once. Absolutely cannot be forgiven. Kanaihu nervously grips her sword, her eyes fixed on Doma. She and Kanaiwi have discussed that if they used the final form of the breath of flowers together, the power would be even greater. Doma looks disdainfully at the three men present, and when he looks at the butterfly sisters, he can't help but lick the corner of his lips. Unlike their last meeting, Doma is not just a demon now, but also a devil, his glass-like eyes emanating a hint of demonic aura. How nice, there are actually 3 lovely girls. Suddenly, a door opens beside everyone, and a figure steps out. Doma looks at him, his eyes brightening. Lord Akaza, are you here to help me? But I don't really need it. After all, I can do it all by myself. Bang. Koma's appearance remains human, retracting his fist, adorned with brass knuckles, casually flicking off the blood on his hand. Looking at Doma, who he just punched in the head and sent flying like a maggot rising from the ground, he says, "Don't get it wrong. My name is Koma, not Akaza. I found you unpleasant for a long time." Everyone looks at him in surprise, but there's no further hostility. As he is here to beat Doma, he is an ally. Only Shimi squints, darkly pointing at him. "You're the upper moon demon that almost killed me back then?" Koma stiffens, turning to him apologetically, bowing. "Sorry for that time, I really..." Shimi clicks his tongue. "It doesn't matter, since you're here to help. I suppose it's Yin's special order, so put in some effort." Koma blinks, revealing a brilliant smile. "Okay, I will." Everyone rushes towards Doma, who has just regained his footing. On this side, the battle has begun. On the other side, the other Hashira and Tanjiro have been assigned to the side of Kaneo. However, as soon as they arrive, they see him sitting by the table, drinking tea. When he sees them come, Kaneo doesn't speak, but a figure steps out behind him. Tanjiro's eyes widen. "Yurichi-sensei." Hey, huh." Everyone exclaims. Yurichi smiles lightly, waving his hand to them. Everyone come over to rest for a bit. The big battle is about to start, so now, let us drink some tea and have some snacks to replenish our energy. Everyone. The atmosphere is extremely strange. Everyone looks at Kaneo with puzzled and constipated expressions. They really didn't guess wrong. This powerful demon in front of them has indeed been turned by Yin, a bizarre harmony. Muzan desperately tries to break down the toxins in his body, but unfortunately, he has already absorbed most of it. The figure in the black robe looks at him coldly, turning to leave. Standing on the flying house, across from him stands a figure. Silver white, long hair flows with the wind, dressed in dark armor, holding a phoenix in hand, with golden dragon patterns running down to his left cheek. His dazzling golden eyes flicker with a cold light, and at the moment he appears, Yin raises a brilliant smile. "Oh, you came quite quickly. I thought you would hide for a while longer, waiting for Ko to personally drag you out." The figure in the black robe pulls down his hood, revealing a face as if it had been skinned alive, with hatred in his pitch-black eyes. "Is this not our 9 Nether Empress? Oh, now it should be called Blood Nether Emperor. You really are persistent, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of truly dying, with all realms being breached and no god to stop it?" Yin. The illusion demon looked puzzled, while Yin revealed a wicked smile, saying, "Anyone who wishes to enter the various realms must pass through the 9 underworlds, and in my 9 underworlds, all demons are forbidden to tread." The illusion demon's pupils contracted, and Yin quickly tapped his forehead, causing a surge of golden light. The statue of his true self rose from the ground, radiating dazzling brilliance. Law of heaven and earth. The illusion demon spat, and hurriedly activated his own demonic energy. Celestial demon manifests. The demonic statue confronted the divine statue, and the illusion demon drew his weapon as Yin charged with his blade. In the face of equal strength, it all came down to combat experience and skill. The two clashed, with the demonic and divine statues swinging their weapons. The shockwaves from their collision instantly shattering the surrounding buildings. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were rescued by 10 beams of light, as the 10 generals of the underworld all received the order to come and save them. Yin's eyes flickered slightly. Tonight, she would not let anyone die, nor would she allow any demon or ghost to escape. She would fulfill her duty and eradicate all evil spirits in the world. Chapter 166. 06 begins to gather people. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the infinite city, and everyone anxiously turned towards the source of the noise. Sukuna Yinshang frowned slightly. Don't go. This is her battle. You all just need to defeat Muzan. The crowd looked at him in confusion, with Yuichiro giving him a dead fish stare. Aren't you a demon too? Can you really do that? Sukuna Yinshang raised his gaze, disrespectful to his ancestors. Then, in a flash, he moved at lightning speed, and Yuichiro suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rear. His face darkened instantly. He had just been hit, in front of so many people. Several hashtags popped up in his mind as he bared his teeth at Sukuna Yinshang. You six-eyed bastard. How dare you hit me? I'm gonna chop you up. Yuichiro quickly stopped his brother. Brother, calm down. What do you mean by her battle? Hibiya Sarayu just wanted to know what Yunyan was doing this for, and if there was something they couldn't face and fight together. Could it be that the opponent Yunyan was facing wasn't a demon, but something even more terrifying? Sukuna Yinshang pursed his lips and remained silent, while the child beside him, Yuichiro, sighed in resignation. It's a demon, a true demon, a heavenly demon. Heavenly demon? What is that? Kanto was getting anxious. They've been here for what felt like ages. We don't know either. We only know that Yunyan is determined to eliminate it, even if it costs her life. The crowd shivered at these words, exchanged glances, and then stood up, gripping their sword hilts. Well, since that's the case, we should face it together. Rengoku smiled, his Haori like flames, just like his fiery and dazzling personality. Wait, I know I can't dissuade you, but please wait a moment. Yunyan has her own plan. Yui stood in front of them, her expression serious and stubborn. How can we wait? I've been sitting here for a long time, looking so unglamorous. I'm here to slay demons, not to drink tea. Yuzui was about to explode. What was going on? After training so hard, they just came here to mess around? Sukuna Yinshang set down his teacup, looking down. If that's the case, let's split up. Coincidentally, I think some of you want to go to the Lotus Pond. 06 jumped down from the air, without saying a word, began calling names. Kanto, Shinobu, Kai Jr. You three come with me. The rest stay put. You can't go wrong listening to me. As soon as he finished speaking, along with 06 and the three named, they disappeared from before them with the sound of a three-tone flute. Ah, damn it. I want to fight too. Yuzui exploded again, sulking back down. Reaching out to Sukuna Yinshang, can we switch to matcha? I've gotten used to drinking Yunyan's matcha. Sukuna Yinshang gave him a faint glance and actually pulled out matcha. It was prepared by Yunyan in advance, as if everything was predicted. No way. You have this too. Yuzui was shocked, completely baffled. Mitsuri tightly clenched her clothes, worriedly looking in the direction of the explosion. Sister Yunyan will be fine, right? Ihei held her hand, his gaze firmly fixed on the direction she was looking. She will be. She is the strongest among us. Hibiya Sarayu rubbed his prayer beads, tears streaming down. By everyone calm down. Let's act according to Yunyan's words and not cause her trouble. Well, I understand. Do you have roasted sweet potatoes? Or can we start a fire? Unfortunately, I'm quite hungry. Sukuna's brothers. Are the swordsmen of this generation so adaptable? The crowd. Rengoku. Huh, Kyuso. This guy's blood demon art is so damn troublesome. Hey, Tanger. Grip your sword tight. Shinazugawa's face was fierce as he shouted, charging straight towards Jai, who was momentarily startled. He obediently gripped his sword tight. Shinazugawa's blade clashed against Jai's. The powerful impact sparking flames, and the two Nicaran blades suddenly heated up. Jai understood instantly. They couldn't use their red blades freely yet, and it felt awkward. Using the red blade like this, although brief, was the most effective. The two charged forward without a word, taking down the ice crystals created by Tamayo with a single strike each. The Butterfly Sisters exchanged glances and followed suit. Inosuke saw this and became excited, shouting loudly. I want it too. I want it too. Shinazugawa whipped around, revealing shark-like teeth and glaring at him. You little brat. You're injured. Get your ass out of here. Tanger. Then he started jumping up and down. I don't care. You all have it. I want it too. That guy over there, the one throwing punches. You fight with me. Kaneo broke out in a cold sweat, trying to calm him like a child. You're injured and shouldn't fight anymore. It's better to rest over there. Inosuke charged forward recklessly, startling Kaneo, who quickly swung his fist. Reluctantly, their fists and long blades clashed, and Inosuke happily swung his two Nicaran blades that had turned red and charged in. Kaneo sighed helplessly. Today's kids really were a headache. He looked down at the red-tinted hilt, hurrying to catch up. Kanto, Shinobu, and Kai J are rushed in, seeing the chaos erupting before them, and quickly joined the fray. 06 looked up defiantly. I don't believe it. With so many people, you can't kill me. Tamayo still wore a fake smile, but his eyes were serious. The crowd was growing, and he was clearly starting to struggle. His glass-like eyes scanned the crowd, and aside from Kaneo, there were two kids. The rest had patterns on their cheeks or necks resembling demon markings. Tamayo narrowed his eyes. Is this the pattern that person mentioned? He looked at the red blades in their hands and their increasingly agile fighting stances, and he attacked even more fiercely. Kanao suddenly thought of something, showing him a mocking smile. It was her first time expressing emotion. Why were you even born, someone like you? What is the meaning of your existence? Your smile is so fake. Stop smiling. It's really ugly. The air fell silent as everyone stared at her in shock, even Tamayo, momentarily frozen in place. Kanawa was actually extremely nervous. This was something Yin Yan had taught her to say. Sweat trickled from her palms as she nervously swallowed. Kai JR's jaw dropped. Wow. Such sharp words. This is really unexpected. Shinazugawa blinked, his mood extremely complicated. Kanawa and the Butterfly Sisters blinked their big eyes, clearly stunned by their sister's words. The Water Hashira crew was even more shocked, one more than the other, and Jai was completely dumbfounded. Inusuke, oblivious, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Exactly. I think it's strange too. When you smile, it's just like that uncle who doesn't die, and that woman who was around. The way you hold back your anger. Can you just get the name right once? Is it really that hard to pronounce my and Yunyan's names? I feel so frustrated that I want to pry open Inusuke's head and see what's inside. Kamaji has already started thinking about his wife. Today, as children are really scary, their words are so sharp. Doma snapped back to reality, his smile fading and his tone turning cold. Such a lovely girl. How can you say such outrageous things? This troublesome child. I can only teach you a lesson. Everyone snapped back to attention, quickly gathering in front of Kanahui, while Inusuke, in his haste, accidentally knocked off his mask due to the Ice Crystal Child's attack. When Doma saw his appearance, his eyes lit up. Your face. I remember. That beautiful woman. You're that child from back then. You're still alive? What a lucky one. Everyone was taken aback, and Inusuke blinked. What are you talking about? What woman? Doma, with a malicious grin, said, Your mother. She was such a beautiful woman. I helped her deal with those who persecuted her, planning to take care of her until the end of her life. It's just a pity that she saw how I eat and ran away. I never intended to harm her. I can only blame her for being a bit disobedient. Before she died, she actually threw you off a cliff. You're really lucky to not have drowned. What are you saying? You bastard. Shinazugawa's eyes widened slightly. He always thought Inusuke was an abandoned child, growing up wildly in the mountains, but the truth was like this. Inusuke stood there in shock, feeling exceptionally uncomfortable, a dull ache, as if a fire was burning inside him. Constantly flashing in his mind was a beautiful woman showing him a gentle and radiant smile, a soft voice soothing him, a warm embrace that made him sink. Tears streamed down Inusuke's face as he swung his dual blades. I'm going to kill you and send you to hell. Kanahui covered her mouth, her eyes filled with heartache. This is too much, really too much. She turned, her gaze sharp as she looked at Doma. And Butterfly Shinobu attacked simultaneously with her. Shinazugawa's forehead bulged with veins, bloodshot eyes glaring. This damn scum, destroying other people's happiness and still smiling so happily. What the hell is this? Chapter 167. Final battle. One Inusuke was already severely injured, and everyone was worried he might get hurt again, feeling heartbroken for his plight. So during the fight, they did their best to protect him. Whenever there was a chance to deal damage, they made sure to leave it for him without leaving any trace. Kamaji's disgust was overflowing. This damn guy could still smile so creepily. As orphans, Kaneo and Zenitsu felt even more heartbroken for Inusuke, igniting their anger. Ju's face was cold as he swung his sword, chopping off Doma's arm and then aiming for his neck. I'm really angry now. This strike was blocked, and just as Ju was about to be hit, Zenitsu kicked in, forcing Doma to distance himself from Ju. Ju, if you're a man, you must chop off this guy's head. Yes. Zenitsu fell from the air, attacking while not forgetting to complain. Even if he is not a man, his head must be chopped off. Zenitsu, don't let your catchphrase cover everyone. Zenitsu twitched his lips, speaking helplessly. Kaneo, don't complain about me at this time. Shinazugawa and Kyujiro seemed like they had entered a red-eyed state. Targeting this bastard who loved his own child, this scum, absolutely unforgivable. Koma jumped out from behind Doma, punching Shinazugawa's sword, the friction extending the time of the red blade and adding more force to push the sword further. Another punch shattered Doma's ice spikes. Kyujiro slashed at his arm, and Shinazugawa directly followed up, chopping him in half. The butterfly sister's poison slowed his regeneration, and as Inussuk was about to sever his neck under their protection, Doma completely broke down. He used his life-saving move, the water lily bodhisattva. A gigantic ice crystal bodhisattva rose from the ground, an icy chill spreading all around. Just as Inussuk was about to be sent flying, Shinazugawa clicked his tongue, leaping to grab his arm, forcefully throwing him towards Kyujiro. Koma came to his side. Shinazugawa swung his sword while Koma punched, smashing away an incoming attack. During the fall, he was struck by another hand and sent flying. Shinazugawa-kun, Koma-kun, Shinazugawa-sensei, Koma-sensei, Shinazugawa. Koma. Everyone gasped, as the nearby house was smashed by a person and a demon, creating a large hole, smoke filling the air. In the smoke, Koma steadied Shinazugawa's arm, and Shinazugawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coughing. "I'm fine." Inussuk cried. This time he got the name right, Shinazugawa. Shinazugawa clicked his tongue, showing dissatisfaction. "You damn wild boar brat. I'm older than you. Even if you got my name right, you should still add a respectful title." Seeing they were okay, everyone let out a sigh of relief. In fact, for Shinazugawa, it was a big problem, as his body was no longer an ordinary human body. This hit just caused a slight concussion, and now his head felt a bit dazed. Doma chuckled lightly, but the next second he froze, as Kanahui and Kanaho simultaneously used the final form of flower breathing, the crimson eye of the other shore. Their speed clearly increased, and Doma's attacks appeared like they were in slow motion to them. With Kanahui's help from the transparent world, everyone assisted the two. Doma widened his eyes again, watching his body fall to the ground, the world turning upside down, finally stopping. Huh? Did I get my head chopped off again? His pupils shook violently. A strange feeling surged, and this time he understood. It was anger, it was fury. Watching his body slowly dissipate, Doma gave up struggling. Everyone watched him turn to ashes. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shinazugawa walked over, raised his hand, and the divine patterns on his chest emitted light. Doma's soul appeared before everyone, but was bound by golden chains. Shinazugawa wore a bloodthirsty smile, raising his blade. "You damn it, die completely." With one slash, Doma's soul was reduced to a wisp of remnant soul, drawn into the open gates of hell, straight to the Avicii hell. The guy who made people grit their teeth was finally resolved. 06, take care of Inussuk. I'll take them to join everyone. Kanahui nodded obediently, walking over to pull up the unconscious Inussuk. The group was taken away by 06, and upon their arrival, everyone who was still drinking tea with Kaneo and Yurichi stood up. Yurichi stood up, hand resting on the sword hilt, glancing at 06 together with Yurichi. 06 wagged its tail, pointing to the highest point next. "Eliminate Muzan. Everyone let us go." As soon as the main event arrived, everyone rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. Koma stood beside Yuan E. The two exchanged glances, and they both left the human realm, returning to hell. Before leaving, Yuani looked at Kikuka Wakatsu and said, "Brother, I will be waiting for you there. You are not alone." Kikuka Wakatsu stiffened for a moment, turning his back to him. I understand. Although they had reconciled, it didn't change the fact that Wakatsu found Yuan Yi's clinginess a bit annoying. "How old are you? Still sticking to your brother, every day?" In a flash, everyone appeared at the highest point. Before them stood Muzan, his hair completely white and his body covered with mouths filled with sharp teeth. But what was different was that his rose-red demon eyes had their whites replaced with black. The rose-red had also turned dark red, and aside from those mouths, his body was covered in pitch-black stripes. Muzan clenched his fist and smirked. "Is this the power of the demon?" He shifted his gaze to the crowd, opened his arms, and laughed arrogantly. "Even if you inject me with something strange, so what? I have devoured the demonic energy, and now I am at my peak." Then he looked at the people before him, and without hesitation unleashed blood thorns, prompting everyone to raise their blades in defense. Muzan sneered, his arms transforming into flesh whips. Aiming at the nearest Kanemitsu Shomei, the tips of the whips adorned with large blood-filled mouths. Kanemitsu Shomei swung a meteor hammer, murmuring softly, "Namu Amida Butsu." Muzan's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack was effortlessly shattered. Ichiro fell not far away, smirking sarcastically. "Huh, Mr. Kanemitsu is the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps aside from Sister Yunyan." In truth, they all knew that Yunyan was powerful because she was a deity, inherently different from humans. Kanemitsu Shomei was someone even Yunyan respected, for this man was truly powerful among humans to the utmost degree. While the crowd engaged in a struggle with Muzan, on the other side, Yunyan raised her hand to wipe the blood from her cheek as the illusion demon struggled to rise from the ground, holding his stomach. He coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, raising his head with his pitch-black eyes glowing with fire. That damned woman, why is it that every time you can think of a way to break the situation? With a smile that curled her lips, she raised her middle finger at him and said, "Because you're stupid. Eat more walnuts to nourish your brain and grow that tiny brain of yours." The illusion widened her eyes in disbelief. She dared to call him stupid, to insult his intelligence. How dare she? I will definitely kill you. Eat your flesh and drink your blood. Tear your muscles and pull out your bones. Turn you into a sacrificial drum for my evil clan. Yunyan coldly rejected. Such a blessing is better left for you to enjoy in the abyss. Two figures clashed once again with the gleam of knives and swords. Divine power and demonic energy recklessly destroying the surroundings. The team members in the safe zone killing demons exclaimed, "This battle is too terrifying, right?" Qianyi cut down the approaching evil spirits, wiped the blood splattered on her face, and looked worriedly at the figures fighting in the distance. "Master, you must be safe." She turned her head, her eyes firm. She is the adopted child of the Ice Pillar. Then she must follow her master's will. Slay these evil spirits. Do her best to protect the weak. Save her companions. Ice Breath, Shape 5, Ice Feast. Where Qianyi stood, ice followed her like a shadow, surrounding her in a frost. And the evil spirits were nearly all slain. Behind her, many team members followed, swinging their blades to finish off the enemies. The eyes of everyone were filled with determination. Since they were here, they would clear out all the evil spirits in one go. Each pillar had their own battle, and they would fight their own fight. They would not allow these disgusting things to disturb the battles of their masters. Chapter 168. The final battle. Musen now felt that those before him were all odd, completely different from the intelligence he had gathered. Jinya hid in a corner, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. His hair grew longer, his eyes sparkled, and the gun in his hand became cooler. Aiming at Musen, he pulled the trigger with one shot. Musen's eyes widened as half of his body was blown apart. Furious, he ground his teeth and glared at Jinya's position, and in the blink of an eye, his flesh whips shot toward Jinya. Jinya's eyes widened. Shinya's figure flashed, swinging his sword to block in front of his younger brother, shattering the flesh whip, veins bulging on his face. The normally irritable and fierce expression was now eerily calm. This time, I absolutely will not let anyone harm my brother. Jinya's eyes widened slightly. His brother's back had always been tall in his eyes, and at this moment, his respect for his brother reached its peak. Wiping away his tears, Jinya once again aimed his gun at Musen. He also wanted to protect his brother and help him as much as he could. "Tanjiro!" Ju shouted to Tanjiro, who understood and swung out the dance of the fire god, rushing forward with Ju. Kanroji and Shinobu cleared the obstacles for the two, and while attacking, the Butterfly Sisters also added wisteria poison. Any little interference counts. Hamajima's attacks were devastating. Every strike dealt explosive damage. There was no need to mention Iguro and Mitsuri. Their cooperation was extremely seamless, and in front of everyone, Mitsuri tore off Musen's arm with her bare hands to prevent the flesh whip from harming Zenitsu. Everyone. Musen. Winky face? Musen, furious, wanted to swat Mitsuri away and kill her, but was blocked by Kaijuro's sword. With Kaijuro's defense, although the two were thrown back, their injuries were not severe. Seeing Mitsuri being thrown away, Iguro went berserk, launching fierce attacks. Everyone had countless wounds on their bodies, while Musen was enveloped in black mist, completely fused with demonic energy, now in a half-demon form. 6 flying flesh whips emerged from his back, along with a pair of massive bat wings. Damn it, that thing is too tough to cut through. Shinya looked down at his trembling hand, grinding his back teeth in anger, searching for a breakthrough. Those wings couldn't protect him forever. Yurichi charged forward with his sword, followed closely by Muichiro. The two brothers used their cloud and mist to create a blind spot. Musen was caught in a web of black and white, the figures of everyone obscured. Musen sneered, his vision blocked, and not to mention whether I can see you. You won't be able to find my position either. Is your battle really that laughable? Is it? QG slashed forward, surprising Musen, who used his wings to shield himself, causing QG's hands to bleed, and he was then sent flying into the mist. Musen looked in disbelief at the direction he disappeared. Could he really attack him through the mist? How is this possible? This is impossible. With his vision obscured, it can't be done. Everyone scoffed at this. They had long been used to it. Besides, Do you really think the transparent world is playing around with you for fun? Kyuji. Shinya shouted to Kyuji, who understood. The two used the powerful speed and resilience of wind breathing to utilize their momentum, trying to break through those pitch-black wings. Musen's face darkened. He had just been mocking others, but in the end, the one losing sight was only himself. His dark red eyes searched around, attempting to contact Kokushibo. Kokushibo, where have you gone? However, there was no response. Musen's eyes widened. Could it be fake? Could Kokushibo have also died? No, no. Musen gritted his teeth. He could sense that Kokushibo was not dead, but for some reason, he couldn't contact him or discern his thoughts. Kokushibo heard his call, still far away, quietly watching, waiting. Remembering what Yunyan had said that day, his demonic eyes flickered. Yunyan pointed at his sword, looking confused. Your brother's sun breathing counters demons. Your moon breathing has wide-range attacks. Musen could explode into over 1,000 pieces and escape. Isn't that a perfect compliment for you brothers? The Tsuguko brothers were taken aback, clearly not having thought of this before. Yunyan looked speechless, crossing her arms and watching them. I said, Yuan. He took down Musen, and then he blew up and ran away. You swung your sword. Didn't that just land the finishing blow? You two are simply the chosen ones to exterminate demons. Her words shocked the two of them greatly. Kunekuni Yinsho closed his eyes, thinking, he's ridiculously wrong. Kunekuni Yinsho looked down at his sword. All along, he had envied his brother's talent, envied his brother's swordsmanship, and also hated why he couldn't live past 25 once he activated the markings. Yet his brother could live for 100 years. But upon reflection, if back then he had teamed up with Yuan Yi and eliminated all the evil spirits from the world, even if he couldn't live past 25, wouldn't that fulfill his samurai way? Protecting the weak and guarding the person in his heart. Kunekuni Yinsho trembled as he remembered that he had once personally killed the person he was meant to protect, abandoning his wife and children. No wonder. He was so foolish. Kunekuni Yinsho raised his head, looking at the brightly lit Infinity Castle and the half-destroyed city. He could no longer defeat his brother, because his brother was born to slay evil spirits. And he, at this moment, was a demon. So at the very least, he could do what his brother could not. Kunekuni Yinsho calmed down, lowering his gaze. On his face, identical to Kunekuni Yuan Yi, markings began to appear. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, quietly waiting for that final moment. Let him completely obliterate everything in the end, and then go to hell to atone for his sins. Bang! Kunekuni Yinsho suddenly turned his head. In the distance, thick white smoke rose, and Yunyan's figure flew out from the smoke. The brilliant golden statue continuously emitted golden particles of light, battling against the black-purple demon statue in front of him. Kunekuni Yinsho furrowed his brows, hesitating, then turned his head. The battle with Musen would take some time, so he, don't come. Just wait quietly. A hoarse shout echoed in his mind, Yunyan panting heavily. Kunekuni Yinsho's eyes widened slightly. At this moment, blood was already dripping from Yunyan's forehead. Her body was covered in wounds, holding her sword, and with her other hand, she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. But no matter how much she wiped, her body was already stained with blood, only getting worse the more she tried to clean it. Yunyan smiled widely, turning her back to him and waving her hand. Don't mind me. You just need to focus on your last task. The phantom demon across from her looked at her gloomily. His injuries were more severe than Yunyan's, and he nearly bit down on his silver teeth in frustration. This damned woman. She had been a nuisance for the past 20,000 years. Even now, she was still obstructing their clan. Why couldn't this guy have died completely back then? Suddenly, the phantom demon began to laugh softly, followed by a sinister cackle. What do you do to hold me back? Even if you kill me, so what? Those humans, they can't defeat the Ghost King here. Yunyan squinted his eyes, slowly standing up straight. You have given him your strength. Yes, half demon, half ghost. Even if he still fears the sunlight, he cannot be defeated by humans. Yunyan smiled charmingly, looking at him like he was a fool. Hey, I told you to eat walnuts. Are you the only one with brain enhancement? Ghost King, don't I have brain enhancement too? Illusion demon. Yunyan stood with one hand on her hip and the knife resting on her shoulder. What else do you want to say? Or rather, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? The phantom demon was about to go mad. That damn woman was always a step ahead of him. With the power of the heavenly demon, do you think it matters how strong a human body is? Yunyan wore a look of disdain, questioning how a human body could compare. Yet, even with a mortal form, one could slay the evil gods and demons of the heavens, couldn't they? Humanity possesses infinite potential, and you all can only reach this point. The illusory demon let out a roar, revealing its fierce countenance. Yunyan's expression changed as she watched the demonic energy around it surge, realizing something was wrong. She raised her hand and grasped the air, a golden flowing longbow appearing in her grasp, a knife driven into the floor beside her. Drawing the bow, the light transformed into an arrow, flying towards the illusory demon. The arrow transformed mid-flight into a phoenix crying out, mingled with flames, bursting forth in a cascade of light. The impact created a tremendous explosion once again. The demonic and divine figures dissipated, and the illusory demon vanished without a trace. Yunyan fell to the ground, losing consciousness as if pulled from a pool of blood. Her life in limbo. Chapter 169. Final battle. NoOne was pushed to the brink of rage by everyone. His dark red, vertical pupils glaring at the group as he struggled to rise, leaning on his knife. This guy, he really is hard to kill. Yuichiro steadied Michiro, glaring fiercely at NoOne, standing not far away. Cough, what time is it now? Kaneo leaned on her knife to stand, her forehead throbbing from the impact, and she felt dizzy, likely suffering from serious concussion. A raven flew overhead, shouting, "There are still 2 hours until sunrise." Damn it! Shinobu coughed up blood, half kneeling on the ground, while Kagaya lay on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, 06 was also anxious, standing next to Yuichiro and nervously watching the situation below. If the battle on NoOne's side was fierce, then on Yunyan's side, there was complete silence, only smoke enveloping that area. Forget it. Yuichiro, raise Infinity Castle from the ground now. Yushiro's face darkened, but he complied. NoOne sensed the disturbance of Infinity Castle and suddenly looked towards Tamayo's direction, roaring, "Tamayo, what are you doing?" Then his pupils constricted sharply as he spotted Yuichiro and 06. Furious, he used the curse of his bloodline to directly destroy Tamayo. Infinity Castle began to collapse, and 06 and Yuichiro were startled, having to utilize Tamayo's remaining consciousness to evacuate the team from Infinity Castle as quickly as possible. The ground beneath them began to collapse, and Shinobu anxiously looked towards Yunyan's direction, where there was no movement, the smoke obscuring their view. "Kabutsuji, go find Yunyan. We'll handle this," Yuzui shouted. Shinobu gritted his teeth, grabbed Jinya, and threw him into Kagaya's arms, running towards Yunyan's direction. "Kagaya, please take care of my brother. Leave it to me, big brother. Be careful. You must come back safe." Shinobu's face was cold, but her eyes were filled with panic, her palms sweating as she ran faster towards Yunyan. Bursting into the smoke, she used her ability to dodge the falling debris, searching for Yunyan's figure. Upon reaching the unconscious figure lying on the ground, Shinobu's pupils shrank, her steps halted, and then she quickly moved forward to embrace her. There was no time to check her injuries. She could only grit her teeth and leap upwards with Yunyan in her arms. The collapse of Infinity Castle was rapid. Even though most of the team had been evacuated, many were still buried beneath the ruins. Even they, as Ashira, were not spared. The ruins of Infinity Castle rose to the surface, and NoOne stood in the middle of the road, dark-faced, shattering the collapsed buildings. The structures around began to creak, and everyone hurriedly smashed through the fallen houses, helping each other to escape. Shinobu pushed away the wall, pressing down on her back, finally getting a moment to breathe, and quickly looked down to check Yunyan's injuries. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. The wound was not just bleeding, but a faint golden light was also spilling out, drifting into the air. "Hey, Yunyan, wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Yunyan." Shinobu's eyes reddened as she gently shook her body, her hand trembling as she caressed her cheek. Yunyan frowned slightly, weakly raising her hand to grip his wrist, and weakly spoke, "Don't be nervous, I'm fine. Just let me rest a bit." Shimi let out a sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't lost consciousness. "That's good." He tightly held her in his arms, resting his chin on her forehead, waiting, "I'll come back after I deal with that monster." Shimi gently placed Yunyan in a safe spot and turned to shout, "Een, hurry over. Ice Pillar is seriously injured and can't fight anymore. Needs urgent treatment." Nearby, Een heard this and rushed over with a medical kit, with Alan running the fastest. He was a mess, tears and snot everywhere. Shimi, "Ugh, look at Alan, you're filthy. Don't get your mess on her." I know. Lord Wind Pillar, don't worry. I will definitely take care of Lord Ice Pillar." Shimi was extremely worried, but ultimately went back to the battlefield with his sword. NoOne was surrounded by everyone, and 06, carrying Yuichiro, broke through the rubble to the surface. Seeing everyone attacking NoOne, his pupils constricted, and without caring whether Yuichiro would fall, he shouted, "Everyone, Get back. His self-exploding blood is toxic. It's corrosive. What? Everyone was shocked. But it was too late. With Muzin's self-explosion, demon blood poured down like rain. Damn it. Ugh. Shimi didn't have time to think, and directly pressed Jinshur into his arms, using his back to shield his brother from all harm. Mizuhiko had defensive skills, but still couldn't stop the corrosion of the demon blood. In an instant, everyone was corroded by the demon blood, leaving behind large wounds, emitting white smoke. At that moment, the Tsutomu brothers lost their fighting ability, collapsing helplessly in the embrace of Kanemori. Kanemori gritted his teeth in pain and quickly sent the two to a safe area, calling for Ine to treat their wounds. Mitsuri and the Butterfly Sisters were severely injured and reluctantly retreated from the front lines. Their last consciousness was being surrounded by Ine and others. Mitsuri was well protected by Iguro. At least, her injuries were the least severe. Supporting the falling Iguro, Mitsuri's tears fell like rain. Mr. Iguro. Iguro struggled to steady himself, placing his hand on her wrist. I'm fine, don't worry. Mr. Iguro, you're too injured to fight anymore. I'll take you to safety. Iguro held her wrist tightly, shaking his head slightly. No, I can still fight, it's fine, trust me. With tears streaming down her face, Mitsuri bit her lip, looking into Iguro's determined eyes, unable to force him to retreat. Shimi collapsed in Ginshur's arms, who held him in shock, lowering his head, eyes wide with surprise at his brother's blood-soaked back and mangled injuries. His palms were covered in his brother's blood. Brother? Brother. Jinshur didn't dare to move, fearing that any movement would worsen his brother's injuries. Shimi lifted his hand to press on Ginshur's shoulder, enduring the pain. Standing up with a forced smile on his face, blood-stained hands ruffling Ginshur's hair. I'm fine. Jinshur, go retreat. The next battle isn't suitable for you. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Ginshur's face as he sat on the ground, watching Shimi stagger with his sword towards the others who could still fight. Muzin exploded into countless fragments, scattering everywhere, and everyone's expressions turned serious. It was too difficult to shatter all of them over such a large area. From the darkness, a figure stepped out, and everyone looked at him in astonishment. Kigaku Iwakatsu slowly drew his sword, standing where Muzin had self-exploded, lowering his gaze as the patterns on his face gradually appeared. His long hair flowing in the wind. Moon breathing, 16th form. Moon rainbow, lonely moon. Swiftly swinging the evolved demon blade, he unleashed several giant blade winds from above, shattering the ground, accompanied by countless crescent blades falling. Muzin's fragments visibly shattered and dissipated under the strikes. But that wasn't enough. The fragments were escaping at an incredible speed, and behind everyone, a figure flew out. May in 8 directions, black flame dance. The clouds of smoke swirled in the air, accompanied by a blade strike along with black flames, expanding the range of attack more than tenfold compared to Kaneo Tsuyuri's. As it fell to the ground, the remaining fragments transformed into dead infants before everyone's eyes, attempting to dig into the ground to escape. The surviving crows flew in the air, cawing. There's still half an hour until sunrise. Upon hearing this, everyone drew their swords. Shout out to you, morning voice. Stop him. You bastard. Don't even think about escaping. Kwang Jin endured the excruciating pain, using the first form to sever the dead infant's hand. Mitsuri gritted her teeth. Her sword was like a ribbon, the most special and flexible. She wrapped around the dead infant, pulling desperately upwards. I'm here. Don't think you can escape. Seeing this, everyone rushed to help. Like a tug of war, the dead infant barely managed to dig half its body down before being pulled out alive. As the dead infant was fully pulled up, Tanjiro dashed forward and severed the dead infant's head with one strike. Kaneo Tsuyuri followed him, employing the second form, causing the dead infant to shatter into pieces before them. However, Muzin's true body remained elusive. Everyone gasped for breath, their eyes constantly searching the surroundings. Suddenly, the smoke stood upright, frowning. TSK, is it still going to prevail? Hearing this, everyone looked at him in confusion, and the next second, the ground shook, the mountains trembled. It should have been dawn, yet the sky remained pitch black. A sinister laugh echoed in the air as a massive black-purple demon statue rose from the ground. The phantom demon devoured Muzin, merging into one. He would bring eternal night. Chapter 170. Final battle 4. Is this the powerful new body? Quite impressive. And this resentment, truly delicious because of the devouring, the phantom demon was now using Muzin-esque eyes, a face filled with perverse laughter. What an unglamorous situation. Yuzui's eyes widened. looking incredulously at the phantom demon cradled in the palm of the massive demon statue. The phantom demon tilted its head. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Phantom Demon. I am the celestial demon of the evil demon clan. And to have lasted this long, you truly deserve praise." Yunyan exhaled a breath, bringing her 2 fingers together to point at her forehead. Her body stiffened, her brows tightly knitted, taking a deep breath to suppress the excruciating pain in her heart as if it were about to shatter. Pointing at her forehead, golden light radiated out, and in a hoarse voice, she exclaimed, "Heaven and earth!" A massive golden deity rose from the ground, holding a long spear and a long knife, clad in divine armor, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Everyone widened their eyes. Is this still a human battle? However, Shimi clenched his fists. He'd seen Yunyan use this before, each time indicating she was out of options, harboring the thought of perishing together with the enemy. Wait, do we now possess the power of a demigod? Ihei looked at the illusionary demon statue and suddenly spoke, brightening everyone's spirits. So, can we also use Ms. Tokugawa's move? Kyujiru's words gave everyone new hope, and they eagerly prepared to try. But Yunyan's words brought their hearts back down to despair. It's useless. The power of a demigod's body, is merely a soul and flesh, lacking divine strength. Yunyan raised her lips, the knife in her hand. And at that moment, everyone could see clearly that the divine weapon had already broken and lost its original brilliance, now dim and dull. How could this be? Isn't the phoenix incapable of being shattered by anything? Shimi, in disbelief, wanted to grab Yunyan, but found her hand pass through her body. Everyone was stunned. Yunyan stopped, turned to look at them and smiled. In the past, indeed, there was no. Yunyan's sister, your body, and the color of your hair. Mealy covered her mouth, her eyes trembling violently. She dared not think any further. It couldn't be like that, right? Yunyan, what happened to your body and hair? Why is that guy Bukit not dead? Yuzui also didn't believe in evil and tried to approach, but found he couldn't touch her at all. Shimi stood there in a daze, her outstretched hand frozen in midair, trembling uncontrollably. Yunyan turned around, staring directly at the direction of the illusion demon. The ominous aura of the underworld enveloped her, and a dark divine armor appeared on her body. The broken sword in her hand was shrouded in black mist. Transforming once again, she raised her other hand, and the divine spear Yulong, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar and radiance, appeared in her grasp. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. The divine armor had manifested, and her brilliant golden eyes sparkled, transforming into golden red under the astonished expressions of the crowd. Pointing the spear at the illusion demon, Yunyan smirked, "Come on, the battle between God and the demon." At this moment, the illusion demon had lost all sense of reason, waving its hand with a sinister laugh, launching an attack towards Yunyan. Countless ghostly hands, accompanied by slashes of demonic energy, rained down upon her. With a twist of the long spear in her hand, Yunyan gathered her strength and leaped into the sky, pausing in midair. Yulong dance of flowers. Dozens of giant dragon phantoms collided with the illusion demon's attacks, and delicate pink peach blossom petals floated down from the sky. The petals, sharp as blades, flew towards the illusion demon as she swung her spear. Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Can't we help at all? Kwang Jin clenched the hilt of his sword in frustration. Like him, everyone was unwilling to just watch helplessly, like mere bystanders, as Yunyan fought alone. Everyone, connect. This is a one-time exception. 06 jumped down from the sky, tossing her head, and from the bag in her mouth, a dozen light orbs fell into their bodies. The crowd felt a lightness in their bodies, and the power within them surged, causing their eyes to brighten. This is a demigod's divine essence, even if it can only be used once. Everyone, let's go. Let's take down that ugly monster. The crowd smiled, and Shimi's forehead veins throbbed as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds, darkly responding, "Ah, I can't wait any longer." Following Yunyan's earlier method, everyone combined their fingers and pointed at their foreheads, law of heaven and earth. Sure enough, the divine statues based on them rose from the ground, and in an instant, these statues surrounded the demonic statue, leaving the illusion demon stunned. Yunyan blinked in confusion. What was happening? Several figures flew out beside her, and Kato rushed over with his knife. "Junior sister, don't try to be brave in this kind of battle alone. After all, I'm your senior brother. Give me a chance to protect you." Eong nodded expressionlessly, but his eyes showed agreement. "As a junior brother, I also want to protect my senior sister." Jinzi made a slash and quickly created distance, winking at Yunyan. "Yunyan-chan, lean on us a bit. We also want to fight alongside Miss Kikanokuni. Akazuro unleashed a Rengoku fire tornado that made the phantom demon suffer terribly. He looked exasperated at the smiling face of the one chatting animatedly with Yin. Mitsuri, pouting, swung her knife, and Ihei flew out beside her, their blades slashing in a twisted manner. Yin, fighting alone is really too painful. I want to fight with Yin too. Let's defeat this disgusting guy together. Kikanokuni, since we are all here, don't try to take everything on by yourself. Damn it, you were just smiling so creepily. Now you want to smile again. Kwong swung his knife, leaving afterimages, striking the phantom demon again and again. Namu Amida, Butsu, such terrifying and sticky hatred, such a grave sin. Let this little monk perform a rite for you. Bai Mingyu was crying, but his attacks grew fiercer with each strike. Yin slightly opened her eyes, and in the next moment, she was pulled into a warm and strong embrace. Shimi held her tightly, his large hand supporting the back of her head, slightly lowering his head to plant a kiss. Their foreheads touched, and the pain-filled, reddened eyes reflected in her gaze. You idiot! Always try to bear the heaviest burdens on your own, thinking about how to keep us alive, but don't forget about yourself. Besides, I can't lose you. With red eyes, Shimi's voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. Don't leave me all alone, okay? Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, and her breath caught in her throat. Tears unconsciously slipped from the corners of her eyes, and Shirmi heartbrokenly wiped away the blood-mixed tears on her face. In this battle, they could all see that Yin had exhausted everything. She was a deity, but also a restricted deity. If she wanted to protect everyone and ensure that everyone survived, she had to pay the ultimate price. They absolutely could not allow it. If they were to live, then they would all live together. Chapter 171, The Final Battle. Shirmi joined the fight, fueled by her pain for her beloved and her anger towards the illusionary demons. Each strike was a critical hit. Yin watched as everyone pressed down on the illusion demon, glancing at the struggling 06 who was trying to shrink himself. She smiled. This fool actually broke the rules for her. Yin shook her head with a smile of relief, gripping her weapon as she charged into the battlefield. If she could survive in the end, she would generously cover the fine from 2006 and perhaps offer some compensation as well. The phantom demon, cornered with no way out, narrowed its dark red vertical pupils and wore a mad smile. Since it had come to this, let's die together. With that, it reached out and plunged its hand straight into its heart, crushing its core. Yin rushed to the front, hugging the waist of the illusionary demon along with her statue, while using her other hand to open a space-time rift, pulling him into the rift. Yin turned around, looking at the astonished and anxious faces of everyone, reaching out her hand towards them. Lowering her gaze, she saw the awakened Shirtual brothers, the butterfly sisters, and the severely injured 4 little ones along with Shwami, all shouting at her and reaching out with tears in their eyes. Raising her head again, Yin saw Shimi shedding tears, desperately reaching out to grab her, shouting, Yin, don't go. Come back to me. Yin was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she gently spoke to them. The fate is not yet over. A goodbye is still a goodbye. As the space-time rift closed, a massive explosion echoed throughout the entire rift. Even the place where Shimi and the others were located was filled with a loud bang and the sound of breaking air. An unknown shockwave overturned everyone, causing them to crash heavily to the ground and lose consciousness. Shimi struggled to lift his head and took one last glance at the sky before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, in his hand, he still clutched the jade pendant that had been pulled from Yunyan's waist, which was their token of love. After Yunyan disappeared, 06 went missing. The 10 Hells returned to the underworld with the already sold Kagaya gone, after treating these team members. The Hidden Ones sent the injured to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. The first to start rehabilitation were the T.R. brothers, followed by the Butterfly sisters, and then Kanaihu and the others. Among the Hashira, only the 4 of them had the lightest injuries. 5 days later, is Shinazugawa still not awake? This is too unglamorous. Yuzui was wrapped up like a mummy, grinning in pain on the hospital bed, not forgetting to make a few sarcastic comments. Suma's face was smeared with tears and snot. Lord Tenjin. Woo. It's really great that you're okay. Yuzui had become numb, although he was used to it. Dear precious wife, could you please not wipe your tears and snot on his bandages? Idiot. Don't wipe it on Lord Tungin's bandages. It's disgusting. It hurts. Woo. Lord Tenjin. Maki hit me. Yuzui Tenjin. Sigh. Hinetsuru smiled helplessly, holding the medicine, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it, and bringing it to Yuzui's lips. Lord Tenjin. Drink your medicine first, This was sent by Lord Shinobu. Oh, thank you, Hinetsuru. No, this is my duty. Hinetsuru smiled and shook her head, carefully feeding him medicine. Beside his hospital bed, Kaijiro was still unconscious, and the Rengoku family often came to see him, including now. Shinjiro was absent as he had to help the master deal with follow-up work. Rengoku was guarding the hospital bed, gently wiping his son's face with a wet towel. Feeling heartbroken, Shinjiro had red eyes, having prayed countless times for his brother to wake up. Opposite them were the unconscious Ehei and Mitsuri. Mitsuri's family was also there, taking care of Mitsuri while also looking after Ehei, her future son-in-law. On the left side were the unconscious Shimi and Kaika. Opposite them was the grieving Mitsuri. And on the right side were the Water Hashira group in another hospital room. Chinamu, with red eyes, was trying hard not to cry, taking care of Shimi and the others with Alan and Jinya. The Water Hashira group was being looked after by teacher Kanroji and those senior brothers and sisters. 3 days later, the unconscious ones gradually woke up. The first to wake was Kaijiro, who was immediately embraced by his brother and mother, followed by his boisterous father. The family of 4 hugged tightly together, but because the wounds hurt too much, Kaijiro couldn't help but shout with all his might. Although I want to keep hugging, but, father, mother, Senjuro, my wounds hurt so much from being pressed. Sorry, big brother. Sorry, Kaijiro. Are you feeling better now? Should we call a doctor to check? I'm really sorry. The 3 of them were flustered, but Kaijiro was smiling even brighter, filled with warmth and happiness. Yuzui, on the side, chimed in, "Hey Rengoku, you're finally awake. Waking up after me is really unglamorous. That's really embarrassing. If there was a hole, I want to burrow into it." Next were Mitsuri and Ehei. As soon as Ehei woke up, without opening his eyes, he heard Yuzi being annoying and, still with his eyes closed, hoarsely retorted, "That just means you're too weak, suffering the least injury." "Ehei, you're awake too. What do you mean this lord is too weak? Your mouth is really unglamorous." Ehei pressed his lips together, and in the next moment, someone was supporting his head as water flowed into his mouth. Slowly opening his eyes, he found Mitsuri's father carefully feeding him water, urging him to wake up. The other party visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, you finally woke up. Do you want to drink more water? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Do you need a doctor?" Ehei dazedly shook his head. "Thank you, not for now." Mitsuri's father smiled, gently withdrawing his hand from supporting the back of his head, helping him lie down properly, tucking in the blanket. "No need to be polite. Taking care of our family's son-in-law is a normal thing. It's good that you're okay." Ehei's face flushed bright red, despite his pale complexion. He glanced at Mitsuri. His eyes filled with worry, which seemed about to overflow, but in the next second, he breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Mitsuri opened her eyes, she saw her family present and burst into tears. Then, being helped to sit up, after drinking water, her mother fed her over 100 Sakura rice cakes. Yuzui, watching from across, twitched at the corner of his eye. Kaijiro, feeling hungry, received a serving from Shinjiro the next second, which was his favorite sweet potato rice and grilled sweet potatoes. Among the 4, Ehei was injured the worst, and after waking for a while, he fell asleep again. In the right room next door, the entire Water Hashira group had awakened, but they were all wrapped up like mummies and couldn't move at all, relying entirely on their senior brothers and sisters to feed them. Looking over to the left room, none of the 3 had woken up. It wasn't until 2 days later that the 3 slowly opened their eyes, surprising everyone, as when they woke up, Kanemitsu's eyes could see. When Shimi woke up, his first reaction was to look for Yunyen, then search for the jade pendant he held in his hand. Alan silently took the pendant out from the drawer and gently placed it in his palm. Shimi closed his eyes, taking a long breath before a smile appeared on his lips. Upon seeing this, everyone in the room felt as if they had been struck by lightning. "Shimi, are you okay? You didn't hurt your brain, did you?" Kaika was so anxious that he almost fell off the bed, pulling at his wound and grimacing in pain. Shimi's forehead popped with a hashtag, "I'm fine. Really good. Namashimi, if you want to cry, it's better to just cry it out." Shimi sighed with a headache. "Mr. Kanemitsu, I'm really fine." Jinya sat at the bedside, lowering his head. "Big brother." "Shut up, I said I'm fine." Everyone unanimously believed that he was reacting to Union's final battle with the enemy and was stimulated into madness. Chapter 172, Return. After a month of recuperation, everyone was now in a condition to leave the Butterfly Mansion. Oyakata wanted to erect a monument for the fallen team members, but found that none of the participating members, even the lowest-ranked ones, had died in battle. Everyone had healthily survived this great battle. For this reason, Oyakata's pupils trembled. So, in this battle, Only Yin did not return. Everyone was low-spirited, with tears in their eyes, wanting to erect a monument for her as a way to pay their respects. Shimi twitched the corner of his lips, helplessly holding his forehead. I already said. Really no need. Shinazugawa, are you really crazy? Yuzui's finger was almost poking his face, and Shimi irritably swatted away his hand. Damn it. How many times do I have to say it? Yin is not dead. The next second, everyone looked at him with extremely complicated expressions. Even Oyakata looked at him with pity. Shimizu Shimi. MD, I'm really tired of this. Shimi, can you tell me why you say that? Chanyashiki Yaozai tentatively opened his mouth, while Shimi sat on the soft cushion, still maintaining a respectful demeanor. My lord, at that time, Yin said, goodbye is also goodbye, so she will definitely come back. Seeing him so certain, everyone lowered their heads. But in such a situation, could she really come back? What expressions are you all making? A familiar voice came from the doorway, and everyone turned to see 06 chewing on a dried fish, looking at them as if they were fools. 06. It's 06. Weren't you missing? 06 nestled in Shimi's arms, looking at them speechlessly. Yin is fine. She just went back to rest for a bit. She's on her way to battle now. Once she resolves the last trouble, she'll be back. Battle? Chanyashiki Yaozai showed a look of confusion. 06 nodded, raising her little paw. Yes, she's going to exterminate the evil clan. They've been causing trouble for no reason, and they're quite annoying. Is the one we fought last time one of them? Yato leaned forward slightly, as he had always wanted to pat 06's head, but never had the chance. 06 sensed his thoughts and shifted from Shimi's arms to Nestle and Yato's. Yes, and she's stronger than him. Of course, in her peak form, Yin is invincible in the vast world. 06 proudly raised her head, and everyone began to inquire, which made them believe that Yin was indeed fine. However, Shimi still felt a bit angry, frustrated that she repeatedly disregarded her own safety. Meanwhile, far away on the ancient battlefield, Yin suddenly sneezed, confusedly rubbing her nose. She swiftly slashed down an attacking evil spirit with her blade. How strange, who is cursing me? She muttered, her gaze sharp as she quickly eliminated the evil spirits in front of her, feeling irritated. Are you all cockroaches? Why won't he die? The 10 commanders of the underworld behind her were sweating. Your Majesty, how much more do you want to kill? We're already at their lair. Can there not be so many? Yin swung her knife without blinking, charging directly into the demon palace without a hint of hesitation. She kicked the palace doors open and strode in with a lazy demeanor, effortlessly slaying the approaching demons with the help of the underworld general. Looking at the demon king on the throne, who was trying to maintain a facade of calm, Yin smiled, revealing her small white teeth. Oh, still sitting there? Planning to take this thing into the coffin with you two? Fine, I'll help you with that. With a smile in her eyes, Yin was grateful for that strike from the illusion demon. Not only did it draw on the power of the stars to completely repair the damage to her origin, but it also allowed her cultivation to advance further and, conveniently, expose the location of the demon's lair. This truly was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The army clad in dark armor slowly retreated, with Yin riding on the back of the black jade Qilin, holding a long spear on her shoulder, her brilliant golden eyes gleaming with cold light. Behind the army, smoke billowed, and black flames shot up into the sky, shaking the entire continent as the towering, eerie palace collapsed. Stepping on the corpses of the demons, Yin smirked. Generals, let us go home. Go home. Go home. The 9 nether underworld army, invincible in battle, unstoppable in attack. The army behind her roared, their shouts shaking the heavens. The clouds glanced at the sky, and with a light hum, NoOne's I said, if you're so impressive, then don't ever return to the 9 nether underworld in this lifetime. As soon as they reached the border of the underworld, they saw a figure, a noble young man in white clothing with ink-black hair, warm and gentle like jade. Yin sneered coldly. From a distance, he saw someone standing there and thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be the first war god of the heavens. Zihi forced a smile, feeling wronged, and stretched out his hand, pinching the hem of Yunyan's clothes with 2 fingers, gently shaking it, saying, Sister, I really didn't mean to. Yunyan sat on the back of the Qilin, lazily looking at him. What went wrong? Everything went wrong. Brother shouldn't have trusted the heavens to play dice with him. He should have killed him with a single stroke. Seeing Zai's imageless, gritted teeth expression, Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Zai saw her laugh, he knew she had already forgiven him, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Then his expression darkened. Sister, can we not get married? Yin raised her eyebrows and asked, What is up? But I like him, and he treats me so well. Zi had a constipated expression, puffing up his cheeks. Although sure me was indeed great, but I just can't bear to let go. Yunyan flicked his forehead. Bro, being a siscon is not good. Zai pouted, kicked off the ground, and directly rode on the Qilin, sitting behind her, taking the reins, continuing to lead the army forward. Behind her, he spoke in a muffled tone. Got it. Then he continued, fortunately, it's Shimi. If it were any other man, your brother would definitely have to go over and fight him. I'ma see if he is worthy. The siblings chatted like this all the way, as if the years of blood and tears were just a bad dream that had been slept off, and now they were back living with family. After settling everything, Yunyan packed his things, ready to go back and find Shimi and the others, only to see his older brother tearfully clinging to the door. The clouds reveal a devilish smile. You've been slacking for thousands of years. Let's not mention your parents for now. They're getting old and want to go out and have fun, but you can't. You are the legitimate heir, so honestly do your work on the throne. I'm leaving now, but I'll come back when I have the time. Yunyan waved her hand without hesitation and disappeared right in front of him. Zai bit his handkerchief, gritting his teeth. Damn it, my sister. It was already the second winter after the great battle, and Shimi had left the production house with his younger brother. The new year had passed, and it was time for everyone to part ways and return to their lives. They didn't stray far from the production house and continued to live in their original residences, except for the already engaged Mitsuri and Iguro. Mitsuri needed to return home to wait for marriage until Iguro came to take her home. Kaika moved in with China Mimi to live in the original ice house. While walking, Shimi passed by the confectionery shop and habitually bought some rice cakes, and on the way, he also bought some pork cutlets. For some reason, Jinya suddenly suggested having pork cutlet rice for lunch. The two brothers thought it was just their own craving and didn't think much of it. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, they were stunned. Outside the door stood a figure, and even from the back, one could see the person's confusion. The silver-white long hair was tied into a ponytail, swaying with her movements. The dark outfit stood out remarkably in the snow. She glanced at the sign for a moment, then looked around, as if confirming her location. Shimi suddenly quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time to embrace her. Yunyan, caught off guard by the sudden hug, instinctively wanted to punch him away, but upon smelling the familiar scent, her body relaxed, and she reached out to embrace him back. A cold yet brilliant smile appeared on her face. Shimi, long time no see. I'm back. Welcome home. It wasn't just a welcome back. It was a welcome home. Yunyan smiled gently, and Shwani looked at them, revealing a relaxed smile. In the next second, he was pulled by 2 hands and fell into the embrace of the two. Shwani's face suddenly turned red, while Yunyan and Shimi laughed and held their only younger brother tightly. The news of Yunyan's return quickly spread to everyone's ears, and soon, the Bukitsuan residence became livelier than during the new year for several days. Shimi had a dark expression and hinted at Ahei. Hurry and take your wife away. Ahei Sherbane replied. I really can't do anything about it. Bukitsuan Shimi, you can't do anything about your wife? Can you not let her hug my wife? Ahei Sherbane, I'm afraid of her. There's nothing I can do. I'm very sorry. Bukitsuan Shimi. Chapter 173. Extra wedding and sweet moments after marriage. Another year passed, and Yunyan and Shimi brought Jinya to Ahei and Mitsuri's wedding. Watching the two as newlyweds, seeing their happy smiles, Yunyan curled her lips. Shimi, with an unnatural expression, tugged at her sleeve. Yunyan looked at him in confusion, only to see his cheeks flushed, his gaze shifting elsewhere, and he lowered his voice intentionally. Do you want to do it according to the wedding style here, or yours? Yunyan blinked her eyes, momentarily taken aback. Shimi's face was almost flushed red as she widened her eyes and stared at her. What are you spacing out for? Give me a response. Yunyan regained her composure and held his hand. If I want to say, let's continue what we left unfinished last time. Shimi was taken aback, followed by a wave of bitterness in her heart. She raised her hand and embraced him, imagining how desperate she must have felt the day before the wedding when her fiancé died in her arms. After Ahei and Mitsuri, it was Shimi and everyone else who arranged a grand wedding according to what she promised Yunyan. Shimi wore a red wedding dress, and her hair had not been trimmed since the battle. At this moment, she had tied it into a half bun at the back of her head. The hair draped casually on both sides of her cheeks, unexpectedly matching this outfit. In the past, even after the team disbanded, she still exuded a powerful aura. But now she was enveloped in a gentle atmosphere. Shimi nervously watched the entrance, and soon, Kanahu and Shinobu helped Yunyan step through the door. The clouds of smoke covered the red veil, allowing Kanahui to place her hand in Shimi's palm. As soon as she touched his hand, the clouds under the veil raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought this kid was so nervous? He was sweating from his palms, holding back a smile. She was led by Shimi into the main hall. Due to Yunyan's special status, there was no need for them to worship heaven and earth. As she put it, I'm on par with heaven and earth. Why should I worship myself just because I'm getting married? Just as they stepped into the hall, 3 figures approached from the crowd. Shimi turned around and froze in place as I walked over with tears in his eyes, patting his shoulder. Hey buddy, don't bully my sister in the future. I know you're surprised and shocked, but please don't be. And he was pulled away by his ear. A beautiful woman and a handsome, strong man took their seats on the high platform alongside the couple, Yose and his wife. The smoke curled around my lips as I said, brother, parents, you arrived too late. This was met with repeated apologies from the 3 of them, while the dowry was carried over by the underworld officials, box by box, filled with all sorts of rare treasures and countless gold, silver, and jewels. Yunyan's eyes twitched, feeling quite good. She just wanted to slap herself for calling them. However, in the end, the wedding was successfully completed. Although Nangon's father and Zai cried like dogs, they were held back by Shimi for a good explanation. Then these 2, father and son, went completely crazy, forcing him to drink. The ones blocking the drinks, Yuzi, Ihei Kaijiro, and even Kyogai, were all lying flat. Shimi was still getting tipsy from this father and son's godlike drinking capacity. If it weren't for Yunyan's mother stepping in, these 2 wouldn't have planned to stop. Shimi tried hard to maintain her composure and take care of everything. The moment she returned to the room, half of the drunkenness dissipated. Shimi swallowed nervously and walked over to sit beside Yunyan, saying, I opened it. Yunyan nodded slightly, and Shimi trembled as he lifted the veil. In that moment, he fell into a daze. Yunyan's originally cold and beautiful face, after applying makeup, added a touch of charm. Her long hair was styled up, with the tassels on her hairpin swaying with her movements. Dressed in a bright red wedding gown, she lost her usual sharpness and instead appeared graceful. With a smile in her eyes, she grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. What's wrong? Are you mesmerized? Shimi came back to her senses, her gaze darkening as his large hand wrapped around her slender waist. Without giving her a chance to speak, he lowered his head and kissed her. Even though they had been living together for nearly a year since her return, those days without her were unforgettable for him. This kiss carried all his longing and grievances. Yunyan reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss. When they parted, she noticed the corners of his eyes were slightly red, with tears still clinging to his eyelashes. Shimi had already shed tears, and Yunyan gently wiped them away with her hand, then kissed the scar on his face. Shimi, I won't leave again. All right, that's what you said. You can't leave me all alone again. I promise. That night, the 2 of them hardly slept, and the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Yunyan keeps her promises, and even the divine realm knows this. After the last mission, the Blood Ghost Emperor, who was on par with the heavenly balance, directly retired. She focused on getting married and starting her retirement life. All responsibilities were handed over to her brother, the god of war, and her parents, but her parents ran away halfway, leaving everything to her brother in the end. Everyone knows the name of the emperor's husband, but apart from those in the underworld, no one has seen his appearance. The only thing known is that the emperor's husband is immortal. Those with ulterior motives tried to use this to sow discord and specifically went to the world where Yunyan and the others were, but as expected, those who provoked them were nearly torn apart by Shimi. Yunyan rested her chin on her hand, watching like she was at a show. Husband, I find his face displeasing. Shimi's veins bulged on his forehead as he held a new little fairy whose fate was uncertain, with a grim smile on his face. All right, I'll take care of him. After giving him a beating, he tossed him aside and walked back to Yunyan, naturally taking the towel she handed him to wipe his hands. It was really too annoying, so Yunyan gave an order. That day, all the fairies, Buddhas, gods, and anyone who wanted to provoke their relationship were all beaten up by the people from the underworld. From then on, they became completely obedient, all knowing that the emperor was very fierce and that the underworld was protective. They were not to be trifled with. It was thought that gods and mortals would have difficulty conceiving, but in the 3rd year after their marriage, Yunyan broke that notion after throwing up violently in the bathroom after eating a piece of fish. Shimi was so shocked he almost took off, rushing to the butterfly house with Yunyan in his arms. After a series of examinations, Kanai was both surprised and delighted. Ah, congratulations, Mr. Fushikawa and Yunyan. You're going to have a little baby. Huh, what? The 2 of them simultaneously went blank, with Shimi turning to look at her abdomen while Yunyan stared down in confusion, covering her own abdomen with her hand. Kanai couldn't help but laugh at their expressions. It's real. You're already 2 months and 5 days along. Shimi nervously asked all the precautions and had Kanai write them down. Then, he nervously cradled Yunyan as if she were a porcelain doll and took her back. Since Jinmi also had a marriage partner last year, there were only the two of them in the Fushikawa residence. Yunyan returned home, still looking bewildered, a mix of surprise and disbelief. After finally snapping out of it, she slammed her hand on the table, startling Shimi nearby, who nervously leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yunyan's eyes sparkled. "And I didn't expect that I could really get pregnant. Hey, awesome." Busukawa Shimi. Chapter 174, Extra. The birth of Busukawa Shimu, entering the cycle of the next life. After getting pregnant, Yunyan became unusually lively, even losing her usual calm demeanor, like a mischievous child. Shimi was often startled by her actions. But fortunately, she was a reliable mother. No matter what, she would never do anything harmful to her body or the baby. Yunyan is pregnant, and her old friends have come to visit her, including her parents and older brother from the Divine Realm, who specially came to offer their condolences. When Tanjiro and the others arrived, Shimi was staring intensely at Zenitsu. Although this guy is married to Nezuko, he still has a shadow cast over him by Zenitsu. Zenitsu awkwardly scratched his head, saying he had changed a lot. As a result, upon seeing Yunyan, Zenitsu's arms flailed like noodles. "Big sister, long time no see. I really miss you. I heard you were expecting a baby. How is your health? Are you okay?" Shimi clenched his fist, thinking, damn it, it's hard again. Fortunately, Yunyan linked her arm with his, saving Zenitsu from a beating, and smiled back at him. In the late stages of her pregnancy, her mental state is not very good. She suffers from severe drowsiness, but has poor sleep quality. She often wakes up in the middle of the night due to back pain or leg cramps. Since she got pregnant, Shimi's already light sleep has become even shallower. Yunyan had just made a little movement, and he immediately opened his eyes, precisely locating the uncomfortable spot on her body to start massaging. Watching her settle down, he finally let out a sigh of relief and continued to hold her while sleeping. Shimi had also developed a habit of lightly kissing her forehead after the massage and softly saying, "You've worked hard, good night." There were times when, due to lack of sleep, Yunyan would wake up in pain or quietly go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. In the late stages of pregnancy, her belly was too big, making everything laborious. When she returned to bed and had difficulty falling asleep, Shimi would wake up halfway, noticing that Yunyan was extremely restless. And seeing the moved slippers, he felt a pang of heartache. He would get up silently to massage her, and, after she was soundly asleep, he would quietly wipe away the tears shed from his heartache. It was almost like he was massaging while silently crying, which made the 06 that came home late on a rest day feel quite emotional. It decided that in the future, when looking for a boyfriend, it would also look for someone like Shimizu. During childbirth, it was truly chaotic. Originally, Schwami had come with his fiancée, E, for a casual meal, which was quite normal. But in the midst of eating, Yunyan's amniotic fluid broke. The three of them were directly startled, and Shimi rushed her to the butterfly house. The speed was such that Schwami couldn't help but exclaim that his brother was indeed a wind pillar, even after 5 or 6 years. He and T lost his touch, carrying his fiancée, E, on his back. Absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, he ran towards the butterfly house at inhuman speed. Schwami's fiancée, E, was also once a female member of the Demon Slayer Corps, though at a lower rank, but she had a great personality, gentle, attentive, and was cute and well-behaved. Yunyan is giving birth, and outside the delivery room stands a group of people. Shimi paces back and forth anxiously, wishing she could rush in and stay by Yunyan's side. The expression on Butterfly Ninja's face, a mix of a smile and a smirk, along with her words about the terrible consequences of a mother catching a chill, keep her feelings in check. An hour passes, and aside from Yunyan's occasional groans of pain, there is no other sound. Shimi's eyes are bloodshot with anxiety, and she finally leans against the glass window to look inside. Seeing the crimson scene almost makes her crush the glass. She squats down, biting her fingers, hard enough to draw blood. Half an hour later, everyone is in agony, especially with the continuous cries of pain that are simply unbearable. Shimi can no longer hold it in. She rushes in at lightning speed and closes the door behind her. She approaches Yunyan, looking at her pale face and the hair clinging to her cheeks from sweat. In an instant, her eyes turn red, and she trembles as she tries to smooth Yunyan's hair. "Honey, just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. If it hurts, just bite me." Yunyan gritted her teeth, not daring to open her mouth at this moment because she would instinctively bite down. The pain was unbearable, and the armrest she was holding was directly broken by her. A painful sound escaped her mouth, and Shimi instinctively brought his hand to her lips. The moment she opened her mouth, she bit down on something, and Shimi's arm was immediately bitten, drawing blood. However, his expression remained unchanged, with only tears of concern glistening in his eyes, while his other hand continuously wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel. Finally, after a few minutes, the sound of a baby crying came, and Yun lost all strength and released her bite. Shimi was startled and quickly pulled over Kanahui. Kanahui, you need to take a look. What's wrong with my wife? Why did she faint? Kanahui looked at him helplessly. It's okay. She's just too exhausted. She'll be fine after a nap. Shimi breathed a sigh of relief, squatting down to kiss Yunyan's forehead, with tears falling down. From beginning to end, he didn't spare a glance for the baby. From the delivery room to the hospital room, Shimi didn't ask about the baby even once, just focused on Yunyan. When Butterfly Ninja mentioned it was a son, Shimi was extremely perfunctory. Oh, I see. Thank you. Butterfly Ninja, I have to say, as expected of God, the trauma of childbirth really does recover completely after a good sleep. Just like nothing happened, fully restored. Then, looking at Butterfly Ninja, who had a dark expression while bringing the baby in, Yunyan's brow twitched. Boy or girl? Has Shimi named him? Butterfly Ninja smiled, gritting her teeth. Congratulations, it's a boy, but he hasn't named him yet. I'm afraid Mr. Shimizu has completely forgotten about the baby. Yunyan. Shimi helplessly walked in from outside, holding a lunchbox in hand. Am I that kind of person? The name is decided. It's called Immortal Chuangsingmu. The Lord said this name represents hope. What do you think? Shimi didn't directly confirm it, but instead asked Yunyan in return. Yunyan nodded, of course, and then she picked up the child, playing with him. Shimi looked at the mother and son, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Butterfly Shinobu quietly exited, giving space to the family of three. From then on, Shimi entered dad mode, having taken care of younger siblings, so taking care of his own child was a breeze. He would remind his son every day to protect his mother well. In their married life, Shimi did the housework, cooked, and would also get massages or go out shopping, all while carrying things himself. Yunyan has become someone who can't carry or lift anything. In this regard, Yunyan is quite content, but wouldn't feel happy with such a gentle, secure, and versatile husband. She feels that she has already experienced too much happiness. Years later, their children have married and had children of their own, yet they have not drifted away from them. Everyone knows that Yunyan is a deity, neither aging nor dying. Although Shimi is growing older day by day, Yunyan still looks as vibrant and youthful as she did in the beginning. Watching her beloved lying in bed, his aged face no longer shows the handsome and spirited man he once was. Yun lowered her gaze and held his hand, while Shimi struggled to open his eyes and showed her a gentle smile. Yun saw the situation, leaned against his chest, listened to his gradually slowing heartbeat, and got up to plant a kiss on his forehead. Shimi did not go to the underworld, because the underworld is the place that connects to hell, on the path to reincarnation. All the divine messengers were extremely respectful towards him. Shimi looked at the road behind him, and at that moment, he wished he could see the person he loved. The clouds were, as he imagined, breaking through the layers and standing on the head of the dragon, descending to the place of reincarnation. Walking up to Shimi, he looked at his youthful and vibrant appearance and reached out to burrow into his embrace. Shimi held her and placed a kiss on her forehead. Yunyan looked at him with affection in her eyes. Waiting for me, I will find you again. I'm waiting. The two embraced and kissed, as Yunyan watched him enter the next reincarnation. Chapter 175 Extra. The big shot in the police force and her new boyfriend in the police force. In the bustling city, amidst the busy crowd, a police car stopped by the roadside and two figures got out. Senior, finally off work. TSK, before you change out of this uniform, stay alert. Yes, it was still the familiar appearance, but the originally biological brothers had turned into cousins. Yunyan leaned against the wall, watching the two people with a slight flicker in her eyes. She took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and slowly exhaled white smoke. The corners of her lips curled up as she found her phone ringing in her pocket. Yunyan's expression turned cold as she clicked to answer. A man's irritable voice came from the phone. Hello? Fox, where are you? Don't you know the deal is about to start? Hearing this, Yunyan raised her eyebrows, her tone lazy. I'll be there soon. No need to rush. I'm already getting old. Adding high blood pressure would be quite uncomfortable. Stop giving me nonsense. Hurry up. Otherwise, if the cops come, we're done for. All right, I'm on my way. Yunyan hung up the phone, casually snapped her phone in half, and there was a silent explosion in the glowing sphere in her palm. With a cigarette in her mouth and her hands in her pockets, she walked toward the darkness, ready to take care of this group of scoundrels. The cops? She is one of them, so what is there to fear about being caught? Yes, in this life, Yunyan identifies herself as an undercover police officer, wandering among various factions. Shimi, who just came out of the convenience store, sensed something was off with a passerby and followed them with a piece of bread in her mouth. When Shwami came out, she found her cousin was missing and frantically searched everywhere. At this time, Shimi had not yet acquired a body full of scars. As Yin just arrived at the trading location, he keenly noticed that among this group of people, someone had a tail following them. Squinting his eyes, when he finally saw the person, his pupils contracted. What the hell? Looking at the scum being followed, he couldn't help but wish to shoot him on the spot. This idiot. How could he let someone track him and not notice it all the way? Yin lightly poked her cheek with her tongue, nearly laughing in anger. With a hint of irritation, she sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked at the person coming to trade with a dangerous gaze. The famous fox. She really didn't expect to be such a good-looking woman. The man in front of her lewdly assessed Yin, who exhaled a puff of smoke, flicked the cigarette butt, and it landed straight in the man's eye. The man screamed in pain, covering his eye and falling to the ground. Immediately, the people behind him drew their guns and aimed at Yin, unaware that Yin's people were even faster. Before the other side could pull out their guns, the muzzle from Yin's side was already pressed against the back of their heads. Yin rested her arm on the sofa, tilting her head slightly, exuding a lazy aura. Since you don't want your eyes, I'll help you. No need to thank me, Rabbit, she said. The girl, referred to as Rabbit, quickly opened the box, inspecting the contents inside. In a direction where others in the surveillance couldn't see, she exchanged subtle glances with Yin, signaling each other. Yin was about to speak when Shimi, hidden in the shadows, instantly narrowed his pupils upon seeing their actions and the contents of the box. He instinctively aimed his gun at them, but before he could pull the trigger, he was knocked to the ground by someone. The noise interrupted Yin's words, and everyone turned to look, only to see a burly tattooed man pinning Shimi down, his hand gripping the back of Shimi's neck. A knee pressed against his back, preventing him from getting up. In an instant, the air became tense, and the man grinned, saying, "Look at what I've caught." In such an important occasion, a little mouse sneaks in. "Foxes, your security isn't very reliable, is it?" Yin poked the side of his cheek with his tongue, tilted his head, and looked at him. "Black Bear, what do you want to say?" "What I want to say? You should know, if the boss finds out about this, it definitely won't end well. So, how about this? You give me half of the money from this deal, and I'll help you cover it up." "Cover it up? How do we cover it up?" Yin looked at him innocently and took out a cigarette to light it again. The Black Bear grinned menacingly. Of course, he had killed him, along with the other people in the room. Yin leaned back against the sofa with her arms crossed, feeling bored. As expected, he was all brawn and no brains. "What are you saying, Bang?" The Black Bear's eyes widened, and it slowly fell to the ground, a bloody hole in its forehead oozing blood, its face still wearing that fierce expression. Yin held up the gun, the muzzle still smoking, and everyone widened their eyes in shock as they stared at her. No one knew when she had drawn the gun. Shimi was sweating profusely, and when Yin's gaze fell on him, he nervously swallowed. In the next second, Yin chuckled. "Really? White Wolf, how much longer do you want to play cosplay? Just pretending to be a cop to scare people? Look, you've already been caught by the idiots in the group today. Haven to you? Ha! White Wolf, you're so pathetic, letting that stupid bear hold you down." The rabbit reacted quickly and hurriedly helped Yin cover her. For a moment, the people in the room came to their senses. Oh, so it's someone from the Fox group. No wonder she's angry. Everyone knew that the Fox was the most protective of their own. Shimi realized what was happening, stood up while covering his arm, and forced himself to appear calm. "TSK, how the hell did I end up with such bad luck today?" Yin waved at him, and Shimi stiffly walked over to sit beside her. Yin directly grabbed his arm and gently started to massage it. At that moment, Shimi's face turned red, and he froze in place, not daring to move. The people in the room widened their eyes in surprise. The rabbit was even more taken aback, thinking, no way, she just went straight for it. Yin curled her lips and shot a disdainful glance at the rabbit, thinking, what do you know? What comrade? This is her man. The transaction continued, and as the other party was leaving, Yin gave the rabbit a look. The people in the room gradually withdrew, and not long after, the sound of gunfire erupted outside. Shimi suddenly stood up, drew her gun, and pointed at Yin, coldly questioning, "Who are you? Are you here for the transaction? How could you open fire and kill?" Yin raised her gaze to look at him, silently taking out her ID. Shimi's eyes widened as he quickly stood up straight and saluted, cold sweat pouring down his back. This was a disaster. It seemed he had obstructed the leader's case. The ID read, Special Affairs Unit, 1st Division Captain, Nangong Yin. He had heard of this name, which resonated throughout the police force. She was not only the highest leader of the entire special department, but also the captain of the 1st Division on the front lines. She was his goddess, the person he had always aimed to emulate and respected the most, the one he most wanted to meet. As it turned out, he had finally fulfilled that wish today, but it seemed he had almost compromised her mission. Yun smiled at him, waved her hand, and said, "Don't be nervous, just sit and take a break." Shimi sat next to her, looking stiff and proper. Yun sipped her champagne and said, "Sorry, but now you have to be pulled into the mission too." Huh? Shimi clearly hadn't reacted yet. Yun smiled apologetically at him. "The nickname I just called you is to save your life. But it also proves that you will have to be by my side from now on. It's okay. I'm willing." Shimi's eyes brightened, and he clenched his pants, as this was something he had always wanted to do. Yun blinked and rested her arm on his shoulder, pulling him closer. Shimi watched as the distance between them shrank, unable to help but lean back. He felt hot all over, his face flushed, and his gaze was confused. Yun looked at him and suddenly pulled away, showing a look of helplessness. "You can't do this. When we're outside, you have to pretend to be very close to me." Shimi quickly reacted and nodded. "I can do it. Please believe me." Yun patted his shoulder, desperately holding back laughter. "I believe you. What's your name?" "Shimi. Nishikawa Shimi." "All right then, Shimi, please take care of me from now on." Yun smiled faintly, and Shimi's face turned even redder as she awkwardly shifted her gaze away. "Yes." Yun is smiling even more. "What should I do? I haven't seen such a cute Shimi in a long time. Is this Shimi in this life so well-behaved? Oh no, I really want to give him a good rub." Chapter 176 Extra. The police big shot and her newcomer boyfriend in the police force too. In the deep night, Yun sent out a signal, calling for Shimi to be her assistant. However, to better ensure his safety, Yun directly declared her relationship as a fox, claiming she had a partner, the white wolf from her team. On this path, the only way to make those scoundrels above feel at ease was for the two of them to live together. Yun sat on the sofa, swirling her wine glass, taking a gentle sip of red wine, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the swimming pool outside the villa. In the pool, everyone from her group was having a blast, with lights, the pool, beautiful women and handsome men, and champagne, resembling a grand party. Shimi awkwardly walked out of the bathroom, wearing her clothes extremely neatly, tightly wrapped around her chest. Yun turned her head at the sound, and her eyes twitched. No, why was he wrapped up so tightly? Shimi's face turned red, and he completely didn't know how to position himself in the room. Where was it appropriate to sit? Seeing his embarrassment, Yun waved at him, and as he walked over with a flushed face, she pointed to the sofa. "Sit down. Don't be nervous." "Can you act?" Shimi was taken aback, a bit shy as he scratched his head. "I haven't done this before, so I'm not sure if I can." The smoke curled around her lips as she slowly exhaled a puff. "Unbothered, just following my lead, cooperating with me." Shimi nodded, observing her as she gazed out the window, leisurely blowing out smoke, her expression lazy. It took courage to examine her. Her cold, stunning beauty could be described as exquisite. Her silver white hair shimmered under the light, while her wine-red robe accentuated her slender waist with its ribbon. The robe was not tightly wrapped, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate neck and collarbone, and further down, a hint of a cleavage was faintly visible. Shimi suddenly lowered her head, her entire face flushed with crimson. When he lowered his head, Yun smiled and squinted his eyes in a good mood. "Knock knock, big sister, there's a new deal. Would you like to take a look at the list?" Yun glanced sideways, giving Shimi a subtle hint. Shimi understood and naturally loosened his collar, revealing his firm and well-defined chest muscles, while his clothes became loose and saggy. With a dark expression and an annoyed look, he walked to the door. When the younger brother at the door opened it, he was suddenly engulfed in shadow, stiffly lifting his head to meet Shimi's gaze, which was filled with a murderous intent from above. The younger brother was almost scared out of his wits, trembling as he held up the list. By Lang's brother-in-law. This is the list." Shimi snatched the list from his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, making the younger brother feel like his life was over. He had unintentionally interrupted the good thing between the big sister and brother-in-law. Come on. Don't scare the little guy with bad intentions. Just come back." The lazy voice of Yun came through, and Shimi clicked his tongue, slightly turning to the side. Through the gap, the little brother saw Yun leaning on the sofa, holding a lit cigarette, with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. She looked at the doorway, her bright golden eyes flickering with an ambiguous light. The little brother jolted, quickly bowed, and apologized profusely for interrupting the big sister and brother-in-law. "I'm leaving now." Then he dashed away, moving so fast it was as if a gust of wind had blown past. Shimi closed the door, exhaling a breath. Yun chuckled softly, the sound making his ears burn. While adjusting his clothes, he walked over with a list. "Officer, this is for you." Yun took the list of people and the transaction application he handed over, glanced at it briefly, and frowned slightly. Seeing her furrowed brow, Shimi tentatively asked, "Is it very difficult?" It's a bit tricky," Yun replied. Hearing this, Shimi felt a bit anxious. Yun put down the list, smiled, and said, "But it's not a big problem. Let's take a break first." After saying that, she got up and went to bed. Under Shimi's dazed expression, she patted the space beside her come up. Huh. Then Yun found herself with a blushing Shimi beside her. After turning off the lights, noticing the stiffness of the person next to her, Yun silently smiled. There was a pillow's distance between them, and the bed was large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people comfortably. Yun fell silent, turned over, and went to sleep, even mischievously scooting closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. She indeed noticed that the person beside her became even more stiff. However, she only felt happy, as she was finally surrounded again by the breath she had been thinking about day and night, and her long period of poor sleep could finally be improved. Yun fell asleep quickly, while Shimi bit her lip, feeling nervous and sweating. She sensed the steady breathing of the person beside her and couldn't help but turn her head to look. Her heart was filled with disbelief. The person she admired, the one she had always wanted to meet, was right beside her at this moment, sharing the same bed. It felt so unreal, as if she were dreaming. Looking at her obedient and peaceful sleeping face, Shimi instinctively reached out her arm and gently wrapped it around her. This action felt subconscious, yet it seemed as natural as if she had done it countless times before. A sense of confusion spread in her heart, but it was unexpectedly satisfying, as if a piece that had always been missing was finally filled. That night, she thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but surprisingly, both of them slept very well. The next day, Shimi slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the white ceiling. Feeling some weight on her chest, she looked down in confusion and saw a delicate, fair arm resting on her chest. Her own arm was being used as a pillow by Yun, and one of Yun's legs was draped over her own. In an instant, Shimi became fully awake, her breathing becoming heavier, and her body stiffened, not daring to move. Yun rubbed his eyes, propped himself up on his chest, and slowly sat up, looking at the person whose face was already flushed red early in the morning. Smiling sleepily and saying, good morning," Yun got up groggily to wash up, completely unaware that Shimi, feeling shy, had wrapped herself up like a silkworm cocoon on the bed after she entered the bathroom. Fortunately, after Yun got ready, she went straight to the dressing room to change clothes, allowing Shimi to finally gather her emotions and get out of bed to tidy herself up. Due to a new mission, they had to start acting early in the morning. Black eats black was inevitable, but among the group Yun brought, most of them were her subordinates, all members of the first team. To fit into her role, Shimi was forced to wear street clothes, and before they set off, Yun applied tattoo stickers to her bare skin, wetting them to stick properly. In line with the character, a hungry wolf design was applied to Shimi's back, and a wolf's head was also placed on her right chest. Yun whistled and admired it. "Not bad. Chief, please don't make fun of me." Shimi was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, picked up a shirt from the side and put it on, but the collar was wide open, with all 3 buttons unbuttoned. Then he put on a vest and fastened the arm rings on his arms. Yun raised her lips, having long wanted to see Shimi like this, and indeed, he was as handsome as she had imagined, pleasing to the eye. The two walked out side by side. Yun dressed in a wine-red long dress, draped in a black fur collar, her long hair casually styled into a half bun, with strands cascading down her chest. Shimi had one hand in his pocket, while the other hand was raised, with Yun's hand resting in his palm, allowing him to support her. Instantly, everyone present was stunned, wondering why this pair looked so perfect together. The undercover agents were utterly bewildered. Which department was this guy from? Why was their own aloof superior so close to him? Shimi remained composed, but his ears hidden beneath his hair were so red they could bleed, and a thin layer of sweat formed in his palm as Yun's hand gently brushed against it. The soft touch reminded him of last night and this morning, causing him to shudder and almost buckle at the knees. He slightly lowered his head, appearing to outsiders as if they were about to share some private conversation, when in reality, Shimi's whole face was flushed. Meanwhile, the culprit stood beside him, wearing a gentle smile that was simply adorable. Chapter 177, Extra. The police big shot and her new police boyfriend 3. It was indeed somewhat tricky, but not too difficult. It just required some maneuvering. The difficulty lay in the fact that the trading partner was a psychopath, a sadist who enjoyed tormenting others. Anyone he took a liking to, regardless of gender, would not have a good ending. Yin leaned against Mi's embrace, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes. It was clear that the other party had come prepared, and their gaze towards Mi was not friendly. Fox, of course, I can negotiate the price. At most, I can deduct 3,000. But asking for one person by your side isn't too much, right? The man held his wine glass, looking determined to get what he wanted. Yin squinted and asked, "Who do you want?" The man raised his wine glass towards Mi, signaling that he wanted him. Mi paused slightly, feeling bewildered. What did this bastard want with him? The lazy moment of Yin dissipated significantly as she reached out to play with Mi's hand. "Don't you know? He is mine, and I am very protective of what is mine." Then she looked at the man with a half-smile, saying, "Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" The man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yin to refuse, and even more surprised that she was serious. "I see," he said, "then I'll choose another one. I want that little guy over there." Yin looked over at the faint smoke, not from her team, and casually nodded, approvingly. "Sister Fox is generous." The man glanced at Shimi with reluctance, instructed someone to take the money, and got up to leave with his people. Seeing him leave, Yin frowned, waved her hand to dismiss everyone, and straightened her body to look at Shimi. "From now on, don't leave my side." Shimi was puzzled, but he indeed had no experience in this area, so he could only follow her instructions. Yin stood by the window, coldly watching the man get in the car and leave. Her hand holding the wine glass lost strength and crushed it. The glass shards immediately pierced her hand, and Shimi was startled, quickly grabbing her hand. "Commander, what are you doing? Where's the medical kit?" Pulling Yin, Shimi hurriedly searched for the medical kit in the room, carefully using tweezers to remove the shards and glass splinters. After disinfecting and bandaging her, Shimi was so nervous that she broke out in a sweat. Yin lowered her eyes. "That man is the death row inmate who has been wanted for 30 years and has a penchant for torturing and killing others. He has set his sights on you, and you are now the most dangerous person in this situation." Shimi paused for a moment and smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine. I'm a young man in my prime. Why would I be afraid of that old geezer? Besides, isn't there still you, Commander?" Yin looked at him, curled her lips, reached out to ruffle his hair, and said, I will protect you." Shimi blushed, indulging her actions, and whispered, "That's not what I meant either." Yin tilted her head slightly, and Shimi coughed lightly. "No matter what, you shouldn't hurt yourself." Yin smiled helplessly and said, "All right, I remember. Don't call me officer, just call me Yin." Then she saw the person in front of her starting to emit smoke from their head, puzzled and scratching her head. Is it really that serious just to call a name? But in reality, only those who are close can call each other by their names. Because she was too happy to find her husband's reincarnation, Yin completely forgot about this rule. As for the rabbit, the short girl outside the door took off her rabbit mask, revealing her cute appearance. She pouted in disdain, thinking that Yin was truly something else, unknowingly flirting with people, with a wicked heart. Standing in a blind spot of the surveillance, the girl raised her arm, rolled up her sleeve, and a technological screen appeared on her arm. She quickly inputted information to send to the contact team. After finishing this, her arm returned to normal. She rolled down her sleeve and put the rabbit mask back on. Hopping away, she thought, Yin, you take care of the love talk. Leave the important matters to me, 06. I guarantee it will be handled perfectly. Protecting Yunyan's love was a duty she, 06, had to fulfill. The upcoming tasks were all small ones. Yin noted down the people and locations, including the storage warehouse of DN and the only meeting place with the person behind the gang. They were just one step away from closing in. During this time, Yin taught Shimi quite a lot, and he learned quickly, which made her happy. She especially enjoyed watching him get shy. She often playfully teased him, watching his face turn red as he looked at her with innocent and helpless eyes, much like a little kitten, easy to bully. Everything was meticulously planned. But just as they were about to close the deal, an unexpected incident occurred. Yin had only left for a moment, and Shimi had already vanished. With the transaction about to start, Yin furrowed her brows and hinted to the slacking 06 to go find someone. 06 understood, quietly withdrew, and went to the no man's land to begin a wide search. Shimi had just gone to the bathroom, but was suddenly knocked unconscious as he came out. When he opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black. His hands and feet were bound, and judging by the situation, he must have been hung up. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and as he furrowed his brows and struggled, it was of no use. "Stop resisting. I've finally caught you," said a voice that shocked Shimi. He recognized it as Yunyan's. the death row inmate who tortured others. TSK, you old bastard. Let me go. Oh, don't be angry. I just want to be friends with you, and then we can have some fun, that's all. Who the hell wants to play with you? Let me go. You should know the rules of the group and the rules of the fox. If you don't want to die a terrible death, let me go. Shermie calmed down. Right now, he had to find a way to save himself. He absolutely couldn't cause any trouble. The man laughed, of course I know, or else I wouldn't have acted. You might not know yet, but the fox can't protect itself. Shermie was taken aback, suddenly feeling alarmed. What the hell do you mean? The man sat in a chair, lit a cigar, and said, the last little guy we caught couldn't handle the pressure and revealed his identity in no time. The fox is a cop. It's already exposed, and as for you, no one will protect you anymore. Shermie's heart sank. Exposed? The last person they caught. That couldn't be possible. No one from the undercover team was missing. The man grinned, his gaze fixated on him, as he reached out to Shermie, tearing open his clothes and roaming over his bare torso. Shermie felt sick to his stomach. Don't you dare touch me with your filthy hands. Get lost. The man smirked wickedly, picked up a whip next to him, and swung it fiercely. The whip, with barbs, struck Shermie, causing blood to splatter and leaving horrific wounds. Ugh! Shermie gritted his teeth, swallowing back his cries of pain as sweat poured out, his face turning pale. The man laughed savagely, including you. White Wolf, you're also a cop. I've already handed all of this over to the boss. You're all done for. Shermie's eyes, hidden beneath the black cloth, were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth. You. Full of shit. Once I get down, I'll definitely kill you. He knew that no matter what, he could not admit it, as this might be a test. The whip fell mercilessly on him, and soon he was covered in wounds, his breathing becoming weak. The last few strikes landed on his face, and the black cloth was torn away, falling off. Shermie raised his head in a sorry state, gasping for breath like a wolf that had fallen into a trap. His eyes were fierce, as if he could break free from the chains at any moment to tear the person in front of him apart. As he took in the situation, Shermie froze. The factory was filled with countless people, each looking menacing, holding guns aimed at the door. Above, a middle-aged man in an expensive suit watched him with a half-smile, playing with a dagger in his hand. Outside the factory, the sound of vehicles approached. Shermie turned his head in pain and looked through the high window. The entire factory was surrounded by cars. The car doors opened, and a familiar figure stepped out, someone he couldn't be more familiar with. Silver-white hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a tight-fitting special operations uniform, combat boots, and carrying a long knife on their back. Yin lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth, slowly walking towards the door. The sound of the gun being loaded ringing incessantly. Shermie felt a sudden tightness in her breath, her eyes widening as she shouted, Yin, there's an ambush here. Don't come in. The man gave a fierce smile, switched to a whip this time without barbs, but the leather whip tightened around his neck, the feeling of suffocation instantly engulfing him. Ugh! The man seemed to enjoy it, watching as Shermie's face turned red from asphyxiation, observing her gaze gradually becoming vacant. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and tears welled up in Shermie's eyes as she looked desperately towards the entrance, only to find Yin calmly walking in, an invisible barrier causing the bullets to fall mid-air. The team members behind her, dressed in special combat gear, stood like a wall of iron, completely unafraid of the bullets. Suddenly, the roof of the factory was breached, a fireball crashing in, flames dispersing, revealing a red-haired man standing amidst the crowd, his crescent-shaped blade swirling with the flames. Then, 9 more figures dropped in, like hungry wolves entering a flock. It was nothing short of a massacre. Chapter 178. Side story of the police bigwig and her new boyfriend in the police force. For this scene nearly terrified the criminals in the factory to the point where they could barely hold their guns. Yin walked in expressionless, glanced around, and upon seeing Shermie's situation, her pupils shrank sharply, a murderous aura emanating from her. With a flash, she darted towards Shermie, penetrating the crowd and instantly appearing in front of the man. Behind her, those who obstructed her advance turned into fragments in the blink of an eye, their blood instantly staining the ground red. The long knife was drawn, the whip turned to dust, and the man stared in shock at his vanishing arm, collapsing to the ground and howling. Yin coldly pressed a knife against his temple, piercing through his skull. She spoke in a cold voice, "You're making too much noise." Shermie felt a sudden release around his neck, a rush of oxygen flooding into his lungs, and he couldn't help but cough violently. The chains by his ears made a crisp sound, and he suddenly felt weightless, falling into a warm and soft embrace. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw Yin, tears in her eyes, filled with pain and worry. "Shermie, Nishikawa Shimi. Don't sleep. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. Seeing that she was okay, Shimi wanted to speak. But his throat was in intense pain, likely injured. His head felt heavy, and blood continuously flowed from his body, making him feel increasingly cold. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the officer. After saying this, Shimi completely lost consciousness. Yunyin's anger ignited. Shimi. Nishikawa Shimi. What nonsense are you saying? She turned to look above. Fuyo, come over and give emergency aid to the emperor. Hurry. Yes. Fuyo cracked the crowd, blocking the way with a whip. Leaping down to Yunyin's side, taking over Shimi, and a tender green light appeared in his hands as he began emergency treatment. Yin stood up, and above her, a man with a dark expression watched from the side. The two locked eyes, one above and one below. In an instant, Yin Yan's figure flashed, and at the moment the man tried to escape, she pressed one hand against the back of his head. She delivered a powerful slam, and the man faced down, being forcefully pressed onto the ground, leaving a small dent in the iron floor in the shape of his figure. Yin grabbed his hair and slammed his head down repeatedly until blood was everywhere and brain matter spilled out. He didn't stop until the man's head was smashed beyond recognition. Standing up, he coldly shook off the blood from his hands, turned to look down, and said, Special Affairs Bureau, take them out. Leave no one alive. Execute them on the spot. Understood. Once these words were spoken, the criminals who had thought surrendering would save their lives lost all will to resist. This was the Special Affairs Bureau. Whenever the Special Affairs Bureau was deployed, no criminal ever left alive. They could even choose not to rescue hostages. Yunyan gently picked up Shimi and walked towards the door. To facilitate matters, she specifically invested in establishing a Special Affairs Bureau in this world, dedicated to solving cases and tasks that the righteous path could not handle. Similarly, as a form of convenience, they could use special means, which is to utilize divine power. However, according to the rules, they could only use 1/10 of their divine power to avoid causing panic among the residents. The situation with the Emperor and the Empress is stable, but they still need to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Otherwise, if there is another severe hemorrhage, it will be beyond saving. All right, you all wrap things up. This subordinate obeys. Fuyo cupped his hands in salute and turned back to the factory. Yin put the person in the passenger seat, one arm around him and the other on the steering wheel, speeding down the road. The siren blared continuously from the car as vehicles quickly made way. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yin carried Shimi inside, nervously shouting, Doctor, where's the doctor? Someone needs emergency treatment here. A dozen doctors rushed over. Upon seeing Yin Yan's combat uniform, they instantly understood the identity of the person in her arms and quickly pushed Shimi into the operating room. Outside the operating room, Yin sat on a chair, her combat uniform drenched in blood, covering her face with her hands. The surgery lasted a full 5 hours, until the red light turned to green and the doctors walked out, exhausted. Yin quickly walked over. How is the person? The doctors showed relieved smiles, saying that the danger had passed. After a period of rest and recovery, everything would be fine. Yin let out a sigh of relief and stumbled back a few steps. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. The doctors bowed to her. Thank you for your protection. We will do our best to help the comrades inside recover their health. Yin looked at them and let out a breath, thanking them. When he woke up again, Shimi stared blankly at the ceiling, his nostrils filled with the smell of alcohol and disinfectant. He felt someone gripping his hand tightly and slowly looked down to see Yin holding his hand, sleeping on a hospital bed. Shimi frowned. His body ached terribly. He moved his hand, which startled Yin awake. She lifted her head to meet his gaze and quickly got up, asking, You're awake? What do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want some water? Shimi stared at her in a daze, and when he opened his mouth, his throat was so hoarse it sounded terrible, like a broken bellows. He closed his mouth and stopped speaking. To be honest, he was shocked by his own voice. Yin looked at his expression, breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to help him sit up, and let him lean in her arms. She took the cup of water and held it to his lips. Carefully feeding him water, she noticed him gently shake his head and then set the cup down. A blush appeared on Shimi's pale face, feeling that his throat was much better. He wanted to ask her what had happened afterward, but he was tightly embraced by Yin. Her trembling voice whispered in his ear, I was so scared. I thought I was really too late, but you're okay. You're alive. That is so great. Shimi blinked, frozen in place and afraid to move, as her scent of fur mingled with the sharp smell of alcohol and disinfectant in his nostrils. His eyes turned into a mosquito coil shape. The distance was really too close. It was acting before, but now it was completely different. Long officer. Call me Yin. Idiot. Yunyan, I'm sorry. I ended up causing you trouble after all. Yunyan distanced herself from him, looking at him seriously. No, Shimi is with me. It's not a trouble, not now, and not in the future. Shimi was stunned, her face turning redder, her heart racing. Why is it suddenly so serious? What does this kind of confession-like statement mean? Yunyan looked at his shy and awkward demeanor, silently sighing. This guy is really a blockhead. You can't push someone too hard. Yunyan let go of him, helping him lie down slowly. Rest well. You need to recuperate now. The bonus and task money have already been deposited into your card, and your family has been notified by the Bureau. Everything has been perfectly wrapped up. You've worked hard on this mission, and I take full responsibility for putting you in danger and allowing you to get hurt like this. I'm really sorry. Shimi nervously grabbed her hand. No, it's not your fault. It's my own doing. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died that night. I should be thanking you. During that time, the commander taught me a lot. He shared so much experience. You don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. Yunyan laughed and patted his hand, saying, Yunyan, I've told you so many times, no matter what, you are a newcomer in the police force and shouldn't get involved in such high-risk tasks. It's undoubtedly my fault. Just rest well, and I'll come see you later. Yunyan stood up, tidied the pillow, and tucked in the corners of the blanket before leaving. Soon, several people rushed in at the door, with Shwami at the forefront, tears streaming down his face. Shimi watched as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Then, Shwami scratched his head in confusion. How strange. Where's Officer Nangong? What did you say, Shwami? Shwami looked puzzled. Shimi, you don't know? During the 5 days you were in a coma, Officer Nangong stayed at the hospital with you, not leaving for a moment. Then he sat by the bed, eagerly observing him. Shimi, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Officer Nangong? How did you two meet? She's a big shot in the police world. No one has ever seen her care for someone like this. Shimi widened his eyes, took a long time to regain his composure, and blushed angrily. Why are you asking so many questions? Have you been doing your tasks properly lately? Have you completed your patrols well? How's your report coming along? Each question was a blow, and Shwanmi silently shrank to the side and stopped talking. Shimi's heart raced, feeling his face burning and his ears hot. Chapter 179 Extra. The big shot in the police world and her new police boyfriend after his family left, Shimi quietly lay on the hospital bed. In the evening, Yunyan arrived as promised. Carrying fruits and a prepared nutritious meal, she sat by the bed, helping him sit up against the pillow. Shimi blushed as he looked at her, feeling both excited and a bit nervous. Could it really be as he thought? Yunyan set the meal nicely, and Shimi saw her wanting to feed her. Instinctively, she reached out her hand. I could do it myself. Yunyan looked at him disapprovingly. You've hurt your hand, and your arm is slightly fractured. Although your physical condition is good and you recover quickly, you can't exercise frequently. Be obedient, sit still, and let me feed you. Shimi, under some strange influence, put down her hand, bit into the meat she was feeding him, and then suddenly blushed fiercely. What is going on? Why does this feel so much like feeding between couples? Yunyan fed him at just the right speed. He swallowed one mouthful, and the second was already at his lips. After a few bites of rice, Yunyan fed him a spoonful of chicken soup. By the time the meal was finished, he was just full enough without feeling stuffed. The portion was measured extremely accurately, giving him the illusion that they had been living together for a long time. Yunyan had just finished packing her lunchbox when her phone rang. She picked it up and casually tapped it. A commanding voice came from the other end. Director Nangong, where are you now? Are you really clocking out right on time? Yunyan raised her eyebrows. It's time to get off work. What should I do if I don't clock out? You're not even paying for overtime. Besides, my boyfriend was injured on a mission and is in the hospital. Where else can I go? The person on the other side was clearly stunned for a moment, almost choking on their words. Are you saying that the one who got injured this time is your boyfriend? So you didn't leave any of those criminals alive? What else could I do? My man was almost killed. Why should they still be alive? Okay, then you can get back to work. Hanging up. Yunyan hung up the phone, and the person on the hospital bed was already unresponsive, staring at her blankly. Yunyan walked over, her arms propped on either side of his body, getting closer to him. Shimi leaned back slightly, nervously looking at her. The smoke curls up to my lips. Shimi, I've announced it to the public, so are you going to reject me? Shimi suddenly turned red. Aye. Yunyan furrowed her brows, suddenly kissing his lips. Shimi's mind went blank, and he froze. The fleeting kiss made Yunyan distance herself from him, smiling mischievously. She wanted to refuse, but it was ineffective. Rest well, and get better soon. Yunyan got up to tidy up the things, looked up at the medicine in the bottle, pressed the bell, and spoke into the intercom. Change the medicine in Special Ward Number 1. Shimi Fushikawa suddenly came back to his senses. Special Ward. Isn't this a ward exclusive to the Special Affairs Bureau? And it's room number 1. Then he stared blankly at Yunyin, who smiled and arched her eyes. Yes, you guessed it right, this is my exclusive ward. And you came in as a family member. Fushikawa Shimi. Outside the ward, 06 was holding his stomach and laughing silently, dying of laughter. Why is it that whether in the last life or this life, this guy Fushikawa is always the one being controlled? 06. Haha. Shimi was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, his tone helpless, but inside he unexpectedly felt sweet. Yunyin, you really are. Yunyin stood with one hand on her hip, shaking her phone in the other hand. The contact information had been added, and the note had been changed to boyfriend. She smiled and said, I'll be counting on you from now on. Good luck, and I hope to see you at a higher place. She put down her phone, walked over, and planted a kiss on his forehead. Be good, sleep now. Good night. Shimi was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed as she let Yunyin help her lie down. Looking at her gentle expression, combined with that affectionate smile, she couldn't help but swallow hard. This girl was really too much. However, the medication was already making her drowsy, and combined with her weakness, Shimi soon fell asleep again. After the nurse finished changing the four, Shwami came to take care of her, and only then did Yunyin leave. In the following days, Shimi didn't see Yunyin again, and her phone was unusually quiet. She couldn't help but feel a bit down, puffing out her cheeks and staring blankly at the chat page between Yunyin and herself. What was this? Suddenly disappearing without saying what she was up to? Suddenly, it seemed to dawn on her that Yunyin must have gone on another mission, right? Wouldn't that be dangerous? She felt a wave of worry, wanting to send a message, but fearing it would interfere with her task. Hesitating and indecisive, in the next second, Yunyin called with a video. Shimi's eyes lit up, and she quickly clicked to answer. Yunyin still wore that gentle smile, her eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry, darling, I can't come see you because of the mission. How are you feeling now? At the sound of darling, Shimi's face instantly turned bright red, and then all that was left was worry. I am much better. Is your mission dangerous? Before Yunyin could say anything, an explosion sound came from behind, and Shimi widened her eyes in shock. Yunyin smiled with a face full of joy, her forehead veins bulging. Ahaha, darling, wait a moment. Then she muted the call and turned around to shout, can you all pay attention to the atmosphere? I've said it several times already. Don't use her G while I'm recording a video. If you scared Ifu, I'll kill you all. The group of underworld generals obediently admitted their mistakes and got scolded, quickly putting away the RG and then starting to tear apart the criminals. Underworld generals, we're just curious. It's not easy to finally get a turn to come out and have fun. Yunyin turned back, opened the microphone, still with that gentle demeanor. Don't worry, these won't hurt us. Just take care of your injuries, and I'll be back in a couple of days. Okay then, when you come back next time, can you accompany me? Shimi's face turned redder, her gaze darting to the movie tickets on the table. Yunyin blinked and smiled. Of course, if it's Shimi asking, we can do anything together. Receiving her response, Shimi smiled back. Although the wounds on his face had scabbed over, he couldn't help but feel anxious about the scars they would leave behind. He was also afraid that Yunyin would find his scars ugly, but it seemed like she had never cared. Instead, she looked at the scars with a pained expression. He could even see a hint of guilt in her eyes. While the two were sweetly video chatting, chaos erupted behind Yunyin. One by one, her team members seemed to have gone mad, as if under a red-eye effect. After hanging up, Yunyin turned with a smirk. Can you all not be so bloody? The Emperor hasn't experienced this in this life. You all look stunned. How are you going to compensate for this? Then she waved her hand and directly blew up those criminals, giving her subordinates a good beating one by one. So, when it came time to report back, the liaison office looked at the team members with their heads full of bandages still emitting smoke, their faces covered in wide noodles. And question marks popped up in their minds. On the day Shimi was discharged from the hospital, Yunyin drove to the hospital, watching Shimi and his family walk out. Although he still had bandages on, it no longer had much of an impact. Upon seeing Yunyin, Shimi's eyes lit up, but he shyly touched his neck. Jijin smiled, quietly leading the children away to give them some space. Yunyin walked over with the flowers and gave him a big hug, congratulating him on his discharge. Darling, Shimi blushed. Although he felt shy, he still embraced her. Unlike the acting in their missions, this was real, a genuine hug between them as a couple. Holding the flowers, Yunyin pulled him into the car, heading towards the cinema. Originally, Shimi was supposed to drive, but upon seeing the fatigue on Yunyin's face, he decided against it. However, Yunyin insisted that an injured person shouldn't drive. On the way, Shimi held the flowers and turned to look at her, asking, Yunyin, you didn't just finish a mission and come here, did you? Yunyin blinked her eyes, but it wasn't too much to say. It took some time to rush over from the liaison office. Liaison office? Where's that? I'm abroad. Shimizu Samiya. So you came over without resting at all? Samiya was shocked, feeling a mix of bitterness, heartache, and a bit of touch. How could this woman be so damn captivating? Cloud smoke curled around my lips as I drove with one hand and lit a cigarette with the other. The thought of finally seeing Shimi made me unable to control my urge to go faster. Hearing this, Shimi blushed and turned her head away. After holding in for a while, she finally blurted out, "Smoking is bad for your health. You should smoke less." Yunyan directly opened the window and threw the cigarette out. "All right, then I won't smoke anymore. I'll quit." Shimizu Samiya. So decisive. Yunyan raised her lips and calmly said words that made people's faces blush and hearts race. Shimi's words, whatever they were, she was willing to listen and willing to do. It was great. Once again, the people around them were stirred to a rosy warmth. Chapter 180. Extra. The police boss and her new police boyfriend. End. The movie was a comedy, and Yunyan was different from usual. She actually hadn't watched many movies. Shimi, being an emotional person, made them genuinely laugh happily in the cinema. The atmosphere lifted their spirits immensely. After watching the movie, they had a beef hot pot together before getting in the car to head home. Yunyan glanced at the navigation and realized it was already so late. Shimi looked at her phone and said, "Is it already 11 o'clock? It seems we need to be quieter on the way back." The smoke curls around my lips. "Will you come home with me?" "Huh?" Shimi widened her eyes. This development is too fast. Yunyan stepped on the gas, a triumphant smile at the corner of her lips. It was so late. Wouldn't it disturb her family if she went home? "Come back with me. There's a guest room at my place, and I'm the only one living there." Shimi's mind went blank, staring ahead in a daze. For some inexplicable reason, he was brought back to Yunyan's home. Yunyan calmly tidied up the house and brought out the new clothes and clean underwear she had prepared for him. "They're all newly bought. Go take a shower, and then I'll help you change the dressings." Shimi was in a daze while taking a shower. It wasn't until he came out in his underwear and stood in the guest room that he realized what was happening, awkwardly grabbing the clothes to put on. He walked to the living room and saw Yunyan preparing the ointment and gauze for changing the dressings. When she saw him come out, Yunyan smiled and waved. Shimi looked at her, her long hair still damp and casually draped over her shoulders, not yet dried, and frowned. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" Yunyan blinked and said, Natural drying is fine too. I'm okay. But your head might hurt, right?" Shimi looked at her helplessly. During their previous mission, she had noticed that this person particularly disliked blow-drying her hair. With no choice, she walked to the bathroom, took out the hairdryer, and decided to dry her hair first. Yunyan sat smiling in his arms, allowing him to gently blow on her hair. Afterward, she carefully helped him change his bandages and then urged him to go to sleep. Shimi sighed and helplessly walked into the guest room. As soon as he lay down, he felt something was off everywhere, then blushed and sat up. Yunyan was next door drinking coffee and typing a report on her laptop. In fact, she hadn't finished her work. She simply wanted to keep him company and didn't want him to feel disappointed. The door opened, and Yunyan looked surprised as he peeked in, then smiled, asking, "What's wrong, Shimi?" Shimi looked at her with a complex expression. "Haven't you finished your work?" "Oh, you mean this? It's just a report. I'll finish it and then go to sleep," she replied. Shimi sat down beside her, lowering his gaze. "You don't need coffee just to write a report, do you?" The clouds of smoke lingered, and she awkwardly set down her coffee. Then, she was pulled into an embrace. Shimi buried his face in her neck and said, "Thank you for today. I really had a great time." Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as she hugged his lean and strong waist. "Isn't this what couples should do? Why thank me?" Shimi pressed his lips together, then for the first time, took the initiative to kiss her lips. Yan's eyes darkened. Oh no, she wouldn't be able to control herself. To avoid scaring him, Yan only responded to his awkward kiss and then nestled into his embrace. Shimi picked her up and laid her on the bed, saying, "I'll stay with you. This is also what couples should do, right?" Yan was momentarily taken aback, then let a low laugh. "All right." Leaning against the pillow, Yan quickly wrote the report, mostly complaining about the logistic support. Shimi's eyes twitched at the corners. No wonder there were rumors that no one should let director Nangong write reports, as whoever did would get scolded. Not a single curse word was used. It was very insulting. Perhaps because her body had just recovered and she had played for a long time, Shimi couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep beside her, resting his head on her shoulder, causing Yan to feel a weight on her shoulder. She looked over in confusion and found Shimi already fast asleep next to her. She smiled and suddenly didn't want to scold those idiots anymore. After submitting the report, she used her divine power to place the notebook on the table, waved her hand to turn off the light, and carefully helped Shimi lie down, pulling the blanket over him before snuggling into his embrace. The person who was asleep instinctively tightened his hold on her, deepening the embrace. And with his sweet and warm scent surrounding her, Yun closed her eyes. Only by his side could she truly get a good night's sleep. After that, Yun directly took him back home. Shimi returned to his post as well, although he had experience with undercover missions. Both he and Yun agreed not to participate in such tasks. Shimi preferred patrol missions, where he could help those in need, and he was very happy. The cousin duo collaborated on work once again. Yun, as usual, occasionally takes on long-term tasks. After each long-term task, there will be a 3 to 4 month-long vacation to adjust. During this time, Shimi often goes home at specific times. Since they started living together, Yun has not been involved in household chores. Shimi doesn't let her do it, partly because he wants her to rest well, and partly because he can't bear to see her so tired. Although he is a patrol officer, his status is very high. One could say that in this area, apart from the director, he is the highest ranking. 3 years passed in a row, and after Yun returned from her last task, she received Shimi's proposal. Seeing him nervously biting his tongue, Yun smiled and accepted his proposal, then worriedly checked his tongue, afraid that he had bitten it too hard. Their wedding took place 3 months after the proposal. After that, they enjoyed a 6-month honeymoon vacation, heading straight to Sanya with their luggage and family. Yun lay on the swimming ring, with Shimi protecting her by her side, while Xuanmi and the others played in the water not far away. Bystanders were attracted by Yun's beauty, but the next second, they were warned off by Shimi's fierce glare. One by one, they shrank back, puzzled and confused as to why such a stunning beauty would be with such a fierce man. Moreover, this guy was covered in scars, including on his face. Was he really not from the underworld? After enough leisure time, the two ran off to surf again. When they fell off the surfboard, Yun emerged from the sea, her waist being embraced by someone. Turning her head, she saw Shimi's gentle face. The two kissed in the sea, with the evening sun shining on the water, casting warm golden light on them. Xuanmi and the others in the distance watched the couple, all revealing happy smiles. Yun became pregnant in the 2nd year after their marriage. Looking at the man who treated her like a porcelain doll, Yun smiled helplessly. This scene was all too familiar to her. Next came the moment of delivery. Yun was already numb, and this scene was even more familiar. In her first life, she had bitten her arm and left a scar, and now it happened again. The key was that it was the same arm in the same spot. However, this time the little baby seemed to be afraid of her mother's suffering, and came out quickly. It was a girl. Far away in the underworld, her eldest son, who was working for his uncle, watched the birth of his sister in the water mirror, his eyes shining bright. As for the daughter, Shimi was practically maxed out on his daughter doting attributes, while Yun was also indulgent and tolerant toward her family. Even so, their education was extremely rigorous. The daughter grew up in the love of her parents, lively and cheerful, with a strong sense of justice, and was exceptionally intelligent and skilled in martial arts. When their daughter was born, Shimi recalled the memories of his past life. So later on, as he aged, while Yun's appearance remained unchanged, he showed a knowing smile. Later, Yun disappeared without trace, and the entire Special Affairs Bureau vanished from the world in a final mission where they perished together with their enemies. At the funeral, Yun and others were honored as martyrs, and everyone was afraid that Shimi would suffer a severe blow. But only Shimi himself knew that she couldn't let others notice her difference, so they had to part ways. On the day Shimi fell ill, the long-missing Yun appeared in the hospital room late at night. Sitting beside the hospital bed, Yun held his hand and gently stroked his face with her other hand. "You've come. Have you been well all this time?" Shimi opened his eyes, still looking at her with that same tenderness. Yun smiled slightly. "Still okay, right? That's good." Yun, just like in the last life, leaned down on his chest, quietly listening to her lover's heartbeat come to a stop, then rose and placed a kiss on his forehead. She turned around and disappeared from the hospital room. In the realm of reincarnation, Shimi was yawning, sitting on a cloud and shaking her legs, when Yun hurried over. The two embraced once again, watching Shimi enter a new cycle of reincarnation. Yun stretched lazily and looked at his reincarnation position. What kind of identity should he take this time? While thinking, he prepared to go find his man. Meanwhile, the divine messengers were like, "The Lord of the Underworld and his husband are really so mystical. Can't you two just settle down and live a proper life in the underworld?" The two responded, "No, we haven't had enough fun with our new identities yet." Okay. Chapter 181 Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend, have you heard? A family has moved near the immortal Chuan family, and they seem to be very impressive people. Is that true? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. That luxury car, and when the owner appeared, that woman's aura was truly unforgettable. The women were chattering away, while the subject of their discussion had just moved into her villa. Your Majesty, this is the application for the new investment project. Yunyan sat on the sofa, and after looking briefly at the copy sent by Bai Xiao, she decided to reject it, saying it was simple and offered a money-back guarantee. Yunyan propped her chin on her hand, looking through the window at the buildings not far away. She had searched for a long time before finding a community with independent villas that was not far from her lover's home. June, I heard that there was a disturbance in the black market today. It seems they caught a little child who was about to be abducted, and the child's brother went over. Yunyan suddenly woke up, grabbed his coat, and put it on, heading to the black market. Let's see who dares to do such immoral things in my territory. Yes, big brother. Shwami was pinned to the ground, tears streaming down his face. In front of him, Shimi raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips, already bearing multiple knife wounds on his body. His originally delicate face was marred by cuts from the knife, blood flowing down, making him appear somewhat ferocious and disheveled. Don't be afraid, brother will definitely save you, Shimi tried to comfort his brother's unease with a gentle smile. What funny words are you saying? This is the black market. I'm the one in charge here. What ability do you, an ordinary university student, have? Shimi's face turned cold as he punched down the person who attacked him. How do you know without trying? Dare to kidnap my brother. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? The man's face darkened as he waved his hand. Get them. Yes. A group of men in black rushed towards Shimi with knives, but in the next second, the door behind him was kicked open and crashed into the group of men. Oh, how come I didn't know my black market has changed owners? It seems you're the one in charge now. The sound of synchronized footsteps came from behind him, and Shimi turned around to meet the lazy-eyed Yunyan at the door. With just one glance, he was stunned, his eyes wide open in amazement. Yunyan walked in with a smile that seemed like a smile, but wasn't, standing in front of Shimi, and gently raised her hand. The men in black behind her rushed in. The originally arrogant man suddenly wilted, and the little brothers in the room all dropped their weapons, obediently squatting on the ground. A click sounded as the pistols were cocked, and the 10 men who entered behind drew their guns, aiming at the man. Be big sister, please let me explain. Yunyan raised her hand, tilted her head slightly, revealing a devilish smile. I said, you can buy and sell here, you can fight, but you're not allowed to touch the bottom line of the law, right? The man's face turned pale, and Yunyan smiled, but it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Drag him down. No, big sister, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me one more chance. Yunyan rubbed her ears, feeling a bit annoyed. I was really noisy. The sound quickly disappeared, followed by a gunshot from outside, causing the little brothers in the room to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Shimi rushed towards her brother, untied the ropes binding him, and held him tightly in her arms. Although she was also scared, she still kept a vigilant eye on Yunyan. Yunyan sighed and said, I'm sorry, it's my mismanagement that has caused you such harm. The two were taken aback, clearly not expecting the other to apologize. It's not that I didn't protect my brother well. It has nothing to do with you. May I take my brother and leave now? Shimi forced himself to stay calm, his muscles tense, thinking about how he could safely take his brother away if the other party disagreed. Yunyan nodded, of course, and also, please let me take you to the hospital for treatment. And please accept this as compensation for both of you. The two stared numbly at the check that Yin handed over. Shimi shook his head, saying it was not necessary. Please accept it. Yunyan directly stuffed him into her arms and then dragged him away, saying, just take it. You've been hurt like this. What's wrong with me giving you some money? The crowd immediately lowered their heads, suppressing their laughter. Sure enough, it's the emperor's husband who can break the emperor's defenses. Shimi had a complicated expression. It was clearly their first meeting, yet it was so hard to say anything. He could shake her off, but he genuinely didn't want to, so he could only let her lead him, while he pulled his brother to follow her into the car. In the car, the two brothers sat awkwardly in their seats, while Yunyan sucked on a lollipop and urged the driver, can you drive faster? At this rate, we'll bleed out. Yes, I'll start speeding now. TSK. For the gas. Boss, if you push it any further, we'll end up in the fuel tank. Let's talk, or I'll hit you. The subordinate. Emperor, you're being unreasonable. The two brothers felt embarrassed on the side. Yunyan's earlier imposing aura was now completely shattered. Shwani couldn't help but laugh out loud, quickly covering his mouth in fear as he looked at Yunyan. Shimi hurriedly blocked his brother, looking nervously at Yunyan. I'm sorry. My brother didn't mean it. Yunyan smiled and waved her hand. Oh, don't be afraid, just laugh. Really, what's the big deal? My name is Nangong Yunyan. And you? Shimi noticed that she genuinely didn't care, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. feeling that the person in front of him was really different from those in the underworld. My name is Busukawa Shimi, and this is my younger brother, Busukawa Jimmy. Hello. Jimmy shyly peeked out from behind Shimi. Union gave him a friendly smile. I see. May I ask why you are in the black market? Jimmy clutched his clothes. My friend said he left something at that KTV we just came from, but he had to go home quickly, so he asked me to help get it. My brother came to pick me up, but as soon as I went in, that group of people held me down and said I owed them money. But I don't know them. The clouds are clear, and I've learned not to choose friends carelessly. I understand now. I see, Shwami. This kind of friend cannot be associated with anymore. It's too dangerous. I got it. Shwami looked at Shimi with tearful eyes, filled with guilt. I'm sorry, brother. Your wound is so serious. All the way, he nervously covered the wound on Shimi's back, but it was just too much. Shimi smiled nonchalantly, enduring the pain as he raised his hand to ruffle Shwami's hair. Brother is fine. In the future, when making friends, you must first understand what kind of person they are before deciding whether to maintain a long-term relationship. I'll remember. Union propped her chin on her hand and continued to shout angrily at the driver. I said to hurry up. It's been 5 minutes. Is it really that slow to get to the hospital? The driver was nearly in tears. Boss, the nearest hospital takes at least half an hour. We still got 4 minutes to go. I'm really speeding. I don't care. Go faster. All right, I'll step on the gas. The two brothers. Given the injuries, he definitely couldn't go to school and had to notify his family. When the Fukushikawa family arrived, Shizuku cried as she hugged Shimi and asked, How could you get hurt like this? What happened? Fukushikawa's father, in this life, was purely a homebody who would collapse without his family. At that moment, he cried like a tough guy. It was truly tragic. The two brothers didn't dare to speak, stammering. Union stepped forward, looking guilty. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your son was injured protecting me from a robber. I'm really sorry. I'm willing to make amends. Is this enough? When the check was presented, everyone was stunned. How could this be? This is what my son should do. He's tall and strong. It's a good thing to act bravely. Miss, it's fortunate you are okay. I can't imagine how tragic it would have been if my son weren't here to help you. Shizuku hurriedly returned the check, her eyes filled with pride for her son. Shimi and Jinmi looked at her in shock. Just now, a huge check was handed over, and now it's being returned. Chapter 182 Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend too, seeing that the other party refused to accept it no matter what, Union immediately burst into tears. Damn. It's so hard to give money these days. Finally, unable to withstand Union's beauty and tears, Shizuku accepted the check. Union nodded in satisfaction to show my sincerity. I will come to take care of your son until he gets better. Everyone. Then, without giving them a chance to argue, she directly grabbed her bag and left, making a run for it. Shimi was dumbfounded. It seemed like he was being targeted. Since Shimi had just started college and was injured, Shizuku initially suggested he take a year off, but Shimi shook his head. Mom, I'll be fine in half a month. I don't need to take a break. However, it really looks serious. Are you really okay? Shimi? Yeah, don't worry. I'm really fine. Union has a good grasp of the situation. Usually, she comes by herself, bringing fruits or care packages. When Shimi goes back to school, she only asks for his home address and occasionally sends gifts to visit, never showing up at his school. They have exchanged contact information, and Shimi, out of curiosity, opened her moments, thinking her profile would be empty. But instead, it was filled with travel photos, various food pictures, and pictures of cats and dogs. Shimi couldn't help but feel that there was a big contrast. Ding! A message notification came in. Shimi exited moments and looked at the chat interface. It was a message from Union asking if he wanted to go out this weekend. Shimi thought for a moment, realizing he had nothing planned for the weekend. So he simply agreed to her request. Union sent a location. It was a newly opened horror escape room, followed by a message. I just opened it. Come with me to see if there are any bad places. Shimi blinked, looked at the message, and suddenly felt a chill down her back, but still replied with okay. Then she felt a bit melancholic, thinking about how she couldn't sleep well after watching a horror movie with her brother last time, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. When the weekend arrived, Shimi kept the appointment, and Union arrived on time to pick her up. The two stood outside the escape room, and Shimi took a deep breath. Union noticed his nervousness and amusingly patted his arm. Don't be nervous. Cough. No, I'm not nervous. Let's go. Shimi's ears turned red as he lightly coughed to cover his emotions and awkwardness. They walked in side by side, with Union grinning widely. The NC here are all real ghosts, all brought up from the underworld, focusing on authenticity to fully experience it. Union directly tossed aside the walkie-talkie and decoded it himself. For a science guy like Shimi, this was incredibly easy. While unlocking, he asked, You have quite a few side jobs. Yun crossed her arms and looked at the photo beside her, poking at the little ghost inside. Are you okay? Anyway, my studies are all completed, and I'm just idle. Huh? You've completed your studies? You don't look older than me. Sorry, that was rude of me. It's okay, I skipped a grade. I'm 20 this year. With a calm face and no flutter in her heart, Yun lied, while the monitor showed a completely expressionless 06. All right, you old fossil pretending to be young. Ugh, no need to be so pretentious. Shimi suddenly turned to look at her, realizing she was indeed older than him. Can I ask, what is your educational background? A postdoctoral degree. Yun still had a smile on her face, while Shimi was completely petrified. Yun smiled nonchalantly. I have many side jobs, you know. It's all about finding the time to do them. It's great. None of it is discouraging. It's a critical hit. Yun shrugged her shoulders. At her age, if she couldn't learn these things, wouldn't that be a waste of her life? After a whole day of playing around, she had gone through all the styles and fixed all the bugs. Yun took Shimi to have hot pot and then sent her home. When they parted, Shimi blushed, rubbed her neck with her hands, and looked away awkwardly, asking if I have any questions about my studies. Can I ask you? Yun was momentarily stunned, then gave him a brilliant smile. Of course. I'm more than happy to help. Shimi was momentarily taken aback by her smile and, influenced by her expression, revealed a relaxed grin. All right, thank you. You're welcome. See you later, Okay. As he watched Yun drive away, Shimi quickly returned home, having made up his mind to work hard on self-improvement. In the days that followed, the most frequent exchanges between Yun and Shimi were his inquiries about study-related questions and the problems he couldn't understand. Yun raised her eyebrows and explained to him using the simplest and most understandable approach, directly opening up new ideas, until he graduated and started his master's degree. Their conversations gradually included more topics about traveling. Unknowingly, their relationship grew closer and closer. The relaxed vibe of Yun made Shimi almost forget that she wasn't actually a very gentle or kind person. After all, she was in charge of the entire underground black market, a place beyond the reach of the law. He recalled a time when he was on a video call with Yun. She was driving while he was at home studying for exams. They were chatting comfortably when suddenly there was a loud crash. Shimi quickly looked up to see Yun's serious face. I'm sorry, Shimi, but I might have to hang up for a bit. What? What's wrong? What happened? Shimi felt an obvious surge of anxiety. Yun smiled at him reassuringly. It's nothing serious. Just a few little mice. I'll call you back soon. Then she hung up. But Shimi couldn't calm down. He hurriedly threw on his jacket, put on his shoes, and rushed out. In the video, Yun was on a high bridge, so Shimi grabbed his keys, hopped on his motorcycle, and revved the throttle, speeding off. He was driving recklessly, his heart racing with urgency. On this side of the cloud smoke, she glanced lightly at the rearview mirror. Someone just dared to crash into her, trying to push her off the bridge. The corners of her lips curled up as she suddenly turned the steering wheel, directly cutting off another car, which plunged straight into the sea. The two cars behind lowered their windows, and someone emerged with a gun, firing at her. Yun raised her eyebrows, the invisible barrier blocking these bullets and perfectly ricocheting them back. The two cars behind her exploded on the spot. Yun slowly stopped the car, leisurely opened the door, and leaned against the vehicle, her golden eyes reflecting the flames. In front of her, several vans blocked the road, and a group of fierce-looking thugs got out, brandishing knives and leering at her. Miss Nangong, you're all alone now. Do you still want struggle? You've occupied that position for too long. As a woman, it's time to make way, don't you think? A man wearing a big gold chain puffed on a cigar, his beard belly protruding, looking lewd. How about this? You come over and serve me well, and I might let you leave in one piece. What do you say? Yun raised her hand, unbuttoned the second button of her collar, rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, and tightened the laces of her short boots. She slightly tilted her head and said, let me think, just based on you little mice? Not very capable. The man's face darkened. You don't know what's good for you. Get her, he ordered, break her hands and feet, then strip her. Yes, boss. Yun watched as the thugs with knives or steel pipes ran towards him, chuckling softly. He opened the back car door and drew out a long knife. He waved it casually, still smiling. Oh dear, how ruthless. Before long, there were a number of people lying on the bridge, blood everywhere. The man was so scared that he slumped to the ground, desperately pushing himself backward with his hands. Why yes, I'm sorry. You're still the boss. I won't dare anymore. Please spare me. Yun sneered, resting the knife on her shoulder, one hand gripping the man's hair, yanking him off the ground. The man was a head and a half shorter than her. At this moment, being pulled by his hair with his feet off the ground, he grimaced in pain. Yin tilted her head, her bright golden eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Oh, with you saying that, I almost feel bad about finishing you off. It's really giving me a headache. The man looked at her ingratiatingly, pleading for her to let him go. In the next second, a cold light flashed, and the man fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm. The cloud smoke knife was inserted beside his ear, looking down at him from height, saying, "In this world, there are rules to follow. You must have committed quite a few murders, right?" The man was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over him. She was right. He had long since violated the rules that Yin had set in the beginning. Yin opened her mouth, revealing her small white teeth with a smile. "That makes things easier. Let's go by the rules. Go atone for your sins." The man's head was severed, and behind Yin, the gates of hell opened, revealing a group of soldiers. With a cold expression, Yin spoke lightly. "Soul Lock, take him away to atone for his sins. Clean this place up, and have Bai Xiao notify Su Shuai and the others that the situation at the police station is handled." Her subordinates complied quickly. Soon, the area was cleared, leaving only the blood-stained cement road. Chapter 183. Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend, 3 Shimi drove fast and finally arrived at the high bridge, where she saw Yin squatting by the roadside, looking pitiful with a cigarette in her mouth. Behind her were police officers and firefighters dealing with the exploded cars and raging fire. Shimi hurriedly got out of the car, not caring that it had flipped over, and ran towards Yin. When Yin heard the noise and saw Shimi appear, she stood up in surprise. Just as she threw away the cigarette and was about to ask how he got there, she was suddenly pulled into his embrace, his trembling voice in her ear. "That's great. You're okay. It's good that you're okay." Yin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and patted his back, apologizing for making him worry. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Shimi held her tightly, as if letting go would make her disappear. The flames in front of him and the blood spread across the ground made him sweat in anxiety. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of him, and he felt a soft, warm touch on his face. Yin raised her hand to cover his eyes. "Shimi, be good, don't look at those things." Just then, the hand covering his face was pulled down, and Shimi looked at her with a complex expression. "Are these things today related to your enemies?" Yin curled her lips, wearing a lazy smile, just like usual. "No, she wasn't anything remarkable, just a bunch of mice. Let's go. Don't you have an exam tomorrow? You need to go to bed early tonight." Shimi let her pull him over to the motorcycle. Yin lifted the bike and then turned to look at him. After a long moment, Shimi sighed, got on the bike, tossed her the helmet, and pointed behind him. "Get on, I'll take you back first, so you won't have to sit by the roadside like a stray cat." Yin smiled as she put on the helmet and sat in the back seat, but kept a distance without wrapping her arms around his waist, only holding onto his clothes. Shimi frowned slightly, twisted the throttle, but didn't ride off. Instead, he let inertia take over. Yin suddenly leaned against his back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. She was completely stunned. Shimi curled his lips and held her tight, thinking that if they fell, she'd be the one to blame. Yin blinked her eyes and smiled helplessly. This silly boy, why has he started to have a bit of a bad heart in this life? Then she tightened her arms around his waist, feeling him stiffen. Yin couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, her eyes narrowing with joy. Indeed, no matter how he changed, he was still that shy, silly boy. Shimi's face turned red, and all the way, the wind couldn't disperse the heat on his face. Instead, he felt the spot where her arm wrapped around his waist getting a bit hot. When they reached Yin's doorstep, they waved goodbye. Watching Yin open the window of her bedroom, she smiled at him and shouted, "Good luck on the exam tomorrow." Shimi smiled softly, put on his helmet, revved the engine, and disappeared in front of her. The smoke curled as she propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head slightly. "Let Feng Zhan and Yin Miao go. There's no need to leave any survivors. They're just a bunch of rats, and living is just a waste of time." The subordinate took the order. Yin was soaking in the bath, replying to Shimi's messages. They had agreed that once he finished his exams, she would show up at the door and accompany him to eat the newly released desserts. The exam started at 9 a.m. and lasted until 3 p.m., covering 3 subjects in total. After sending Shimi off in the morning, Yin turned and got into the car. After passing the building, she switched to a black SUV. They drove all the way to the wilderness, and everyone got out of the car. Yin bit down on a lollipop in her mouth, took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and put it between her lips. Leaning lazily against the front of the car, she looked down at the man who had been pushed in front of her. She placed a foot on the man's head, and with a bang, his head hit the ground. "Hey, I told you, right? No one is allowed to approach that school. No one is allowed to get close to that neighborhood." Yin opened her mouth with a smile that was neither a smile nor a smile, stepping down hard with her foot. the man cried out, tearing his heart apart in remorse, while Yunyin chuckled softly. But you can't blame it all on yourself. After all, you didn't expect me to come back alive. After saying this, she expressionlessly retracted her foot, turned around, and got into the car. Boring, take care of it, go to the South District. As you command. After a gunshot, the man's pleas for mercy disappeared. Shimi was scribbling furiously in the exam room, while Yunyin was wreaking havoc in the South District. During lunch break, Shimi thought about finishing quickly while eating, so she could go get dessert with Yunyin. Yunyin was thinking about quickly getting rid of these damn mice, so she could go home, take a shower, and change her clothes to pick up her husband for dessert. Bystander 06. Otherwise, you two would be a couple. Yunyin kept looking at the time on her phone, realizing there was only an hour left until Shimi finished her exam, and immediately panicked. I can't believe this. It's so slow. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed a black flame, leaving no room for hesitation, and burned everything to ashes. Turning around, she directly used her divine power to teleport back to the villa, resolve the situation in 10 minutes, and then changed into casual clothes. Using her divine power to dry her hair, she decided to ride a motorcycle instead of driving out of laziness, conveniently bringing an extra helmet along. She parked outside the school, leaned against the bike, and popped a lollipop in her mouth while looking at her phone. The screen displayed her chat interface with Shimi. She kept staring until Shimi sent a message. I'm done. I'll be out soon. Are you at the door? Yunyin raised her lips and said, I'm here, come out okay. 1 minute. Trumi really took 1 minute and rushed out like the wind, stopping in front of her. Yunyin smiled as she handed him the helmet. Shimi was taken aback, gave a helpless smile, put on the helmet, and then Yunyin sat behind him. The two headed straight for the dessert shop. At the entrance, Ihei and Iyong, who were in the same cohort as him, widened their eyes. So Daidabukawa ditched them just to go on a date with his girlfriend? The two exchanged glances, and Ihei, with a pounding forehead, shifted his gaze away, ultimately leaving with Iyong to grab a bite to eat. Just 2 days later, the results were out. Shimi and Yunyin were taking a stroll in the park. When he received the acceptance notice, Shimi was so excited that he lifted Yunyin and spun around. Yunyin was momentarily stunned, then smiled and ruffled his hair. Realizing what he had done, a blushing Shimi put her down, and while she was ruffling his hair, he slightly lowered his head, with suspicious white smoke rising from it. Passers-by, watching, couldn't help but chuckle. Yunyin wore a gentle smile on her face and softly said, Congratulations, Shimi, you're 1 step closer to your dream. This state of being more than friends but less than lovers continued until Shimi successfully became a math teacher at the Demon Slayer Academy. That year, Shimi was 24 years old, had successfully taken the position of math teacher, and gradually became frustrated by the pressure from her students. Yunyin sat beside him, eating dessert while listening to him complain about the students. This reminded her of when she was still in the Demon Slayer Corps, when Shimi would complain about those members, saying they were as weak as ants that could be crushed. She couldn't help but chuckle, and Shimi looked at her with confusion. Upon seeing her smile, no matter how many times he had seen it, he couldn't help but blush. What are you laughing at? I'm about to be driven crazy, Shimi said helplessly, but he couldn't help but smile back at her, his lips curving into a grin as he propped his chin on his hand and playfully pinched her cheek. By the way, you're clearly 2 years older than me, so why do you show no signs of aging at all? You still look younger than me. Yunyin blinked her eyes, her fingertips tapping her chin. Maybe it's because I love to laugh and have a good attitude? Puffed. Is that even a reason? Shimi looked at her, the violet eyes rippling. Hey, Yunyin. What's wrong? Be my girlfriend. I like you. Yunyin looked at him, and after he finished speaking, her face turned crimson, yet she still nervously awaited her response. She curved her lips, leaned in, and planted a kiss on his cheek. All right. Shimi turned completely red, feeling like she was about to smoke, and momentarily froze. Once she regained her senses, she reached out to press her hand on the back of her head, leaning in herself to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Very light and cautious. Chapter 184. Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend 4, after confirming their relationship, Yunyin directly took him home, and Shimi moved into a villa not far from his house. As soon as they entered, Shimi was taken aback by the group of men in black inside, staring at Yunyin with wide eyes like a dead fish. Yunyin awkwardly scratched her face and said, Ahaha, sorry, I forgot that there was a meeting today. Shimi sighed helplessly, rubbed her head, and said, Got it. I'll go tidy up the bedroom. Where's the bedroom? The entire 3rd floor, just take the elevator up. Oh, I know Yunyin is rich, but I didn't expect her to be this rich. Shimi puffed her cheeks and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. It's not an exaggeration. The whole floor had just 1 door. When she opened the door, she was greeted by an entire 600-plus square meter bedroom. There was an oversized floor-to-ceiling window, an indoor hot spring, and the most extravagant thing was the supersized Simmons bed, along with the latest model projector. Shimi numbly turned her head and noticed a walk-in closet and a changing room nearby. Speechless, she went over to tidy up the clothes. And when she turned to look at the bathroom, she found that, for some reason, men's toiletries had already been placed there, all brand new and still unopened. Shimi was stunned for a moment, her lips curling into a smile as ripples of emotions surged in her heart. She continued to tidy up the clothes and discovered that the changing room was stocked with brand new, washed men's pajamas. Everything was well prepared for all seasons. It could be said that aside from casual clothes, Yunyan had already prepared everything else for him. Shimi was taken aback, especially since the sizes of the clothes and shoes fit him perfectly. Then she glanced at the intimate apparel nearby, her face suddenly turning bright red. Trembling as she looked at the size, her mind was in a haze. Covering her face, she squatted on the floor, thinking how could she even know the size of that? Shifting her gaze to the side, she naturally knew how smart Yunyan was and remembered back to their senior year. Yunyan just gave him a simple hug, directly revealing his measurements. He was so shocked that he stared wide-eyed and couldn't speak for a long time. After organizing his emotions, he couldn't suppress the crazily rising corners of his lips, packed his things, and took his pajamas to the bathroom. The meeting was giving Yunyan a headache. After enduring it for a while, he finally couldn't take it anymore and scolded everyone under him one by one. Just as he was in the middle of a furious reprimand, there was a knock at the door, and the sound abruptly stopped. The door opened, and Shimi peeked in, asking, "Do you want milk tea?" In the cloud of smoke, the tone has changed. It's so gentle. Drink, as usual, with a little sugar, and jasmine tea as the base. All right, got it. With a click, the moment the door closed, Yunyan immediately started cursing. The 10 generals of the underworld were like quails, crying silently in their hearts. "Lord Emperor, don't leave yet. Please come back." Shimi went to have some good milk tea and desserts, then turned to sit down in the study in the bedroom, opening the notebook to organize the lesson plans. Beside him was the coffee he often drank, which Yunyan had prepared for him in advance. The Fushur River family wasn't short on money. It could be said that due to the compensation from a few years ago and Yunyan's discreet efforts, the family business they invested in was making a fortune, making their household quite wealthy. One could even say they were rich. Yet, they still lived a life similar to before. All the money was either saved or used to buy insurance. The rest, aside from living expenses, was left for the children to spend. With Shimi around, the younger siblings learned not to flaunt their wealth and didn't develop extravagant habits. It's no exaggeration, when the family went out, they looked just like an ordinary family. After finishing the lesson plans, Shimi stretched his stiff limbs, rubbed his neck, and walked out, only to find that Yunyan had not finished the meeting yet. He opened the door, looked over in confusion, and then was left speechless. In the meeting room, everyone was sipping milk tea while listening to Yunyan analyze the market situation. Yunyan took a few sips and spoke for a while, then took a few more sips and continued to talk. When he got tired of talking, he just skipped ahead and told them to go back and study on their own. Seeing Shimi come in, Yunyan blinked in confusion and glanced at the time, noticing it was time to kick people out. "All right, that's enough for today. The rest, you can figure it out on your own. If you can't handle it, come back and see me." The crowd quickly fled, their speed so fast that it made Shimi click his tongue. With one hand on his waist, leaning against the table, he wondered how terrifying Yunyan was to make them run so quickly. Yunyan was sipping milk tea, scratching his head, thinking it wasn't really their fault. They were just too foolish. Then he grabbed his hand and walked outside, asking if they should order some barbecue to eat tonight. It just so happened that he had just bought a projector. Shimi raised an eyebrow and suggested having a little more to drink. "Oh, not bad, you're quite on point." "Huh, I still don't know what you're thinking. Drinking is fine, but don't overdo it, or you'll get a headache." "All right, let's have a little drink." "Okay, should we order now? It's already past 6. Order, order, order. Tomorrow is a day off. I can sleep in." "No way, I still have my daily exercise. I need to maintain my figure in good health. Starting tomorrow, you should get up with me." "Wow, devil, who are you talking about?" The two playfully wrestled together, and Shimi picked him up and walked towards the sofa. Yunyan wrapped his arms around his neck, laughing as he leaned up to plant a kiss on his cheek. Shimi froze for a moment, then turned to kiss her on the lips, deepening the kiss. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time, and now it had finally come true. To outsiders, Shimi seemed fierce and aggressive, but he reserved his tenderness for family and Yunyan. Yunyan was idle, so he casually joined the Demon Slayer Academy as an English teacher. When he first entered the office, Shimi's eyes widened. Yunyan smiled brightly at him, directly went over and hugged him Sunrise, Shimi. Shimi widened her eyes slightly, then smiled helplessly. One hand wrapped around her waist while the other rubbed her head. Indeed, quite surprised. The others in the room looked at them in astonishment, and Ehei gave him a dead fish stare. Sichuan, you're too much. Shimi looked at him in confusion, pointing at herself and asking, Huh? What did I do? Ehei's face darkened, and Damaru also unhappily stuck out his tongue. You actually flaunted your love in public. Have you considered our feelings? Exactly. Sichuan. Although I'm really happy for you, Rengoku also thinks dog food isn't tasty. Shimi looked speechlessly at them, condemning her, then wrapped her arm around Yunyan's shoulder with a cheeky grin. All right, you guys are right. If one ignored his flushed ears, Yunyan would really think this person had changed his character. Successfully seated at the workstation beside him, Yunyan looked at the exam paper in front of her, a black line appearing on her forehead. On the first paper, she only got one question right. Yunyan curiously looked to see who had answered the questions, only to be stunned. Great, it's Inosuke Hashibara, the most stubborn one in the first life. In this life, you're pulling this foreign language stunt, huh? Next page. All right, 1/3 correct. Yunyan looked at the name Zenitsu Agatsuma on the exam paper, helplessly rubbing his forehead. What are these two doing? Then he saw the exam papers of Tanjiro and Nezuko and finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, as expected of the Kamadu siblings. Their grades are excellent. Next was Jinya's paper, and Yunyan looked pleased. All correct. Full marks. Brother Jinya, you're scoring big. After grading the papers and separating the failing and excellent ones, Yunyan left with a smile that seemed half-hidden, holding the textbook and exam papers. When closing the door, everyone felt the entire teaching building tremble. Sanemi breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Yunyan's dark aura next to him was almost tangible, making him too scared to breathe. Then the next person to get this angry would be him. Everyone watched Sanemi leave in a similar fashion, and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a couple, they really are cut from the same cloth. Chapter 185 Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher, boyfriend 5 Yunyan, habitually sipped her milk tea while biting on a straw, her other hand rapidly grading assignments. Xiangnai stretched lazily, leaned back in her chair, and sighed, finally finished grading. Yunyan-chan, do you want to go to the CAF together after work? Sure. Shimi is staying behind to patrol the building today, so I can bring back some dessert. Yunyan happily accepted her invitation, subtly throwing some dog food in the air. Having been in the job for 3 months, Yunyan had already blended in with everyone. Seeing her friends from her previous life living happily at this moment brought her comfort. In her last life, most of these friends were just children when she and Shimi first met. Receiving a response, Kano didn't care about the dog food anymore and happily picked up her phone to contact her younger sister. Shinobu Kochu really enjoyed chatting with Yunyan, among her favorite teachers. Besides her sister was Yunyan. Upon receiving the news, Shinobu grabbed her phone, shook it in front of Shinmi, and revealed a professional fake smile, her eyes filled with pride. Musing Shinmi. Shinmi silently glanced at Shinobu, handed her the test paper, and returned to her seat. Shinobu had excellent grades, often scoring full marks on tests. And for her childish behavior, Shinmi could only smile helplessly. While the good friends chatted happily in the office, the sounds of Shinmi and Inosuke shouting echoed in the hallway. The two in the office, they quietly opened the door, peeked out, and saw 2 figures run past, leaving only a gust of wind. Kanahu and Yunyan exchanged glances and silently closed the door. Yunyan strolled towards the school while holding desserts, when a message notification popped up on her phone. She glanced at it and quickened her pace. Finally, she stood at the school gate, watching Shimi walk out briskly. The first thing Shimi did upon seeing her was to raise her hand and adjust her scarf. Honestly, why rush so much? It's not like I'm going to lose myself. It's so cold outside. Standing still will make you catch a cold. I don't want to keep you waiting too long. TSK, I'm not one of those weaklings. This little bit of cold won't freeze me. Next time, no need to rush so much. Your face is all red from the cold. Yunyan lifted her head slightly to look at him, her cheeks warmed by his hands. She placed her hand on the back of his, smiling with her eyes narrowed. Snowflakes drifted in the air as they walked hand in hand through the snow, Shimi carrying the dessert she had brought back. They passed by a small restaurant and went in for a late-night snack. On the way home, they bought hot milk tea and roasted sweet potatoes, enjoying the simple moments together. Upon returning to the villa, Yunyan received a phone call, and her originally sunny face suddenly clouded over. Seeing this, Shimi merely looked at her with concern, afraid of disturbing Yunyan, and took his notebook to the study to prepare lesson plans. Yunyan sat on the sofa, her whole body engulfed in shadow, the living room unlit, her bangs covering her face. With her legs crossed, she pulled out a cigarette from the side, lit it, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. The phone rang. Her golden eyes glanced coldly at the screen before she answered. Placing it to her ear, her voice lazy hello. A hoarse, somewhat deliberately provocative voice came from the other end. The head of the black market is actually a little girl. Judging by your voice, you probably aren't very old. Have you graduated? The smoke curled up to her lips, and a fleeting coldness flashed in her eyes. It sounds young, but if we calculate by age, I am the ancestor of your ancestors. There are too many to count. I'm afraid, even if you add up your dozens of ancestors, they wouldn't equal my age. You little brat, who hasn't even grown all your hair yet, really have the nerve to speak to me like that. The other side was clearly furious, but the conversation was interrupted by the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Yunyan looked at her phone, the corners of her lips curling into a mocking arc. She stood up, grabbed the black trench coat beside her, and without saying a word, sent a message. Driving at high speed, Shimi looked at the message on her phone, standing by the bed, her eyes fixed on the sports car that drove out of the villa. Sitting by the window, she waited until the next morning. As soon as Yunyan entered the bedroom, she saw Shimi slumped over the table, with a cup of coffee that had already gone cold beside her. With a helpless sigh, she threw the blood-stained trench coat into the trash can and gently went to take a shower. Shimi vaguely heard the sound of water in the bathroom, rubbed her aching temples, and sat up, her neck stiff and sore, groggily looking in the direction of the bathroom. She walked over and knocked on the door. Yunyan, when did you come back? Hearing his shout, Yunyan raised her eyes, suppressing her aura of menace, her previously fierce gaze replaced with tenderness. I am sorry, Shimi, for making you wait so long. Shimi pressed her lips together, turned the doorknob, and appeared in front of her with a dark expression as Yunyan looked at her in confusion. I can smell it. Are you hurt? There's a strong smell of blood. Yunyan didn't take off her clothes at all. She was soaking in the bathtub. Hearing this, she smiled helplessly and said, I'm fine, but I'm a bit frozen, and my clothes have soaked through and frozen hard at night. I can only use this method. Shimi's expression darkened further as she closed the door and left without saying a word. Yunyan blinked and sighed softly. She quickly tidied up, took off her clothes, changed into a bathrobe, and hurried out of the bathroom to find Shimi. Just as she went downstairs, she heard noises from the kitchen. Peeking in, she saw Shimi wearing an apron, making ginger soup while cooking warm porridge. Knowing Yunyan's character, Shimi spoke without looking back. If you're out, come sit down. What are you peeking around for? Trying to be a thief? Yunyan chuckled softly upon hearing this, walked over and hugged his waist from behind, her face pressed against his back. There is nothing wrong with being a thief. After all, Shimi would never refuse to be stolen by me. Shimi sighed, confirmed that he was already familiar with her, turned off the fire, and turned to embrace her. I'm impressed by you. When we were in the Demon Slayer Corps, how come I never saw you being this worrisome? Yunyan raised her head and looked at him eagerly. Remembering again? Shimi raised an eyebrow. Yes, the first life. The previous life? All remembered. Then he pinched her face. You know, I can use the breathing technique now too. About what happened last night. Take me with you. Don't leave me alone at home again. Remember? I know. Shimi, I'm hungry. TSK, fine, let us eat, and after eating, go to sleep with me. I waited all night. I'm exhausted. After they finished eating and got ready for bed, Shimi held Yunyan and gently said, Hey, after this time, take me to explore the divine realm, okay? Yunyan closed her eyes and snuggled into his arms. Okay, not just the divine realm. I'll take you to see the immortal realm and the demon realm too. Let's explore all the beautiful and fun places. Shimi smiled and kissed her on the forehead. Sleep now. Then, the two of them magnificently forgot about taking leave, while the weeping Yue Ming was in the office, shedding tears and writing leave requests for the two of them. Chapter 186, Extra. The underworld boss and her math teacher boyfriend and the peaceful days finally welcomed a short holiday. Yunyan was sucking on a lollipop, eagerly watching Shimi get dressed and wake up. Shimi, it's vacation. Shimi glanced at her, smiled helplessly, and replied that she had already booked the tickets and packed her luggage to go to Sanya, the place you mentioned last time. Yay, as expected of Shimi. Super reliable. Shimi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, her pajamas open. She glanced at the clock. Their flight was at 3 in the afternoon, and they had called Iha and the others too. You can still stay in bed for another half hour. I'll go make dinner. Okay. After they finished dinner, they lounged around at home for a while before calling the driver to take them to the airport. Ming Bing watched them leave with dead fish eyes and sighed silently. Life was really not easy. Ming Bing went up to be the driver. Bai Xiao in the passenger seat pushed up her glasses and said, All right, let's go back. It's nice that the Emperor and the Empress can live happily together. Ming Bing looked at her and asked, Lady Bai Xiao, when will you and Sha Shui become a couple? You two have been dragging this out for too long, haven't you? Bai Xiao replied, Ugh. Stop talking and drive. Why are you so nosy? Are you my mother? Okay, whatever you say, Ming Bing said. Bai Xiao blushed, turned her head to look out the window, her eyes flickering. It was all because of that idiot Sha Shui that she was being teased. When they met up with everyone at the airport, Yin realized, wow, everyone was here. On the plane, everyone instinctively put on masks and earplugs to sleep, only waking up after landing. The hotel had sea view rooms, and everyone quickly returned to the hotel, changed into their swimsuits, and rushed to the beach with their gear. Yin, wearing a dark blue bikini, is riding a surfboard, gliding freely through the waves, with Shimi closely following. As they pass through the waves, both of them jump into the sea at the same time, surfacing moments later. Just as Yin wipes the water off her face, she suddenly falls into a warm, sturdy embrace. Turning to look at Shimi, they share a laugh. Meili is lying on a swimming ring, with Ihei watching over her, casting a death glare at those nearby. Sumaru is issuing warning sounds towards them. Akizuro is grilling skewers on the shore with the Takedo brothers, while Yuzui calmly applies sunscreen to his wives. Kanroji, Mitsuri, and the Butterfly Sisters are playing in the sand, while the Water Hashira group is splashing around in the sea, and the five little ones are running around chaotically. Yin joined the ranks of lounging in a swimming ring, and Shimi was responsible for holding onto her ring. When a man cast a lewd glance their way, Shimi shot him a glare that scared him off, making him turn and run. Yin took off his sunglasses and patted Shimi's shoulder. Shimi, I want to go diving. All right, I'll go rent the equipment. Why go through all this trouble? Come on, let me take you to experience the shock of divine power. He flipped and jumped into the water, pulling Shimi along. Shimi greeted Ihei and the others, allowing Yin to drag him away. Once submerged, Yin could naturally breathe freely. He formed a one-handed seal and sent it into his body to awaken his divine essence. Shimi tentatively breathed in and found it no different from being on land. With wide eyes in surprise, Yin wore a smug expression, and the two swam hand in hand towards the sea. Fish swam past them, and Shimi curiously reached out but accidentally encountered a pufferfish, a rather aggressive creature. Yin held her stomach and laughed uncontrollably, while Shimi swam frantically, shouting in anger. I just touched you once, didn't I? Is it really necessary? If you keep chasing me, I'll roast you and eat you. The cannibal fish head, tough as iron, was ultimately sliced down by Shimi with a swift chop, sending it straight to the afterlife. Yin was still smiling, but when Shimi looked behind her, he was so scared that he quickly swam over. Seeing his anxious face, Yin turned back in confusion, and a shark was slowly swimming towards them. Perhaps it was hungry, or perhaps it was curious. It opened its big mouth wanting to bite, but the next second, the whole fish froze. The mist of smoke is like a smile, and behind her unfolds the shadow of a divine dragon. Why don't you give it a try? The shark suddenly slams on the brakes and turns to run away. Shimi swims to her side, watching the shark flee in a panic, and lets out a silent sigh of relief. The two hold hands, poking at octopuses, chatting with starfish, and circling around sea turtles in the ocean. The most outrageous thing is chasing the shark all over the place. After playing with dolphins for a while, they dive into a school of fish, fully immersed in the fun. Finally, they ride the dolphin back, and as they approach the tourist area, she swims back on her own. That night, as fireworks bloom, Shimi kneels in front of her in full view of everyone, holding a diamond ring. Despite the memories returning, her face still turns red. With eyes full of tenderness and passionate love, he asks, Yin, will you marry me? Yin looked at him, smiled, and extended her hand. I do. Shimi showed a brilliant smile and helped her put on the ring. The two embraced each other, and seeing his slightly red eyes, Yin's heart was filled with happiness. Yay! That's great. Finally witnessing the happy moment of Mr. Immortal Chuan and Sister Yin. Not bad, Immortal Chuan. Namu is truly wonderful. May you always be happy. Everyone laughed and offered their blessings, as they already had memories from their past lives, just a chain reaction. 2 months after returning, the wedding took place, and Shimi shed tears once again at the ceremony. Yin smiled helplessly, her eyes filled with happiness. This man, really having been married 3 times, how could he still cry at the wedding? Far away in the underworld, the two siblings looked at the water mirror with teary eyes, biting their handkerchiefs, and sighed in unison, Mom and Dad's love. It's so good. Beside them, Zai, who was focused on working, sighed, this life is really enough. In this life, the couple decided not to have more children, as they already had a son and a daughter, which felt unnecessary. Returning to the underworld, Shimi walked beside Yunyan with her arms crossed, saying, "It's been a long time since we've been back. I wonder how Xingmu and Cece are doing. I can't guarantee my son, but my daughter is definitely doing well. Well, he's the eldest son, so he should take on more responsibilities." As they walked and chatted, the two children ran over from afar and hugged them tightly. In unison, they exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, welcome home." The couple was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and hugged the children tightly, saying, "Yes, we're back." Not far behind them were the original group of people. Yunyan smiled and waved at them, saying, "Welcome to the Underworld's NoOne Empire." Everyone smiled, as this place not only had the Chanshu family, but also their former comrades who had fought alongside them. Gathered at this moment, Yunyan's eyes sparkled brightly, and with everyone present, the next thing was Li's eager face, saying, "Travel." Kanai followed up on her words, "Exploring all realms." Everyone nodded in excitement and curiosity, while Shimi could only smile helplessly. The clouds of smoke rise to my lips, but before that, let's first feel the joy of the Nine Nether. My sister and I will lead the uncles and aunts. Yay, let's go, let's go. I can't wait any longer. No wonder it's the Nine Nether. What a magnificent place. This food, 5 ants. Namo indeed, it's so delicious. Yunyan watched everyone having fun, leaning against Shimi with one hand on her hip. Shimi looked down at her, and they exchanged smiles, something they hadn't done in a long time. Such a scene had been separated from them by hundreds of years. Back then, they were only in their teens or early 20s, and the place where they first gathered, filled with their dreams and beliefs, still exists in the world, preserving their precious memories.